Someone bid 1 billion to demolish my 20 square meter dilapidated thatched house. But I was not only unhappy, but also directly drove the person away, even threatening that whoever dares to touch this house will definitely be in big trouble. People who can be relocated are always skeptical, but they decided to forcefully demolish my dilapidated thatched cottage while I was traveling abroad. Fortunately, the leader in charge knew to put on a show for the media. After the excavator arrived, instead of immediately ordering the demolition, they instructed their subordinates to call me on the spot. Hello, Yi Chen, I am Gao Qixing from the demolition office of Nanjiang City. I know, if you have something to say it. Don't keep calling me if there's nothing. I'm busy. Gao Qixing's attitude in this call made him a bit uncomfortable, and Chen Tai, who was leading the call, frowned slightly. Due to the external speaker of the phone, I don't know if I misheard or there was electrical noise, but I always feel like I can faintly hear a woman's laughter on the other end of the line, just like in a horror movie, giving me a bit of a chill. Let's get down to business. Chen Taiqing coughed and quietly reminded Gao Qixing. Gao Qixing didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Yi Chen, listen carefully. I'm calling today to inform you that because you have not been cooperating with the demolition work, the higher-ups have decided to forcibly demolish your house. As the words fell, there seemed to be silence on the other end of the phone, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Before long, a grumbling voice came through the receiver. Hello, Gao Qixing, right? Nanjiang City Demolition Office, right? Because of your call, you scared away my ducks at home. What do you want me to do? Also, did you just say you want to forcibly demolish my house? I've told you so many times, that house cannot be demolished. If you dare to demolish it, go ahead. Don't sleep too soundly at night. Wait and see if any ghosts come knocking on your door. In the courtyard entrance, my voice echoed in the ears of the crowd for a long time. That's it. You guys figure it out yourselves. I'm busy. If trouble arises, don't come looking for me. With that, I hung up the phone directly. At this moment, the scene fell silent. Everyone stood still in a daze. Chen Tai, as the leader, had an extremely ugly expression, and it was a while before he angrily reprimanded. Arrogant, too arrogant, simply not putting us in their eyes. Saying this in front of so many media and people, wouldn't it be like slapping him in the face? That director Chen, should we still demolish it? Gao Qixing put away his phone, looking a bit embarrassed, then explained softly, there's something I seem to have not reported to you. When I visited Yi Chen before, he mentioned to me several times that there are ghosts suppressed under this house. If the house is demolished, those vengeful spirits will spread throughout the entire Nanjiang City, and by then, I'm afraid, said. Gao Qixing shrank his neck, because my words just woke him up directly. Before, I just wanted to demolish this quadrangle as soon as possible, but I forgot why I had always refused to demolish it. Now that I've said this, he just remembered that he hadn't reported this to Chen Tai yet. Ghost? What ghost? It's already the modern era. As a public servant, do you really believe in these things? Chen Tai immediately glared at him upon hearing this, his face full of displeasure. Regardless of the reason, this courtyard must be demolished today. What could possibly go wrong by demolishing a house? Even if something happens, I will take full responsibility. His tone was firm and not open to refusal, and this scene was also captured by the media's cameras. When the words fell, in addition to the applause and cheers from the audience on the scene, there was also a wave of support in the media's live broadcast room. Good point. What era is it? And there are still people who believe in ghosts and gods. Just now on the phone, that person was talking about ducks. It cracked me up. Ha ha ha. Is he going to Cherry Blossom Country to shoot action movies? I think the owner of the house just wants more demolition compensation. Isn't that his excuse? These days, there are all kinds of people. Let's not say anything more. I support demolishing this house. At this time, the barrage in the media's live broadcast room was flying all over the place, and tens of thousands of people in Nanjiang City were angrily sending barrages. Chen Tai's plan is almost ready. With a solemn expression, he immediately announced, the demolition work of the courtyard in the center of Nanjiang City will begin now. With a command, hundreds of workers started working together, and the forklifts and excavators roared as they slowly moved towards the courtyard. On the side, Gao Qixing saw that Chen Tai was willing to take responsibility. With a final decision made, his eyes lit up instantly, thinking to himself that it was already the 21st century. What ghosts could there be? Let's do it, brothers. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves, picked up the walkie-talkie, and began to systematically arrange the demolition work. At this time, the excavator also arrived at the edge of the courtyard wall in the applause of the onlookers, and under the command of the leaders, it began this project. The first arm of the excavator pushed forward, and half of the wall suddenly collapsed, raising a large amount of dust. At this point, everyone finally saw the layout of the courtyard, with a giant bagua diagram drawn on the open ground. Chen Tai saw the gossip map and frowned, saying, "First, get rid of that map for me." Received. Go get an excavator and a few people to dig up this gossip map first. Cao Qisheng was also straightforward, saying he would do it, and immediately ordered people to prepare to destroy the gossip map first. However, after they had been busy for half an hour, using even a broken hammer, they still couldn't even pick a piece of the broken gossip map from the ground. Shocked. What is going on? Is there any significance to the gossip map? Even the excavator couldn't break it. Something's not right. Something's not right. This is really not right. Could it be that there is some kind of saying that is not right? So the gossip map cannot be broken? Could it be that there are really ghosts suppressed underneath? So something has been added to strengthen the gossip map? In the barrage of comments from the audience in the live broadcast room, half an hour has passed, and the wall has been dismantled in a disorderly manner. But there has been no progress in this gossip map. It's hard not to believe this anomaly. There's no argument here. On the scene, Zhou Changhai, who had originally seen these futile and superstitious things, had a dark face, and now that he saw this anomaly, his face turned even darker. Go for more excavators. It can't be broken yet. All the excavators and shovels go up there. Zhou Changhai shouted, and as this order came down from him, the demolition site, other workers' excavators that were originally demolishing the courtyard wall also went over towards that side. Another 10 minutes passed, and all the diggers were replaced with crushing hammers, collectively working on the demolition of the giant octagram on the ground. Dozens of crushing hammers worked at the same time. The sound was deafening and the earth seemed to tremble. Little by little, time passed. Gaussian, who was commanding from the front line, eyed the ground and was bound to shatter the figure. Shattered, shattered, shattered. Finally, in the crowd's anxious waiting sound, Gao Sheng saw that in the upper left corner of the pattern appeared a small crack, and at once picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted. The heart that was hanging in the air finally dropped, and after Zhou Changhai heard this, a trace of a smile finally appeared on his face. Was about to say something. Over the intercom, however, came Goldman's voice again. Wait, something's not right. It's shattered. It's actually shattered all over. Even the places that didn't undergo shattering are cracked. His words had just fallen. The original hard and unparalleled 8 trigrams suddenly changed like a piece of glass, the whole directly into pieces. Immediately afterward, countless channels of black smoke rose from the entire construction site. The black smoke shot straight up into the sky, and before anyone could react, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The surrounding air, too, instantly became somewhat gloomy and cold. Chapter 3, There's a Ghost in My House. The sudden apparition was immediately reminiscent of what Jiang Yun had said earlier. Underneath this house, ghosts and monsters are suppressed. Now the bagua is broken. The ghosts, out. Run, everyone. Run! A ghost is coming out. The scene was a mess. Hundreds of workers threw down their tools and frantically ran outside. The excavator and forklift drivers also both opened their doors one after the other and ran outside without looking back. Ghost! A ghost is coming out. There was a circle around outside, and I don't know who was the first to shout. The media, and also the onlookers, are starting to get confused. The entire construction site instantly became disorganized. Zhou Changhai, who was standing at the very front, had his face turned a little cloudy. He looked up at the sky, which looked extremely depressing under the dark clouds. This. Is there really a ghost? He was also a bit flustered. Where had he seen such an anomaly? At that moment, the hairs of sweat stood on end, and the heart panicked. Ding! System prompts. The host's ancestral home has been destroyed, and the severe ghosts have come out. The world will be in chaos. Ding! System prompts. The host's ancestral home has been destroyed, and the severe ghosts have come out. The world will be in chaos. Ding! System prompts. The host's ancestral home has been destroyed, and the severe ghosts have come out. The world will be in chaos. At this point, far away on the Spoke Islands, inside a house in the city, but overgrown with weeds, Jiang Yun leaned against the window, breathing heavily, listening to the voice coming from his head. His face twitched slightly. Stop. Take a break first. I said. I didn't just answer a phone call. Why are you so hard to coax? I really didn't mean to leave you cold. Jiang Yun waved his hand toward the gloom in front of him. Shut up, dead scum. Saying that you love me, and calling people sweetie, and when the phone call comes, ignoring them, you deserve to die just like those people. As the words fell, a woman in white with a full head of hair slowly climbed out of the shadowy ceiling. Her head was rotated almost 180 degrees, and underneath the hair that covered almost her entire face was a face as pale as death. Bloodshot eyes, staring at Jiang Yun in death. Her anger was practically written on her face. No, I'm really up to something here. My house is being demolished. I have to take care of it. Jiang Yun didn't feel the slightest bit of fear when he saw the creature crawling on the ceiling that could barely be called human anymore. Instead, it was more, or less, hopeless. Not bad. This white-clothed female ghost in front of his eyes right now was the Spoke Island Kingdom's Ghost King of the Spoke Island Kingdom, Gamako, who was ranked number 1 alongside Sadako, and Jiang Yun's identity was actually a traveler. Coincidentally, he crossed over and became a member of the Heavenly Master family in the Great Summer Kingdom. For generations, the family's duty has been to catch and suppress ghosts and monsters in order to prevent any demons from haunting the earth. The original owner of this body was the one who had an accident during an operation to suppress ghosts and monsters, resulting in giving Jiang Yun the opportunity to cross over. After crossing over, Jiang Yun also assumed the responsibility of suppressing the Lich Ghost and taking over the family's legacy. The only difference was that he had also obtained a Heavenly Master system after crossing over. It allowed him, who originally knew nothing about ghosts and monsters, to quickly grow into a qualified celestial teacher. This trip to the Spoke Island country was precisely the system mission he received to subdue Gamako and suppress her under his ancestral home. Today it is really off the mark. Go out for a wild ride and have your home burglarized. The key is to steal home, just steal home chant. Also make a phone call in advance to notify me. Kill people but also to kill the heart. If it wasn't impossible to get away from here, I would have loved to give you guys a couple of hits too. Jiang Yun gritted his teeth. Fui looked at the somewhat tricky situation in front of him, and thought about the hints from the system just now. For a while there was some head scratching. With the ancestral home gone, how could this mission be accomplished? Hold on. Let me make another call. I swear no one will ever bother us after this one. Gamma Coconut was getting closer and closer to him, and Jiang Yun quickly pulled out his cell phone. The ghosts and monsters that had been suppressed by his ancestors for many generations had been released, and he couldn't really care about anything. When I think of Goldman Sachs just called himself to say that he wants to demolish, Jiang Yun has a belly full of fire. This damn is not nothing to find things for himself. Crooked? Demon spirit no? Before Gamako could make a move against himself, Jiang Yun quickly dialed the number, and after connecting, he quickly spoke. However, the very instant his words fell, Gamma Coconut used her instantaneous transfer skill and arrived directly in front of Jiang Yun. Immediately afterward, the hair seemed as if it had a life, growing crazily towards Jiang Yun's neck. Jiang Yun's eyes widened as he hastily dodged and retreated, missing his own neck by just a hair's breadth. I go. How do you say hands on it? Good guy. Even engage in a sneak attack. Are said to let me finish this phone call to Ahe? In that case, eat my move. 5 Thunder Positive Law. Having dodged the fatal blow, Jiang Yun was no longer ambiguous, and at that moment, he held the phone in one hand and quickly pinched out the spell with the other. Rumble. The sound of thunder rang out, and thunder flashed from his fingertips, and at this point, Long River City Police Department Alarm Processing Center. Operator SOS? What's going on? The alarm center was particularly busy today for some reason. Just now, Suzy and his colleagues received hundreds of calls to the police. These alarmists, they say almost all the same thing. In the center of Nanjiang City, it's haunted. The demolition team destroyed the feng shui of the place where the ghosts and monsters were suppressed, causing all the ghosts and monsters to come out. There were so many calls that Suzy didn't want to pick up the receiver at all, explaining to the people over and over again that they had ruled out detectives going to investigate, that they believed in science, that there were no ghosts or gods in the world, and so on, but it was his job, and he had to do it, even with all his reluctance, until he received a call from Jiang Yun, who was far away in the Spoke Island country. Sir, are you okay? Sir, can you hear voices? Suzy listened to the sound of thunder coming from the other end of the phone, as well as there were some terrified women's screams. It left him completely stumped. I can hear you. It's not a big problem. Just wait. I'm going to go. Gakai. I'll get angry if you keep messing up like this. Stand still. Damn it. Still coming. Eat my move. All swords to the heart. Hashtag UN percent hashtag ziplala. On the phone, there came Jiang Yun's voice again, as well as a variety of messy, and with some thrilling sound effects. On the other end of the line, what's going on? 5 Thunderbolt Orthodoxy. All swords return to the heart. This is me. Crossed over? Why would you hear this inside a police call? Suzy broke down a bit, trying to get a final warning on reporting false alarms and such, when they will be penalized. On the other end of the line, a very rapid footstep could be heard. After a short while, the footsteps stopped and Jiang Yun's identity, once again, rang out. Alright, finally got that troublesome woman taken care of for now. I'm pressed for time, so I'll keep it short. There are ghosts in my house, and not just 1 or 2, there's almost 1,000 of them. Originally they were well suppressed by me, but now they're being destroyed. I'm just asking you guys, do you care? Chapter 4, Playing God. Keep tearing it down. South River City. Police Department. Alarm Handling Center. Listen to the voice coming out of the phone. Susie was once again confused. Sir, we're very busy over here. You're taking up police resources like this. It's a serious situation and you may be punished. Out of professional courtesy, as well as the relevant regulations, Susie coldly and patiently explained. But in his heart, he had already classified Jong Yun as a personnel who called to cause trouble. Scratch that. What taking up resources? I'm talking to you very seriously about this. That courtyard in the center of the city. You know, my family's ancestral home. I didn't allow it to be torn down because there are thousands of ghosts and monsters underneath it. Now the group of people from the demolition office took advantage of my absence to demolish my residence. How the behavior is not to mention first. The suppression of the severe ghosts all ran out. You go and ask the state whether there is a relevant department to deal with this kind of thing. That's all I'm saying, believe it or not. Whatever. Now that it's happened, how to deal with it is up to you. Just don't look for me. Jong Yun's cursing voice came out from the other end of the phone, and it was this large paragraph that caused Susie's expression, who originally had no interest in this call, to change slightly. Extract keywords. Jong Yun just mentioned the quadrangle in the center of the city. In Susie's heart, he began to waver. This call was preceded by other 911 calls he received. Almost all of them have something to do with the demolition of the downtown quad and then the haunting. And now, himself, received a 911 call from the owner of the house? Gentlemen, a short notice. Susie was about to speak and question Jong Yun carefully when a leader suddenly walked in. Half an hour ago, we received hundreds of calls about paranormal encounters during demolition work in the downtown quad. After our detectives investigated on the ground, the latest news, the anomalies are normal weather changes. There are no ghosts and other paranormal events. If there are alarms mentioning this again, you can do a detailed explanation. The electronic report has been uploaded to the system. Okay, everyone, back to work. Words, very short. The leader left after the notification. And this news is a good thing for a bunch of operators. They can finally have an accurate response instead of giving a vague answer to the caller. Especially for Susie, who is still on the phone with Jong Yun right now. For a moment just now, he really took Jong Yun's words seriously. And now, since the notices had come down, it was basically certain that this call from Jong Yun was to harass. Go straight back to the process of filing a false police report. Excuse me, sir, we have received an update on our end that the results of the field investigation by the detectives have come back and the anomaly is a normal weather variation. Your current behavior is suspected of filing a false police report. Please provide your identity information now and come to the police station within 24 hours to cooperate with the investigation. If you resist the investigation, we will take coercive measures. Susie didn't have the patience to explain anymore. At that moment, he directly took out a pen and paper and prepared to record Jong Yun's identity information. What the hell? And field work is okay? No, just wait. Gaji, don't come over here yet. I'll go. Be good. Wait for me to finish this call. Rub. 5 thunderbolts. Zip, 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 cokes, asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not going to nag you guys. You can do whatever you want. I don't care. If you guys say it's fine then it's fine. Don't sleep too hard at night. Wait for the ghost to knock on your door. I wipe Lu, Gamma Coconut. Where to run? Not, little sweet. Give me back. Still do not listen to it, right? Eat my sunflower pointing hand. Beep 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 beep. With all sorts of messy noises, the phone hung up on that. Obviously, Jong Yun didn't care about Susie's warning at all. The ancestral home has been demolished, and you're here to tell me that I have a problem? He is still under investigation. If he has the time, he might as well go back to his own country to deal with it. Since no one is even paying attention to this, why are you worrying so much about it? Anyway, he is now in a foreign country, and the ghosts knocking on the door can't knock on his side. Love it or hate it. On her side, Gamma Coconut had now broken free of her confinement and was now charging towards herself. The matter at hand is not even finished, and the police have already been called. The rest, rain me no melons. And the other side, Susie held up the phone that had been hung up on and hadn't reacted until now. He actually threatened me? And hang up the phone? He looked somewhat incredulously at the detective's clothes he was wearing. Are people so bold these days? But it's a real punishment. Just this operation. It's enough for you to squat for a few days. Putting down the phone, Susie instantly began to record the things Jong Yun mentioned, as well as his phone number. Refer it to a colleague and someone will naturally take care of it. By the time on the regret chair, Susie would like to see, he can still be so arrogant. At this point, South River City Center. Outside Jiang Yun's set of 4 courtyards, the sky had somehow recleared, and the overcast feeling disappeared without a trace. The chaotic crowd, thanks to the arrival of the detectives, had also settled down. Goldman Sachs is reorganizing its workers in preparation for the start of work, and Zhou Changhai, as well as there are detective officers being interviewed. After all, this event was broadcast live on the entire network, and with such an anomaly occurring, it is natural to state a party now that the investigation is clear. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have heard, the detective staff has just made it very clear that the previous unusual behavior was for normal weather changes and there was nothing paranormal about it. Please also keep your eyes open, don't spread rumors, and let everything be based on the official story. In front of a camera, the reporter who had finished the whole interview started to do a live report to explain to everyone. There's nothing paranormal about that, but it's all just people scaring people. But this sudden shift in the weather has brought a huge wave of traffic to these media outlets, and the popularity of the live broadcasts is rising like crazy. I told you, how can there be any paranormal events? It's all because you guys are too suspicious. With the official leadership on this side and the detectives on this side, there's always no talk of panic. It's just you guys who are too timid. Just saw the news from the scarf. I didn't expect to rush over to hear the explanation. Otherwise I would have wanted to come and curse a couple of times. What kind of era is it? There are still people who believe in ghosts and gods. The wave was handled okay. Not bad. It really scared me just now. I would have really thought there was a ghost. The netizens were buzzing, still a bit distraught over what had just happened. But after hearing the official explanation, the heart that was hanging in the air finally did let go. Except that the only problem that has arisen is that demolition has been delayed. Leader, the workers have all returned to their posts. Will the demolition continue? At this time, Gao Shang also came over and came to Zhou Changhai to inquire. At those words, Zhou Changhai didn't talk too much. The eyes were firm, and the order was given at once. Go on, why don't you? Now get started right away. Chapter 5, Who's There at Night? In front of the camera, Zhou Changhai didn't hesitate a bit. So what's with the ghostly legends? It's all about people passing on the panic. That's why it's like that just now. Zhou Changhai waved his big hand, and the expression on his face turned unusually serious. It's all just a coincidence. If there really were ghosts and gods and such, then wouldn't the 3 views he had been laboring under for the past 40 or 50 years be shattered outright? In reason, he wouldn't really think that there would be ghosts and monsters or anything like that in this world. Yes, it's just too much of a coincidence, and the comrade detectives have investigated it all. Goldman Sachs chimed in with a smile. That scene just now kinda scared him. Now that he looked back and thought about it, he did think that what he had just done was a bit too comical. There's no such thing as ghosts and monsters in this world. It's all because of that phone call Jiang Yun made earlier, which made me unconsciously substitute into it. Gao Shang wasn't a wimp at all now, and in order to regain the face he had just lost, he couldn't help but make a disparaging remark about Jiang Yun. If it wasn't for that Kiri phone call, how did he get so messed up? That's a good point. This yard has to be demolished today. Keep moving right away and try to get all the demolition done today. Zhou Changhai also smiled and nodded. Everyone, this was all just being subbed in by Jiang Yun. Look, it's not like nothing can go wrong now. He pointed to the sky and looked around at the complete absence of any apparitions. The wind is gone. The rain has stopped. And now it's time to get to work. With preparations in place, the demolition brigade got back to work. The crowd of onlookers, too, slowly returned. The roar of backhoes and forklifts once again echoed across this side of the sky. In the time since then, there have been no more unusual things, and no more unusual behavior. The entire demolition went very smoothly. Some sheds and such were erected on the site, and Zhou Changhai and Gao Shang came here to take a short break after watching the demolition work for a while. The detectives who had been here earlier hadn't left yet either, and came to the makeshift shed just the same. Just after sitting down, several people coincidentally chatted about Jiang Yun once again, and unlike what they had talked about before, what they were talking about now was directed at what to do with Jiang Yun. This Jiang Yun must be dealt with seriously. On the one hand, he has repeatedly obstructed the demolition work. On the other hand, he also spread rumors to cause panic among the masses. When he returns, I hope that your police station will go and seriously investigate this person. Zhou Changhai's orders to the detective staff, now that there was no media present here, turned ugly. Today didn't cause as substantial damage, but someone had to come out and take the blame for causing so much panic. Jiang Yun, on the other hand, is a very good choice. Yes, Leader Zhou, we've just received news from our colleagues still at the police station as well, and they said that Jiang Yun had called the police in half an hour. Inside the call he also mentioned something about ghosts and monsters underneath this house and ended up threatening our fellow operator. But after our investigation, this is all his fantasy, belongs to the fabrication. At present we target at him already prepared to take coercive measures. After returning to the country, we will take the first time to bring him to talk. The lead detective nodded when he heard this. No matter what, this Jang Yun was in their place now and couldn't leave. As soon as he returns home, the first thing that happens is that someone goes to talk to him. Zhou Qinghai was also more satisfied with this answer. It was just that what he hadn't expected was that Jiang Yun's whims had reached this point. The alarm said that ghosts and monsters have been suppressed under this quadrangle. This person may have some mental problems. When your people go to look for him, it's best to bring them to the hospital for a thorough examination. Zhou Qinghai was pondering. It was just the right weather outside. Cloudless. What kind of ghosts and goblins can there be in the middle of the day? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Thinking so, time passed little by little. The crowd of onlookers outside dispersed quite a bit. The media, in bits and pieces, have also mostly pulled out, basically going back to writing their press releases. There are still a few media outlets left, just waiting to do the final wrap-up of their coverage. And after the tireless efforts of the workers, it didn't disappoint those journalists. At 8 p.m. The demolition of the entire quadrangle was completed successfully. The rest of some construction waste tomorrow just need to call a few dump trucks over to pull away this piece of land. Even if it is completely empty, Zhou Qinghai has been guarding and supervising the work over here for a day, and after seeing that all the work has been wrapped up, he summarily spoke a few words in front of the media. Ergo, the media reporters collected the material and hurried back to edit the video overnight to catch up with the press release. As for Gao Shang and Zhou Qinghai, as well as some of the smaller leaders among the workers, they went out for a dinner party to celebrate. It's been hard. That lingering nightmare has finally been torn down, and tonight everyone must stay drunk. Even after a long day of work, Goldman Sachs still had no desire to sleep at all. On the contrary, he was quite agitated. Where could he sleep if the quadrangle was not removed for a day? Now that the quadrangle has been demolished, he can't sleep anymore. For no other reason than excitement. 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 The nightmare is gone and must be celebrated. Late at night at 10 o'clock, a few people drove to find a big restaurant rubbed a meal. After a full meal, each back to their own home. At this point, Goldman's side has had a little too much to drink tonight. At 1 a.m., just after arriving home, the smell of alcohol drew the ire of my daughter-in-law. What do you know? I'm just happy that I've finally torn down this crappy quadrangle. No one will ever rush this thing again. Can I not have a drink? Goldman Sachs is sitting on the couch, and the whole thing is still very hyper. His daughter-in-law listened as she ran the water for him to get ready for his bath. You're only this good. Today's live broadcast I watched. You said you did this thing is really unethical. While people are not in the demolition of their ancestral homes, not afraid of retribution. As soon as Goldman Sachs heard this, he was not happy and directly retorted. I said, what's wrong with you? How come you're also as godly as that Jiang Yun? What retribution or not? You wouldn't also believe what he said about there being ghosts and monsters or something. Does it matter what I believe or not? Can it stop you from tearing down someone's ancestral home? Gao Shang's daughter-in-law gave him a blank look and spat, then continued to call out, the water is ready. Hurry up and take a bath. At that, Goldman responded, a little too drunk, and staggered up, ready to go to the bathroom. But just then, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Knock, 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 knock. 4 knocks on the door, not rushed and rhythmic. Who's there in the middle of the night? Gao Shang had just gotten up, and when he heard the voice, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. Cocking his head, he glanced at the time. It was almost 1 in the morning. Who, at this point in time, would come knocking on the door of your own home? Chapter 6, Late Night Ghosts Knocking at the Door. Knock, 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 knock. The knocking, it continues. It was still 4 down, not rushed, and it seemed unusually eerie on this quiet night. Here we go. What's the hurry? Goldman steadied himself, frowned, and swung open the door, and his daughter-in-law, who had also come out of the bathroom, stood behind him with the same puzzled look after hearing a knock on the door. It's so late. Why is there a knock on the door? Squeak. Pushing open the already somewhat old door made a slightly harsh sound. At first, Goldman Sachs wondered if it would be one of his own men coming to deliver the information or something, but as he pushed the door open, there was nothing but a breeze blowing through it. What he saw was nothing, not to mention people. It's pitch black out there. You can't even see a ghost. But, as Gao Shang's eyes moved towards the ground, a blinding flash of color caused his entire body to stagger in place. Who is it? Why are you knocking on the door late? His daughter-in-law looked behind him at the stumped and motionless Goldman Sachs and issued a question. Frowning, he stepped forward as well. Only, when she came to Gao Shang's side and saw the blinding color on the ground, she was instantly flabbergasted as well. Ah, it's Flowers. A wreath? A second later, his daughter-in-law let out a scream. There on the floor. But it was orange. A whole big wreath. The orange-yellow color stood out on this dark night. And the wreath is still tattered and torn. With some dirt. It was laid out on the ground, facing straight toward the front of their house. This bizarre scene caused the duo to be petrified in place on the spot, not knowing what to do for a moment. Did you provoke someone outside? How could someone send a wreath to our house at night? Gao Shang's daughter-in-law's entire body is not good. Goosebumps, with a horrified look at the tattered wreath. The first thing that came to his mind was that it was extremely likely that Goldman Sachs had messed with someone outside. Now people are coming to the door to retaliate. And they're just sending wreaths. It's not like this kind of thing doesn't happen in real life. Only, in the middle of the night, and with such a raggedy wreath scent. Not to mention Gao Shang's daughter-in-law. Even Gao Shang himself was a bit balked. It wakes you up instantly and you're not sleepy all of a sudden. I can provoke what people? Work on the exception of that Zhang Yun today. A person did not provoke at home. I just like to look at the stars and the universe and stuff. You don't know what kind of person I am? Gao Shang glared at his own daughter-in-law and disgustedly kicked the wreath aside in a hurry. With this kind of weirdness happening to you, you probably won't be able to sleep tonight. That's right then. It must be that Zhang Yun coming to take revenge on you. You tore down someone's ancestral home. Here comes retribution. When her daughter-in-law saw the wreath being kicked away, she also rushed to pull the gate shut. The visual impact was completely overwhelming. What retribution or not? Don't talk nonsense. Just call the police tomorrow to deal with it. Goldman Sachs looked disgruntled. Saying these words at this time was not just scaring himself. He glared and told his daughter-in-law to cut it out. What happened tonight should never be told. Ergo, it was time to get ready to take a shower while planning that the police would have to be called first thing in the morning to get a detective to deal with the wreath. But, just then, ooh-hoo, gulp, inside the bathroom, a very eerie cry suddenly came out. The voice seemed unusually ethereal, to the point that it didn't even seem like it could come from a human. Accompanying the cries was a sound of falling water. An abrupt voice rang out. It instantly gave the duo goosebumps all over again. Sweat hairs stood on end, and both pairs of eyes, in unison, looked over toward the bathroom. They were the only couple in the house. In the bathroom, who was it? Goldman gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Unconsciously, it was associated with the wreath just now. Who's in there? He braced himself and whispered in the direction of the bathroom. His daughter-in-law also hid behind him with some fear. But the result was clear, he got no response to his questions. Inside the room, silence returned. Retribution is coming. Retribution has come. It's designated as someone else's old ancestor coming for you. The daughter-in-law's teeth chattered and shivered. Shut up. There's no such thing as ghosts. Gaussian was clearly frightened as well. And after gulping softly, he cautiously walked towards the bathroom. But just as he had just opened the door, inside the bathroom, there was nothing. Yet, he had clearly heard the sound coming from here just now. What is this? After slightly relaxing her taut heart, her daughter-in-law's screaming voice, however, rang in her ears again, while she extended her right index finger, pointing at the bathroom dresser. Gao Shang followed the gaze and looked. On that dresser, at some point, there was an extra wooden comb. This is definitely not something for your own daughter-in-law. What age is it so likely that someone would still use a wooden comb? This thing? Who? At what time? Put it here? There are things here that aren't from our house too. The daughter-in-law's voice sounded again, and this time, she was pointing, off to the side, at the parlor table. On this table, a large flowered kettle, the same, had been placed here at some point, and the couch, floor, there's mud. The daughter-in-law is still observing the changes in her home. Some black dirt in an otherwise clean and tidy home, and suddenly there was a whole lot more of it. Not only the sofa floor, but even the walls, and the ceiling, were splattered with black mud spots. Woohoo! The cry sounded once again in the eerie atmosphere. Source, again, still in the bathroom. This time, both husband and wife were at the bathroom door. The sound was clearly coming from here. But, looking through the doorway, there was still nothing inside. Ghosts? There's a ghost. We have a ghost in our house. Finally, in this weird atmosphere, Goldman Sachs' daughter-in-law directly collapsed. Her body was shaking so badly that she pulled her husband's arms tighter. She didn't dare to look anymore. But she couldn't see and listen, yet she could still hear the extremely miserable cries. Meanwhile, Goldman Sachs is finally getting scared. And, unconsciously ringing in the middle of his mind was a phrase that Zhang Yun had said to him on the phone earlier. Don't sleep too much at night. Wait for the ghost to knock on your door. Zhang Yun's words echoed in his mind, lingering. Not that he really wanted to think in that direction. Rather, It was really hard not to let him think in that direction with regard to all the anomalies that were happening in his own home right now. Own home. Knocked on the door by a ghost. And opened the door himself and let the ghost into the house. Chapter 7, I'm not playing. There's a ghost. Thinking about it, Goldman crumbled. Is it possible that in this world, there really are ghosts? He didn't believe it, but what was in front of him had to make him believe it again. What else could be used to explain this bizarre phenomenon? So, it turns out that under that quadrangle of his, he really suppressed the ghosts and monsters. Jiang Yun had cautioned himself many times before, but each time he had assumed it was false and not taken it to heart. Now that the quadrangle is finally demolished, the heartache has been solved. And what Jiang Yun said, that once the courtyard is demolished, the ghosts and monsters will come out, was also fulfilled. There really is a ghost knocking on one's door. This time of year, once the idea is out there, you can't stop. What people are afraid of is never something that can be seen or touched. Only that which is unseen, unfathomable and incomprehensible will always be the most psychologically devastating existence. Get in the house. Get in the house. You can't take this shower. Goldman's voice was a little hoarse, and his words and table, all revealed his fear. Pulling his daughter-in-law, he didn't take a bath. Mainly because just this weird scene, even if he wanted to, he didn't have the guts anymore. Go inside, unlock the door, and hide under the covers. The whole action, in one fell swoop. He didn't even have time to take off his clothes. Knock, 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 knock. After hiding under the covers, not surprisingly, there was another knock on the door of their room. And again, only 4 voices. This time, it was noticeably tighter and louder than knocking on the front door. And it was this knock on the door that made the couple even more frightened, because they were more than sure that something unclean had come in inside their house. It's all your fault. You had to go and tear down someone's ancestral home when you were fine. The daughter-in-law's whole body is not good. Scared, hiding inside the quilt. Her head does not dare to show. You just know to talk about me. It's pushed from above. What can I do? Goldman Sachs is just as scared. It's all come down to this. What's the point of talking about it? It would be better to think about how to get through tonight safely. Knock, 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 knock. The knocking continued, this time even more sharply than the last. Also, it was much more dense, rather like they were going to break in if they didn't open the door. Jingle bells. It is at this time of tension. The phone that Goldman placed inside his pocket suddenly rang again. The sharp knock on the door, coupled with the phone that suddenly rang, the atmosphere inside the room could only be described as bizarre. Gao Sheng took out his cell phone, and on the screen, 3 big words were clearly displayed, Zhou Changhai. Surprisingly, Zhou Changhai called. Hey. When he picked up the phone, Goldman's voice was still shaking. After all, the knocking on the door had been uninterrupted. That one sound after the other was like a rush. Hello? Is it Ko-chan? Ko, can you hear me? On the other side of the phone, Zhou Changhai's familiar voice also rang quickly, and for some reason, from the tone of voice, it could be very obvious that Zhou Changhai was in a hurry, as if he had encountered something. Gao Sheng answered. At this time he was in no mood to pay attention to Zhou Changhai. All attention was focused on the knock on the door. However, Zhou Changhai's next words caused his entire being to be directly horrified. Xiao Gao, tell me honestly, what exactly is that Jiang Yun? Tell me the truth. Who the hell is he? I just got home and after I laid down on my bed, someone kept knocking on my door, and kept knocking, and it just didn't stop. When I went to open the door, there was nothing again, but in front of my house, there was an extra birthday suit, and at night, someone gave me a birthday suit. Zhou Changhai's tone was very intense, and at this time, he didn't look at all like what a leader should look like. The subdued look of the daytime was, in the present, completely absent. All that is possessed is panic, fear, associated with the ghost knocking on the door that Jiang Yun said during the day. There was absolutely no way to maintain the calmness that should be present now that the bizarre things were happening. Zhou, Leader Zhou, you have a ghost knocking on your door too? Gao Sheng is even more, eyes directly staring to the maximum, just like as if he had found a peer. Hastily also told Zhou Changhai about the bizarre things that happened to him. I received a wreath, and I suspect the filth got into my house, and now he's knocking on my door. Goldman Sachs is scared to death. Very scared to death. He had directed the demolition of so many houses and had never encountered anything so bizarre. Now that I've encountered it for the first time, there's only one thing to think about. Could it be that ghost, coming to claim his life? But it's not right. Even if what Jiang Yun said was true, he had suppressed so many severe ghosts under that quadrangle of his, and he himself had demolished the quadrangle, released the suppressed ones. Shouldn't the ghost be thanking him for what he's done? What the hell is Sojourner again? It makes absolutely no sense. Knock. Just then, The knocking on the door suddenly stopped again. Inside the room, it became quiet again. All that was left was the two of them hiding under the covers. Shivering. Ghost knocking on the door. There really is a ghost knocking on the door. Are you hiding something from me? Answer me if that Jiang Yun of mine really knows something. Zhou Changhai's side was no better, and after hearing Gao Sheng's words, he hurriedly asked after him. The main question that Goldman Sachs has yet to answer for itself. I don't know. The knocking seems to have stopped on my side. Wait. No. There seems to be footsteps in my room. Goldman Sachs responded, only to have his face change halfway through his sentence. He distinctly heard footsteps coming from inside the room where there were only two people. His own daughter-in-law was now hiding inside the covers. Just like himself. That guy out there walking is. Grip it. Goldman Sachs that one bold thought was just born. Immediately after, he directly tensed up and shouted, what's going on? What happened? Zhou Changhai on the other end of the phone was confused and hurriedly asked after him. Me. Grip grass. I don't play anymore. That ghost in my house climbed into my bed. He's on top of me. On top of me ah. Goldman let out a strangled yelp and his body instantly stiffened. He felt it very clearly. Cover yourself inside the comforter and outside the comforter. The sense was very clear that someone, slowly, was crawling from the soles of his feet, to his body. In the middle of the conversation, a ghost knocked on the door and turned into a ghostly bed. I'm not playing. I'm not playing. There's a ghost. Goldman cried out, frightened, and the whole thing took off in place, swinging the covers wildly. Zhou Changhai. Chapter 8, You're no longer human. Are you? I say, sugar. You've made about as much of a mess as you can. Can't you just settle down and listen to me for a moment? At this point, spoke island countries. Inside that overgrown house, Jiang Yun sat on a bed that was all moldy, wiping the sweat from his forehead and breathing heavily. Damn scum. Let me go if you can. I'll never forgive you. Right in front of him, Gakko's angry voice came out. Her face doesn't ooze blood and her hair stands up like steel bars. Don't let go. Do you think I'm stupid? I've wasted a lot of effort to subdue you. If I let you go, won't I have worked for nothing? Jiang Yun shook his head in a straightforward manner, showing indifference in the face of Gamako's anger. Nonsense. The man who took himself hours to capture could be let off so easily? Well, can't you change your kidnapping position? Gamma twisted and turned. The range of movement that was possible at that time still remained small, for no other reason. After a series of fights, Gamako was now roughly bound to a chair by Jiang Yun. Just tie it. The one thing that Gamma Coconut can't stand. The way Jiang Yun bound her. That extremely standard so-and-so binding. Left her, the Spoke Island Ghost King, completely faceless, and most outrageously of all, she had no idea what the rope that bound her was made of at all. Even if one possessed the strength of a Ghost King, one could penetrate walls, move instantaneously, control the spirit of others with one's mind, etc., etc. But, after being tied up by a sneak attack by Jiang Yun, all of his abilities, all of which were confined and unusable, were like lambs on a board, only to be slaughtered. As a Ghost King, such an ending left her with absolutely no way to accept it. Even ghosts have ghost faces. How can you let yourself go out there later and mix it up? How is it that the binding is not good? I think the binding is pretty good. Just be firm. After all, it's my first time to tie someone up. If you really think the binding is not good, there's nothing you can do. You just have to put up with it for a little while. Jiang Yun slowed down, shrugged his shoulders, and scrutinized the gamelan in front of him. Worthy of being the Ghost King of the Spoke Island, ordinary small ghosts, with the system of his own, is able to solve very easily. But Gakko, after a lot of effort, was able to complete the subduing. Alright, be quiet for a moment haha. I'll submit a quest. After comforting Gamako, Jiang Yun was ready to submit the system quest. As for Gamma's anger, what does her anger have to do with me? System, submit Gamma Coconut, the Ghost King, softly calling out to the system. Jiang Yun quietly waited for a reply. Ding! Detected that the Spoke Island Ghost King Gamako has been subdued. Host use prop, ghost binding rope. Mission being submitted. Ding! Mission submission failed. Detecting that the host's residence has been demolished. This task cannot be submitted. Asterisk. How could I have forgotten about that? Jiang Yun was flabbergasted for a moment and reacted by cursing. With the ancestral home demolished, how can one suppress the night ghost? We can't, can we? Keep Gamma Coconut tied up like this? As well, didn't he make this trip for nothing? For a moment, a million grass mud horses raced wildly through Jiang Yun's heart. In order to be able to subdue Gamako, he had used the top-tier prop binding ghost rope rewarded by the system. The ghost binding rope. A special prop rewarded by the system after he had suppressed 100 stern ghosts earlier. All this time, This thing has been treated as a prop in its own right. It was used for the first time today in order to subdue Gamma Coconut. If not purely by force, there really wasn't any way to hold the Ghost King level Gamako by himself. Damn scum! Release me now! On one side, there is the annoyance of not being able to submit a task. On the other side, there was the angry voice of Gakko. Jeon-yoon also had a bit of a headache right now. Okay, can you be quiet? Headache. Before I wanted to make a good friend with you, and you didn't want to, and now it's come to such a state. What can I do? Jeon-yoon said helplessly. Now he didn't know what to do. After thinking about it, he decided to ask the system. After all, the system wasn't going to put the mission aside like that, was it? Ding. Detected that the host's ancestral home has been demolished. As a homeless person, the system mission was interrupted, unable to complete. Naya, didn't I just ask? Isn't that a bit much? What do you mean homeless people? System, I suspect that you damn well aren't in cahoots with the people over at the demolition office, purposely sidetracking me so that they can demolish my house. What do you mean? You're falling on your sword. Jeon-yoon had a million Mamma Mia pies that he didn't know whether to speak or not. What's the point of stabbing yourself in the wound when you've dismantled it? Never mind. Hurry up and tell us how to fix it. What about the gamelan? Jeon-yoon asked impatiently. And the system, not letting him down, quickly responded. Ding. There are now two choices before the host. Option 1, the host can become a ghost trader, selling the severe ghosts that roam the earth to hell. Note, this choice may be risky, but the benefits are great. Option 2, the host can become a capitalist who squeezes the severe ghosts, concentrate the wandering night ghosts and work for the host as a way to gain relative rewards. Note, this choice carries equal risk and relatively less reward, but there is a chance of popping out extreme rewards. Ding. Two choices. No matter which one the host chooses, it will affect the subsequent system task dispensation and change the system function. Please choose carefully. A close second. It was a moment of silence. Jeon-yoon sat on that worn-out bed, ignoring everything around him, and fell into deep thought. After a while, he heard what the system was trying to say. I see. Anyway, no matter which one I choose, I can't be a human being inside or out, right? Jeon-yoon directly spat it out. These two options, which seem very different, are, in essence, of the same nature. In a nutshell, it's just not human. The choice of a ghost dealer is risky, which basically goes without saying. Watch the word and you'll be able to understand it. Can you do this without risk? And as for this second option, it's pretty obvious that it's also inappropriate people. It's just relatively less intense than it appears to be. If you can't suppress the ghosts, you can either sell them or catch them to work for you. Isn't this what the system is trying to tell itself? Jeon-yoon looked at the gamelan in front of him, and once again, he was in deep thought. Two choices that make little difference to yourself, and both are related to ghosts and monsters anyway. But, choosing to make it makes a world of difference to the ghosts and goblins that have been subdued by themselves. Chapter 9, Ever heard of reform through labor? System, I choose. 2. Inside the dilapidated house. Jeon-yoon made his choice. The risk is the same. He's the same as he likes something challenging. It was those last few extreme rewards that attracted him. If the system produces a good product, it is necessary to bet on it, even if it is a gamble. Ding. The host has made a choice and is updating the system. 1%. In his head, the system's voice reappeared. Dry. Only slow progress. Let's wait then. The problem now is that there's no telling what's going on at home. After resolving the matter at hand, Jeon-yoon returned to the source of the problem that had arisen in the beginning. His own house was demolished. Thousands of severe ghosts broke through the seal, and I'm afraid, at this point in time, the country isn't going to be too peaceful, especially since ghosts and monsters like to move around at night. I'm afraid it's just not going to be peaceful in Nanjing City tonight. Jeon-yoon's brow wrinkled. Although inside the phone he had emphasized many times not to look for himself when he stirred up trouble. But in a nutshell, letting the ghosts jeopardize the party, and as a Chinese himself, saying that he doesn't think about it at all, that's definitely a lie. Otherwise, Jeon-yoon wouldn't have called the domestic police in the first place. Spoke Island countries have organizations that deal with paranormal events over here. I just hope that there will be relevant departments in the country as well. Otherwise, the country will really suffer from old age. Shaking his head, Jeon-yoon went ahead and didn't think about that. Right now, there's another imprisoned Gakai in front of him, snarling at him. Plus you've all made your own choices at the system there as well. Quickly, eyes turned to Gamma. Jeon-yoon, Omega. Gamma Coconut in anger, _. You dead scum. What do you want? Looking at Jeon-yoon's comical expression, Gamma Coconut went from being furious at the beginning to being a bit alarmed and puzzled. The man in front of him was an impenetrable existence even as the evil Ghost King himself. Just the light binding himself to that rope. He couldn't even comprehend it himself, let alone Jiang Yun's own strength, and how it would be. Gamera unconsciously developed a hint of fear. Nothing, just wanted to talk to you. Jiang Yun opened his mouth with a smile and continued, my little sweetie, have you been to China? Do you know that there's a word called labor reform in China? Gamma coconut, sigma, oh, time, slowly passing. The night passed thus, and the sun, breaking in the east, was slowly rising, with the warm sunlight mapping the entire land. The world, too, came alive again. At this time, China, Nanjiang City, siren after siren, ambulance after ambulance resounded throughout the city. At the citizens' alarm center, the phones were ringing off the hook, and almost all of the staff were busy with sweat pouring from their foreheads. Hell, 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 it's still ghosts. What happened last night? And how come there were at least 300 ghost calls early this morning? All the detectives in charge of answering the phones were already annoyed. Today is even weirder than yesterday. Yesterday it was just someone calling the police about seeing an anomaly. But today, it's straight up someone calling the police about seeing a ghost. The call started at 2 a.m. last night and then again at 9 a.m. now. Almost completely non-stop. It's okay to show up with so many 911 calls. The point is, Susie, from their department, didn't even show up today. It's like the whole thing has disappeared, and you can't get through on the phone. It's a lot busier with fewer hands. In the past, one would definitely send someone to look for it, but today was too busy to care whether a Susie was missing or not. The entire police department is in disarray, and the detective staff is completely understaffed. You say so many people who call the police say they see ghosts, but on our side of the police station, how come not a single person has encountered a ghost? In their spare time, a group of detectives issued a question. Citizens are calling the police to report ghosts, and they, the detectives, are just as much in the city of South River as they are in the city of South River. The entire police station is not too big, not too small. There are hundreds of people. Froze a ghost encounter did not. Who knows? But it's more than a little weird to have so many 911 calls. The other detective scrunched his neck. The others nodded when they heard that look. It did seem a bit creepy. One person calling the police is misreading. Hundreds or thousands of people calling the police to say they've encountered a ghost is not as simple as misreading. Could it be? Could there really be ghosts? An unexplained fear gripped every heart. This seems to be confirming yesterday's alarm, that the quadrangle was demolished and all the suppressed spirits ran out to plague the earth. Investigate clearly. It must be investigated clearly. I don't care what methods you use. You must investigate clearly for me. At this time, Nanjiang City Police Station. In the commissioner's office, an angry voice came out from it, accompanied by the loud sound of a hard slap on the table. Yes, yes, yes. We've already sent extra manpower to investigate now. As for that Jiang Yun, we haven't been able to contact him so far. His phone has been left unanswered. The chief of the Nanjiang City Police Department nodded frantically at the man standing in front of him, a panicked expression on his face. And that person standing in front of the administrator is no other than Zhou Changhai, who was at the scene yesterday and ordered the forced demolition of the quadrangle. Zhou Changhai topped a huge black eye, hair in a mess. At this time the state and the image completely lost the style of leadership. The events of last night had not slowed him down until now. His situation, similar to Goldman Sachs' side, began with a series of ghostly knocks on the door. The door opens and no one is there. And then on the floor, a birthday suit is laid out. When you close the door, it's as if a ghost has entered your home, with signs of abnormality everywhere you look. Even then, there were ghosts crawling in bed. Although I don't know why such a paranormal event occurred. The ghost, it seems, did not harm anyone. Almost the entire city of Nanjiang City was haunted, but the whole night went by without a single casualty. Most of them are scared and develop mental illness or something like that. All of this was beyond Zhou Changhai's comprehension. He didn't understand what was wrong with the world. Why do these paranormal events happen? At first, he thought that this was Jiang Yun's revenge, but early this morning, after arriving at the police station, he realized with horror. It didn't seem to be a ground that Jiang Yun could do alone at all. All over the city, millions of people, at least tens of thousands of them had a paranormal encounter last night. Why doesn't this sort of thing scare him? Especially again, their own identity, or the leadership of Nanjiang City. All sorts of things came up one after the other that just made him feel wincing and numb. Himself, it seems that he has run into Chuda trouble, and the trouble was enough to stir the nation. Look into it right away. There has to be a reasonable explanation for me, Zhou Changhai ordered with a frown. He's the one who's leading this thing. There was absolutely no way one could have gotten away with it. No matter which way one thought about it. It's the same whether you're approached by a ghost or even taken away by an official. It's not good. Administrator, The matter of our haunted Nanjing city has begun to spread on the internet as well. Just then, the door to the administrator's office was suddenly pushed open by a detective. The first sentence that came out, on the spot, directly made the duo who were still inside the office directly petrified. There was a loud boom, as if the whole thing had been struck by lightning. Big deal. Chapter 10, Brush Up Your Face. This day was destined to be extraordinary. Gloom hung over the entire city of Nanjing, and it's caged in a physical sense. As soon as the citizens of Nanjing City woke up today, they realized that the sky today seemed to be somewhat abnormal. Normally at this point in the day it's cloudless and blue, and today, it was like the sky was covered with a black cloud. The black clouds came together like a giant tornado, slowly turning overhead. Beneath these clouds, upon closer inspection, tens of thousands of distorted human faces seem to be visible. On sunny days, there are still a few occasional flashes of lightning in the clouds. It's rather eerie in an unspoken way. At first it was okay, but as time went by, the black clouds gradually dissipated, almost to the entire Nanjing city all enveloped. Some citizens noticed the anomalies and took photos to upload on top of the internet. And just as they were sending the photos, they realized that there had long been a large group of Nanjing city locals on the internet saying that they had hit a ghost last night. What ghosts knocking on the door? Ghosts beating on the wall? Ghosts pressing on the bed? All kinds of paranormal events are endless. Couple that with a photo of the black clouds that loomed over the daytime. The internet is making waves straight away. Is there really going to be a change in the sky? Nanjing City is haunted. Is this real or not? I'm a local from Nanjing City. I can confirm that this is true. I experienced a ghost knocking on my door yesterday, but luckily I didn't open the door. My neighbor opened the door and I heard that he was scared to death alive. I don't know if it's true or not. I wipe. Upstairs, you do not scare me. In the end, what is going on? My friends in Nanjing City also said to me, Nanjing City today everywhere there are police cars and ambulances. You guys will not be really haunted last night, right? There have been anomalies since yesterday. The reason is because the demolition office has forcibly demolished the quadrangle where people suppress ghosts and monsters, causing all the severe ghosts to run out. And yesterday there was a rumor that it was fine. And then something happened at night, right? Ancestral house that suppresses ghosts and monsters? I seem to have seen it online yesterday. When I thought it was just ordinary nail house demolition news, didn't look carefully, but it turned out to be such a big thing. Brother, do you still have yesterday's video? Request a copy. +1, I want it too. What was unusual yesterday? Ask for video or pictures. Plus 10,086. Above the web. Almost all the attention of the nation's netizens has been focused on this incident. It started with one post, then hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of posts appeared. The haunted incident in Nanjing City is charging up the hot search with an extremely exaggerated speed, and it's steadily taken over to the point where it's number 1 on the Hot 100 list. Reads went to a staggering 1 billion. Some other social media platforms, the charts of Blowhoo, Pussy Station, Pastiba, and so on, are almost all talking about this matter. Some of the group chats, on the forums, are also seeing a strong challenge to the servers, with an unprecedented level of user activity. The topic of discussion among these users is also basically about the haunted events in Nanjing City. It's an orgy, or, perhaps, a notice sufficient to make the world tremble. And these public opinions don't stop there. They continue to fester. More and more people are starting to pay attention to this paranormal event. The marketing numbers, too, have collectively sniffed their way over, lifting the conversation that has sparked the entire internet to a whole new level. Shocked. Is the anomaly over Nanjing City really related to ghosts and monsters? Demolishing the ancestral home and causing the ghosts and monsters to haunt it. Is there something else behind this? Ghosts and monsters appear. Follow the dragon to learn these few tricks can let you easily avoid ghosts and monsters attack. First scene. Local residents of Nanjing City present themselves, and the heavenly apparition is determined to be the work of ghosts and monsters. Various types of posts, articles, videos, etc. have appeared in the Chinese internet. Fear and uneasiness is also slowly taking over the nation's netizens, but it was also at this most critical time that there were people who did not believe in the truth. This is a rumor, so obvious a show you cannot see. Blind? An anchor with tens of millions of followers on the giant Han live broadcast platform said disdainfully. His name is General Rain, and he is a top stream spirit guy anchor on the giant Han's platform. The most favorite thing to do on a regular basis is to dislike and curse with other anchors, lending himself to a big reputation. But also offline to form has been hundreds of people of the Rain family army. The Rainmaker's army went out and didn't give an inch. But whenever there was a little bit of wind on the internet, General Rain would be the first to take his Rain family army to the offline real wave. In fact, it's just going to rub it in. Now that the paranormal incident over here in Nanjing City was making such a big deal, the first thing General Rain thought was that this hotspot could continue to rub off on him again. Must be a real wave offline. So, while tens of thousands of personnel were in fear, he turned on the live stream and faced the live stream in front of tens of thousands of viewers, and was outright disdainful about it. There's a ING ghost. I dropped out of elementary school halfway through and I know I have to believe in science. And you guys are so afraid of it. My evaluation is afraid of a hammer. You guys see me today with the Rain family army really not really finished, General Rain said with a grin, pointing his cell phone's camera at himself. Emotional piggybacking and interacting with netizens. I'm on my way to Nanjing City right now. Brothers, there's still an hour left before we reach Nanjing City. Let me, General Rain, take you to see with your own eyes whether there are ghosts and monsters or not. With that said, the camera panned. The audience then got a good look at General Rain, who was now in a supercar. The supercar was followed by a large group of BBAs, and the entire fleet was now formed the highway. Very racy. The rows pull right up to full capacity. Those who were familiar with General Rain recognized at once that this was the entirety of the Rain family's army. I wipe. General Rain awesome wow. So big row to go offline real ghosts and monsters. How many people are saying that there is a paranormal event? You are really not afraid of having to go back This is the Rain family army platoon. Worthy of being the Rain family army. Worthy of being General Rain. However, I still advise. Nanjing City can't go now There really are haunted there. It doesn't matter. General Rain will make a move. And a famous military scientist in history said that no one can get close to General Rain because of his flying kicks, which can take care of all enemies. Really? How come the internet is always in a mess? Now even these things like ghosts and monsters are coming out. I'm in favor of going on a fake. Where are the ghosts and monsters? It's all about people scaring people. I'm upstairs. You said no one can get close to General Rain. What about ghosts? Are ghosts still considered human? I don't know. Don't ask. How could such words come out from inside your mouth? Inside the live broadcast room, tens of thousands of viewers were sending out pop-ups in unison. Some people watched, some advised him, and some supported him to go offline for a real wave of fake hype. The pop-ups were swiping so fast that it was almost dizzying to watch. General Rain sat on top of the supercar and watched such a lively live broadcast with a smile on his face. He doesn't give a what's said inside the booth, as long as there's heat. Chapter 11, why don't we try it first? General Rain smiled at those pop-ups inside the live broadcast. The mind is not worried and scared at all. He's become such a big internet sensation himself, and he's relied on rubbing his hands in the traffic over the years. Now things in Nanjing City could be all over the internet. Wouldn't it be a waste not to rub it in? And again, there can be no ghosts in this world. Although he dropped out of school halfway through, but the idea of science is inculcated from an early age. And how can you be scared with just a few pictures and a few videos on the internet? It doesn't matter even if there really is a ghost. Don't worry, I will make a move. My flying kicks don't recognize human ghosts, ordinary characters. They can't get close to me. In short, this time all of our Rain family army has come out just to go to Nanjing City to fight against those hype. Brothers, look at our fleet of cars. The rows brush me up. The more General Rain thought about it, the more excited he became. Now that his heat had broken records. This also means that one has made the right choice to dabble in this traffic. Hundreds of people in the Rain family army could not be afraid of him. A single ghost or monster. Bullfrog, I've got my eye on you. Young man, when you get to Nanjing City, a flying kick will kill the ghosts and monsters straight away. Good. Very spirited. General Rain is great. The Rain family army is great. It's come to this. So let's settle everything with a flying kick and let those ghosts know that a legendary figure is about to stand in front of them. Little ghosts and monsters dare to make a scene in front of my General Rain. It's simply audacious. Fast forward to the footage of General Rain's flying kicks fighting the ghosts and monsters. I can't wait. The pop-ups were instantly brought to a fever pitch by General Rain's words. The live feed instantly ignited. General Rain's smile grew wider even as he watched the situation. A mere ghost. Not enough to worry about. See if I really don't reel it and be done with it. The car speeds up. The direction of Nanjing City was also getting closer. The number of people watching the live stream is, likewise, growing. Faced with the imminent arrival of Nanjing City ahead, netizens are also looking forward to the fact that this is a hype, or, perhaps, a real occurrence. The internet is buzzing with anticipation. And in Nanjing City, the police station, all of them, however, were panicking. Inside the police station, the detective told the duo in the office, one by one, all those things that had happened on the internet. Zhou Changhai and also the police commissioner looked at each other after hearing this. Such an outcome. In fact, they had long been psychologically prepared for. But when they heard that another big anchor was coming this way to investigate whether it was true or not, it was still a bolt from the blue in their hearts. It's just public opinion. Good solution. But live streaming, it's different. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes are staring right here. Want to hide? It's also difficult to do. There's no time to care about that. Hurry up and investigate the truth. In addition, continue to contact Jiang Yun. Don't disconnect the phone until you call until he gets through. Zhou Changhai said. He couldn't sit or stand. He couldn't calm down at all. He prodded the administrator, who, in turn, went to prod the detective. Throughout the police station, into more intense work, people trotting around were seen almost everywhere, and it wasn't long before the door to the office, too, was pushed open once more. Goldman, bloodless and staring at huge black circles under his eyes as well as having a cocktail head, came in. Last night, he was tortured by that ghost and monster, and he came up and scanned the surroundings, and the moment he saw Zhou Changhai he directly knelt down. Leader, I beg you to help me. I'm dying from all that stuff. I'm begging you to help me. I can't get through to Jiang Yun. He must have already pulled the plug on me. Leader, please, go make a call to Jiang Yun for help. Goldman, with a sobbing voice, began to complain frantically. That damn thing can't be seen or touched, but every time, it manages to make a whole lot of noise to madly torment Goldman Sachs. Early this morning, his daughter-in-law had already been taken straight to the hospital for a mental breakdown. He himself hadn't broken down yet, but he was close. The damn thing, chasing itself. You think you're the only one who hit a ghost? You can't get through to me so I can get through to you? The whole city of Nanjiang is in trouble. The whole city of Nanjiang, you know? Zhou Changhai's voice seemed to be shaking a little when he saw the kneeling Gao Shang. The situation has turned into what it is now, which no one expected. How much fun it was to demolish the quad yesterday, and how miserable and scary it is today. Find Jiang Yun. Only finding Jiang Yun is the key. Only he can solve the problem. Zhou Changhai ended with a concluding statement. It all started with Jiang Yun. Only by finding him could Nanjiang City return to normal life. After all, if there really would be ghosts and monsters, only Jiang Yun would be able to solve them. Otherwise, it's all for naught. However, the problem was that there was no way of knowing what Jiang Yun was doing right now. At the time of the survival of Nanjiang City, the person can't be contacted. This feeling of desperation is suffocating. The administrator, there's one more thing I need to report to you. It was at this moment of despair that the young detective, who had been on this side of the party, suddenly spoke. The police commissioner instantly set his eyes on the detective. The latter felt that lingering gaze and did not remain silent for too long, opening his mouth at once. It's like this. In yesterday's time we have a detective comrade received a police call from Jiang Yun. He mentioned it inside the phone. Don't look for him when something happens. The detective was only halfway through his sentence when he was directly interrupted by the administrator. What do you need to say about this news? If we could find him, how passive would we be over here right now? The administrator cursed angrily. The young detective, however, was quick to explain. No, administrator. The back Jiang Yun also mentioned. Can try to let us go to the state. He has mentioned that said. The state may set up there are relevant departments. The words fell. There was silence in the office. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Suddenly, Zhou Changhai also remembered that there was indeed a detective who had mentioned this to himself at the quadrangle demolition site yesterday. It's just that, would the state really have a department that deals with paranormal events? This he said with a hint of skepticism. But again, it was the only clue they had so far. The office returned to a quiet atmosphere. After a long time, Gao Shang, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at Zhou Changhai and spoke in a supplicating voice. Leader, should we just try to report it? The situation has developed like this. Even if we don't report it, someone from above will come down sooner or later. This is our only hope. Goldman's voice echoed in the crowd. He said not without reason. Zhou Changhai finally raised his head even after hearing this and pondering for a long time. Well, just try it? Chapter 12. The state comes to town. Soon, the police department's course of action began to change. The detectives used the fastest speed to perfect and organize all the information they knew so far and gave it to Zhou Changhai and the others. After the inspection, the document was sent, in the form of an electronic file, directly to the National Security Service. After doing all this, Zhou Changhai and the others fell into an anxious wait. The crowd was not idle during this time. One order after another was laid out from Zhou Changhai's side. By order of the South River City Police Department, South River City Meteorological Department. Even so, most of the relevant departments in Nanjiang City have stopped working today. Collectively, we're focused on figuring out, studying, what really happened last night. Soon the news came through as well. Word has come from the Weather Bureau. They've gathered all the experts in the city to discuss it, and none of them can offer an explanation for the black clouds in the sky. The detectives in charge of the investigative walkthroughs have also returned with word that almost all of the callers are saying the same thing and are convinced that they are experiencing a ghost knocking on their door. On the side of the demolition office, most of the workers who participated in the demolition work yesterday have all disappeared. They don't know where they've gone. And the ones that we've been able to contact so far are all mentally deranged and unable to provide a normal statement. Surveillance investigated last night did not find any personnel with bizarre behavior. It is not yet possible to determine whether it is a man-made crime or not. The answer, after all, is breathtaking. Zhou Changhai's frown grew tighter and tighter. And now, all they could do was to stop there. Still waiting? It's already afternoon. Zhou Changhai stayed at the police station all day. For some reason, only staying over here could make him feel a hint of security. Over here, Goldman Sachs next to him reminded him. Glancing at the time, it was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Several hours have passed since the email was sent. I haven't waited for a reply yet. Just, after asking around, I finally found you guys. Zhou Changhai was about to reply when the door to the police commissioner's office was suddenly pushed open. Immediately after that, several figures swarmed in. The few people in the office froze and looked at the visitor, all of them showing a hint of shock. These people's clothing isn't too strange. All 21st century. Surprisingly, there are still people who will wear the Taoist robes from movies and TV dramas in their daily outings. You guys are. Wait, Dharma robes? Zhou Changhai really wanted to open his mouth to inquire, and before he could finish his words, he suddenly looked at the group with wide eyes as if he had thought of something. We're from the Celestial Masters Dao. The state received a document from you and sent us here to deal with the paranormal incident here. At the head of the group was an immortal old Taoist priest who immediately introduced himself. Hearing these words, Zhou Changhai several peoples instantly became excited. The country, surprisingly, does have a department that deals with paranormal events. A few people almost didn't scream at once, and their tense hearts were finally able to relax. But before they could finish being happy, soon, Zhou Changhai thought of another thing. Since the country really has a department that deals with paranormal events, doesn't that mean there really can be ghosts and monsters in this world? My name is Lai Tao, affiliated to the National 749 Bureau. Let me explain. There is a paranormal incident. The state will not make a separate reply due to security issues. After receiving your documents, we hoofed it this way. The situation here is more complicated than we thought, and for a short period of time, it's hard to deal with. But don't worry, we've taken over this place, and we'll deal with the paranormal incidents as fast as we can. But the rest of the public opinion, it's still up to you guys to solve it yourselves. At that moment, next to the old Taoist priest, a man wearing a black suit stood out. He held out a book of something like an ID type of thing for everyone to see. Zhou Changhai clearly saw that there should be 3 numbers on this document, 749 Bureau, and underneath that number, there was a line of text, Chinese Paranormal Processing and Research Department. Flipping inside, there is the steel seal of the highest state department proving that this document is real. The crowd watched, all of them sucking in a breath of cold air. This is a department they had never heard of before today. It seems that the state has been hiding the existence of ghosts and monsters before that heavenly master's way. Seeing this, Goldman Sachs on one side subconsciously inquired, which old Taoist earlier clearly said that he was from the heavenly master's way. Now, so there's another 749 Bureau? Tianjidao is under the jurisdiction of the 749th Bureau, and when there is a major paranormal incident and the 749th Bureau is short of manpower, it will join forces with Tianjidao to take action. Ritao put away his papers and answered Goldman Sachs' question in passing, which old Taoist behind him also nodded to confirm that what he said was true. Without saying anything else, we have a general understanding of the situation. But the situation is not optimistic. Starting from entering Nanjiang City, we feel that the ghostly aura on this side of the capital is as thick as it has ever been. Conservative estimates are that there are at least tens of thousands of ghosts and monsters in the entire Nanjiang City right now. There is no lack of ghost soldier level ghosts and monsters. Our people acted while we were on the road. But it's not enough. Ritao continued to speak, his face and expression not looking good. This was evident from the moment they walked in the door. Every single one of them had a stony expression on their faces. Don't even think about it. It's definitely hit a rough patch. Don't worry. I've already sent a summoning order to the Tianjidao headquarters, and the members of Tianjidao are on their way over. The old Taoist took a deep breath and continued to speak. I've also asked for help from Bureau 749 headquarters, and it's impossible to completely solve the problem over here with just a few of us. Ritao followed suit and narrated this back and forth. Listening to Zhou Changhai and also Goldman Sachs were completely stunned. So the problem they encountered in Nanjing City was this big? Not only is it a broken record, but you have to keep asking for help while you're at it. Although Li Tao had said that they should not worry, the state had taken over and would surely be able to solve the problem. But there is still some uneasiness in my heart as I listen to what they are telling me. What can we do? Zhou Changhai was the first to react, and he looked at Li Tao to inquire. That's exactly what I'm going to tell you next. Upon hearing the question, Li Tao nodded and continued to speak. I'm going to need your local department to cooperate with our operation and all personnel to follow our commands. In addition, strictly control the network public opinion. The spiritual events must not be spread out, must be kept secret. As for the content that has been released to the network, immediately shielded, to dispel rumors. Now, I need you to take me to the quad that's been demolished, and I need to make sure of one thing. What? Exactly. Can't be revealed just yet. Chapter 13, What's there to be afraid of? Li Tao narrates very quickly. Order after order was given, and Zhou Changhai and the others didn't dare to slack off. Shouldn't have asked and didn't ask much. It's not something they can handle anymore, and professionalism should be left to the professionals. They just need to do what they're told. Soon after, all the things that Li Tao had narrated were also laid out one after the other. In that case, let's go over to the quad now. The order was laid out, and the old Taoist urged. There's the crux of the matter. Now that all of the lich ghosts have been dispersed to various places in Nanjing City, if what Jiang Yun said is true, under that quadrangle of his, there were those stern ghosts suppressed, and now because the quadrangle was demolished, the stern ghosts all ran out. Then, first, go to the quadrangle to investigate and learn about the place where the severe ghosts were suppressed, and probably get a clear picture of what level these ghosts and monsters were. Okay, the car is ready to go now. The police commissioner, who had also become a beatnik by this point, heard the old Taoist priest's words and hurriedly stepped forward to say. The crowd nodded, went out, and headed straight for the quadrangle. That, I would like to inquire, these ghosts and monsters, can they really be completely solved? In the car, out of fear, Goldman Sachs followed. After all, it was better to follow a master than to stay alone in the police station. The old Taoist priest he sat next to himself, wincing, inquired, Humph, but they're all just sneaks. Since they all already know the identity, there's no harm in telling you. The old Taoist priest sniffed and grunted lightly. Old Tao belongs to the Heavenly Master's School of Righteousness. All over the country, not to mention the hundreds of ghosts and monsters that I have apprehended. 90 of them are there. The so-called ghosts and monsters are nothing more than the grievances created by some people after their deaths. And through the grievances, the ghosts and monsters catalyze some objects or create some things that ordinary people cannot understand, and lead people into their traps, thus harming their lives. And to subdue the stern ghosts, all one needs to do is to forcibly break up their grievances. Theirs will be eternal, and the ghosts and monsters will be settled once and for all. Tianchidao was founded 1,000 years ago, and has existed since the Han Dynasty. And now, although it is not as grand as before, it has the support of the state and Bureau 749, and its power has grown quite a bit in recent years. This little friend, I see that the 3 fires on your shoulder have been missing one. Last night must have been haunted by ghosts and monsters, but please rest assured that this is not a big problem. When we solve the problem of Nanjing City, the old Taoist will surely look for this lost one of your fires back. The old Taoist priest stroked his beard and said without haste, these things that were simply unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people were as simple as eating and drinking water in his mouth. These words are tantamount to also giving both Zhou Changhai and Goldman Sachs, who are sitting in the front row, a shot of tranquilizer. Tianchi Zhang and Tianchidao's strength are extraordinary. With him and Tianchidao's intervention, Nanjing City will definitely be safe and sound. You can rest assured of that. Furthermore, the state will not allow paranormal events to exist all the time, even if, with everything it has, the state will do its best to guarantee the safety of the people. Li Tao followed up with a comment. The feeling of security he gave with these words was even more powerful. What he represents. It's the country. Right. The state won't let the paranormal incident go unchecked. The state has stepped in. What else can't be solved? In this way, Zhou Changhai and also Goldman Sachs completely at ease. He can doubt everything, but he won't doubt the country. There is no need for the state to joke with them about such things. Thinking of this, Zhou Changhai's entire being was instantly relaxed. He had only done what he should have done. Nanjing City Police Station was not too far from the location of the quadrangle. A few minutes later, the group had quickly arrived at the location to be arrived at. What a dense ghostly aura. It's actually all reached the point where it's visible to the naked eye. It seems that what the Jiang Yun said was indeed good. This place has definitely suppressed a considerable number of ghosts and monsters. Just as soon as they got off the bus, Tianchi Zhang and Li Tao frowned. The two glanced at each other, both seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. This place, it's quite something. A place of great evil. I'm afraid there are still ghosts and monsters in this place that haven't left. You three stay here first and remember not to step into the front. Tianchi Zhang sued, turning to Zhou Changhai and the others. Before their eyes again, it had long since ceased to be a messy open space. Rather, after a night of fermentation, the vacant lot, which had originally been nothing but a pile of construction debris, was now completely covered by an aura of black gas. What was going on in there was not at all clear. The long gathering of that black gas was still not broken, and it was also connected to that black cloud in the sky. From a distance, heaven and earth seemed to be connected. No, we're definitely not going that way. Zhou Changhai and the others shook their heads repeatedly. Regarding this situation now, there was no need for Tianchi Zhang to say anything else. Just by looking at it like this, he could already see the problem. Especially, now that they've also established that there are ghosts and such in this world. That's even more reason not to go inside. Wouldn't an ordinary person go inside and go straight to their death? Well, Captain Lai, let's go in first and explore the situation. Hearing the reply, Tianchi Zhang didn't say much and shifted his sight to Li Tao on the side and said. The latter sniffed, nodded, and as if by magic, a firearm suddenly appeared in his hand. However, this firearm was again different from the normal ones, very clearly showing that it had been specially modified. And Zhang Tianchi is even more direct. After standing in place and chanting for a while, his hand is even more directly out of a wooden sword. As for the other people the two of them had come from, they likewise, in an instant, had their respective exclusive weapons in their hands. This scene, watching the Zhou Chang and also the Gao Sheng people froze. Is this the power of the state? Could it be cultivation? Seeing this, several people became even more excited in their hearts. They seem to have discovered some secrets of this world. Everyone be careful. This place isn't as menacing as the deep-sea monument we went to last time. All be on your toes. Clutching his firearm, Li Tao turned back to some of the team members and Tianchi Dao personnel behind him. The words fell, and after exchanging a glance with Tianchi Zhang, the two of them didn't open their mouths, but only nodded. He then took the lead and walked towards the middle of that black fog. Seeing this, the other team members and others behind him also acted collectively, following closely behind without a word. In this way, the paranormal events in our Nanjiang city can be completely solved. Just now you guys saw it. All of their all out of thin air just changed into weapons. Once everyone was inside, Goldman was the first to speak up excitedly. It's definitely something ordinary people can't do. All he could understand was that these were cultivators who had only appeared in web novels. Naturally, I saw it. Indeed. And I really didn't think that the country would have such an organization. Zhou Changhai looked at their departing back for a long time, cannot help themselves. The heart is again set off a wave of shock. Chapter 14, My Locker Moved. After learning that the state took over the handling of the paranormal, Zhou Changhai and the others all showed a hint of relaxation. Even if there really are ghosts and monsters, so what? The state has stepped in. The district ghosts and monsters. What else can they do? The one who has to be the happiest is Goldman Sachs, who is no longer afraid. Especially after hearing that Tianchi Zhang would personally solve his troubles for him. He was relieved, and his entire body was much more relaxed. Zhang Yun is nothing. As arrogant as he is, can he still be as powerful as the country? The crowd looked at each other with a slight smile on their faces. In the end, just a small Zhang Yun was still completely insufficient to make any waves. The power of the state is something he can't imagine at all. Zhang Yun can have the ability to suppress the Li ghosts, and in front of the state, the experts are even more like clouds. Solving this little problem of his is a breeze. Zhou Changhai also nodded. No longer afraid. Imagine how a single person can be compared to the power of an entire nation. Not to mention the fact that China has a large landmass and a large population. And the country has collected masters. Even if there are not hundreds of thousands, there are as many as 10,000 people. Just a small country alone. As long as the country will pay attention to these kinds of issues and set up relevant departments, our not individuals can go to match. It's just that. Just now, looking at the expressions on the faces of Tianchi Zhang and that comrade from Bureau 749, the problem on our side seems to be a bit tricky. At this point, the police commissioner, who had been acting as a chauffeur and playing second fiddle, spoke up. He still couldn't keep his cool. After all, there could be paranormal events happening right in front of his eyes right now. How can this be put down? So what if it's tricky? Is it hard for you to believe that Zhang Yun will be stronger than the state power? Goldman Sachs grunted coldly and continued. Your worries are, well, completely superfluous. When the words fell, he stopped paying attention to that police commissioner and continued to communicate with Zhou Changhai. However, after exchanging words for a while, Zhou Changhai's brows slowly furrowed. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something important? Zhou Changhai frowned and thought carefully for a long time. but still did not come up with a result. He looked around. A large area where most people, even in the city center, had chosen to stay home for the day due to the revival of the ghostly aura. It was empty, like a ghost town. Those cars, where did they come from? Doesn't seem like a local license plate? Finally, Zhou Changhai's eyes rested on a large open space nearby where dozens of cars were parked. Each of these cars are not low. The first one is a super sports car, especially conspicuous. Just now, their attention had been focused on the ghostly aura in front of them and Tianshi Zhang and the others, and they had not noticed it at all. There were so many cars parked where no one would have dared to go near. Suffered. As soon as Zhou Changhai mentioned this, the police commissioner on one side immediately called out, "That big anchor. He said he was going to come to Nanjing City to broadcast a fake paranormal event, and now it seems that he's arrived over here even earlier than us, and moreover, he's even gone inside." The police commissioner's memory opened at once to this matter, which had been reported by his men at the police station. Only then, everyone's focus would be on reporting on the state. Now that they finally reacted, all three of them were shaken. A few hours ago, it might have seemed like nothing, but now, it has been confirmed that there are ghosts and monsters here, and the comrade from the 749th Bureau has also emphasized that paranormal events must not be spread to the internet. Zhou Changhai captured the point. His face changed violently, and his entire body was directly staggered in place. Now, they weren't just worried about the safety of that big anchor, they were worried. He went in with the live feed on. There are ghosts and monsters in there, and this wave of counterfeiting is only going to get more and more real. Quickly, contact the comrades of the relevant departments and immediately cut off his live broadcast. Zhou Changhai hurriedly shouted. I'm afraid it's too late. They seem to have run into some trouble already. At this time, Gao Sheng took his cell phone and handed it to Zhou Changhai and opened his mouth. Zhou Changhai's face changed again, directly snatched the phone. Hey, guys, it's just this little place. There's nothing to be afraid of. I have a feeling that black fog or whatever it is a special kind of smoke bomb. It's very easy to do. At this time, inside the black fog, General Rain, true to his art, held up his cell phone, followed by a large group of people, and wandered around calmly. So far, he's the one with the smile on his face. Anchor bullpen. This damn you also dare to go straight in. I just look at it already feel very scary. 66,666. 1,000 words are in my heart. General Rain is really bold. There's definitely something wrong with this place. I'd better advise you again. Hurry up and get out. Knowing that there are ghosts in the mountains, I still walk towards the mountains. Big brother, from now on you are my big brother. I won't even hold up the wall to hold you up. It's kind of creepy watching it live. And you're still acting like it's nothing. It's awesome. My mom asked me why I was on my knees watching the live stream. The pop-ups inside the live room slid very fast. The audience watched as General Rain remained calm now. Not only calm themselves first. This place is plain to see that something is wrong but General Rain also favored just sticking it right in there. You guys are just too chicken. What could be wrong with this? Where are the ghosts and monsters? Here is just a little bit of black fog or something, as well as still a little bit of cold. The rest of it is no problem at all. General Rain smiled. Still unconcerned, he continued to walk deeper, spitting as he went. I say those demolition teams are not serious at all. Didn't they say that the whole quadrangle has been demolished? Just take a look at it you guys. It's called demolished. It's not like nothing has been demolished. A very complete courtyard appeared before General Rain's eyes. One door and one window, very well preserved. There are no signs of demolition visible at all. When General Rain saw this, he said with disdain, brothers, the fake has succeeded. The quadrangle has not been dismantled, let alone any ghosts and monsters. It's all for show know it. He shrugged and continued walking inside. The gate to the quadrangle wasn't locked and opened right up with a push. He stepped inside, his attention all but captured by the sight before him, but he completely failed to notice that the live broadcast room, at this time, boiled over directly after he aimed the camera at the quadrangle. Anchor run. It's still too late. This is definitely a haunted mansion. I watched the live broadcast with my own eyes yesterday. The courtyard was demolished with nothing left. I wipe. This is a fake. This is to scare me. I watched a fake live broadcast yesterday? I watched the courtyard that was torn down, and then restored as before? What's the situation? This quadrangle has definitely been demolished. How come? Is there any no brother out to explain? Understand brother are slipping. My cabinet moved. I also do not play. This nymphet's in addition to the haunted mansion. I cannot think of any other explanation at all. Anchor danger. Chapter 15, Brother save me. The quad. Back as good as new again? At this time, beyond that black fog, Zhou Changhai and the others looked at the images transmitted back from the live broadcast, their eyes staring up to their maximum, their faces full of unbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gao Shang was the first to speak out, but he was the one who personally directed the workers to demolish the quadrangle yesterday. So possible to have such a weird time. Then, it just might be a haunted mansion. The police commissioner swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a horrified expression on his face, overnight, those ghosts, they rebuilt the house all over again? The question, once again, arises. The duo, too, were once again scared. The abilities of these ghosts and monsters were a bit anticlimactic. What to be afraid of? There's a country out there. Nothing can go wrong. In the end, it was Zhou Changhai who took the lead in stabilizing his emotions. He glared at the duo. Ri Tao and also Zhang Tiancher had gone in, and out couldn't be a big problem. Now it would be better to think about how to solve those opinions on the internet. Zhou Changhai frowned. For the situation inside, he is not worried. The only worry is the network on the public opinion to the back. I'm afraid it will be bad management. His two sentences also brought Goldman Sachs and the police commissioner back to reality. The two pondered the meeting and then thought about it. Lai Tao and Zhang Tiancher both went in, so there's absolutely no problem. It's just public opinion. It's going to be hard to control. Continue to watch the live stream for now, and also on the side of the relevant departments. Grab a contact and cut off the live stream as soon as possible. Zhou Changhai commanded in the face of danger. After the words fell, attention returned to the top of the broadcast. Hiss. In here, it's even colder. At this moment, General Rain had also stepped inside the quadrangle with both feet. A whole chilly wind blew toward him, and he felt a chill even more so when he wasn't wearing a few clothes. Inside the quadrangle, it was empty of anything. There were no anomalies. After observing for a while, General Rain shouted to the people of the Rain family army behind him. Brothers, all come in. There's nothing inside. It's safe. All around. Silence. There was no sound whatsoever. So quiet that General Rain could even hear his own heartbeat. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The imagined voice did not appear. Where is everyone? Why aren't they answering me? General Rain felt that he had lost face, and a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. At that moment, he turned and cursed. Just when he turns around, a whole team that was still voluminous had all disappeared. People, all gone. All of his Rain family's army has disappeared, and it's still silently all gone. For a moment, an inexplicable uneasiness surged into General Rain's heart. Holy, no, it's not really haunted, is it? His eyes widened, his previous calmness instantly disappearing, replaced by a wave of panic. Guys, talk back to me if you can hear me. General Rain was in disarray and began to shout, but what answered him was still a silence. It's haunted. People have all disappeared. My Nima, should it be so sudden? The Rain family army came with 20 to 30 people this time, and all of them have disappeared? Chow, hurry to call the police. This Nima is going to kill people. Tell you don't go. Hurry up and go. Still don't listen. Now something happened, right? Report it to the police. It's ing haunted. What's a detective to do? Get a Taoist priest. It's over. General Rain is going to fall. Inside the live room, the pop-ups were also noisy. No one can accept this. Live 20 or 30 people disappeared directly without saying a word. Which puts who? Will feel shivering it. The Waterboys panicked vocally. Came to see you live to take away the fear. Not here to add to the fear. Is this called real counterfeiting offline? The more this ing fight goes on, the more real it gets. I'm not playing anymore. What the hell is this? Brothers, save me. At this point, General Rain's hands were tied. He began to walk around, trying to exit from the quad. However, he found that the entrance of the gate that had been pushed open was as if an invisible force had been blocking him, making it impossible for him to go out at all. Scared. Now really scared. Who the hell knew there were real ghosts? He was crushed, and the whole man was abashed on the spot with tears falling from his eyes. Dabbing traffic rubbed off on the ghost. Now, well, retribution has really come, and one is directly targeted by a ghost. This wave is a straight-up mind blow-up. Big brother. Suddenly, a child's voice rang in General Rain's ears. It was this voice that directly made General Rain jump in fear. Holy guys, I'm ing done. There's a ghost. There's a ing ghost. He's coming for my life. The cell phone screen shook as General Rain looked like a frightened monkey, making all sorts of random moves and jumping up and down. Don't come and hurt me. He was chanting under his breath, and in the heat of the moment, he even wet his pants. But none of that matters. What matters is, it's good to stay alive. Only, What General Rain didn't expect was that with all the various kung fu he had used, that childish voice, surprisingly, sounded again once more, and it was accompanied by one burst of laughter after another. The laughter seemed to penetrate the brain and hit the soul. OMG. Ghosts. General Rain was even more frightened by this laughter, and at that moment, he directly did not care about what was live or not. Throwing down his cell phone, he clutched his head and fled frantically, and the live feed has finally smoothed out. The audience, finally, was able to get a good look at what was going on in there. The quad is very large but very clean. General Rain was just jumping up and down in this courtyard, looking very funny, but not a single voice of derision came from the water boys when they saw it. It was only because, behind General Rain, a child had actually appeared. The child's cheeks were painted with 2 red dots, and his face was frighteningly pale. To top it off, the kid wasn't walking by and was floating straight up. The kid just floated and floated and floated after General Rain, and while floating, he was still clapping his hands. Laughter echoed throughout the broadcast. Haunted mansions, ghost children. Who else can laugh in this situation? The only reaction that can be made is fear. There really was a ghost, and this ghost, moreover, was seen by tens of thousands of people inside the live broadcast. Ezen, your destination has been reached. Is there anything else you need help with? At this point, Nanjiang Municipal Airport. Due to the haunting incident, the entire city of Nanjing was almost closed to traffic. But it was under these circumstances that an international private jet, hard by connections, landed. At this time, on this international private jet, Jiang Yun slowly walked down the airplane stairs with sunglasses and an immense, incomparable suitcase in his hand. Hearing the words of the short-statured man next to him, Jiang Yun stopped at the large tarmac, removed his sunglasses, and gave him a very kind smile. I'm a bit heavy with this suitcase. Why don't you help me carry it? How about it? Chapter 16 will take her back to her mother's house. Ahem. This, Yi-san. Anything but this. The short man let out a cough upon hearing Jiang Yun's words. A look of fear appeared on the entire face. The others. Then there is none. Seeing this, Jiang Yun shrugged and said. The latter was embarrassed for a moment and could only continue to lead Jiang Yun in the direction of the exit. The result was that after just a few steps, the short man's brow furrowed. Jiang sang, the ghostly aura of your Nanjing city is so thick. There's definitely a great evil in this place. He frowned at the beginning, his glazed eyes looking around. Vigilance was instantly drawn to its highest level. On the contrary, Jiang Yun was relaxed. Can it not be dense? My ancestral home was demolished. The suppressed ghosts all ran out. It's only strange if it's not dense. Jiang Yun bristled, not caring. I don't know exactly what the situation is now, but from what I have seen and felt, the situation in Nanjing City is not optimistic. The ghostly atmosphere means that the problem is not solved at all. All of these severe ghosts are running out from underneath Jiang Sang's house? The small man immediately looked shocked. His eyes widened with incredulity. Worthy of our country specially invited to cooperate with the Chinese master. This kind of rich ghost chi, at least has thousands of severe ghosts. These before this even all were suppressed by Jiang Sang. In my case, admiration. After the words, the small man bent down and bowed directly. Jiang Yun didn't show anything. The one who sent him back to his home country was one of the Sakura group of the Spoke Islands. And this Sakura group is the Spoke Island country in the previous years only formally established, used to deal with the Spoke Island country within the territory of the paranormal events of the special department. This time, Jiang Yun traveled to the Spoke Island kingdom and subdued Gamako, who was known as one of the ghost kings of the Spoke Island kingdom. It was naturally impossible for the Sakura group not to notice. It could be said that Jiang Yun's arrival this time was to deal with a rather tricky and big problem for them. So naturally, they had to classify Jiang Yun as a sitting VIP, utilizing special relationships, directly chartered a private jet, and overnight called for someone to bring Gamma Coconut to escort Jiang Yun back to Huaxia. There wasn't any point of stopping along the way, for fear that Jiang Yun wouldn't be able to suppress Gamma Coconut and let this Ghost King run out again, wreaking havoc on the irradiated island masses. And Jiang Yun ran without bringing back his head. Gamma Coconut can be called one of the Spoke Island Ghost King. The strength is naturally quite extraordinary. They want to bring her back to China. Properly trained, will be able to be used for their own great use. Thought of this, Jiang Yun is also the night directly packed with the Gamma Coconut on the run to the country, for fear that the Cherry Blossom group of people will backtrack. Well, Ezen, this is as far as I can send you. Bowing up, that Sakura group raised their heads, ready to bid farewell to Jiang Yun. Jiang Sang, you have solved a big problem for our Spoke Island nation. From now on, you will always be the honored guest of our Spoke Island nation. Whenever you want to come, you are very welcome anytime. In addition, we Spoke Island country another Ghost King Sadako, Also still hope that next time Jiangsang can go out to assist, we will certainly have heavy thanks. The man from the Sakura group looked serious and narrated word for word. That attitude, you could say it was quite sincere. And when Jiang Yun saw this, a smile appeared on his face and he nodded. Don't worry, I'll definitely come back later, and next time I have time, I'll bring Gamma back to her mother's house to visit her family. Saying that, Jiang Yun also patted the large box in his hand. No. It was such an action that directly scared that Sakura group's person into a blossom, no longer able to maintain calmness, and hastily waved their hands to refuse. You can do it yourself too. It's best for Gamma to let her stay in China. When Jiang Yun heard this, he also immediately shook his head. That's not going to work. Gakko will get homesick after being away from home for so long. I'll definitely have to take her back to visit her mother's family. No. The Sakura group was directly frightened and didn't know how to speak. Thank goodness it was so hard to send a ghost king away. How could one possibly hope for her to come back again? In the face of Jiang Yun's serious expression, he was a bit overwhelmed and hurriedly emphasized a few sentences. Never bring Gamma Coconut to Fukushima and then flee. And as Jiang Yun watched their backs as they left, a hint of disdain passed over his face. What a mouthful of Spoke Islanders who have had a nice little life. Spitting out a sentence, pulling the suitcase with the gamelan, Jiang Yun slowly walked towards the exit. After leaving the station, his attention was directly brought to the current situation in Nanjing City. The ghostly aura that filled the sky seemed extremely depressing. Plus the whole airport is pretty much in disarray. Probably because there is a haunting. Countless people want to rush to escape from here and go out for shelter. All these people were blocked at the entrance and exit of the station. And it was such a chaotic mess that no one even noticed Jiang Yun when he came out of the side door. But that's good. It saves a lot of work. Grip. Brother Jiang. You're back. I smelled you from a long way away. And rushed over without stopping to pick up the dust for you. Left the airport and didn't go more than a few steps. In a shadowy place, a shaking head of a little kid suddenly came out. The brat was playing with a small knife in his hand and rushed at Jiang Yun, revealing a row of white teeth. Hey, Brother Jiang. You went out to play wild this time, all brought back what came. Quickly let me see. You this time if you do not bring will be some good things out. Can be a big loss? Our family are gone. The little ghost hemmed and hawed, put away his knife, and arrived in front of Jiang Yun in an instant, followed by crawling directly onto Jiang Yun without saying a word. Peel your pockets left and right to see what's going on, and your right side to see what's going on with your sleeves. Obviously, his mouth was shouting out Jiang Brother Jiang, but from his behavior, there was no fear at all. Pop. For this situation, Jiang Yun directly rewarded him with a big mouth. The kid was slapped straight to the ground. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** at the brat. He. I'm just too excited after running out. How depressing it is to stay in that yard every day. The kid was beaten, but still not angry, still smiling. When Jiang Yun heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. This little kid was one of the 10,000 stern ghosts that had been suppressed from his ancestral home. Moreover, it was also the first stern ghost that Jiang Yun had subdued and suppressed after crossing over and awakening the system. This meant something special to Jiang Yun. Although this little brat used to be suppressed under the ancestral home, after a series of Jiang Yun's conditioning, he would occasionally release him. It was used entirely as a servant who cleaned the quadrangle for him. What made Jiang Yun a bit surprised was that he didn't expect that. After his ancestral home had been demolished and the suppression array had been broken, this little brat would still be able to find himself at the first opportunity after he returned to China. Chapter 17, Those Who Understand. Brother Jiang, what are you carrying in this box? Walking home, the little kid jumped up and asked like Jiang Yun, eyes rolling fast. Attention was on the large box. Jiang Yun didn't answer in the face of his question. Instead, he asked him another question. What's going on over here now? Have all the other ghosts run away? Or what? The more he walked towards the old quadrangle place, the more Jiang Yun could feel a chill. Looking up, the huge cloud of dark clouds in the sky was naturally noticed. Ghost Chi has been visible to the naked eye. Visible this time the release of the number of severe ghosts. Only to be afraid of getting it wrong. It is easy to cause a big disaster. Jiang Yun didn't care. He didn't put it there himself anyway. Now one is merely curious. If he really wanted him to clean up this mess, he wasn't that interested. The other ghosts saw. Most of the ghosts were caught back by Sister Ghost Bride and Old Chin too. They said that even though the formation is broken, but everyone is already dead, it's better to endanger one side less. But still, quite a few other ghosts have slipped out. Ah yes, old Zhang, the security guard, has also run away. We don't have a security guard anymore, the little brat said truthfully. Jiang Yun wasn't surprised to hear these words and simply nodded. The ghost bride and old Chin too were the same as this little kid, and they were all relatively special beings here in Jiangyun. All of them were severe ghosts that had been tempered by themselves, being ghosts, but with a hint of humanity. It's just that what humanity is needed in this case is better than no humanity at all. Doing it right, but doing it wrong. Jiangyun commented on the situation over here. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Jiang, you're talking nonsense here. The kid sniffed, thought for half a second, shook his head and spat out a sentence. How are those words still conflicting? This you do not have to care about, waste no nonsense. Anyway, those who understand understand. Those who do not understand I do not want to explain. After all, I know myself on the line. You just savor it. Jiangyun still didn't make an explanation, leaving a sentence for his brat to enlighten himself. The brat was stumped in place, his mind still really echoing the words Jiangyun had said. It took a while to snap my fingers and figure it out. I get it. Jian, you're still stranded here farting. Who are you calling a fart? Jiangyun snapped to a halt, his eyes looking straight at the brat. On this day, the brat remembered the time when he was dominated by Jiangyun before. No. Anyway, it's not my brother Jiang who is talking about it. My brother Jiang is handsome and dashing. How could he possibly fart right? The kid smiled curtly, hypocrisy written all over his face. Jiangyun lazily ignored it, pulling the box and continuing to walk. By the way, brother Jiang, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Our people are all in the courtyard ruins right now, and when I came over just now, I saw quite a number of people with breaths that looked a lot like yours. It didn't feel like a good fight. And I heard them say something about Bureau 749 Tianchideo or something like that, and I spoke to old Chin too. I guess this time, the other brats are inside playing with those guys. Yes. There's another one called what's his name? General Rain. I went to scare him too, but he's so timid. He pissed his pants in less than 2 strokes. It's no fun at all. The little ghost said as he reared up to follow Jiangyun. In his hand, he suddenly turned the knife out again and played with it in his hand. The 749th Bureau and Tianchideo generals are out? Jiangyun flinched when he heard this. It seems that this 749th Bureau is the domestic authority. As for this Tianchideo, Jiangyun guessed the most likely civil organization. Only, according to what the brat said, it was more or less incomprehensible for the titular general to be scared out of his pants. Is that general just an ordinary general? Jiangyun was a bit puzzled and muttered. But this can also be seen. The top for this matter is still quite important. But the importance of a little off. Ordinary guns and cannons are useless against ghosts and monsters. Even if you send an army, send a general, that won't help. Now there's only that Bureau 749 and Tianchideo left, and I don't know how strong they are. This was the first time Jiangyun knew about the power and organization of the state to deal with paranormal events. There's one thing to be said for kinda looking forward to their wonderful expressions. Ding! System update complete. Right at this moment, in the middle of his mind, the system that had been silent for a long time because of the update suddenly made a sound. Jiangyun was delighted and hastily focused on the system. Ding! This update solves the bug of not being able to suppress ghosts and adds a new feature. The system mission is ready. Please open the system mall after the host completes the first mission. Main quest, please ask the host to find a plant within 24 hours. If you want to reform the severe ghosts, you need a suitable site. Come on, find a suitable site where you can temper the ghosts and monsters to your heart's content. A series of voices rang out in the middle of his mind. Jiangyun focused all his attention here. Hearing it was a blur. After the update, the system you play is getting more and more perverted, right? What do you mean by tempering? Can't you say some civilized vocabulary? The corners of Jiangyun's mouth twitched, but with a clear mission, Jiangyun was energized. Although it was not known exactly what would be inside this system mall, but based on those props given before the update, Jiangyun guessed how it wouldn't be too bad, and it was perfectly fine to rush. And so, he patted the brat. Don't stare. Go. Follow me to fetch the ghost bride and old Chin 2 back. Let's find a new home. Kid, A new home? And don't the other ghosts have to come along? Mind the hammer. Let them handle it themselves. Jiangyun quickened his pace. It's not like they put it out themselves. And trying to get yourself taken care of when things go wrong. Think what you want. Mr. Jian, please wait. However, just after Jiangyun had taken a few steps, several detective officers appeared in front of him. Right, there were at least a dozen detective officers, and all of them were heavily armed with firearms in their hands, even aiming at Jiangyun en masse. The first thing the little devil did when he saw the scene was to just bolt. Leaving Jiangyun alone, he was staggered directly in place, with a dozen guns pressed against his head. Mr. Jiangyun, please come with us. Without giving Jiangyun a chance to react, the detective leading the charge spoke directly, and that tone of voice, it was completely unrefusable. You guys, is this how you invite people? After several seconds, Jang Yun reacted and asked a question that hit his soul. Cut the crap. You're suspected of endangering the people of Nanjiang City. You'd better please come with us. We know that you can do a little bit of something we can't understand, but you better think before you do it. Whether it's our bullets that are faster, or your abilities that are stronger. Chapter 18. So, then what? What? You guys brought Jiang Yun to the police station? Did he do it? No, and was very cooperative? Okay, make sure you guys keep an eye on him. We'll be right back. Quadrangle Ruins. The police commissioner put away his cell phone and turned his head to Zhou Changhai. Jiang Yun has returned home and is now being taken to the police station by our men. We are. With that, he shifted his gaze in front of the black mist in front of him. Inside, General Rain's live feed has been cut off, but the footage of his ghost encounter was broadcast out live on the entire internet. And most critically, right now he's in there and hasn't come out, alive or dead. Li Tao and Zhang Tianchi also went in for a period of time. So far, there is still no news at all. Go back first and interrogate Jiang Yun. Zhou Changhai quickly made a decision after thinking for a while. It's not hard to think about. General Rain had purely brought about his own death, and even if they wanted to save him, they didn't have the skills to do so. Whether he lived or died, it would only depend on his luck if he could meet Li Tao and Zhang Tianchi and the others inside. If you don't meet them, you'll be waiting for a corpse. And there's not always a body left behind. After all, that was a ghost he had encountered. Who knows where he'll end up? If he went back to interrogate Jiang Yun now, he might even be able to ask something and find some breakthroughs. After deciding, the group had the police commissioner stay over and wait for Li Tao and the others to come out. Zhou Changhai and also Gao Shang got in the car and went back one step ahead. A few minutes later, Nanjiang City Police Station. Interrogation room. Jiang Yun sat in the regret chair, and the detective didn't handcuff him. The box that was brought back was set aside. Sitting across from Jiang Yun was a detective who specialized in interrogation. After briefly asking for identifying information, the interrogation was cut to the chase. We need a cut-and-write number of how many ghosts and monsters have been subdued under that quadrangle? The interrogator asked. I'm not sure. How many generations? I'd estimate almost 10,000 of them? No. There should be 100,000 of them. It's quite a lot anyway. Jiang Yun thought about it and crossed his legs full of concern. Put your legs down. This is an interrogation. Answer my questions seriously. Seeing him like this, the interrogator pounded on the table, his tone rising a few notches higher. Well, what are you yelling at me for? You guys put it out. It's none of my business. It's good enough that I can tell you what I know. Please hurry up. I still have things to go back to deal with it. Delayed. I am in a bad mood. May call some people to find you to ask for compensation to go. Jiang Yun's face changed. So arrogant before the accident. Still so arrogant after the accident. Then wouldn't the ghosts you suppressed be released for nothing? Who gave you the nerve to talk like that? Jiang Yun looked at the interrogator in front of him with interest. You're not afraid of a ghost knocking on your door at night, are you? You, obviously. That interrogator was indeed startled by Jiang Yun's two sentences again. Especially the latter one. Call some people for a statement. What can Jiang Yun call someone? They had checked out Jiang Yun's entire family long before the interrogation. His parents died in an accident 3 years ago. Even fewer friends. Then again, based on those things last night, one could think with one's toes about what Jiang Yun would bring with him. What else but ghosts and goblins? The interrogator winced at the thought. No one wants to be targeted by that writing. Let me do it. At that moment, Zhou Changhai's voice came out of the interrogator's earphone. This was able to relieve him and exit the interrogation room. Immediately after the replacement, there was Zhou Changhai and the duo of Gao Shang. Zhou Changhai was cold and frowning. Gao Shang was still staring at Jiang Yun very cautiously. After last night, he was truly scared of Jiang Yun. Who knows what else he is capable of, that is unknown. It never occurred to me that an ordinary person around me would have the ability to deal with ghosts and order them around. Get everyone else out of there. Plus the surveillance is off. Zhou Changhai entered the room, glanced at Jiang Yun, and then said to a nearby detective officer who was taking notes. The latter revealed a hint of surprise and took out his handcuffs. Ready to go cuff Jiang Yun. No need to cuff him. He'll have powers that you guys won't be able to use even if you cuff him. Zhou Changhai stopped him. The detective officer flinched again, but didn't say anything more, nodding before turning off the surveillance and exiting the interrogation room. Ergo, Zhou Changhai was sitting in front of Jiang Yun. Well, can you come and talk to me now? Let me introduce myself to you first. My name is Zhou Changhai, and your quadrangle. I'm the one who ordered the demolition. Zhou Changhai opened his mouth and said, worthy of being a leader. The way of speaking, very different. When Jiang Yun heard this, he was also happy. Good man. This is really not afraid of getting beaten up. So that means you were there when I talked to him on the phone yesterday? Jiang Yun put his eyes on Goldman Sachs. Zhou Changhai nodded and didn't deny it. And even that call was something Zhou Changhai had asked Goldman Sachs to make. Then you deserve it. I've told you that there's a ghost under the courtyard. You guys are still demolishing it. You're really something. Jiang Yun gave him a thumbs up. Such a transformation had caught Zhou Changhai off guard. It's not as imagined. It's not quite the same. The reason Zhou Changhai was able to remain calm was that behind him, there was still the power of the state. So he was absolutely confident when it came to facing Jiang Yun. On his return, he had already thought about how he would go about communicating with Jiang Yun. As arrogant as he was, could he still compare to the state? It's all been revealed on purpose. Your house is what I'm tearing down. And not only are you not mad, you give me a thumbs up? Ahem. You do realize that our country has a department that deals with paranormal events. Zhou Changhai coughed to ease the embarrassment and directly moved the 749th Bureau out. Those ghosts and monsters of yours, with the state out of the way, won't be able to be arrogant for long, and soon the problems in Nanjiang City will be solved. It doesn't matter if you don't say exactly how many ghosts and goblins there are. It doesn't matter. The result is the same. Don't think that you're the only capable person in the country. The state has long noticed all this and formed the relevant departments. Any more severe ghosts would be futile in front of the state apparatus. When Zhou Changhai said this, there was a hint of a smile on his face. He stared at Jiang Yun. He wanted to tell Jiang Yun that his arrogant capital was nothing. The latter was obviously flabbergasted even after hearing those words, and frowned. Seeing Jiang Yun like this, Zhou Changhai's heart had an indescribable pleasure. That's the effect to be had. But who knows? In the next second, Jiang Yun raised his head and inquired. So, then what? I've been thinking about this for half a day and I still haven't figured out why you're telling me this. As well as, what the hell do you want by bringing me over here? Or was that just to tell me that? Chapter 19, You Packed the Ghost? Inside the interrogation room, the atmosphere turned a little weird all of a sudden. Jiang Yun frowned, looking at the latter with a puzzled expression. And Zhou Changhai froze after hearing Jiang Yun's words. For a moment, he suddenly had a desire to vomit blood conflict. What do you mean then? Zhou Changhai thought to himself that he had made himself very clear. What he wanted to tell Jiang Yun was that his proud capital was worthless in his own eyes. As a result, Jiang Yun unexpectedly didn't care. It gave him the feeling that his fist was hitting cotton. Alright, I'm too lazy to listen to your nagging. If you have any questions, just ask them. I have a bunch of things waiting to be taken care of. Jiang Yun changed his sitting position, not wanting any more nonsense. The system quest is out, and it's still time limited. If we go over time, who's going to get the compensation? You. Don't be too arrogant. Don't think we can't do anything about those ghosts and monsters. Let me tell you. You know that the state has relevant departments, but you still suppress those ghosts and monsters privately without reporting them to the state. You are having the idea of wanting to jeopardize the safety and security of the people of Nanjiang City. Your behavior is no different than hiding a weapon in your home. This is breaking the law. Knowing the law. When Zhou Changhai saw this, he became a bit angry. Before this again, he wouldn't even look at Jiang Yun with a straight eye. If it wasn't for the issue of ghosts and monsters, what capital could he have to be able to sit here and communicate with himself? How to throw such a big pot to me? You just said the country has the relevant departments. That is not on the line. Let the relevant departments to deal with it on the line. But also looking for me to do what? Jiang Yun shrugged. Since this point was mentioned again, he was ready to come in deeper and talk to Zhou Changhai. Before the phone inside I have spoken very clearly. Let you do not demolish. Do not look for me when things go wrong. That is your own. Do not listen to persuasion. I can have what to do. Furthermore, do you think these ghosts and monsters were produced or hatched by me? If it weren't for the fact that several generations of our family have been suppressing the severe ghosts and protecting the city of Nanjiang, Nanjiang City would have fallen long ago. You're here with me now pretending that the state has a relevant department to deal with all this. It's fine. I don't have a problem with it. It's what they should have done in the first place. If you guys have a way, you have a way. Those ghosts and monsters released have nothing to do with me anymore. You can do whatever you like. And if you say so, don't look for me anymore. This was a point that Jiang Yun was quite upset about. Himself, plus the generations of his ancestors, have been catching ghosts and monsters for generations to protect the peace of the party. At the end of the day, the suppressed ghosts ran out because of your own mistakes, and now you're coming after yourselves for accountability. What's the point of having a face? It's good enough that after subduing so many ghosts and monsters they didn't come after you for payment. Good for you. Now you're coming after your own accountability. Who gave you that face? Jiang Yun's attitude has hardened. And it doesn't matter if he brings himself to the police station without being told. But it's not going to work when you pull such a big hatchet. You Zhou Changhai was speechless for a moment, wide-eyed and unsure of how to speak. Even so, you should report it to the state and let the state deal with those ghosts. What Jiang Yun said was not unreasonable, but it did not serve as a reason for him not to report to the state. Also I know that there is a relevant department. If you hadn't torn down my quadrangle, I really didn't know there was this relevant department. If I knew that, I would have reported it to the state long ago, but if you say so, I don't want to turn it in. Why should I report it to the state? Why? Why should I report it to the state? Why should I? I caught the ghost myself, and I still have to turn it in? Jiang Yun laughed. He felt that what Zhou Changhai had spoken was a bit funny. You can consult with me, but you can't order me directly. I am not your subordinate. Why should I be ordered by you? Ah yes, since how you want me to turn it in, I do have a ghostly creature. Just in case you don't dare to take it. Halfway through his speech, Jiang Yun's gaze went to one side of the box he had brought back, and he smiled meaningfully. Want to turn in ghosts and goblins? That's fine. I'm just afraid you won't dare to take it. There are ghosts and monsters to turn in? At the mention of this, Zhou Changhai flinched. Subconsciously, he looked towards Jiang Yun's line of sight. It seems to be something Jiang Yun brought back from abroad. In there, Zhou Changhai asked tentatively. Ghosts and monsters, brought back from abroad, pure Eastern things, spoke the island's ghost king. Their side of the authorities would not dare to want, cannot beat, so let to bring back here. Jiang Yun spoke gently. On the other hand, Zhou Changhai's eyes widened on the spot. You brought a foreign ghost back home? It's also placed inside the interrogation room. At that moment, Zhou Changhai was like a rat that had seen a cat, brushing up from his chair and taking several steps back, recalling the manner in which he had just spoken. He couldn't help but let a drop of cold sweat trickle down from his forehead. Surprisingly, he himself was dancing right on the tip of the knife. Although he didn't know what Jiang Yun meant by Ghost King, he understood the latter half of that sentence very well. That was a ghost and monster that the Spokes Island authorities didn't even dare to ask for and couldn't fight. But it was actually brought back to this side by Jiang Yun. How strong does that strength have to be? If he upset Jiang Yun in one small way, and he were to release that ghost, wouldn't he be killed on the spot? What? Is that what you're afraid of? Jiang Yun laughed when he saw this look on his face. Look at you. You guys wouldn't dare to take it. So fine. You're done. It's my turn to talk, right? Jiang Yun also stood up now and came to the box containing the gamelan. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. First of all is what we talked about just now. You said, our family has been catching so many ghosts and monsters in Nanjiang City for generations. It's not too much for me to ask for some payment now, right? Then again, surely it's not appropriate for me to live on the street when you've torn down my fourplex and I'm now homeless? After saying that, Jiang Yun revealed a meaningful smile as he looked at Zhou Changhai. You're in, you're out. It's not that simple. Zhou Changhai also seemed to understand what Jiang Yun wanted to do. His gaze kept moving back and forth between Jiang Yun and the large box. Now, if I say no, he's gonna shut the door on me. Will he shut the door and let the ghosts out on the spot? At this moment, Zhou Changhai must admit that he was a bit regretful. An ordinary himself, what qualifications could he have to negotiate an interrogation in the face of Jiang Yun? I should have known that I would have waited until Li Tao and Tianchi Zhang came out from amongst the black mist and then come back together. You name it, as long as you don't let the damn thing out. Zhou Changhai had scruples. There were already so many ghosts and monsters roaming around outside right now. Another ghost king? Wouldn't that be a direct declaration of the fall of Nanjiang City? After all, that's a Oni that the entire nation of Spoke Island couldn't defeat. Chapter 20, tell me again. That's quite a catch. Don't worry, the box is secure. She can't get out without my permission. Jiang Yun kicked the large box with his foot and said with a smile. Zhou Changhai's eyebrows jumped as he watched this scene, fearing that a ghost or monster would come out from inside the box in the next second. Okay, I won't tease you. In advance, I've told you all I know. And then to subdue the night ghost. It's not my obligation. Don't take moral abduction to kidnap me. In response to this matter, I won't make another move. Secondly, when it comes to compensation, I don't want much. Jiang Yun felt it was still necessary to make things clear. He thought for a moment before continuing to speak. First, I have a place to live, which can't be too small and the location can't be too far from the city center. Secondly, I need a plant, and this needs to be arranged as soon as possible, preferably by this evening. The plant must be large enough, at least, almost 700 or 800 square feet, and the plant is the same, not too far from the city, and not too far from where I live. The rest seems to be nothing. For the time being, all in all, for you guys this deal is a sure thing. Just as my quadrangle of demolition, you directly converted into fixed assets to me on the line. After all, The previous demolition money was directly negotiated to more than $100 million. And now that they want these things, no matter how expensive they are, it is unlikely that they will be $100 million. For Zhou Changhai and the others, a solid deal. Of course, for Jiang Yun himself, he still felt it was a bit of a shame. That quad has been around for hundreds of years, and I never thought it would fold in my own hands. This is the ancestral home, after all. However, since it has already been demolished and there is no way to rebuild it, it would be better to ask for compensation. Just as well, one needs and wants these now. What? You still want the plant? What do you need a factory building for? Your house was originally demolished by illegal construction. How can you still have demolition money? At most, you can only arrange for a place to live. When Zhou Changhai heard these words, he didn't turn a corner for a moment and vetoed them outright. What the hell? When Jiang Yun heard this, he was happy. Say that again? No demolition money? No compensation? He blinked. If you say that, I've got something to say, haha. Inside the interrogation room, there was silence once again. A hush. Zhou Changhai also seemed to realize that he had spoken wrongly. Listen, I came today to inform you that it is because you have forcibly demolished my quadrangle, so it is reasonable to come to me to ask for compensation. Jiang Yun reopened his mouth. He himself is here to discuss with you? When you demolished my courtyard, why didn't you think to discuss it? That sounds familiar. As Zhou Changhai listened, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I came today to inform you. That's a phrase that's all too familiar. Isn't that what Jiang Yun was called about yesterday before the demolition work started? Now it was good that it had been turned around by Jiang Yun and used on his own body. The main thing was, one couldn't refute it now. Jiang Yun's stance was simply a threat. A naked threat. Forced by the pressure, Zhou Changhai had to agree, and immediately asked Goldman Sachs, who had already been scared into a ball and hid on the side, to do it. After this guy heard that there were ghosts and monsters inside the box, he cowered on the spot, not daring to speak a word. Hearing that there is a chance to go out, the head does not even bring back, fleeing as if to leave this place of wrongdoing. Okay, I can almost get out, right? You guys have my phone number anyway. Just text me the address when the house and plant are arranged. Remember, the plant can't be too late. I'm in a hurry. Jiang Yun lifted the case and walked to the door of the interrogation room with big strides. During this time, Zhou Changhai did not have any intention of stopping him. Mainly, and only if he had the guts to block it. Ghosts knew just how strong Jiang Yun was, to be able to stuff a ghost or a monster that a country couldn't even deal with inside a box and bring it to China. Could this be something a normal human could do? Moreover, Zhou Changhai desperately wanted Jiang Yun to hurry up and take that damn thing away. Staying at the police station all the time. That thing is a ticking time bomb. And hell knows if that case of his is sturdy. Anyway, the rest waited until Ri Tao and Tianchi Zhang returned. Now that he's alone, he'll let him off the hook for now. With this in mind, Zhou Changhai opened the door and promised that he would definitely be able to find the plant before tonight. Jiang Yun was very satisfied with this and smiled as he nodded towards him. A very pleasant trip to the police station. Finally, the plague is gone. Watching Jiang Yun's back as he left, Zhou Changhai was able to breathe a sigh of relief, as if he was relieved. Turning his head, he found the man in charge who was now presiding over the big picture of the police department and sloped his mouth directly. Who told you to bring him straight to the police station? Wouldn't you have questioned him before you brought him here? Wouldn't you have checked? Can his things just be brought to the police station? Zhou Changhai cracked his mouth. Without the box containing the ghosts and monsters, he might have been able to chat a few more lines of condescension, but bringing that thing over here is not secure in any way. An interrogation, my ass. He only wished that he could hurry up and send out this plague god. Jiang Yun, isn't this your order? As soon as Jiang Yun returns home, bring him back for interrogation. The police detective squad leader didn't know what was going on inside, but heard Zhou Changhai's ragged, very aggravated reply. Previously, but you guys have been urging all the time that Jiang Yun is very dangerous, and that he should be brought back for interrogation at the first opportunity after he returns to the country. In order to capture Jiang Yun and bring him back to the police station smoothly, he had spent a lot of preparation. In the end, how come you still have to take a beating? Did I say those things? Zhou Changhai flinched and frowned, thinking carefully. It seems like something like that was actually said. Forget it, get the car ready right away and take me over to the quad. Not continuing to delve deeper into this issue, Zhou Changhai waved his hand. Still want to go over to the quadrangle to have a look. It's been so long. Lai Tao and Tianchi Zhang should have come out already, right? It would be better to rush over early and talk to Ri Tao about what he had learned so far. Just leave the rest to the professionals. As for Jiang Yun, Zhou Changhai thought for a moment and continued to open his mouth to the detective and explained. Jiang Yun still needs to be watched. Remember, He's still very dangerous and extremely dangerous. You guys mustn't scare the snakes. Just send some brothers with better hands to just keep an eye on him secretly. As long as he has any abnormalities, just contact us directly. Don't act on your own. Zhou Changhai gave an explanation. And there was another sentence that he didn't say. Because this was no longer something that ordinary people like himself could touch. But not to pay attention. Ghosts know that Zhang Yun and will make what moths. So, after further thought, he opened his mouth. When you guys are on stakeout, pay special attention to that big suitcase he brought back today. In there could be something extremely scary. As soon as Zhang Yun opens that box, contact us as well. Chapter 21, What's on your mind? I have to say that at this particular moment, those people up there are really fast at what they do. Not long after coming out of the police station, Zhang Yun received a call from Goldman Sachs. It says that the plant has been found, but the house will have to wait a little longer. But it will definitely be found before this evening. Zhang Yun didn't say much. As long as he could put himself in place, that was fine. Time wasn't even a big deal. Following the address given by Goldman Sachs, Zhang Yun took a cab and arrived at the location of the plant. The location is not too remote and close to downtown. And from the looks of it, it was very new. Not at all the kind of whatever randomly found a shabby abandoned plant to fool Zhang Yun. It seems that last night's 100 Ghosts night walk gave them a good scare. This plant, under normal circumstances at least to spend a few tens of millions of dollars to take it. Zhang Yun turned around and was quite satisfied with the plant. Putting down the large box containing the gamelan, he decided to submit the system quest first. Ding! Detected that the host has searched for a suitable plant. Main task 1 is complete, and rewards are being handed out. Congratulations to the host for obtaining redemption points *1000. Birthday suit making drawing *1. Sewing machine *10. Ding! System prompt. The mall has been opened. The host can use the points in the mall to exchange for any goods. Note, points can be earned by completing system tasks. New mission is opening. The system mission is ready. Please check it in time for the host. In his head, a series of system voices rang out. Zhang Yun was flabbergasted. Presently, he went and opened the system backpack, and the rewards obtained by the party were lying peacefully in here. Points and whatnot for now. Zhang Yun's gaze was drawn to the two behind him. Drawings for birthday suits, and sewing machines? He was a bit bewildered. This situation, really want to let himself open the factory is not? And this factory, making such weird? System, extract the birthday suit drawing and sewing machine. Ding! Extracting. Extraction complete. As the system's voice rang out, in front of his eyes, 10 more sewing machines appeared among the originally empty plant. And in the center of his mind, there were some more methods of making birthday clothes. Even the system was very generous with some fabric. LV1 life jacket, consumable item. An ordinary person wearing this life jacket will be able to withstand one attack by a ghost soldier or a ghost of the following rank. Accompanying this is a description of the function of the life jacket produced. And it was this description that caused Zhang Yun to instantly generate some interest. Originally, I thought it was just ordinary life clothes, but it turned out that I didn't expect it to have the effect of resisting the attacks of ghosts and monsters. Then this birthday suit. It's not too much to say that it's a magic treasure. It's just a shame that it's a consumable item. A life jacket can only withstand one attack, but if I wore more of them, wouldn't I be invincible? Zhang Yun thought in his mind and seemed to have seen a business opportunity. This thing is worthy of the system's output. On the current situation in Nanjiang City, their own strike while the iron is hot. Take out these life jacket as sale. Is not directly rich. Not bad. Not bad. Let's see what's inside the mall next. Zhang Yun was still very satisfied with this reward, and after accepting it, he opened the system mall. After all, he still had 1,000 points in his hand right now. Go ahead and watch the wave and maybe redeem some more items. Ding! The system mall is open. With a soft sound, a translucent panel that only he could see appeared in front of Zhang Yun. On this translucent panel, a bunch of items are listed. It's just like the GameStop. Zhang Yun roughly skimmed through it. To summarize, this mall is open, but not fully open. Most of the products in it are all grayed out, so you can't see specific information, only the price of the product. And those prices, moving directly thousands of thousands, directly that 1,000 points of points is completely insufficient. At the top of the list and what he was currently able to redeem, prices aren't bad either, with the cheapest starting at 100. Merchandise is also for fabric, needle and thread, etc., etc. For making birthday suits, if you want to create a life jacket that can withstand the attacks of ghosts and monsters, you can only do so by exchanging the fabrics in the mall. Those ordinary fabrics out there can't do this kind of work. Zhang Yun could understand. After all, clothes that could allow an ordinary person to withstand the attacks of ghosts and monsters, could that be a simple contraption? Without hesitation, Jiang Yun exchanged all 1,000 points into the fabric and needle and thread needed to make the birthday suit. After all, other things could not be exchanged with his current points, and it was even more pointless to save points at this stage. Why don't we redeem the fabrics earlier, get the factory started earlier, and make a killing while the haunted fever is still alive in Nanjiang City? The last one. That would be the new mission. Right. Let me see what the new mission is. Closing the mall interface. Jiang Yun's attention shifted to the new quest. It's better to get rich first as soon as possible. More points so that you can redeem some more valuable things in the mall. Ding. Main mission 2, please host to name your factory and finish fulfilling the order to sell 1,000 pieces of life jackets. Set up your brand. Fire the first shot of your brand, and let those ghosts and monsters officially enter into the fear of labor reform. A hero's opinion. After listening to the system mission, the corners of Jiang Yun's mouth rose slightly. It's exactly what one thinks. If you don't get rich at this point, when will you wait for it to come? With the factory set up and raw materials in place, it was time to get started. Grip it. Brother Jiang, how did you get here? While Jiang Yun was still conceptualizing his business empire, the kid's familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. On the road when encountered the police detective. Fortunately the old man would a batch of early bugger. Otherwise must eat a few peanuts. Brother Jiang, you were taken by them. Did not have anything happened? The little ghost's figure suddenly appeared, looking up and down at Jiang Yun with a smirk on his face. By the way, while you were taken away by the detectives, I called Sister Ghost Bride and Old Chin 2 over as well. Just as the little ghost's words fell, a red figure slowly appeared behind him. A ghostly bride in a red wedding dress with a red cloth over her head. Beside the ghost bride, an old man wearing this black mangled robe and still had long hair also slowly revealed himself. These two are really the ghost brides mentioned by the little ghosts, as well as there is also the Old Chin 2. It was the right-hand man that Jiang Yun had trained to manage the other ghosts and monsters that were being suppressed before the quadrangle was dismantled. Seeing the three comers, Jiang Yun's gaze twitched slightly. Isn't that just what you think comes to you? Chapter 22, Dead Scumbag Shall Not Die. Husband, you're finally back. Slave misses you so much. Inside the plant, the ghost bride saw Jiang Yun and slowly floated to him. She took the initiative to lift the red cover, and a stunningly beautiful face was reflected in front of Jiang Yun. Accompanying this, there was the ghost bride's flawless and slender right hand, gently caressing Jiang Yun's face, plus her whiny voice was seductive. The only thing that was beautiful about that was the strangulation mark on the neck. If not for the fact that she was a ghost, Jiang Yun even thought that with the posture of a ghost bride, she would definitely be able to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. It's just a shame that ghost brides are so last century, because the family forced her to marry. She was unwilling to marry that old man, who was more than a generation older than herself, as a concubine. So he hanged himself on his wedding night and eventually became a ghost, killing his entire family before being subdued and suppressed by his own old ancestor. Back? How was the harvest this time? And compared to the mellow quirkiness of the kid and the flirtatiousness of the ghost bride, Old Chin 2 was more like a housekeeper in this big family. Jiang Yun had already forgotten how Old Chin 2 was subdued and suppressed by his own old ancestor at what point. I also forgot what era Old Chin 2 was from, how he died, and what his status was, but from his clothes and demeanor, he revealed a kingly aura. Old Chin 2, definitely not simple. This was also the reason why Jiang Yun had chosen Old Chin 2 when selecting his right-hand man earlier. Well, it was okay, and this trip to the Spoke Islands brought back a new companion for everyone. In the face of Old Chin 2's inquiry and the Ghost Bride's initiative, Jiang Yun smiled faintly and nodded. He took the Ghost Bride's hand and gently embraced hers into his arms, answering Old Chin 2's question. That's okay, it's just a shame we couldn't stopping the demolition of the quad as a result. Old Chin 2 nodded and sighed softly. After so many years of establishment, it is hard not to feel a bit sorry for the quadrangle to be demolished now. No harm done. Demolish it, don't blame you guys. It's just that those ordinary people in Nanjiang City are suffering. Once the courtyard is demolished, all the suppressed ghosts and monsters will run out. 100 ghosts will walk at night, and eventually people will be killed. Jiang Yun concurred, but it wasn't his own fault. I suppose Dagger has told you all about my attitude? Little Knife was the name Jiang Yun had given to the knife-playing brat. This guy because in school with a butterfly knife to perform flower work for classmates. The results of the performance did not perform well. An accident turned into a hand in front of classmates staged a hand I kill my own. A few days after becoming an unjust spirit, even before it started harming people, it was discovered by Jiang Yun and used as the first object of practice after crossing over, easily subduing and suppressing it. Originally, Jiang Yun had wanted to throw the small knife directly under the formation. Nay, this little kid was so big and small that Jiang Yun found it quite interesting and gave him a direct stay. He. Then I must speak. What Brother Jiang says. I must convey it word for word. The little knife sat down on the crate that contained the gamelan and played with the knife with a grin on his face. Husband, originally I wanted all those ghosts to gather to wait for you to come back. But since you've said that it's their own sins, I don't care. The ghost bride was embraced into Jiang Yun's arms and said with a flirtatious face that she was obedient to Jiang Yun. You've got the right attitude. You have to be ruthless to achieve great things. Old Qin too also cast an approving glance. It is Zhou Changhai and their own sins. The old Qin head and the ghost bride has already helped them to control the situation for one night, did not make a human life. Now that the state has taken over as well, the rest is straight up for them to deal with on their own. This is a mess that Jiang Yun doesn't want to be in charge of. Alright, since everyone understands my attitude, I won't say too much. In short, the quadrangle has now become our past. And what we want to welcome now is a whole new future. Jiang Yun sniffed and let go of the ghost bride in his arms, coming straight to the center of the plant. What about later? This plant is our brand new home base. And in order for everyone to continue to survive in this city in the future, we're going to move towards commercialization as well. I'll name this place as Brother John's Clothing Factory. In the future, new ghosts and monsters, instead of suppressing and sealing them, will all be arranged to come here to step on sewing machines. You're all old men following me. In the future, when our factory gets bigger, you'll be the managers of Zhang's garment factory. Jiang Yun's tone was agitated, and his entire body was exuberant to the extreme. It's a new beginning and a whole new track, as long as you do a good job. A million luxury cars, lake view villas that are not a dream. What he had to do now, that was to teach old Qin too, the ghost bride and little knife, the method of making birthday clothes in his mind. Just start with them and start making birthday suits straight away and ship like crazy. With publicity in place, there will be no worries at all about not selling. By the way, there's a new partner I haven't introduced you to. Wait, I'll put her out right now. The uplifting speech over, Jiang Yun suddenly thought again of the gamelan he had just brought back from the Spoke Island Kingdom. Without caring what the expressions of the ghost bride, old Qin too and little knife were like, Jiang Yun came directly to the large box. A slap first sends the small knife sitting on top of the box to the floor, followed by a wave of live unboxing. Goo, brother Jiang, go easy on me even though I'm a ghost and it doesn't hurt when you hit me. I'll be sad, too. Slapped to the ground. Knives looked depressed. Standing up and patting the dust on his body, he continued with a smile. And, brother Jiang, what's a sewing machine? Is it fun? Where did you get that pretty girl? Brother Jiang? When he was only halfway through his sentence, he saw Jiang Yun directly lifting Gamma Coconut out from inside the box. Immediately, he was filled with excitement and set his eyes straight on Gamma Coconut. On the other hand, on Gamma's side, she was crumbling inside, bound and still stuffed inside the box for hours. As the Ghost King, Gamma Coconut had already greeted Jiang Yun's entire family for 18 generations in her heart. What's more critical, that dead scumbag said something about bringing himself to China for labor reform before he boxed and packed himself up, which is simply unforgivable. Now that she had seen the light of day again, Gamma Coconut didn't even think about it and just opened her mouth and cursed. Dead scum! You shall not die. When I break free, I'll break you into pieces. Gamma Coconut's growling voice resounded throughout the plant as she bobbed her head, her full attention on Jiang Yun. The voice that tore at her heart was enough to see that she meant it. But things are often so unexpected. The scene that Gamma Coconut had imagined that Jiang Yun might dislike himself back or teach him a lesson after he had ranted didn't appear. The entire plant, on the contrary, turned rather quiet. The slightly eerie atmosphere made Gamma feel a hint of bad vibes. Re-examining his surroundings, he realized that he was now in an unfamiliar environment. Jiang Yun, this is, what has he brought himself to? Also, why is there still a little kid staring straight at him and drooling? Chapter 23, You call her sweetie? The silence was broken by a small knife. He let out a strangled yelp as his eyes deadened on Gamera. This was followed by a series of laughs. No, brother Jiang, did I hear you right? This is going to break you into pieces? Let me laugh, let me laugh. Ghost bride's sister, old Qin too, did you hear that? The pussy there is going to kill Jiang. Dagger retrieved his mouthful of saliva, and the whole thing perked right up. The staggers looked up and down around the gamelan. His hearty laugh, and the staggering look of the man, at once gave Gamako the whole won't. What is this? You're our new partner from now on? At that moment, behind Gamma Coconut, a grim female voice slowly entered the ears as well. Along with that, there was a chilly wind blowing directly in the middle of the plant. Immediately after that, a red figure brushed down in front of Gamera's eyes. It's the Ghost Bride. He glared, his face expressionless, at the dead-eyed Gamete. The look in his eyes was a clear indication that he was going to clean himself up. Who are you again? Gamera's insides trembled fiercely. and a look of horror appeared on her face. She was carried in Jiang Yun's hand, cautiously looking at the ghost bride. As a fellow ghost, she could feel very clearly that the aura on the ghost bride was not too much weaker than her own. Even if it didn't have the strength of a ghost king, it was still quite close. It seems that the ghosts you brought back from the outside this time are quite strong. At that moment, Old Qin Tu also came from the back, swept a glance, and published a bit of attitude. Old Qin Tu put his hands behind his back and showed an affirmative expression towards Jiang Yun. But the appearance of Old Qin Tu was even more direct, causing Gamma Coconut to feel a great fear, because she simply couldn't see through Old Qin Tu's strength. Moreover, this person's aura inexplicably gave him a breathless feeling. Brushing it off, Gakko's expression was as if she had seen a ghost. No, I'm a ghost myself. That's okay. So, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. Can you say it again? Jiang Yun saw the ghost bride as well as Old Qin's head coming, and also looked at Gamma Coconut with interest. In the Spoke Islands, isolated on his own, he might even have some scruples, but when it comes to your home base, are you still afraid of you? He looked over at Gakkai with a hint of a smirk. Try saying that again if you dare. I'll be merciful if I don't make you step on your sewing machine until it smokes. This, I didn't say anything just now. You must have misheard me. Gamma Coconut instantly wimped out, terrified. Beside Jiang Yun, an odd little ghost, on the left and right, a ghost bride whose strength was about equal to his own, and an Old Qin Tu whose strength he couldn't even see through. What is all this dragon's den? What kind of person was this Jiang Yun that he could make so many characters with such heaven-defying strengths follow with? And most importantly, is this, or is it a Spoke Island? Or, is this the Hellborn prison? Don't want revenge? Don't want to break me into pieces? Seeing that Gamako was wimpy, Jiang Yun placed hers on the ground, and loosened his restraints. Directly. Anyway, with the ghost bride and Old Qin Tu around, I'm sure Gamma Coconut wouldn't dare to run. Besides, this was China, so even if Gamma Coconut ran, there was no place to go. After the ropes were untied by Jiang Yun, Gamma Coconut felt a bondage that had been missing for a long time. Also, that long-lost power, the ability to do it yourself. It's back again. But Gakkai didn't dare to do anything rash anymore and looked around in horror. It was only after more than a century of cultivation in the Spoke Island country itself that he was finally able to become a Ghost King level before he had the guts to strut around the territory of the Spoke Island country. But after meeting Jiang Yun, it was one strange thing after another. First, Jiang Yun himself was of unfathomable strength, and was able to maneuver around himself for so long in his own territory without a single injury. Then there was the rope that bound her, which was able to isolate her strength and abilities. Such treasures were simply unheard of for her. And then finally now, Jiang Yun had two more powerful ghosts and monsters by his side. What the is this all about? Gamma Coconut's mind was a little broken. At this moment, that would still be thinking about the face of any ghost king. Facing Jiang Yun's inquiry, she could only respond with a bitter face. No, I'm still your sweetie pie. Right, there was actually one more thing that Gamera hadn't said. If you want to resist, then I have to dare. First obey Jiang Yun and curry favor with a wave of people, and when we get out, there will be plenty of opportunities for revenge. What Gamma Coconut had imagined, that Jiang Yun might message, didn't happen. Instead, the aura on the ghost bride beside Jiang Yun got even stronger, and gusts of ghastly wind struck again, blowing her red dress all over the sky. She unfolded her arms and glared angrily at Gamma Coconut. You called her sweetie now? The ghost bride's gaze, with a brush, shifted back to Jiang Yun, and that tone, it was as if she was being accountable. Jiang Yun? No, big sister, why are you talking about sweetie pie? Don't you see the ghost bride right next to you? Husband, didn't you say that you only love me? Going out and having a new love, is that it? At once, the tears of the ghostly bride spoke. She cried, No, that's not all about catching ghosts. Jiang Yun suddenly felt bad. What is all this? He glared at Gamma, not giving himself nothing to worry about. Gamma Coconut saw Jiang Yun with some anger. Then suddenly it was a little whole won't again. Isn't that what you called me back in Spoke Island? It's none of my business. I get it. You just don't love me anymore. You even told me before that sweetie was your exclusive name for me. Now in order to catch ghosts, this is given to someone else, is it? I get it. I was overthinking it. The ghost bride didn't care what Jiang Yun said. Suddenly, the cloudy wind dissipated down. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and silently stepped aside. Jiang Yun. No. It's just a name. What's the point? Mud. It's you. For goodness sake. Shouting what sweetie? Jiang Yun had a bit of a headache and glared at Gamma Coconut. Cut the crap. Can this be happening? They're all on their own. And they're still making such a conflict. How bad? As punishment, starting today, you're going straight to work, and you're not allowed to rest until the sewing machine is smoking. Dagger, you come here too. Mud, you learn to step on the sewing machine too, and keep an eye on her at the same time. If the sewing machine doesn't smoke, I'll hold you responsible. Jang Yun rubbed his temples. A hand lifted up Knives, who was still eating and watching along with Gamako. Without further ado, the two of them were held down directly in front of the sewing machine. It was originally intended to be taught flexibly. Flexible teaching is gone. Straight to violence. Chapter 24, The Ghost Bride Engages in Targeting. No, Brother Jiang. It's none of my business. I'm just an eater and a watcher. The little knife held down in front of the sewing machine looked innocent. That expression was so close to writing the word aggrieved on his face. It's so hard to see Jiang Yun and the ghost bride quarreling and eating a melon. How can you eat yourself in? Pedal. On a sewing machine? Gamma was also confused. She hadn't even figured out what exactly Jiang Yun had abducted her to until now. But looking at the way things were now, in all likelihood, he was no longer in the country of Fukushima now, and had been directly brought to China by Jiang Yun. Gamma Coco didn't even react yet, coming up and trying to make herself labor again. It's labor reform? She looked incredulous. Brother, are you for real? Thought you were kidding when you said labor reform. So you really brought yourself to China to dismantle a sewing machine? You let the Ghost King step on the sewing machine. To be so exaggerated. I may not be human, but you are a real dog. Gamma roared inwardly, but Jiang Yun acted as if he hadn't heard the two of them resist at all, directly picking up a pile of fabrics from the side and throwing them in front of them. Cut the crap and follow suit. John's garment factory doesn't keep idle hands. Jiang Yun's tone brooked no refusal. No, Brother Jiang, but I'm still underage. You're employing child labor. Report. I want to report you for employing child labor. Dagger looked at the fabric piled up in front of him, his eyes full of horror. I'm still underage. Don't mess with me. What? You want an underage like you? Underage is good. Work fast. If you want to report it, go ahead and report it. You just watch them hitch a ride and be done with it. Jiang Yun looked at Little Knife with a hint of threat. You're a ghost. What's the point of reporting it? After saying that, Jiang Yun also let out that one after another jia laughter. Little Knife. He was instantly silent. Ha ha, in that case, I'll come and learn too. Old Chin too, who had been watching the scene from the side, laughed and walked over as well. After finding a sewing machine, he sat down and watched Jiang Yun's instructional teaching. Look at Old Chin. How good this realization is. Really, when will you grow up and let me save my heart? Seeing this, Jiang Yun first nodded at Old Chin too, then very skillfully jerked towards the little knife's head. There was a loud pop. Dagger followed the commission. I become a ghost. Where can I grow up? Want to cry. How wronged all this. Did not see anything, but still have to be arrested to do hard labor. Dare to be angry. Well, follow along, all of you. It's easy as pie. And by this time tomorrow, I want to see at least 100 finished birthday suits from each of you. Jiang Yun, also more nonsense, sat down, directly began to follow the drawing style in his mind, began to teach. The dressmaker really wasn't that difficult, and within a few minutes, even Dagger, the skinny little brat, had picked it up. As for the gamelan, I don't want to do it either. I'm the king of ghosts. Can I do this errand? You can get laughed at by the other brats when you tell them. But, how's that? Did you learn okay? Old man, my learning ability seems to be okay. I've already learned it. Old Chin too, who was sitting next to Gamma Coconut, inquired about her with a smile. Ha, not bad, not bad. Gamma Coconut squeezed out a smile worse than a cry at the Old Chin too and pedaled frantically. With this stance, did she have a choice? Oh, that's fine then. Since you're over here, follow us well. Don't look at Jiang Yun, who's usually big-headed. He's pretty good to us all. He's a good person. The old turnip head nodded and patted Gakko on the shoulder. Not sure if that was comforting or something else, but what else could Gamma say now? It's no longer an option. Also, Jiang Yun is a good guy? If he were a good person, he wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to abduct himself from the Spoke Island country to Huaxia. I want to learn too. And on the other side, the ghost bride who had just run off to the side to grieve suddenly came back. She shouted at Jiang Yun. The latter froze. Originally, he was thinking that he would first teach Little Knife and the others before going to the ghost bride for a little coaxing. We're all on our own, so we can't afford to fall apart. But I didn't expect the ghost bride to come back on her own. Okay, I'll teach you. Jiang Yun revealed a smile and gave the ghost bride a seat, just to the left of the knife. The ghost bride sat down and glared at Gammy, who was sitting to the right of Knives. The latter felt the gaze and went straight to numbness. Mud. I'm stepping on this sewing machine. What's it to me? You Jiangyun, that dead scum's done sin ah. Thinking about it, Gakko didn't say a word. What else could she do if she couldn't fight? It could only add more speed to the work. As if it was treating that fabric as Jiangyun. Needle after needle was stuck on Jiangyun's body. Zap you to death. You dead scum. Hey sis. You just weren't there. Let me teach you, I'll teach you. On the other side, after seeing the ghost bride sitting down by her side, Little Knife stopped what she was doing with a pleasing smile on her face. No, husband, I want you to teach me by hand. The ghost bride refused outright and turned her head to Jiangyun. The latter froze again, reacting with a glare at the Little Knife. Get to work. Don't try to be lazy. Then he looked over to the ghost bride and smiled. Okay, I'll take it in hand. Little Knife. To not be so sexist. If there is an afterlife, I must be a woman. Jiang, you are too much of a dog. You don't love me anymore. Jiangyun sniffed and immediately got up and came behind Little Knife. What the hell? You still want a beating, don't you? Little Knife, I'll work first or I won't be able to get out tomorrow. When he finished, the action of stepping on the sewing machine quickened. Seeing this, Jiangyun nodded before sitting down and starting to teach the ghost bride by hand. After a few minutes, the ghost bride learned as well, and she finally smiled. Oof, don't get me wrong. I haven't forgiven you yet. I'm happy to have learned another new skill, and I should be able to learn faster than a certain person too, the ghost bride explained to Jiangyun. Jiangyun didn't care anymore. Anyway, he laughed then. Only she said that a certain person. How always feel a kind of grim feeling it. Jiangyun thought so before he could speak himself. This job is too easy. The ghost bride suddenly spoke, and immediately afterward, continued to speak. At this point tomorrow, I can hand over 200 pieces of birthday suits, and Grandpa Chin, as you're getting older, it'll still be 100. The little knives are still small, so just play with them more, and make 100 of them too. The rest of the ghosts, I think they can all do 200 pieces, right? Otherwise we can't even make a profit doing this. Doing business, we need to go for volume. The ghost bride is, you think you're the boss's wife? Jiangyun's eyes widened right then and there. Good lord, 24 hours of 200 pieces of birthday clothes for each person. That's more of a capitalist than yourself. And, there are still ghosts left. Who else could this be? Wouldn't that be Gamako? Chapter 25, The Ghost Emperor Emerges. Compared to Jiangyun's side where pretty much the harem was on fire. At this moment, the Nanjiang City police station became a bit depressing. Lai Tao and also Zhang Tianzhi have returned, and the expressions on both of their faces were quite ugly. As soon as I went in, I could feel a very large number of ghosts and monsters gathering inside, but later on, I don't know what happened, but they all dispersed. Inside a small room, Lai Tao held a phone in his hand and was reporting the situation to the director of Bureau 749. The situation on this side of Nanjiang City is just too weird. It's nothing like the paranormal incidents we've dealt with before. When it came over here in the beginning, it could sense that there weren't many ghosts and monsters running loose in Nanjiang City. More, all gathered at the quadrangle site. That's why they went to the quad first in the first place. One was to learn about the ruins of the quadrangle, as a way to probably guess what level the ghosts and monsters that were previously suppressed here were. Another aspect, he hadn't spoken to Zhou Chanhai and the others before. It's just so weird here. If what Jiang Yun said was true, there used to be 10,000 ghosts and monsters suppressed under the quadrangle, and now that the quadrangle had been dismantled, the ghosts and monsters would surely all scatter around to harm people. But the strange thing is that not a single person was harmed by 100 ghosts throughout the night yesterday. It's as if someone's been behind the scenes reining in these runaway ghosts and goblins. And all of this, again, had changed again since Jiang Yun's return. The big invisible hand suddenly withdrew and all the ghosts and monsters ran out once more. Even as they fought the ghosts and monsters again, some of the team members had already been injured. We now suspect that Jiang Yun was behind all of this. Perhaps he used some special ability we don't understand to manipulate those ghosts and monsters. But right now, we don't have enough evidence to say that those ghosts and monsters can listen to him. Lai Tao frowned and reported word by word. Say what is on your mind, and some of the possibilities. He has the power of action because the demolition of the quadrangle has caused him to take revenge by taking offense. It was as close as he could come to an outcome. And this guess was also the guess that the other party also agreed with when he was communicating with Tianzhi Zhang before. The army should have already arrived in Nanjiang City, right? On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence. Ergo, a question. And the voice on the other end, surprisingly, was still a female voice. And this, the current director of Bureau 749, Su Yori Yim, the top leader of the Chinese Paranormal Incident Handling and Investigation Department, was surprisingly a woman. Here we are. We met before the phone call with you, and between the complexities of Nanjiang City, I've asked most of my people to move first. Li Tao answered truthfully in the face of Su Weiyan's inquiry. The number of people sent down from above this time was not small. Basically, all the psychic forces from several neighboring provinces and cities were sent over. As for the Tianchidao side, at the beginning, Zhang Tianshi had already thought of the worst possible outcome and summoned half of the strength of the entire Tianchidao. A small number of people have now arrived, and the rest of the force, too, will basically all arrive tomorrow. It can be said that Nanjing City is really going to be lively. It had been some years since Li Tao had entered the 749th Bureau, and such a large-scale operation was the first time ever in his memory. But, Li Tao's brows were still furrowed. Su, there's another piece of news that needs to be reported to you. Li Tao pondered for a moment and continued to speak. Say, on the opposite end, Su Weiyan responded in a cold voice. After investigating the ruins, we're over there, and we've detected the aura of a ghost at the Ghost King level. The aura of the Ghost Soldier rank. The number is even the highest ever. Bureau Su. The situation in Nanjing City. It's more complicated than we imagined. We still need support. The words fell. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Ghost King level ghosts and monsters, which was only 10 in the number of ranks in Bureau 749's files. But now, on this side of Nanjing City, not only were there 100 ghosts walking at night, but there were also ghosts and monsters at the level of Ghost King that existed, even though the support that came was numerous. But, because of the presence of the Ghost King, this was still not enough. This was also the reason why Li Tao was still frowning when he came so far. We need the support of the four great families, Lu Tao re-emphasized. He thought of Shanghai Zhou, who was still waiting outside to finish his call. Zhou Shanghai and the others simply didn't know what a terrifying existence they had drawn out due to their actions. They wouldn't understand what a terrifying thing was sealed behind Zhang Yun's back. Riato was aware of it, and he already felt breathless just talking about it. I know. I'll make a decision as soon as possible, and within 3 days, I'll personally bring someone over. In the meantime, Nanjing City, please. On the other end of the phone, Su Weiyan's voice seemed to have some hesitation in it. When Li Tao heard this, his face shifted slightly. 3 days is too long. Su, we need immediate backup. 1 day at the most. We have no idea where that Ghost King is right now. In 3 days' time, the death and injury figures in Nanjing City will definitely reach a horrifying figure. We can wait. But the people of Nanjing City, they can't afford to wait. Riato is still fighting it. He didn't understand Su Weiyan, who was always quick to make decisions on weekdays. In the midst of something as big as the appearance of a Ghost King today, why become hesitant again? The casualties will be exponential over time. But, next, on the other side of the phone, Su Weiyan's voice directly blocked his words. 4 hours ago, a ghost emperor appeared in the west. Su Weiyan's voice was very low, and in the face of Li Tao's questioning, her answer, very brief. Ghost emperor? Li Tao's face suddenly changed, and his breathing became rapid all of a sudden. He was flabbergasted. Everything, instantly, made sense. He finally understood where Su Weiyan's hesitation came from. In Bureau 749, ghosts are divided into 7 levels: ordinary ghosts, stern ghosts, ghost soldiers, ghost generals, ghost kings, ghost emperors, and ghost saints. Usually the most they dealt with was the night ghost and ghost soldier classes. It's a big deal to meet a ghost general on a normal day. This time, Li Tao also thought that the ghosts and monsters here were at most of the ghost soldier rank, and as for the ones that were a bit higher, there might be ghost generals, but the appearance of the Ghost King's aura, this already made him feel the pressure. On a normal day, this is already something that can blow up the 749th Bureau, but hadn't thought about it. It was at such a critical juncture that the Ghost Emperor, who only existed in the records, unexpectedly came out. I will arrange the unification plan as soon as possible. As for the 4 great families, please forgive me for not being able to do anything to arrange them in Nanjing City. The Ghost Emperor coming out is too influential. We need absolute power to hold the Ghost Emperor in check. I'll personally come over after making arrangements on your side, and after resolving the Ghost King, you'll head to the west with me. Su Weiyan's voice was still as icy and cold as ever, but the weight of her words is greater than a mountain. I understand. I'll keep an eye on Jiang Yun first. Also, try to hold Nanjing City. Li Tao understood. Having said that, this was already what Su Weiyan could do, the optimal solution. The Ghost King and the Ghost Emperor came out at the same time. Along with that, there are 100 ghosts that go bump in the night. This world, there's going to be a big shift. Chapter 26, The 4 Families. How about it? What did Bureau Su say? When are the 4 families coming over? Hanging up the phone of Yu Su Weiji, Li Tao walked out of the small room with a gloomy face. When Tianchi Zhang saw him come out, he went up to meet him and inquired. The significance of the Ghost King is just too great. With just the forces that are now arriving and already on their way to Nanjing City, it would be difficult to fully deal with suppressing the Ghost King. It's not looking good. Li Tao originally wanted to directly tell Tianshi Zhang the truth of the matter, but seeing that there were also Zhou Changhai and Gao Sheng present, the words that came to his mouth were swallowed again. The latter seemed to have noticed his hesitation as well and frowned, realizing that this was not the place to talk about things, and remained silent as well. However, Zhou Changhai and Goldman Sachs do not think so anymore. Captain Lai, can I take the liberty of asking? Those four great families, are they very powerful? It can deal with the Ghost King, right? Seeing that Tianshi Zhang as well as Li Tao were not speaking, Gao Sheng inquired with gusto. Although he knew that the situation in Nanjing City was very bad now, but with the country stepping up to the plate, naturally there must be no surprises. The only thing he was afraid of now was facing Jiang Yun himself. As long as Jiang Yun wasn't there, what was the harm in talking and asking more? The four families? Hearing Ri Tao's inquiry, Ri Tao's eyes moved slightly. What I can tell you at the moment is that the four great families are an ancient family in China, with a long heritage and a heritage that can be said to be quite strong, with generations of ancestors taking catching ghosts and monsters and guarding China as the group's motto. Just like Jiang Yun is a bit similar. However, Jiang Yun's family is for a small folk family. It is not comparable to the four great families. The current director of Bureau 749 is one of the four great families' people. Strength is naturally unquestionable. Ri Tao thought about it and briefly introduced it. In his current mood, he naturally had no thoughts of chatting much. With the time, it would be better to have a good chat with Tianshi Zhang more about how to hold on to Nanjing City for 3 days. That's the Ghost King, a rank of ghosts and monsters one has never faced before. The existence of the four great families is even longer than the Heavenly Master's way. As long as they are able to step in and go to the Ghost King, naturally, it won't matter. You guys can rest assured that you can focus on eliminating the influence on the network first, and we'll take care of the rest. Tianshi Zhang also came forward with an explanation. He could tell that Ri Tao had something on his mind right now, and first sidetracked Zhou Changhai as well as Gao Sheng. After all, the Ghostbuster rank meant something, and it was always bad to say it in front of ordinary people. They can be told that there are ghosts and monsters. After all, you can't hide this situation if you want to. No. However, just as the Zhang Tianshi continued to open his mouth to distract Zhou Changhai and the others, his gaze suddenly waited until it was at its maximum, a pair of lingering eyes staring dead at Goldman Sachs. After carefully reviewing what Goldman Sachs said, "How did you know about the Ghost King?" Tianshi Zhang's tone instantly turned harsh. He didn't remember that he or Ri Tao had told them about this Ghost King thing. Even before, when they were at the Quadrangle Ruins, they had merely mentioned the ghost soldiers. From beginning to end, there was about the existence of the Ghost King, but all of it was communicated in the absence of Zhou Changhai and also Gao Sheng. So where did they get the term Ghost King from? On one side, Ri Tao's face suddenly changed when he heard this. Just like Tianshi Zhang, two pairs of eyes, staring dead at Gao Sheng and also Zhou Changhai. Two masters, what's wrong? Being stared at by the duo with such eyes, Gao Sheng's heart tightened even more. Ghost King, will it be powerful? On the one hand, Zhou Changhai is also a little bit confused. There is a hint of bad premonition generated. But, thinking of these two stand behind the country, the heart that was raised, and then put down. After all, it's just a matter of knowing a vocabulary. And it's not like you're eavesdropping and hearing it yourself. Rather, he had heard it squarely from Jiang Yun's side. The thought of it gave him a boost. Since that's the case, I think if the four great families can make a move, it's just the Ghost Kings. It should just be a little bit more difficult to solve. And solving it is definitely possible. Zhou Changhai thought about the answer. Right. So what if that Jiang Yun has a Ghost King in his hand? He can beat a Ghost King. Those four great families are so powerful. Surely they can clean him up too. Goldman Sachs followed suit. There are the four big families, and then there are the 749th Bureau and the Tianshidao. Could he still be afraid of him? A mere Jiang Yun? You guys know that Jiang Yun has the Ghost King in his hands? Nope. What did you guys just say? However, Li Tao and Tianshi Zhang, who heard their words, could not remain calm. They didn't remember that Zhou Changhai and Gao Sheng had gone in to go to the Quadrangle Ruins. How did they know that Jiang Yun was able to suppress the Ghost King? Answer me. What else are you hiding? Ri Tao had an extremely bad premonition, and he, who was already upset, directly relied on roaring out this sentence. With his eagle-like eyes, it seemed that he could send Zhou Changhai and also Gao Sheng to meet the King of Hell on the spot in the next second. This time, Zhou Changhai and his duo also finally realized that things seemed to have gone big. It's nowhere near as simple as one might think. At that moment, he didn't dare to hide it, and hurriedly recounted what happened when Jiang Yun returned to China and then was brought to the police station for interrogation. Don't dare to miss a word. Why didn't you tell me before that you had interrogated him? Why only now? After hearing this news, Li Tao immediately turned a bit headstrong, with anger and direct questioning. This you guys frowned as soon as you came back. Just told a sentence that Jiang Yun returned to the country. You said to wait for you to finish your phone call first to come. There was no chance to say the latter. Gao Shang only felt a bit wronged. Heaven and earth conscience. Things that can threaten their lives. They naturally want to find someone to solve it earlier. But it has to be a chance. You guys. Li Tao was blocked by this sentence and could only blame himself for being too hasty at the time. Never mind. You guys just said that Jiang Yun also brought a ghost king back to China and brought him to the police station? With a wave of his hand, Li Tao didn't want to dwell on this place and continued to ask questions. Right. He said it himself. There is a ghost king inside that box of his. Because the Spoke Island side of that what the paranormal incident handling department dare not want. Let him bring it back to the country. Faced with Li Tao's inquiry, the two of them nodded their heads repeatedly. Spoke Island Ghost King. Hearing these words, the frowns of Li Tao and Tianchi Zhang deepened. The scene turned quiet, and the four men, all of them, didn't dare to speak. After Zhou Changhai and also Gao Shang's reminder, Li Tao then realized that he seemed to have overlooked a problem from beginning to end. Jiang Yun went to the Spoke Islands to collect a ghost, and that ghost is Gamma Coconut. Chapter 27, Secrets Must Be Made Public. Phew. Outside the door of the police station cubicle, all four could hear their respective breaths. The atmosphere was getting a little tense. Among the information reported to the state, we did mention that we called Jiang Yun before demolishing the quadrangle, and he did say that he had fought with Gamma Coconut in the Spoke Island country for a long time. Goldman said bravely. He also remembered that Jiang Yun had indeed said this. Well, now that Jiang Yun is back, doesn't this also make a direct statement? Jiang Yun had already subdued Gamma Coconut and even brought him back to China, to their police station. At the time, one was one box compartment away from death. Gakko, I know. One of the two major ghost kings of the Spoke Island Kingdom. There are only two ghost kings in the entire Spoke Island Kingdom. One is Sadako and the other, Gakko. Gakko's strength is unfathomable. Her abilities are unpredictable. And up until now, the Sakura Group's side hasn't been able to figure out what all of Gakko's abilities are. Now, it's even been brought to China? Li Tao sucked in a breath of cool air on the spot. Both were also departments that dealt with paranormal events for the country. So how could he not know about the Sakura Group? And how would one not understand what is going on over on the Spoke Island? I just didn't realize. One did not pay attention. That originally belonged to the Cherry Blossom Group headache of the Ghost King, but actually came to their own territory. In that case, wouldn't there be two Ghost Kings in Nanjing City? One that was originally suppressed under the quadrangle, and one that Jiang Yun brought back from abroad today. Tianchi Zhang summarized what he knew so far. It's just that it's better if this isn't summarized. He also sucked in a breath of cold air. Ghost soldiers and ghost generals are something he is not really afraid of. A ghost king put his life on the line, but it is not impossible to battle. Although it is hard to say whether he will win or lose, but at least, he can also have the opportunity to fight. But, two ghost kings, Nanjing City is going to. Zhang Tianchi's words didn't go any further. However, Li Tao could understand. In that case, wouldn't Nanjing City just fall? This had never happened before when two ghost kings had appeared in the same place. Zhou Changhai and his duo also realized the seriousness of the problem. However, because of the expressions on Li Tao's and their faces right now, they didn't know how to open their mouths and ask. It seems that this Jiang Yun is a whole lot stronger than we thought. That ghost king that was suppressed in the quadrangle probably wasn't subdued by him. But to be able to subdue Gakkai, just that battle alone, is far more than you or I could ever hope to do. An unprecedented sense of crisis appeared on Tianchi Zhang's aged face. Now, it was very necessary to reposition Jiang Yun's strength again. The two of you, now go immediately to get rid of the influence on the network. In addition, that group of youngsters outside the door, you guys go and take care of it. It can't be delayed any longer. Things are far beyond expectations. Li Tao felt that it was very necessary to recontact Su Weiyan once more to report on the situation here. The Ghost Emperor's appearance can certainly cause an earthquake. But, two Ghost Kings appearing in the same place would not be any less of a threat than the Ghost Emperor. Those youngsters out there? Are those anchors? Hearing Li Tao's words, Zhou Changhai and Gao Shang, even if they are no longer stupid, can also hear and understand that this place is no longer suitable for themselves to stay. The next thing that Li Tao and Tianchi Zhang were going to talk about was going to be absolutely confidential. But upon hearing Li Tao's last words, he still voiced a question. Counting on their good fortune, they still have a breath of life left in them, meeting them just as all those ghosts and monsters ran away and dispersed, leaving them with a life. Li Tao explained. As for the group of workers who disappeared, there's no sign of them yet. so you guys should go back and wait for news. I see. We'll just go ahead and do as you say. The intention to drive people away is already very obvious. After Zhou Qinghai and the others responded with a sentence, they hurriedly left to deal with those subsequent troubles. As for Li Tao, who stayed behind, as well as Tianchi Zhang, both of them coincidentally glanced at each other, and both of them saw a trace of gravity in each other's eyes. The situation is so grim. If the four great families don't make a move, we have no chance of winning. On Bureau Su's side, what exactly is the situation? After the people had all gone away, Tianchi Zhang directly asked out the answer that he had been waiting for in his heart for a long time. A ghost emperor has appeared in the western region. The four great families have rushed over there. Now that there are no more outsiders, Li Tao also did not hide it and directly opened his mouth. What? The ghost emperor has actually appeared? Tianchi Zhang was greatly alarmed. But on our side, we're no less of a threat than the ghost emperor. Li Tao is torn. Manpower, still far from enough. What's wrong with this world? Lately the western side is also unsettled. It has already fallen to some places. Could it be? Is it our side's turn now? Li Tao hammered the table. This sentence, the weight is very sufficient. Revealing the news, can be said to be quite a lot. As for what he was talking about, Tianchi Zhang also understood. Just frowning. Report again. Things always have to be resolved. The secrets of this world are always going to be publicized, too, and we've been keeping them for thousands of years. Hearing this, Li Tao took several deep breaths. He didn't speak again. Instead, they directly took out their cell phones again, and with their actions, told Zhang Tianchi their attitude. Okay, I know. I'll come over this evening at the latest. At this point, Huaxia, the imperial capital, inside a conference room on the top floor of the National Security Service building. The conference room is more than 100 in size and has hundreds of seats, but, still sitting without absence. Among the people who came here for the meeting, there were old, young, and even. There are also some underage faces. The conference room, where such a large group of people had gathered, was quiet as a needle could be heard. Everyone's gazes were all gathered on top of a figure at the very front. Beep dash. With the sound of a phone hanging up from the very front of the conference room reaching the ears of the crowd, a woman with a well-defined face, delicate features, and fair and delicate skin slowly put down the cell phone in her hand. Her fingers relaxed gently, as if she had just been in a long battle. Among the eyes, there was still a shimmering light. Looking a little tired, but still beautiful. The conference room fell into a moment of silence, and no one spoke up to break the heavy atmosphere. Gentlemen, you have heard it all. Finally, the woman at the very front raised her head, scanning around the entire conference room, her eyes deep and bright, as if she could see through everything. We don't have much time left. Suddenly, she was on her feet. I, Su Weiyin, represent Bureau 749 of China. It is officially announced that the most critical time for Huaxia has come. Gentlemen, are you all ready? Chapter 29, Fight for Jiangyun. Inside the conference room, as Su Weiyin's words fell, everyone in the originally silent conference room did not move at all, still remained quiet. The appearance of two ghost kings in Nanjing City can't be ignored, and the discovery of ghost emperors in the western region can't be ignored either. At that moment, someone finally spoke, and, moreover, it was an old man. This person was wearing a dark brown Taoist robe and looked to be in his 50s or 60s. Su family doll. You wouldn't be unaware that at present, whether it's the four great families or the 749 bureau of yours, there's no one who can fight with the Ghost King and Ghost Emperor except for the people who came here for the meeting, right? If we can't focus on attacking the Ghost Emperor, with just us old bones, how long do you think we can hold back? The old man's tone was serious, his expression grave, his eyes that looked like eagles staring at Su Weiyin dead in the face. What Su Weiyin said was really good. The Ghost King and Ghost Emperor appeared on the land of Huaxia at the same time, but any area that was not taken care of properly could affect the security of the entire country. A moment of survival is an understatement. We must be the first to gather everyone to fight the Ghost Emperor with all our might. Otherwise, we have no chance of winning. The Ghost King can be dealt with at any time, but the Ghost Emperor letting him be arrogant will only plague more people. As the head of the Li family, one of the four great families, I don't agree with your plan to fight on two fronts. Li Hu, the patriarch of the Li family, one of the four great families, was the very same old man. My Lu family also disagrees. The last time the Ghost Emperor appeared was already 700 years ago, and before we dealt with the Ghost Emperor last time, we were still the top 10 families, and now there are only 4 big families left. There is no need for me to say more about the significance of this, right? At that moment, at Li Hu's side, another old and decrepit old man also stood up. Lu Qianyuan, the current head of the Lu family of the 4 great families. In reason, The paranormal events over in Nanjiang City can't be compared to the Ghost Emperor, even with the two Ghost Kings. Immediately after that, another old man stood up. That's why the old Li and Lu and I are in agreement. And my Wang family doesn't agree with fighting on two fronts. Spreading out our personnel will only expose us to a greater crisis. This is Wang Qingsong, the current head of the Wang family. Of the four great families, three of them vetoed Su Weiyan's combat action. The Ghost Emperor was too significant, even if a whole lot of people had already filled up within this meeting. But in front of the Ghost Emperor, no one could subdue it with absolute confidence again. Now Su Weiyan, as the current director of Bureau 749, even chosen, unacceptable to all. Battle plan, dispersing the troops. Patriarchs, I can understand what you are saying. Facing the questioning of the three great families, Su Weiyan's face shifted slightly, but on that overwhelmingly beautiful face, it still remained calm. Cold beauty. That's all there is to say. The Ghost King of Nanjiang City, since you can let it aside for now. But, gentlemen, I would like to ask you, everyone sitting here, can you be sure that you can subdue a Ghost King on your own, without backup? As the flowers fell, Su Weiyan scanned the conference room. Finally, the gaze fell on the three patriarchs. It's not impossible for a mere Ghost King to put his best foot forward. You're digressing. Even if you could, which one of you here couldn't? Weaving smoke, I've watched you grow up. I hope you can make the right choice in such a crisis. There's not much time left for us. Don't waste it on such meaningless topics. Each of the three matriarchs made a statement. Others in the conference room, hearing this, began to communicate. Today, which one of those who could arrive here was not highly powerful? Which one of them was not a personnel with status? Although the Ghost King was strong, it was not impossible to fight. No, I mean, can everyone here in this situation, to ensure that they are intact, and then to subdue the Ghost King, and also to be able to take the Ghost King, stuffed into the box to bring back to the country. Su Weiyan was calm. With that, she opened a file profile on her computer Shanghai. Under the stage, the expressions of the crowd also finally changed for a second. The crowd's eyes focused on her again. Gentlemen, why I chose to make a trip to Nanjiang City first. The concern is not about the Ghost King, but also subduing, suppressing the Ghost King, and also bringing back to Huaxia this person who is the Ghost King of the irradiated island country. Gamma Coconut. Soon, behind her, her open profile was projected onto a white cloth. This is the information sent over from the Nanjiang City Police Department. Zhang Yun, a local of Nanjiang City, the two Ghost Kings of Nanjiang City came from him. One is the Ghost King that he suppressed under his ancestral home, and the other, according to the latest information available, is the Gamako he brought back from the Spoke Islands. According to Ri Tao's understanding, Zhang Yun not only subdued Gamma Coconut, but also didn't have any injuries on his body, and Gamma Coconut, who was at the level of Ghost King, was stuffed into the middle of a box by him, and returned to Huaxia with a big bang in the Sakura team's special airplane. Gentlemen, could such a person be worthy of a trip forward? Su Weiyan's tone was calm, and she tried her best to briefly introduce Zhang Yun in a short tone. The crisis in Nanjiang City is not just the Ghost King. Instead, it's Zhang Yun. Don't forget, those Ghost Kings that were valued by them could all be unrelated to Zhang Yun. If Zhang Yun really had the heart, he could completely solve the crisis in Nanjiang City directly with his own strength. But the problem now was that Zhang Yun he didn't have the heart for it. On the contrary, after all these things, he would still be eager to see Nanjiang City bustling with activity. As the director of 749, Su Weiyan couldn't completely ignore it. Nowadays, the Ghost Emperor's emergence was of great significance, and there was an urgent need to organize manpower to eliminate it. However, Zhang Yun's significance was no less than that of the Ghost Emperor. That was, however, an existence that could directly subdue a suppressed Ghost King. If it is possible to enlist this person and unite together to exterminate the Ghost Emperor, this amount of time is a sacrifice. His strength, not to mention being able to fight the Ghost Emperor head-on, but it's also quite a bit stronger than any of the remaining ones here, including me, aside from a few clan chiefs. What Su Weiyan valued was Zhang Yun as a person. No, or more specifically, it was Zhang Yun's ability. Clan chiefs, the Ghost Emperor certainly needs to be taken care of. But what are the chances of winning if we just charge up like this now? We need help. We need more masters. I want to go and fight for Zhang Yun, before he's completely turned against us, before the Ghost Emperor, before he officially causes widespread harm. I think it is still possible. I don't need anyone to accompany me. Just myself is enough. Before that, I have already explained that Li Tao will go to deal with him first. The time wasted will not be too much. Chapter 29 Attitude towards Zhang Yun. Imperial Capital. National Security Service Building. Top floor. Inside the conference room, After Su Weiyan finished speaking a series of words, her gaze was still scanning over the crowd. What she wanted to say has been said, regardless of what others thought. This was a trip she was definitely going to make. She's willing to tell it here. For one thing, because she needs to give an account to the crowd as the current director of Bureau 749 herself. Secondly, she had come to a decision she had already made, and no one but herself could sway her. Just to give notice. Subduing the Ghost King alone. I think Li Tao is just floating up from fighting ghost soldiers and severe ghosts. It's simply ridiculous. Li Zixing, have never heard of anyone being able to deal with a Ghost King alone. At that moment, in suddenly stood up a young man. Apart from the four great families' patriarch, there is still someone who can subdue the Ghost King unharmed. And we were completely unaware of him before this. Su Weiyan, ask yourself if you believe these words yourself. Li Zixing glared angrily and slapped the table with an angry question directly. There are indeed many capable people in the world. But in recent years, with the country's emphasis on paranormal events, the establishment of the 749 Bureau, searching for capable people all over the country, how could it be possible that no one would have noticed that there would be such an expert dabbler in the city of Nanjing for so many years? And now, it was in this situation that Jiang Yun suddenly jumped out. That already speaks volumes, doesn't it? Zixing, you sit down. As Li Zixing questioned, Li who was the patriarch of the Li family, looked on angrily. Dad, you let me say, who is he? Su Weiyan, to be able to do this. Li Zixing sniffed and immediately responded. Is there a place for you to talk here? Shut the up. Li Hu glared at the latter. Li Zixing still wanted to speak, but noticing the glaring gaze, he could only sit down with a cold snort and a cold face. He didn't notice in the slightest that the three patriarchs at that moment, the expressions on their faces had turned even more grave. Weaving smoke. The one who broke this atmosphere was Lu Qianyuan, the patriarch of the Lu family, who took a deep breath, his gaze somewhat complicated. If you say so, then go, and remember, we have time, not much. He, surprisingly, changed his mind. This sudden transformation made Su Weiyan all a bit unturned. She had originally thought that she wouldn't be able to fully convince this group of old men just with her own words. She had even thought of directly utilizing the power of the 749 bureau chief at that time to force the order to leave the field. But the shift, generically, hadn't turned her around. Old Lu, you. Hearing Lu Qianyuan say this, the other clan heads were all stunned. But, they, surprisingly, none of them said anything else either. Benton time. The conference room buzzed with activity. The three great families, plus the Su family represented by Su Weiyan. Wasn't such a change in attitude a little too sudden? The crowd was agitated. They didn't understand why this was happening. Admittedly, Su Weiyan had a point. But, this isn't so quick enough to make all three patriarchs change their attitudes, is it? It's hard to believe. This Jiang Yun is really a bit special? Since there are no objections, then Senior Lu, Senior Li, and Senior Wang, on the Ghost Emperor's side, I'm counting on you. Su Weiyan couldn't care less. She secretly kept this matter in her mind beforehand, waiting for the crisis to be lifted and there would be time to ask more carefully later. Well, go ahead. Let me just say this. This person, it's best if he can be drawn in. If he moves to have other thoughts and really travels with the ghosts and monsters, send us a message and eradicate him directly. Lu Qianyuan nodded towards Su Weiyan. The other two matriarchs nodded their heads in the same manner. If there is any other heart, just eradicate it. Su Weiyan sniffed and flinched slightly. These words, reinforcing her inner thoughts. There must be other reasons for the three great patriarchs to change their attitudes so much. But now is not the time to ask detailed questions. She agreed to the three matriarchs' request. With that, stand back up and eye the room. All of you, depart immediately. Led by the three great patriarchs, to conquer the Ghost Emperor. Here, on behalf of Bureau 749 only, I wish you all a safe return. At this point, late night, 8 p.m. Nanjing City. Sure enough, once Jiang Yun returned, all the ghosts and monsters went out of control. Our manpower is still far from enough. So far more than 10 comrades have been injured. No Ghost King figures have been spotted yet, but we need support. And more support. There are too many ghosts and monsters. The brothers can't support it anymore. Team Lai, when will the backup arrive? These ghosts and monsters are attacking too fiercely. We're about to lose our side. On a vehicle traveling at high speed on an elevated road, Ri Tao was sitting in the back seat, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, listening to one voice after another coming out of the walkie-talkie, and he had a gloomy face. Gentlemen, hold on for a little while longer. Bureau Su is on the way with support, and will soon, very soon arrive in Nanjing City. He repeated the same words over and over again. However, Even he himself did not know when exactly Su Weiyan would arrive. 100 ghosts can't be ignored at night. Tianzhi Zhang had already taken a step ahead to support the hardest hit areas. He, on the other hand, had received instructions from Su Weiyan to reach out to Zhang Yun and, possibly, bring him into the 749th Bureau. As long as Zhang Yun was willing to make a move, the problems in Nanjiang City could be easily solved. And now, he was traveling to find Zhang Yun. Based on the report from the eyes arranged by Zhou Changhai, he quickly got the place where Zhang Yun was currently located. Without much hesitation, as soon as the location was in hand, it was straight into the car and off we went. It would be his first contact. He's got nobody with him. He's all alone. Because, in the bottom of his heart, there was equally no bottom for Zhang Yun, a person who could easily subdue the Ghost King, and now rounded up to someone who had a conflict with himself, wanted to be invited into the 749th Bureau, which was not generally difficult. I hope he'll be nicer to talk to. Ri Tao rubbed his head and had a bit of a headache. The car was going fast, and since it was in a police department car, with sirens drawn, and it was at night, the ride was basically flying by. There's no time, or so it seems. It's the team members who are fighting the ghosts and monsters. The ordinary people who are being exposed to the ghosts and monsters. There's no time. Chapter 30, Bullying an Alien Ghost. It's this way, you guys go back first. Besides, the perimeter. Clean it all up. Remember, when you get in the car, don't hang around, drive straight to the police station, and try to stay at the police station until dawn, and don't go out if you can. A small meeting later, the car arrived at its destination, and Lai Tao got out and met up with the group of detectives who were keeping an eye on Zhang Yun. After an explanation, the line of detectives left him a car, and with that, all left first. The detectives didn't know Riato's identity, but know that even Zhou Changhai, as well as their police commissioner in front of Li Tao, have to be respectful. Coupled with all the strange things that had happened in Nanjiang City over the past 2 days, it was hard not to let these detectives listen to what Li Tao had to say. As for his identity, the detectives knew, even with their toes, that this would be no ordinary officer. The detectives are gone. Li Tao took a deep breath and looked far ahead at the factory building. He adjusted his insides for a moment, and then, headed straight that way. Ghost aura is thick. Moreover, there are 2 Ghost King auras. It's true that Zhang Yun is really... Wait, there's an even more powerful aura? Ri Tao sensed everything around him and suddenly his face changed. He knew that there was a Ghost King on Zhang Yun's side, and there were still 2 of them. But, after coming this way, he sensed another, even stronger aura. This aura is definitely that of a ghost, not a human. There are even other Ghost Kings on his side. Ri Tao's eyes widened as this sudden transformation stopped him in his tracks. This belongs to the unexpected. This Zhang Yun's strength in the end is how strong. Appeared 3 Ghost King. This put in the whole 749 Bureau. I'm afraid that even Director Su Weiyin isn't that perverted. Forget it. 3 Ghost Kings. I'm afraid I've been targeted by them. After a few moments of contemplation, Ri Tao took another step. Possessing such perverted strength, I'm afraid that my own actions have already been taken in by the eyes. This would be a retreat. Definitely not a good choice. With that thought, he could only head inside. Just, while waiting for him to reach the main entrance of the plant, a very clear voice, however, reached his ears. If you don't like me, you can just say so. Why do you have to bend over backwards to make things difficult for me? Why should I be the only one who has to make 200 pieces? I won't do it. If you have the ability, you guys will beat the hell out of me. You're just bullying alien ghosts. That's when. A woman's voice? What else? Alien ghosts? Ri Tao's face shifted slightly. Immediately afterward, he heard another female voice. Say that to me again? A person outsider. Who gave you the courage? Husband, look at her. She even said that I'm making things difficult for her. If it wasn't for the fact that you were brought back by husband, I would have beaten you to hell. At this point, inside the plant, in the face of the ghost bride setting that which was simply a difficult request, Gamma Coconut completely exploded. As soon as he dropped the fabric in his hands, he rushed at the ghostly bride, ready to take over. She couldn't accept that she had somehow been brought to China, under the beautiful name of labor reform, but actually wanted to help herself to work. It's okay to put up with this. After all, what else can you say when you're facing a room full of greats? However, the ghost bride had even given an inch, which was completely unbearable to Gakko, who was one of the Ghost Kings of the Spoke Islands. Old Chin Head himself cannot fight. Zhang Yun's strength is unfathomable. That is fine. You a strength and my equivalent. We're both hitmen. Why should you be able to order me around? Okay, don't argue, since we can still meet after death. This is fate. Get together. Let's live in harmony. Old Sheen too was as jovial as ever. Seeing that the ghost bride and Gamma Coconut were about to fight, he also dropped his work and came over to persuade the fight. As for the little knife, wonderful, wonderful, hey, 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 I'm motivated to step on my sewing machine, go ghost bride's sister, I'm with you. He stepped on the sewing machine pedal with a change of vigor, and when he had time, he lifted a piece of the fabric used to make the birthday suit and waved it around. It was quite a sight to behold. The whole plant, because of the two female ghosts, became so lively. Jang Yun was on the side, and his entire head was spinning from watching this appearance, worrying about no gas out of it. Heard the small knife that all the shouting. A healthy step rushed up as a big pussy tease cover in the small knife's face. Cut the ing crap. Pedal your sewing machine. Jang Yun a head too big, the hole depressed to the extreme. Start less than an hour. Almost to dry. How can John's garment factory develop in the future? How the hell else to expand? Out of Nanjing City, out of China, to the world? You two also be quiet, don't even argue. Since we have opinions, let's change them. Your brother Jiang, I'm not some unreasonable person. He stood in the middle of the two ghosts, quarreling all the time, what to do with his goods, and expect to make some money. Husband, what are you doing? She's an alien ghost. Why should I accommodate her? I get it. Do you really not love me anymore? Only, as soon as she heard Jiang Yin say that, the ghost bride quit again. What do you mean? What's wrong with me? To my opinion you just say straight what era is still love or not love? Between Jiang Yun also just call me sweetie. I am his sweetie how? Gamma Coconut had a little touch within her heart at first when she heard Jiang Yun say that she could change, thinking that even though he was trafficked here by Jiang Yun, but at least, he would still be towards. At least it didn't completely ignore it. But after hearing the words of the ghost bride again, the tantrum came back. It's not like you don't like to listen to sweetie. I'll say it a few more times. Come and fight if you can. You. Say that again. What are you to him? A minefield bouncer. The ghost bride is decidedly enraged. Completely disregarding it, he was about to charge up and the two were about to do it. I'm going to count to 3 and stop. 1, 2, 3. Jiang Yun shouted. 2 ants. Take a break. Good frowned. Stopping in the middle of the two ghosts, almost ready to take out the ghost binding rope. Luckily, the two ghosts were quite obedient. Can't you listen to me for a moment? Let's just do our work in peace. Ghost bride, I've explained to you before, that calling sweetie is needy. Can you not be so sensitive? And you, Gamako, since you say that the ghost bride has no right to order you around and that it's unfair to you, can you listen to my orders? Answer me. Can you listen? Can you hear me? Okay, my words are good, right? Okay, then, no one will be targeted. Everyone, each person will do 200 pieces. Is that fair enough? Chapter 31, so, let's go inside and talk about it. After hearing what Jiang Yin said, Gamma Coconut was stumped on the spot. A series of question marks popped into his head. Only, before she could speak, the ghostly bride on the side was the first to speak. Okay, husband, I'll listen to you. Just 200 pieces for all of them. The ghost bride heard these words but was satisfied. The last second was a look of wanting to fight. This, directly turned meek. Gammy? No. Holy, brother Jiang. How come there's still something in it for me? I couldn't do 200 pieces even if you killed me. On one side, Dagger was not happy. I've been slapped in the face and I'm still in a state of shock. So how come my task has increased? Is there any justice? Is there any morality? Little knife. You have a problem with husband's arrangement? The ghost bride turned her head to look at him when she heard Dagger's words. The latter instantly scrunched his neck up and stopped answering, hastily fishing up the fabric next to him and continuing to step on the sewing machine. Gammy? Wouldn't that have been nice a long time ago? Silence returned to the plant. Since there are no more comments, then what? Let's all get back to work. Jiang Yun finally nodded in satisfaction. A smile reappeared on his face. Gamma Coco. Satisfied with your grandfather. I'm so desperate. I can't even be a human being. Right. She finally relented. What the hell does everyone make 200 pieces? Is that the point of this thing? Originally, just now, there was still some touch in Gamako's heart towards Jiang Yun standing up for herself. Then now, the only bit of touch she had towards Jiang Yun was completely gone. I was born to be squeezed by you when you trafficked me from my own country. Wasn't I? Each and every one of you ghosts is sick in the head. I'm going to kill you all today even if I have to fight for my life. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The entirety of Gamma Coconut erupted straight away. Are they speaking in human language? This is not treating ghosts as ghosts at all. I have just familiarized myself with the sewing machine. Directly to a day 200 pieces of volume. This is a bit of rest time or not going to give yourself it's called labor reform? That's squeezing the ghosts. When have I, Gamako, ever suffered this kind of aggravation in the Spoke Island Kingdom? She glared angrily at Jiang Yun. If you have the ability to come out and do a fight, what's wrong with you? You want to fight alone? Old Qin, watch out for me. If my life is in danger, you'll make your move. Understand? Jiang Yun's face twitched as he sniffed, and he wasn't accustomed to it. Stood out, rolled up his sleeves, and after giving an account of Old Qin too, ran directly in front of Gamma Coconut. Let's have a fight. Are you afraid of me? And Gamma Coconut, you're fighting one-on-one and you're looking for help? Go husband, I'll be here to support you. The ghost bride spoke up as well. Jiang is awesome and majestic. I believe in you. The sewing machine stomping knife interjected. In that case, old man, I'll keep an eye out for you. Old Qin too sniffed, nodded and said, Gammy, you guys be human. No, be a decent ghost. It's, what the hell? At this time, standing at the gate entrance Li Tao, looking at the scene inside the plant, the whole person directly petrified in place, completely flabbergasted. He kind of couldn't believe his eyes anymore. What's all this about? What have you seen for yourself? What the hell is all this? The uninitiated Li Tao said he couldn't understand it, but was greatly shocked. These in front of them, were they still ghost kings within their own cognizance? Since when is the ghost king so nice to talk to? Seeing that Jiang Yun and Gamma Coconut were about to fight, Li Tao finally couldn't help himself. A ghost king plus a do not know the strength of the Jiang Yun. The fight if up. Nanjiang City's land is not to be plowed on once? Ahem. Out of consideration for the land in Nanjiang City, Li Tao frowned and coughed gently. He was the one who coughed. Inside the factory, which was already tense to the core, it seemed particularly harsh. What man? Jiang Yun, who had just walked up to Li Tao, reacted at first. Immediately, he turned his head and looked toward the front doorway. The other ghosts, too, stopped their hands, and for a while, flush with 4 ghosts and 1 person, their gazes were all gathered on Li Tao. Holy, brother Jiang. He's the guy from Bureau 749 I told you about earlier. When Little Knife saw the visitor, he directly reported Li Tao's identity at that moment. With a jump, he came to hide behind Jiang Yun. After all, he could be the only one in the entire room with the lowest strength. And his words quickly caught the attention of the ghost bride as well as Old Qin too. In an instant, the two of them were staring intently at Li Tao with heavy faces. As for Gakko, she couldn't understand what Bureau 749 was yet, and just looked puzzled. But her identity as a ghost king, just staring, is also enough to mediate Li Tao great pressure. What's more, there is also the ghost bride, also Old Qin too. The two great warlords. That. Formal introduction. My name is Li Tao. I'm affiliated with the Chinese Paranormal Incident Handling Department, Bureau 749. I'm representing the state and want to come and talk to you. After so many years of dealing with ghosts and monsters, even so, Ri quickly adjusted the uneasiness in her mind. Looking to Jiang Yun, he introduced himself, and after making sure it was safe to do so, carefully entered the interior of the factory. It is no exaggeration to say that within such an inconspicuous small factory, there is almost a room full of ghost kings, as well as a small ghost. This was also an even stronger conviction of Li Tao's speculation. This Jiang Yun really is very different. And, most critically, if Li Tao hadn't heard or seen correctly just now, these ghost kings, still stepping on the sewing machine for Jiang Yun? His heart had already set off huge waves, and he had countless words to spit out in his heart, but he didn't know where to start. What kind of cowhorse could this be that the king of ghosts could come and step on a sewing machine? Be a man. Bureau 749. On behalf of the state? Jiang Yun also reacted. He flinched and frowned. Following that, he turned to look at Old Qin too. Old Qin, keep an eye on the production line for me. Everyone follow what I say. And at this point tomorrow, I want to see 200 pieces of birthday suits. Old Qin too sniffed and looked Li Tao up and down, and only after a while did he reply. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on this place. No problem. You be careful. Jiang Yun nodded before he set his eyes on Li Tao. Then Bureau 749. Li Tao, right? Then we'll, go inside and talk? Chapter 32 Invitation from Bureau 749. Interior within the plant. In fact, when Jiang Yun said that he was entering the house, he was only not just bringing to inside a small room. As it is still a new plant, a lot of infrastructure has not been put in place. The only thing that was there was a couple of broken stools and tables. But the privacy, it's quite nice. Looks like we're going to have to get some additions. Just moved in, so you'll have to make do with what you've got. Feel free to sit down. It's not much of a problem. Jiang Yun pulled out a relatively clean chair, and found a relatively clean dashcloth to simply wipe it, and then pushed it in front of Li Tao. When the latter saw this, The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he did not sit down. But Jiang Yun didn't bother, scanning up the small room himself first. This will be your home base from now on. According to the layout of this space, it would be nice to have this as your office and rest room. You can simply set it up later when you have time. And you can work and live at the same time. The point is, this awakening also gives direct supervision to the ghosts and goblins out there who step on sewing machines. This one is necessary. Okay, tell me what you came to see me about. After a brief planning session, Jiang Yun turned his attention to Ri Tao. The latter sniffed and slowed down, cleared his throat, and was about to speak. I came to bring a water. The door to the closed room was pushed open by the ghost bride. She walked in with a pot of what appeared to be freshly boiled hot water and a couple cups in her hand. Immediately afterward, in Ri Tao's shocked gaze, she poured a cup of hot tea for Jiang Yun and handed it to him. How could she look like the Ghost King with that look? Is this the Ghost King? Here, and yours. Ri Tao was in shock again, and before she could react, the ghost bride had even prepared a pot of hot tea for her as well. Only, it wasn't handed to him, just casually set aside. But the point is, even if it is handed over, can that be picked up? This seemed to see the eyes of Li Tao straight jump. I what virtue and ability to let the Ghost King to serve tea and pour water? He was directly unable to comprehend. What kind of medicine had this Jiang Yun given to these Ghost Kings? When had the Ghost Kings been so nice to talk to? Alright, husband, you go ahead and get busy. I'll go ahead and keep an eye on them. With that done, the ghost bride is finally ready to say goodbye. Before leaving, I don't know if it was Li Tao's illusion or what. He always felt that a very unfriendly gaze was staring at him. The feeling was chilled to the bone by him, but he didn't dare say a word more. Well, go ahead and get out. I'll call you if something comes up. On the contrary, it was Jiang Yun, who had absolutely no mood swings on his face, and after taking a sip of tea, he saw the ghost bride go out the door and leave, and his attention was refocused on Ri Tao. Okay, you can say what you want, but in advance, don't look for me with those ghosts and goblins that ran out. It's not like I put them out. Hearing this, Ri Tao also quickly shook his head, not thinking about those things, even though, just for a few short minutes all of this had a violent impact on his three senses. Still, business before pleasure. By this point, he didn't want to talk about anything else and went straight to the point. Don't worry about it. Naturally it's not this. First answering Jiang Yun's question, he then continued to speak. It's that, I actually came here this time to invite you into Bureau 749. No, what the hell? Invite me into the 749th? When these words came out, they directly gave Jiang Yun a whole lot of trouble. The tea he had just taken a few sips of barely spilled. Immediately, his eyes widened, wondering if he had heard wrong. From the very beginning when he heard that Li Tao was from Bureau 749, Jiang Yun had already thought of many possibilities. Either that, or the state stepped in to have to come and ask for its own solution to the Nanjing city crisis. Either that, or it's like Zhou Changhai talking to himself before. But inviting yourself into the 749th? This time, it directly gave Jiang Yun a whole won't. That's right, Mr. Jiang. I came to visit this time because I hope you can join Bureau 749. Also our director is already on his way here. Just join us or just hang on to us here. Li Tao immediately responded to Jiang Yun, and without realizing it, he himself hadn't noticed that his address to Jiang Yun had changed to you. But it's not a no-no. To be able to call the Ghost King as if he were a little brother. This kind of expert deserves to be honored with a word of you. It was more than worth it. Su Weiyan personally came over to invite. Li Tao's gaze was on fire. This kind of talent must be fought for. What are the benefits of joining you? Jiang Yun was in no hurry after hearing these words and inquired. Benefits? That's more than a word or two. Ri Tao pondered for a moment before speaking again. First of all, Bureau 749 is under the direct administration of the state, and as long as you are inducted, you are a member of the state, and no matter what problems you have, as long as they are within reason, they can be done, and the owner of Bureau 749's credentials can enjoy the highest power. You can mobilize all resources except the military whenever you want. Mr. Jiang, we value your ability. The world isn't at peace nowadays, and you're also a Chinese. We hope that you can join the 749th Bureau, and together we'll defend our country. Li Tao excitedly introduced Bureau 749. For this kind of treatment, that even if the leaders above Zhou Changhai came did not. At the beginning, when Li Tao just awakened his supernormal ability, after hearing this, he even thought nothing of it, and was directly invited to formally enter the 749 Bureau. And, as far as these substances are concerned, they are just smoke and mirrors for people of their level. Being a Chinese, dying as a Chinese soul, as long as alive still have a breath, this life can still serve the motherland. This must be how many men envy things. Mr. Jiang, You're still young. As long as you join us, in the future with your strength there will definitely be a place for you in the bureau, Ri Tao said with vigor, the sincerity of his gaze, the excitement of his tone. Jiang Yun's emotions were mobilized as he listened, then opened his mouth to speak. That's it? Not interested? I'd say you sound like one of my classmates. Jiang Yun rolled his eyes. In the past, he had a classmate who had started his own company and was using the same tone of voice in communicating with himself and inviting him to join the company. Impressed by him, Jiang Yun joined his company and brought a group of people with him. It was a time when everyone was so enthusiastic that they ate, slept and worked together. It did not take long for the company to be made up, and everyone was discussing the expansion of the company's size, ready to make a name for themselves, to break out of the local area, to break out of China, and to go to the world. Then they ran into a crackdown on pyramid schemes, and their company was wiped out. In the end, if it wasn't for my dad being alive and powerful, I'd still be in prison. Now that he heard these words that made his blood boil, Jiang Yun directly threw a blank stare over. I'm a lazy person. No ideas. What do I want power for? Rather than keep my acreage well. If that's all there is to say, then please go back. I'm still busy here. And you, go back. Take your time. What's 749 Bureau? Not as good as my little factory. Chapter 33, what is this cooperation you speak of? No, Mr. Jiang Yun, please do think about it. Whether it's Nanjing City or even China now, Bureau 749 really needs you. Inside the factory room, Li Tao immediately became anxious as soon as he heard Jiang Yun say that. How many sentences have you said? It's not good to reject so quickly. At least give a space to play. Besides, Su Weiyan will be on her way here now. He himself had probably understood Jiang Yun's relationship with the ghosts and monsters clearly. With such an expert and such a result, how was he going to explain himself to Su Weiyan? At the thought of this, Ri Tao became anxious, but it was clear that Jiang Yun wasn't very keen on giving him this chance to explain. What do you need me for? What do you need me for? If not for you? That Zhou Changhai did not say. You all can solve it. I'm just a small individual. Can help what favor? You see, even my ancestral home. A phone call over to directly inform me. Good guy. Then my family's ancestral home. You guys are the kind to tear it down when you say so, the kind that doesn't give a bit of face. You guys didn't stand up for yourselves at that time, and now you want my help when something goes wrong. What were you thinking? That means you guys have to take all the good stuff, right? I didn't want to get upset because you're from the 749th, but as soon as you said this, Jiang Yun didn't want to endure it. There is no such thing under the sun. You can do whatever you want before the accident, but after the accident, you start to paint a crazy picture to solve it, right? The old days. No, that can't be called the old days. This is yesterday. Can we just forget about what happened yesterday? A simple factory, a direct buyout and send it off? If that's the case, then this factory is not worth it. What Jiang Yun wants is actually an attitude, but as of now, it seems that this attitude is not to be, and this way. Li Tao did know that he was unjustified after hearing those words as well, but that's mainly because, well, China is just too big? If such a thing hadn't happened, who would have known that there would still be such a capable expert as Jiang Yun in this tiny Nanjing city? If he had known that whoever dared to demolish his ancestral home, Li Tao would have been the first to jump out and boycott against it. Whoever dares to touch Jiang Yun, whoever dares to touch the quadrangle, is messing with Bureau 749. However, all of this had to be based on the fact that they had long been aware of Jiang Yun's abilities and identity. Now this is where it's too late to say anything without knowing. But then again, when you think about what's going on, as well as the phone call Su Weiyan made to herself later, a tangle of emotions appeared on Li Tao's face. He was silent for a long time before he looked up at Jiang Yun and inquired, Mr. Jiang Yun, do you know about the Ghost Emperor? Ghost Emperor? Jiang Yun was flabbergasted at his words. This was the first time he had heard this word. The Ghost King he knew, but the Ghost Emperor, what is it again? Ri Tao's sentence attracted up his interest. Yes, Ghost Emperor. Let's be honest, after 100 years, just this afternoon, the Ghost Emperor came out, right in the western part of China. Mr. Jiang Yun, you were able to subdue the Ghost King, and there's more than one of them. The country really needs a force like you right now to assist us in catching the Ghost Emperor. If the Ghost Emperor is not removed, the world will be in chaos, and then it won't just be Nanjing City, but the whole of China. As long as you can make a move, the state will make full compensation for your losses in Nanjing City. Ri Tao clenched his teeth and stopped doing anything to hide it. Ordinary sayings wouldn't be of any interest to Jiang Yun. The only way to have a conversation was to mention the Ghost Emperor. However, Jiang Yun's reply was clearly going to disappoint Li Tao again. Why do I need to work for you to get compensation if I don't go? Wouldn't I be a pure cutie if I said yes? No go no go no go. Well, please return. I'm relieved to have you guys helping me keep my home. Jang Yun gave another banishment order. Ryato looked away. Well, enough talk, that's all. My factory just opened and I still have to keep an eye on it. And no. Speaking of which, how many people do you have in Bureau 749 now? Jang Yun suddenly turned his words around. Ri Tao's eyes lit up. Another show? Jang Yun was suddenly interested in 749. This was something. Li Tao hurriedly thought about it and replied in a hurry. There are almost tens of thousands registered nationwide. When Jang Yun heard this, the expression on his face shifted slightly. It's okay, it's not a lot. Who knows? As soon as the words fell, Li Tao directly waved his hand. No, tens of thousands of people are only registered under the 749 Bureau. Under the 749 Bureau, we also have jurisdiction over the 4 great clans, the Heavenly Master's Way, the Buddha's Way, as well as a number of able and capable people like you who have no sex attached to the 749 Bureau. All of these above add up to almost 80,000 people. Hiss. Hearing this, Jang Yun sucked in a breath of cool air. That's a bit of a statement for that amount. He lapsed into contemplation, then added, I have a collaboration I want to talk to you about. Any ideas? What? Cooperation? Li Tao didn't turn the corner for a moment, and the excitement on his face instantly turned into confusion. Yes, it's cooperation. Come, Captain Li, please sit down. Little knife, re-brew me a pot of tea. Bring me the best tea. Jang Yun nodded his head repeatedly before shouting at the outside of the door. Immediately afterward the voice of the knife came in. Alright brother Jiang. No brother Jiang. Our tea leaves and stuff are on the side of the quadrangle. It seems like they are all buried. Jang Yun, Grandma, what am I raising you for? That's the tea I spent tens of thousands of dollars on. Forget it, just make some tea for our customers. If you slow them down, I'll hold you responsible. Tens of thousands of dollars of tea, said Noah. Jang Yun instantly rose up with a look of heartache. A blood loss. But compared to this, Ri Tao listening to these words was completely confused again. No, what's all this about? What the hell is going on? How did you become a customer? No, I'm here to invite you to join the 749th Bureau, not to talk to you about any business cooperation. So he was in a hurry again, but it was clear that Jang Yun might have misunderstood him, or it could have been completely intentional. Straight away, he walked up to him and smiled. It's fine. Children don't know what they're talking about casually. Don't worry, I still have other good teas here, and I definitely won't treat our honored guests poorly. Li Tao, is this a tea or no tea thing? Is this valued by yourself? Is it good tea? However, Jang Yun's words still piqued his interest. What kind of business would he, and Bureau 749, have to do? Then, with curiosity, he inquired cautiously. What is this cooperation you speak of? Chapter 34, The Fierce Beauty. Inside the room, Jang Yun wiped the table and chairs very carefully, a very stark contrast to earlier. Not long after, Little Knife and Ghost Bride were really carrying another pot of tea in. After pouring the tea, he exited the room again in a very disciplined manner. The good Ghost King, the Ghost Monster, frozen Jang Yun and became a waiter serving tea and water. If this were in the past, Li Tao would not even dare to think of it. But now, all this is happening in front of his eyes again. At this time, the emotions in his heart were complex, and there were a lot of words in his heart, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. Well, there's no need to be formal over here. Feel free to sit down. Haha. Jang Yun was quite self-conscious, smilingly entertaining Li Tao, before getting to the point without rushing. Business? Well said. That is, surely you all know that the Ghost King is difficult to deal with, right? Jang Yun placed his gaze on Ri Tao and inquired with a smile. Naturally, although there are many ghosts and monsters, there will be a difference in rank. The reason why the Ghost King can be called the Ghost King, his strength naturally needs no introduction. Those Ghost Kings outside. Ri Tao nodded. This statement is actually a nonsense. If not a bit of time, then can afford the word king. He had wanted to go into more detail about how harmful the appearance of a Ghost King would be for a region, but after thinking about Jang Yun's side again, he gave up. It was because he felt that no matter how much he said, Jang Yun would not be able to understand how much the existence of the Ghost King meant to them. Those Ghost Kings outside. This doesn't look like the Ghost King here in Jang Yun. Which of those other Ghost Kings were so nice to talk to? Endangering one party, not to mention being super strong. Even if he wanted to deal with the Ghost King, it would take quite a price to pay, and it's not always beatable. While Jang Yun's side was, Ri Tao was silent. He even wondered if the ghosts in this room were still ghosts or not. Where is your dignity as ghosts? What about the face of being a ghost? And when it comes to the biggest doubt, it's none other than his speculations about Jiang Yun's identity and strength. Just how strong does one have to be in order for these Ghost King level existences to be able to stay in such a small place? Nope. You can't say you're staying in a small place like this. It's like you're totally trapped in this small place as a cow. For a moment, he regretted very much why he hadn't discovered Jiang Yun, an expert, earlier. Had he done so, wouldn't this be another addition to the 749th Bureau's right-hand men? It's just a shame that it's too late to say anything about it. Ritao redirected his gaze to Jiang Yun, quietly waiting for his next question. In that case, since you guys know the Ghost King's approximate strength, that's fine. Jiang Yun didn't let him down either, and after hearing him say that, a small smile appeared on his face. For some reason, Ritao always feel that this smile inside the existence of a trace of treachery. Always feel there is a bad premonition. But Jiang Yun didn't care so much. Looking straight at Ritao, fearing that he would run away in general, directly opened his mouth to tell for sales promotion. The only thing I want to ask you guys is that I have a good thing here, and as long as you have this good thing, any ghosts and monsters below the Ghost King will do, even the Ghost King. I'm so good at this. I can even block one of their attacks for you, as long as it's not a surefire move. It's all the same to this good thing of mine. This is a life preserver. I guarantee by Roosh that this thing of mine is quacking good, and I'll pay for it if it doesn't work. Jiang Yun's idea was actually very simple. His own factory is now open. That business, naturally, has to be up and running. Though one could have bought all these birthday suits for ordinary people as he or she thought at first. Moreover, it is now during the period of 100 ghosts' night walks, and the demand for purchasing goods definitely exceeds the supply. But Ritao's coming over gave him some other ideas. First of all, Bureau 749 was the only official organizational department dealing with paranormal events in China, and the number of people would certainly not be in the minority. This was something that Jiang Yun had also ascertained through the inquiry he had just made. The other thing is that it's a lot less hassle to work with an official. A business where the volume of shipments can also exceed the demand and the profit can also reach the desired figure. And you don't have to calculate as much. It was impossible for Jiang Yun not to do such a profitable business. If we can get the order from the 749th Bureau, this factory of ours will be able to count the money lying down, won't it? How about it? Are you interested in learning more about it? It will definitely give you a different experience. Thinking about it, Jiang Yun's eyes became even more fiery. Staring at Ritao was like staring at his god of wealth. However, what he had just said was still a bit too far ahead for Ritao. What did you just say? Being able to withstand a single ghost attack? Ritao's eyes widened, incredulity written all over his face. What the hell? Am I not awake or what? Is there even such a thing in this world? He knew that with modern technology he was able to create a lot of high-tech weapons to fight ghosts and monsters. There are quite a few of them among the 749th Bureau. The specially modified gun he himself owned was one of them. This is a weapon that the state has spent a huge amount of money, hundreds of millions of dollars, and more than a decade to be able to develop, specializing in fighting against ghosts and monsters. And now, Ritao looked at Jiang Yun, who wasn't very old. Looking at it, it doesn't look like the son of any big family. Otherwise the quadrangle wouldn't have been demolished just like that. However, he told himself that he had something good that could directly withstand one Ghost King's attack. How could this not startle Ritao in his heart? Right. It definitely fends off the ghosts and ghouls. It works, ga. Jiang Yun also took the trouble to explain, and in passing, added a few more sentences. Look just you Bureau 749 don't you go out and fight ghosts and monsters and stuff all year round. As long as the action, small how not to say, just say Nanjiang City this action, do not need me to say more. You so many people, surely it is inevitable that someone will be injured? However, as long as you have this good thing of mine to wear on your body, not to mention anything else, it definitely gives you a step up in life safety. Those who have bought it, say it's great, there's no loss. The more Jiang Yun spoke, the more energized he became, analyzing it from beginning to end for Li Tao. Long words though, but there's nothing wrong with that statement. That's what he's looking at. This kind of good stuff. 749 Bureau, can he turn it down? Can't say no to that, alright. Thinking of this, Jiang Yun couldn't wait to get up and directly take out the goods to show them to Li Tao. But just then, the door to the room, however, was pushed open by Dagger. While gesturing with his hands, he spoke. Brother Jiang is not good. Outside came a fierce batch explosion. Wearing black silk, black long straight, big waves, visual estimate at least 36D. Legs are also particularly long. Ass thief round smooth beauty. Said to put us here to flat pushed it. Chapter 35. The beautiful woman has been handed over to the state. inside the room. One was that Jiang Yun was selling his product, the other was Ri Tao, who had just developed some interest in the product Jiang Yun was talking about. Originally, Jiang Yun was all set to go out and take a piece of birthday suit and show it directly to Ri Tao's look, but with this cry from the little knife, directly, the duo was directly stumped. There's a beauty out there? Jiang Yun was the first to react and grab the keywords. And flatten us out here? The tone was starting to get a little uncontrollable. The quad has just been demolished. Just moved to a new place. And before your ass is even warmed up, here we go again? It's not bullying honest people. This Captain Lai. Wait a moment. I'll see what's going on. Jiang Yun frowned. It wasn't still the same reasoning. You dared to tear down my house when I was gone. And you're going to tear down my house when I'm back. So I didn't come back for nothing? It's not bullying honest people. Wait. However, just as Jiang Yun was about to go out, Li Tao was quick to call out to him. Then after a moment of contemplation, he continued, that, if my guess is correct, the one outside should be our Bureau Su. Ha! When Jiang Yun heard it, his pupils directly quaked. Bureau Su? Which means that the leader of the 749th is a woman? Without thinking too much, the duo followed Dagger out, and just after reaching the doorway, a soft gulp was heard. There is indeed a ghost king in this place, and he has even gathered here. In this case, it's a good solution. I advise you'd better follow me honestly, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. That voice, it was clearly a female voice, and it was also very nice to listen to. Although Jiang Yun hadn't seen anyone yet, but even listening to the voice, he could feel that the owner of this voice was definitely a beautiful woman. It's not too far off from the description of the knife. I can tell by the tone of voice that it is indeed a fierce batch of explosions. That voice, it's our Bureau Su all right, but don't fight. Ri Tao was directly nervous to the extreme after hearing this voice. That's right, it's Su weaving smoke. With that thought, he quickened his pace and headed outside. There are 3 ghost kings here, so it's not a good idea to make a move. I have another man here. What have you done with him? Give me my man quickly. Li Tao had just walked to the door when he heard Su Weiyan even mention herself. And not only that, this time, Su Weiyan had already directly made out a posture of preparing for battle. Even her weapons have been taken out. On the opposite side of Su Weiyan, it was Old Qin too, Gamma Coconut, and the Ghost Bride, the 3 major ghost kings, facing Su Weiyan directly. It was all a situation of saber rattling. Seeing that, cold sweat broke out on Li Tao's forehead and he hurriedly stood out. That, Bureau Su. I'm fine. It's safe here. With a single healthy step, Li Tao hurriedly stopped in the middle of Su Weiyan as well as the Ghost Bride and the others. If they fought, not to mention Su Weiyan, even if he was added, a Ghost King wouldn't necessarily be able to deal with it. Not to mention, it's still 3 Ghost Kings. Good lord, this is the director of your Bureau 749? A great beauty indeed. This time, Jiang Yun also came out, and he stood at the door with his little knife. At the first glance, his eyes were directly attracted to Su Weiyan. Out of 10 points, Jiang Yun could directly give Su Weiyan a 9. The reason for not giving full marks is that I'm afraid she'll be proud and there's still room for improvement. Old Qin, take the men back to their posts first. Everyone relax. We're all on our own, and this is a big customer of ours, so we can't afford to meet each other in short order. Jiang Yun shrugged off the fact that the big leader of Bureau 749 was here. Then naturally you can't afford to entertain. You must take care of it. How else would you run your own business? But, this was all still too sudden for Su Weiyan. Looking at the suddenly changing situation in front of her, a question mark slowly appeared in her mind. Cough. Bureau Su. Don't worry. They won't hurt us. Why don't you come in first and have a chat? Ri Tao also stood out and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Su Weiyan? She looked at Li Tao with a puzzled gaze, and then looked at Old Qin too and the others, and really listened to what Jiang Yun said, and very honestly went inside the plant. Finally, her gaze rested on Jiang Yun. Are these ghosts that nice? Is that even a recognizable ghost? A trace of surprise flashed across Su Weiyan's stunningly beautiful face. On one side, the surprised expression on Su Weiyan's face that Li Tao watched, instantly thought of when he came over here just now. It's almost the same picture. For some reason, there was a slight darkness in his mind first, even if the person across from him was Bureau 749's biggest leader, Su Weiyan. But such a scene still made him a little darker among his heart. Even the secretary has not likewise never seen such a scene. Moreover, there were even more powerful scenes that Su Weiyan hadn't even seen yet. The farce ends here briefly for now. Jiang Yun let Old Qin Tu take the Ghost Bride and also Gamma Coconut back to his post first, while he himself called on Li Tao and brought Su Weiyan, who was still in a daze, and introduced him to the room for a detailed chat. This is a business deal. The big leaders are here. It's bound to be negotiated. And on the way into the room, Su Weiyan was still looking at the ghosts and monsters with a vigilant face, not daring to slacken off at all. Bureau Su, there's no need to be so vigilant. Those ghosts and monsters are safe. Li Tao watched from the side, thinking about Su Weiyan returning. You, Li Tao, ghosts are ghosts. How can they be able to understand the hearts of people? Even so, you still can't relax. But it really isn't necessary. Li Tao let out a bitter smile. There were too many slots, and for a while he didn't know how to start. Should I say, those ghosts are weak? Or is it that Jiang Yun is too strong, making some ghosts and monsters have absolutely no thoughts of resisting? After all, this series of things, this was unheard of and unseen before. Su Weiyan, likewise, was no exception. It's not really a simple thing to try to explain at a moment's notice. I'll report these to you in detail after we leave from this side. All in all, this Jiang Yun is quite extraordinary. Li Tao sighed. It was not clear whether Su Weiyan's arrival was a good thing or a bad thing. Everything Jiang Yun had shown was very unorthodox. Now it's even about working with Bureau 749. Then based on what he had told himself earlier, Li Tao shook his head. It would be better to report this with Su Weiyan first. After all, if what Jiang Yun said was true, having all this equipment is a very big boost for the 749th. But, as his narration ended, Su Weiyan's brows immediately furrowed as she heard these words from him. In the world, how could there be such a treasure? Su Weiyan issued a question. Of course I have. Jiang Yun walked ahead. Just now he had actually been listening to the exchange between the two of them. Hearing Su Weiyan voice such a question, he immediately replied, not only do we have them, but we have a very large number of them and they are ready for mass production. Chapter 36, Promoting Life Clothes. Just in time to get to the room as well. Jiang Yun first had Ghost Bride and also Little Knife Portee. He himself went out and got a birthday suit from outside. You guys wait a minute. I'll go get one to show you. It's kinda hard to explain just talking about it. After pouring the tea, Jiang Yun revealed a smile. Ergo he went out the door. It wasn't long before Jiang Yun came over with several pieces of freshly produced birthday suits in his hands. Come on, take a look. This is it. The principle is the same as the rebound suit. Wear it on your body. It won't affect your normal movement at all. Flexible batch. Saying that, Jiang Yun gave one to Su Weiyan and Li Tao respectively as well. In order to dispel the duo's doubts, Jiang Yun even wore it directly on his body. Although, this was also the first time he had worn these birthday suits, but after putting it on, Jiang Yun also quickly noticed something not quite the same. Also being a man with the ability to subdue ghosts and monsters, he was able to perceive very clearly that as soon as the birthday suit was on, it was as if he was covered by a layer of energy. There's just a sense of, like, being wrapped up. It was this feeling that gave him an inexplicable sense of security. It wasn't the time to talk about that. Jiang Yun was still committed to marketing his birthday suit. Feel free to look around. These are the ones we just produced. You guys can also try them on. They definitely won't affect your normal actions. And the protection, it won't be bad at all. Jiang Yun said with a smile. He never doubted how effective the system was when it came out. Anyone can lie to themselves, but the system won't. He didn't even think about testing it before giving it to Su Weiyan and the others to market. If I'm not mistaken, isn't this a birthday suit? Having gotten the birthday suit, Li Tao held it in his hands and looked at it again and again, and finally frowned and let out a question. Simply because, the sample of the dress is so strange. Jiang Yun said that this was the good stuff that could withstand one Ghost King attack. But what's being brought out now? Isn't it just a plain old birthday suit? This thing, it can withstand one attack from the Ghost King? Li Tao was very skeptical. Nope. He suddenly looked like he had thought of something again. The sight shifted directly to the door of the room. Of course, the point is not over the door. Instead, it's behind this door. The whole hall of the factory, those sewing machines, and when he first arrived, the exchanges heard between Jiang Yun and those ghosts and monsters. At once a bold thought arose in his mind. These birthday suits, are they made by ghosts and monsters? He looked toward Jiang Yun and asked in a careful and tentative manner. What? It's made of ghosts and monsters? Jiang Yun had not yet answered. Su Weiyan heard it, but she was first unsettled, and directly grabbed in front of Jiang Yun to let out an exclamation of surprise. Su Weiyan was directly confused after hearing this. Honestly, her entire being was in a daze from the moment she walked in the door. Ghost emperors had appeared in the western region, and the 4 great clans had already sent over to fend them off for a while first. However, there was absolutely no way to resist for too long with just them either. One has to get there after all. So, after bidding farewell to the other 3 big family guys, Su Weiyan chose the fastest way of transportation, directly taking the helicopter, and came to meet up with Li Tao with the fastest speed. On the way here, Li Tao had also sent this plant location to himself. Getting out of the helicopter. At that time, she had already sensed that the concentration of ghostly sobs in the entire Nanjiang city was already the highest it had ever been. There are thousands of ghosts and monsters that exist here, to say the least. It is an absolutely dangerous area. The person who picked up the airplane was Zhang Tianshi, and the latter briefly reported to him that the situation over here was very bleak. Already a number of comrades are wounded and unable to move. This made it even more impossible for her to stop, and she had to go and deal with Zhang Yun as soon as possible. Su Weaving Smoke didn't chat much with Tianshi Zhang, and after asking for a car, she hoofed it over here without stopping. Because Ri Tao came to Zhang Yun's side, he was completely out of touch. She was afraid something would happen, and she raced all the way here with the gas pressed to the floor the entire time. But who knew that once he came over here, it wasn't Li Tao who converged with him, but the three Ghost Kings. Instantly, she was tense to the core. The first thought was that Li Tao and Zhang Yun hadn't talked it out, and Li Tao might have been directly controlled by Zhang Yun. Thus, the scene that was placed in the doorway where it happened. However, who knew that not only was there nothing at all wrong with Li Tao, but instead, he still had a very trusting of Zhang Yun's appearance. The shift made it hard for her to turn the corner for a moment. Immediately after that, Ri Tao said to himself that Zhang Yun was again interested in cooperating with Bureau 749 to provide equipment. And then, now tell again, the gear is still made by Ghostbusters. Who? Su Weiyin still hadn't put her weapon away. She took a deep breath and stared at Zhang Yun with a frown. Due to the urgency of her arrival, she was still wearing her own daily black wraparound skirt professional uniform with stockings from Bureau 749 headquarters. The tight dress outlined her figure perfectly. A ponytail tied up was a great way to show off his stunning face. Unfortunately, instead of a smile, this face now wore tension. Her weapon was again still a soft sword, held in her hand, giving her a great sense of contrast. The gargoyles. Can't say ghosts and goblins. When Li Tao heard Su Weiyin's words, he let out a bitter smile and nodded. Harm. Ghosts and ghouls are still ghosts and ghouls, but just don't think of them as ghosts and ghouls. You guys, let's just consider them my employees. You can rest assured. Jiang Brother Clothing Factory products. But where there is any problem, a refund of 1 to compensate for 3. Zhang Yun heard these conversations and chimed in with a smile. In fact, he hadn't expected that the leader of Bureau 749, the largest official paranormal event handling department in China, would be a woman. And it's a great beauty. Sure enough, beautiful women are surrendered to the state. But it was just a sigh. Zhang Yun now had no interest in Su Weiyin. Sending out a sigh, it only showed that he was still a normal man. Right now he's looking more at the order. After all, one still had a system mission. As long as you can place your order, the rest is whatever. Directly telling Su Weiyin that he had pulled the ghosts and monsters over to work part-time. He also had thinking in this. Ghost Bride Gamma Coconut or whatever is just out there stepping on this sewing machine and it's all visible. There's nothing to hide. No, it should be to say that even if you want to hide it, this can't be hidden. Chapter 37, Who am I to make a move? After listening to Zhang Yun's explanation, the room fell into silence once again. Su Weiyin's gaze was a bit complicated. Now she finally realized why Li Tao had said that this Zhang Yun was extraordinary. Indeed, this man, very unusual. Even the 4 great families are nothing more than that, right? What family can be so grandiose that they can just have ghosts and monsters come and work for them? Unless it's too long to live. But Zhang Yun, not only dared to think, but also dared to do, and directly paid for the action. This is the most special thing about him. The other 3 great clans followed. Is this a promise from Zhang Yun? Or no? Su Weiyin suddenly thought of something else. Before they left, Lu Lao, Wan Lao, and Li Lao, but they had explained themselves. If you can't pull Zhang Yun together, if necessary, you can turn to them. But the situation over here was far beyond anyone's expectations. It looked like Zhang Yun had indeed declined Bureau 749's invitation. But there was no animosity toward the 749th Bureau either. How about it? Want to consider placing an order to try it out? I heard from Li Tao that what's his name the Ghost Emperor has come out of the world. You guys have to go and subdue him, right? I may not be able to provide that many goods at once if I place an order now, but, at this point tomorrow, I can rush out something like a small 1,000 pieces, which will be enough. Zhang Yun didn't think about that much and looked at Su Weiyin to fall into deep thought. Thought it was because she had some questions about her product. So much more effort was put into selling the birthday suits. You know the Ghost Emperor? Getting to the point. It was only then that Su Weiyin remembered the purpose of this trip. Throwing aside the other miscellaneous thoughts in his head, he looked straight at the latter. She wanted to fight for it again. Maybe Zhang Yun would really agree? We want you to step up too. Su Weiyan finally put away the soft sword in her hand and wrapped her directly around her waist like a belt. Strike? Jiang Yun's face shifted slightly when he heard her say that. I'm not going to do it. Why not? I'm a businessman. I won't do this kind of work, but giving you technical support, like this birthday suit, is still a good thing when your orders and money are in place. Jiang Yun once again pulled the conversation to the birthday suit. He wasn't interested in dealing with any ghost emperor right now. Doesn't he smell good when he honestly runs his own factory and makes more birthday suits? Besides, is there any benefit for me to go against the ghost emperor with you guys? Jiang Yun shrugged his shoulders, unconcerned. Do you know what it means for the ghost emperor to come out of the world? How can you think about making money when it's a time of life and death for China? Su Weiyan was directly surprised by Jiang Yun's words. I'm sorry, I'm just a mundane person, and that's all money can attract. The rest is off the table. Jiang Yun still had a disinterested look on his face. These words Li Tao had said to himself before, but one really has no idea or interest. When the words came to this point, Su Weiyan also made a mistake to the point that her face turned a little ugly. Seeing such a situation on one side, Li Tao didn't know how to speak for a while. The atmosphere, once again, turned a little strange. Su Weiyan's heart was still struggling. Actually, to be honest, after what she had just observed, she probably understood. Jiang Yun was actually capable, and moreover, his strength was definitely above his own. It might even have surpassed the 4 great families. Otherwise, how could those 3 ghost kings be here? How to obey? Finally, a good while later, Su Weiyan clenched her teeth. How much can you afford to pay out? She stared at Jiang Yun. Money is money, and a problem that money can solve is not a problem. How much money also do not do. I just open factory, can only give orders, to me, beautiful. You give me some orders more real alright. Why do you keep trying to get me to make a move? These birthday suits of mine can help you subdue the ghost emperors as well. So consider it a move on my part. Jiang Yun once again refused. And once again, it brings the conversation back to selling birthday suits. Su Weiyi choked. I don't know how to answer Jiang Yun. How can this person be so unchangeable? This is a time of crisis in China. You as a Chinese, and have the ability, is there not a little want to take action idea? After a long time, Su Weiyan finally held back such a sentence. Really, can you not take the famous family righteousness to say these? I don't eat this set. Really have great righteousness. You guys also won't take advantage of my absence to directly tear down my courtyard. So it's not that I'm not righteous. It's that you guys were unorthodox in the first place. Jiang Yun spoke directly and plainly. Besides, I just got back from overseas, so I need a break anyways, right? It's not like we're some kind of ghost or monster that can be online 24/7. If you guys are really worried about the ghost emperor not being able to fight, seriously, place an order and I'll rush out a couple hundred of these birthday suits for you overnight. And it'll be safe for you guys. Not to say it's awesome, but it'll be more or less useful, right? Jiang Yun was also a bit impatient. What's wrong with this woman? You don't understand what I'm saying or what? Taking a shot is definitely out of the question. You can only sell life jackets and make ends meet. Hearing this, Su Weiyan became even more difficult. With words spoken so plainly, it was certainly impossible to get Jiang Yun to make a move. I don't know if I was influenced by Jiang Yun or what. Su Weiyan's attention returned to the birthday suit. These birthday suits, they really effective? She carries skepticism. It has to work. There's nothing that doesn't work when it comes from John's garment factory. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses and wait for me to test you. As soon as Jiang Yun heard Su Weiyan mention the birthday suit, he snapped back into the spirit. Instantly sobered, he turned his head and shouted at the door. Dagger, bring your sister in for a moment. As the words fell, amidst the puzzled gazes of Su Weiyan and Li Tao, Knives and Ghost Bride came into the room. Brother Jiang, what's calling us? Little Knife bounced over to Jiang Yun's side. The words were spoken to Jiang Yun though, but the gaze, however, was always staring up and down Su Weiyan's bright black silk long legs. Don't look. This is our big client. Show some respect. Jiang Yun saw the situation. Angry enough, grandmother, before why did not find this little kid or a small rascal? Accompanying the words, a slap was placed directly over the little knife's head. Splat. The sound was crisp and loud. I'll go. Brother Jiang, there are outsiders here. Can't you give me some face? Knives got hit and started whining straight away, holding his head. Give a hammer and step aside for a moment. Jiang Yun disgustedly wiped his hand, which had just struck the small knife, on his clothes. This little kid, one day without a fight, can go right through the house, just can't be spoiled. Husband, what do you need us to do? In comparison, the ghost bride was much more refined, looking at the situation inside the house and asking Jiang Yun about it. Jiang Yun smiled at his words. Simple, a little test for our customers. Chapter 38 For the Clothing Factory. Inside the room, Jang Yun answered the ghost bride first. Then he looked at Su Wei-yen again. I believe that with your abilities, you should all be able to see the power level of these two as well, right? Su Wei-yen sniffed and nodded. But it's still a frown. Especially at Dagger, who had just given her that stare that had just brought her straight to fullest disgust. Ghostbusters, after all, are still Ghostbusters. And with the ghost bride, her guard was drawn right up to the max. Little Knife's strength was at the level of a stern ghost. And that ghost bride had directly reached the Ghost King stage. Both of these ghosts and monsters put there are worthy of attention. However, they now appeared together in Jang Yun's factory, and also obeyed Jang Yun. Su Wei-yin merely nodded, her hand, too, resting on top of the hilt of the sword of the software at her waist, and did not speak. She was the highest leader of Bureau 749, and it was reasonable to say that she had the responsibility and right to directly exterminate ghosts and monsters wherever she saw them. But now the situation was unique, and the tension just spread out in this small room. Jang Yun didn't care about those. Directly, he was speaking. Come on, Dagger. I'll give you a chance to attack me, with as much force as you can muster. Holy, brother Jiang, are you crazy? Look at me. Do I look like I dare to make a move? It was followed closely by the almost snarling despair of Knives' voice, wide-eyed, his expression as exaggerated as it could be. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cut the ing crap and do it. If you don't, I'll do it to you. Jang Yun directly burst into foul language. You that comes so much nonsense No, John, you have to be reasonable. Are you seeing me as an honest ghost and trying to bully me? The little life cowered into a ball of gooseflesh and hid behind the ghostly bride. Seeing this, Jang Yun directly glared at the little knife with one glare. It doesn't work when it matters? Feeling that gaze, Dagger's eyes darted open and he wobbled to his feet. Carefully, he opened his mouth to inquire. Ahem. Since you said so, brother Jiang, I'll get real? Where's the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Come on. Jang Yun stood up straight. Then came the attack of the little knife. Brother Jiang, pay attention. Knives gulped softly. Immediately after, a light punch landed on Jang Yun. The birthday suit didn't even budge. Jang Yun's head was filled with black lines. Did you damn well not eat? I'm a ghost. I don't need to eat. Sister, the knife won't work. This ghost is wasted. Jang Yun could only look helplessly at the ghost bride. You do that, husband. I don't want to do it to you. I don't want to hit you. No, just a simple test. Don't. I can't do it. When Jang Yun heard this, his head was directly filled with black lines. And over here, Su Wei-yin and also Li Tao directly just looked dumbfounded, especially listening to the conversation between Jang Yun and the ghost bride. Is it a ghostly love affair? Why do I feel like I've eaten a mouthful of dog food? Ahem. Su Wei-yan coughed in the awkward atmosphere. She understood that Jang Yun was wanting to personally test and demonstrate to them. And, honestly, if it could really have the effect that Jang Yun said it would, she was really interested in placing an order. But at the same time, he is responsible for quality testing, for sure. I'll do it, Su Wei-yan said as she put on her birthday suit. As the director of Bureau 749, it was her duty to do so. But, when Ri Tao saw her movements, he was instantly shocked and couldn't remain calm. Hurriedly, he came over and stopped her from putting on her birthday suit. Bureau Su, this can't be done. The situation is tense now. If anything happens to you, the country will be in chaos. I'm the chief, and it's my responsibility to keep you safe. It must not. After all, none of us know this yet, and we absolutely cannot take such a risk. Your safety comes first. Let me go. That's an order. No, I have to think about so many brothers in Bureau 749. I absolutely can't watch something happen to you in front of my eyes. Again, the pushing and shoving in the room started with Jang Yun and the little knife, and the ghost bride. It turned into two people, Su Wei-yin and Li Tao, pushing and shoving. No one will let anyone. The main focus is a test for no one. Jang Yun's head was spinning on the side. Don't you just want to simply do a test? As for that, I rubbed. You guys, this push to push. What fun. You have said this beautiful woman cannot try. Then you come. You a big man. This time why will not be heroes to save the beauty of it? Really, I can't bear to see such a beautiful girl get beaten up. Still a man? I'm anxious to see it. At this point, Little Knife, who had just been disliked by Jang Yun's face, pulled out a handful of melons from somewhere and knocked them down as he watched. Incidentally, there was a spit take, and all at once his words drew staggers from the field. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a deal. I'll do it. It's better for me, a squad leader, to have an accident than for Bureau Su to get hurt. After saying that, Ri Tao directly put on his birthday suit. Alright, Jong Yun, you let those ghosts and monsters attack me to try the effect. Ri Tao. Su Weiyan was exasperated enough to glare at Little Knife. If it wasn't for Little Knife talking too much, would it be like this? Beautiful women don't need to thank me. And don't obsess over brother. Brother will always be Zhang's man. Dagger even gave a cheap grin and whistled at her. Su Weiyan's heart was racing with a million grass horses. When has one ever wanted to thank you? Thank you so much. I do want to beat you up to show my appreciation. Then, this wish of hers was realized by Jong Yun. Pop, I'll let you say a few words less. Our customers you also molest. Do not want to do it right. Jong Yun covered Little Knife's face with another slap. The handful of melons in his hand spilled right all over the place. Little Knife was so aggravated by the beating that he wanted to speak. But when he saw that look in Jong Yun's eyes, he swallowed it down. And Jong Yun turned around. I say the two of you really can completely to our Jiang Brother Clothing Factory product direction. Absolutely no problem. Who measured are the same. But this Captain Lai has already volunteered. So it's fine for him to test it. Come on, Dagger. On my command. For the sake of our garment factory. Charge. Chapter 39, The Strength of the Small Knife. Inside the room, as those words of Jong Yun's fell, a small smile appeared on Dagger's face at once. With an extra knife in his hand, he let out a strange laugh and flew straight out. Great. Don't worry brother Jiang. Just waiting for your words. Before the words fell, in the blink of an eye the Little Knife had rushed to Ri Tao. The speed was very fast, and it was a complete contrast to the mischievous Little Knife. The people present, pressed on, did not react. Ghosts and monsters, after all, were still ghosts and monsters, and the abilities they possessed were simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. I can't believe it's so fast. Ri Tao was also taken aback, subconsciously trying to prepare a counterattack. However, just after less than a breath of time, he realized it. Himself, pressed, there was no chance of any counterattack, even if he was battle-hardened, even if he was a squad leader in the 749th Bureau. None of this helps. Everything came too suddenly, and the Little Knife's figure was like a ghost. Normally cheeky, when they really want to strike, even if they are only at the level of a night ghost. Likewise, they can bring great danger to ordinary people and so on. Watch out. The Little Knife is still moving at high speed. His words just rang out. Next, Lai Tao then felt as if his abdomen was stung by something. Immediately afterward, the original sense of restraint that the birthday suit had given to him slowly dissipated. The feeling was as if something had been lost. A life jacket that can only withstand one attack. Now that this birthday suit had helped Ri Tao fend off a small knife attack, its function had failed and it had directly turned into an ordinary birthday suit. And, as the birthday suit failed, a gloomy and cold aura was spread out towards Li Tao. This is ghostly. Ri Tao's eyes widened. Danger. However, the small knife was still too fast to fend off the next attack on its own. But, holy, is this the birthday suit we made? Why is it so hard? My knife is about to curl. It was followed closely by the surprised voice of Dagger. The knife stopped attacking. Lai Tao immediately had the feeling that he had just returned from hell and picked up a life. This kind of threat, does it look like a stern ghost should have? He was a little incredulous. The scene, again, was like a gust of wind. Little Knife flashed directly to Zhang Yun's side. Brother Jiang, so this is what you told us to produce? So sick? The Little Knife put away the knife and shook off the somewhat numb arm with a somewhat surprised expression. Apparently, it was also the first time he knew about the function of the birthday suit. The ghost bride on one side saw in this result, and the expression on her face changed slightly. It's good to know. So how can we sell what our factory makes without some substantial features? Zhang Yun didn't notice the expression on Lai Tao's face. All the attention was on the birthday suit. And, for now, he's still happy with the result. Smiling, he nodded. How about it, guys? It feels okay. He smiled and looked towards Lai Tao and also the Su Weiyin duo and inquired. Effects. Li Tao, who was still in a somewhat confused state, was awakened by Zhang Yun's words. He lifted his hand and glanced up at himself. After a short while, he tentatively put the Little Knife's perverted-like ability aside for the moment and returned his attention to the birthday suit. After reacting, a similar expression of surprise appeared on his face. Surprisingly, it really can withstand the attacks of ghosts and monsters. Aside from being able to feel a little bit of feedback from the attack, nothing happened to me at all. Ryato was the one who experienced the test firsthand. He was the one who knew best what the quality of this birthday suit was. Little Knife's strength had already given him some sense of crisis, but the birthday suit, again, gave him a great sense of security. Wearing it on the body, just like Zhang Yun said, it wouldn't affect normal limb movement at all. And, it's also pretty much perfect for fending off a ghostly attack. And this thing, it seems to not only be able to withstand a single ghost attack, It seems to be able to withstand a ghostly invasion as well. Ri Tao thought about it. Summarized again. The moment the birthday suit failed just now, he also felt the gust of ghostly aura that the little knife had sent out at him. And before the birthday suit functioned properly, he was completely imperceptible. This, sort of, is a brand new discovery. This birthday suit is a treasure. If you can have this baby, in the future, when you go on a mission, the casualty situation can definitely be controlled in a very good stage. It's just a pity that it can only withstand it once. If it could withstand it multiple times, it wouldn't be too much to say that it's a divine weapon. Ri Tao was a bit surprised, and Su Weiyan looked at this scene with a somewhat uncontrollable expression. She could see it too. The small knife's power level, although after the night ghost level, but compared to the other night ghosts, it would be a bit stronger again. And he's still a real-life poltergeist, which can't be faked. With that one attack he had just made, it was still very possible to get a minor injury if he was slightly inattentive. And Li Tao wore a life jacket protective suit. Not only did he not suffer any damage, even the ghost chi was resisted. That's very much the point. Ghost energy entering the body will greatly affect an ordinary, normal person. Even for those of them who are cultivators, if more ghost chi enters the body, it will not only have an effect on the action, but in serious cases, it may even directly affect the danger of life. A flash of surprise flashed across her face even as she thought about it. Come on, let's not waste any more time. You put it on again, then I'll let the ghost bride attack you a little to try it out. We're still very confident in our products. See this. Jiang Yun also did not nag. Smilingly directly took out a new life jacket to Li Tao. The latter did not hesitate to change the old one and put on the new one first. That feeling of being wrapped up in a force of power reappeared with a sense of security. And it's the next test that's the most important. After all, Jiang Yun said that the biggest selling point of these birthday suits was their ability to directly withstand a single Ghost King attack. And right now, there was a Ghost King in front of them. Whether or not it could really have the effect that Jiang Yun said it would, the Ghost Bride's attack was the point. The knife is just an appetizer. I'm ready, come on. With the experience of the last time, Ri Tao adjusted his body and looked at the Ghost Bride with a grave expression. The latter, too, didn't talk too much. The Ghost Bride was obedient to Jiang Yun, and when Jiang Yun told her to move, she quickly did so. Next, she was like an ethereal wisp of green smoke that floated directly to Li Tao's side. The Ghost Bride is not the same as the knife. Her attacks were slow. Very, very slow. However, the sense of oppression given to people was not at all comparable to that of a small knife. Although the moves were slow, each move, however, had a feeling that it was completely impossible to avoid. This was most clearly perceived by Ri Tao. The Ghost King is still the Ghost King after all. Before the attack even hit him, he could already feel the overwhelming ghostly aura coming towards him. Accompanied by the ghostly aura, there seemed to be dozens and hundreds of human faces among them, grimacing and snarling at themselves. Boom! A loud bang rang through the room. The Ghost Bride strikes out and is just not the same as the knife. Li Tao could feel very clearly that the piece of birthday suit on his body was directly blasted to pieces, rather than slowly disappearing bit by bit. He himself, like a puppet on strings, flew straight toward the back. The body slammed into the wall, and behind it, there was an immediate pain. Inside the room, it was like an earthquake, shaking right on up. Chapter 40 Grand Opening Rewards. Ri Tao, is everything alright? Su Weiyan was the first to rush to him and inquired. This move, the force used by the Ghost Bride, can be enough, totally has the strength a Ghost King should have. And Li Tao, is it still safe? In an instant, several pairs of eyes in the room were placed on him in unison. I'm fine, just smashed my back into the wall. After a short while, Ri Tao coughed a few times and got up from the ground, immediately followed by an uncontrollable smile on his face. Bureau Su. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Look, I actually blocked the Ghost King's attack. And, unharmed. Nothing at all. Li Tao's surprised voice reached everyone's ears. He let out a big grin and unfolded his hands, and began to look them up and down himself. This birthday suit, simply don't be too good and practical. Su Bureau, we need these birthday suits. This effect is really great. Li Tao couldn't wait to tell Su Weiyan. Only after experiencing it for yourself can you understand how perverted this life jacket is. As for Su Weiyan, she also changed from being anxious at the beginning to having some surprise on her face. Coming over to Ri Tao, he looked him up and down to make sure that he really wasn't harmed. He also sucked in a breath of cold air. This is surprisingly true. These birthday suits, they can really be so effective. What Jiang Yun said was surprisingly true. Su Weiyan couldn't help but feel a hint of incredulity. The quality, it's still really good. If I didn't know that I knew the birthday suit had this effect, I would have doubted myself. At that moment, the Ghost Bride on one side looked at her hands. He looked at Li Tao again and muttered something. Husband, we made these birthday clothes and sold them. Those people won't wear them against us, right? The ghost bride turned her head and inquired about Jiang Yun. After a small test, the ghost bride found the key to the problem at a glance. The existence of this birthday suit is something that can already threaten their safety. The ghost bride thought of this point the first time and frowned inquiringly. Well, it's hard to say, but I don't think you guys would, right? We're partners. Jiang Yun also pondered for a moment when he heard this question, then turned his head to look at Su Weiyan and the others. If there are really those ungrateful ones, I think, it doesn't matter. I'll make a move. We, Zhang's clothing factory, are not soft persimmons, but soon. Jiang Yun resumed his seat. Picking up the tea that was placed on the table, he gently took a sip and spoke faintly, and he revealed a hint of a meaningful smile towards the Su Weiyan duo. Like you said, we are partners. If you can really guarantee that the ghosts and monsters in your place can get past the guarantee of not harming anyone, this factory, we, Bureau 749, will cover it. Su Weiyan sniffed, took a deep breath, and also reacted. Listening to the conversation between Jiang Yun and the ghost bride, she could understand that there were some words in there that Jiang Yun was probably saying to himself. And also after witnessing the effect of these birthday suits, Su Weiyan directly made a decision in her mind. The list, indeed, can be signed, and not this one. In the future, Bureau 749 can all take their goods from here, with such a perverted ability of the life jacket. For the 749th Bureau, part-time is a protective treasure. Jiang Yun, as the sole supplier, was bound to be protected. Not only should it be protected, it should be focused on. Of course, there were some things that she had to take into consideration for security reasons, being the director of Bureau 749 herself after all. For example, the ghosts and ghouls on this side of the Jiang Yun factory. You can guarantee that these ghosts and goblins won't harm anyone, and Bureau 749 can take full responsibility for security here. Su Weiyan re-emphasized her words. He couldn't see through Jiang Yun's ability. It wasn't known what means Jiang Yun had used to get a Ghost King level ghost to work at his place. However, since Jiang Yun was able to subdue the ghosts and monsters and settle them down, how is this not a completely new endeavor for their 749th Bureau? Ghosts and monsters, however, are also some existences that have retained their grudges and are unable to enter the midst of reincarnation. In the end, how can any ghost or monster not be a poor man in life? If can let these ghosts and monsters settle down in the mortal world first. Find a way to send them to reincarnation later. Instead, like before, they would directly beat their souls, or directly suppress and imprison them, letting their grievances grow bigger and bigger. And in the end, they would still have to face a whole new set of problems. Jiang Yun is now operating like this. Maybe it's kind of a better choice for the Ghostbusters. And for Wahoo, 749th inning, fully supportable. Hiss like this. Jiang Yun took a deep breath when he heard this. That seems, it's not so bad. Someone can cover themselves for free, and that someone is still the country behind them. How can one refuse such a good thing? Jiang Yun got up again and after thinking for a while, a smile appeared on his face. That's a good feeling. You're all so kind enough. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I didn't show you some kindness? Come, I'll give you a tour of our factory. With that, he opened the room doors directly. The group arrived at the factory work area. Old Chin 2 and Gamma Coconut were at that moment pedaling their sewing machines with vigor. After hearing the movements behind them, they all turned their heads to look curiously at Jiang Yun and the others as well. What do you mean? What do you mean? Li Tao was holding a few pieces of birthday suits that he had just brought inside the room. Feeling the gazes of Gamma Coconut and Old Chin 2, he balked a little. Looking toward Jiang Yun, he inquired. Harm? Yes, that's what it means. Jiang Yun smiled and nodded in response. Ri Tao? I still don't get your point. Su Weiyan also listened with some cloudiness, and also said, I don't understand what you mean either. What exactly does it mean? That's what it means. Jiang Yun slapped his head. Alas, this means, you guys place an order. I can discount the meaning. You are so mean to us, I also have to show my meaning. After the words were spoken, Su Weiyan and Li Tao then understood. Showing a hint of surprise, it turned out to mean that, we see what you mean. The birthday suit is really nice. And after the thoroughness of what we've just seen, we're inclined to buy it. Jiang Yun smiled at the words. The first order. This is not coming. And at this point, Gamako, who had just been brought back by Jiang Yun from the Spoke Island Kingdom. What are they talking about? Why can't I understand what it means? Is this some kind of dumb question? What's the point of them coming out and talking about this? Gamera's eyes widened. The emotions in his heart were already complicated. And when he heard this, he was even more furious. What the hell is the point of abducting yourself here? But it was clear that no one wanted to pay any attention to her at this point. Jiang Yun directly quoted the selling price. After all, it is also the first order. It is not good to set too high. Too low is also not good. After thinking about it, he finally spoke. Since this is the first order since our factory opened, I'll give you a little more discount. Plus I'll give you an extra discount on top of the discount. How about 5,000 apiece? Chapter 41, No Middleman Spread. 5,000. 1. Inside the plant. When Su Weiyan heard this price, her face shifted slightly. Without a trace, he glanced at Ri Tao. It seemed like a hesitation. What's wrong? Price still too high? Jiang Yun flinched at the sight. After all, this was the first time he had done this kind of business, and this price, too, was something he felt could be acceptable within reason. But then look at Su Weiyan's expression. Is it hard to believe that you have overpriced yourself? No, Mr. Jiang Yun, I mean, the price is reasonable. Very reasonable. Su Weiyan shook her head in a hurry. To be honest, before Jiang Yun had priced it, what Su Weiyan had in mind, this kind of birthday suit, also had the effect of being able to withstand the attack of the Ghost King. It can only be used once though, but there's still a big difference between that and being completely unprotected. This can be a real lifesaver in case of emergency. It's not at all an exaggeration to say that it's $5,000 for a life. For the price, it's very authentic and very good. Even so, the price is a little too low to be true. Mr. Jiang Yun, in that case, we'd like to start with 1,000 pieces. Is that okay? And if there are no problems with the follow-up, I'll continue to communicate with the higher-ups to increase the quantity. Su Weiyan returned to her work and after thinking for a while, she directly reported a number. 1,000 pieces. Try them on first. It's been tested, but it's not in a real environment after all. It's better to be safe. If it works really well, another 10,000 pieces. 100,000 spares. It's not even a particularly difficult thing for the country to do. 1,000 pieces? Jiang Yun thought about it. Naturally there's no problem. But, right now I don't have any stock on hand here. For 1,000 pieces, I can deliver them the day after tomorrow at the latest. Business was concluded, and a smile appeared on Jiang Yun's face. Simple math. According to 5,000 apiece, 1,000 pieces of life jacket. Opening the first order. Revenue net profit straight to 5 million. For yourself, money is outside of your body, but never without money. Can have 5 million into the account, and still lying profit. This one business. Do not lose. Day after tomorrow at the latest? It'll take a little while to settle things over here. 2. Su Weiyan sniffed and after a brief moment of reflection, she agreed in one breath. Good goods are not afraid to wait. As long as they get there, time is not an issue. Okay, you guys just wait for my good news. When the time comes, you'll just come directly to pick up the goods. There's no middleman to earn the difference in price. Jiang Yun also nodded. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. Well, I'll call ahead and apply for funding, and when the time comes, the money and goods will be paid for, and the results will be good enough to keep ordering. Su Weiyan responded. No problem. Then 2 big customers. I'll wait for you here. Take care. The 2 had no more objections. The word is out. Su Weiyan also roughly understood Jiang Yun's thoughts, trying to pull him into the 749th. That's definitely unlikely. However, this time coming over to Nanjing City can still have this unexpected joy. Relatively speaking, it is also already enough. And most of all, Bureau 749 and Jiang Yun were now for a cooperative relationship. With this relationship here, communication after letting go will definitely be a lot easier. Back on top of the birthday suit. To be honest, from what you told me before I came here, I'm already vague about Jiang Yun's strength. Now, he's even more of a surprise to you and me. And his strength. I think I'm afraid that it has already surpassed the 4 great families. On the way back from the meeting, Su Weiyan was still analyzing. To have the ability to have the power to make ghosts and monsters follow their orders was unheard of in the 4 great families. Throughout history, even more so, no one has been able to do it. And Jiang Yun set the precedent. Not to mention how significant it was. Just from this point alone, it was already possible to tell that Jiang Yun's strength had definitely reached a level that they were currently completely untouched by. Not to mention, Jiang Yun also possessed the ability to craft a life jacket that could withstand a single attack from the Ghost King. I'm beginning to be kind of interested. Su Weiyan's eyes slowly lit up. I've gained a lot from coming over to Nanjing City this time. When the matter of the Ghost Emperor was dealt with and he returned to the imperial capital, he had to tell the side of the 4 great families about Jiang Yun's situation as well. Such a talent should never be left unheard. You lead the way first, to the place where the most ghosts and monsters are currently gathering in Nanjing City. Let's solve the problem over here first. The ghostly aura is so dense that it's conservatively estimated that thousands of ghosts and monsters have appeared over here. We don't have much time. We must go to the western region as soon as possible to find the Ghost Emperor and join up with the other 3 great clans. Su Weiyan took a deep breath. Put Jiang Yun aside for now. The most important thing at the moment was still the Ghost Emperor. There hadn't been a Ghost Emperor in the last 100 years, and now that it had appeared, she was under a lot of pressure as the current director of Bureau 749. There are so many things to consider. Upon hearing this, Li Tao did not say much, but only nodded, and after contacting Zhang Tianxia through the walkie-talkie to ask for the location, he went straight to his destination. This night, too, was not destined to be ordinary. South River City, the streets and alleys, but wherever there is the appearance of ghosts and monsters, there is bound to be a battle. Members of the 749th Bureau drawn from all over the country, as well as members of the Heavenly Master's Way have been fighting ghosts and monsters all night long. After all, it's vanguard behind them. It's late at night. The entire city of Nanjiang was as quiet as a ghost town. The people were very self-conscious about staying behind closed doors the entire time because of the haunting, hiding at home and just hoping it's all an illusion. Yet again, through the windows, the cries of wolves and ghosts could be heard all night long, as well as the sound of guns being fired and long swords being sheathed. The populace dared not make a sound, much less poke their heads out to watch. After all, there are still haunted news on this internet to this day. No one would be willing to gamble their lives on that curiosity. Brothers in Nanjiang City, hold on. General Rain's live broadcast of the fight against counterfeiting resulted in a real encounter with ghosts have been lost. Scary. So many posts have been deleted and blocked all during the day today. But the more this happens, the more it proves that there are ghosts. You guys must hold on. This world is happening. First of all, I'm not from Nanjiang City. My family is inside a small county in the western region, a few thousand kilometers away from Nanjiang City. But it seems like we're a bit unsettled here too. Brother, I am also a small county in the western region. You also found out. These days we also circulated a lot of what ghost legends here. I heard that in the Tianqi mountain haunted. Now all have been controlled by the police department. I feel like the world is about to change. Brothers, it's best if we all stay awake tonight. The big one is coming. My house is near Tianqi mountain. So many people have been coming this way in the past few days. And looking at the license plates, most of them are from the Imperial City. Chapter 42, 100% sniper hits. Even late at night, the internet, still buzzing. Even officially, the platform is struggling to control public opinion. But there are all sorts of posts that are still active in the major community group chats. Nanjiang City is haunted, but also at the beginning of what everyone thought was just a farce, evolved into a General Rain fake, really encountered ghosts, so that all the netizens more convinced. For a while, not to mention how the city of Nanjiang, up and down the country, there was almost a panic. Brothers, don't come to Tianqi Mountain. I'd rather go to Nanjiang City than Tianqi Mountain. Tianqi Mountain is full of ghosts, but it is at this time of fear and trepidation. In the post bar, a brand new posting that has captivated the general public. What the hell? During the daytime it seems like some people also say that the Tianqi mountainside is haunted. But that's 100 ghosts walking at night in Nanjiang City. Tianqi Mountain is also haunted, and more so than Nanjiang City? With a title like that, it attracted a crowd straight away. The poster is obviously a new number and people would have scoffed at a message. But as the post went downstairs a few minutes later, it was updated with a few more photos, probably due to the fact that it was shot at night. The whole picture looks all very depressing, but a little more carefully, still able to see clearly. In this photo above, there is a large group of densely packed human head. They were positioned as if under a great mountain. Several other photos, taken from different angles, have the same content. It's just a big group of people gathered under a big hill. But from a distance, you can still see the army, tanks, guns and such being set up. The whole picture is, to say the least, quite powerful. As soon as the photo was updated and posted, it instantly attracted another large group of netizens. Mainly, the army is out in force. Even the tank cannons were pulled up. It is not an exaggeration to say that this movement is even bigger than Nanjiang City. What's this? Look at this situation. Can't it be that we're going to blow up this mountain? What's wrong with this world? First it's Nanjiang City, then it's that what's his name Tianqi Mountain. The army's out. It's really going to be a big one. Don't get it. Huddle up. Make a corner first. Support the world reboot. The comments below were a hoot. Say what you will, but more than that, it still felt a pang of unease at these strange phenomena that were inexplicable and could not be explained in words. This world, is there really a secret? Could it be? Could there really be ghosts and goblins? And the state has known about it for a long time. Even, it's been hiding it from the people? Up and down the country, Countless pairs of eyes are staring at two places almost at this very moment. For one thing, the city of Nanjiang is haunted, and the whole city is sealed and controlled. Secondly, what happened to the gathering of troops at Tianqi Mountain? Is it hard to believe that it is also haunted? It was a night when not many people could sleep. Various posts on the internet also basically survived for another child or two have disappeared. But the more you delete posts to hide, the more you make a bunch of netizens more panic. Time, little by little, passed. It's already cloudy. Compare that to the panic on the internet. At this time also in Nanjiang City, Suweaving Smoke and Li Tao and others. More body fatigue. All night yesterday, without any breaks. There were just too many ghosts and monsters suppressed under Zhang Yun's quadrangle. Although most of them were ordinary ghosts and monsters, and a small number of severe ghosts and ghost soldiers. All of them were good to deal with. However, it is not possible that the number is too large and the area is too wide. Ghosts that no one cares about, even radiating locations, have reached the surrounding urban areas. Just after solving the ghosts in the first area, it's immediately time to hoof it to the next location again. And after a night of hard work, the casualties in the entire city of Nanjiang were also controlled to an acceptable level. But all the same, having labored all night, the team was almost completely drained of energy and desperately in need of rest. Only, even then, the ghosts and monsters still weren't completely cleared out, still fighting on the front lines. As long as the ghosts and monsters are not eliminated, Nanjiang City, there will be no peace. Suweaving Smoke as the leader of Bureau 749. Also yesterday, from the time he said goodbye to Zhang Yun, he basically didn't stop, and went all the way straight to the most haunted and dangerous place. Although the Ghost King was under Zhang Yun's control, he couldn't have come over for nothing. It would be good to contribute a little, to solve the crisis on this side as soon as possible, and to bring more people over to the west at that time. And at that moment, on the other side, Congo Clothing Factory. Zhang Yun didn't go home yesterday, and at 11 o'clock last night, Goldman Sachs sent over the residential location. But looking at the late hour, it's still better to just put it in the factory now. Another thing is that Ri Tao and Su Weiyin came over last night, and it was a brief resolution to the conflict between the Ghost Bride and Gamma Coconut in the factory. The two ghosts didn't argue anymore, but they still defied each other. Come to think of it, they're all Ghost King rank, all have their heart in the right place. Zhang Yun didn't want to bother with that anymore. Anyway, as long as he could keep stepping on the sewing machine to produce birthday suits for himself. It's just that the workers are still a little short. After getting up early and briefly washing up, Zhang Yun stretched and yawned. I just completed my first order yesterday and had to make other customers wait. That's not good. Zhang Yun also realized this problem. Inside the factory, if there were more ghosts, this wouldn't be such an awkward situation. By the way, we negotiated an order for 1,000 pieces with Bureau 749 yesterday, and the system quest seems to be completed. Zhang Yun walked out of the room. Inside the factory, a host of ghosts and goblins are still struggling with their sewing machines. This was an image that Zhang Yun liked. Outside, he poured himself a cup of hot water before re-entering the room with it. System, submit the mission, he murmured in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the order for 1,000 pieces of birthday suits. Main quest 2 is complete, and rewards are being handed out. Congratulations to the host for obtaining redemption points *10,000. Sewing machine *10. Sniper rifle *1. Sniper rifle bullets *50. New mission is opening. The system mission is ready. Please check it in time for the host. What the hell? Sniper rifle? Zhang Yun flinched slightly when he heard the system's voice. The movement that was making the tea stalled for a moment, and for a moment his mind was a bit spinning. One's own system? Isn't it the Ghostbusters system? What's with the sniper rifle and all this modern technology? System, extract the sniper rifle. Ignored the other rewards for a while. Zhang Yun put the teacup and called out the detailed description of the sniper rifle. Sniper rifle, 100% hits on enemies within 1,000 meters. Since the moment of its birth, no enemy has been able to escape my barrel. Chapter 43 Expansion. Is this thing so sick? The room saw the system explained. Zhang Yun frowned. Within 1,000 meters. 100%. What a concept. A marksman is nothing more than that. If that's true, the gun is more or less sick. If you encounter any danger in the future, maybe it will come in handy. It can be worth looking forward to a handful. But after taking this sniper rifle out and holding it in your hand, the weight feels right. But, just looking at it, it doesn't seem that strange. It's just like a regular sniper rifle. Not too different. Is it possible that the bullets are tracking? Zhang Yun muttered something. It was the only possibility he could think of. Forget it. Such a big guy. It's not good to carry. Just put it in the factory. Find a place to test go when you have a chance. the points have directly increased by 10,000. It seems like quite a few new things have been unlocked within the mall. Take a look and go. Put the sniper rifle aside for now. Mainly because there aren't any good test sites right now. So next time I'll go to a more open area and test it again. At the moment, it was better to see what new redeemable items had been updated in the system mall. Jiang Yun began to open the system mall interface. The second mission was completed. And this time the system was generous, directly rewarding 10,000 points. Tap on the mall screen. At the forefront is still the fabric. Jiang Yun directly exchanged another 5,000 points for fabric. This thing is a consumable, and it never hurts to have a little extra. Pretty much one credit will only make one dress. Cash in more and stock the factory to avoid a situation where you still have to make the customer wait. That's good too. In addition, Jiang Yun slid downward. Among them all, there are 3 newly unlocked items. One for sniper rounds and 1 credit for 1 round. A little pricey, but figured it's a sniper rifle and you can't shoot many rounds in total. And with the 50 rounds you get as a gift, it might even take a long time to use them all up. It's expensive, but it doesn't matter. The other unlocked item, on the other hand, was a spatial storage bag, similar to the kind inside a metaphysical novel. However, this kind of space storage bag cannot be metaphysical. Instead, through spatial wormholes, all sorts of complex algorithms, things are stored in another space. When there was a need to take out or store something in, the system would automatically solve the wormhole, and then Jiang Yun could take the weapon from the wormhole, priced at 3,000 points for unlimited space. This is kind of fun, and when there's more stuff in the future, it can all be thrown inside this bag. Jiang Yun stroked his chin. This thing was worth redeeming. Redeem once, use forever, and this last unlocked new item is a bit special. No instructions? Jiang Yun was a bit puzzled. It had all been unlocked, but the system really didn't have any instructions for this item. The entire item appears black and resembles a seal-type contraption. The words at the bottom had become so blurred that they were not readable at all. Jiang Yun frowned. The dark appearance, coupled with the fact that there was no information whatsoever, caused Jiang Yun to take some interest in the contraption. The asking price, however, is a whopping 10,000 points. There was a silence. I was going to redeem it for research, but I'd better forget it. Next time for sure. Jiang Yun gave up, now that he had fewer points in his hand already. This thing tickles curiosity though, but I don't know exactly what it is. I can't redeem it, and I can't use it, and it's still too expensive. Better to wait until later, when there is interest. Think so. Jiang Yun then used the remaining 5,000 points to exchange 3,000 points for a spatial storage bag. Keep 2,000 points in reserve. End of redemption. Jiang Yun thought about it for a moment, but he still put the sniper rifle that he originally wanted to put inside the plant. After all, at 7 paces, the gun is fast and accurate. Keep it on your person and be prepared. System, open a new mission. After counting his harvest, Jiang Yun also began to look forward to what the new mission would be. Ding! Main Quest 3 has been opened. Your factory has completed its first order. And now you need to catch more ghosts and make labor contracts with them to grow your factory and complete more orders. Please ask the host to fully recruit all the spare factory positions in the shortest possible time. Ding! You have triggered a special mission. Side quest, new monster Ghost Emperor has been detected in the host's world. Please read the Heavenly Master's secret scrolls as soon as possible as a way to enhance your strength and better grow the factory. Oh, 2 missions? Jiang Yun was slightly flabbergasted. That's kind of interesting. He had traveled to this world for so long, but it was the first time he had encountered 2 quests issued at the same time. And the second special mission, the Celestial Master Scroll. What is it? And the Ghost Emperor. Li Tao and the others also mentioned the appearance of Ghost Emperors in the western region. Jiang Yun took a deep breath. This was the second time he had heard of the Ghost Emperor. The first time was in the mouths of Ri Tao and Su Wei Yan. The second time, surprisingly, was in the mouth of the system. It seems that this Ghost Emperor is, indeed, somewhat extraordinary. As for the Celestial Master Volume, this was the first time Jiang Yun had heard of this word, but since it was something mentioned by the system, I thought that it must not be anything mortal. Jiang Yun secretly kept this in his mind, and when he had the chance in the future, he could ask Su Wei Yan or Li Tao about it. And the main quest. Jiang Yun smiled slightly, his eyes lighting up. Speaking of filling all the remaining seats in the factory, this one fits in well with what one is thinking right now. In the beginning, the system sent 10 sets of sewing machines directly to himself. Only 4 are in use now, and 6 are free. Recruiting people. Ah no, it's necessary to recruit ghosts. These missions are right up there with my own ideas. Not bad, not bad, I like it. As of right now, so many ghosts and monsters in Nanjiang City are still running out of their homes. then it makes sense to call them back again yourself. Well, because they disobeyed and ran out. It makes perfect sense to take a little punishment and stay and step on the sewing machine. Thinking about this, Jung Yun didn't hesitate. Get right to it and go out looking for ghosts. You guys stay and keep house, and I'll go find you some more little ones to go and take some of the pressure off of your work. Of course, you guys still have to work hard until I find a new ghost. And remember, the work can't stop, We're running out of time for delivery, so don't be lazy. Arriving at the factory hall, Jung Yun directly placed the fabric he had just redeemed to the side. After barking at the group of ghosts and monsters, he didn't care what their expressions were. Whistling, hands behind their backs, happily out the door. Chapter 44, Speak ill of me behind my back? At this point, Nanjiang City Police Station. Zhou Changhai slumped on top of his chair with a tired face. Next to him was Goldman Sachs, who wasn't in anywhere near the same state of mind as he was. Leader Zhou, it's the third day. Those ghosts and monsters should have all been captured by Captain Lai and the others to catch their breath, right? I heard that the leaders above all came down to talk to Jung Yun in person last night. Does this mean that we're okay? Goldman inquired cautiously. Lai Tao and the others hadn't been back since the start of their departure operation yesterday, and before they left, they were specifically instructed to stay in the police station at night, no matter what, so as to ensure their safety. Otherwise, even if God comes, he can't absolutely guarantee their safety. Zhou Changhai and Gao Shang have never seen this kind of scene, and immediately responded, not daring to have any comments. After all, the hundreds of workers who disappeared haven't been found yet. No one knows if they're dead or alive, much less where they've gone. This uneasiness kept reverberating through them, and at this time, that dared to have any opinion. I don't know, but since the state has stepped in, then I think it should be almost resolved soon. Zhou Changhai shook his head. They didn't go back yesterday, and they stayed at the police station, not exactly hiding. More than anything, they were still accomplishing the tasks given to them by Li Tao and Tianchi Zhang. Eliminate all internet opinion about ghosts and goblins. This actually seems pretty simple, and it's not the first time this has happened. Eliminating such futile and superstitious posts has been a breeze for a long time, but yesterday could have been a big battle. The post can't be deleted enough. The population of Nanjiang City is so large that each person posts a thread, and there are only so many people they have to delete the posts. Where can I delete it? Even then, Zhou Changhai himself asked for a permission to personally get on board and start helping to control the development of public opinion. A night down. Although the control is also 7 or 8, but there are still a lot of posters are still in the continuous update. This was still far from the task given to them by Li Tao and Tianchi Zhang. By all rights, that Jiang Yun should also have to call it quits. He alone made Nanjiang City into this state, and now he needs all of us in the country to accompany him to finish. It's really inhuman. Goldman Sachs didn't think about Zhou Changhai that much. A night of deleting posts, and in addition to fear, he deleted a bellyful of fire. If it weren't for Jiang Yun, could they have become like this? Nanjiang City, will it become like this? The source of all this was because of Jiang Yun. Cut the crap. It's almost time for a break and a post-deletion. Zhou Changhai lit a cigarette. All kinds of pressure sorrow, so that he had to quit smoking to eliminate the sorrow. Letting out a long breath. He no longer wanted to judge Jiang Yun. Or maybe, too scared to judge. You know, you were a suitcase away from death yesterday. No, I have to say a few words. Anyway, with Captain Lai still Zheng Tianchi and the others, I'm not afraid of him. People who are on the verge of a breakdown often turn hysterical. Goldman Sachs, right now, is pretty much out of that state. It's not like he's over here anyway. I'm not afraid of him. What he said about wanting plant, about wanting housing. I'll go fast and furious and find him a good deal. Even Captain Lai personally went to talk to him. If this still doesn't solve the problems in Nanjiang City, then this Jiang Yun is just a bit of a face giver. Do we have to kneel in front of him? Not gambling with the lives of millions of people in Nanjiang City. He also has that little bit of belly. This is not allowed to be said by others. Goldman Sachs is extremely resentful. On his forehead, a chuan appeared from all the frowning. The dissatisfaction with Jiang Yun could be said to be quite strong. What he said, however, was true. Zhou Changhai sniffed and didn't say a word. That's kind of putting your heart out there. Making the entire Nanjiang City gamble with him was more or less excessive. Go back. Captain Lai and the others haven't returned yet. Before they do, the public opinion on the internet, we still have to control it. After a long time, Zhou Changhai sighed. A cigarette finished. Threw away the butt. Ready to go inside and continue to fight to delete the post. Goldman had also gotten up, ready to follow along into the house. But just at this time, an abrupt voice came from the other side. I seem to hear from a long way away again. Some people have a problem with me. You guys are being chewed on behind your back. Don't you ever think that the person in question will hear it? along with the voice, there was a figure that neither Zhou Changhai nor Gao Shang looked like seeing. Well, I'm already in front of you guys, so go ahead and have a couple of words. Zhang Yun put his hands in his pockets and leaned against a wall, smiling as he looked at Zhou Changhai and also the Gao Shang duo. It's not good behavior to talk about others behind their backs. Why are you here? Zhang Yun's appearance had taken Zhou Changhai and also Goldman Sachs somewhat by surprise. Gao Shang even had an expression of having seen a ghost, and ran several steps directly backward in fear. There was fear in his eyes, afraid of what Zhang Yun would do to him. Why couldn't I have come? There was no one outside the door. I just walked in. Zhang Yun shrugged his shoulders and explained extra innocently. Hearing this reply, Zhou Changhai and the others fell silent for a while. It was logical that there would be someone at the door, but last night was so busy that everyone involved stayed up late deleting posts. At this point, how could anyone notice Zhang Yun suddenly coming over? Alright, not to tease you guys, where are Li Tao and the others? They inquired for most of the circle before they found out that your base camp is here. Really? This Nanjiang city is such a big city, but even a car can't hit, and I have to take the initiative to find a car myself. Zhang Yun yawned and found a random stool to sit on. One comes over here with a purpose. Instead, we have to push the envelope with these two. Finding this place did take quite a while on its own, though, but it was good to find the car anyway, which saved me a lot of trouble. Captain Lai and the others haven't come back yet. Hearing Zhang Yun's words, Zhou Changhai went mental and responded with a frown. At this point there was another spat in his mind that didn't come out. That is, why can't you get a taxi? What is the reason Zhang Yun? He still can't be clear. The whole city of Nanjiang is haunted. Who else dares to go out at this hour? Making money is trivial. Saving your life is the point. However, since Zhang Yun had come over, it seemed like he had something to find Li Tao and the others as well. Zhou Changhai thought for a moment, but still sent out a query. We're not sure when Captain Lai and the others will be back, but if you have an emergency, but talk to us first, and I'll pass it on to Captain Lai when he gets back. Zhang Yun sniffed. Originally hearing that Li Tao and the others hadn't returned yet, there was some loss on his face, but Zhou Changhai said so again, which caused his expression to change a little more subtly. Do have a little something for you guys, but it's all minor. It's just that I need some men, so it's okay if you send me some. I'll take them to collect the bodies. Chapter 45, How I Remember. You wanted to slip away. This statement was made. The field was instantly quiet. Zhou Changhai's eyes immediately widened with disbelief. Zhang Yun just said, collect the body? Sorry, it's possible they're still alive. There's a bit too many of them anyway. Whether they're dead or alive, you guys send someone to take care of it. Probably saw the look on his face. Zhang Yun added a sentence immediately afterward. Why am I a little deaf? The people you're talking about, what are they? Zhou Changhai's frown deepened, still not understanding what exactly Zhang Yun was talking about. Workers? Aren't you the missing hundreds of workers? I found them for you. They're all over there. The information is absolutely accurate. Just tell me if you're coming with me to pick them up. Don't expect me to police the people who tore my house down anyway. Zhang Yun continued to yawn. They are the ones who are anxious about the missing person, but they are not anxious at all. Coming over here now. It's just a notice. If no one cares, then it all doesn't matter and you have nothing to lose. Alright, that's all the chatting. I've got a lot of things to do, so I'll go first. If you guys still care about those workers, follow along. With that said, Zhang Yun got up and patted his ass, turning around to leave, but also just a few steps away. He suddenly turned his head again and glanced at Goldman Sachs, who had long since ducked away. By the way, I've also heard a saying that chewing on people's ears behind their backs makes it easy for a ghost to blow in your ear at night. After the words, Zhang Yun smiled and left straight away. The field grew quiet again. Zhang Yun walked away and left the police station. However, as soon as Gao Sheng heard this, his entire face changed and his body shook. Among the eyes, there were still a few moments of panic. Leader, did you hear that? He threatened me again. It was several seconds before Goldman reacted and lost his voice. It was so hard to finally get rid of Zhang Yun. How come he was now in the middle of a new problem? It terrified him. Cut the crap. You've done this to yourself. Zhou Changhai was too lazy to care, glared at him, and went inside to get his stuff on. Then he gathered some people and hurriedly followed Zhang Yun's pace. Those missing hundreds of workers were found. He was sure, and it had to be managed. It wasn't clear what kind of situation they were in, but now that they had been found and they already knew, as a leader, he had the right to take charge of the incident. Hurry up and follow if you're together. Zhou Changhai glared at Gao Sheng, ergo he took out his cell phone again, preparing to say hello to Lai Tao and the others as well. After all, the person who had taken them to the workers was Zhang Yun. Can't be completely unsuspecting. The group set off in great numbers. with Goldman Sachs among the group. He'd be scared to leave him alone on this side. Not to mention the warnings that Jong Yun had told himself. Now follow up and find a chance to apologize to Jong Yun. Maybe there will be a turnaround. Right. There must be another turnaround, Gao Sheng thought in his mind, and his footsteps couldn't help but speed up. In fact, thinking about it, Jong Yun seemed to be quite good at talking. As long as he apologized seriously, Jong Yun would really forgive himself. But, when he went out and saw Jong Yun, he instantly regretted it again. Yo, thought you all wouldn't dare come. In that case, just follow along and don't get in my way. Jong Yun was standing at the door, originally thinking that none of them would dare to come. I didn't think it would follow. This made him have a certain change of opinion about Zhou Changhai as a person. At least he was not completely greedy and afraid of death. As for Goldman Sachs, what are you, having an attack? Legs shaking all over the place? Jong Yun looked at him while pulling open the car door and sitting on the passenger side, speaking carelessly. No, you. Goldman shook his head vigorously, his whole body confused. The eyes weren't on Jong Yun himself, but were always there on the car that Jong Yun got into, the underworld car. This is the underworld car. A while later, Zhou Changhai also noticed the car, his gaze glaring to its maximum. It's not. The car that Jong Yun had gotten into was not a papier-mâché car of the underworld. It was this reason that directly caused Goldman Sachs to once again refuse to approach Jong Yun. If one wanted to apologize, one would inevitably have to go to Jong Yun's side to say so as to appear sincere and possibly gain Jong Yun's forgiveness. But the problem was, who the hell would have thought that Jong Yun would come over this way in a plutonic car? Who's gonna get in the ING car? Who ING dares to come near? Since they are all medieval cars, the ones who drive them are, naturally, ghosts and monsters. Looking from Goldman's direction, he could just about make out a ghostly figure in the main driver's seat, dressed in a birthday suit, with his tongue still stretched out and his eyes glazed over, grinning at him. That expression, don't even get me started. It's broad daylight. How the hell can you meet a ghost? Gao Shang's heart 10 million grass mud horses ran wildly through. The whole person was messy. Alright, don't bother with you guys. I'm going to go first, just follow me. Jong Yun didn't care about any of this and left a sentence behind. Following which he turned his head and shouted at the main driver's ghost. Let's go. Just go to whichever movie theater you said. I heard that my brothers are over there, so how can I be missing? As the words fell, the main driver, ghost, nodded and started the car right then and there and began to drive off into the distance. This scene watched as Zhou Changhai and the others were petrified in place on the spot. It took a while before he reacted, and he too hurriedly got into his car and followed the plutonium car from a distance. I say, old Zhao, when I was over at the courtyard before, I treated you well, didn't I? At this point, on top of the plutonium car, Jong Yun glanced at the convoy following behind him, placing his hands on the back of his head as he tilted his head and opened his mouth to inquire. Old Zhao, naturally, was the ghostly figure who was driving the car. This, too, was one of the ghosts and monsters that had run out of his quadrangle, with a power level of ghost soldier. It's lucky we haven't been found by the Bureau 749 bunch yet. This morning Jong Yun went out, has not been able to hit the car, the result is in the roadside, but also just coincidentally met the old Zhao who drove a plutonium car drifting around. That's how he became Jong Yun's full-time driver now. Hey, brother Jiang, see what you say. My old Zhao has not driven a car for many years. This is not just out. Get a car. Excited. I'm not even planning to soar for a few more days before I come back to you. Old Zhao drove the car. Pulling shrugged his long tongue, and there was a slur. Even though he was several generations older than Jong Yun, he was now a ghostly monster. A ghostly monster. Then Jong Yun didn't care so much. Earlier in the quadrangle, directly said a dead rule. See yourself, all call brother. If not a bunch of ghosts who are a century older than he is, come up with a grandson. How can he still get along? This will. Jong Yun's face changed when he heard old Zhao's reply. He gave a very kind smile. Really? Why do I remember that you were thinking of slipping when I saw you just now? Chapter 46, he should protect us. No. Brother Jiang. You must have misread it. The person driving the car at that time was definitely not me. You have to trust me, brother Jiang. I, old Zhao, have lived for so many years. How can I run when I see brother Jiang? Ghost possessed. Yes, I am definitely ghost possessed. Just now you saw me trying to run. It should not be me who drove the car at that time. Old Zhao sniffed and hastened to make an explanation. Jong Yun was instantly amused after hearing this. You're a ghost and you can be possessed by another ghost? Might as well say you're looking at it wrong. But it didn't even matter. Having gotten back a ghost, Jong Yun was too lazy to care. You don't have to say much. When you're done later, Come back with me. I still need people in my factory. You're along for the ride. Don't drive and step on any gas. Step on the sewing machine with me. Jiang Yun waved his hand. Having been discovered by himself, he should not think of running again. However, old Zhao's appearance also made Jiang Yun realize where a problem lay. The ghosts that run from inside the quadrangle are all too familiar with their own likenesses. After so many years of suppression, it could be said that those ghosts and monsters were all too familiar with themselves. When he saw himself, either he ran away, or he made a direct move to avenge being suppressed. Jiang Yun wouldn't have felt anything if the second one had made a direct move. Do it. Do it. You're free to do it anyway. I'm invincible. I think back in the quad, that year with my hands in my pockets, I didn't know what it meant to be a rival. Not to mention the fact that his own strength had now risen another level as well. Moves up, hits right into the suit, then takes it back to the factory to step on the sewing machine. It was this first one that Jiang Yun was mainly afraid of. When you see me, you run straight away. So many ghosts, is it hard to catch them one by one yourself? Jiang Yun rubbed his chin. It's kind of necessary to change your image. Otherwise, what's the difference between this running all over the streets and the group from Bureau 749 who are looking for ghosts and killing them everywhere? Time-consuming and generally efficient. No, gotta change the image. Old Zhao, ahead you find a random mall to put me down. I'll buy something to go. Also, what Yuan said about me, that a dozen ghosts all gathered at the movie theater. That's true, right? You know, if you dare to lie to me, the consequences will be severe. Jiang Yun turned his head and looked at old Zhao with a grave expression. The latter sniffed and hastily nodded his head, not daring to be ambiguous at all. Don't worry, Lao Zhao, I've been around the city these days. I know exactly where my brothers are. They're just addicted to the theater. They're all acting there. And those workers who tore down our quadrangle, the brothers said they wanted to thank them properly, and all pulled over there to watch the brothers put on a show. Old Zhao patted his chest in assurance. Even to show that you're not lying. That chest thumping went straight to the eyeballs. After picking it up and pressing it back again, he continued to look at Jiang Yun with a smile. Brother Jiang, what's that sewing machine you were talking about? Are you going to take us to work and make money? Do you have 5 insurance policies and 1 pension? And do you have double time off? And is there social security? Jiang Yun? He began to scrutinize old Zhao. In his mind, the words Lao Zhao said also echoed. For half a day Jiang Yun didn't reply. What is the answer to these questions? After a while, only return to the other side, drive your car well, do not ask what you should not ask. After the words, he directly closed his eyes and began to shut his eyes. Old Zhao was blocked by a sentence, and seeing Jiang Yun say so, he could only continue driving. In the middle of the journey, as Jiang Yun said, he stopped once in front of a large shopping mall. Jiang Yun got off the bus and went inside to buy some things before getting back on the bus, which finally led him straight towards his destination. He went to the mall? Seems like he bought a lot of stuff. Following behind the plutonium car, Jiang Yun's movements were clearly seen by Zhou Changhai as well as Gao Sheng. What should we do? Should we send a couple of brothers to ask what's been bought? Goldman sat in the passenger seat and inquired carefully. What a time it was, that Jiang Yun even had the leisure to go shopping at the mall. There's no need. I just got off the phone with Captain Li. Zhou Changhai was sitting in the back driver, watching Jiang Yun's strange behavior, and also frowned, but his expression, obviously, was not as tense as before. The reason, naturally, was because of that phone call with Lai Tao when he was just in the car. Ri Tao spoke to him very clearly. Jiang Yun wasn't in any danger. He's working with Bureau 749 now. On what exactly? I don't know, but to be sure, Captain Lai also told me that Jiang Yun can be trusted. He's not in danger. Zhou Changhai narrated with a stony face. At first, he thought he'd heard wrong, until Li Tao directly said that the country will not joke with your lives. He believed. It gave him a moment of relaxation, physically and mentally, as well. No wonder Jiang Yun had made a special trip over to the police station to inform himself that he had found the hundreds of workers. It turns out that the deal was made with Bureau 749 last night, so Jiang Yun must be a member of Bureau 749 now as well. He's working for the state. There's no danger to us. He's our comrade now. And what he said to you was nothing more than a warning to you after hearing you arrive to chew people's ears behind your back. If you hadn't said all that, could he have said that? At the mention of the whole, Zhou Changhai's brow furrowed. Goldman Sachs is so scared. It's completely self-inflicted. He became the 749th? Just scaring me? Goldman Sachs' face lit up when he heard this answer. That's good news. That's great news. This. Does that mean I don't need to go and apologize to him? It's only right for him to protect us now that he's joined Bureau 749. Not to mention, it's going to hurt us. Gao Sheng was a bit agitated. The shadow Jiang Yun had cast on him before was too much. It led to some emotional outbursts and almost shouts of joy at the news. That being said, but what I would recommend even more is that you should still find him and apologize when you have the chance to go. Captain Lai didn't reveal much on the wire, but I could hear that in order to invite Jiang Yun, the big leaders of the 749th Bureau came over in person. So, even if he has joined the 749th Bureau, I'm afraid that his identity won't be an ordinary junior team member. At the very least, it's all at the same level as Captain Lai, Zhou Changhai analyzed. After all, what Jiang Yun had shown was just too heaven-defying. It's not too much to ask to be a squad leader, is it? At least in Zhou Changhai's opinion, this is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, with contacting Jiang Yun these past few days, how could he have agreed to join Bureau 749? Chapter 47, What do I look at you for? In reason, I'll go to him and apologize when I get a chance. At what Zhou Changhai said, Goldman nodded in agreement. Thought so. Just from one point, one could tell that Jiang Yun would definitely not have too low a rank when he joined Bureau 749. Previously, when he had unintentionally mentioned the Ghost King, both Li Tao and Tianshi Zhang reacted so greatly. It was enough to see that a ghost of the rank of Ghost King was definitely taken very seriously by Bureau 749. And Jiang Yun was able to subdue the Ghost King and was able to stuff one into the middle of the box. This would have been beyond the capacity of the average 749th Bureau member. What's more, Jiang Yun was the big leader of Bureau 749 who had personally come over to invite him, joined into the national organization. For sure. And won't be too low ranked. Goldman Sachs is kind of institutionalized. That's a bit of human nature he can see. The convoy, traveling on the streets of Nanjiang City, being haunted. You don't see many people during the daytime. The entire city of Nanjiang was equivalent to being in a state of silence. The plutonium car that Jiang Yun was riding in didn't attract much attention. A few minutes later, the car stopped. At the very front, Jiang Yun got down from old Zhao's plutonium car. After Zhou Changhai and the others knew Jiang Yun's identity, they no longer had much fear and walked up to the front to join Jiang Yun. Only, when they saw Jiang Yun, they froze. How come you're a different person? Zhou Changhai did not turn the corner for a moment, and the Jiang Yun in front of him, his appearance came directly to a big change. What had been short hair, became longer, with eyes. In more detail, Jiang Yun also wore makeup. Only, this makeup Wawa put on is just a bit of a mouthful. Women's stuff is just a pain in the ass. Never mind. It'll be just about right. Jiang Yun didn't care when he saw Zhou Changhai and the others coming over. Just spitballing. To go with the convenience of recruiting some employees for fear that they will run away when they see them. I came here, but I went to the mall to get some makeup and a wig to dress myself up. Without looking closely, it's barely enough for those ghosts and goblins with their intelligence. Old Zhao, you go and call all those ghosts who raced with you over to me. I'll gift you to the downstairs and wait. Later on, we still need you to send everyone back. Don't even think about running. I have ways to find you. Got it? After simply dressing himself up, Jiang Yun shouted to old Zhao, who was still inside the car. How to bring back all those ghosts still in the movie theater later is a question. With just one car of old Zhao, this designation is not enough. There must be a few more cars. And old Zhao, Jiang Yun is familiar with. This one was a decent man in life. 2. The last world drove a race car. And then there was an accident in one of the races that resulted in a major crash for the entire field. Give it all to GA at once. After death, there are grudges left in the world, and finally turned into a severe ghost. All adults in the track to harm people. The latter was found subdued and suppressed under the quadrangle by his own old ancestor. The ghosts that Jiang Yun had told him to find were the other racers who had GA on the track with him in the first place. Other than that, the skill of these guys in driving a plutonium car is nothing to sneeze at. A few more cars, or we can get those ghosts from the movie theater inside the factory. Roger, don't worry, my old Zhao will never run away. Old Zhao received the order and left straight away with a kick of the gas, going to find those other racers who were together with GA as Jiang Yun had said. As for Zhou Changhai and the likes of Goldman Sachs, Jiang Yun glanced at them. You guys just go wait here and come back when I call you, so you don't scare my ghost away. Strike that. Jiang Yun ignored them and directly took a step towards the movie theater that old Zhao had mentioned. This movie theater is in the middle of a large shopping mall, a little out of the center of town, which is probably why the Bureau 749 guys haven't found this place all night. But these were not things Jiang Yun needed to think about. When he entered the mall, Jiang Yun could already feel a hint of a chilly feeling. It seems there are quite a few ghosts, and the ghostly aura is well hidden. Jiang Yun smiled slightly and looked around the large mall, finding where the movie theater was located. Like outside, it was cold and empty because it was haunted. Of course, even if there was someone, they were probably taken away by all those ghosts. Jiang Yun came to the escalator and prepared to go upstairs straight to the floor where the movie theater was located. This large mall had a total of 5 floors, and the movie theater was on the top floor, which meant that Jang Yun would need to take the escalator 5 times. Only, as Jang Yun rode the escalator to the 3rd floor, he felt several eyes on him. He looked up, glancing around the room, searching for his who was staring at him in the middle of the day. Oh, here comes another one to die. As he was searching, suddenly from above his head, the sound of a sorrowful voice rang out. Good wow. It's still a little brother, I'll take this person. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. Another female voice came. This little brother will be given to you. This vision of yours is how many years have not touched a man. Don't drain people directly. Giggle. It was followed by another female voice. Jang Yun, who had just descended the escalator to the flat ground, heard the sound and raised his head to watch, only to see that on the 5th floor, by the parapet, there were 3 people standing, and they were giving themselves a wry smile, especially the woman in the center. Under a head of hair, those eyes seemed to be looking at themselves. Just the right kind of clean-cut little brother. The woman who was only looking at Jang Yun and was on the verge of drooling let out a seductive voice. As she spoke, she even threw a wink at Jang Yun, sticking out her tongue to lick at her lips. With that look, he appeared extremely horny. Such behavior provoked a series of wry smiles from the other woman to her side. And on the other side, there stood a man, also with a wry smile. 3 pairs of eyes, staring at Jang Yun in unison. It was like seeing prey. It's all acquaintances. And when Jang Yun, who was still on the 3rd floor, saw these 3 faces, his heart grew happy. These 3, he's familiar with them. The 2 little ghosts that used to work as maids for themselves when they were in the quadrangle, as well as the security ghost of the quadrangle. Now that's like looking at yourself. Jang Yun was happy, and at the same time, this proved one thing. These ghosts really don't have a high IQ, and after simply dressing themselves up, this is not recognizable. It's a good sentiment, and it saves a lot of trouble. I say, you 3, what are you looking at? Jang Yun lifted his head and looked at the 3 brats with a smile, sending out a query. Of course I'm looking at you, the female ghost in the center replied. The security ghost was even more direct, flashing a wry smile at Jang Yun. I'll see what you do. Chapter 48, you've grown a lot of guts. That's a lot of guts coming out. Jang Yun's face changed as he sniffed. The smile on his face instantly disappeared, flashing a flash of violence, and he instantly made a stern face and glared with his eyes. Asterisk 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 so arrogant. This sentence Jang Yun came out by roaring. When the 3 people upstairs heard this, their faces changed. They had behaved as a ghost should behave. But that guy downstairs, how dare he yell at himself like that? He, not afraid? Or is it just a brain fart? Normally, when you see yourself like this, don't you roll and crawl to escape? Mud, boy, you're brave. Since this is the case, the security guard ghost also does not pretend. A ghostly aura without hiding directly exposed. The ghostly aura that covered the sky went straight to Jang Yun, and those 2 made ghosts. They didn't pretend anymore. 1 by 2, it was as if the wind had risen on their bodies, their clothes and skirts fluttering up, and they kept making weird smiles at Jang Yun. What a characterful little brother. But it's a pity that he'll soon become my food. Giggle. The maid in the center laughed a ghostly laugh that seemed to match her smile, and even the lights of the mall flickered as she laughed. Ghostbusters love to see the creepy, frightened look that ordinary people make when they encounter them. Then they go and enjoy the process of chasing people. Originally, they had also thought that Jang Yun would make a shocked and fearful face when he saw himself in this appearance, and then start playing a cat and mouse game in this mall. But things went far beyond their imagination. Just after showing his ghostly appearance, downstairs, Jang Yun moved. Immediately after, it was as if they had seen lightning as Jang Yun directly jumped in place, jumping up 10 meters at a time. That's not all. After jumping up, in the 3 ghosts' bewildered expressions, he grabbed the guardrail of the 5th floor directly with one hand. Then, a flip stood in front of them. Hey meow, why are you guys so good? Jang Yun stood up and stabilized his body, glaring angrily at the 3 ghosts and monsters. After coming out, no one is in charge. It's only been less than 3 days and you're lawless, aren't you? And then let it go for a while. In the future, will you have to take the initiative to seek revenge on yourself? Why don't you take the stairs? No. Why aren't you scared when you see us? Jang Yun took off up the stairs with this one, causing the 3 ghosts to not react for a moment. The maiden ghost in the center was even more so, stuttering and inquiring about Jang Yun. You know, you're a ghost or something, and it's still a ghost soldier level ghost. Even if someone from Bureau 749 comes by, they'll have to be careful how they deal with it. Not to mention the fact that there were still 3 of them over here that were all ghost soldier level ghosts. Is this man not afraid at all? Pop, pop, pop. Jiang Yun replied to the maid ghost's inquiry. 3 big pussy teasers. Loud and crisp. 3 ghosts. Not one left behind. Both have a big pussy tease over the left side of their face. Run, and run a hammer. In broad daylight. Are you scaring your father? After slapping him, Jiang Yun directly disliked him. Think back then, when you were in the quad. You dare to talk to yourselves like that? This damn not shut to the blackroom face for a small half a year. Are considered your descendants to give you a high incense. Marred. Brat. How dare you hit me? When I was alive, my father didn't even want to hit me. How dare you hit me? Looking for death. Slapped. All 3 ghosts were dumbfounded. The first to react had to be the only male security ghost in the room. Its entire being turned violent and its ghostly aura became even more intense. The mall seemed to have become his domain, and the atmosphere turned tense all of a sudden. At such a close distance, the security ghost clenched his fist and stored up enough force, interspersing it with ghostly chi to strike directly at Jiang Yun's body. With this punch, the security ghost had absolute confidence. Even if a normal member of Bureau 749 came over, they wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand the punch. Not to mention, Jiang Yun didn't have any cultivator's aura on him. If this punch goes down, he will definitely be killed on the spot. Was thinking of saving it for a game of cat and mouse, but Jiang Yun he didn't know any better and dared to hit himself. This kid is dead. Boom! A dull sound rang out. The security ghost felt his punch, which was very accurate. Hit Jiang Yun. He gave a wicked smile. Say goodbye to the world. Say goodbye. It's over? Didn't eat playing so lightly? But there was no time to be happy. Jiang Yun's voice did ring in his ears. Immediately after, boom! Another dull voice rang out. The security guard ghost only felt as if a car had hit him in the stomach. Next, he was bent over, his body completely out of control, and his entire body flew directly backwards. If you haven't learned martial arts, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Okay. Jiang Yun put away his fists, craning his neck. He made a crunching sound and wobbled. Holy, so ferocious. What's with this guy? How did he send Big Brother Security Ghost flying out, and resisted a punch from Big Brother Security Ghost? The 2 remaining maid ghosts' faces changed drastically when they saw this scene, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. What kind of path is this guy so wild that he even dares to fight ghosts? The point is that it also won the fight. Next, it's you 2? After resolving the security ghosts with a single punch, Jiang Yun's attention was also focused on the 2 maid ghosts. The 2 maid ghosts had never seen such a scene before, and they couldn't speak well. Brat, you seek death. At that moment, the security ghost that had been sent flying got back up. It looked like Jiang Yun was about to strike out at the 2 maiden ghosts. He stormed off, shouting as he charged towards Jiang Yun's front. Daya area. Strike together. There's something wrong with this kid. He was full of hostility, and after he finished his roar, he was about to arrive right after in front of Jiang Yun. Only a flash of Jiang Yun's figure was seen again. In his hand, at some point, there was an extra whip. Security ghost? This whip, why does it look familiar? Pop. It hadn't come to give him time to think. A single jerking sound resonated throughout the mall. Jiang Yun wielded his whip, and without mercy, a solid whip struck the security ghost directly. With one whip, the security ghost's skin split open. The ghostly aura is much weaker, but that wasn't the end of it. One whip ended and Jiang Yun followed it up with another whip down. Snap, pop, snap, pop, ouch. Jiang Yun began to swing his long whip continuously, and with the dance of the whip, with every movement, the security ghost's terrifying howl resounded throughout the mall. Even with the windows, it all traveled far beyond the street. In the entire mall, apart from the sound of the lash of the whip, only the miserable screams of the security ghost remained. It looked extremely lively. Chapter 49, I'm not pretending. Nanjiang City, outside the mall. A bunch of detectives are standing by in place. As for Zhou Changhai and also Gao Shang, they stood outside the car and kept their eyes on the exit of the mall. Jiang Yun told them to wait over here and didn't even give them a chance to ask and talk before going straight in. For Jiang Yun's words, all they could do was listen. After all, Jiang Yun had brought them to this place, and what's in it has become self-evident. It is natural, then, that there are ghosts, and the number, by no means, is small. They just waited outside for a long time. Until, Jiang, no, brother Jiang, don't fight. I'm wrong, I know I'm wrong. If I knew it was you, brother Jiang, I definitely wouldn't have been so arrogant. Really, brother Jiang, you believe me? Jiang, don't fight. If you fight again I'll die. No, although I am a ghost, I will die. Brother Jiang, inside the mall, unusually tragic sounds continued to emanate. That miserable scream, even Zhou Changhai and the others who were outside, had been able to hear it. Just by listening, one could already feel the despair, the pain in the voice. No one knows what's going on in there, but that's definitely not good either. The miserable shouts would have been able to prove everything. Leader, is it really okay? Gao Shen listened. Sweat hairs stood up as much as possible, and inhaled a breath of cool air only to feel a burst of fear. From the shouts, it could be heard that this was Jiang Yun fighting the ghosts and monsters. Moreover, it was still Jiang Yun who had the upper hand, and that ghost monster could only be beaten and begged for mercy on his knees. As someone who had offended Jiang Yun twice, how could Goldman Sachs not feel scared, even though Jiang Yun was already a man of the state? But who knew? Did Jiang Yun hold a grudge against himself or not? I don't know. Zhou Changhai lit another cigarette, his hand holding the cigarette still trembling slightly. Even if it was a ghost, the sound of this scream was tragic enough. Jiang Yun's hand is a bit too hard. I have long heard that the sound of ghostly voices can be frightening. Now they really did hear the ghostly screams and they did feel scared. Only, the source of that fear doesn't come from the ghosts themselves. Instead, it came from Jiang Yun, who was fighting with the ghosts and monsters. To be able to beat a ghost or monster and scream like that, in this world, I'm afraid it would be hard to find another person besides Jiang Yun, right? It's atrocious. Zhou Chanhai and Goldman Sachs felt the same way, which is to say nothing of the detectives behind them. Hearing the screams, each one of them was shrinking into a ball, not daring to breathe. All that could be done was a minute of silent mourning. In my mind, for the poltergeist, go all the way. Woo, Brother Jiang, stop fighting. I can't scream anymore. Stop. The entrance to the movie theater. There wasn't a good piece of the security ghost's entire body left. The skin was split open and the crawl on the ground had been devoid of dignity. From the moment those lashes of Jiang Yun's fell, he already recognized Jiang Yun's identity. Appearances could be changed, but that whip, he couldn't say he didn't recognize it. Jiang Yun tempering ghosts and monsters, which is not a hard draw. That feeling, familiar, too familiar. Having experienced it once, the pressure is on to not experience it a second time. It's horrible. Right now, he had no thoughts of resisting at all. Like a dead dog on the ground at Jiang Yun's whipping. Few no more fighting, give me all the whole tired. Grandma, would have liked to spend time with you guys as normal people, and all that you invite is your intimidation, and to eat me up and to drain me dry. Listen to the words of the tigers and the wolves. In that case, I won't pretend anymore. I'm your brother Jiang. I'll show my cards. After a few swats, Jiang Yun's arm was also a bit sore. Stopping his thrashing motion, he couldn't help but spit. Ghosts are getting more and more unruly in this world now. Not without a lesson. The security ghosts are also almost half dead from the beating, but they can't die yet anyway, so they can still work when they're pulled back. As for the two remaining maid ghosts, it was nice to see that he didn't run away when he smacked the security ghost. However, this didn't mean that Jiang Yun completely let them off the hook. And you too, Irma, just you damn want to drain your brother Jiang me? Damn you, come on, look me in the eye and tell me again, come on. Jiang Yun turned around, holding the whip tightly in his hand, staring at that area with wide eyes and an angry face. Brother Jiang, I'm wrong. I never dare again. Irma want to know it's your old man. How can I not dare to open the mouth? You just spare people. Oh. Seeing this, Irma snapped and directly kneeled down and cried. Those teary eyes almost fooled Jiang Yun. Daya stopped pretending after seeing this. Another snap and fall to his knees as well. Immediately afterward, without any hesitation at all, he frantically kowtowed to Jiang Yun. I was wrong, Brother Jiang. I was wrong, Brother Jiang. The two women begged frantically for mercy, without any hesitation at all. This whole Jiang Yun was a bit flabbergasted. With a whip in hand, it would have been all about a few lashes to teach a lesson. Now these two ghosts with crazy kowtow begging for mercy. This whip, really a little swing down. Grandma, okay, don't kowtow. You guys are kowtowing to me. Aren't you breaking my life? Get up, all of you. No more kowtowing. The emperor is gone. No one is worth kowtowing to. Jiang Yun put away the whip. I'll spare your lives for now, since you have such a strong desire to live. The penalty, however, still cannot be minimized. Jiang Yun had already made plans in his mind. Whether it's the security guard ghost or the two maid ghosts, bring them all back to step on the sewing machine. Well, the task is at least double that of the ghost bride girls. Don't even think about taking a break until your sewing machine is smoking. Of course, these were all things Jiang Yun had planned in his mind. The two maid ghosts would still not know what Jiang Yun was playing at this time, but they just hurriedly got up from the ground after hearing that Jiang Yun was going to spare them. A mouthful of words that would definitely serve Jiang Yun well in the future. The words were so sweet that Jiang Yun almost gave credence to them. You two just stop giving me crap here. Let me ask you, how many more ghosts are here? And the missing 100 or so workers, are they here? Jang Yun was really a bit impatient to hear it, and directly pulled the topic over to the main purpose of coming over here this time. If there are only 3 ghost soldiers here, the security ghost also the maid ghost, this line can be a bit of a loss. That also proved that Lao Zhao had lied in front of himself. After all, that security guard ghost had just screamed so miserably, and he hadn't seen any new ghosts come out for half a day. This made Jang Yun, vaguely, feel a bit less at peace. I'm afraid I'm going to lose money on this trip. Chapter 50, declaring the fall is over. The entrance to the movie theater. When Dia and Arya heard Zhang Yun's words, their faces shifted slightly. How did you know there were other siblings over here as well? Brother Jiang? Dahlia inquired suspiciously. This reply made Zhang Yun's eyes light up. You didn't lose any money on this trip? Don't worry about that. You don't understand even if you say it. And it won't do you any good if you do. Less questions and more answers. Got it? Just answer me. How many other ghosts are in here? Zhang Yun redirected the conversation back to the question. This, Brother Jiang. Truth be told, there were still hundreds of brothers here last night, but some celestial masters and a very, very fierce woman came over. Irma stammered up in reply. In short, a much larger group of people came, and most of the brothers went out to draw fire from those people in order to preserve the place, and have yet to return, alive or dead. We're still here now because those brothers and sisters ghosts paid with their lives. The ones that are still left here are only 30 or so ghosts, and they are all still acting inside. The security ghost Big Brother screaming so badly didn't come out because of the soundproofing inside. Plus it's also very noisy inside, so I guess they didn't hear it. Irma said, starting to sob. Last night was a bloody night, and a group of ghosts and monsters had made a considerable sacrifice to fend off the Heavenly Master's attack. It was a battle that Irma would not forget to this day. It's only been a few hours though, and Zhang Yun fell into deep thought when he heard those words. It seems that the group of people from Bureau 749 are not exactly just did not think that these ghosts and monsters have been suppressed under the quadrangle for years and years, and they have already been sentimental. Surprisingly, he even figured out a hand to transfer the tiger away from the mountain, and was fooled away by the group of people from Bureau 749 in Tianchadeo, preserving this place. A little something. Zhang Yun suddenly had a bit of other knowledge about these ghosts and monsters. There was just one other thing that puzzled him. So according to you, so many ghosts were gone last night and you guys are still singing and dancing and acting across here now? Zhang Yun looked meaningfully at the 2 maiden ghosts. Although it is said that they are all ghosts, but this group of ghosts, the front also said that they have finished talking out of feelings. What's with the lack of emotion? He looked back to the 2 maiden ghosts and waited quietly for their answer. The 2 maiden ghosts were suddenly silent. Their silence made Zhang Yun detect a hint of something wrong. Say. He frowned and drank softly. Brother Jiang, let me do the talking. Dahlia stepped forward and she took a deep breath. Brother Jiang, besides the ghosts that were all over the quadrangle before, there's also a ghost here that we don't even recognize. He's too strong. We've all been detained here by him. It's not that we don't want to go save those brothers and sisters ghosts, but we can't even leave. It was the same ghost that made us act and sing. And the workers? It's true that we brought them here, but after we brought them here, that ghost asked us to put on a play with the workers for him. If we don't play it right, he's going to kill us on the spot. So far, he's killed several ghosts. He's killed several people. What can we do? We can't leave at all. Daya was complaining to Zhang Yun with a snotty nose and tears. After her words, it also seems to corroborate what he said. Even the security ghosts that were beaten down on the ground and could not move a muscle were whimpering and making noises, nodding their heads one by one. All 3 ghosts were silent. Now that he was looking at Zhang Yun, there was still a hint of belonging. In the past, in the courtyard, although they would also be yelled at. But here, not only would they be yelled at, but even if they weren't careful, they would be directly sacrificed by that even more powerful ghost. When these 2 were compared, the 3 ghosts suddenly felt that even Zhang Yun seemed so amiable at this moment. Zhang Yun was once again in deep thought after listening to them. Old Zhao did not deceive himself. Only, he was lucky to not have that strange ghost in control yet. Not much is known about it. Now that I've come over here myself, I've heard more concrete news from the side of Daya Irma. A new poltergeist has appeared, and it's still strong. There were some workers, and they're gone too. Zhang Yun first sighed and mourned silently for a while. Immediately afterward, he finally sensed the presence of ghostly aura around him, hoping to get an idea of what kind of strength this strange ghost was that Daya was talking about. When what puzzled him was that he didn't sense any more powerful presence. He had 3 more ghost kings under his hand. Once a ghost reaches a certain level, like the Ghost King level, it does manage to hide its ghostly aura, but even if the Ghost King hid his ghostly aura, all of them would still be able to feel it if they perceived it carefully. As for not being able to perceive it at all, it's absolutely impossible unless you're a newbie in the business. And Jiang Yun was obviously an old fart. But now he himself unexpectedly couldn't sense the ghost aura of a Ghost King level existence in the neighborhood at all. That's a bit tricky. Jiang Yun's face got serious. His current strength was just a little bit stronger than the Ghost King. This could be seen from going to the Spoke Island country to recover the Gamako. If his strength could absolutely crush the Gamako, he wouldn't have been able to delay over there for such a long time. Let's just say that the comparison to Ghost King is slightly better. But I'm afraid that this strange ghost that was now in front of him was no longer at the Ghost King level. Can it be that? It's the Ghost Emperor level ghosts and monsters that Su Weiyan talked about? Jiang Yun frowned. How does his strength compare to the Ghost Bride in Old Qin 2? After inquiring about Daya, Jiang Yun felt the need to reconsider whether to call for some help or just turn his head and leave. Playing is playing. Fooling around is fooling around. You can't joke about your own life. It's only a great man who can bend and stretch, and live a long life. Not of the same magnitude. Ghost Bride's sister in Butler Qin gave us the feeling of being completely unable to fight. But the feeling this ghost gave us was, there's absolutely no desire to make a move. Just like we have with you, Brother Jiang. Daya and Arya thought for a moment and gave Jiang Yun an answer. So dense? Still comparable to me? Jiang Yun's head started to get a little big when he heard this. That does seem a bit hard to top. When did this nice theater get such a perverted ghost? In the past, he had completely failed to realize that there was such a powerful existence in Nanjiang City. This one came along today, and I don't know if it's going to hold up. Jiang Yun rubbed his chin out of habit and began to think. The ghost does seem a bit powerful when described like that. He himself didn't bring the Ghost Bride in Old Qin 2 out with him today. To do it directly, one didn't know the true strength of that ghost, and the other wasn't clear about that ghost's ability. It's easy to get yourself into this one if you don't get it right. Not to mention, there are hundreds of worker hostages in here. It's better to say you don't care, but you can't really care at all. And it's better to have fewer deaths if you can. After all, that group of workers had done nothing wrong. They were merely following the orders of Goldman Sachs and Zhou Changhai. And by now, Zhou Changhai and Gao Shang are staying out in style. And the ones who are suffering, on the contrary, have become this group of workers. Then again, Jiang Yun was thinking on a different level. Why do ghosts harm people? On the one hand, it's a matter of keeping a grudge and killing for revenge. The other aspect is killing people. And sucking in essence can increase the strength of the ghosts and monsters. That ghost in there is so gripping already. Give another 100 living people to the sacrifice, and then you'll still be fighting a ing hammer. The city of Nanjiang just declared the fall and forget about it. Chapter 51, The Ghost Emperor Appears. Nanjiang City. The entrance to the movie theater. Jiang Yun rubbed his chin, thinking here for most of the day. There was always a feeling that this fight was not to be fought at the moment. Without help, there was certainly no way to take care of everyone's safety on your own. The greatest fear was that the strange ghost would give him a hand on the spot, hundreds of workers all sucking their essence and boosting their strength by a wave. Then there really is no fight. One has the system as a plugin though, but it's not everything, and if it were before, maybe the system could give a little help. But now the system has changed direction directly. That's no more random waves. It's done. Let's go back and think about this fight in the long run. Can't fight now. After a while, Jiang Yun made his choice. It's not so much that I'm afraid to back out. To put it bluntly, the poltergeist has a hostage in his hand. Now he kind of understood why the country had to form an organization like Bureau 749. Once there are more people, even if their strength is average, they can play a role in controlling the situation. And it hurts a little bit to go it alone. The next time I have time, I'll bring the Ghost Bride and Old Qin 2 over with me, so we might be able to have a fight. As for Gamma Coconut, forget it, this has a reverse bone. Pulling it over might turn against her on the spot. It's not a good idea. Thinking so, Jiang Yun was already feeling that this trip still had to go empty. Not too good to face a completely unfamiliar ghost with no backup. After contemplating for a while, he called on the security ghost, as well as 2 more maid ghosts to prepare to leave the place. But, just after he had taken a few steps, an overwhelming might came from all directions. Along with it, there was a ghostly aura that was extremely dense. This friend from afar. It's a bit impolite for you to just beat up my people and take them away, isn't it? In the middle of the shopping center, a business ethereal voice appeared. I have only heard the voice, but I have not seen the person. Jiang Yun's face suddenly changed as he stopped in his tracks, before he could react. Next, his environment has changed radically. The mall, little by little, is disappearing. What slowly emerged in front of him was a narrow alleyway, as well as there were rows and rows of houses. The sky, which was bright a moment ago, turned gloomy in an instant. The ghostly aura, it's even denser. This richness was far from being comparable to that of a ghost king. GGG. Since all the words have come, don't go. The smell of your body is something I've missed for a long time. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Enjoy yourself here. 4th grade celestial master strength. Really? It's been a long time since I've tasted the flavor of a heavenly master of your rank. Jia jia jia. That ethereal voice echoed in the middle of this weird space. It was like an eye in the night, somewhere at the moment, watching it all. The sound of this voice caused Jong Yun to blow up a bit. A long-lost pang of fear made him extremely uneasy in his mind. A lot is revealed in these 2 sentences. The other guy had been watching himself. From when? Did it start when you entered the mall or? It started a long time ago? And, what does it mean that the smell of your own body has been missed by it for a long time? Several consecutive questions appeared in the middle of Jong Yun's mind, but he couldn't get an answer. Along with that burst of Jia Jia Jia's smile dissipating down, the entire space was completely quiet. There was never any new movement again. Jong Yun frowned and took a deep breath. The changes in front of him had to make Jong Yun cautious. Is this the Ghost Emperor? Nanjiang City, there's even a Ghost Emperor. Jong Yun had a moment of irritation. This feeling of being suppressed made him extremely unhappy. What was even more upsetting was that he hadn't even seen that ghost face, but he had unknowingly walked into the middle of his trap. What awaits one at the moment? All of this is unknown. What's gotten so quiet in there all of a sudden? Something's not going to happen, is it? And at this point, outside the mall, Zhou Changhai and the others had been waiting for some time. Old Zhao hasn't come back yet. There's no word from Lai Tao and the others yet either. Inside the mall, there was also a complete absence of any sound. Although the screams of the security guard ghost just now made them feel a wave of horror, but this was also able to show that it was Jong Yun who had the upper hand. And now, quiet as a pin drop. That's what disturbs them the most. This day seems to have gotten colder too. How many ghosts are in there? Jong Yun went inside. What's going on now is unknown. There's a not so good feeling. Goldman walked anxiously back and forth in place. He hated this waiting. It's hard to say. Jong Yun going in alone shouldn't be dangerous. After all, those ghosts were all suppressed by him before. It shouldn't be a problem. Zhou Changhai thought about it and gave an opinion of his own. They had seen Jong Yun's strength before. Furthermore, those ghosts were more or less connected to Jong Yun. It's not going to be a big problem. Jingle bells. While thinking like this, suddenly, Zhou Changhai's phone rang. Taking out the cell phone to see, surprisingly, Lai Tao called. Zhou Changhai didn't dare to delay and answered it quickly. However, the familiar voice of Ri Tao did not appear. What rang on the other end of the phone, instead, was a royal voice. Where are you guys? Where is Jong Yun? The Imperial's voice brooked no refusal, coming up with a direct inquiry. Zhou Changhai was a little confused and double-checked several times that this was Li Tao's number. But why? Is it a woman's voice? I'm Ri Tao's superior. Answer my question. Seeing Zhou Changhai's delayed response, on the other end of the phone, Su Weiyan seemed to understand and patiently explained. They're in the south area of town, whereas Jong Yun and Zhou Changhai and the others were located. They were in the north of the city. Su Weiyan was capturing a group of stern ghosts and ghost soldier level ghosts with a group of team members including Lai Tao. But it was at this time. The entire city of Nanjiang was instantly filled with a very dense ghostly aura. The appearance of this ghostly aura even dimmed the entire sky. Seeing this, Su Weiyan immediately ordered all actions to stop that kind of movement. There's only one possibility, and that possibility was the last thing she wanted to see. Ghost Emperor appeared. This kind of change would be the point where only ghosts and monsters could do it. Looking at the entire Nanjiang city, if she could attract the Ghost Emperor's hands, she really couldn't think of any second person besides Jong Yun. Even the one who had split up, Zhang Tianzhi from Tianzhi Dao, was not qualified enough for the Ghost Emperor to emit such a terrifying aura. Damn it, why would a Ghost Emperor appear in Nanjiang City as well? Su Weiyan's delicate face was already covered in sorrow. She didn't understand why a Ghost Emperor would appear in Nanjiang City as well. Why did it have to be at a time like this that another Ghost Emperor came out? Chapter 52, Ghost King? What is it? We're in on the north side of town. In front of the mall at the junction of Chunghua Avenue and Erxiankyo. Jong Yun said there were still ghosts in the mall and he went in by himself. But, there's been no movement in there for a while. The entrance to the mall, Zhou Changhai, who was holding the cell phone, heard that it was the owner of this imperial voice who turned out to be Li Tao's superior. Then he was completely defenseless and didn't dare to hide anything, truthfully explaining his position and the situation at the scene to her. Damn, it's where we've been. I didn't realize there were any left out. Su Weiyin hurled a curse. She was bound to be impressed by the battle at the mall. It would have been all the ghosts and goblins over there. I didn't realize there were ghosts and goblins hiding in there. What's more, I didn't expect Jong Yun to go over there as well. More and more and more I didn't expect it. There was actually a ghost emperor hidden there. Own negligence. You all leave that area immediately. In addition to informing all the people around you to retreat to the south side of the city as well. Don't show any living souls within a 2-kilometer radius. We'll be there in a minute. Su Weiyan knew that something big was wrong and gave a direct order. As the current director of Bureau 749, there was no way she would watch the ordinary people of Nanjiang City being harmed by ghosts and monsters. 2 kilometers? But we don't have that many men. Most of the brothers are still at the police station deleting posts to control online public opinion. Zhou Changhai was directly shocked when he heard this, and was about to say that there wasn't enough manpower, but only halfway through his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Su Weiyan. Forget about that internet crap. Organize all the detectives to be notified immediately. Just do as I say. We're on our way to you. The words fell. The phone was hung up straight away. It simply didn't give Zhou Changhai any chance to explain. He stood in the wind with his cell phone in hand. What's this? What's this? What's going on here? Why be nervous? Isn't Jiang Yun all the way in? Time did not give him a chance to wait. Recalling Su Weiyan's unrefusable voice in his mind, he hastily shouted at the scene to relay the order. At the same time, a brain got into the car, and just as Su Weiyan said, all the personnel moved all the way. He can't be an exception. Goldman Sachs also the other detectives are all still at the point of being in a daze. But the order could not be refused, and there was no choice but to hurry. At this point, other side, not far from the center of town, inside John's garment factory, the concentration of ghostly aura. Something's not quite right. Old Chin too, who was stepping on the sewing machine, suddenly stopped his hands and his brows furrowed. This aura, it's stronger than all of us, but it only appeared for an instant. Strange, how I feel, kind of wanting to move around a bit. The ghost bride, who was the ghost king, also detected a hint of something wrong. Stopping his hands, he frowned and muttered something. As for Gamma Coconut, she was likewise as a ghost king, and this vision, likewise, she felt it. It's an aura of power, power many times stronger than mine. A hint of alienation passed through Gamma's eyes. It was an aura that made her feel excited, and inside, she began to stir. Somehow, she wanted to fight. Now, badly. It's tempting to go out and inhale the essence. Control yourself, don't follow that ghostly aura. It's a bit dangerous. Old Chin too sensed Gajieo's anomaly and patted him on the shoulder. Immediately afterward, from Old Chin too's body, a dense black mist also emanated out. This black mist surrounded Gakko's body. It didn't take a moment for Gamma Coconut to feel the restlessness within her slowly fading away. This black mist, it's not ghost chi. She calmed herself and looked at Old Chin too in surprise. I'm not to what it is, but it seems to be something I was born with. Old Chin too sniffed and shook his head. Immediately after that, the black mist began to surround the ghostly bride and the knife again. Only after the two of them had calmed down as well, did Old Chin too's withdraw the black mist. Husband, he went out and hasn't come back yet. Something can't have happened. The ghost bride calmed her insides. There was no surprise at the black mist of Old Chin's head, which seemed to have felt usual. Instead, in the first sentence, Jiang Yun was mentioned. Jiang Yun had been out for a while, and now there had been no news, making her somewhat unable to sit still. Brother Jiang is blessed with a great life. What could happen? Sister Ghost Bride, you don't have to worry too much. Small Knife saw how strange the atmosphere in the factory stood out to liven up the atmosphere. Brother John's pocket of treasures tortured us all. And those ghost brothers who ran away still want to threaten Brother Jiang? They don't exist. Let's finish our work early, lest Brother Jiang come back and lock us in the dark room. It'll be hard. Should I say that the little knife had a big heart? Or should I say that he wasn't strong enough to perceive it at all? In the face of Old Chin too's and Ghost Bride's frowns, he was completely not worried at all. The hands never stopped moving. It could be seen that this was being beaten up by Jiang Yun. That said, nothing has happened to that kid in all that time, so there shouldn't be any problems. Let's not worry about that. After a while, Old Chin too also reappeared with a smile. It seemed to have great confidence in Jiang Yun. Then, too, he resumed the work at hand. Gamma just told her not to say that she should care about that dead scumbag. Dream on you. Then with a toss of his head, he too rejoined the sewing machine stomping brigade. Only the ghostly bride still had a worried look on her face as she looked out the door, living like a little lady at home waiting for her husband to return. Everyone was busy and she couldn't just watch. After watching toward the door for a moment, she too resumed her sewing machine, but still a turn back, at the gate to the reluctant. Contrast that with the big heart on the side of John's garment factory, the other end. Su Weiyan, this was a headache. They were hurrying over to Jiang Yun's location, but she didn't know if it was because she was affected by the Ghost Emperor's aura. The ghosts and monsters that were originally chased by them were now rushing around them like they had chicken blood. Even if they were already in a hurry, the speed was still slow due to the pile of ghosts and monsters rushing towards them. Zhang Tianxi's side also detected the anomaly. A direct phone call to report the situation. But at this time Su Weiyin that have so much time to explain. A sentence tried to top hurriedly hung up the phone. And then while tackling those pesky brats, while dialing the phone of the 3 families that have passed over to the west to share the situation. Originally, he had also thought that he could solve the problem in Nanjiang City as soon as possible, and then rush over to the western region to join forces to solve the Ghost Emperor together. But in this current situation, I'm afraid she won't be able to go for the rest of her life. Let's not talk about the Ghost King. That's no longer worth taking seriously. 2 of them appeared at once in the Ghost Emperor's capital. As for the Ghost King, what the hell is that? Chapter 53, The Red and White Twins. Nanjiang City. The ghostly aura is enveloped. Even as officials are time and again clearing the internet of the spreading influence. But as citizens of the city, they all realized something was wrong even if they were stupid. There are ghosts and spirits in the world. And they can jeopardize people's safety and claim their lives as they do in movies and TV shows. The strange behavior of the first few days was enough to explain it all. So, at this point, even if there is no clear official documented directive, but the populace of almost the entire city also maintained a relatively responsive approach to dealing with the situation at this point. Stay home and don't leave the house if you can. Businesses of all sizes have closed their doors and shut down, staying home apprehensively awaiting the outcome of the process. No, or more aptly, waiting until it's all safe out there before going out. As things stand, the state would never issue any statement on such a matter. All they can do is wait aimlessly like this. And at this point, it's a bit interesting. It's even possible to create an independent space. Mall. No, I should say within the separate space created by the Ghost Emperor. Jiang Yun frowned as he took a closer look at his surroundings. This was the first time he had come into contact with the power of the Ghost Emperor. It was also the first time I met the Ghost Emperor. This separate space intrigued him greatly. Run. You certainly can't run now. One could only think of a way to run out of the middle of this weird space. Do you guys know anything about this stuff? Jiang Yun turned his head and looked to the maid ghost and the security guard ghost still lying on the ground to the side. For some reason, the Ghost Emperor didn't isolate them. Isn't that pure and simple? Sending a few teammates your way, though it probably won't do much good either. Not sure. It's the first time we've entered this space as well. The 2 maid ghosts and the security guard ghost replied in the same way Jiang Yun had thought. The space created by the Ghost Emperor was also unfamiliar to ordinary ghosts and monsters. This caused Jiang Yun to raise his guard a few notches as well. Strange surroundings, strange ghosts. It's hard to top. Let's just stroll around and take a step. Jiang Yun directly took out the long whip from earlier as a weapon from his space pouch. Just in case there is an accident. You don't even have time to react. The maid ghost and the security guard ghost followed closely behind. And they were similarly a bit scared. After all, this time, he had to face. But the strength was several orders of magnitude greater than his own ghosts and monsters. The alley couldn't be seen at a glance. But the road, however, was quite wide. Jiang Yun and the others walked carefully in the middle of this unfamiliar space. The air around them was accompanied by gusts of white smoke. The weather was overcast. And with that green brick and white tile house, it was extremely similar to the scene in the movie or TV show that was about to be haunted. Jiang Yun had been walking carefully on the green stone path at first, but with the realization that these roads are real and there is no danger, boldness, too, is gradually growing. While his steps quickened, his eyes kept looking around. It can be said to be done, with an ear to the ground and an eye to the sky. The opponent was the Ghost Emperor, so he couldn't be careless. Drippy Dalla. 1 man and 3 ghosts walked so, but at that moment, Jiang Yun, who was at the very front, suddenly heard an eerie sound suddenly coming from the front. The voice was getting closer and closer to himself. Gradually, you can also hear the sounds of miscellaneous gongs and drums. At the same time, a footstep came out from the rear. The smoke gradually grew larger. I have only heard the voice, but I have not seen the person. Mal, it's a little creepy. Jiang Yun's frown deepened. It wasn't as if he hadn't encountered any bizarre incidents before. It just didn't give him a breathless feeling like it did now. He didn't like the feeling. Very much. Jiang, brother Jiang, we seem to be surrounded. The 2 maid ghosts huddled together and hid behind Jiang Yun. A slight tremor still in their weak voices. Asterisk. You guys are scared of a hammer. Jiang Yun rolled his eyes when he saw this. If he is a ghost, you are likewise ghosts. All of you are ghosts. What is there to be afraid of? Sputtering a sentence, Jiang Yun began to focus his attention above his surroundings. There was one thing they got right. It looked as if he was really just surrounded. There's sound from the front and back, and on both sides. There were tall fences. so there was no place to escape. Pretending to be a ghost. Your brother Jiang, I'm not a vegetarian, is a man or a ghost. Hurry up and show yourself to the master. As the words fell, the long whip in his hand instantly tightened. Even though there was no one in front of him, Jiang Yun still swung a whip forward. Pow! The long whip hit the ground. It made a crisp sound. Don't tell me. Such a fight. After a short while, just one person and 3 ghosts ahead. There were really many voices, densely packed, wearing red coats, with oboes and waist drums in their hands. They are bouncing and jumping towards this direction. I'll go. So many. Jiang Yun hurriedly withdrew his long whip, his pupils shrinking slightly. Subconsciously, he wanted to back away, but just turned his head, as gusts of white smoke appeared out of thin air. The white smoke even vaguely revealed the flickering of red light. Not long after, from which white smoke, also secretly out of a large group of people. They were dressed in white, and each of them held a long oboe, pointing it at the sky and making a piercing sound. Road. It's blocked. They are, surrounded. This is, the red and white twins? Seeing the situation in front of him, Jiang Yun's heart hung in midair. In front of a crowd of people dressed in red coats, beating gongs and drums and jumping around. In the beginning of the crowd, there is a large red flower bridge. This used to be an image that was only seen in big weddings. And in the back, a crowd of people dressed in white coats and a slightly downbeat and sad atmosphere. In the middle of the crowd, there is a white wooden coffin. On top of the wooden coffin, there was also a person with a white face and closed eyes. It's like a funeral picture. Brother Jiang, we've met the red and white twin fiends. This ghost emperor, he can even manifest the red and white twin fiends. That's the red and white omen of the big chest. This ghost emperor is so fierce. Come up for a direct killing move. Jiang Yun reacted to the occasion. The other 3 ghosts also reacted and spoke up. Even as ghosts, they were still afraid when they saw this image. The red fury and the white fury. But anyone who encounters one of them is already difficult to crack. The red fury is the fury formed by the grudges of all the women who have died at the wedding feasts throughout the ages. And the white fury is a fury formed by the grievances of people who died accidentally at a funeral. These two, no matter what kind of break, encountered one of them, the ordinary celestial master Taoist, in the right place, right time, right person, and the situation to there may be cracked. But this red and white double demon can be said to be a grudge on top of a grudge, and even the most powerful magic power is ineffective. This is because the 2 types of fury cancel each other out. One red and one white, one fire and one gold, creating a situation where they are mutually reinforcing, and dead and alive. To say it's the biggest kill is a complete understatement. Jiang Yun naturally knew something about all this, and because of this, after reacting, he felt, for the first time ever, the smell of death as well as a great pressure. Chapter 54, Take your seat. Open the table. Jiang, what should I do? The maid ghost and the security guard ghost had obviously encountered this scene for the first time as well. The spooky atmosphere coupled with that spooky oboe sound, it made all 3 ghosts feel uneasy in the middle of this space. Red and white. It's not always the person who was the break. Even if it was a ghost, there was a possibility that it would be beaten directly into oblivion for eternity. Now, we're all tied to the same rope. In the face of this situation, the maid ghost and the security guard ghost could be said to be at their wits' end. Right now, they could only rely on Jiang Yun, hoping that he could come up with a little solution in this desperate situation. All quiet. Let me think. Jiang Yun watched the distance of that red and white double demons group get closer and closer to him. The whole person is also in a state of high tension and mental concentration. The red and white twin fury he understood again, but it was limited to the fact that his old ancestor had introduced it to him. Predecessor's old man mentioned a mouthful to him as far as that was concerned. But exactly how to crack this kind of bureau, it's a completely blank memory. Tay grandma only said the level of danger. The method of cracking is not mentioned a word, is it? Jiang Yun had a headache, either Joe or Pops. It was similar to what he had recounted, which was that the red and white twins were extremely dangerous. When encountered by a general Taoist priest, celestial master, etc., try to run as much as you can, otherwise all that awaits them is death. But it's also very difficult to form a red-white double breakdown bureau. You may not normally meet one in your lifetime, like the old ancestor and his own father, is the kind of, and ghosts have played a lifetime of dealings, encountered the most dangerous, only the white fury. As for the red-white double wami, it may exist, but, basically, it's impossible to form. But what about a ghost emperor? In a second general situation, who directly formed this bureau? What must this be? Jiang Yun's head was filled with black lines. Old granddaddy didn't even tell himself the solution. The system didn't say anything about breaking the game like that. Just a mention of the existence of a ghost emperor and the need to boost his strength to defend himself. As a result, The next moment his own level met the Ghost Emperor. That's more or less unreasonable, isn't it? The two teams got closer and closer. The sounds of the oboe were also almost on the verge of overlapping. Jiang Yun could even see clearly the faces of those who carried the sedan chair and played the swana in the funeral and marriage procession. Both the red team and the white team. They were people with thick white powder base makeup on their faces. There were still bright red marks above both cheeks. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang, you hurry up and think of something. The maid ghost and the security ghost desperately urged, frantically pulling on Jiang Yun's arm. At this time, Jiang Yun also realized that he couldn't drag it out any longer. It has to move. Even if there is no solution to the problem, one must die standing up, not sitting around waiting to die. Mar, eat my whip. Jiang Yun stopped acting, waved up the long whip in his hand, aimed at one of the people in the point delivery team, and directly threw down a whip. This long whip was the one that the system had previously rewarded himself with for use in tempering ghosts and monsters. A normal person can feel the pain when a whip goes down, and for ghosts and monsters, a whip hurts to the depths of the soul. In the truest sense of the word, it can beat the hell out of a ghost. Pop, pop, pop. Jiang Yun opened his bow left and right, swinging wildly at the people at the forefront of the two teams. The two maid ghosts and the security guard ghost had long ago ducked aside, afraid that a whip would fall on them if they didn't control it well. Jiang Yun swung his whip very fast. The idea was that it should be able to use this to slow both teams down a bit. However, this time Jiang Yun had miscalculated. A dozen lashes down. The imagined sight of a ghostly creature being whipped to the ground and howling in pain did not appear. Instead, the whips went straight through those people's bodies and lashed directly on top of the ground. Finished. Can't hit it. What a bunch of bulls and horses. Jiang Yun's eyes danced and he hurriedly changed his weapon. Ghost rope. It was the same thing that brought Gamako back into the country in the first place. Now, it was not necessary to be able to bind and control the ghosts and monsters. As long as it was possible to relieve the pressure and slow down the ghosts and monsters a bit, it was enough. Go! Jiang Yun aimed at a ghostly creature playing a swana. With a pro, the ghost binding rope came out of his hand and headed straight towards the oboe ghost. It worked! Jiang Yun's eyes lit up when he saw this, and his face lit up with joy. This means that the binding rope senses the presence of ghosts and monsters around it. But, the next image once again made him dumbfounded. Brother Jiang, why did you tie us up? We're on the same team. The voices of the maid ghosts and the security ghosts came into the ears. Jiang Yun froze. The immortal binding rope was clearly heading towards the oboe-playing ghost, but it suddenly turned around in midair and tied up the maid ghost and the security guard ghost who were hiding to the side directly. Instantly, Jiang Yun only felt his scalp tingle. The situation seems to be worse than one thinks. What's the point of playing Nima? Stop pussyfooting around and shut the up. Hearing the voices of the maid ghost and the security ghost, Jiang Yun roared. If props and weapons don't work, then go straight to fists and feet. The team has gotten in your face. There's nothing to be done about not moving your fists at the moment. Eat me. Jiang Yun had switched teams this time, and had originally been aiming for the people on White Fury's side. This time, he set his sights directly on the Red Fury's side, aiming for a gong beater. He popped out of place and headed straight for the ghost with extremely exaggerated speed. Boom! This time, the attack worked. Jiang Yun could clearly perceive that his punch had struck his opponent. There was even a dull thud. Dun dun dun! Clank clank clank! But, it seems like that's about it. The banging of the gong continued. The drumming, too, continued. Jiang Yun had even entered their ranks in order to attack. However, it did seem like they didn't even care about Jiang Yun's existence at all. One punch down. In addition to feeling the pain themselves. Other than that, nothing has changed. What the kind of chicken is this? Jiang Yun's entire flabbergasted in place. It's all this kind of scene that makes him curse straight away. The red and white double demon. If you meet it, you will die. There's no way to break the game at all. How do you fight? How does it play? It's a game of chicken. People don't care at all. They still walk the avenue, bouncing around and having a good time. Jiang Yun's current feeling is powerless. Very powerless. Hurriedly, he pulled away again. But it doesn't seem to be working much, and you can't run it anywhere. He looked behind him at the white procession, at the white wooden coffin. Not much else to think about. It's just that the more I look at it, the more I think that coffin was meant for me. After the coffin, the oboe funeral procession was all used again. The whole village, young and old, won't have to wait. Straight to the table and open. Chapter 55, Husband, you're here. The situation now seems to be completely out of solutions. Jiang Yun watched as those two teams got closer and closer to him. The smell of death was slowly approaching him. The desire to survive has always been there. There was no interruption from start to finish. But these two teams, together, almost directly had more than 30 ghosts and monsters. And that doesn't even include the fact that on top of the big red sedan chair sits a ghostly creature of a much higher rank, as well as the ghost that sat staring at the coffin. This space seemed to isolate the spread of ghost chi, and there was no way to judge the strength level of this ghost monster through its ghost chi like outside. Is it really just a matter of waiting to die? Jiang Yun frowned deeply. What bad thoughts could he have? It's nothing more than that of a boss who personally goes out and recruits workers for his factories. If you die here, what about your own factory? What about those employees of your own? Dun dun dun. Clank clank clank. In his ears, the damn gongs and shawms were still ringing, and he, now, is faced with the fact that the big red sedan chair and the white casket have both come to him. It had caught him on both sides. As for the two maid ghosts and security guard ghosts, it was as if they were guided by something after these two teams approached. Surprisingly, they all joined in this funeral procession as well. They didn't have shawms in their hands or gongs or anything like that. Suddenly he stood up, head bowed, and walked at the front of the line without a word. It's as if it's been taken over. Jiang Yun frantically ran his brain. He couldn't go on like this. Continuing with this situation, what awaits one is only death. And until now, with the props given by the system, there's only that sniper rifle left to use. A clench of teeth, a ruthlessness. Jiang Yun spoke directly about that sniper rifle right then and there. But just when one wants to shoot. Husband, you're finally here. A familiar voice suddenly came out from that big red sedan chair. Immediately after, two teams, suddenly accelerating. Jiang Yun, who hadn't yet reacted, was directly forced to join the big red sedan chair. In the sedan chair, a long-haired woman is wearing a red tulle cover and a long red dress. Husband, I knew that you would come to my rescue. Jiang Yun's familiar voice that couldn't be any more familiar sounded once again, and the one who spoke was clearly the woman sitting in the middle of the flower bridge. Jiang Yun sniffed and, for a split second, was stumped in place. In the sedan chair, there was no wind, and the red cover that was draped over the woman's body was suddenly floated up. When Jiang Yun, who was originally stumped in place, saw the face under the cover, the expression changed abruptly. Ghost, bride? At this point, outside the mall, Zhou Changhai and the others had already persuaded all the unrelated people in the neighborhood to take them to other places as Su Weiyan had said. The whole thing went surprisingly well. There wasn't even one person who objected to the disturbance. But think about it. All the big and small things in Nanjiang City in the past few days could basically be related to ghosts and monsters. There have been posts on the internet that have been cleaned up though, but the truth of the matter is how it really is. And we're all not cuties, being able to look at it. Concerning the safety of life, about ghosts and monsters, this kind of completely unknown things, did not wait for Zhou Changhai. They speak too much, one by one or very consciously, carrying a big bag directly out the door. There are even people who are asking, Nanjiang City, now there is no development of train and airplane channels, out of the provinces to go. This scene was bound to become unforgettable for Zhou Changhai throughout his life. There's no movement in there at all. Jiang Yun, he's in there. Something's probably already happened. Even Jiang Yun can't handle a ghost. How strong must this be? I'm afraid Nanjiang City isn't going to be finished, is it? Goldman sat in the back of the car, looking up from the window into the interior of the mall. Once again, the heart hangs in the air. It's hard to say. Captain Lai and the others should be arriving soon. Fallen. It shouldn't be so bad. Zhou Changhai was also sitting in the back row, listening to Goldman Sachs' words. He took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth. But to be honest, in his heart, he still didn't have a bottom. Jiang Yun's strength was something he wouldn't doubt anymore. But the current situation was that Jiang Yun had gone in without any news. It was only feared that the strength of the ghosts and monsters inside had reached a very terrifying level. As an ordinary person, he has no say in this, nor does he understand what this, in fact, represents. But Goldman Sachs said something that really hit home. With the fall of Nanjiang City, the world, I'm afraid, will all have to change very drastically. Zhou Changhai shook his head. What this represents, if true, is a catastrophe of devastating proportions. All they can do now is sit over here. Everything, still, had to wait until Ritao and the others arrived before they could understand the specifics. The time was torturous. The road from the south of the city to the north of the city isn't really that far, but hours have passed. There's no one there yet, and every second that passes is like a century. No one knew what kind of trouble Li Tao and Su Weiyan had encountered on the way. Even more so, no one knew just how much trouble Jiang Yun's disappearance would bring this time around. Buckle up! Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the window of the car was suddenly knocked on. The duo in the car subconsciously looked outside. The familiar face that had been waiting for hours finally appeared. Captain Lai. Gao Shang was like seeing his backbone, and hurriedly opened the door to get out of the car. Zhou Changhai followed closely behind, and when they got out of the car, The scene in front of them was what made their whole completely freeze. The square in front of the mall, which was originally empty, was now almost full of personnel. It was densely packed with at least hundreds of people. These people were uniformly dressed in black uniforms, and all of them held a gun or a long sword in their hands. There were also some people dressed in Taoist robes. The scene was quite exaggerated as everyone stood in formation. Even Zhou Changhai, who was accustomed to seeing big scenes, was a bit lost in thought when he saw these people standing over here. Li Tao and the others. This is calling over the entire force that rushed to support Nanjing City? This is the top leader of our Bureau 749, Bureau Su Weiyin Su. There was no time to give Zhou Changhai and the others a reaction. Li Tao directly and simply introduced Su Weiyan in front of them. Ergo, straight away, with a stony face and a frown, he quickly threw out a host of inquiries. Have you done everything you were told to do? What's going on over here now? What's been going on here all the time we've been rushing around? I want you to present it word for word. No detail left out. In its entirety. This is important. This ghost that Jiang Yun is facing right now is completely different from those other ghosts and monsters. If any of your descriptions are left out, you will be victimizing the entire population of Nanjing City. Chapter 56 Jiang Yungar? After Ri Tao finished speaking, the atmosphere of the entire square followed. 100 people gathered. And all of these people are also capable people who can fight ghosts and monsters. Such a scene has never been seen before in the history of the world. Zhou Changhai couldn't help but follow suit and get nervous when he heard those questions from Li Tao. All the doubts that he had originally had in his stomach had also been put behind him. He did his best not to leave out any details, and quickly introduced the situation over here with Ri Tao Su Weiyan. We looked at the time. Jiang Yun went inside and counted from the time there was no more movement. Now 5 hours have passed. Zhou Changhai spoke quickly. After the words fell, his gaze also sneaked over to Su Weiyan on the side. What must be said is that Su Weiyan's face value is not to say that it is overwhelming, but it also belongs to the kind that makes people see it, and they will all be brightened up. Coupled with her status as the current director of that 749th Bureau, she had a special aura. Zhou Changhai looked at Su Weiyan. On the one hand, he was attracted by the aura, and more than that, it still came from Su Weiyan's identity. He only knew that a leader from Bureau 749 had come to personally invite Jiang Yun last night, but I didn't realize that the person who came was the current director, the highest leader of the National Immediate Department. This rank, compared to him, a top leader of Nanjing City, can be higher than I don't know how much. It's almost like it's one of those characters that belongs in the sky. More importantly, Su Weiyan, still so young, was still a female. 5 hours. It's enough time for the Ghost Emperor to do a lot of things. First, compared to the waves of shock that were raised in Zhou Changhai's heart, Su Weiyan, who had just come all the way from the south of the city, had a cold face, quite a cold goddess. She took a deep breath and frowned at them all. It's our fault for being so confident last night that we didn't check inside. After hearing this, Ri Tao hammered on the roof of the car in anger and blamed himself. This is not the time for that. Su Weiyan shook her head. The Ghost Emperor's appearance in Nanjing City was something that no one had expected. More to the point, the 4 great families, all of them had gone to the western region, and the only ones who could fight on this side were her, Li Tao, and a Zheng Tianshi. And after yesterday's night of struggle, all of them were now feeling exhausted. Even so, she had now called over the entire force of personnel who had rushed to Nanjing City for support. But how much better can it get? Everyone was in a similar situation. A night of fighting, plus another 7 or 8 hours of intense combat during the day. It could be argued that they have all been militaristic. Let's analyze the current situation first. Tianshi Zhang also came over. Last night, coupled with the intense battle during the day, had caused him, a veteran celestial master, to be carrying some injuries on his body by now. But how can the Ghost Emperor come out and not care? Jiang Yun. I don't think there's much hope left. 5 hours is enough for the Ghost Emperor to kill a Jiang Yun. If we want to fight the Ghost Emperor, the only thing we can do at the moment is to try to stall for as long as possible and ask for help from international organizations. We have no one left. Tianshi Zhang was the oldest person present. He was not afraid to say that he had the clearest view of the situation at hand. But, just a few words down the line, there's nothing to pick on. Jiang Yun, is it hopeless already? Su Weiyan's face shifted slightly after hearing this, though she still had a glimmer of hope, but that hope is also very slim. What Tianshi Zhang said was right. 5 hours, and the other side is the Ghost Emperor again. Even if Jiang Yun had more heaven-defying strength, it would be hard for him to survive. She just felt that it was a bit of a shame. Someone I just met yesterday who could change the landscape of the 749th Bureau, but after only how many hours of separation? They are already separated. Sacrifice is inevitable, but this sacrifice was a bit heavy for Su Weiyan. You guys are saying, Jiang Yun is dead? while Zhou Changhai, who was still on the side, heard their exchange. He was directly dumbfounded. Jiang Yun was so strong, but died just like that? You don't understand what the Ghost Emperor means. Lai Tao stepped forward to explain. He laughed bitterly. No, it couldn't be called a bitter laugh. Rather, it is a moan that belongs to the powerless. To put it bluntly, with this amount of power we have now, it's not enough for that Ghost Emperor to stuff his teeth. Dead. Far more than Jiang Yun. If we can't support international aid, I'm afraid the entire city of Nanjing and note some of the surrounding urban areas will fall. It's a bit demoralizing for Lai Tao to say such things at this time. But what was said was also all true. Su Weiyan didn't retort either. The atmosphere turned a little weird. Depressing. Quite depressing. You guys go back and get away from here. As far away as you can. We're prepared for the worst. When you go back, as fast as you can, open up all the transportation in Nanjing City. Let everyone run first, as far as they can. It's the only way to keep more people alive. A moment of silence. As the highest leader in the field, Su Weiyans issued the first order. This battle, no bottom. Most of the combat forces went all the way to the west. It's only a matter of time before Nanjing falls. Want to keep the general population alive longer? It's the best way to go. Is this a city-wide retreat? At this point, both Goldman Sachs and Zhou Changhai were shocked. It was really just, prophetically, said by Goldman Sachs. This crisis was enough to make all of Nanjing fall. This Ghost Emperor, how sick does he have to be? We're gone. What about you guys? Zhou Changhai suddenly thought of a problem. He looked towards Su Weiyan, Lai Tao, as well as the injured Tianshi Zhang. Questions that go right to the soul. Words. A smile appeared on Su Weiyan's kind of cold face. She looked over to Ri Tao and Tianshi Zhang, only to find that the latter was also looking at himself. The three looked at each other with faint smiles on their faces. We will be here, holding on to the last man. Su Weiyan spoke slowly. Strike that. She turned away, looked behind him at the group of hundreds of people. Comrades, she yelled, without a loudspeaker. The sound, however, was able to clearly reach the ears of all people. The crowd instantly stood up straight at the sound of her voice, their faces devoid of any expression, but the gaze was firm. Seeing this, Su Weiyan nodded. Comrades, I know that all of you are tired now, all of you are extremely depleted, and all of you desperately need rest, but I'm still sorry to say that right now. It's still the beginning of the fight. This time, we're going to face ghosts of the Ghost Emperor level, and this time, we no longer have support. Maybe we will, but, remotely, I'm not able to guarantee you exactly when they'll arrive. We need to turn our backs and go fight the Ghost Emperor for the sake of Nanjing City. For the sake of Huaxia, there's no turning back. Chapter 57. Behind you are the lights of 1,000 homes. Nanjing City. Mall Square. Su Weiyan stood in front of hundreds of people. Her eyes flickered to the crowd. The body stands straight. Comrades, behind us, are the lights of 10,000 homes. It's millions of people in Nanjing City. We are their only hope. If we fall, so will they. And the time has come for the country to need us. This time, I need you all to fight with me. To the very end. Even if, at the cost of your lives. Su Weiyan's voice was clear and strong. The moment her words fell, immediately after, that team of hundreds responded directly. War! 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 Everyone shouted in unison. The voice resounded through the sky. They didn't even hesitate for a moment. Don't even know what the battle plan is. However, this still couldn't stop their skyrocketing battle intent. Zhou Changhai and Gao Shang saw the scene in front of them, and their brains directly and briefly forgot to think. The whole thing went blank. This scene is thrilling. Before these people came here again, they probably didn't even know where the city of Nanjing was, how many people there were, what famous attractions there were, and how big the region was. May not even know the place Nanjing City. But now Nanjing City is in distress. They were the first to come over for support, even if it could have cost them their lives. Shock. Admirable. Salutations. At this moment, Goldman Sachs and also Zhou Changhai had only a few words in their minds. Beyond that, they couldn't find the right adjectives. There's not much time left, so get your asses in gear, and we'll set up a battle plan. Ri Tao urged them on. The two finally became shocked and reacted, nodded, and without a word, hurriedly went to do what Su Weiyan had just arranged. And it will be. In the entire scene, there was only Su Weiyan, Zhang Tianshi, Lai Tao, as well as the hundreds of Bureau 749 members and Tianchi members left. What's our battle plan? Zhou Changhai is gone. Ri Tao also looked at Su Weiyan and issued an inquiry. Facing the Ghost Emperor was stressful, even though his mind was constantly telling him that it was an impossible battle to win. But, the body goes to make him stay and to fight until the end. Battle plans? Su Weiyin sniffed. She gave a meaningful smile. The plan is, there is no plan. She opened her mouth slowly and spat out 8 words. There's no plan. I've spoken to the old man on the phone an hour ago and briefed him on the situation over here. Global aid has now been launched to international organizations, but it's completely up in the air as to whether or not people will be able to come. The only thing we have to do is to set up a dragnet in this place as soon as possible and then drag it out as long as possible until the international community helps. The 4 families are in the West. They can't get away. Su Weiyin said this, and there was almost no difference between saying it and not saying it. Drag. One can only stall and then wait for help from international organizations. Otherwise, Nanjiang City can only fall. It's already a dead end. Being able to hold out until the moment of support is a victory. Everyone, move. Celestial Master Zhang, you lead the people of the Celestial Master Dao to set up a formation to trap that Ghost Emperor over here first. Li Tao, you and I will lead the rest of the men and be ready to fight at any time. As soon as the Ghost Emperor appears, do it directly. Take a deep breath. Su Weiyin frowned once and the order was given. Everyone started moving at once, without worries. Next, just go all out. All Tianshi Dao disciples listened to the order. Around the mall, you can set up a formation, with me as the leader. Now move. Zhang Tianshi was also unambiguous, nodded, and led a group of Tianshi Dao disciples, directly began to lay down the heavenly dragnet formation on this mall department. It takes time for the population to retreat, and right now, trapping that Ghost Emperor over here was the best way. As for Su Weiyin and also Li Tao, the 2 of them led the members of Bureau 749 underneath them and directly prepared for battle, to prevent any and all accidents that may occur. Zhang Yun had faced the Ghost Emperor alone and had now made a sacrifice, and there will be no chance of survival. This was a battle they couldn't afford to lose. Can't lose either. Su Weiyin was now very sure that the Ghost Emperor was still staying in this place. He could hide the ghostly aura, but there was no way he could erase all traces of it. As soon as the ability is activated, it is bound to leave a trace. All of you, give it your best shot. Su Weiyin saw that everyone was already in place. She frowned and yelled after. Immediately, with Tianshi Zhang at the head and the disciples of Tianshi Dao as the second, a giant formation diagram suddenly appeared on the location they had surrounded. The formation emits a faint golden light. Although in this daytime, the show also has to be extremely dazzling. This, however, was a formation unique to the Heavenly Master's way. The Skyrocket Formation. This formation required a number of Tianshi Dao disciples to fire at the same time, forming in a certain area that could completely trap all the existences inside. It was just the right time to use it against the Ghost Emperor. Tiny worm, how dare you kill an emperor? The formation is activated, with the many disciples powering up. Within the formation, a slightly hoarse voice suddenly came out. Immediately following that, there was a roiling ghostly aura spreading across the sky. The formation works. The scent. It's the Ghost Emperor no doubt. All of you, go! Su Weiyin didn't care what that Ghost Emperor spoke about. However, since the Ghost Emperor had shown up, there was nothing that couldn't be fought as a result. After a roar, she took the lead in drawing the soft sword at her waist and rushed straight inside the mall. War! 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 Li Tao followed closely behind, and behind them were hundreds of other members of the 749th. Everyone acted collectively at this moment, following Su Weiyin's lead and charging straight ahead. Ha! With everyone acting up, inside the grand formation, the Ghost Emperor, who had not yet fully emerged, let out a huffing sound. The ghostly aura, it's even denser, towards Su Weiyin's group of people. They began to frantically surge. The Ghost Emperor wasn't a scatterbrain, and in the face of this kind of attack, he definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. You all of you deserve to die. You shouldn't have come. You really shouldn't have come. The Ghost Emperor's voice rang out in the field. The heavens and the earth suddenly dimmed. The sky, which was originally still daytime, turned directly into night at this moment. A dark night with no moon and no stars. And in the middle of that sky, a huge black shadow slowly appeared. The last full wave formed the shape of a huge human face. No, to be more precise, it's the upper half of a person's body. The man floated out of nowhere in the middle of mid-air. It was as if the gods in the sky were looking down on the living beings. It's just a shame. This, not a god, but a Ghost Emperor. He will not universalize the world, much less listen to the suffering of the earth. What he brings is greater pain and havoc. Chapter 58. I know where Jiang is. Heaven and earth are the same color. This is out of the Ghost Emperor. At this point, Nanjiang City, inside Zhang's garment factory, old Qin Tu once again stopped what he was doing. Getting up, I went to the door of the factory, where the sky was dimming at an extremely exaggerated rate, and the air is filled with the power of ghosts and monsters. Ghost Emperor? Surprisingly, A ghost emperor has appeared? Dagger also jumped off the sewing machine and came to the door of the factory. Looking up at the bizarre scene, the mischievous insides have calmed down. In its place, there was a flash of panic. This can't have anything to do with husband, can it? It was the ghost bride who was most worried. As she stood up, worry almost written on her face. As for Gakko, she was still sitting in her original position, her head lowered, and she didn't say a word. I also think it's very likely that it will have something to do with Brother Jiang. This commotion, only Brother Jiang can fix it, right? Nais analyzed it carefully. He stepped in front of the ghostly bride and gently tugged at the corner of the long dress. That kid Jiang Yun. Old Qin too didn't retort, thinking that this was the only possibility. In the past, when Jiang Yun had caught ghosts, he had often made a lot of noise, but it's all just some chickens coming home to roost and such. In response to this, Old Qin too and the rest of them didn't care at all. Anyway, Jiang Yun had his own methods to solve the problem, but this time, I'm afraid that the aura from before was emitted by the Ghost Emperor. I think even if it wasn't that kid Jiang Yun who messed it up, that scent he must have sensed it already. It's hard to say if it's that kid Jiang Yun and the Ghost Emperor fighting now, but the situation, too, isn't optimistic. For the first time, Old Qin too showed a hint of worry, putting him completely at ease. It was obvious that it certainly couldn't be done anymore. Should we go and take a look? Husband is definitely no match for the Ghost Emperor. How can we just watch him go to his death? The Ghost Bride is in a hurry. Said he was ready to go. Although he himself is a Ghost King strength, facing the Ghost Emperor might not be able to cause any harm either. But for her to stay over here and wait all the time, this really couldn't be done. It was too much for her. She couldn't do it and watch Jiang Yun go off to fight alone. Don't worry about it yet. Just wait until I understand the situation. Old Qin too watched as the Ghost Bride was about to go out and hurriedly pulled her back. The opponent was too strong, so if he directly struck out, he might not be able to help and would cause trouble for Jiang Yun. And the way Old Qin too understood the situation was that he directly amplified his perception by tens of times. Cover the entire area of Nanjiang City as much as possible. The Ghost Bride waited anxiously on the side. Dagger stood off to the side without saying a word. Gamma still remained silent. A small meeting later, the Old Qin had lifted his head. The people of Nanjiang City are starting to retreat. But I didn't find that kid Jiang Yun sent. He's, missing. Old Qin too's words seemed like a spark that directly ignited the dynamite that was the Ghost Bride. Husband is missing? How can that be? She shouted, a face full of incredulity. She thought of many possibilities. But it never occurred to me that Jiang Yun would go missing. It's strange. I've already spoken my consciousness to cover the entire Nanjiang City, including the breath of these people who came to the factory last night. I've sensed it. But there's just no sign of that Jiang Yun kid. Old Qin too also realized that something was wrong. Such a result can be more than a little bizarre. Jiang Yun? Where the hell did he go? Could it be that Jiang Yun has gone to other urban areas, leaving the city of Nanjiang? Then what should we do? We don't even know where Brother Jiang is now. Dagger looked up at the adults in the factory. Still want to help. But people can't be found. So how can they help? They weren't sure about Old Qin too's other abilities, but the ability to find someone. The Ghost Bride and Knives in the room didn't doubt that at all. In the past, when Jiang Yun had to look for ghosts and monsters, or whatever he was looking for, Old Qin too had never made a mistake when he stepped in. Even dead people, if there has ever been evidence of them being alive, they can certainly be found. However, Jiang Yun's current situation was indeed no breath to be found at all. To say it was a sudden disappearance is an understatement. The atmosphere in the factory fell into a very strange. The crowd was in a hurry. But what could they do if they couldn't find anyone? I know where Jiang is. It's happening right now. Outside the entrance to the factory, there was a sudden sound of a car drifting, and a slightly familiar voice. At the sound of the voice, the crowd turned their heads in unison to look at the doorway, only to see a plutonium car. Then after a series of rear-end drifts, stayed firmly in the middle of the doorway. A gargoyle with a racing suit on and a helmet comes out of the car. It's me, your old Cho. The gargoyle took his helmet off. That face. Who else could it be if not Lao Zhao? The brothers who are still outside told me that they saw Jiang here, so I guess that you guys would be here as well. And when I came over to take a look, you're really all stranded here. Old Zhao came to the crowd of ghosts and came quickly, was about to move on. I suddenly rested on Gakko, who had been sitting in the back. How come there's a new ghost? And so strong? At once, Old Zhao's face was filled with vigilance. We're all on our own. Let's not talk about this first. Old Zhao, you just said that you know where husband is? The Ghost Bride reacted and was the first to rush to Old Zhao. After explaining a sentence, Lian Men began to pursue up Jiang Yun's trail. The latter sniffed and froze before finally speaking. After a quick and simple introduction to this morning's events first, he began to cut to the chase. After dropping Jiang off at that mall, I went to get the Ghost Brothers outside the sea to drive to pick him up like Jiang said. I really didn't know that there was such a powerful existence in here. I also heard from those Ghost Brothers who are still out there in the back. I'll be damned. Boy, there's a Ghost Emperor coming in there. Old Zhao has a pretty bad accent. A speech that was even a little funny, but he also gave the general idea. Gave the Ghost Bride an exact address for them. It also let them know who Jiang Yun was up against at the moment. I know this news originally wanted to hurry over to find you, but who knows? Take the Ghost Emperor out. The former brothers are crazy. I circled around the boss to find Hirlu. I say brothers, we should not hurry to run away. Jiang are gone. Our good days. Also get the head. Take advantage of the current relatively chaotic. Let's run to a safer place, to avoid the wind to go. I seek. Jiang is certainly arranged by that Ghost Emperor. Who knows when we will suffer. Just run for it. Chapter 59. It's all in the family. Nanjiang City, inside Zhang's garment factory. As those words of old Zhao fell, first out went quiet at once. Little Knife, and the Ghost Bride all looked at the latter with a very strange look. No, this is what you guys look well. I said is the truth, Lu. That is the Ghost Emperor. Jiang more powerful, but also cannot beat the Ghost Emperor. Seeing this, Lao Zhao added another explanation. Jiang Yun was strong, that he recognized. Otherwise, just before, he wouldn't have listened to Jiang Yun so much, or else what awaited would be a severe beating. Not to mention, the Ghost Bride and the others. But they had the strength of a Ghost King still willing to follow Jiang Yun. Then how strong the latter could be. That's what one could think with one's toes. But, humans are still humans after all. You guys should know better what the Ghost Emperor represents. Old Zhao's tone lowered a few points. He looked suspiciously at Ghost Bride and the others. It's hard not to. They're still really going after Jiang Yun? The latter is now a matter of life and death. Asterisk. Lao Zhao, I really misjudged you. What are you all talking about? You must go and save Brother Jiang. Even if we can't beat them, let's go support Brother Jiang. Not much else to say, although Jiang often beat me up. But in all fairness, if you had met any other celestial masters, your soul would have been dispersed long ago. And in the end, Jiang treats us well. Dagger was the first to come forward and say it. A small body, staring with big eyes, full of defiance. How can you think of running away at a time like this? Anyway, I don't believe that Jiang is so easy to GA. After saying that, Little Knife didn't even want to look at old Zhao squarely. His hand changed to that knife of his to play with, and the emotions in his mind, but he did not know where they had drifted to. Dagger said so. It was even more unlikely that this Ghost Bride would choose to escape at such a time. I can't believe husband would leave in such a hurry either. He hasn't even said goodbye to us properly. The Ghost Bride finished and took a step forward. This represents her attitude. As for old Qin too, he gave a hefty laugh and silently took a step forward as well. Nothing was said, but then everything was said. The attitude of the three men is very clear. So, new big sister, are you going? A smile appeared on Dagger's face at the sight. Following that, he turned his head to look at Gakko, who had stayed back without saying anything. After all, Gamma Coconut was also brought back by Jiang Yun. Since they're all in the Jiang clothing factory, they're family. As a family, we should work together. The other side. Gakko, who had heard the Little Knife's voice, flinched slightly. She lifted her head and looked out at the few ghosts. And inside, she seemed to be struggling. Since we're all over here, we're all family. Let's stay together. And if there's danger, I'll try to protect your well-being. It was at this moment that old Qin Tu's voice rang in Gamma Coconut's ears. The latter was looking at her with a smirk on his face. The expression on Gamera's face shifted. She seemed a little incredulous of what she was hearing. Family. Well, for some reason, hearing that made Gakko's insides fluctuate in a small way. It was a word she hadn't heard in how many years. On the Spoke Island, long ago, she had a home, too. But, Gamera closed her eyes slightly. After a short while, she opened her eyes again and spoke. I'm coming along. She stood up to her god and instantly moved directly to the side of the small knife that she had reached. The atmosphere of the place gave her a very different feeling. It's nothing like it was in the Spoke Islands. Jiang Yun was quite annoying, but, after all, he was also the one who brought himself to China. If he dies, how will he get back to the Spoke Islands? Having thought of this, Gakko didn't hesitate anymore and directly made a statement as well. It can also be regarded as affordable, whether it is the small knife or the Ghost Bride, or the old Qin Tu said that, are all family. Just say go. When the people were all together, the Ghost Bride and her group didn't hesitate, and without caring any more about how old Zhao was doing, they directly began to set off towards the location of the mall. At this moment, only old Zhao was left at the scene, and he stood in place with a dumbfounded face, looking at the background of the 4 ghosts leaving, the entire ghost dumbfounded. It was a while before he finally responded. No, aren't you all scared, brothers? Lua but Ghost Emperor yo, hit people old pain, old Zhao helplessly shouted out. Although you all died and became ghosts, you should more or less respect the existence of the Ghost Emperor. Was it worth it for a human? Lua painless yo old Zhao? If you want to go, let's go. We go to find Brother Jiang to go. His shout was answered by a small knife. The sound echoed amongst the wind. In the blink of an eye, the 4 ghosts were no longer visible. Needless to say, they've been fired up and are headed straight for the mall in a frenzy. When Lao Zhao saw it, it was simply a ghost, 2 ghost heads as big as each other. Asterisk 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 me. I don't even know what you guys think. No, wait for me. After shouting up, he hurriedly got into the car to follow a piece as well. If this was slow, if Jiang Yun really wasn't dead, wouldn't he or she be dead? And at that moment, the other side, Jiang Yun opened his eyes in a daze, only to feel that his body was aching and his entire body was not energized. It's that feeling you get when you get up the next day after having done a lot of exercise yesterday. It felt, literally, exactly the same. But, no, Nima, didn't I meet the red and white double fury? I remember. I went straight to the big red sedan chair, and then why did I fall asleep? And, here, where is it again? After a moment's reprieve, Jiang Yun reacted, shaking his head to clear it. He looked around in passing. That's what I found out. That there's still some red and white double face. That there's still some big red sedan chair. Himself, now, was in a gloomy, still revealing red glow, room. And his place was on top of a wooden king-sized bed with red sheets and red bedclothes in this room. Observing the room again, there was something eerily wrong with the place everywhere. The room layout is plastered with red stickers. And those stickers, without exception, are all unified with a big red wedding character. It's almost everywhere. Wedding room? Jiang Yun instantly understood. The layout. What else could it be if not a wedding room? Wake up with your own ing foot and enter the wedding room. Husband, you're awake. It's still not clear. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open, followed by a figure familiar to Jiang Yun walking in with a basin and a towel. Who else could that figure be but the ghost bride? Chapter 60 Special Tasks Updates. Inside the room, Jiang Yun was still confused as he looked at the scene in front of him, and the ghost bride called out to him after. Then he came to the bedside with the wash basin that contained water. She placed the basin next to the bed, and after putting the towel in the water to wet it, she wrung it out again and began to wipe his face over and over again. Jiang Yun was directly confused as he looked at the situation in front of him. Ghost? Bride? He attempted a yelp. Confused. Very clueless. It was a surprise to see someone you knew in the wrong place at the wrong time. As if to remember, the person sitting on that big red sedan chair seems to be a ghost bride as well. However, the ghostly bride in front of her was, again, odd in a way that couldn't be described from the one she knew. Something always felt wrong. There's no figuring out the situation, but he could be very sure that he, himself, was definitely still in the middle of that ghost emperor's illusion. Nope. At first, he had met the red and white fury, and he had gotten into the red fury's sedan chair. So, where was the white fury? Where are the 2 maid ghosts and the security guard ghost? Also, why did he fall asleep? A whole bunch of questions came one after another, making Jiang Yun completely unable to turn the corner. It happened so suddenly. Everything, it's hard to explain. Calm down. Calm down. Jiang Yun forced down that pile of questions. Now being in the middle of the ghost emperor's illusion, anything could happen. First and foremost, it's better to make sure that you're in good shape. Think about it. Jiang Yun hurriedly checked the space pouch. System, open the space bag, he called out in his mind. Ding! Space bag parsing complete. The good thing is, the system is still in place, and you haven't lost your own plug-in. Jiang Yun let out a sigh of relief. First thing, Jiang Yun went ahead and checked the sniper rifle that the system had rewarded out only earlier. After all, he remembered that when he went up to the Great Saffron Bridge, he had this sniper rifle out in his hand. Consciousness entered the space pouch and examined it. His own sniper rifle, thankfully, is still there. It would be a loss if you lost your system-rewarded weapon and didn't even fire a single shot to move yet. After making sure it was safe, Jiang Yun was relieved and not so nervous. Only, just as he was about to exit the space bag, the system's voice, once again, sounded in the middle of his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is now in the middle of an alien world. Special mission update released. Please host more otherworldly plot. Find a breakthrough to escape safely. The system will rate the host's performance, and the higher the rating, the higher the reward will be. Note, the rating criteria will be determined by the host's performance in the other world. the higher the mood points the host creates in the other world, the higher the rating will be. Note, the host's opponent this time is the Ghost Emperor, and the system has detected that the other world has shielded the spells. Danger Level Judgment, SSS. Ding. Detected modern technology weapons in the space bag. The system is performing special enhancement. Enhancement complete. Otherworldly Sniper Rifle LV1, 1000 meters 100% hit. Can cause substantial damage to ghosts and monsters of Ghost King level and above in the otherworldly world, but can't complete the kill. The care of the system always comes as a surprise. John Yun hadn't even reacted yet. That flurry of introductions and quest updates just called straight to the face. After spending a bit of time absorbing the contents, John Yun was elated. Doesn't that mean that there's finally a weapon to use in the middle of the space created by the Ghost Emperor? No. This is the most important. The previous Binding Immortal Rope and Ghost Beating Whip both belonged to the category of magic weapons and were completely unusable in the middle of this space. But the fact that the sniper rifle still works is a surprise. Originally, John Yun had planned to directly engage in a physical fight. I didn't expect the surprise of the system to come a little faster. In this way, it was able to solve quite a lot of his own troubles. Although the explanation did say that it was not possible to make a kill, it was enough to cause damage. That's a good place to start. As for this mission, what does the system mean? Can't it be that it wants me to do something over here? The hangings are all open for me as well, so it's indeed a bit of a loss if I don't make things happen. John Yun was thoughtful. The system is still the same. It's still inappropriate. It's been rated at SSS level of danger. And you're even thinking of making something of yourself here. It does play sick, but just the way I like it. That's the kind of straightforward system I like. John Yun closed the system panel with a meaningful smile on his face. Get back into the middle of the real world. The ghost bride was still wiping her face carefully for herself. To be honest, it's still a bit complicated inside. The system had already explained to itself that this was an otherworld, or another dimension, created by the Ghost Emperor. But it's still a little out of place to see a ghost bride here. In particular, this ghost bride was very different from the one she knew. More importantly, this was another space created by the Ghost Emperor. And how did the ghost bride end up here? Looking at the ghost bride taking care of herself, John Yun took a deep breath and directly inquired. Let me ask you, where are Little Knife and Old Chin 2 and Gamma Coconut and the rest of them? Where? Otherworldly space. In the middle of the wedding room. John Yun stared dead at the ghost bride with a hint of a strange expression. There was one thing he had to beg for. This ghost bride. What the hell is she? Why it's here? As well as, how the ghost bride treats herself. Inquire to see if he recognizes Old Chin 2 and the others. And the answer, straight away, appears. Husband, what did you say? Who's all that? Gamma. Is that a human name? After hearing this, the ghost bride's hand moved, and after thinking for a moment, she slowly opened her mouth. This answer did not fail to surprise John Yun. Sure enough, it wasn't the ghost bride she knew. Next, John Yun then crumbled up from the bed and pulled away from the ghost bride. This is definitely not a ghost bride. Vigilance pulled up quite a bit. You're not a ghost bride. Honestly, where did the two maid ghosts and the security ghost go? As soon as the words fell, John Yun directly took out the sniper book from his spatial bag. The system is going to allow itself to screw things up. Then he doesn't pretend. I've got plugins I'm afraid of. At such a close distance, John Yun directly pressed the barrel of his gun against the ghost bride's forehead. Still, it was the first time the weapon had been used. After all, when he topped the ghost bride's head again, John Yun always had a feeling that it wasn't his own initiative to stare at the ghost bride's head. Rather, the barrel of the gun seemed to be staring directly at the other man's forehead from the moment it was pulled out. But now is not the time to dwell on that. John Yun's brows furrowed, and his face showed ferocity on the spot. If the damn thing doesn't answer honestly, it's a straight shot. Chapter 61, is it a ninja to be so tolerant? You're talking weird today. Husband, what is that in your hand? I've never seen it before. Also, it's our wedding day. Relax. The other side. Seeing John Yun pull out a gun and put it against his forehead, the ghost bride flinched, then spoke up. However, she soon revealed another smile that she didn't know how to describe, and with a towel in hand, she continued to come up to wipe John Yun's face. Mud. Bold. Did I tell you to move? Boom. The moment the ghost bride approached, John Yun directly shouted out. In this situation, if you don't shoot, you're still waiting to die? So, without hesitation, he just fired. A gunshot rang right through the room. John Yun could even feel the powerful recoil of the gun, which directly shook his shoulder and made it hurt. But there is much more to it than that. After the gunshot, he even felt it. Some warm liquid, thrown directly onto his face, hands, and body. It's holy blood? John Yun was startled and looked up again. After firing the gun, the ghost bride, surprisingly, was really directly shot in the head. Red and white were spilled on the spot. The hand still held that towel motion. Eyes glazed to the max in death. Dead? Jiang Yun was flabbergasted. Didn't the system explain that in this space, you can only put people in harm's way, but you can't kill them? What the hell is going on here? Buzzing. Right about this time, Jiang Yun felt another very clear whole vibration. The space, it seemed, shook a little. You, how dare you kill Ting Ting? Immediately after that, the voice of the Ghost Emperor from earlier appeared. Again, still only heard but not seen. This space, is the Ghost Emperor, and the Ghost Emperor, is the master of this space. Jiang Yun had shot the Ghost Bride in this side of the piece of space, and the Ghost Emperor, of course, had reappeared. Tina, is this, the name of the Ghost Bride? Jiang Yun's eyes lit up when he heard it. So the Ghost Bride's name is Ting Ting. No, 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 still no. Why does this Ghost Emperor know the name of the Ghost Bride? However, it didn't matter if it was already in this situation. I'll kill. So what? If you have the ability to you girl out to talk playing God to scare your father. With hanging in hand, Jiang Yun didn't bring a wimp. The side of the wave that was out there reappeared, gun in hand, and yelled out right towards the surroundings. You don't play by the rules. You have to see the plot I've laid out for you before you can do anything about it. The Ghost Emperor's voice appeared again. This time, it seemed even angrier. The ghostly aura that had begun to permeate the surroundings was telling. Ding! The host has caused emotional impact on the Ghost Emperor. Plus 10 emotion points. At the same time, in Jiang Yun's mind, the system's voice also sounded. At those words, Jiang Yun felt like he understood the gameplay of this game. It seems he was right in thinking that messing with emotions was the way to do it from the Ghost Emperor. In that case, system, exchange 1,000 points for 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Ding! Successful redemption. It's been automatically loaded onto the sniper rifle. Done with that. The corners of Jiang Yun's mouth quirked as he began to respond up to the Ghost Emperor. I don't want to see it. So what? If I want to see it, I'll ask your mom to see it. You don't even show up. Why do you let me watch? Yelled, and reported the gun directly to sit on the bed. As for the Ghost Bride, it was created by the Ghost Emperor himself anyway, so it didn't matter if he was killed. The priority right now is to get some mood points before anything else. Unbelievable. All of you surnamed Jiang are incomprehensible. According to the process, you have to follow the plot I've arranged for you first. In the end, you'll realize that this plot is a dead end, and then you'll die at my hands. I am a ghost, or a Ghost Emperor, brainless Ghost Emperor. If I want you to die, you have to die. How dare you retort? It was obvious that the Ghost Emperor was emotionally swept up by Jiang Yun's words. The tone of his voice couldn't help but speed up a few moments. This time, the voices were not hoarse, and the people were so refreshed that they all began to swear at each other. Jiang Yun didn't wimp out when he heard this and directly disliked him. Who's got a good head on their shoulders? If I had a good head on my shoulders, would I have to deal with you ghosts? The words were followed by a shrug. That's enough. I'll give you one more chance. This time, the Ghost Emperor didn't bother disliking him back. But surprisingly, he even calmed down. Enjoy. I have a great gift for you. Struggle all you want, but on this side of space, I am the master. I can control everything. Jia 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 jia. As the Ghost Emperor's voice grew weaker and weaker until it disappeared, Jiang Yun suddenly realized that everything around him was slowly starting to undergo some subtle changes. Like, the blood on your own face, it's slowly starting to disappear. The filth on the ground, too, slowly disappeared. Until, the ghostly bride, originally dead, recovered from her wounds and opened her eyes. Husband, what was it? The Ghost Bride rose from the ground and blinked her glasses before looking at the latter with a puzzled expression. Jiang Yun, on the other hand, also looked at the Ghost Bride with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Nima, this is the Ghost Emperor? And bring the dead right back to life? It's fine. Nothing's wrong. Go back to sleep. Jiang Yun looked dumbfounded, then raised the gun. This time, Jiang Yun felt it very clearly. Just when he was about to aim, the barrel of that sniper rifle, unexpectedly, directly extended automatically, and then, steadily rested on the Ghost Bride's forehead. Boom! Then, Jiang Yun once again fired without hesitation. The Ghost Bride, dead again. Buzzing. This space, too, trembled once more. Jiang Yun reheld the gun and sat down. Just now that the barrel automatically extended the lock, this is what he did not expect. No wonder 100% hits. Can it not be a 100% hit rate with the barrel of a Nemo gun against your forehead? But there's no rush to work on the features of the new toy. The Ghost Bride comes back to life and then gets herself shot in head again. Can this Ghost Emperor stand it? You're going to have to come out and fight? though Jiang Yun was still a bit vain about the matter of fighting the Ghost Emperor. But seeing a ghost is better than not seeing one, right? With that in mind, he sat on his bed quietly waiting for the Ghost Emperor to show himself. Husband, what, continue to sleep? Today is our wedding day. Won't you sleep with me? However, soon enough, Jiang Yun realized that this Ghost Emperor had really held back from showing up and speaking. Instead, it's just another resurrection of the Ghost Bride. So tolerant? Are you a ninja? Boo! Jiang Yun frowned and spat. Incidentally, he raised his gun and aimed another shot at the Ghost Bride's forehead. The gun goes off and the Ghost Bride goes down again. Chapter 62. Are you sick? After a while, Buzz. Space shuddered again. Immediately after. Husband, what are you doing? The Ghost Bride has come back to life again and again. Boo! Jiang Yun didn't hesitate and fired again. Buzzing. Space shook again. It didn't take long for the sign to show that it was stuck in a loop. The Ghost Bride comes back to life over and over again. And Jiang Yun fired shot after shot. Space, too, shook for a while. Husband. Boo. Buzz. Foo. Boo. Buzzing. Boo. Buzzing. Boom. No resurrection? It was so as if. It made Jiang Yun feel doubly bored. It's even close to summing up the resurrection time. The shooting rhythm. But just a few shots later, he then realizes that the Ghost Bride, she is not coming back to life. Buzz. Then following closely behind was a series of spatial shudders. The frequency is faster, harder, more intense. This transformation instantly lifted Jiang Yun's spirits. Carrying his gun, he hurriedly stood up and looked around warily. Are you sick? Finally, after space had been shaking for a while, the Ghost Emperor's familiar voice sounded again. This time, he was incomparably furious and directly broke into tears. Over and over again. Resurrection, death, resurrection. Brother, you're not tired? Young man, can't you have a little patience to follow the plot? The Ghost Emperor's monstrous anger turned into Chen Ghost Chi, filling the entire room. Who wouldn't play with you if they weren't sick? And by the way, why do you want me to follow the plot so badly? Jiang Yun also heard the Ghost Emperor's anger from his tone. A joyful, smiling inquiry. I do not do the plot into not. How to directly come out to do a fight. Who loses and who wins? Do a fight, how simple things. Why the whole so laborious? Jiang Yun clutched his sniper rifle to his chest and spoke cheerfully. The angrier the Ghost Emperor became, the more emotions he gained for himself. Also, the more you can keep yourself safe. Not to mention, Jiang Yun was finding out that this Ghost Emperor, it seemed like there was a plot that he had to show himself, and by not advancing the plot myself all the time, I am, in a sense, invincible. You don't understand. You don't understand anything. I don't have time to play with you. The Ghost Emperor's roaring voice filled the entire space. Jiang Yun's unreasonable question was directly ignored by him. This time, the Ghost Emperor did not immediately resurrect the Ghost Bride. Instead, it directly shrouded a large swath of ghostly chi directly wrapping Jiang Yun. That's Tina's story. You have to read it. You have to read it. The Ghost Emperor growled. Don't look. I won't look at it. So whoever you like can look at it. Come out and bite me if you can. Jiang Yun decisively refused. Still in the plot of his own is invincible. For what to follow your plot to death? You have to see it. Don't you want to see what Tina's story is like? The Ghost Emperor was choked by Jiang Yun's words and didn't take several dozen breaths, if he wasn't already dead. He re-emphasized Tina. Jiang Yun, on the other hand, was finally reacting a bit. Tina, that's the name of the Ghost Bride. The Ghost Emperor, the plot he prepared for himself. Was there not about the Ghost Bride? To be honest, Jiang Yun was still a bit interested. Still, mood points are in order. This Tina you're talking about, is she decent? Saying that, Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow. The Ghost Emperor was silent. After a while, it finally spoke again. I've never seen anyone in the world as brazen as you. Jiang Yun nodded. Thanks for the compliment, haha. Sometimes I myself think I'm quite shameless. Like that little knife in my house. Obviously he's right. I just can't help but always want to find some reason to whip him. The word is out. The Ghost Emperor was silent again. It seems to have been utterly speechless. And Jiang Yun also does not matter. Drag well. Anyway, there is plenty of time. Can't afford to wait. Come out and get yourself if you can. Ting Ting is the Ghost Bride, and the Ghost Bride is Ting Ting. Since you are so uncooperative, then die for me. The Ghost Emperor finally exploded. He couldn't stand it. 2. Why can this human beings be so cheap? As the words fell, he really moved to kill. Screw the drama. I'm going to do it straight. But, just when he was all set to show himself. Since you said what you did, it's not impossible for me to take a look at your plot. It just so happens that I'm kind of interested in it too. No backtracking. You did say you were going to let me watch the episode and not come out and do a sneak attack in the middle of it. Jiang Yun suddenly opened his mouth. that face smiling, the heel of his mouth almost grinning down to his ears. When the Ghost Emperor heard this, the ghostly chi that had been hoarded in that village for hundreds of years almost didn't give way to all of it being blocked in his throat. Nima, this kid is intentionally messing with the mind to come, isn't he? The Ghost Emperor was dumbfounded, but as it was, the plot is all ready to go too, so it can't just go to waste. You have to watch it. You have to watch these episodes. After doing this, the Ghost Emperor disappeared once again, but it's not the same as before. This time, the Ghost Emperor did not directly resurrect the Ghost Bride. Rather, it had redistorted this space, and Zhang Yun's identity had changed from a party involved to a bystander standing watching from God's perspective. Good lord, what does this mean? Let's watch and not play, right? Zhang Yun spat out. This Ghost Emperor was also too petty. While he was thinking about this, all the ghostly auras around him had disappeared. But to myself, it didn't seem to have made much of an impact. Just as Zhang Yun was wondering about all this, the Ghost Bride has reappeared. Subconsciously, Zhang Yun wanted to shoot to continue firing, but thinking about that last sentence that the Ghost Emperor said, "Don't say," Zhang Yun was still a bit curious about what the Ghost Bride had gone through. Why don't you, then, just go ahead and take a look? Let's see what kind of drugs you've got in this gourd. The interior of the bridal chamber. The plot was similar to what Ji had just experienced. Only, the protagonist was changed to a man lying on the bed, who couldn't see the human face clearly for the time being. The Ghost Bride-ins meticulously scrubbed the face of the man on the bed, and so many things were said. The man on the bed, however, did not return a word. Just when Zhang Yun was still a bit confused, "Husband, do you dislike me?" The Ghost Bride suddenly changed her mind. Zhang Yun? Why did he feel that there was a hint of excitement when the Ghost Bride said that? "Since you don't like me, repudiate me." The Ghost Bride had continued to speak. Zhang Yun? Holy, what's the twist? Is that like something a Ghost Bride could say? But the problem was, he still hadn't figured out what the scene in front of him meant. Chapter 63, The Ghost Emperor's Purpose. This was something that Zhang Yun hadn't understood up until now. What purpose did the Ghost Emperor have in introducing himself inside this space and letting himself see this? It's not clear yet. Why did you do that? Just take me off, okay? I swear, I'll never bother you, as long as you let me go. On the screen, the Ghost Bride is getting more and more agitated. It was even close to coming up to the man on the bed. Right about this time. Shu Tingting, you dare! Master Ren has taken such good care of our family. How dare you say such treacherous things to Master Ren? Marrying you into the Ren family and becoming Master Ren's concubine would be a blessing from a previous life. The door suddenly pushed open, and in came an old man and a young man. The one who spoke was none other than that old man. He held a long whip in his hand with a furious look on his face, and when he entered the room, he struck the Ghost Bride with a whip directly on her body. "I have to clean up your treachery today. If it weren't for Master Ren's face, I'd have to beat you to death." Cursing and fighting at the same time. "Ah, father, I was wrong, father. Don't you fight." The Ghost Bride let out a guttural scream as she was caught off guard by the beating. "Sis, you're too capricious, aren't you? For the sake of our entire family, shouldn't you make a little sacrifice? Father and mother put you up so big, you should also contribute to the family. If not for Master Ren took a liking to you, our family could live in a 4-roomed house, and my gambling debt could be repaid. You should thank Master Ren for the sake of our family. Otherwise I would have been standing in front of you with my arms and legs missing." As for the younger man who came in with him, seeing the Ghost Bride being beaten, but his hands were wrapped around his chest, a vivid image of the sneak. Look at that old one playing Ghost Bride. There was not the slightest sign of persuasion, but instead, he watched with interest and spat a few words. "Holy, so the full name of the Ghost Bride is Chu Tingting Ah. And, that Lao Dang and that Slinky, that's the Ghost Bride's old man and her brother?" Zhang Yin stood to the side and heard the relationship between these people from within the conversation. Watching the scene and seeing it made some sense. "Nice guy," burst right out on the spot. "Is this Nymphet's marrying a daughter or ing doing business?" Inside the room, Zhang Yun couldn't even look at it anymore. Though, it was true that all of these were scenes that had been visualized by the Ghost Emperor. By the time this scene in front of us, could a normal person bear to watch it? When the old man beat his daughter, the younger brother didn't help, even if he didn't. But instead, he was still on the side of the well. This was a picture that made high blood pressure come up when one looked at it, and Zhang Yun couldn't endure it, was about to just pull out a gun and end the episode with another wave. Buzz, buzz. The Ghost Emperor seemed to have sensed his mood swings, even shook the space. Immediately afterward, the man who was originally lying on the bed as if he were dead, finally got up and spoke. "Old husband, I think it's almost enough. Tingting, she's so kind, so she would say those words." The voice When Jiang Yun heard this, he immediately frowned, fixing her eyes. The husband that this Nima ghost bride had just shouted one by one was actually an aged and pale old man. It's like residual wax, the kind that goes out when the wind blows. Jiang Yun was directly dumbfounded. Holy, where did this come from? Jiang Yun was taken aback by the old man. Nima is old and undead. The ghost bride actually shouted husband? The ghost bride's old man even married his woman to this kind as a concubine? Jiang Yun's attempt to shoot stopped straight away. By the looks of it, this should be the master rune they were talking about. Nima, it's ing half as fast as dirt. Are you okay with that? And learn from others to take concubines. Have that ability. Jiang Yun spat a million times in his heart. Angry. Ha! At that moment, the screen suddenly froze for a moment. The Ghost Emperor's voice appeared in Jiang Yun's ears. It's still the same. Just hear the voice and not see the person. Pretending to be a master and not showing up. When Jiang Yun heard that, he of course nodded directly. Commented on it by the way. You have more or less perverted tastes. The ghost bride is a fake. But it's still a bit diabolical to see this scene. Ha! That's what Tina really experienced. Who are you to judge if you haven't experienced it? The Ghost Emperor seemed willing to go ahead and communicate with Jiang Yun. Enjoy watching the next episodes. As the words fell, the Ghost Emperor disappeared once again. The screen, too, resumed playing. These words, however, caused Jiang Yun to flinch for a moment. He frowned at how the Demon Emperor knew this was really happening. And the scene in front of him, was the Ghost Emperor trying to tell himself something? After all, that Ghost Emperor had directly stated earlier that he had been waiting for himself. Must get myself to this episode as well. HSS. That's a bit of a statement. Vaguely, Jiang Yun felt that this Ghost Emperor, I'm afraid, had an unspoken relationship with the Ghost Bride. Staring at himself, 8 out of 10. It could also be because of the Ghost Bride. Since this Ghost Emperor wanted to show himself something now, it might as well be. Wait and see first. Putting away his gun, he quietly watched the pile of people performing in front of him. As for them being bullying ghost brides, it's all virtual anyway. Not much of a problem. And there's not much point in stopping the shooting yourself, even if you did. And at that moment, the ghost bride's old man stopped his hand movements when he heard Master Ren's words. The face turned into a fawning look. That smile, the wrinkles on his face were clearly visible. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Master Ren, but my daughter is disobedient. Old husband, what are you talking about? We're all family now. What's the point of talking about two families? Master Ren waved his hand, and under the support of the ghost bride's old man, step by step, slowly and leisurely walked to the ghost bride, and then helped her up. Come on, let me see if it hurts. I'll blow on it for you. Master Rin smiled and took the ghost bride's small hand. That wrinkled old face was smiling in an uncharacteristically lewd manner. Jiang Yun watched from the side in a fit of nausea. It's a nasty old shame. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a nifty diaphragm. This is ing diaphragm. It looked like Master Ren was about to kiss the ghost bride. Jiang Yun had some control over wanting to strike. It's virtual, but look at the ghost bride being about to be kissed by such a disgusting old man. The mental one is just a little too much to resist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Take my shot. In the middle of the field, Jiang Yun raised his gun and was about to prepare to shoot. Stop. A slightly childish voice appeared. Jiang Yun's movements also stopped for the second time. That's a familiar voice. It's ing familiar. Chapter 64, Licking Dog Nature. Jiang Yun sniffed and looked toward the door, only to see a young man with tattered clothes holding a kitchen knife in his hand, who was currently standing in the doorway with an angry face. There were also several visible traces of blood on his face. You old thing. Let go of my ting-ting. I'll fight you. The words just fell. The young man had a kitchen knife in his hand and came directly at Master Ren. It all happened so fast. Master Ren's body that was on the verge of falling apart. Where could he react? The moment the knife was about to fall on the body, the ghost bride's brother was the first to react. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did the licking dog come from? Get out of here. Don't hurt my brother-in-law. Then, Jiang Yun saw that slinky brother rushed to the young man with a single healthy step. A flying kick that went straight out the window. The latter had not yet given up the resistance. And the young man with the knife in his hand was soon fighting with the brother of the ghost bride. At this time, Master Rin and the ghost bride's old man finally reacted. The two men shrieked in shock and hurriedly left the ghost bride behind, rushing out for their lives. How can we not run away from this? With a knife in his hand, where was the ghost bride's brother a match for him? Before a few strokes, the ghost bride's brother was hanging from his body. Jiang Yun could see it clearly from God's perspective. The young man saw that Master Ren was trying to escape, and desperately broke free from his bonds and chased toward the two people. Second dog, if you dare to touch my brother-in-law, I'll fight you. He's my god of wealth. The ghost bride's brother is hung up, but still brave. Seeing the latter give chase, he cried out, looked around the room for a pair of clippers that lay on the bed, and hurried after them as well. Someone nah, there's an assassin. Someone has assassinated Master Ren. All of a sudden, the whole picture started to come alive. The few who chased them out yelled and screamed for help. And this Master Ren really deserves the title of master. After a shout, there came at once a large number of men running in with long sticks in their hands. Seeing this image on the scene, he immediately joined the melee. For a while, it was a good time out there. Jiang Yun already felt intense just listening to it. Holy, what the hell kind of drama is this? A hero who saves the day. That teenager with the sword is the Ghost Emperor. Jiang Yun watched the scene with interest. The one called Airdog, the one who came over to save the Ghost Bride. His voice Jiang Yun was simply too familiar. But it's not the Ghost Emperor. It turned out that the Ghost Emperor's identity was like this. That's kind of interesting. Tina, it can only be mine. No one can take it away. The Ghost Emperor has reappeared. In the sky, the ghostly aura suddenly became more numerous. It filled the entire sky. At this same time, the Ghost Emperor's hoarse voice sounded once again. They all deserve to die. All the men who had something to do with Tina deserve to die. The ghostly aura became even more intense, and the depressing atmosphere was instantly drawn full. He was screaming and could clearly feel the monstrous rage. Jiang Yun was also considered to have finally figured out the reason for this. This Ghost Emperor and Ghost Bride really can't get away with it. No wonder he knew so much about the Ghost Bride. But Jiang Yun still found the name calling here. Interesting. After all this, aren't you just Chu Tingting's licking dog? Strike out for love and save Ting Ting, who is still under fire. Jiang Yun spoke summarily. The nature of a licking dog is exposed. It's been so many years, and it's still recited. The spirit, it's strong. I'm not a dog licker. I'm love Ting Ting. It was just that. As Jiang Yun spat out that one sentence, the Ghost Emperor was infuriated enough again to make a direct rebuttal. That damned old man Chu even married my Ting Ting to that old manren. How can I, as Ting Ting's lover, endure that? The Ghost Emperor spoke angrily, and his ghostly aura became even more intense. Even then, Jiang Yun felt that this space was already somewhat unstable, and at any moment, it might directly shatter due to the Ghost Emperor's mood swings. Ting Ting's lover. Love it and hate it. Jiang Yun frowned. In a certain sense, this Ghost Emperor was indeed a man. You know, in those days, a person like Master Rin who could afford so many household servants was a big landowner. You don't have the guts to fight someone with this kind of power and influence, and the Ghost Emperor was able to choose to go straight for it that day, single-handedly breaking into the wedding room and causing havoc in the Rin mansion. And just for the Ghost Bride, it's a man's man. At this point, Jiang Yun was quite convinced. Just how did you become a ghost? And didn't the Ghost Bride hang herself too? New issues resurfaced. Jiang Yun didn't remember that his old ancestor had told himself that the Ghost Bride had such a story. The existence of the Ghost Emperor was not even spoken of. He sent out a query, but did not receive a response from the Ghost Emperor. The picture. It goes on. With the addition of Master Ren's familiars, the young Ghost Emperor was clearly at a disadvantage. It was hard to beat four hands with two fists, and it was hard enough for him to make it this far on his own. But change, that's when it happened. Hey, aha! You guys give me back Ting Ting, Two Dog yelled. Immediately afterward, the ghost chi in the middle of this space began to madly surge towards him. Wrapped in ghost chi, Airdog's body underwent a radical change. The originally skinny body suddenly became huge. A straight-up live show with a blowout. And it doesn't stop there. After getting bigger in size, Jiang Yun could see clearly that on Airdog's body, he had actually started to grow long, silvery gray hair, while the fingernails were rapidly getting longer. The head was slowly turning into the shape of a wolf all the time. Holy, werewolves? Jiang Yun was the first to react, staring wide-eyed at the scene before him, turning into a werewolf on the spot. So fierce? Is it because the Ghost Emperor is manipulating everything? Or because, hundreds of years ago, it was real? Jiang Yun frowned. He was aware that the second dog had turned into a werewolf. But, in the middle of the picture, Master Rin and the houseguests and the Ghost Bride's oldest brother they didn't know. Seeing the change in the scene in front of him directly stunned. Ghosts? There are ghosts. There's a ghost. Ghosts are coming. Ghosts are coming. Two Dogs has turned into a ghost. Everyone run. All of a sudden, the whole yard was in a panic. Everyone was scared enough. There was a flurry of throwing down their weapons and running for their lives. But how could Second Dog let these people go? After turning into a werewolf, he slapped directly towards those houseguests. The latter couldn't escape at all. And with a slap, his life was lost on the spot. Not to mention that he was directly flattened. Seeing this scene, the others were even more frightened and their faces changed drastically. A massacre. 2 has begun. Jang Yun watched from God's perspective, the entire look numbing his scalp and making his eyes jump. The bloody scene was sickening. No, Tina, don't do anything stupid. For you, I would turn into a werewolf-like form. You can't just leave me like this. Jang Yun was flabbergasted when the Ghost Emperor's voice, 2, came out once more. The latter was stunned at his words. A ghost bride? Yeah, it's so busy out there. How's the ghost bride? Chapter 65, You All Deserve to Die. Jang Yun hurriedly shifted his gaze to the ghostly bride who had been thrown around the room. The latter had come to the threshold. Looking at the bloody scene outside, he turned pale with fear. Why? Why is this happening? Why are you like this? The ghost bride looked at the scene in front of her. The whole person staggered in place, covering her mouth, eyes with tears, shaking her head non-stop. She's broke down. Jang Yun was still watching from the side. It's a bit of a bizarre story. The old man never mentioned this to himself, nor did the ghost bride. I've already told you in no uncertain terms that I don't like you, so why are you doing this? They're all innocent. The ghost bride had broken down, and she looked at the scene outside the door for a long time without slowing down. However, the volume she was talking about was the one that made Jang Yun notice the key information. Nima, the ghost bride doesn't have any feelings for you at all. Isn't this just licking the dog? Charge for love for your goddess. The ghost bride isn't interested in the ghost emperor at all. Jang Yun's face shifted slightly. The ghost emperor's behavior. No, Tina, you're lying. You love me. I don't believe it. In the middle of the screen, 2 dogs came with a growl directly after hearing this. He, who was chasing after the houseguests on the side, immediately stopped and rushed to look over at the ghost bride. Tell me you love me, right? You do love me. 2 dog growled. Along with that, the space shook. But in response to him, the ghost bride still shook her head no with determination. No. Seeing this answer, dog also crumbled. The speed of killing people became even faster. The ghost bride, on the other hand, had been completely stunned by the scene in front of her. The ghostly bride who was thrown inside the house heard that scream and revealed a smile that she didn't know whether it was happy or painful. Then, as if he had lost his soul, he simply tore off his 2 long sleeves, bundled together, directly, into one long rope. It's all because of me. It's all because of me that so many people died. Maybe I'm a curse if I stay in this world. The ghost bride laughed miserably and took a step into the house. What she's up to, it's obvious. In the meantime, outside the house, surprisingly, there was a sound of a wolf howling. Ow! That mournful howl brought tears to the eyes of those who watched and silence to those who listened. That was 2 dogs already anticipating something and growling. He wanted to be there to stop it, but it was still fighting the houseguests, and was completely unable to disengage from the past. Jang Yun couldn't help but feel an inexplicable emotion in his heart as he watched this. He wanted to go and stop the ghost bride. The image, however, suddenly blurred and was distorting at a rapid rate. It was as if he was in a 4-dimensional space, like God, browsing through everything in this world. After a while, the picture is fixed. The battle in the yard. It's over. The death of the ghost bride was not prevented, and Ren's family, from top to bottom, were all killed cleanly by the crazy 2 dogs. But the main and most crucial character, Master Ren, Jang Yun was seeing that he had actually survived. He was saved by an old man in a Taoist robe. Here's the end of the story. The second dog is nowhere to be found. Time flies. The scene is framed again, and the story continues. And this time, what Jang Yun saw was, he saw a group of people in yellow robes, and a group of people in ordinary clothes, were carrying a yellow coffin of a Taoist priest was walking down a country lane. The one walking at the front of this line, the moment Jang Yun saw him, his entire petrified in place. Elder ancestor. Jang Yun took a deep breath. That man was all too familiar to him. This was none other than the Zhang family's oldest ancestor, Zhang Chanshan, his grandpa. Master Ren, please forgive me. You have been injured by that and your days are numbered. And why should you stay on this earth any longer? On the road up the mountain, walking at the very front, Zhang Kunshan cupped the compass in his hand, speaking to the side of Master Ren who was lying on the shelf being carried by people. His face was no longer bloodless. He said, at this time, Master Ren, in contrast to before, was completely inhuman. Both eyes were badly sunken, lips were blackened, and fingernails were elongated. Give money and you do something. That little man made a move on me for a woman. Even if I die, I'll make it bad for him. Master Ren was already delirious. His eyes were filled with anger as he directly glared at Zhang Kunshan and shouted. The hoarse voice, coupled with his bloodless face, made it feel like the next second, he would be killed. Those who were present kept their heads down and were silent. Zhang Xiaoshan sighed at his words and made no further comment, leading the group, step by step, towards the mountain. Jang Yun looked at everything in front of him. The expression shifted slightly, but Didn't say anything either, just quietly watched what was going on in front of him. To the mountains. The group uncovered the lid of the coffin. Inside, there lay the ghostly bride in a long red dress. However, she was already pale and had the appearance of having been dead for a long time. This time, Jiang Yun clearly saw that on the ghost bride's neck, there was a 0. Very harsh red strangulation marks. She's dead. Now that's the ghost bride you know. The time has come to hold. Let's have the wedding. I want to be with my beauty. Forever. Ahem. Ha ha ha. Master Ren walked over to the coffin with the help of the others. Laughing out loud, he began to slowly climb up again, and with an incredibly lewd grin, laid down the ghostly bride's transformation. Jiang Yun, dead and still not letting go? What is this? The key is, his own old ancestor, even helped that practice doing marriage? There's no mistaking it. This was completely different from what the old ancestor had told himself earlier. The plot of the story, shouldn't it be that the ghost bride hanged herself, turned into a severe ghost, and then massacred Master Ren's entire family? In the end it was a passing ancestor who saw it, subdued and crushed the ghost bride whole? The development of this story, but never heard the old ancestors herd of zombies. Master Ren and the ghost bride to match the marriage. Jiang family, all of you deserve to die. You all deserve to die. As he was thinking, the ghost emperor's voice sounded again. The monstrous anger directly covered the entire mountain. The image of the matchmaking marriage in front of them faded into a blur. In its place, Air Dog, who had turned into a werewolf outside the house earlier, stood in front of Jiang Yun. All around, it turned dark. His pair of eyes stood out in the middle of the dark night. It's because of your Jiang family that I lost Tingting forever. You and Master Ren aided and abetted that old miscreant, making Tingting's death an uneasy one. Two Dog growled. His figure was becoming clear, with long hair all over his body. He is no different from what a werewolf looks like in a movie or TV show. That would really be, for you, turning into a werewolf look-alike. Chapter 66, The Wrong Person is Master Ren. Saw it here. Jiang Yun could sort of understand. This ghost emperor. It's the second dog. The second dog who was willing to carry a knife and go to war with Master Ren for Tingting's sake. To put it bluntly, indeed, the lickspittle nature is exposed. But it's also true that it's a man. As for myself, then it is because of the old ancestor. Directly or indirectly, in the middle of this story plot line, also pulls a little conflict. And no wonder. This second dog would be so resentful of himself that it caused him to start paying attention to himself a long time ago to come. I'm afraid that the whole mall is a setup for two dogs, just waiting for himself to get into the middle of his game. Now let yourself go through these images to be able to die with some clarity. Should we say that the ghost emperor still had some obsession? Or that there was still a trace of humanity left? Jiang Yun let out a bitter smile. So, to put it bluntly, you're actually Tingting's lickspittle now, and have started coming to take revenge for Tingting's sake, haven't you? Seeing it all, he spat. The death of the ghost bride wasn't entirely because of people like Master Rin and the old man at home. This second dog licking dog nature. Licking the ghost bride pressure is also very big. In the end, it's all about dying. To put it bluntly, it's everyone's fault, including his own old man. There was just one more thing Jiang Yun couldn't figure out. Since among the scenes conjured up by Air Dog, old ancestor helped match Master Ren's marriage, it was logical that the ghost bride and Master Ren should have all been sealed in that coffin together. Instead, it appears to be subdued under its own quadrangle. This story is getting a little more and more puzzling, as well as the fact that the old man knew of the existence of the second dog at that time. There's something to be said for not just chopping him up and sealing him up. Old ancestor has suppressed countless ghosts and monsters in his life. How come he gave second dog a way out? Hundreds of years down the line, the second dog had been wandering around, arriving at the ghost emperor level of strength before coming to seek revenge on himself. Nima, it's not like you're making trouble for yourself, even if I am a dog licker, but I am forever in love with Ting Ting. What's wrong with me? The wrong people are you, Master Ren. So you all deserve to die. Now doesn't seem to be the time to be thinking about that either. The ghost emperor stared at Jiang Yun and growled. Ergo, there was a hint of an evil smile. Those people out there, don't rule out that they're here to save you, but they're all too weak. You know everything today. Die, and you can die with understanding. Prepare to go on your way. The ghost emperor let out a jia smile. How powerful he was in combat when he transformed into his werewolf form. Jiang Yun had already seen it in the middle of the footage just now. Not to mention, now he had the added strength of a ghost emperor. If this is a set of continuous moves, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist. I'm afraid that's a little painful. But, Jiang Yun heard this, but he was still happy. It was clear everything, but instead, it was less tense than before. The reason why he got himself into this space was to die in a way that he would understand what had happened back then. This is the obsession of the second dog. The obsession of always wanting revenge had caused his strength to skyrocket and evolve into what he was now. But when it comes to facts, what reason does a ghost need to kill someone? I'm crying my eyes out. You can't even find such a reasonable ghost by hitting the lantern. And yet, I still ended up meeting myself. As it is, then I'll cut the crap. You run. Looking at that part of your heart for Ting-Ting, I'll allow you to run 100 meters first. Jiang Yun took out his sniper rifle. With the system's bonus, he could more or less fight himself. Whether or not it can kill the Ghost Emperor is another story. But when it comes to fighting, it's not really certain who will lose and who will win. The system's addition just now had given Jiang Yun a great deal of confidence. Feel free to run. Let's see if you're better with your body or I'm faster with my bullets. Can't kill you without causing you some trouble. Run? It's you who should run. The Ghost Emperor choked on Jiang Yun's words. With a hideous face and a loud laugh, he charged directly towards Jiang Yun. And Jiang Yun didn't talk nonsense. Pick up the gun. The moment he aimed at the Ghost Emperor, the barrel of the gun was instantly extended, directly on top of Air Dog's wolf head. See you later. Jiang Yun smiled faintly. The index finger, resting on the trigger, slowly pulled down. Boo! Next, inside the dark space, a loud gunshot rang out. The Ghost Emperor sensed danger in this instant. Obviously in a space of your own creation, it's only right that all those spells of his should have failed. Why do you still feel a hint of danger? And the image of Jiang Yun raising his gun and killing the Ghost Bride multiple times just now was still fresh in his mind. This gun, it's dangerous. At least that's how it seemed to the Ghost Emperor. But in the end, it was still the Ghost Emperor. The reaction is completely incomparable to other ghosts and goblins. The moment the gun went off, he twisted his head in a most incredible way. But it was also at that moment, he felt a sharp pain that started in his shoulder and traveled throughout his body. Ow! The bullet didn't hit him in the head. But a 100% hit rate gun is no joke. When the gun goes off, it's bound to hit the target. As the Ghost Emperor moved, the bullet struck above his shoulder. The pain, extraordinarily noticeable. I'm going to kill you, I swear. It had been a long time since Ghost Emperor had experienced what pain felt like. After adjusting his body position, he immediately roared at Jiang Yun. With that, it rushed directly towards Jiang Yun at the speed of a cannonball being fired out. Rampage. Faced with this, Jiang Yun wasn't any kind of wood, and after firing his gun, he hurriedly dodged to the side. The powerful explosive force provoked this space to be fluctuated once again, creating a slight feeling of vibration. The Ghost Emperor's move fell short, and he wanted to continue his attack, but he realized that, in front of his eyes, a pitch-black gun barrel had once again appeared. Boom! Loud gunshots. Again. With this shot, the Ghost Emperor didn't even have time to react. Precision and accuracy straight to the head. Good guy. The brain is so hard, it doesn't die? Jiang Yun frowned and let out a spat. Ow! The Ghost Emperor howled. Jiang Yun had messed with his arrival. Now he was angry. Very angry. Although he didn't die, Jiang Yun's words made him even more angry. His own hallowed Ghost Emperor, a werewolf, had been injured twice in a row at the hands of a human. It would have been mind-boggling already. As a result, Jiang Yun even resented the fact that he hadn't beaten himself to death directly. You seek death. Ghost Emperor adjusted his fighting stance and prepared to strike again. Jiang Yun, on the other hand, did not bring any hesitation at all, aiming at his head and pulling the trigger again. Boo! The gun went off and the bullet hit Ghost Emperor in the head again. But, for once, it seemed to do the trick. The Ghost Emperor, surprisingly, stopped his charge, an extremely pained look on his face. Chapter 67, Take advantage of your illness. Take it while you're sick. Jiang Yun's face was delighted when he saw this. Gaze and hold your breath as you quickly change your bullets. Aim and shoot again. This time, the aim was still the head. The Ghost Emperor, on the other hand, surprisingly did not dodge or counterattack anymore. It wasn't until after the bullet hit his body that he made an evasive maneuver as an afterthought. Scram! All of you mole crickets, get out! The Ghost Emperor let out a loud roar. You all deserve to die for being the same ghosts and monsters and not fighting against humans. But even against this class, tiny worms, how dare you go against me? All deserve to die. The anger in the Ghost Emperor's body grew thicker. However, the words that came out of his mouth seemed like they were not addressed to Jiang Yun at all. With this situation, Jiang Yun seemed to understand something. So that's how it is. Then my chances of winning are just a little bit greater again. Jiang Yun raised his gun, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. This time, what he was aiming at was no longer the Ghost Emperor's head. Rather, aren't you quite fond of ghost brides? If you can't be a man anymore, you say, what qualifies you to like it? Jiang Yun was smiling. The quasar, already aimed at the Ghost Emperor's crotch. The latter froze, and then his face changed drastically. Jiang family boy, how dare you? The Ghost Emperor growled. And all of a sudden, he couldn't care about anything else, and hurriedly made evasive maneuvers. But with that one action just made, space, too, shook violently. Jiang Yun laughed even more indulgently. Why don't you dare? You've turned into a wolf. What's the use of needing that? Besides, the ghost bride has called me husband. How can I, as her husband, allow any other like her? I can't help it. I'm just like that. I can't see the sand in my eyes. The words fell. Jiang Yun fired directly. Boom! Loud gunshots resounded once again in the middle of this space. Following closely behind was the very miserable howl of the Ghost Emperor. Ow! His voice, it was so harsh. Jiang Yun clearly saw that it wasn't just space shaking this time. Even the Ghost Emperor, who had turned into a werewolf-like Ghost Emperor, his body shuddered fiercely. Looks like we found your weakness. It doesn't matter if you're a human or a ghost, or even more so a werewolf. All the males in the world are afraid of this move. Jiang Yun changed bullets again and took aim. And as he did so, he aimed and fired another shot at the Ghost Emperor's crotch. Ow! The one that followed was followed by the sound of the Ghost Emperor's howl again. His body trembled more frequently. The face also became more ugly, though it was hard to see the expression specifically with the hairy face. But as a man, Jiang Yun understood this pain very well. 100% hits and consecutive egg popping. The burst rate is extremely high. Ow! You deserve to die. You have to die. I'll kill you. Having been shot twice in a row at his lifeblood, Ghost Emperor's face had twisted. He rushed at Jiang Yun as if he was desperate. But how well the latter fights doesn't matter. Running away is absolutely fine. When he saw the Ghost Emperor rushing over, he scattered and started running. Running on the side, not forgetting to change bullets, turn around, and then fire the same again. 100% accurate egg popping. I say, big brother, if you want to kill, just kill? I just don't understand. You guys as villains? Why do you have to say so much garbage every time before you kill someone? Does pre-game trash talk add up or what? Shot after shot. At the same time came Jiang Yun's voice. The Ghost Emperor's entirety was directly messed up. At this moment, if it weren't for the pain brought on physically, as well as there were various other attacks that he particularly wanted to spit several times at Jiang Yun. Who the hell is talking too much in this? From the time he showed up in front of Jiang Yun, and then to start the fight, who the hell has more to say and who has less to say? From start to finish, he hadn't said much at all. In contrast, Jiang Yun's that damn much. It was obvious that the Ghost Emperor was in a hurry. Mostly, there's no rush. The space trembled more and more frequently. This obscene beating of Jiang Yun's with a shot to the crotch every now and then was more than enough to give him countless words to spit out. Speed up. Again. At the same time, the space was shrinking drastically amidst his control. Aren't you a hard runner? Make the place smaller and see how you can still run. Gripes. I'm not just saying a couple words about you. Why are you still in a hurry? Jiang Yun, who was changing bullets, also noticed that the space was shrinking. At the same time, the distance between the Ghost Emperor and himself was rapidly shrinking. At this rate, he was bound to be caught up. This situation is not in my favor. Changing the bullets, Jiang Yun aimed and fired again. At the same time, there is a constant stream of ideas. At this rate, one would still fall into the hands of the Ghost Emperor. If you can pull away, you're good to fight. If you can't pull away, wouldn't it be a death sentence? In the meantime, Nanjiang City, outside the mall. Brothers, work harder. Brother Jiang was captured by this damn thing. Let's do our best to make him spit out our brother Jiang. You give my Jiang back to me. Charge. For brother Jiang. I'll fight. Everyone. I so want to feel old Qin 2 in his scent. Our support is coming. Everyone charge. The entire mall had been completely enveloped by the Ghost Emperor. The sky was completely dimmed. Reach for the sky. All sorts of miscellaneous noises were still ringing inside. Men, women and children. One and all. A jumble of voices, plus shouts. Even in the midst of this eerie atmosphere, it surprisingly seemed to be buzzing. A few palanquin-carrying ghosts. Brothers, if we can't even beat this, it'll be a disgrace to the ghosts. All give me your deadly strength. The top floor of the mall. 30 to 40 ghosts and goblins were constantly attacking at the group of people dressed in white who were in front of them. Now the whole thing is a mess. The main event is a cluster *********, and at the forefront of these ghosts and goblins, the security ghost was holding a fire axe he had found somewhere and hacked desperately at the men in white. The security ghost didn't know whether Jiang Yun was dead or alive right now, but the only lucky thing was that he and the two maid ghosts survived. The moment they met the White Fury and the team collided head-on, all three of their ghosts were put inside that white wooden coffin. Then, forcibly, he was kicked out of that weird space by the Ghost Emperor. Perhaps the Ghost Emperor overlooked the fact that they were also ghosts. It was also possible that it was purely because the Ghost Emperor didn't give a damn about them. After being kicked out of the mall all over again, they could clearly feel the funeral procession still going, carried them directly into the movie theater. The scene is about to perform a handful of them down the zone. The Ghost Emperor is still in control. Until, after an unknown amount of time, they sensed a fluctuation outside, and the Ghost Emperor went out to meet the battle. Taking advantage of this gap, the three ghosts recoiled. Don't forget, there are dozens of other Ghostbusters brothers inside this movie theater. With a cry, those ghostly brothers turned against the Water Ghost Emperor and saved them. Then, under the guidance of the security ghosts, the collective began to attack the mourners. It's also attacking the Ghost Emperor to avenge his own great revenge. Chapter 68, Ghosts Attacking Their Own Kind? Is this a mistake or am I hallucinating? And at this point, it's under the mall. Li Tao looked at the battle above the top floor, and his person was directly confused. Ghosts that are attacking their own kind? What kind of fantasy scene is this? Not sure, but that's never a bad thing for us. Su Weiyan took a big breath and got a gap to respond with a sentence. In front of them was a large group of red-robed stern ghosts. All of them are night ghost level ghosts. As well, there was a werewolf in the midst of the group of knights. Yes, it's a werewolf. Don't stare. That werewolf is definitely the Ghost Emperor without a doubt. But for some reason it only has Ghost King strength. This is a great opportunity for us. Comrades, all launch the attack with all your might. Su Weiyan shouted. Carrying his soft sword, he charged again. The whole mall was buzzing with activity. 100 people's human ghost melee. This huge mall, all of which had been crippled. Demolition efficiency, comparable to a demolition brigade. Makes sense. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've fought this hard. Come on, battle. Li Tao sniffed and didn't talk much about anything. Carrying his gun, he charged once more. The rest of the red-robed knights were attacked by the rest of the 749th Bureau. His and Su Weiyan's main target was the one werewolf in the group of stern ghosts. 1 against 2, but the other party was a Ghost Emperor. Although his strength was only at the Ghost King level for some reason. But it's still only a tie. Damn humans. Why is it that you all have to come and make trouble every time I'm looking for the Jiang family? That werewolf was, indeed, the Ghost Emperor. He growled and met the duo, completely unflappable. As for why his strength was only at the Ghost King level, it was because those red-clothed stern ghosts around him, as well as the security ghost and the white-clothed stern ghosts they were fighting, were all part of his power. Plus, the main body was still fighting Jiangyun within the space it had created. Even if he possessed the strength of a Ghost Emperor, the power was spread out too much. Facing Su Weiyan and Li Tao, two opponents who had fought many battles, it was inevitable that they would be a bit overwhelmed. It's been quite an effort to fight to a draw. And he was also able to directly see that he had absolute strength as a Ghost Emperor. With only one ghost, he took on hundreds of people. Incidentally, it also held back the members of Tianchidao led by Tianchi Zhang. In this way, it can already be said to be quite a terrifying strength. All die for me. Leave me alone to fight that. The Ghost Emperor let out a howl. Lifting up his huge wolf claw towards Su Weiyan, who had already rushed to his front, was a palm cover down. But it was flexibly dispersed by Su Weiyan. Immediately followed by a series of bullets in the rear of the Li Tao is like no money directly swept over. The Ghost Emperor subconsciously went to fend it off, resulting in another pain coming from his waist. It's Su weaving smoke. Getting an opening, she didn't hesitate to directly strike her sword. The two of them cooperated and directly inflicted a wave of damage on the Ghost Emperor, capable of giving him a pot to drink. Can't beat it, but holding it back is definitely enough. Ow. The Ghost Emperor was letting out a howl, entering into a berserk state. The attack is constantly accelerated. And it will be. Compare that to the intense battle inside the mall. Tianchi Zhang and the other Tianchi Dao disciples who were still outside forming a large formation were much more relaxed. But it still matters that they point fingers. The ghostly aura inside the big formation is too dense. Once the formation breaks, with the ghostly qi confused out, the residents of the entire Nanjiang city as well as the feng shui pattern will be affected. The chances of this place giving birth to ghosts and monsters will rise exponentially in the future. Even if there is no resentment and does not qualify as a ghost, under the influence of these ghostly auras, all of them may also become wandering ghosts or even directly transform into severe ghosts. This was the terror of the Ghost Emperor. Inherent strength is a threat. More still, the ghostly aura emanating from the Ghost Emperor can also affect the surrounding area for tens of hundreds of years. The ghosts and monsters that are being bred are affecting the whole country. Gentlemen, hold on for a little while longer. The fate of Nanjiang City is in our hands. Even if we die, we must hold on. It is understanding this. Tianchi Zhang directly began to consume his essence. Ghosts have a ghostly aura, while people, on the other hand, possess an essence. Consuming essence will raise the cultivator's strength by another level. They didn't fight though, but the consumption of forming such a large formation was also extremely high, even as the leader of the Tianchi Dao. Even at this moment, Zhang Tianchi had felt a trace of powerlessness, not to mention all those other Tianchi Dao disciples. There was one that counted, and now they were all already chomping at the bit to hold on. Behind us are the lights of 10,000 families. How can we give up so lightly? It looks like the fight was more intense than I thought. Just then, Tianchi Zhang, who was desperately supporting himself, suddenly felt several more ghostly auras behind him. Moreover, each of these breaths had Ghost King level strength. Suffered. There are still ghosts and monsters outside that haven't been cleaned up, and now that they're coming over, I have absolutely no way to resist. Tianchi Zhang screamed in his heart. Big trouble is coming. Nanjiang City, is it really going to fall? Brother Jiang should be right inside, right? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry in and save Brother Jiang. Another slightly childish voice sounded behind him. Tianchi Zhang's entire body had been tensed to the extreme, but he didn't dare to move. As long as he moved, waiting for this, is the big array directly broken. At this moment, he could pin his hopes on the Dao ancestor, hoping that these ghosts and monsters would not attack him. Once the grand formation was affected, the consequences were unimaginable. But, is it possible? He was prepared for the worst. If you can't, fight them to the death. The ghostly aura is very thick. These people's big formation blocked the spread of the ghostly aura. They should all be from Bureau 749. It should be. Butler Qin, do you have a way to make those ghostly chi dissipate? With those black chi, it's hard to say, but I can try. You guys are different from me, and when you enter it, you're bound to be affected by the ghostly aura. Well, it must dissipate. My husband is still inside waiting for me to save him. Even if it doesn't work, I'm going to try. Don't be impulsive. Let me try first. I'll try my best. You guys move away. The conversation is over. What Tianchi Zhang imagined, that he would be attacked, did not appear. Listen to the ghostly exchanges. They seem to be here to save the day? He looked incredulous, but before he could react, he then felt a wave of terror erupt in his life. Immediately afterward, a burst of rather dense black gas surged out from the middle of this space. It's a bit similar to ghost energy, and yet, it's completely different. This Bureau 749. You should be called comrades. Please open up the big formation and let my black chi in. Let the old man try and see if he can suppress the ghostly chi inside. Chapter 69. Hurry up, please. The sudden words caused Tianchi Zhang to stagger in place. For a moment, he had some difficulty turning the corner. Lai Tao, as well as also Su Weiyan were aware of Zhang Yun's situation. After all, they'd been to the factory and seen firsthand what it's like. And for Tianchi Zhang, the impact of what was happening now was just too great. Ghosts and monsters, to help themselves, and several Ghost King level ghosts? Can we make this quick? We're pressed for time, and all we need is a small opening. Old Qin Tu's voice once again sounded behind Tianchi Zhang. He urged Tianchi Zhang. Zhang Yun is alive or dead in there. Every second of delay was fatal to Zhang Yun. Time is running out to explain. What kind of demons are you all? Why are you helping us? Tianchi Zhang still couldn't accept that the ghosts and monsters wanted to work with him. If he wasn't still staring at the big formation right now, he really wanted to inquire about what was going on. Why this outrageous scene and image? You can go to what's his name later for these. You're Director Su. Yes, that's Director Su. Just go to him and find out. Anyway, we're the good guys, right? Absolutely no harm will come to you. Really? Hurry up and make an opening. What are you waiting for? Zhang is still waiting for us to go in and save him. Little Knife waited for your patience. Directly rushed to the front of the Zhang Tianchi. A series of words down, said that he was about to move his hand to affect the latter's control of the large array. If you don't listen to us again and influence the coming of me to save my husband, I swear I will kill you. The ghost bride stood over as well. In the middle of his eyes, there was an undisguised murderous aura, staring at old Qin Tu, his entire body directly prepared for battle. She could guarantee that the ghost bride would really strike if she continued to delay any longer. I wouldn't mind, either, killing one more. Gamma frowned and walked up as well. She acted more directly using his hair as a weapon. He extended it directly to the latter's neck. In this case, only one thought was needed, and the latter would directly lose his little life. Threats. It's a naked threat. The key was that their reason for threatening themselves was to join forces with themselves against the Ghost Emperor. It's unbelievable. Plus me. I've come all this way. I'll have to have a share of the work to save Brother Jiang. All of these people had already taken a stand, and old Zhaozi, who had just followed behind him, was naturally not willing to lag behind. With a handsome drift, he stayed firmly behind Tianchi Zhang. got out of the car, and directly flashed his weapon, a wrench, and pointed it at the ladder. Uncle Zhang. The situation at hand had reached a point where a fight could happen at any moment. The other disciples of the Heavenly Master's Way shouted anxiously when they saw this situation, but there was nothing to do with the fact that in his own hands, he was still controlling the big formation. Even if one had the desire to fight, there was no strength, no way to do it. You guys are just. And at this moment, when Tianchi Zhang saw this, he had been directly speechless. In this situation, he pressed for an alternative. What else is there to do but do what they say? Everyone, listen to my order. Open up an opening in the big formation and let them in. After contemplating for a while, Heavenly Master Zhang clenched his teeth and gave a direct order. At the same time the hand quickly knuckled down to adjust the big formation. There is no way. If these ghosts and monsters were to launch an attack on themselves, or on other disciples of the Heavenly Master's Way, the entire grand formation would directly shatter in that instant. When the time comes, it will affect the entire city of Nanjiang. And look at what they're saying, and their attitude. They also just want an opening to let them in. That's all. If they were truly in league with the Ghost Emperor, they could have simply struck out at this time, and would not have needed to say these words to themselves at all, much less threaten yourself like that. Let them in. It's a big gamble. Heavenly Master, they are ghosts. Don't do it. Yes, Uncle, don't fall into the path of the ghosts and monsters. If you let them in, Bureau Su and the others will be in trouble. These are 3 ghost kings. Ghosts are ghosts. They're all in cahoots. How could they possibly be on our side? Senior Uncle, please be cautious. If not, we'll fight them. Yes, fight with them. Bureau Su and the others are already weak. If they let a Ghost King level ghost monster in, won't they let the tiger return to the mountain and harm Bureau Su and the brothers of Bureau 749? Never. Only, Heavenly Master Zhang figured it out. Those other disciples of the Heavenly Master's Way were directly anxious when they saw his actions. There were one and all, and there were voices of counsel. The consequences of losing this plot would be unimaginable. Shut up. I have my own plans. All Heavenly Master Dao disciples, listen to me. I order as the Grand Master of the Heavenly Master Dao. All of you adjust the grand formation. Cooperate with me and release the grand formation by one opening. If you fail to do so, you will be betraying your division and betraying Huaxia. You will be permanently hunted down by the Heavenly Master Dao afterward. However, when Heavenly Master Zhang heard those words, he did directly move himself out. Immediately, he spoke directly in a commanding tone. The crowd of disciples heard this and were anxious. But how can you disobey a division order? If you have any ill will in your heart, you can only obey your master's order. Thank you, Daoist. Seeing this, Old Qin Tu's group also thanked him and retreated to the side to prevent affecting Tianchi Zhang's operation. The moment their words had just fallen, immediately after, the entire grand formation directly emitted a golden light. At the same time, right beside Tianchi Zhang, a crack slowly began to appear in the grand formation. The ghost chi inside, all of a sudden, desperately surged out into the outside world. It was so thick that it directly caused Tianchi Zhang, who was closest to these ghost chi, to tremble. You guys hurry up. I can only keep it open for you for 30 seconds at most. Zhang Tianchi endured the pain and shouted, "There's enough time." Old Qin Tu followed closely behind, and the black chi that had already been gathered long ago, with a proclaimed cry, directly charged into that ghostly chi. The two auras that were both black collided together, and a small wind wave appeared at the scene. As Tianchi Zhang looked at what was in front of him, he only felt a surge of amazement. But that's not all. What surprised him even more was that the black chi emanating from Old Qin Tu was completely defenseless in front of the Ghost Emperor's ghost chi. After colliding on it, it even directly hedged to absorb the ghostly chi that floated out as well. Immediately afterward, a stream of black chi all followed that opened mouth to surge inside the big formation. At the same time, the feeling of discomfort that he himself had been affected by the ghost chi had simply disappeared. Chapter 70, The Four Great Families Arrive. There's not much time left. Everyone hurry in. The black chi was still pouring inside the big formation. Then at an extremely exaggerated speed, it crazily devoured the ghost chi. In a short period of time, around the open mouth, those ghostly auras disappeared completely and utterly. In its place, there was the black aura of unknown origin emanating from Old Qin Tu. This bizarre scene caused the Tianchi Dao disciples present to stare in disbelief. What kind of power is this? They had never heard of anything that could even counteract the ghostly aura. There is no time to give to them to think. There's a small space inside that's safe enough. With Old Qin Tu's shout, the ghost bride, Gamako, and Little Knife successively rushed directly inside the large formation with the speed of a stream of light. Immediately after that, Old Qin Tu saw the right time, and at the last second when the big formation was about to close, He also kind of exploded with speed and directly instantaneously moved into the middle of the big formation. 30 seconds as promised. Not a second more. Not a second less. No. You wait for me. I haven't gotten into the car yet. Why is it closed? The crowd went in. But old Zhao, who was still in the back, was dumbfounded. Looking at the closed mouth, his face bristled directly. Is 30 seconds so short? I'm still in there. Why is it closed? You take over outside. Hearing old Zhao's call, old Qin Tu and the others didn't have time to get involved with him. After leaving his sentence, old Qin Tu completely let himself go. The entire ghost body directly floated into the air, and around his side, black gas instantly erupted out, until it enveloped the entire grand formation. He flew in his mouth, and in a trance, Tianchi Zhang even saw that old Qin Tu was looking down on all beings as if he were an emperor. Roar! The weather, as if it was also affected by old Qin Tu's power, slowly began to recover a little light. In the middle of the originally black sky, there seemed to be a long giant thing flashing by. With it came a not-so-subtle howl. The ghostly aura has been removed. Save Jiang Yun, the old Qin had directly shouted before the crowd could react. After that, Ghost Bride and the others nodded towards him and quickly flashed towards the inside of the mall. As for old Qin Tu, after doing this and landing on the ground, he didn't hesitate and followed closely behind him. As Tianchi Zhang watched the scene, he only felt his scalp tingle. What kind of a poltergeist did I, in fact, let in? This is the strength of a ghost king? It wouldn't be too much to say it's a ghost emperor, right? This aura is so terrifying. He swallowed down a mouthful of spit. It wasn't just him. Those other disciples of the Heavenly Master's Way were all directly dumbfounded after seeing that scene just now. When did the Ghost King have this kind of power? In the sky just now. Did a dragon go past? A black dragon, and a dragon's roar. Did you hear it? No. It's unlikely. This ghost, so terrifying, its strength is definitely not at the Ghost King level. Could it also be a ghost emperor? What a big take we've put in here backwards. The crowd murmured, each and every one of them fearful. This kind of image was simply more frightening than even when facing the ghost emperor. The words of the disciples were also heard by Heavenly Master Zhang. He was also clueless about old Qin Tu's identity, which was covered in a layer of gray fog. Why would a ghostbuster with that kind of strength want to come and go with himself? Their purpose? Again? Also, they just mentioned Jiang Yun. Could it be that they are ghosts and monsters raised by Jiang Yun? Tianchi Zhang thought of a very scary possibility. Ghosts are so powerful. If all these ghosts and monsters were still raised by Jiang Yun, then Jiang Yun's strength, how terrifying must it be? Wait, he was just thinking about that, but suddenly another hint of something wrong was realized. The big formation needed their constant input of energy to support it, and the denser the ghost chi inside, the more energy they consumed, the more they consumed. However, right after old Qin Tu went in, did all that, and emitted black chi to every corner of the big formation. The amount of energy he needed had actually reached a point where he barely needed to consume it? This black gas, what in the world is it? He wasn't kidding, he actually swallowed all the ghost gas to hedge it away. Tianchi Zhang's eyes widened. An involuntary shudder ran through his body. As a celestial master of the celestial master's Tao, he knew too well what ghost chi meant. It's also oh so very clear. Once ghost chi appeared, it would take a very large amount of resources to destroy it. However, old Qin Tu's black chi, in the blink of an eye, it directly purified the ghostly chi of such a large area. Hiss! He unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. It was just a horrible feeling. If the four great families were here, I'm afraid they would all have to be shocked on the spot. This is totally unreasonable. Completely beyond their knowledge. Tianchi Zhang. Where is Su Weiyin? Where is he? Tianchi Zhang was thinking like this. At this point, behind him, however, another voice came out. Immediately after that, he also heard all sorts of messy, helicopter, car roars. Plus, there was also a very disorganized sound of footsteps. That sound is. When Tianchi Zhang heard this, his expression froze. The four great families. It's the people from the four great families coming over. Fellow Daoists, our support is here. And the main battle force of Bureau 749 is coming over. Support is here. Support is here. Really? Surprisingly it's true. The patriarchs of the four great families have actually all come. But shouldn't they be in the western region at this time? Right. Are the four great families supposed to be fighting that ghost emperor in the western region? Why have they all come to Nanjiang City? Could it be that the ghost emperor in the western region has already been annihilated? Do you still need to look like that? All the major combat forces of the four great families have been deployed, and they must have already wiped out that ghost emperor in the western region. This is great. Our Nanjiang City is saved too. We don't have to die. We don't have to die. Yes, great. I didn't think I'd be able to hold out until support arrived. It seems that the district ghost emperor is just like that. With the 4 great clans striking, there can still be problems. Hearing those voices, before Heavenly Master Zhang could react, the other disciples of the Heavenly Master's path were then the first to pass out a cheer. As they cheered, out of the corner of their eyes, a tear actually escaped. This feeling of a savior coming in a desperate situation is too much of an emotional swing. The crowd cheered and cried tears of joy, and contrast the cheers of the disciples. Zhang Tianzhi this time took the time to turn his head and look behind him, seeking confirmation that it was indeed the 4 great families in Bureau 749's main battle force that had arrived. The face, however, underwent a subtle change. Chapter 71, One of Us, Don't Shoot. How is the situation over here? Is the Ghost Emperor still inside? Nanjiang City, outside the mall. A large group of people accompanied by the roar of helicopters and the sound of disorganized footsteps. The head of the 4 great family clans was at the head of the 4 great families and came directly to Tianzhi Zhang's face to issue an inquiry. Tianzhi Zhang's face wasn't particularly good at this time. Seeing these people come over, a range of possibilities had sprung to mind. All of them, comrades from Bureau 749 and the sons of the 4 great families are at the front, and the army is beginning to lay down control. Armored vehicles still behind. Armed forces landing for refueling. 10 minutes. 10 minutes to lift off right away. Closely inspect the perimeter. Whenever you see any gargoyles, you may fire. And repeat, any gargoyles, you may fire directly. Behind them, the vast procession. A good number of commanders had already begun to give orders to set up this densely packed crowd, up to at least 1,000 people. At the order of the major commanders, a tight perimeter around the mall began. The whole operation, which was carried out in a well-organized manner. Even the army has been deployed. If the Ghost Emperor is uncontrollable, open fire and cannons at once. Even if it flattens half the city, we can't let the Ghost Emperor escape. Everyone was yelling. Each of them has a corresponding duty. The big forces, still or not, are still not forces. Contrast that with Su Weiyan's cluelessness when they arrived at the scene earlier. This is a team that has a much clearer way of moving. Looking at these images, Tianzhi Zhang, too, finally reacted from his daze. Speak up. You're going to kill me in a hurry, aren't you? What's the situation here? Weaving smoke people where? This time, Wang Qingsong, one of the patriarchs of the 4 great families, also began to urge and inquire. According to the scene, she's still alive, right? She's still alive, right? At that moment, another old man dressed in a black Zhengshan suit also stepped forward. He stared at Tianzhi Zhang, his face barely visible, but in his eyes, you could still see his nervousness. This, however, was one of the 4 great families who was not present during the previous meeting, the current head of the Su family, Su Weiyan's biological father, Sui. The situation is under control for the time being. Ghost Emperor Bureau So and Captain Lai are still inside fighting with the Ghost Emperor. There are no specifics in there, but it's going in a good direction. Tianzhi Zhang replied after a moment of contemplation. He thought of old Qin Tu and the others who had gone in only a moment ago. The arrival of such a completely impenetrable ghost monster was directly responsible for a slight shift in the entire battle. However, he was still hesitant about how he was going to go about explaining the situation here to these patriarchs of the 4 great families. After responding, he took a deep breath, still decided to explain after the fact. Take the lead and bring up the question in your mind first. Aren't you all on defense in the West? Why are you all here? Could it be that the Ghost Emperor over there has been? This was the biggest doubt in Tianzhi Zhang's mind as of now. What was the significance of the Ghost Emperor and how strong he was? He knew very well. In such a short period of time, even the support from this side hasn't passed yet. The 4 great families just straight up wiped out the Ghost Emperor? Even had time to come this way? When did the Ghost Emperor become so weak? He was different from those other disciples of the Celestial Master's way. He was thinking of the worst-case scenario straight away. The Ghost Emperor, which is not so easy to deal with. If only it were really that easy to deal with. Why should the state move to make such a big move before Su Weiyan? And why did she give the order for the whole city to retreat? With a puzzled look, he looked at the 4 patriarchs and waited for their reply. It's a long story. We were all put on the spot by that Ghost Emperor. But a Ghost Emperor appeared in the western region. But I went late and pounced. Over at Tianqi Mountain, there is some minor trouble left behind by the Ghost Emperor. And his main body is none other than the one you're all surrounding right now. Time is of the essence and this is not the time for any detailed report. After receiving the news that Su Weiyan was still alive and the situation was under control, Lu Qianyuan, the patriarch of the Lu family, briefly and sharply stated the situation. What? This Ghost Emperor we're surrounding is the one found in the western region? It was just that after hearing it, Tianzhi Zhang, who had gotten the news, was a bit unable to accept it. Or else do you think ghost emperors are that easy to form? Did they come wholesale from the food market? Two ghost emperors appearing at the same time casually. Li Hu, the patriarch of the Li family, snorted coldly. It could be seen that being put on the spot by the ghost emperor made him extremely upset. After we received your words that you had encountered the ghost emperor in Nanjiang City, we realized that there was a hint of something wrong, and we wanted to make contact with you again, but we were never able to reach you, leaving some of our men behind to solve the problem at Tianqi Mountain. We're heading this way with a large force. Lu Qianyuan also continued to add a sentence. There are no two ghost emperors. The one in the west, and the one that showed up in Nanjiang City, are the same one. This ghost emperor had come over to Nanjiang City from Tianqi Mountain in the western region directly. After Heavenly Master Zhang heard this, he only felt his breathing start to become a little short. After half a day, their side had even turned into the main force to meet the ghost emperor. The point was that their manpower was even less than 1/10 of what they had on the side of the four great families. If we add the four patriarchs, the gap would be even greater. But this is the power of the battle. They actually held the ghost emperor at bay. This made Tianchi Zhan feel a very strong feeling of unreality. Alright, the rest of the words will be said after the battle. Let go of the big formation. I must teach him a good lesson. Li Hu was an acute person, and after the situation was understood, he directly began to urge up Tianchi Zhang. This side is so dense with ghostly energy. If we solve it earlier and cause less sacrifices, there will be fewer. No. This ghost emperor's aura. Why is it so weak? Li Hu said, about to rush up to fight, but it was only a few steps. He stopped in his tracks. The grand formation that Tianchi Zhang was setting up now, he certainly knew exactly what it was for. The ghostly aura could also be felt around the area. The opponent was a ghost emperor, and it was reasonable that the great formation couldn't completely withstand the ghost emperor's ghost chi, and was able to explain it. It's just, why is the ghost energy floating around here so weak? It's not at all like the ghost emperor exudes it. More like, emanated by a night ghost level ghost. Report. One night ghost has been spotted over here. Brothers prepare to fire. Right about this time, there was a gasp from some of the Bureau 749 members behind them. The four patriarchs as well as along with Tianchi Zhang looked over there in unison, with that team member after a shout. At once, several members of the team pulled out their Bureau 749 special guns, loaded them, and aimed them directly at a ghostly creature that was staying in the car, crossing its legs and listening to a song. Old Joe in the car? Ha! Grip the grass. Your ass. Man, we're on our own. Don't shoot. Chapter 72. Aren't ghosts and humans coexisting? Old Zhao was dumbfounded. He was listening to music and singing in the car by himself, in a good mood, and suddenly he was being held at gunpoint. Good people deserve to have guns pointed at them? His entire ghostly body stood up in direct sweat, and he got out of the car in a hurry. One of our own big brother. Old Zhao's eyes were rounded, but with his bird-like appearance, there was basically no one who could see whether his eyes were open or closed. The moment his words had just fallen. On the scene, the sound of an unknown number of guns rang out. Countless bullets came at him as if they didn't need money. One fire dragon after another. This moment is the call of hell. It's a Bureau 749 special gun for ghosts and goblins. This fire dragon coming one after another. Who can fix it? Old Zhao at the moment was dodging pressurized too late, though he had the strength of this night ghost, and one or two bullets probably wouldn't be able to do much to him. But what if it's hundreds or thousands of rounds? Old Zhao's scalp went numb and he hastily dodged in various ways. In the past 2 days driving around Nanjiang City racing cars, I have seen a lot of previously familiar ghost brothers died under these guns. If this were to hit him, he'd be dead in less than a minute. Cease fire! Cease fire! This is one of our own. Other side. After the gun went off, Zhang Tianchi also reacted. Hastily, he greeted the crowd and hurriedly stopped shooting. Now is the time to still not know the identity of Lao Zhao. But he didn't have any malicious intent. And most of all, he probably still had an unspoken connection with Zhang Yun. If this were to beat this ghost monster to death, and Zhang Yun didn't die under the ghost emperor and walked out alive, how could he explain to him? And old Qin Tao, what shocking things would this poltergeist, whose strength even he couldn't see clearly, do? He felt his scalp tingle at the thought and hurriedly called for a halt to the firing. But even though he had shouted stop as fast as he could, those members of the team also stopped firing after hearing that. But in the face of this sudden attack, old Zhao, who did not have any protection, still collapsed in the midst of the thick ghost gas. Only a mouthful of ghostly air still hangs on for dear life. Seeing this, Tianchi Zhang screamed in his heart. Damn it, who told you to shoot? Zhang Tianchi had a million sentences to spit out, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. The players, in a sensible way, don't seem to have done anything wrong. How would this have to be accounted for to Jiang Yun? What's that mysterious old man going to say when he comes out? A big head rush made Tianchi Zhang feel tons and tons of pressure. What's up? Old Zhang. What the hell are you up to? It's just a stern ghost. What are you fussing about? Seeing this scene, Li Hu's movement towards the inside stopped, frowning as he looked at the latter to issue a query. No. This Oni. It's a bit special. It's possible that he's one of his own and doesn't mean any harm. Zhang Tianchi's mind was already in a mess at this point. I don't even know where to start to introduce the four patriarchs to this side of the detailed situation. One of our own? Ridiculous. Old Zhang, you are not stupid. This is a ghost and monster. How dare you call a ghost monster your own? After hearing Tianchi Zhang's simple explanation, Li Hu was immediately nonplussed and exclaimed with a surprised face. It's a long story, but this poltergeist, it could indeed be one of our own. Tianchi Zhang directly turned into a 1/10 of a bitter face. Ridiculous. Ghosts are ghosts. Humans and ghosts are different. Heavenly Master Zhang, are you afraid you're not senile? Wang Qingsong, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Human ghosts are different. It was impossible for Heavenly Master Zhang not to understand this reasoning, but at this point in time, he actually told himself, this gargoyle, surprisingly, is one of our own? It's just ridiculous. The crowd all grunted. This is such a nonsensical statement. Heavenly Master Zhang, do not be mesmerized by ghosts and monsters. Lu Qianyuan also both came out to speak, and the expression on his face was obviously not very good either. I've fought ghosts and monsters all my life, and I've never heard it said that ghosts and monsters can still be their own people. You must have been overworked these past few days. Don't worry, we're here. Next, leave it to us. Sui also nodded, his words not so sharp, but it was clear that he had a strong disbelief in that phrase. One of his own. After all, that thing is still a ghost after all. No, this knight's identity. Tianchi Zhang still wanted to explain, but just then, the grumpy Li Hu came straight to him. One stopped him and opened his mouth. Alright, old Zhang, you don't have to say much. Ghosts and monsters are ghosts and monsters. Let me chop off this today. Don't waste your time here. Weaving smoke, she's waiting for our support. As the words fell, Li Hu came directly to old Zhao, who had already fallen to the ground, and the latter had just that much breath left at this point. Those conversations, he heard them all clearly. At this moment, he could feel great pressure. It's the smell of death. Don't, I'm a ghost under Jiang. Old Zhao's face showed horror, and in the face of absolute strength, all that was left for him was simply to beg for forgiveness. After all, this is one of the heads of the four great families. To be able to sit in this position, one would not be any idle person. Old Zhao thought that he might die at the hands of the Ghost Emperor on this trip, but he never thought that he would die at the hands of a human. What happened to saying that these people were close to Jiang? What about the promised coexistence of human and ghost? Old Zhao's face was ashen, and relying on his only remaining breath of ghostly qi, he desperately tried to retreat backward. But at this moment, how could he be Li Hu's opponent? Running Thunder Palm, thou shalt not. One could only hear Li Hu's proclamation, as well as Zhang Tianchi's cry of not to be. Next, Zilla. In Li Hu's hand, dozens of thunderbolts appeared, accompanied by the aura of death. Li Hu erupted with speed comparable to that of lightning, and with a palm, he covered old Zhao directly behind him. The latter was only a palm, and the thunder and lightning came out from amongst Li Hu's palms, reaching all parts of old Zhao's body. Later, boom, a popping sound rang out across the scene. Lao Zhao, he exploded on the spot. He's a ghost and there's no such thing as flesh and blood. The result of bursting the body is that nothing exists, as if it had never been in this world. On that note, the smoke cleared. The soul will be scattered for all eternity. Zhang Tianchi witnessed all of this, thoroughly froze. The expression on his face stayed the same as when he opened his mouth to yell. With his fighting prowess in his prime, he was able to stop that slap. However, now he had to support the big formation. He himself has been depleted to the bottom. How can this situation be saved? One can only watch it happen, just like that. Then next, he needs to spend a lot of time thinking. Happens such a thing? How to go and Jiang Yun? To go and that cannot see through the strength of the ghosts and monsters of the old man to explain. Chapter 73, The Smell of Danger. Brother Jiang, where are you? We've come to save you. Jiang, so many ghosts. At this point, inside the mall, Little Knife was also only of night ghost strength though, but the speed of running and moving was not at all inferior to the Ghost Bride and Gamma Coconut, who possessed the strength of a Ghost King. The first one rushed inside the mall and opened his mouth to yell for Jiang Yun, but when he saw what was inside, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and stop in his tracks. That voice, is that a brat raised by Jiang Yun? That shout from Dagger wasn't entirely in vain. Such a voice was heard by Su Weiyin and also Li Tao. The faces of the duo who were in the middle of a fierce battle with the Ghost Emperor suddenly showed a hint of delight. Holy, brothers, it's Brother Blade. Brother Blade is here. And old Qin too is here too. I can smell it already. Upstairs, the group of ghosts and monsters, led by the security ghost and assisted by the two maid ghosts, who were fighting against the White Fury ghosts, also shouted out in excitement when they heard the little nice voice. Brother Blade, Brother Jiang is trapped inside a special space by that Ghost Emperor. Now he doesn't know whether he's alive or dead. You guys hurry and save Brother Jiang. The security ghost got free and yelled towards the small knife downstairs. He and the two maid ghosts were the only ones who knew where Jiang Yun had gone. When you see one of your own, of course there won't be the slightest hesitation to report directly. What? Special space? That means Jiang Yun isn't dead yet? No wonder they were shouting to save Jiang Yun just now. Those who heard the security guard's ghost words, besides Little Knife, Su Weiyin and Li Tao also heard it. Two people made out different reactions. From the very beginning, they had always been on the lookout for where exactly Jiang Yun had gone. Ghost Emperor and Jiang Yun, where exactly were they fighting? Now, the clarity, and a whole lot of shock was felt, too. After such a long time, Jiang Yun had faced the Ghost Emperor alone and had survived until now. This too strength. Simply don't be too scary. To know, they had all come so far now, fighting, or incomplete Ghost Emperors. Yet it was difficult to gain any upper hand. Instead, Jiang Yun had managed to hold the Ghost Emperor alone for such a long time. Su Weiyin was shocked in her heart. It was just that he didn't realize that Jiang Yun wasn't exactly fighting against the Ghost Emperor. Most of the time is spent on walking the plot. Of course, it was impossible for Su Weiyin to know all this. Right now, all of them are still in a life or death moment themselves. How can you be distracted? Ha! Su Weiyin had just adjusted her emotions and was about to throw herself back into the fray. A chilly aura, however, sounded behind himself. This aura, it was undoubtedly the Ghost Emperor. Suffered. Careless. Su Weiyin's eyes danced. Bureau Su. Watch out. Li Tao's voice sounded right after him. But, it was already too late. The Ghost Emperor, who had arrived behind Su Weiyin at an unknown time, fought to raise his wolf claw and slapped it directly towards Su Weiyin. Go to hell. The Ghost Emperor growled, his claws landing precisely behind Su Weiyin. The latter only felt his entire body's ribs being shattered in general. A steady stream of Ghost Emperors surged madly into the body through the wolf claws. The body, like a kite with broken strings, flew straight toward the back. Su Bureau. Ri Tao's eyes popped. Not caring about the Ghost Emperor, he catapulted up and hurriedly ran wildly in the direction Su Weiyi had flown off in. But, how would the Ghost Emperor give him a chance? After slapping Su Weiyin with a claw, he turned around, and on the spot, he was confronted by Li Tao, who wanted to go and save Su Weiyin. Without the cooperation with Su Weiyin, after one round, Li Tao directly fell into the wind. His shoulder was scratched by the Ghost Emperor's sharp claws, and a large amount of Ghost Emperor surged into his body. The chilly feeling was like falling into the middle of an ice hole. The other members of the 749th Bureau in the field yelled out when they saw it, desperately trying to save Su Weiyin. All of this happened really fast. In the blink of an eye, the situation has been turned upside down. Ah! Su Weiyin, who had been sent flying, also felt the immense pain brought on by her body. The internal organs were as if they were broken. At this moment, as long as a random ghost or monster had been making a random move against her, it was possible to be killed directly on the spot. Plus, right now, she was still in the middle of being sent flying, trying to stop the act. Either that, or fall straight to the ground yourself and get seriously injured. Either hit the wall or get seriously hurt. She was all ready for the onslaught. Right about this time, she felt as if she had collided into the middle of someone's chest. This person, and I don't know if it was because of the ghost chi entering his body, or some other reason, his body was cold and terrifying. Yet, it's soft. You're our client, and if you die, there's no more paying. Immediately after, Su Weiyin heard a familiar female voice. Looking up, she saw a familiar face. Ghost Bride, she's coming too. We'll take it from here. I'll make him hand over my husband. Su Weiyin froze between. The Ghost Bride had placed her in a corner to one side. Then, with a speed that was not even visible to the naked eye, it charged into the Ghost Emperor. Ghost King, meet the Ghost Emperor. And it wasn't just a Ghost King. With the Ghost Bride's action now, Gamako also impacted directly towards the Ghost Emperor with the speed of a stream of light. The slender hair was like a sharp blade, aiming at the Ghost Emperor's neck and going at extreme speed. The later old Qin too did not launch an attack on the Ghost Emperor. Instead, it continued to emit more black chi, and after these black chi covered the little ghosts summoned by the Ghost Emperor, those little ghosts instantly revealed extremely painful expressions. briefly out of action. The situation, once again, has changed. Those members of the 749th Bureau had never seen this kind of scene before, and stood in place for a good second before reacting. Chance, kill, a shout rang out. Old Chin too held those brats at bay, and for them, this was the best time to decapitate them. Ha! In the middle of the battlefield, the Ghost Emperor also smelled a hint of a very wrong odor, as well as the smell of danger. Li Tao had already been seriously injured by him. All it took was one more blow, and he was certain that he would send this weak human straight to hell. But the dangerous aura forced him to stop his hand movements, followed by dodging to the other side. In the next second, he saw two powerful auras that directly attacked on top of where he was standing just now. Adjusting himself, the Ghost Emperor raged. The moment he turned around to face the direction of those two powerful scents, he was about to launch an attack. He was stumped. Immediately afterward, he heard an angry voice from the Ghost Bride. "Give me back my husband. Back to me." Along with that, there was her sharp approach to the body. "Bring it on," and the smell of death. Chapter 74, Give me back my husband. Give me back my husband. Back to me. A move was avoided by Ghost Emperor. Instead of retreating, the Ghost Bride adjusted her attack stance and once again impacted towards the Ghost Emperor. It was so fast that it was too late to react. The long red dress was like a stream of light, driving the surrounding air to produce a fluctuation, directly triggering a sonic boom. For Jiang Yun, without reservation, full blow, and me, not to be outdone, Gamma Coconut followed close behind. The two great Ghost Kings struck at the same time. This was already a great threat to the Ghost Emperor. However, the Ghost Emperor at this time was still standing motionless. Stunned, he looked at the Ghost Bride and Gamma Coconut who were getting closer and closer to him. Ting, ting ting. Ah! The Ghost Emperor hadn't finished speaking. All the power of the two great Ghost Kings was poured into him. The powerful force made him experience the same feeling of flying out backwards as Su Weiyan once. Only, Su Weiyan was slapped from behind by herself. He, on the other hand, was meeting the enemy directly head-on. The moment it struck his torso, a mouthful of black blood immediately poured out from his mouth. Ting, ting ting, is it really you? The Ghost Emperor, who had transformed into the huge body of a werewolf, flew out backwards and crashed on top of the wall on the outside of the mall, spitting out another mouthful of black blood. He raised his head with an unbelievable face of the Ghost Bride who had just launched an attack on him, and as the words were uttered, the Ghost Bride, who had originally wanted to launch an attack on him, also flinched for a short while, and only for a little while. After a short while, the Ghost Bride resumed her attack. What ting? Send my husband back to me. With that said, her attacks intensified. Together with Gakko, the two Ghost Kings once again struck together. This time, the Ghost Emperor didn't stand around waiting for a fight again, hastily dodging to the other side. No matter how much the Ghost Bride and Gamma Coconut struck, he didn't have the option of fighting back. Instead, while dodging the attack, he kept shouting, ting ting, ting ting it's me, I'm Ergu, don't you remember? I'm Air Dog, look at me, I'm the one who's your husband, I'm the one who's in love with you, to dog, it's for you that I turned into my werewolf form. The Ghost Emperor shouted over and over again, but in return, there was only a relentless attack from the Ghost Bride. In order to dodge these moves, the Ghost Emperor even went so far as to directly stomp on several of the little ghosts he had summoned. Three powerful auras were constantly flashing back and forth in the middle of this mall. The attacks that were dodged by the Ghost Emperor also landed on the walls of the shopping mall, as well as other facilities without a single exception. It was only a short little while after that name. The whole mall turned a little shaky. Is this the strength of a Ghost King? It's horrible. Su Weiyan covered her chest and forced herself to stand up against the pain to look at the battle in front of her. Before the arrival of the Ghost Bride and the others again, he himself and with hundreds of people had fought the Ghost Emperor for so long. It's only just a few strong sides that have been removed. But compare that to the combined efforts of the Ghost Bride and Gamma Coconut. With this stance, they're headed straight for tearing down the entire mall. Bureau Su, are you okay? This time, Li Tao also dragged his injured arm to Su Weiyan's side. The other members of the team, with the help of Old Chin too, also quickly finished solving the little ghosts that were summoned by the Ghost Emperor. They all surrounded Su Weiyan and surrounded her to protect her safety. But there was no way that the commotion of the two Ghost Kings and Ghost Emperors fighting was too great. All their attention was drawn to it. Looking at the intense battle, all of them sucked in a breath of cool air and felt a pang of fear. Good on. It was good that the two Ghost Kings didn't attack them. Otherwise, even all of them combined wouldn't be enough to beat them. It can't die yet. Have you noticed that Ghost Emperor has been dodging attacks but not fighting back? Facing Li Tao's inquiry, Su Weiyan shook her head and spoke with a frown. After what she said, The others noticed the anomaly as well. It seems to be saying something. Tina? After hearing again that Su Weiyin was no big deal, Lai Tao was also slightly relieved and began to observe the battle, then frowned as well. They were too fast to hear what was being said. Su Weiyin nodded. She heard it too, but the sound of this fight, too, was not covered, and even though the Ghost Emperor had been talking, they still couldn't hear exactly what was being said. Looking at the bizarre scene in front of him, everyone's hearts were lifted. Two Ghost Kings take on the Ghost Emperor. Can they win? I'll warn you one last time. Give my husband back to me. And at this point, the Ghost Bride has gone into a full-on rampage. A pair of black eyes that had long since turned blood red. A monstrous resentment that covered the entire mall. If it wasn't for old Chin Tu's black chi, all this black chi would have been enough to make Su Weiyin and the rest of them drink a small pot. Although I haven't come to China for a long time, I'll also warn you for the last time. Release that. Gamma Coconut is equally temperamental. She didn't storm off, but by the looks of her, she wasn't far off. Resentment rose to the heavens as he glared angrily at the Ghost Emperor. And in the face of all this anger, the Ghost Emperor was in agony to the core. Ting Ting, that husband you're talking about, could it be that kid from the Jiang family? I'm your husband. Open your eyes. I'm your husband. The Jiang family's people are our enemies. Our enemies. The Ghost Emperor growled. He couldn't hold back any longer. No more hiding. The Ghost Bride he doesn't shed. However, Gamma is completely unrecognizable as a ghost. And from what she said, it's still an alien ghost all the time. Totally out of the box. Tina, I didn't want to do this. You forced me into this. You forced me into this. The Ghost Emperor growled. It also went into a berserk state and was about to launch an attack on Gakko, the ghost that was in the way. His body, when he wasn't under any attack, suddenly trembled fiercely. Immediately afterward, a black blood jetted out directly from his head. Who gave you permission to talk to my people like that? Immediately after, top of the mall, came an extraordinarily specific male voice. The crowd subconsciously wanted to find out where the owner of this voice was when. Instead, he saw that from somewhere on the top floor, a black, thick thing was quickly reaching towards the Ghost Emperor to extend it, until it went straight into the Ghost Emperor's newly opened mouth. Boom! A loud bang echoed in the middle of the mall for a long time, and the Ghost Emperor's wolf head, directly at this moment as if a bloody rose, directly exploded. Chapter 75, Bold Demon. Boo! The sound of that gunshot echoed for a long time in the middle of the mall. Everyone froze. In particular, they had actually seen the almost unrivaled Ghost Emperor, who had been directly killed. This unimaginable scene directly shook everyone's heart. The air seemed to go quiet. The entire mall, quiet as a pin drop, was dead silent. Day after day, love after love. Licking dog nature exposed. Old me in my life is most annoyed with licking dog like you. 4 words for you. Lickspittle will die. What broke this eerie sign was Zhang Yun's cursing words. He put away his gun and slowly and leisurely rode the elevator down the stairs. Though the elevator suddenly gets stuck and doesn't move halfway through the run, which kind of detracts from this awesome entrance. But overall, the debut was still cool enough. Zhang Yun smiled and arrived in front of the Ghost Bride, slinging the sniper rifle above his shoulder before continuing to speak. What? Do you recognize this guy? You're licking dog. With that, he quirked an eyebrow towards the Ghost Bride. Honestly, yes. If it wasn't for the Ghost Bride and the others coming over to assist and distract this Ghost Emperor for a bit, just with his own strength, trying to defeat the Ghost Emperor in the middle of the space created by the Ghost Emperor was simply a fool's errand. Especially at the end. That space was shrinking dramatically, limiting his own movements, attacking at close range. One was completely outclassed. It was a good thing that the Ghost Brides and their appearance made the Ghost Emperor wander off, while the first heavy blow made this space become extremely unstable. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Yun aimed at the Ghost Emperor's forehead and fired hundreds of shots in succession. Finally, a shot to the head at this most critical time. The Ghost Emperor was seriously injured and was able to escape with his space shattered. But that's not quite the end of it either. After escaping from the middle of space, he immediately noticed the confrontation between the Ghost Bride and the others, and the Ghost Emperor also found out a little bit. It's reasonable to say that, based on what you've seen inside the episode, the Ghost Bride is very impressed with 2 dogs, also known as the Ghost Emperor. But the reality is, it was as if the Ghost Bride had suffered a complete amnesia and had no memory of the Ghost Emperor at all. That's what led Zhang Yun to go up and ask a question. Of course, that's just one of his problems. Zhang Yun still had a ton of doubts and questions about the story between the Ghost Bride and this Ghost Emperor. For example, wasn't the Ghost Bride given in marriage directly to Master Rin by the old grandfather after her death? It should not have been around itself. The Ghost Bride, how did she escape? As well as also, one's old ancestor clearly knew about the existence of the second dog. Why didn't he just eliminate it at that time? Could it be that it was because the two dogs were not yet a threat at the time? Or, is there another reason? As well as that and the fact that second dog was surprised to see the ghost bride here. Could it be that he doesn't know why the ghost bride is here either? Jiang Yun had a ton of questions, but now he was in no hurry to inquire. Because the ghost emperor is unkillable. Roar! The ghost bride didn't answer Jiang Yun's question. What answered him was the terrifying roar of the ghost emperor. After being shot in the head, he reanimated. I'm going to kill all of you. The ghost emperor resurrected very quickly, and those eyes, which had turned red, stared at the crowd, especially Jiang Yun. In the middle of his eyes, he was already carrying killing intent. The ghost emperor is resurrected. Everyone prepare for battle. Cough. Seeing this scene, Su Weiyan also reacted quickly. Even she had a ton of questions she wanted to ask Jiang Yun, but obviously now was not the best time. She cried out and was about to take a fighting stance, but the pain in her body, accompanied by that voice, caused her to cough up a pool of blood straight away. Sob. Seeing this, Lai Tao was in a hurry, roared, and hurriedly assisted Su Weiyan. This female doll has had ghost chi enter her body, coupled with internal injuries. She must not move again. On one side, old Qin too made a flash, bypassing a large group of Bureau 749 members and appearing directly in front of Su Weiyan. After saying that, the black chi he emitted began to pour in among Su Weiyan's wounds. Incidentally, the other Bureau 749 members who had wounds had the black gas slowly pouring into them as if they were on navigation. My black chi can only remove the ghost chi from your bodies. The rest of the wounds are still up to you. Old Qin too did all this. Then, with another flash, appeared beside Jiang Yun. Immediately after that, he nodded towards the latter, and then, looked positively at the ghost emperor who had just been resurrected. That pale face bore no expression, but the attitude, however, was very clear. And me, the little knife that had been paddling on the side also came over, and he stood at the feet of the ghostly bride and took out his own knife, with a resolute gaze on his boyish face. You guys, all of you are ghosts and monsters. Why do you want to be in the company of humans? And, Ting Ting, don't you really remember me? The ghost emperor became even angrier when he saw this scene. Along with his anger, the intensity of the ghostly aura around him rose by more than one order of magnitude. However, under the suppression of old Qin Tu's black chi, nothing was affected. Where is all this nonsense? Now that your detachment or whatever should be gone, this is your full strength. Right, just in time. Settle you once and for all. And Jiang Yun's confidence was now high, with old Qin Tu and the others on board, as well as there being so many members of the 749th Bureau. Bullying. Ah no, dealing with a ghost emperor is no problem at all. Going to the ghost emperor? How dare he make a fool of himself? I don't know who you're talking about, Tina. I only recognize my husband. You hurt my husband, you are my enemy, the ghost bride replied. As usual, with that same domineering attitude. Jiang Yun is fine. Now, then, it's time to settle that score. Ah! The ghost emperor sniffed and completely stormed off. I'll kill you all. With a furious roar, he raised his huge wolf claws and charged directly at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, on the other hand, continued to pull out his sniper rifle. Old Qin Tu and the others, too, were ready to fight. It is at the moment when the great battle is about to break out. Bold demon, how dare you make trouble in my Chinese territory? Looking for death. Running thunder palm. A voice like a thunderstorm resounded in this small space. Immediately after that, several arm-thick thunderbolts really did appear in the sky. It fell straight down towards the ghost emperor. Boom. Zip. 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 The crowd had not yet reacted. Only a black shadow was seen running wildly towards the ghost emperor. The moment he touched the ghost emperor, within this small space, the sound of thunder and lightning explosions clipped violently. Caught off guard, the ghost emperor flew straight backwards. Chapter 76, Your Worms. Heavenly Thunder Chop. That's not all. After that black shadow knocked the ghost emperor out, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Another shout. The sword in his hand emitted a bright light, and surprisingly, several lightning flashes appeared out of thin air. The demonic thunder light was extremely dazzling in the middle of this dark world. It makes you look and feel like you're just about to run out of breath. Enough, puny humans, know what you're up against. However, it was when this sword was about to chop towards the ghost emperor. The ghost emperor suddenly stabilized his body after being sent flying out. With a wolf howl, his size increased again. Immediately afterward, several ghost chi coalesced together and instantly became a huge hand. The large hand directly covered the lightning that flickered in the middle of the darkness. Then the big hands clenched. The sound of thunder and light exploding crackled and popped until it was completely silent. Ow! The wolf's cry rang out again. The ghost emperor once again appeared, and actually appeared directly in front of the black shadow from earlier. He opened his bloody mouth and bit directly at that black shadow. At that size, if you were bitten, you'd be eaten alive. Old Lee, danger. In the nick of time, another golden figure appeared in a flash under the bloody mouth. Taking advantage of that moment of biting down, he took the dark shadow from before and dodged to a relatively safe place again. And that's just for the bloody mouth. Where they flashed to, a ghostly creature dressed in white with a pale face appeared immediately afterward. The gargoyle rushed to the duo. Immediately after, boom, that ghost monster, surprisingly, exploded straight away. The huge impact directly blew those two figures out. It all happened really fast. Waiting for the crowd to react again. That ghost emperor's body was already almost as tall as a one-story building. With his head lowered, he looked at the crowd in the arena. His kingly aura exposed. The full-bodied ghost emperor, officially on the scene. Ha ha ha. You have succeeded in angering me. And you will all pay for it. You're all bugs. The ghost emperor laughed out loud. Without giving the crowd any time to react at all, they rushed to Su Weiyan's side immediately after. Then, I'll take care of you bugs first. While the ghost emperor roared, the people, too, had arrived. This time, it wasn't just an attack. Rather, from the middle of his eyes, today even shot out a green light. And that green light, aimed straight at Su Weiyan. Sob. Everyone is in a hurry. Even Jiang Yun's heart lifted at the sight of this scene. He wouldn't think that the green light was simply a matter of coloring your hair green and calling it a day. That ghost emperor's attack is going to kill people. Thus, Jiang Yun chose to strike at this time. Bold demon, dare to touch my little daughter. I'll make you look good. In the meantime, the entrance to the mall out. There were also 3 streams of light that quickly and furiously dashed towards Su Weiyan's direction. The moment that green light was about to touch Su Weiyan, the 3 streams of light steadily stopped in front of Su Weiyan. It's 3 people. They were too late to make any other defensive moves. Directly using his physical body, he resisted this attack. The green light attacked on the 3 of them. It didn't make a sound. However, those 3 people without exception, the moment they came into contact with the green light, they vomited blood on the spot and half-kneeled on the ground. A face of pain. Humph. The ghost emperor was flabbergasted for a moment when he saw that someone had resisted his attack, and then let out a cold snort. One move misses and strikes again. Mud. No respect at all, ha. But it was also at this time. Jiang Yun finally arrived. The sniper rifle in his hand had long since been replaced with a long whip. Taking advantage of the moment when the ghost emperor froze, the long whip swung, aiming at the ghost emperor's back and directly smacking him. Pow! Ow! The moment the whip fell, the ghost emperor's next attack stopped, followed by an extremely miserable howl. Good chance, guys, give it to me. Ghost emperor's round of attacks is over. Getting this gap, with a small knife in his hand, Little Life dodged and rushed over as well. Following behind, there was Old Qin too and the others. With all their strength, the 4 ghosts struck at the same time. Jiang Yun also switched his whip to a sniper rifle, aiming at the latter's crotch. Boom! Boo! 2 dull thuds. The attack was on top of the werewolf's huge body, causing the earth to tremble fiercely. The ghost emperor, on the other hand, had merely retreated less than 10 steps. Is this blood so thick? Seeing this scene, Jiang Yun's brows once again refrowned. That was 3 ghost kings, plus one of their own whips and shots, and surprisingly, they had only retreated a few steps. Underestimating the ghost emperor. The full-bodied ghost emperor is a bit too perverted. At this rate, it's not a good top. Father. Ahem. Not good. And in also sort of stopping the ghost emperor's continuous attacks. Behind Jiang Yun and the others, Su Weiyan let out a shriek. None other. Simply because, the one who had just fended off the ghost emperor's attack for her was none other than Sui, the head of the Su family, as well as the 3 others, Wang Qingson, the head of the Wang family, and Zhang Tianshi. And that black figure from earlier was no other than Li Hu, the patriarch of the Li family, as well as the person who saved him from under the blood bowl was Lu Qianyuan, the patriarch of the Lu family. The previous combo attack of the Ghost Bride and Gamma Coconut hit the movement so hit. They were right outside, so how could they not hear it? In a heartbeat, he directly broke through Tianshi Zhang's and their big formation and came in. Li Hu was the first to enter, and at the first glance they saw the already berserked Ghost Emperor. Without saying a word, he launched a direct attack, and Lu Qianyuan had wanted to make a move. Helpless to see is indeed Li Hu deep in the middle of the crisis, can only first go to save people and then find another opportunity. But who knew that the Ghost Emperor actually had a joint attack, an explosion that seriously injured the duo on the spot. As for the 3 people who came in behind, Sui and Tianshi Zhang, Wang Qingson, there was even less to say. As Su Weiyan's father, seeing his daughter being attacked by the Ghost Emperor, forgetting everything, unable to avoid it, then let himself take the damage. The duo of Zheng Tianchi and Wang Qingsong who followed behind had no other choice. With a clench of his teeth, he rushed to follow. The result was that the three were also seriously injured. It was hard to come from the western region. Just a photo. The four big families' patriarchs. On the spot for nothing. Su Yi's face twisted in an unsightly manner. He felt like his whole body was about to explode. Couldn't figure out what the hell that green light was, but now he was extremely bad. Seeing Su Weiyan, who was also heavily injured, come over, he squeezed out a smile, then spoke up. It's okay, for father is still dead. The words were not finished. A large mouthful of blood poured out. Chapter 77, True Death's Heir. Right? Father. Seeing Sui spitting blood from his mouth, Su Weiyan became anxious on the spot. Ignoring the various aches and pains in his own body, he rushed over to assist the latter. That big mouthful of blood was shocking to watch. Ahem. Leave us alone. Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor is still around. Su Yi's face turned a little pale. It was enough to see how much damage the Ghost Emperor had inflicted on him with that one move. No, not him alone. Rather, it's the heads of the four great families, plus a Zheng Tianchi. Only a single glance. Even apart from Li Hu and the Ghost Emperor fighting head-on, the others didn't even have a chance to make a move against each other. One shot. All gone. Damn mole crickets. Always spoiling me at crucial times. And it will be. Middle of the field. After the Ghost Emperor was pulled away by Zhang Yun and his group, he briefly stopped his pace of attack. Howled. Rushing at Zhang Yun and his party behind them, Su Weiyan. Striking again. Attack. Attack. All hands attack. Strength. The only one who could still hold his hand and was in an okay condition. Ri Tao saw this condition and opened his mouth to shout at once. The rest of the team had been anxious in their minds for a long time. Upon hearing the order to fire, at once, all the firepower was directed at the Ghost Emperor in unison. Hundreds of guns, hundreds of fire dragons. In this gloomy environment, it actually presented an inexplicable beauty. All guns blazing. Support the clan chiefs. By this time, the large force outside had also come in, led by Li Zisheng, the eldest son of Li Hu, the patriarch of the Li family. Thousands of people flooded into the small space. The crowd pulled out their guns and all joined in the battle. The spectacle was spectacular and grand. This is the power of the state. Old Lu, you guys hang in there. I'm going to avenge you guys. The battle has been fought. Li Hu, because he was protected by Lu Qianyuan, the shockwave of the explosion did not cause too much fatal damage to him. Compared to the other clan leaders, his injuries were relatively minor, and he was barely able to participate in the battle. Putting the severely injured Lu Qianyuan aside, he was about to rush into the battlefield to meet the fight. I don't know if he meant to, or if he didn't. After the explosion ended, Lu Qianyuan took most of the damage. The two people fell in a position where Lu Qianyuan was lying on top of Li Hu, and Li Hu this will get up to participate in the fight, is directly a push away Lu Qianyuan. This move so that the already seriously injured Lu Qianyuan, but also spit out a mouthful of blood. But Li Hu couldn't care so much at this time. After setting the ladder down against the wall, one explodes and joins the fight straight away. Good. Then in that case, we're moving too. Zhang Yun's blood boiled in his heart when he saw this scene. Is lit up. With a loud greeting, he switched his sniper rifle to a whip and said he was about to join the fight. Just as old Qin Tu and the others were about to make their move. There are still a few ghost kings over there. Don't let them go either. Fire and attack. Li Zixin, who was leading the large troop, gave a loud greeting. Immediately afterward, he was the first to go, directly charging directly towards the weakest little knife with explosive strength. His weapon, a katana. Drawing his long knife, he took aim at the neck of the knife's neck and darted in with great speed. Behind him were the other Bureau 749 members who had also aimed at old Qin Tu as well as also the Ghost Bride and the others. Grip it! The little knife sensed danger. With a yell, he scurried away. As for the likes of the Ghost Bride and Gamma Coconut, their movements were also restricted. One after another, they exuded ghostly chi to fend off those flying bullets. Attacking a Ghost Emperor action is directly restricted. Ha ha ha, humans, see clearly, this is your nature, always so ignorant. The Ghost Emperor let out a loud laugh at this scene. The attack of thousands of people must have affected the Ghost Emperor as well. The plan to kill Su Weiyan and the others was not going to be completed for the time being. However, this didn't affect his random action that directly killed several members of Bureau 749 and disciples of the Heavenly Master's Way. The Ghost Emperor's strength was as terrifying as it was. It would be better to care about your own situation before you care about ours. Extreme electricity, thousand birds. Li Hu rushes to the feet of Ghost Emperor now. Under his loud shout, It was as if his entire body had transformed into a giant bird that had been carrying the might of thunder and lightning. It was accompanied by a sharp bird call. Zip la la. The thunderous explosions drowned out the gunfire and the shouts of the rest of the team. Boom! Li Hu once again charged onto the overgrown Ghost Emperor's call. Thousands of birds formed by lightning madly impacted the Ghost Emperor. The effect is remarkable. The Ghost Emperor took half a step back. Go on. Li Hu didn't give up, storing up the attack again. And the Ghost Emperor wasn't a vegetarian. Reissue launches a green shutdown line attack. The latter knew how high the damage of this move was, and only managed to dodge in a hurry by stopping his power buildup. The battle was fierce. Thousands a hit. The two waves were indistinguishable. Those bullets barely caused any substantial damage to the Ghost Emperor. At best, it affected his actions. The only ones who had dealt damage to the attack were Li Hu, as well as and also Li Tao, who had just started to cooperate with Su Wei together. Some damage was done to Ghost Emperor, and the rest. Jiang Yun happened to kill the Ghost Emperor once. Best luck all around so far. Beyond that, what also did damage to the Ghost Emperor was that the Ghost Bride and Gamma Coconut did it together. But just two of the highest damage dealers in the room were, at the moment, surrounded by their own people. No. Mistake. People are mistaken. This is one of our own. Ri Tao found out about it, and so did the other Bureau 749 members who were on this side of the mall to begin with. The crowd attacked the Ghost Emperor while conveying the message that told the rest of the team coming in behind them that this was their message. Ri Tao could know with great certainty. The person leading this army, Li Zixing, definitely heard his shouts. His actions, however, did not stop. He went after it like he had bitten the little knife. Frantically. Shake the grass. Brother Jiang, quickly save me. I am going to be gated by your people. Little Knife ran as fast as he could, every now and then looking back at that Li Zixing who had a ferocious face and was in hot pursuit of him. Are you deaf? All said I'm one of my own. You damn chasing your big man The Little Knife was extremely broken inside. It wasn't that he was stupid for not wanting to fight back. Rather, Li Zixing that damn well wasn't fighting alone. Behind his holy back, there were at least 100 or 200 guns aimed at him. Little Knife's strength was not as strong as Ghost King's, and these bullets were realistically capable of causing damage to him. If he ever stops, in less than a second, he could turn right into a sieve. Of this, he would not doubt for a moment. Jiang Yun's face directly grimaced when he saw this. Nima, how dare you touch my people? Really deaf, aren't you? Chapter 78, you have to look at the master to beat the dog. The words fell. Jiang Yun moved. Ghost Bride Gamma Coconut they don't have to manage on their own. As far as those guns were concerned, they were nothing to them with the strength of a Ghost King, but not the Little Knife. The old man's he only needs the old man to fight. You girl count a hammer dare to move my people. The weapon hasn't changed. It's still the same whip. A healthy step rushed to Li Zixing in front of him. The long whip had already finished storing up its power. Without hesitation, it directly swung down. Don't! Ahem! Seeing this, Su Weiyan on the other side once again shouted out in an attempt to block it. But the pain in her body made her start coughing violently again. This Ghost King is all one of our own. Stop attacking and just attack the Ghost Emperor. The rest are all your own. Ahem. Even so, she gritted her teeth in an attempt to stop the melee. But, it's already too late. Jiang Yun's long whip had greeted Li Zixing. The latter's speed was also really fast, and in the face of this sudden situation, he directly performed a sharp braking, and then sidestepped to avoid the attack. The whip missed his vitals. It almost grazed his head and fell. Then, landed on top of the shoulder. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain spread throughout his body. A stream of blood, spurting out from the location of his ear. Li Zixing's ear, by this whip, was hardened, and the whip landed on his shoulder residence, causing him to be unable to hold the katana in his hand, and it fell straight to the ground. Ah! Li Zixing let out a miserable scream, covering the ear wound that had been lashed down. His entire face had been twisted, revealing great pain. You're human too. Why are you helping the ghost? Blood couldn't stop flowing from the broken ear, and in no time, it flowed all over his entire face. Li Zixing roared loudly at Jiang Yun, his face showing a murderous aura. Ears up or down? Jiang Yun, on the other hand, directly snorted coldly when he saw this. No, just right. So many people shouting are their own people. You girl cannot hear it, right? They're deaf anyway, so let that be a lesson to you. My man, only I can move. As the saying goes, it's better to beat the dog than the master. Not to mention that I'm still here. That's not a very decent thing for you to do. It's fine that you didn't understand before. It's not my fault if you still do it after so many people have told you. Jiang Yun didn't care about that much else. He had to live up to a word, whether it was spoken by himself, or by Old Qin too, or by the Ghost Bride and Little Knife they would be. A family. Seeing someone bully a family member. Wouldn't it be heavenly if we didn't do it then? Or as the saying goes, my people, only I can bully. Grip it. Brother Jiang. You speak so well. The little knife was still on the move. And those bullets firing at him weren't stopping. But even so, after hearing those words from Jiang Yun, he still didn't hold back from expressing his inner feelings. Kid, you're in a big mess. Jiang Yun Ghost Emperor didn't even fight. Just stare at Li Zixing. This is a matter of honor. How can it end like this? They're ghosts, all of them. How dare you speak to me like that? Li Zixing looked at Jiang Yun with a face full of anger. The heart of Li Hu, who was entangled with the Ghost Emperor on the other side, also had a twitch in his heart. As a father, how could he not be angry when his own son's ear was cut off? Especially after also hearing those words from Jiang Yun. Immediately, he was enraged. Bold little thief. Dare to touch my son. People and ghosts have different paths. You stay with those ghosts and monsters. I don't think you're a good person either. Little thief, watch the move. Li Hu dropped the Ghost Emperor and roared angrily before charging towards Jiang Yun. But, next, boom, there was a loud bang. The Ghost Emperor unexpectedly stood across between him and Jiang Yun, and was once again summoned out a self-destructing ghost monster to charge towards Li Hu. The latter knew the terror of this thing and could only defend himself first, killing the self-destructing ghost monster with a single blow. After that, he would then fight together with the Ghost Emperor. You guys are really in this together. Li Hu's veins popped up, reinforcing his determination to kill Jiang Yun. Man and ghost, designated not to walk together. Those who can stay with ghosts are traitors to all humanity and should be killed. A gang? No. I'm not with this guy. Jiang Yun was not happy to hear these words. The Ghost Emperor is a lickspittle. If you yourself are in league with the Ghost Emperor, wouldn't that make me a lickspittle too? Right away, he overruled Li Hu's words. Listen to you. This man is your son. You two are really carved from the same mold. Come up to give people a big hat. It is not like a good person. Jiang Yun shrugged and opened his mouth. Then the words ignited the duo even more. Li Hu was too entangled by the Ghost Emperor to pass, but Li Zixing didn't block much. I'll kill you. Li Zixing was enraged. With a growl, he picked up his katana with his other hand and charged at Jiang Yun. And then, just in this time, the Ghost Bride and Gamma Coco and the others moved. The two Ghost Kings flashed and appeared in front of Jiang Yun. If you want to touch my husband, you have to ask me first. The Ghost Bride exuded an aura of terror. Gamma Coconut's aura was equally unmatched. She liked what Jiang Yun said, more like Jiang Yun's protective look, even if he was trafficked by this scum. But now it seemed as if Jiang Yun was not bad at all. Then she was ready to strike. Son. Seeing Li Zixing surrounded by two Ghost Kings, Li Hu, who was in the middle of exchanging blows with the Ghost Emperor, took the time to shout out. But the Ghost Emperor wouldn't let him off so easily. The moves kept coming down, leaving Li Hu no time to support Li Zixing. I like to see such a big show. Old man, you'd better care about yourself first. Jia. The Ghost Emperor is very knowledgeable. Surprisingly, he didn't bother the fight between Jiang Yun and Li Zixing, simply tangled with Li Hu him and organized him to rush over for support. Not sure what his purpose is though. It's possible that there really is this sick hobby. Or, possibly, something else. Always, Li Zixing is in danger now. Quite dangerous. A Ghost King coming over was enough for him to be able to deal with. Or else he wouldn't have picked the small knife with a low strength level to start with. Not to mention, now he was facing still two Ghost Kings. There's also an old Qin too whose strength is a bit higher than the Ghost King watching. The Ghost Emperor's ghostly aura emanated all the way out. He needed to constantly control the concentration of Ghost Qi in the field, sort of playing support on the sidelines the whole time. As well as staring at Li Zixing, there was also a Jiang Yun. In a nutshell, Li Zixing. Danger. Chapter 79. This I can't stand. Don't. Jiang Yun, stop it. The Ghost Emperor is our enemy. Don't implode at this critical juncture. Ri Tao was attacking the Ghost Emperor with Li Hu. He can still move. He definitely couldn't just watch from the sidelines in this kind of big battle. Look at all the hands that have been exchanged over there. Li Zixing is being beaten back. He was in a hurry. Everyone else ceasefire and stop attacking those Ghost Kings. That's an order. All stop. Ri Tao yelled. Don't cease fire. Give me a fight. Beat them to death. But how could Li Zixing let his support ceasefire at this time? Before Ri Tao could even finish his sentence, he followed up with his order. That's just as much of an order from me. Li Zixing was losing ground, his eyes red, and he twisted his head around to yell at the group of players. No shooting! When Li Tao heard this, he was anxious again. The opposite order was given in a hurry, and as anxious as Ri Tao. And Su Weaver Smoke. She was equally anxious. Su Weiyin couldn't figure it out. Why did things go this way? The Ghost Emperor is the biggest enemy. Stop. Stop. She could no longer shout. The injuries, the worse they get. But the scene picture in the field. This can let Su Weiyan feel at ease to withdraw to bandage the wound? This is already a big problem. And the field. Those other Bureau 749 members and Tianchideo disciples who came in afterward and struck out at the Ghost Bride and Gamma Coconut and the others. Now it's difficult. Who the hell is this going to take orders from? Li Zixin was the one who brought them in. It is the upper genus. And he has the guarantee of the 4 great family heads behind him. Orders have to be obeyed. As for Li Tao, as the squad leader of the 749th Bureau, everyone was naturally no stranger. Behind him was the current director of Bureau 749, Su Weiyan. That order, too, must be obeyed. So is this gun still open or not? Is this war still on? Weaving smoke. You and Li Tao. Ahem. What are you talking about? Those are ghosts and monsters. Why did you stop shooting? The battle is getting more and more intense. It's getting confusing. At this time, after hearing the words of Su Weiyan and Li Tao and the others, on one side, Sui as well as also Wang Qingsong cast a puzzled gaze. How can people and ghosts be confused? Wang Qingsong also shook his head. In their eyes, Ghostbusters are Ghostbusters. Where does it come from? How can it be such a counterintuitive statement as one of their own? No. These are, one of our own. Zhang Tianchi also slowed down. Although badly injured, he had no problem speaking. Seeing Zhang Yun and Li Zixing fighting, his heart is very complex and desperate. Where's the Ghost Emperor? Where's the Ghost Emperor? Who is going to control the Ghost Emperor? The target of this trip is the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor doesn't care. Nanjiang City has fallen, and all of them will be dead by then. Though it was said that the hatred with Zhang Yun had been formed the moment old Zhao died, but at least now, Zhang Yun and the others didn't know. There was still a chance to join forces against the Ghost Emperor. This Li Zixing, good reason to fight the Ghost Bride. What they do Isn't this a deliberate attempt to make Nanjiang City fall? I don't know how well Zhou Changhai and the others have organized the retreat of the citizens of Nanjiang City. This side of the battle, Zhang Tianchi thought to himself, had completely lost sight of hope. Confused? How can ghosts and monsters be confused with people? After I take care of the Ghost Emperor, the rest of these brats will all have to die. Li Hu also took the time to respond a sentence in the middle of the fierce battle. This battle, the more he fought, the harder his face looked. Until now, on his body, several more wounds appeared, all wounded by the Ghost Emperor. Even so, he was still gritting his teeth. Weaving smoke. As director of Bureau 749, you must not be confused. Don't be blinded by ghosts. Sudi also remained bitterly persuasive. Hearing these words made Su Weiyan's heart crawl with millions of ants. Anxious. Things are a bit complicated and trying to explain it all at once is completely impossible. Just take yourself in the situation you're in now, and wait for the explanation. Li Zixing died long ago at the hands of the Ghost Bride. The only hope now is, hopefully, they could be persuaded to stop Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun, I beg you. You tell them to stop and fight against the Ghost Emperor first. Can you? Figured that out. Su Weiyan looked at Zhang Yun with an almost pleading gaze. This is no time for tantrums. The fate of millions of citizens in Nanjiang City is in the hands of these few people. Dealing with the Ghost Emperor was the most important thing. No, but who knows? In Su Weiyi all sent out prayers. Zhang Yun's reply, however, was so clean. Not only did they not call off the Ghost Bride, instead, it went straight down cold. One size does not fit all. Although you are a big customer of my Zhang's garment factory, you are not qualified to order me to do anything. I'm a person with a small heart. I can't tolerate sand. Although Ghost Emperor took my life, but I think he's a man. Now for the time being I won't beat him. This revenge. Wait for me to finish resolving things here first before I come to avenge. Also on a side note, I'm not fighting Ghost Emperor because of you guys, because of Nanjiang City or anything. Don't think that much. Zhang Yun gave attitude. That's what he's thinking. Other than that, just the images you see from inside the episode. The Ghost Emperor does kinda lick, and did move to kill himself. There's nothing wrong with a licking dog that has to die. There's nothing wrong with him having a murderous intent on himself. He has to die. But he's so licked that he's even willing to pay with his life. That's different. He's sorry for everyone, but he's sorry for the Ghost Bride. It's more than okay to be a man, but Li Zixing is a different story. You come up here and you give me a hand. And you don't stop screaming. Hit the dog without looking at the master. Say do it. How is he trying to kill Dagger? He is hitting me in the face. The equivalent of defecating on your own neck. Can this be tolerated? Just give him a lesson. Look at this pussy disguised as our client's face. Leave him a little life. Don't give it to death. Zhang Yun conveyed instructions to Ghost Bride and Gamma Coconut. The two female Ghost Kings were also doing what Zhang Yun said. With his Ghost King strength, he almost completely crushed Li Zixing. The latter was completely defenseless. Su Weiyan's face was ashen. Failure to persuade peace. Zhang Yun's character was really inscrutable. Since you've said we're your customers, where's the argument of hitting a customer? In that case, your factory, that still has business. Zhang Yun, even if you do it for the sake of the millions of citizens of Nanjiang City, settle the Ghost Emperor first, and wait for the rest until later. Is that okay? Lai Tao also came out at this time to persuade and make peace. He's in a relatively unique situation. This heart is anxious to come up and persuade peace. Seized by the Ghost Emperor, it didn't give him a chance to react at all. A claw, even bigger than him, covered directly toward him. Chapter 80, Brothers, Charge. The strength of the Ghost Emperor was unquestionable. That claw came down. The fate that awaited Ri Tao was no longer possible other than serious injury. But he should also please celebrate. The Ghost Emperor's attack this time was a physical attack, not one like the previous attack on Su Weiyan, which also carried ghost chi. If it carries a ghostly aura, this claw will come down. Then the only thing that awaited him was death on the spot. This had already been verified by the four great patriarchs as well as also by Tianchi Zhang. It was also the fact that they were strong and their own physique was already different, barely hanging on in the face of such an attack. The strength of Li Tao, on the other hand, was far from the former. This is a qualitative difference. Human, you talk too much. One hit to settle Ri Tao. The Ghost Emperor let out a jia smile and didn't choose to immediately make up for it. Instead, he turned to meet Li Hu's attack. At this time, Li Hu had already fallen into a state of rage, and still didn't wimp out at all in the face of an opponent hundreds of times more powerful than himself. The attacks became more and more raw and fast. After all, Li Zixing was still waiting for him to save him. Zhang Yun, stop it. This will. Old Qin too, who had been acting as the strongest support from the side, spoke up. The field was in chaos. It's not an exaggeration to say that they're playing each other. Zhang Yun had originally still wanted to play with Li Zixing, but after hearing Old Qin Tu say that, glanced toward the latter. It was discovered that at this point, Old Qin Tu's face was already somewhat not very pretty. The face is hard to see. That's about it. The boy has learned his lesson. So come back here. You guys. Zhang Yun vaguely realized something and frowned, immediately calling back the ghost bride girls, and the latter paused for a moment after hearing Zhang Yun's words. Finally, he found the right opportunity to launch one last attack on Li Zixing. The latter had no ability to resist at all. With one strike, he directly flew backwards like a dead fish, directly losing his ability to fight. When Li Hu saw this scene, he became even angrier in his heart. Zixing, he shouted out, fighting against the Ghost Emperor while focusing on Li Zixing's situation. I'll kill you all. These words were shouted at Zhang Yun and the Ghost Bride, but as far as the situation in front of him was concerned, he didn't have the slightest chance to strike. The Ghost Emperor gave him a sense of suffocation that was completely unbeatable. Come on, don't push it. You won't live long if you keep this up. Zhang Yun didn't have any so-called when he heard those words. The Ghost Emperor also said he wanted to kill himself, even including when she subdued Gakai before. She had said something similar, but unluckily, so far, one is alive and well. If it wasn't for Old Qin Tu's unusual precursor phenomenon, he wouldn't have stopped so quickly at all. Now, Lickspittle, it's time to settle the score between us. Zhang Yun held the whip in his hand, and with the two great Ghost Kings and the little knife, he slowly approached the Ghost Emperor. You've said that before. You've killed me before, haven't you? And locked me up in that little dark room and tortured me for so long. I'm a little upset that this account isn't finished. Ghost Emperor is now fighting Li Hu. After hearing Zhang Yun's words, his eyes also shrunk slightly. However, as a Ghost Emperor, he didn't back down. The Ghost Emperor was just about to open his mouth. At that moment, Zhang Yun was the one who directly grabbed the reply first. Okay, more need not be said. Brothers, charge. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Yun himself led the charge. The whip in his hand is his weapon. The Ghost Bride, Gamako and also the relatively weak little knife followed closely behind, directly erupting with a terrifying aura, aimed at the Ghost Emperor. He charged straight through and attacked. Seeing this scene, Su Weiyan's heart finally let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Yun still retains his sanity. The threat of the Ghost Emperor's existence was too great. Letting it go now was bound to stir up bigger threats later. Zhang Yun was striking out, but it was still hard to win or lose. This battle is too big for Bureau 749. He himself was seriously injured. Li Tao, Zhang Tianchi, as well as there are also the four great patriarchs in addition to Li who was similarly injured. In contrast to myself, I'm afraid it's only going to get worse. They actually started fighting against the Ghost Emperor? However, compared to these concerns of Su Weiyan, the other three patriarchs were somewhat dumbfounded at this moment when they saw the change in the battle in the field. Jiang Yun and the Ghost Bride, they were clearly still fighting Li Zixing just now. Now it was a sudden change in style, with Jiang Yun taking the lead and directly launching an attack on the Ghost Emperor to come. What's going on here? Wang Xingsan looked at the bizarre scene in front of him. His brain hadn't turned a corner for a moment. Why, as a ghost, would you listen to a human? Suyi was equally puzzled. At this moment, it was as if the pain in his body had been forgotten, and all that remained was doubt and surprise. This is completely beyond one's perception. It's normal for ghosts and goblins to have struggles with each other. However, after the presence of a human, for the ghosts and monsters, even the biggest grudges can be put aside. They can be very united in unison. Instead, as it was now, it surprisingly appeared, with humans taking the lead and other ghosts and monsters joining together to attack the Ghost Emperor. What kind of fantasy scene is this? These ghosts and monsters, they all obey Jiang Yun. They're all on their own. Just now, I really shouldn't have shot them. Jiang Yun's personality is strange. That's why he brewed this result. Su Weiyan's face showed bitterness. Seeing that the two were puzzled, they explained anyway. If Li Zixing had been a little more calm, perhaps, none of this would have happened. Unfortunately, there are no ifs about it. This, Su Weiyan's explanation made the two great patriarchs instantly unsure of how to evaluate it. Looking at Jiang Yun, who was fighting the Ghost Emperor in the field, his expression was complicated. As for Tianshi Zhang, who was still on the side, after seeing this scene, his heart became even more bitter. Now Su Weiyan doesn't know. Before coming in again, Li Hu's father and son had also directly beheaded the ghosts and monsters that had been obeying Jiang Yun. If I say it now, I'm afraid this farce won't end with Li Zixing being seriously injured. He still needed to think about this matter and how to go about explaining it to Jiang Yun. After all, Li Zixing had only hunted down and killed Little Knife, and what he faced was such ferocious retaliation. If what happened outside was known to Jiang Yun, wouldn't he just have to pay with his life? Thinking of this, Tianshi Zhang couldn't even care about the injuries on his body. Contrast these. What can this injury be? Not a good explanation. Jiang Yun was enraged. How is this going to end? Chapter 81, still a tough talker? Brother Jiang has struck. Brothers come together. Support Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is mighty. Brothers, let's go and help too. Brother Jiang, I'm here. What's the harm even if I die again today? Ghost Emperor is just a Ghost Emperor. If you have the ability to come and kill me, old me wants to avenge myself. Having been tortured by you all this time, I want revenge. Jiang Yun took the Ghost Bride and they went up. The security ghosts that were on the roof of the building at the beginning, as well as there were other ghosts and monsters that saw this, rushed down as well. Dozens of ghosts and monsters, plus the two Ghost Kings, the Ghost Bride and Gamma Coconut, attacked the Ghost Emperor together. Jiang Yun was mixed in amongst the ghosts, a whip in his hand, and when he found an opportunity, he was attacking as well. Facts. There is strength in numbers. Especially, these people. No, I should say that the ghosts are not low in strength. No matter how strong the Ghost Emperor was, this would finally weaken a little bit of the downside. Constantly backing away looking for a new opportunity to launch an attack. Bullying my husband. Whether you're a human or a ghost, you have to die. The Ghost Bride's attacks are the most violent. One set of attacks after another blasted at the Ghost Emperor without retaining any strength at all. It wasn't clear if the Ghost Emperor still had mercy on the Ghost Bride or if he really didn't have a chance to fight back. Facing this fierce attack from the Ghost Bride, it froze and gave him a direct wound. And before that, Li Hu hadn't even peeled off a bit of skin for the Ghost Emperor. See the scene. There were not just the patriarchs of the four great families. The other later members of the 749th Bureau were also a bit baffled by the sight. Each one had a wonderful expression on their face. Especially also saw, in the upstairs security ghosts they also rushed down. Mouth also shouted to help Jiang Yun that scene. Thoroughly dumbfounded. What's the deal with all these ghosts and monsters? For a brief moment, they all forgot to shoot and attack the Ghost Emperor. And those members of Bureau 749 who came in first before all shrugged their shoulders before seeing the expressions of those who came in afterward, and then let out a bitter smile. That expression, as if to say, see, I told you, the only enemy here is the Ghost Emperor's constant ghost, and the rest of the ghosts are on their own. You didn't believe me just now, but now you do? These players wore helpless expressions. Trust coming too late. The result is too tragic. Don't just stand there. Attack the Ghost Emperor first. The Ghost Emperor must be eradicated. Do not let him escape. Among the players were some of the sub-unit skippers. Li Zixing had already been beaten unconscious by the Ghost Bride and the others. Li Tao was also seriously injured by the Ghost Emperor. Now these detachment squad leaders are the temporary commanders in the battlefield. Surprise is surprise. The Ghost Emperor, too, was still to be hunted. After a brief moment of surprise, these squad leaders opened their mouths to give orders. Attack only the Ghost Emperor. The other ghosts are on their own. I repeat, only attack the Ghost Emperor. All other ghosts are on their own. They shouted. The rest of the team reacted to the sound and rejoined the fight. And this time, the goal of all is one. That is the biggest threat in the field, Ghost Emperor. In addition to, you gave my son back his life. This time, Jiang Yun and the others had all joined the team fighting against the Ghost Emperor, and Li Hu got a free pass. Seeing the Ghost Bride who was launching a fierce attack on the Ghost Emperor, she looked for an opportunity. Unleashing his skills once again, he charged towards the ladder. Ow! But, just as he was about to attack the Ghost Bride, the Ghost Emperor suddenly let out a howl. Ignoring the attacks of the others, he charged directly at Li Hu. The latter only had the Ghost Bride in his eyes and didn't have time to react. A charge that directly sent him flying backwards as well. The whole thing was a mess. I can see that you're quite affectionate, but that affection has brought you nothing but beatings from us. Jiang Yun was the only one in the entire room who knew about the insider situation besides the Ghost Emperor himself. Seeing this scene, he made a comment about how he felt about it. He struck hard, striking the Ghost Emperor's attacks with precision every time, dealing wave after wave of damage. But the latter, this would be like forgetting to attack. This gives Jiang Yun the whole won't. Even the Ghost Bride had forgotten him. The Ghost Emperor, on the other hand, was still protective of the Ghost Bride, preventing her from being harmed in any way. This deep love is truly extraordinary. Just, my lord, times have changed. That deep love has long been useless. You don't understand a thing about the feelings between me and Tina. The Ghost Emperor's body was now covered in not so small wounds. Still, he didn't choose to take a shot at the one he loved. In the face of Jiang Yun's attacks on them, they simply did a parry. After knocking Li Hu away, he turned his gaze to Jiang Yun. You really deserve to die. But, after what just happened, I have decided that I will leave you a little life. Kid of the Jiang family, you are very lucky. He opened his mouth, and by this time, he had already been forced into the middle of a corner by the crowd of ghosts and demons and Jiang Yun's attacks. Strength when it comes to strength is not a blowout. Even so, he still managed to speak calmly. If this were any other ghost king, they would probably just kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Jiang Yun, on the other hand, sneered after hearing these words. What's the time for a nasty mouth? What do you mean? Let yourself off the hook? In this situation, what choice does the Ghost Emperor have? And he can fight back? While speaking the same language. But still, you have to translate for me what is called to let yourself go. It seems, you don't know enough about the Ghost Emperor, either. The Ghost Emperor heard what Jiang Yun said, but he didn't growl like he did before, giving a meaningful smile to Jiang Yun. Then, while enduring the attacks from everywhere, his gaze slowly shifted to old Qin Tu, who was in the very corner. The Ghost Emperor didn't say anything and just looked at the latter so quietly. The black chi had swallowed all of his ghost chi, and as a Ghost Emperor, it would be abnormal if he hadn't noticed it yet. From the moment old Qin Tu appeared in front of the Ghost Emperor, he had noticed this old man who had always spoken very little. You know, if it wasn't for Tina, you'd be dead. A moment. The Ghost Emperor withdrew his gaze, re-looked at Jiang Yun. The latter froze. There was no option to talk back this time. If it wasn't Ting Ting, I could have completely provoked you to contradict those humans and kill you without even needing me to do it myself. But judging from Tina's reaction just now, Tina will hate me even more if you die. For Ting Ting's sake, I will leave you a little life until Ting Ting completely remembers that I am his true husband. The Ghost Emperor's words were meaningful. Looking at Jiang Yun, he grinned, revealing the row of white wolf teeth. Chapter 82, Intolerance. Not good. The Ghost Emperor is running away. Inside the mall, Suyi's voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. It was as if he had forgotten the injuries on his body. Eyes glazed to the max and stood straight up with no assistance from anyone. Don't let it escape. If we don't get rid of the Ghost Emperor, the whole of China will be in a great crisis. Ahem. Don't let him escape. The sharp pain in his body made him cough painfully. Great distortion of facial expression. But the belief in protecting ordinary citizens made him still make preparations to fight. Su Weiyin also saw a bit of a hint. The same forced himself to stand with great pain and shouted towards Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, hurry up and hold the Ghost Emperor. Don't let him escape. Su Weiyan shouted as best she could. The Ghost Emperor's existence was too special. This time, in order to encircle the Ghost Emperor, the various departments of the country had given too much. It was even almost a direct confession to the nation's population that there are ghosts and spirits in the world. the great migration of the whole city and so on and so forth and so on and so forth and so forth and so forth and so forth. Now if Jiang Yun's side couldn't hold out and let the Ghost Emperor escape, it was a battle that could be considered a big loss. The whole country, and indeed the whole world, will be thrown into a great panic. This is an absolute no-no. Stop the Ghost Emperor. Cough. Never let him escape. Wang Qingsong also instantly sobered up and covered his chest. I just hate that I don't have the ability to make a move right now. And as the main character in the field right now, Jiang Yun also reacted. There was a flash of light in the middle of his eyes. You want to run away? Jiang Yun's face sank. Don't let him escape. If you can't kill him, at least suppress him, and when he's reformed, throw him in the factory to step on the sewing machine. As the words fell, Jiang Yun no longer hesitated, leading the Ghost Bride and Gamma Coconut in a final attack. Previously, inside the Ghost Emperor's space that he was in, he had discovered one of the Ghost Emperor's weaknesses. It's a little less elegant, but it's too late to think about that now. Attack his crotch. That's his weak spot, Jiang Yun shouted. Immediately after that, he quickly switched his hand-length whip to a sniper rifle. Ghost Emperor? In public? Are you polite? As soon as the Ghost Emperor heard this, the whole face changed, and the wolf's face twisted up, was trying to escape. Jiang Yun took aim and shot. Boom! Gunshots rang out across the mall. Ow! The Ghost Emperor let out a pained expression. Immediately afterward, those other members of the 749th Bureau after hearing those words, as well as a howl from the Ghost Emperor's crotch after taking damage, slightly stunned, though he felt strange and felt a chill in his crotch as he watched the twisted expression on the Ghost Emperor's face when Jiang Yun's shot was fired. But right now, they had been fighting for so long and hadn't been able to find any Ghost Emperor's weakness. It seemed like they could only listen to what Jiang Yun said. Next, aimed in unison at Ghost Emperor's crotch. Shoot! With a command, hundreds of fire dragons fired in unison. Target, Ghost Emperor's crotch. Gosh, Jiang, you're a tough enough move. But I like it, he. The little knife was the most jovial. After hearing this, after a single thought, dozens of knives appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Immediately afterward, without any further ado, he fished out 5 or 6 knives, aimed at the crotch of the Ghost Emperor, and threw them directly. The Ghost Bride didn't say no to Jiang Yun's words then. Her attacks, on the other hand, were less spectacular, but the damage is hundreds of times that of others. After all, that Ghost King's attack could be placed here. Instead of striking out on her own, she directly maneuvered up other large objects inside the mall through her special ability. It shot directly towards the Ghost Emperor's crotch. Who wants to call you husband? Who is your wife? Rogue, nasty, shameless. While manipulating the objects, the Ghost Bride was still spitting from amongst the objects she controlled. It was also possible to see how angry the Ghost Bride was right now. That's basically what's hard. She's looking for example, those marble stone piers placed outside the mall, a full 300 to 400 pounds, and the Ghost Bride controls 10 at a time. These stone piers, like a cannonball all of a sudden, shot towards the Ghost Emperor's crotch under the Ghost Bride's aim. Those ordinary soldiers who were still standing around outside saw those stone piers that had been placed on the ground to stop the cars fly up. Each and every one of them directly looked dumbfounded, opened their mouths wide, for a time actually did not know what to say. And as for the Gamelan, this girl has quite a hot temper. After hearing Jiang Yun say that the Ghost Emperor's weakness was in his crotch, it's not loaded in the moment. In my life, what I hate most is irresponsible and too responsible men. Men are not good people. Gamma's eyes rolled right back in her head. Getting down on the ground, he quickly approached the Ghost Emperor, and her weapon is her long, hard, unbelievable hair. The long hair did not float up this time, but directly transformed into a scissor-like, towards the crotch of the Ghost Emperor. Directly a click, hiss. The scene was a rather magnificent one. Everyone's attack drew a breath of cool air on the spot from Sui and the others who were still anxious that they couldn't help much on the side. The impact of the images is just too much. I can't stand to look at it. This can't be topped even by a stoner. Not to mention the Ghost Emperor who still had an entity. Being the same man, this pain, it's contagious. Even before by the Ghost Bride they fainted to death. Li Zixing just woke up. See the scene in front of you? On the spot to the stunned again. Ow! The Ghost Emperor's crotch is, indeed, a crotch. Under being attacked by this series of attacks, there were constant cries of pain. This time, he tried to fight back, but where would Jiang Yun give him a chance? The sniper rifle in his hand became one of the most hated weapons of the Ghost Emperor. No matter how much he changed direction, the thing, one big, black and straight, came right over the top. Before you can react yourself, launch straight away. The blazing sensation that shot through him made his whole body bad. Keep attacking. Without further ado, beat the hell out of him until he can't take care of the lower half of his body. The more Jiang Yun fought, the more energized he became. The frequency of firing was even straight up to 1 shot a second. Guns and guns hit. The others attacked harder and harder. In particular, the 10 stone cairns of the Ghost Bride attacked in turn. After the final blow, the 10 stone piers, surprisingly, smashed into the crotch of the Ghost Emperor before directly cracking until broken. The field briefly fell into a moment of silence. All the men in the room saw it, including Jiang Yun, and couldn't help but directly clench their legs. Women, you really can't mess with. Good man. That's tough. As a man, Jiang Yun decided. One more shot to Ghost Emperor's crotch. It's a way of easing your little heart that can't take much. Chapter 83, What's Wrong with Being an Asshole? Good. Tough. Jiang Yun and the others were fighting fiercely. All sorts of weapons were desperately thrown at the Ghost Emperor's crotch. Sui hissed and grinned as he watched from the back. An ordinary attack might not have had that strong of a visual impact. What Jiang Yun chose to do, on the contrary, was the kind of way that every man could basically empathize with when he saw it. And just that level of attack. It was simply tantamount to torturing the Ghost Emperor. Right. After Jiang Yun spoke of the Ghost Emperor's weakness, the Ghost Emperor, who had originally held an advantage, was now completely hanging pretty much by a thread from the crowd. Of course it was partly because the Ghost Emperor didn't attack, but most of all, it had to be Jiang Yun who was the first to burst out the Ghost Emperor's weakness. Who in their right mind would think of attacking a ghostly crotch? Who could know what that Ghost Emperor of Jiang Yun had gone through before they arrived? The picture is too beautiful to imagine. But if this goes on, this Ghost Emperor will really have a great possibility of being directly accounted for over here. It doesn't matter if the moves are cheap, the key is that they work. After all, this was supposed to be a fight where strength was not equal. What's wrong with a little dirty trick? Ow. Middle of the field. The Ghost Emperor screamed very miserably. Suffice it to say, he's pretty much taking tons and tons of damage here. What had been a large body for such a short time was now noticeably smaller. This is a direct indication that these attacks are having an effect. Enough! Stop it all of you. Seeing that the situation was about to shift, the Ghost Emperor finally became anxious. Aimed at the gun-toting Bureau's 749 members, he launched a direct green-eyed attack. The whole thing is like Superman, sweeping the field. Although everyone had already prepared for the Ghost Emperor to counterattack, and had dodged from the moment they saw the green eyes emitting. But, the Ghost Emperor's attack seemed to be even more powerful this time in disguise. Wherever the green light swept through, those walls of the mall directly peeled off and fell off. It's something people haven't thought about. The walls came crashing down, eventually injuring a number of players. The attack, for Jiang Yun and the others, was causing no effect. However, it was also undeniable that the Ghost Emperor's new round of attacks had plunged the scene into a melee once again. And you, I've been putting up with you for a long time. The Ghost Emperor roared at Jiang Yun, but still, he didn't attack him. Later I will kill you. The Ghost Emperor let out a roar. Then the next second, when Jiang Yun heard this, he directly pulled out his whip. All this and a nasty mouth. With those words, he waved his long whip, aiming at the Ghost Emperor's crotch, and directly cracked a whip. Ow! The Ghost Emperor's miserable cries were more tragic than any other time before. The pain is too much for the soul to bear. This whip had even directly lashed the Ghost Emperor back into his human form. Finally showing your original form. Thought you wouldn't dare to appear in human form. Jiang Yun also smiled gently when he saw the scene. And there was that little bit of a surprise. It hadn't occurred to me that this whip could still directly beat the Ghost Emperor into a human form. The Ghost Emperor was infuriated enough by Jiang Yun. His weakness, indeed, is his crotch. After all, he was an existence that had directly become a Ghost Emperor with his physical body. Instead, they just die and turn into ghosts and monsters, and then step up in strength. Since he was cultivating with his physical body, there were bound to be weaknesses in his body. He transformed into a werewolf and strengthened in every way. Only the crotch, which was the last vestige of dignity left behind after the Ghost Emperor transformed into a werewolf. For hundreds of years, he had cultivated with his physical body, gradually increasing his strength, and had never encountered an opponent who could find his weakness. But only, Jiang Yun was an exception. Who could have thought that this grandson would not follow the routine at all? Who the hell fights and stares at people's lower three roads exclusively? The Ghost Emperor was now very skeptical as to whether or not this Jiang Yun had come to mess with his mind. It doesn't matter. You'll always die under my hands. Just like the last Zhang Clan Jr. did in 4,000 years. At my hands. After the Ghost Emperor was knocked back to his human form, he knew that he was no longer fit to continue fighting now. Plus there was already the idea of leaving. Ready to slip away first. He himself is a Ghost Emperor, even if a weakness is found. So what? What else can you do but cause yourself a little pain and make it hard on yourself? The Ghost Emperor revealed an evil smile. I don't know why Tina would show up here and be so nice to you. So nice. The last 3 words, the Ghost Emperor almost said them through gritted teeth. But it didn't affect his plans. The Ghost Bride was here, and still treating Jiang Yun so well. Killing Jiang Yun here would surely bring the hatred of the Ghost Bride, make him hate himself even more. There's more to gain than to lose. There's no need to act right away. There's plenty of time. There's still plenty of time. We will absolutely fight again in the future. Trust me. You can't escape me. The Ghost Emperor let out a brutal smile. You're very good. Much better than that Zhang family Jr. 4 years ago. The words fell. A large amount of ghost chi suddenly surged out from the Ghost Emperor's body. This ghostly aura was even more than when he had transformed into a werewolf before. It was so much that it was to a degree that even old Qing Tu's black chi was somewhat suppressed. We'll meet soon. Trust me. And, Ting Ting, wait for me. I'll definitely come to pick you up. The Ghost Emperor was enveloped in a ghostly aura. One last fond look at the Ghost Bride. Ergo, he closed his eyes, and his body trembled madly in an extremely strange way. How can you run? Stop right there. Give me the words clearly. What 4 years ago Zhang family Jr. Jiang Yun was stunned by the Ghost Emperor's series of words. By the time he reacted, he was looking at the Ghost Emperor who was running away. Right away. This would make Jiang Yun a little anxious. It's just that there are too few weapons in their hands. It could only be swung over with one whip from Liamen. But this time, his whip, surprisingly, couldn't touch the Ghost Emperor at all. Everyone's attacks were surprisingly all resisted by the ghostly aura. I'll do it. Gakai wasn't that far away from the Ghost Emperor. Looking at this scene, his eyes directly crossed towards the Ghost Emperor. He charged directly. The Ghost Bride follows closely behind and goes all out. Get out! But, this time, it was beyond everyone's expectations. In the middle of this space, a completely unfamiliar voice unexpectedly appeared. Jiang Yun could be quite certain that this was definitely not from the Ghost Emperor. And that is, after the word roll appeared, the Ghost Bride who had originally rushed towards the Ghost Emperor also gamma coconut, and was actually directly shaken out. Ghost Brides are no exception. All of them were shaken out and plastered against the wall. And even large cracks appeared. This was not an attack initiated by the Ghost Emperor. Absolutely not. Chapter 84. You are not qualified. This aura. A stronger powerhouse is coming. It's the Ghost Master. I recognize this aura. This is the unique aura of a Ghost Master. What? How dare a Ghost Master harness the Ghost Emperor? Oh no. It's even attracted a Ghost Master. It's really over now. The Ghost Bride and Gamma Coconut flew out backwards after. Everyone in the arena could feel an unusually powerful aura covering the entire arena. Old Qin too, who had been controlling the Ghost Chi in the corner before, actually fell down from the sky with a direct shudder after sensing this aura. His pale face wrinkled viciously. The other Ghost Kings who had followed Jiang Yun before, including Small Knives, after feeling a breath of air, unexpectedly, completely uncontrollably, directly kneeled on the ground. Their bodies, too, were trembling fiercely, to the point of being completely afraid to look up. Jiang Yun, be careful. Su Weiyan also hurriedly shouted out a prompt. Her face, likewise, changed drastically. Damn it, how could a Ghost Master appear here? Ghost Master? On the contrary, it was Jiang Yun who was still in a daze. He murmured, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. He only knew that a strong person had come here, and this strong person, moreover, was on the Ghost Emperor's side. Not only that, but when this strong man came, in the field, the only one left who could fight him was himself. All that ghostly support he had, all gone, after the Ghost Bride and Gamma Coconut were sent flying out. Even though their strength possessed the level of Ghost King, they kneeled to not kneeling, but they also revealed a very painful expression. Things are very bleak. Cootie. It's all visible. But the problem was that Jiang Yun didn't know anything at all about what Ghost Master they were talking about. The Ghost Emperor before reality would have been. And that's probably the battle power subversion of this world. As a result, it was less than a day. Here comes another ghost hunter. What the is this again? Jiang Yun's vigilance was drawn to the highest level as he observed everything around him. After all, this ghost harnesser was completely unfamiliar to him. Moreover, he didn't even show his body. But surprisingly, he made the Ghost Bride and the rest of them feel threatened. This man is strong. Very strong. Kid, this person is strong. Don't be careless. Old Qin too is considered to be the less affected among the entire audience. Even so, he reminded Jiang Yun. The latter nodded at the words. Only, this legendary Ghost Master didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything. After moving against the Ghost Bride and the others once, they completely stopped moving again. And the Ghost Emperor took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on the Ghost Master to tremble even more. In no time at all, a living, breathing person had simply disappeared. The Ghost Emperor escaped. It was so easy to just run away. The faces of all the people were quite ugly, but due to the fact that the ghost master was still there, all of them didn't dare to act rashly. Until, about a minute later, the suffocating aura in the field completely disappeared. The ghost master, too, is gone. This battle, a big loss. Su Weiyan's face was ashen. The ghost emperor escaped. The 4 patriarchs of the 4 great families and himself were all seriously injured behind them. The rest of the team suffered heavy losses. Even at the end, the traces of the ghost master were found. Instantly, her entire head went foggy. He only felt a lightness in his body, followed by a blackness in front of his eyes, and he directly fainted. Things are not looking good for anyone else. There was one that counted, and all of them were hung with stony expressions. Jiang Yun was still standing in the center of the field. With the ghost master gone, the ghosts and monsters, who had also returned to normal, returned to Jiang Yun's side. "Are you okay?" The ghost bride threw him a look of greeting. The latter shook his head and did not speak. "Go home." After a long time, Jiang Yun opened his mouth. The expression was equally grave. "That ghost emperor?" Dakai glanced at where the ghost emperor was still at the party and inquired in a low voice. "None of our business," Jiang Yun replied dryly. One day down, he was receiving too much information. Now that the battle was over, he realized that there were still too many mysteries around him. Reality ghost bride side. The old ancestor before clearly let him and master when paired with the marriage buried. But now, Jiang Yun frowned. This is a point of doubt. The other? From what the ghost emperor said to him. 4 years ago, the ghost emperor had also fought against the Jiang family. And, this body's old man. That's what happened 4 years ago. Could it be that Pops has also fought with this ghost emperor? And lost too? But why do you have no memory of it at all? Not a single person has ever mentioned this to himself or herself. The last one is the ghost master who didn't show up at all just now, but directly overwhelmed the whole scene. And what kind of name is that? The world was a bit of a mystery to him. How much more is the state? In fact, hiding from the outside world? Jiang Yun glanced at the situation over at Bureau 749. Su Weiyan passed out, and those members of the team, they were all in disarray. Those who went up to help the heads of the 4 great families, those who went outside to call for backup, those who helped the wounded, and those who were seriously injured and moaned for help. The scene, the whole thing, was a disaster. That, you must be Jiang Yun, right? Jiang Yun wanted to go back first. At that moment, he was greeted by a member of the 749th Bureau. His costume wasn't quite the same as the rest of the regular crews by a hair. Rather, it was a bit similar to Ritao's, and presumably, it should be a detachment squad leader. Jiang Yun didn't answer directly in the face of the inquiry that came up to him. "You're not good enough to come over and talk to me, and when your chief wakes up, tell her to come over to me." Jiang Yun didn't give him a good look. If it wasn't for the appearance of the ghost harvester, he wouldn't even know yet how much else the country was hiding. Su Weiyan came to invite herself before, but the most basic information was not revealed to himself. This was extremely upsetting to him. At least it tells you, so that your refusal, too, can be more justified. That detachment squad leader understood Jiang Yun's words, and his face shifted slightly, somewhat embarrassed. "That, actually, I'm not technically from Bureau 749. While Jiang Yun was still there, he continued to speak. At that, the latter flinched and looked up to meet his eyes. "My name is Lu Yu. I am the eldest son of the Lu family, one of the 4 great families. Before I came here, the old master explained with me that regardless of the outcome of this battle, if something happens to him, he told me to make sure to come and find you for a bit. We would like to invite you to meet with the old man when he wakes up, and if the old man doesn't wake up this time, then I will communicate with you. That, you can answer me without hurrying. The old man even explained to me that I should wait for you over here for a month." Chapter 85, The Disappearing Old Zhao. The next day, Nanjiang City, Congo Clothing Factory. The time, it was already past 12 noon. Jiang Yun slowly and leisurely woke up from his bed. After yesterday's big battle, when he came back yesterday, he practically fell asleep, or the kind that no one could wake him up. After more than 10 hours of resting and catching up on sleep, he now woke up with only one feeling. Hungry. Dagger. Go outside and get me something to eat here. Yawning, he walked over to the makeshift washstand and tried to brush his teeth, only to find out that it's only been a short time since we moved over here and there's nothing yet. Moving is just annoying and having to go and rebuy everything. Frowning, he just had to wash his face with water to refresh himself a little more. This would, and the door to the room, was pushed open by Dagger. He carried a takeaway in his hand and walked to Jiang Yun with a smile. "Morning, wow. Brother Jiang, did you sleep well yesterday?" Knives inquired. "Morning? It's 12 o'clock and it's still early." Jiang Yun patted his head out of habit before walking outside, ready to settle his stomach first. Dagger and the others are ghosts and monsters. They don't need to sleep or eat. But Jiang Yun is human. He needs to come to the work area of the plant. Old Qin 2 and the others came back with themselves yesterday. Also coming over at the same time were the other ghosts and monsters that were previously trapped inside the mall by the Ghost Emperor. After going around in circles, in the end, these ghosts and monsters still realized that they had to follow Jiang Yun to be comfortable. After Jiang Yun went to bed, they weren't idle either. At this point in time, the plant, compared to yesterday, just moved over, has been completely changed. The empty factory was filled with gargoyles and rows upon rows of sewing machines were neatly discharged. The maid birthday clothes, piled up in the middle of the empty area, were already as much as the height of a small mountain. Jiang Yun, carrying food, just came out and were flabbergasted to see this scene. I remember. We don't have that many sewing machines in our factory, do we? He turned his head to Dagger. After a series of battles, the mental exhaustion was immense. Yesterday a host of ghosts followed him back, and this he had an effect on. But he didn't remember that he also added sewing machines in the plant. What's going on here? Harm, you say? These sewing machines were delivered by that group from Bureau 749 this morning while you were sleeping. Yes, just yesterday before you left. The pretty boy who approached you to talk brought someone to deliver it, saying that the big beautiful girl before him had told him to do it. Dagger answered truthfully, bouncing out after him. You were sleeping at the time, and Sister Ghost Bride said not to disturb you, so she didn't call you. Brother Jiang, take a look. What about this scale of ours? Let me tell you, while you were sleeping, Sister Ghost Bride and I taught the other brothers one by one, hand in hand. Now our factory production is quite high, not to mention 501,000 pieces a day. Brothers are coming over. 2,000 pieces are not a problem. Little Knife led Jiang Yun around the factory building. All the other ghosts and goblins are still working in earnest. Seeing Jiang Yun coming over, who would dare not shout out a hello to Brother Jiang? The shouting continued, and the movement of his hands did not stop. The entire plant is alive with the sound of sewing machines. In an endless stream, Jiang Yun just interspersed between these ghosts and monsters. A number of familiar faces were seen. These ghosts and monsters, all of which had previously been suppressed under the quadrangle. This also includes having met the security guard ghost and the two maid ghosts at the mall in the first place. They sit at their sewing machines and pedal very hard, shipping one piece after another. This scene, Jiang Yun inspected the circle and rejoined the forefront, his hunger all but gone. Nice. This scene, I like it. After standing for a moment, a smile appeared on his face. It's still cool to be a boss like that. Is a birthday suit made by a sewing machine delivered from outside still effective against ghostly attacks? This was something that Jiang Yun was worrying about right now. Ding! The host does not need to worry. As long as in the specified area, using the specified materials to create a life jacket on the body are effective. Think what you want. The thought had just been born in his mind. The system's voice, following closely behind. Hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Yun's hanging heart dropped. In that case, that's not a problem. He found a table and took the food out and set it up. As he ate, he looked up at Dagger to inquire one more time. By the way, where are Ghost Bride, Old Qin 2 and Gamma Coconut? I turned around just now and couldn't find them. Where did they go? The plant is now entering a virtuous process. As far as today goes, it won't even require much worrying on my part in the future. Sister Ghost Bride and the others. What to say? Said the topic. Dagger, however, stammered a little, his eyes fluttering. Jiang Yun could see some clues, was about to inquire. Husband, we're back. Outside the plant, the Ghost Bride's voice reached her ears. Jiang Yun turned his head, and both Gamo and Old Qin 2 followed in one piece. And, now they're looking a little worse for wear. Something's wrong? Jiang Yun frowned. Could it be that the Ghost Emperor is back for the Ghost Bride? We went looking for old Zhao. Husband, old Zhao he disappeared. Was about to ask a question. The Ghost Bride explained to Jiang Yun. The brothers from before are basically back. And when we looked at the ghosts and monsters that we could contact, the only one missing was old Zhao. We went out to look for them. But it turned out that we couldn't find any trace of old Zhao in the entire Nanjiang city. The Ghost Bride sat on Jiang Yun's side. A worried look was sent toward him. The one who didn't show up yesterday gave me a very uneasy feeling. And I suspect that old Zhao's disappearance may have something to do with him. And perhaps, it's possible, Old Qin 2 came up as well. The Ghost Emperor had run away, and the crisis in Nanjiang City could come to an end for the time being. Jiang Yun's danger, too, was temporarily lifted, and he could put it down to rest and sleep. It was the Ghost Emperor who hadn't yet fully decimated the uniforms, as well as there was the last person who hadn't shown up yesterday, the one who was called the Ghost Master by all the people in Bureau 749. These two extremely dangerous characters appeared over, and would not stop there. During the time that Jiang Yun was sleeping, Old Qin Tu and the Ghost Bride, they were the ones who were out there looking for Old Zhao. It was fine until you entered the mall. It came out and disappeared straight away. It's surrounded by our own people now. It was hard not to wonder if it could be the Ghost Emperor and that Ghost Harnesser who had directly struck out at the ghosts and monsters around Jiang Yun. To eliminate this possibility, Ghost Bride, how can they sit still? Jiang Yun was still resting, so it was up to them to find out, even if there was a small clue. However, with the ability of the Old Qin Tu, he almost strolled through the entire Nanjiang city, but there was not a single clue. This, then, is very problematic. Chapter 86, This Reward. It's too ferocious. So, you guys went looking all night? Jiang Yun finished his meal, throwing the box in the trash. He frowned inquiringly. Old Zhao, the ghostly monster who had previously worked as a chauffeur for himself. The strength wasn't strong, but it definitely wasn't weak either. A ghost that big just disappeared? After listening to Old Qin Tu's analysis of them, he fell into deep thought. I'm aware of this. I'll go get someone from Bureau 749 to help keep an eye out. We'll just do a good job of securing the factory. Nothing will go wrong with the main camp if we minimize our outings. The Ghost Emperor's appearance had indeed disrupted Jiang Yun's plans. It also plunged the entire city of Nanjiang into a crisis. Raised the city for refuge, which is what happens in times of war. It turned out to be a surprise that it would appear in such peaceful times. Jiang Yun's brain was still a bit messed up. It's the same as what Old Qin Tu and the others thought. Now his own people are back, but this is not over. He, now, had more doubts. Trying to get to the bottom of this mystery, just sitting here, isn't going to work very well. Jiang Yun glanced at the Ghost Bride, who, even though she was a ghost, had a haggard look all over her face at the moment. Originally wanted to call the Ghost Bride to come out alone to talk about the matter between the Ghost Emperor and Master Run, but now it seemed that Jiang Yun had given up on this head of yours. Alright, although you guys don't need to rest, you've also been running around for so long, especially Old Qin Tu. You consumed quite a bit yesterday, so slow down and recover as well. I've got some things to figure out, and if it's not anything important in the meantime, don't bother me. Rising, he craned his aching neck. With so many things going on, it's always one thing at a time. After the explanation, he was ready to take a trip to wherever Goldman had found housing for himself earlier to take a look around. By the way, that appointment yesterday, it looks like those 4 great families, as if they know about me. Jiang Yun only brought along Gamma Coconut this time. Everyone else stayed inside the plant just in case. The other ghosts and monsters naturally wouldn't have a problem with Jiang Yun's arrangement. Still, Gamma Coconut was a bit confused when she heard that Jiang Yun was going to take herself there. You're new to our country. It's right to come out and walk around and familiarize yourself with our culture. To this, Jiang Yun's explanation is this. The latter sniffed and rolled his eyes, not bothering with Jiang Yun. After bidding farewell to the Ghost Bride and the others, Jiang Yun exchanged another wave of fabrics in the system mall before leaving. Now that the personnel production is up, the ones that were redeemed before are almost used up. In the middle of the redemption process, Jiang Yun also realized that he had several tasks completed, all of which were in the pending reward status. There's no rush to pick it up right away. Instead, after leaving the door, Lao Zhao was not there, so he could only find a car parked on the side of the road, sit on it, and drive straight away. Most of the people in South River have already relocated. Even now that the ghostly aura had all but dissipated, the sun outside was extraordinarily blinding, shining warmly on his body. But, the whole city was still extraordinarily quiet. It was empty, like a dead city. Driving down the road, there are visible signs of battle everywhere. Needless to say, Jiang Yun knew just by looking at it that this was definitely the traces left behind by those people from Bureau 749 fighting the ghosts and monsters 2 nights ago. It's also good to know that the entire city of Nanjiang is pretty much gone empty now. If anyone still stays over here, feel free to take a couple of pictures like this and post them on the internet. This could all make a huge wave straight across the internet. System, claim the reward. The car's on the road. Taking advantage of the fact that he was still some distance away from his destination, Jiang Yun decided to claim the rewards of the system quest first. From yesterday until now, it seemed like he, himself, had completed quite a few system tasks. What this big wave of rewards would be, Jiang Yun was still looking forward to it a bit. Mostly, too, this world is changing so fast right now. Jiang Yun felt, more and more, that he was too weak, and the mere appearance of a Ghost Emperor had already made him feel the pressure. If it weren't for the effects of the Ghost Bride's special status, one might not be able to survive for long in the hands of this Ghost Emperor, boosting his strength, which he desperately needs right now. Ding! Rewards being claimed. Detected the host completing mainline task 3, expand the factory and recruit factory employees. Judgment, overachievement. The factory has grown even more, and will be going international in the future. Rewards being issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining redemption points *10W. Specialized gun drawing *1. Specialized bullet, flame, R&D drawing *1. Gun and bullet production line *1. New mission is opening. The system mission is ready. Please check it in time for the host. A series of system voices rang out in the middle of Jong Yun's mind. Jong Yun, who was driving the car, heard this and his eyes danced fiercely. Keywords: overshoot. 10W points. This wave of rewards can be quite generous, compared to the 1000 points from before. This wave of rewards had definitely made Jong Yun a little rich in the system mall. But this firearm, is it the same one those guys at Bureau 749 used? The two rewards at the back were also quite interesting to Jong Yun. Yesterday, in the middle of you Ghost Emperor's struggle, he had seen the guns held in the hands of those people from Bureau 749. Being able to attack ghosts and monsters is a lot of power. Ding! Specialized gun description. After being produced by John's factory and assembled with specialized gun bullets, depending on the characteristics of the bullets, they can inflict enchanted damage on ghosts and monsters. Specialized bullet, flame specialized bullet for firearms. After hitting the target, it can cause a short time attached burning effect on the target. The burning effect can be transferred from the hit target to other targets, thus causing a group burning effect. The system gives a description of the brand new weapon rewards. Originally, Jong Yun had thought that this specialized firearm should be just about the same as the ones used by the group from Bureau 749, but after listening to the system's explanation, on the spot, his eyes lit up. It even does enchantment damage. This thing is more or less sick. If it wasn't for the fact that this thing could be mass-produced, Jong Yun even felt that the sniper rifle he had obtained alone was inferior to this thing. Magic and physical damage. Think about it. Magic damage is awesome. Yes. I'm happy with this one. Go back and start another production line. This thing is so sick. I love it. Wrap it up. There are other mission rewards that have not been claimed, and the remaining reward that hasn't been claimed yet seems, it's kinda special. After experiencing the wave of reward harvesting just now, Jong Yun was now starting to look forward to that special mission reward. He wouldn't even be surprised if he could open another magic wand or something. With the updated system, this is just plain mean. Chapter 87, Epic Boost. Think about it. Where could Jong Yun hold back? Rewards are not claimed before. That's because it was not known that the rewards could be so great. It seems that bullying the Ghost Emperor. Oh no! Dealing with the Ghost Emperor is still a beautiful thing. No need to hesitate. Claim your reward again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The rating has reached SSS level, but there is still a flaw in the perfection. Did not completely kill the Ghost Emperor? Deduct 1S. The comprehensive rating is SS level. What the hell? Jong Yun was flabbergasted. A little bummed that I got a rating deduction, but it couldn't be helped. It would have been all the way to that critical point, and then attacking this Ghost Emperor's crotch weakness would have solved the battle. It was hard for him to kill a Ghost Master out of nowhere. It's better to look at the rewards. Congratulations to the host. Reward generation in progress. Sniper rifle upgraded to LV10. Powerful enough to kill a Ghost King in one hit. Even when facing a Ghost Emperor, it can cause unrecoverable wounds. Sniper rifle epic boost. Jong Yun's eyes lit up. The rewards are small though, but the boost is ferocious. And over here, Gakko saw him like this and rolled her eyes in a rather disgusted manner. What's going on here? What's all the excitement about? Still driving now. Although she was a ghost and didn't have to worry about the danger of overturning the car at all, Jong Yun was a human. He needs to worry. I've heard that there are mental hospitals in China. Do you need to visit one? Jong Yun hurriedly waved his hand and smiled. Never mind. Just rest. He concentrated on driving, but it wasn't really much of a problem. Now that Nanjing City was empty, there was absolutely no need to look at the road. He could drive even with his eyes closed. The main one is a Deus Ex Machina. He was completely unprepared for the fact that the weapon boosted its power. That's just a big boost. When they faced that Ghost Emperor before, they knew that the Ghost Emperor's weakness was his crotch, and targeted their strikes. No more hardened male ghost can stop this kind of attack, right? But it couldn't be helped. After becoming a Ghost Emperor, one could use Ghost Chi to recover from the injuries received. It's like one of those overdrive regenerations. In short, the tons and tons of damage they did yesterday was actually typically falls under the law that there is smoke and no harm. That's still a bunch of them all attacking the Ghost Emperor's crotch. It was a pain that a man, oh no, even a male ghost, could not bear. If they attacked other places, they would purely be tickling the Ghost Emperor. But not now. This weapon of his boosted power was enough to exterminate the existence of a Ghost King. Just say it. Next to this Gamma Coconut, is the strength of the Ghost King, caught off guard by his attack up at once. not dead is also sure to be seriously injured. Of course, he wasn't going to take a shot at Gamma. Gamma was helpless. What was wrong with this man? Are all men in China that strange? She simply covered her face with her long hair. Perhaps she herself hadn't realized that she seemed to care more and more about Jiang Yun's opinion. Jiang Yun's heart was a lot more confident. The world was changing so fast that he couldn't keep up with it. The Ghost Emperor had appeared. And in the future, the strength of the Ghost King was nothing. Like the situation last night, when he shot over, the Ghost Emperor immediately had his balls shattered and was still unable to recover. From now on, it's going to change from a male ghost to a eunuch ghost. Striking against weaknesses, he was confident that he could beat the Ghost Emperor under sustained attacks. Let's just say that the hundreds of shots he took in the beginning, which directly exploded the Ghost Emperor's head, were the only thing that didn't kill him because the Ghost Emperor was able to recover. Now, his true strength was enough to threaten the Ghost Emperor. If he had enough time and opportunity, he could just blow up the Ghost Emperor and send the other party straight to ashes kind of thing. A complete and utter physical overload. There was always a way to face the Ghost Emperor. Then there's the gun line, which is the most important. It's just a normal firearm now, and there's no guarantee that the system won't reward Gatling-type firearms later. In time, all the other ghosts and goblins are bare-handed cold warriors. He released the ghosts and ghouls from the factory, one armed with a Gatling. It wouldn't be a sweep. Just think about it. Ding. Host. The system will open a new task. Please check. The world has changed irreversibly. The world the host knew has disappeared. The host shouldn't stand still. Please receive a new main quest. This system prompt directly extinguished Jiang Yun's enthusiasm. Irreversible change? Something. Better to accept the mission and see what happens. Main quest 4. Find the intermediaries between the hell and the mortal world. Find a way to join them and penetrate into the inner circle of the hell. Reminder of special mission to be completed. Inheritance of the Heavenly Master's Way. Crunch. The shrill sound of brakes came from the car, and the car took a direct dump and came to a drift, stopping in the middle of the road. Jiang Yun's eyes widened. This mission was too much of a shock for him. Gamma asked. Helpless. What's wrong with you again? Jiang Yun frowned and shook his head. No. I just thought of something. Damn. Surprisingly, hell does exist. Recalling some of the legends of hell, he really couldn't afford to be calm. Hell has 18 levels of hell. In these hells, hundreds of millions of ghosts and monsters are held who need to be brutally punished. What strength those ghosts were, he wasn't sure. But if there really were 18 layers of hell, then the strength of those ghosts and monsters must not be simple. They were ghosts and monsters that had gone through countless punishments in hell and still existed well. And the further down you go, the more brutal those punishments become. Swords, frying pots, tongue-pulling hell. Thinking about the descriptions of these hells immediately gave him goosebumps. The point is, if the system says that hell exists, then it must exist. Perhaps, there is also the existence of the 10 temples of Yama. Fengdu Da Di. Those are immortals. The strength of a group of strong. He's actually trying to fight his way into hell now? What's this about? Infernal. Spy? Can't figure it out. Where they are, is the mortal world? Then why are there ghosts and monsters in the mortal world? When a person is transformed into a ghost after death, he should be taken away by a ghost messenger to the netherworld to wait for reincarnation, right? The deeper he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a huge conspiracy behind it. It couldn't really be as he suspected, could it? If it was, then this was going to be a big deal, and he forced himself to curb that thought from continuing. He even wanted to ask Gamma, but on second thought, Gakai had been on the Spoke Islands and probably didn't know about the existence of hell. And the countries are all different. This mission is a dud, with an extremely high risk factor. Finding the middleman between hell and the mortal world? He was still puzzled. It seemed that he still knew too little about this world, and he would have to find someone from Bureau 749 if he wanted to know specifically. This time mission. It's really anyone who wants to go for it. He really wants to just swing for the fences. Chapter 88, Waterloo of the Ghostborn. Jiang Yun stopped on the side of the road for a long time, his face shifting. He feels like he's caught in the vortex. Trying to stay out of it now is almost a joke. If you don't continue to improve your strength, you will become a dead man under the invasion of ghosts and monsters. It's better to stay alive. He'd like to swing for the fences, but his strength doesn't allow it yet. Right now, he only had the strength to deal with the Ghost Emperor. But the person who saved the Ghost Emperor last night was obviously very strong, beyond the Ghost Emperor, and he had to continue to raise his strength. If you can dislike one Ghost Emperor, what if there were a few more? It's scary enough to think about. To be a man, you have to be steady. Jiang Yun suddenly thought of something. That Lu Yu said that yesterday when he found him. Technically, he's not part of the 749th. Since this was the case, then he could go and find Lu Yu and get the information he wanted to know through the 4 great families. and Sue Weaver Smoke. As the current director of Bureau 749, one always knows something. There was a need for a wave of in-depth negotiations before he could do so, and anyway, the other party meant to pull himself in, taking the opportunity to extract a wave of information before refusing. It makes sense, doesn't it? Jang Yun took a few deep breaths as his emotions gradually stabilized. Things have to come one at a time. The search for an intermediary between hell and the mortal world can be pushed back a little. Still have to work out what's going on around you as soon as possible. First up is the Ghost Bride. It's like a time bomb that exists on its own. There must be a story between the Ghost Emperor, the Ghost Bride. Yesterday, the Ghost Emperor claimed that he was the husband of the Ghost Bride, though it does end tragically, with the Ghost Bride squashing the lickspittle Ghost Emperor, and the Ghost Bride went down on the Ghost Emperor's crotch yesterday. That's really no mercy. For those who don't know, they think they're really disciplining scumbags. Figuring this out, Jang Yun felt much better in his heart. The first and foremost task was to find the relationship between the Ghost Emperor, the Ghost Bride, and the old ancestor. Find out what happened between them. After that you can concentrate on the quest. There are two ways to get this done. Relying on information from Bureau 749 and the four families, he went to find the intermediary between hell and the mortal world. Of course, this is not a secure channel, and who knows if the group will cheat. The other one is a keeper. The world has changed dramatically today. If it really was related to hell, then this middleman would definitely be exposed. He just needed to wait. In the end, he decided that a two-pronged approach was in order. Seeing Jang Yun's tangled look, the nearby Gamma Coconut simply made it clear. Tell me why you brought me out. Definitely not for the reason you said before. You must need me for something, right? First things first, no way. But I haven't forgiven you for being a dead scumbag. After saying that, Gakai looked like she was really angry and just turned her back on her head. Jang Yun came back to his senses with a somewhat helpless feeling. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is a needle in the haystack. The heart of this female ghost is even harder to fathom. But it can't be helped. Since I've abducted it, of course I have to coax it. You tell me, when I abducted you from the Spoke Islands. Not. Jang Yun really wanted to give himself a big competition. How did he accidentally even say what was in his heart? Gakko even snorted coldly, as if she was already angry. Jang Yun immediately changed his tone to one of sincerity. Since I brought you here from the Spoke Islands, I'm sure I'm going to take good care of you. You said how dangerous Huaxia is now, right? You follow me around so that I can properly protect you, right? Jang Yun's eyes were incomparably sincere. That's for the good of Gamako. He's a big sunny and cheerful boy. How could he have any bad intentions? Gamma was completely speechless. This man is a real dog. How can he wear a harmless smile? Just a few seconds ago, this man literally said what was on his mind. Sure enough, people are a scary species. It's them ghosts that are a little more sincere. The Ghost Emperor appeared, and a large number of ghosts and monsters scurried out with him. If I were still in the Spoke Islands, I'd be living it up. I'm a Spoke Island urban legend weirdo. There isn't a single Spoke Islander who isn't afraid of me. Gamma's tone was strange, with a sense of yin and yang to it. She's in the Spoke Islands, and that's called dashing. What to say? That's an invincible loneliness. It wasn't as if there weren't exorcists and yin and yang masters in the Spoke Islands, but none of them could do anything about her. Gamma Coco has been around for far too long. Those people are too pressed to touch this taboo. But after coming to China, she suddenly realized a truth. She was nothing compared to the mysterious Huaxia, the so-called long time. It's like a joke. 5,000 years of Chinese history. What's her comparison? She was still thinking about last night. That was truly her ghost life's Waterloo. Literally held down and rubbed against the ground. Where had she ever suffered such aggravation when she was in the Spoke Islands? As long as there is still resentment in one's heart, there is her Gamma Coconut. In every closet drawer, you can have a gammon. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and Gakko instantly fell silent, turning her head as if she were looking at the scenery, practically sulking. The atmosphere inside this automobile immediately became tense. Jang Yun wanted to continue coaxing Gamako, but the other party simply ignored him. Instead, he's been talking himself into a corner the whole time. Suddenly, Jang Yun thought of what Gamma Coconut had said. Yeah, the appearance of the Ghost Emperor is enough to send China straight into chaos, right? It used to take time for messages to get through, but this is the age of the internet, and it only takes a few seconds for the message to travel a long way. The situation in Nanjing City must have been transmitted to other cities through the network. Lean, can't keep a haunting under wraps. Nowadays, the netizens are all about watching what's going on. Some people take a fall and share it on online social media. Those trivial matters are really nothing compared to what's going on over here in Nanjing City. It doesn't take much thought to realize that the story must be starting to fester on the internet by now. In the meantime, On the web, a piece of news about Nanjing City rushed straight to the hot search. Not the local hot search of Nanjing City, but the hot search list of the whole of China. Some netizens opened up the hot search to see if anything big had happened in the entertainment industry. But it didn't occur to me that one day this hot search would have nothing to do with the entertainment industry. It's all about news about Nanjing City. The netizens exploded straight away. The first hot search is Haunted South River City. Other netizens felt that this was purely a headline party. And some just clicked on this hot search with an attitude of skepticism and snickering. He never expected that. For once, the marketing numbers really didn't mean to be a headline party at all. Chapter 89, Ghosts? Mom, help me. Such a great thing has happened. It doesn't even require much thought. As of yesterday, internet opinion has exploded straight away. The posts that weren't deleted cleanly before are even more pervasive now. Tap on the hot search platform. Try to see the comments below. And it just showed that the system had crashed, and only some of the hot comments were visible. Holy, Nanjing City is really haunted? Mom, help me. What the hell? It's all fake, right? Brothers believe in science. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I spoke early. What is all that stuff? It doesn't look like special effects. It means there are real ghosts. Scared me to death. Family, who understands watching the news in the middle of the day and seeing cold sweat all over your body? No more. I'm going to take a shower. Be careful upstairs. Bathroom mirrors are dangerous. These are some simple hot reviews. Netizens want to eat melon, but it's like they can only smell the flavor of ballast and can't find where the melon is. The platform crashes and nothing is visible, though it's not clear whether or not it actually broke down. Still, the state is intentionally controlling this content. There's a video, there's a picture, but you can only see the copy, and the video and picture are spinning in circles. But the internet is one and the same these days. 100 pounds of weight and 100 pounds of backbone. The less they could see, the more they itched and scratched. So it was time to start turning to smaller platforms. Marketing numbers. Originally, they hated these marketing number platforms the most and they all thought it was headline party. But it didn't occur to me that those platforms were actually loaded with those videos and pictures. Tap on the first 9 squares. It was a long distance shot, somewhat blurry, but it was possible to clearly see that some twisted creatures were crawling on the ground and could even hurt people. There is speculation that this could be some kind of virus leak, and some even say it's actually zombies and the end times are coming. A master fixer of the image was soon available. The picture became clear. That group of twisted creatures, similar to people, but with ironic faces and green fangs, were really similar to those ghosts and monsters inside movies and TV dramas. That's even if there's a strange mist coming off of it. Some netizens feel that this must be a fake, but someone soon came out to dispel the rumors. Said he had been to Nanjing City before, and those iconic buildings were in the photos, not some screenshot down picture from a movie or TV show. To say that the pictures weren't completely convincing, the video came next. There are a lot of videos. There are vertical screens taken directly from the screen, and the picture quality looks so blurry that it looks like it was taken directly from a cell phone. Still the same green-faced ghostly things crawling on the ground, and then someone stepped in and cleaned up the ghosts. This entire segment was recorded with a shaky picture and a great deal of authenticity. Someone else filmed it. An army killed those ghostly things in the process of rescuing them, and as a result, those ghostly things simply dissipated and disappeared. The netizens exploded straight away. The comments section was completely flooded. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the damn thing makes my head spin just looking at it. I thought it was special effects, but it just looks so real. Family, I'm afraid to stay home alone now for fear of a ghost coming out of the mirror. Under the bed. Guys, I'm the one who came out of Nanjing City, so I'll give you a link. Go check it out and you'll understand. The number of likes on this comment quickly spiked, and soon it went straight to the top of the list. Netizens clicked on the comments section and the first thing they saw was this hot comment as well as the link. Tap the link. The netizens blew up again. This is a long video. From the beginning, it seems that the main character of the video was planning a live broadcast from his home, with the camera and everything all set up. I didn't realize that the next moment there was immediately a knock on the door, and it was getting louder and louder. The main character didn't think much of it, just donned the camera and walked to the door. When I opened the door, it was dark and deserted. The protagonist walked out and stood in the hallway cursing out loud, as if he hadn't noticed it himself. Just in the shadows there was a blurry dark figure. Careful netizens quickly realized something was amiss. The knocking continued until moments before the door was opened. But once the door was opened, there was no one at the door? No amount of speed could have run out of sight in the less than a second it took to open the door. Could it? The main character then receives the official news and even makes a point of taking it out and showing it to the camera. That was the official message telling them they needed to evacuate Nanjing City. It was only after being alerted by the live streamers that the main character realized something was wrong. The hell with him. Then there was the long escape, with the eerie sound of footsteps coming from the video. Watching this video is nothing less than watching a real documentary on seeing ghosts. The overall look is depressing. The video ends by running down the street and driving away. Unexpectedly, on the highway leaving Nanjiang City, tens of thousands of cars were jammed. Countless people's cries and curses were heard in succession. The pop-ups completely flooded the entire video. There were quite a few troops gathering over Tianqi Mountain before, but I took a look and now there's no one left. Brother, you're an afterthought. I saw their troops heading towards Nanjiang City. Solid. The state has definitely stepped up. That means this is all true. And only the state can step in to make the entire city of Nanjiang evacuate this city. Right? Off the charts. If it was a rumor, the hot search would have been deleted a long time ago. Many netizens have discovered this and have been posting on the bar and posting on the forums. Time passes by. They were surprised to find. It's amazing that those statements of my own, even with additions, have persisted. As per usual, once any inappropriate comments are sent out, they are sure to be deleted from the operation. The fact that it's not deleted now is proof that this did happen. The crowd suddenly understood. It's not at all about the state not deleting posts, and it did try to delete them at first, but as public opinion festered, the state doesn't come out and explain, and even acts like it's too lazy to keep deleting posts. All of this is side by side. Everything about Nanjiang City seems to be true. It was certainly a heavy bomb that traveled quickly through the internet age. The crowd was shocked beyond belief and caused a great panic. Some people even gathered on the streets spontaneously, saying that they were afraid to go home and set up some kind of mutual aid group. Doesn't want to go to work, refuses to go to school. After tea, it was all groups of people gathering and talking about the matter. At the station, countless reports of call-outs were received, almost all of them related to ghosts. Netizens have been frightened to the point where the slightest breeze becomes something ghost-related. After that, the hot platform returned to normal. Those videos and photos have resurfaced on the net, and unlike small marketing in public numbers, the news on the hot platforms is even delivered directly overseas. The whole world knows that Huaxia is haunted. This thing, big deal. Chapter 90 Isolating Huaxia. In the meantime, Spoke Island countries. A secret mansion with the Sakura logo emblazoned on the mansion's exterior wall. The Sakura Group. The psychic investigation organization of the Spoke Islands. It was also the same Sakura Group that had chartered a special plane to send Jiang Yan back to China earlier. At this point, inside the secret room underneath the mansion, a group of people were sitting on their knees around a small table. There was a projection in front of them, and on the projection was the news of Nanjiang City. The news has traveled overseas. This was about ghosts and monsters after all, and the Sakura Group was the first to learn of this information, which brought them together. Yoshi, there's actually a ghost emperor in Huaxia. Kojitaro narrowed his eyes and smiled like a bright chrysanthemum. The executives of the Sakura Group next to him laughed just as loudly. Just at this time, a senior clapped his hands, attracting the attention of several executives. Everyone stopped for a moment. Just yesterday we received a message from Huaxia. Yoshi, let me see. They've dealt with the Ghost Emperor before. There were heavy casualties. The Ghost Emperor escaped, and they mean to ask us for help. Kojima Taro tucked his hands in with a disinterested attitude. How dare Huaxia come to them for help? Doesn't this prove that the 749th Bureau of China is powerless against the Ghost Emperor? Kojima, are we going or not? The executive said and looked to the rest of the group, apparently asking for their opinions. A group of people mingled and talked, all looking like they didn't want to go for support. We still have Sadako unresolved on our Spoke Island, and now we have to go support China? Impossible. That's right. Isn't Huaxia ancient and mysterious? There are many masters, so why would they come to us for help? Kojima Taro immediately stood up, an angry expression on his face. Not long ago a young man from China came to our Spoke Island country and took Gamma Coconut right away, and now he's coming to us for help, which is clearly mocking us. Once a few executives heard that, it did seem like that was the case. Gamma Go, Sadako, tied for the two most difficult psychic problems on their Spoke Island. Over the years, it has made a big impact. If it weren't for the dense population of their Spoke Island, I'm afraid a city's population would have died. Gamako, Sadako, all too scary. To be honest, they either don't want to fix it or they don't have a solution. Seoul can only swing for the fences, not spreading the word about the Gamelan, trying to make people gradually forget about the Gamelan. Collecting Sadako's videotapes and sealing them in layers is not wanting Sadako to run out and transmit fear. The Sakura Group couldn't deal with it, so they simply isolated the two ghosts. But it didn't occur to them that Gakko, who was giving them a headache, had been abducted? Unacceptable. Gamma should have clicked off that young man in China. How can you follow each other to China? Come on. The Chinese are so capable. We're not going to get involved in their business. Just pretend we didn't see it. With a wave of his hand, Kojitaro made his decision. He had used a commanding tone, and as the decision maker and leader of the Sakura group, he had the power to decide by one vote. In fact, the rest of the top brass didn't even want to be in the middle of this mess. That's the Ghost Emperor, counting on the fact that both Gakko and Sadako, who they're having a hard time dealing with, are only as strong as the Ghost King. Well, even if Gakko and Sadako belong to the best of the Ghost Kings, there was still a gap between them and the Ghost Emperor. Even if it's a Ghost Emperor, it's still a Ghost Emperor made by the Chinese themselves. What's there to worry about? Yeah, that Ghost Emperor made a big mess in China. Surely he would only kill Chinese people. Baka baka. There are so many people in China who resent our Spoke Island nation. It's best if all of these people are killed outright by the Ghost Emperor. The Sakura group finally voted unanimously to not go to support Huaxia. Ghosts of Huaxia, kill the people of Huaxia. What's there to worry about? There are so many Chinese. They can't be killed anyway. Discussions are discussions, but it's amazing that they started to constantly disparage Huaxia. Kojima Taro was even keeping his eyes rolling, definitely holding his tongue. There are so many capable people in Huaxia, surely they can kill the Ghost Emperor. So we don't need to worry. In the future, if you receive any more messages from Huaxia asking for help, you can directly pull the plug and block them, and resolutely not go. In fact, in the back of his mind, he was thinking that it would be good if the Chinese were all destroyed by the Ghost Emperor. Won't China be completely empty by then? Their Spoke Island country is near China, and they may even go to divide the land of China when the time comes. Anyway, they spoke the island with their dad behind them. Sit back and watch the tigers fight and maybe even get a little bit of advantage out of it. The executives chimed in. That's right, subduing even Gamma Coconut. So capable. That's only a young man from Huaxia. I heard that all of the Chinese Moncler jackets are deep in their pockets. They are more capable than that young man, right? Support. No benefit to us. No support. Great benefit. Meanwhile, it's not just the Spoke Islands. The Western world, likewise, held secret meetings. As soon as Ghost Emperor appeared, the Chinese 749th Bureau side similarly approached them for help. But their first thought was the same as that of the Spoke Islands. This Ghost Emperor appeared right on the soil of Huaxia, and they didn't need to get involved at all. What a party in distress. Impossible. China has stood up in recent years and has a high world status. It's better to be destroyed by the Ghost Emperor. They'll even be clapping along. Ah, Huaxia, mysterious and ancient. I believe they have the strength to face the Ghost Emperor. Right. Reply to them when the time comes. It's not that we don't want to go for support, but we can't do anything about it. Ghost Emperor level ghosts. Go support China. We're the ones who are crazy now, okay? The psychic organizations of all the countries in the Western world have all joined together in a conference. The final unanimous vote was to ignore HWA and let HWA fend for itself. But well, after all, there's still diplomacy. It's okay for them not to support China, but in case something happens to them, don't they still have to get the Chinese to come over and help, right? Can't do too much. There are all sorts of reasons for their rebuffs. What's wrong? Is Huaxia covered by the mysterious domain field? The signal is not good. Can't hear the news from Huaxia. Bad signal. Is there a more bull asterisk reason? Oh, high achiever of Huaxia. It's not that we're not willing to support. It's just that our country's experts are sick. You're not sick now, but you're sick now, aren't you? Brothers in Huaxia, hold on. We'll develop a wave. And as long as we have a few months, we'll immediately come to support. Developmental wave? Funny, right? A few months later the yellow flowers are cold. Although various countries in the world have rebuffed China's pleas for help, but they see the tension behind the scenes. It had to be said that the mysterious power of Huaxia was really strong. They were actually helpless in the face of the Ghost Emperor. So how strong would this Ghost Emperor be? Thinking this through, the globe exploded. There was no support, but it was all a tense mess. Chapter 91, What's Wrong with the World? And this time, on overseas networks, the news, which was previously limited to China, was sent by so many people to tweet, oil, tube, spread overseas. Foreign netizens were also shocked when they saw it. I thought that the ghosts and zombies in China were all rumors. The movies and TV shows you see are pretty scary, but in the end they all turn out to be psychotic hallucinations. They didn't even think that that place in Huaxia would really be haunted. There is also a portion of the netizens who seem to have noticed that something is not right and have been posting online. My God, please tell me, is China really haunted? Werewolves and vampires have appeared on our side too. It's so scary. This netizen posted a video. a man in a cloak suddenly flew up and hung upside down on the wall, along with blood dripping down. There's also a video of an otherwise normal person who was hit by moonlight and suddenly turns into a monster covered in long black hair. Once he opened his mouth, it was bloody and scary. Our side of the city is on lockdown. No one is allowed to go in or out, and we're not allowed to leave our homes at night. We've lost our freedom. We're on lockdown too. There are soldiers with guns patrolling outside. Damn the government for keeping this information from us before. So there are so many places on lockdown? We have gates chained up all over this neighborhood. What's wrong with this world? Why are there so many paranormal events? It's scary. The internet is in turmoil. Some thought it was a rumor, but soon a video was sent out. Nice guy. Straight up solid. Global turbulence. Netizens are alarmed and are talking about the haunting. There are even doomsday sayings posted. Some small countries abroad have even established new sects and faiths that have really attracted a lot of believers. The state of mind of the netizens is worrying. Because of the news outbreak in Nanjing City, the world has sparked a new upheaval. Time passes. Nanjing City Hospital. This is the largest hospital in Nanjing City and can accommodate thousands of patients. After the entire city of Nanjing migrated, the patients were also moved away, leaving the entire hospital empty. But not anymore. Every ward was filled with people, and there were a number of wounded men bunking in the hospital aisles. Doctors and nurses temporarily dispatched by Bureau 749 came and went, eyes bloodshot, too busy to go to sleep. These patients are not the general public. One was wearing the uniform of the 749th Bureau. A sign reads Tenshido. The rest of the floors of the hospitalization department were again marked as the territory of the four families. The entire hospital was full of the injured from the previous battle with the Ghost Emperor. It is true that the doctors and patients of the original hospital have all retreated and left, but after that battle, there was no way for the wounded to move away, so they had to use the Nanjing City Hospital as a temporary medical point for the combat center. The doctors and nurses here were drawn from the area and were busy for days and nights without sleep. At this point, inside a separate hospital room, Su Weiyan slowly opened her eyes after her serious injury. Who am I? Where am I? What's wrong with me? The three questions of sobriety ended, and Su Weaver Smoke remembered. After the big battle a few days ago, she was so badly injured that she didn't even make it to the hospital to support herself before she passed out completely. She reached out and rang the bedside medical bell. Soon a female doctor appeared at the door. The female doctor watched from the doorway, and her face shifted slightly when she saw Su Weiyan waking up. Seems a little puzzled? She hurried in. Looking at Su Weiyan's condition, he couldn't help but let out a light eep. Su Weiyan's injuries had actually recovered to the 7th degree. This was unscientific. Nope. It's all psychic outbursts now and can be done without science. So Bureau, how are you feeling now? Su Weiyan sniffed and thought seriously for some time. I feel like I'm hungry. Does that count? The female doctor was helpless. Was that what she was asking? But now that I've regained my appetite, then Su Weiyan's condition must be almost recovered. It's strange. The injuries on your body are severe, with several broken ribs and even comminuted fractures in your limbs. Those ribs were broken into sections, enough to take out and make a pot of rib soup. There are also injuries on the internal organs that are just as severe, but I didn't expect you to be able to feel hungry. So that's proof that the internal organs have regained their normal function. We presumed you'd be in a coma for over a month, and we didn't expect you to wake up after only 2 or 3 days. Bureau Su, this speed of your body's recovery, it's extraordinary. The female doctor looked serious. Su Weiyan's face also shifted slightly after hearing this. How heavy the injuries were on herself. This she herself must know very well. And then after the doctor said that, there was a more accurate judgment. But now, she did feel like she was recovering quickly from her injuries, which was a bit strange. Straight to the point, how exactly did I recover from my injuries? Only after saying these words, a wisp of black gas slowly floated up, dispersed in the air, and disappeared. The female doctor pondered for a moment before speaking. By the way, you've had this black aura surrounding you before. Now that I've thought it through, it's because of this black gas that your injuries are rapidly recovering. Bureau Su, wait a moment, I'll go take a look. The female doctor immediately ran out of the hospital room to verify her suspicions. The female doctor was too excited. He had forgotten about the existence of the black chi before, but now that he thought about it, the black chi was indeed helping Su Weiyan recover from her injuries. Where the blackness enveloped the body, it was the limbs, the ribs. In other words, it was that black chi that was helping Su Weiyan recover her body. Once again, she found several patients who had that dark aura in their bodies. It turned out to be astonishing news that the recovery speed of these few injured people far exceeded that of other injured people. One of the ones that wasn't too badly injured is actually able to walk off the ground now. In contrast, only when they were brought in, The group of wounded had a large amount of black gas in their bodies, but now that I look again, the black gas has almost all dissipated and disappeared. Su Weiyin's injuries were almost recovered, so the excess black qi overflowed? Just outrageous. When the female doctor returned to the room, she was still tisk-sking, muttered as he took the chart and studied it. I didn't scrutinize it before. Now look at the medical records. Bureau Su. Those of you who have black qi in your bodies seem to be absorbing this stream of black qi, especially your injured parts. After absorbing the black qi, you can almost say that you are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Weiyin froze. This black qi, it seems like it was channeled to them by old Qin Tu earlier. The black gas was so strange. Previously, all of their bodies had been invaded by ghost qi, but the black qi was channeled in, and the ghost qi had receded. She hadn't thought much of it at first, just assuming that it was old Qin Tu's special ghostly power. Ghost qi was also a ghostly power, and it was normal for them to repel each other. Unexpectedly, this black gas could be absorbed by them and restore their bodies. Chapter 93, Black Qi Can Still Be Cured? Su Weiyin was directly shocked. She didn't understand what kind of power this black gas was. It was too amazing. Do you have a count of how many people have this black aura? The female doctor took the information and read it, becoming more and more shocked the more she read it. There's over 100 there, and almost all of them are seriously injured members. Without the help of this black qi, I'm afraid they would all be going through a dangerous period of life and death. Su Weiyin was stunned and didn't even know what to say for a moment. Speaking of the black aura, she felt it more clearly having experienced it herself. It's something that disperses the ghostly aura in their bodies. Ghost energy is a dangerous thing. Even when they were intact, they still had to worry about ghost energy invading their bodies. Any hint of ghostly energy invading the body has to be dealt with properly. But this ghost qi was directly squeezed out of their bodies by the black qi, which was saving their lives. In the case of that kind of serious injury, the Ghost Emperor's ghostly aura covered the entire field and was extremely dense, and there must have been quite a few people who had suffered from the intrusion of the ghostly aura, especially since their group at the front of the line also happens to number in the hundreds. That old Qin Tu was obviously bailing them out with a goal in mind. Let me ask you, what happens if the ghost energy is still destroying our bodies when we are seriously injured? The female doctor froze. Wasn't that the obvious question? I can't say you'll all die. At least 80 or 90% of you will. I just remembered when you said that. Bureau Su. This list of hundreds of people are all frontline members, but the strange thing is that they don't have a bit of ghost aura in their bodies. In comparison, the female doctor's words were only half listened to by Su Weiyin. That's right then. The hundreds of people in their front line were all saved by old Qin Tu. Black gas that saved at least hundreds of lives. By the way, what else did you want to say? The female doctor turned out the information and placed it directly in front of Su Weiyin. Look, the rest of them are recovering pretty fast, faster than even the perimeter combatants. The only thing is that there are only two people, Patriarch Li and Li Zisheng. These two people have no black qi in their bodies at all, and they are both lying inside the ICU right now. Strange, fighting on the front line together. How come they're the only two who look like they're dying? Su Weiyin was stunned, but she quickly thought it through. Is that weird? No surprise. Li Hu and Li Zisheng were both purely to blame. The black qi was from old Qin Tu, who in turn was Jiang Yun's henchman. Who wouldn't the Li family mess with? But Jiang Yun? It would be odd for them to have a black aura on them. If you ask her, most of them were injured in that chaotic moment, and the number of dead teammates was even higher. If Jiang Yun was a bit more ruthless and directly laid a black hand on them, neither of these two would be alive. To put it mildly, it was kind of Jiang Yun to not bother with this matter. Su Weiyin waved her hand with a helpless face. Alright, the two of them were completely asking for it, but after all, they're from the four great families, so they still need to be taken care of. Hearing this, the female doctor nodded and turned to leave the room. Only when he reached the doorway, he saw Tianchi Zhang and Li Tao walking head-on. The two had long since woken up, and it was only when they saw the female doctor earlier that they realized Su Weiyin had also woken up, so they immediately rushed over, having something to discuss with Su Weiyin. Li Tao surveyed Su Weiyin on the bed. How is it? Su Weiyin was helpless, very hungry. Tianchi Zhang laughed and took out the prepared food and handed it to Su Weiyin. Seeing as you're in good spirits, you should be pretty much recovered, right? Mentioning this, Su Weiyin immediately said, there's something I need to mention to you guys. This life of ours is basically considered to be saved by Jiang Yun. She gave a general description of the black gas, and deliberately emphasized that the Li family father and son do not have a black gas in their bodies, because they have offended Jiang Yun. So now they are still lying inside the ICU to drink millet. Ri Tao came to a realization. No wonder, on the kind of injury he had at the beginning, directly in situ violent death are possible. The result is not a few days even recovered 7 or 8? At that time the ghost energy entered the body and it hurt all over. Thanks to old Chin Tu's help, injecting that black chi made them much more comfortable. And I didn't realize that the black chi could also help them recover from their injuries? It's simply a great bargain to pick up. The three were silent for half a second. Lai Tao suddenly thought of something and broke the silence. We're being an afterthought. The Lu family sent sewing machines to Jiang Yun's factory during the morning. I told you so. The four great families are so proud. Usually when others flatter them, they still look like they're ignoring them. This time they even took the initiative to go to Jiang Yun to show their goodwill? This Lu family is really old six behavior. He himself rushed up to flatter Jiang Yun without even informing them. If it wasn't for Su Weiyan mentioning such a sentence, he really hadn't reacted. Su Weiyan's eyes became 3 times more gloomy. It seems that Jiang Yun is indeed very important, and the Lu family's outburst is evidence that we should also make good plans. She gave a rough idea of what she was thinking. Now in this situation, the Ghost Emperor appeared directly from China, and they suffered heavy casualties, and still didn't kill the Ghost Emperor. According to the situation of the previous Great War, if Jiang Yun hadn't brought so many ghosts and monsters to help, all of them from Bureau 749 and the 4 great families would have been killed cleanly by the Ghost Emperor. And it was Jiang Yun who had first pointed out the Ghost Emperor's weakness. The ending is still a bit unsatisfactory. The Ghost Emperor escaped and will definitely make a comeback before long. We've been attacking the Ghost Emperor's crotch all this time. He'll definitely hold a grudge and come after us again. Besides, behind the Ghost Emperor stands the Ghost Master. As these words were analyzed, the atmosphere became more and more gloomy. There was no doubt that gaining Jiang Yun's friendship was extremely important. This person had the strength to go head-to-head with a Ghost Emperor-level existence, and it was this kind of existence that they lacked. The second is the black aura of old Chin Tu. This was too amazing. It was practically the equivalent of a moving blood fountain that could help them quickly recover from their injuries. Su Weiyan said, straightening up with a serious face, the appearance of the Ghost Emperor is a calamity for Huaxia, and if not handled properly, it will result in a large number of casualties. This time it's in Nanjiang City, which happens to be where Jiang Yun is. What about next time? If we want Jiang Yun to help us, then we have to gain Jiang Yun's favor to do so. Just become good friends. It's normal for friends to help each other, right? At that time, no matter where the Ghost Emperor appeared, he could bring Jiang Yun along. But just at this time, Tianchi Zhang opened his mouth with an expression of wanting to speak, and his face suddenly changed in a strange manner. Su Weiyan obviously sensed this and immediately asked, is there something wrong with my idea? You just say it. It's fine. Chapter 93, Sincerity is the key to success. Tianchi Zhang wanted to say something, but his expression became more and more tangled. He didn't really know what to say for a moment. After struggling for a long time, he held his tongue. Our conflict with Jiang Yun is far deeper than you think. When Li Tao heard this, he was full of expressions of indifference. Deeply conflicted? No way. They were in a big battle together before. They were still at least comrades in arms, right? Su Weiyan was also thinking. It seemed like they hadn't appeared to have any conflicts with Jiang Yun before, right? That incident with the Li family's father and son. It's true that they went overboard, but it's still within the realm of solvability. Relying on fighting the Ghost Emperor together, plus the threat of a bad situation, it wasn't hard to gain Jiang Yun's favor under the double guarantee, was it? I don't think the Jiang Yun person is a calculating character either. In this case, the conflict between the Li family's father and son and him, it would be good for us to act as intermediaries to mediate a bit. If Jiang Yun is missing something, it's just a matter of giving some compensation from our side, right? Tianchi Zhang once again shook his head and sighed. It would be nice if this thing was really that simple. Jiang Yun had a small knife under his hand. He knew that. Li Zixing was the one who saw the small knife before and wanted to punish the evil and kill the ghosts. Chase the knife all the way down. As a result, after Jiang Yun found out, he directly turned his head and violently beat up Li Zixing, and that was without any mercy at all. Directly beat Li Zixing into a pig's head to the extent that his own father didn't recognize him. This showed that Jiang Yun was a very protective person. There's a time bomb buried now. Before entering the mall to battle the Ghost Emperor, Li Hu and Li Zixing had teamed up to kill the ghost monster under Jiang Yun's hand. Old Zhao. The fact that Jiang Yun hadn't come over to pursue this matter yet proved that Jiang Yun hadn't realized it yet. But people are doing it. Ghosts are watching. Did the few ghosts and monsters around Jiang Yun at that time see old Zhao being killed? It's a ticking time bomb that could go off at any time. Such a protective person. If he knew about this, how could he still step in to help them? Blame it on those two assholes from the Li family. They were just too impulsive. Master Zhang Tianchi did advise them at first, saying that it was their own ghost and not to do anything about it. Thinking back on it now, obviously, old Zhao was just standing at the side of the car and did nothing. After he reminded a sound, the two Li family should stop is, but they favored not. He suddenly had a very bold guess that the Li family father and son were acquainted with old Zhao, and seeing that old Zhao was isolated and helpless, that was why they deliberately urged the crowd to join together to kill old Zhao. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air at the thought, whether it was intentional or not. It's a bad score to settle. Su Weiyan couldn't help but frown as she watched Tianchi Zhang's face keep changing. Come on, what the hell do you know? Her words took on a deliberately commanding tone. Tianchi Zhang had no choice but to be truthful. Before entering the mall earlier, the Li family's father and son teamed up to kill a ghost monster under Zhang Yun's hand. Su Weiyin and Li Tao froze. It's over. If it was just the previous conflict between the Li family and Zhang Yun, they could still mediate from the middle, step in to apologize, or even make amends. That's because Dagger isn't dead. Now a ghost is directly dead. When a ghost is killed, it's all about the soul, and the gods can't save it. There wasn't much contact with Zhang Yun, but it was clear that Zhang Yun was a protective person. It's a completely irreconcilable conflict when the ghosts and monsters under your hand are killed. No wonder Tianchi Zhang was so torn. Damn. Why does the situation have to be at such a crisis point? What Huaxia needs most right now is help. And when they found the globe for help before, they didn't want to come to Huaxia's aid at all. Then they will have to seek help from their own family. Zhang Yun is vital. Su Weiyan sighed. What are we going to do now? Only Zhang Yun can hold the Ghost Emperor. You guys have felt the Ghost Emperor's strength yourselves. Not to mention, there's an even stronger Ghost Master behind the Ghost Emperor. We must get Zhang Yun's help. Zhang Tianchi immediately jumped out. In fact, he'd worked out the solution a while ago. Confess and be lenient. Let's impress Zhang Yun with sincerity. Ri Tao had originally agreed with the idea. After all, sincerity is the way to go. Suddenly, he heard something wrong in Li Tao's words. Confessing to leniency? Feelings Zhang Yun hasn't found out about this matter now. That's good. Let's not continue to create conflicts and hide it. The Ghost Emperor might step in after a while. Let's mediate a conflict and gain Zhang Yun's help first. Tianchi Zhang immediately glared over. The two argued directly, laughing to death. It was true that they could hide it now, but once this matter was discovered by Zhang Yun and they deliberately concealed it, it would be an irreconcilable conflict. Hide it for a while? Gaining Zhang Yun's help and deciding to break up when the matter of the Ghost Emperor is resolved? That's even more of a joke. What if the Ghost Emperor's place was injured and needed to be conditioned for a while before appearing? During this time, Zhang Yun realized what to do about this matter. By then, once the Ghost Emperor came, he would still have to face Zhang Yun's retaliation. Wouldn't it be a backbreaking situation? Li Tao, on the other hand, felt that he could take a gamble. After all, they weren't sure what kind of person Zhang Yun really was, in case their sincerity couldn't impress him. And it's something that can be manipulated artificially. A direct death order that everyone involved in this matter be permanently silenced, and we'll pretend we don't know. Deliberately guide Zhang Yun a bit more, saying that it's possible that the ghost monster was killed by the Ghost Emperor during the melee. Kill two birds with one stone. This plan is perfect. Tianchi Zhang was close to flinging a slap across his face. At such a critical moment, Li Tao was thinking of ghostly ideas. I still stand by my idea that confession is the best solution. There is an element of gambling in that plan of yours. Do you dare to bet that everyone can keep their mouths shut? Whoever accidentally spills the beans, Zhang Yun will resent us even more. Gamblers really deserve to die. He didn't want to be a gambler. Su Weiyan only felt her brain buzzing. Why were these two so capable of arguing? Honestly, from her point of view, both approaches had merit. In comparison, Ri Tao's method has more variables, but it is practical. In case that Zhang Yun was a small-minded person who wasn't willing to resolve the slightest conflict, wouldn't they be asking for trouble when they told them about killing old Zhao? But after thinking about this approach, there's really no going back. Su Weiyan finally decided to trust her intuition. Huaxia is extremely dangerous right now. Not a time for her and you. Li Tao that approach. Directly vetoed. To tell one lie, it takes countless lies to round it out. I don't want to spend all my future time with Zhang Yun in a lie. Let's find Zhang Yun to confess and gain his forgiveness. That's the decision. Chapter 94, Zhang Yun must die. Meanwhile, inside the ICU ward, the doctors and nurses got busy and helped Li Hu and Li Zixing change their bandages. Until now, the bandages on both of them were still stained with blood, and there were wisps of ghostly aura eating away at the wounds. The two were now lying on the bed as if they were mummies, completely unable to move. But it's good to have a mouth to move. The female doctor rushed in earlier and was surprised to see that the two of them were awake. After seeing that there was no black aura on them, they were even more surprised. Li Hu really wanted to get angry, but his body wouldn't allow it. He was trying to sleep through it. But who can sleep now when you're covered in wounds and it hurts like hell? The favoritism doesn't reach the point of passing out. One is awake and the heart is tormented. Li Zixing couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. This voice, that really came with anger. Holy, is it necessary for that Jiang Yun to target us? The other 4 great families have all recovered. Bureau 749 and Tianchideo have all recovered, but only the 2 of us have not. He just couldn't take it. As a member of the 4 great families, they should be excellent. It was the pride of their 4 great families to be stronger than others, and when they were injured, they had to recover faster than others. In fact, he was still thinking about the violent beating he received from Jiang Yun earlier. It was a real punch, and it hurt him so much he cried out, "Dad, when has our Li family ever been wronged like this? He was beating me. I'm not strong enough on my own chant. I don't resent anything." But he didn't leave his hands open after realizing I'm a member of the Li family. Was that him hitting me? That was a complete slap in the face of everyone in the Li family. Li Hu sniffed and was equally furious. They're the 4 great families. What an excellent existence. Li Zixing is the patriarch's son, and he was beaten to a pig's head and made it known? This is indeed a slap in the face of the Li family. Li Zixing laid out a good deal, finally clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Dad, the shame has to be washed away with blood before we can do so. We have to kill Jiang Yun in order to redeem the face of the Li family." Li Hu still didn't answer. Beneath the gauze, his brow furrowed into a frown. He was impulsive and also felt that Jiang Yun was indescribable. But behind this, there was something else that Li Zixing didn't know was going on. With the strength of the 2 of them, they didn't have complete certainty of killing Jiang Yun, who was, well, too young to be that powerful at that young age, and to be able to maneuver head-on with the Ghost Emperor for such a long period of time was enough to prove that Jiang Yun as a person wasn't simple. Don't rush this matter. If you want to kill Jiang Yun, you have to succeed once and for all. This has to be done by letting the old ancestor step in. Li Zixing was stunned. We don't need to bother the old man about this, do we? He and Jiang Yun belonged to the same generation, and asking his old man to make a move was already bullying the young with the big. If the old ancestor was allowed to make a move, once the word got out, it would simply nail their Li family to the pillar of shame. "Dad, why does it have to be the oldest ancestor?" Li Hu was silent for half a second. He still decided to inform Li Zixing of what happened. In fact, hundreds of years ago, Ghost Emperor-level ghosts and monsters appeared, again in the land of China. At that time, we had a total of 10 great clans that joined together to fight against the Ghost Emperor. But the Ghost Emperor was just too powerful, and after a great battle, the Ghost Emperor was dead. But the 10 great clans were directly scrapped by 6 of the 10 great clans, leaving only our 4 great clans to carry on the legacy to this day. He was equally shocked at how powerful the Ghost Emperor was when he learned about it from history. This time when the Ghost Emperor appeared, he thought that their 4 great families were going to be crippled as well, or even a disaster for the whole of China. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yun came out of nowhere. He suddenly realized that this Jiang Yun was the bloodline of one of the sacrificed 6 great families, the Jiang family. It's just words, but it's roughly guessable. The 4 great clans that they had inherited were not the strongest. They could only be said to have the best luck. The Jiang family was very strong, at the forefront, and fought the Ghost Emperor head-on, which was why they were all wiped out. It was only when those 6 great families died out that I didn't expect that there would still be a bloodline passed down. Jiang Yun was still very young, and he already had the grace to confront the Ghost Emperor head-on, and his methods were still very bizarre. I didn't expect Jiang Yun to be so special, so shouldn't we kill him? Li Zixing's eyes were filled with doubt and unwillingness. Not willing to let go of the beating you got? Can't go target Jiang Yun? Li Hu, however, shook his head. He had his own ideas. The most important thing right now is to get you into Bureau 749, the director's position. If we don't have a conflict with Jiang Yun, this matter can be forgotten. But son I'm going to teach you a lesson. We've already offended Jiang Yun and there's a conflict. And if this conflict can't be resolved, we must be ruthless in our strikes in order to eliminate future troubles. In fact, it was clear to him that they couldn't hope to resolve the conflict by relying on their friendship from hundreds of years ago. Further, so what if we have a friendship from hundreds of years ago? Jiang Yun's mistake was that he shouldn't have hit the Li family in the face. It's trampling on the pride of their Li family. Li Zixing was a bit anxious. Sent to the position of director. This is his future, his bright future. To be the director, it must be something that will be admired by many people, and it is also very prestigious to be able to transfer all the people in Bureau 749. At the same time, when he became the director, the Li family would have a good face and could stand out from the rest of the families. Dad, don't talk out of turn. You have to tell me what to do. Li Hu sighed. It's more or less a hate speech. After all this talk, doesn't this son know how to analyze a wave of his own? I've heard that the Lu family wants to befriend Jiang Yun. It should be because they found out about Jiang Yun being a member of the Jiang family's bloodline, as well as valuing Jiang Yun's strength. The matter of your ascension to the position of director is especially important. If we move Jiang Yun now, the Liu family will howl, and the three great families will certainly not be able to ignore it. Take this opportunity, and this matter of moving Jiang Yun will be a stumbling block to your ascension to the position of director. Now that's a clear and thorough statement. Li Zixing's mind was tangled up. On the one hand, he did want to take revenge, and on the other hand, he also knew that the upper director and his future was bright. Then just let Jiang Yun grow? When I get to the position of director, I'll use the power of Bureau 749 to go after Jiang Yun? Li Hu immediately growled. Keep your voice down. That's one way, yes, but not the best way. Wait for me to think about it. Chopped up. This is something that has to be looked at in the long run. What if Jiang Yun became powerful again after some time? It wasn't that he couldn't go and move Jiang Yun now, but he had to think of a complete solution. In any case, things have come to this. Jiang Yun must die. Dead at the same time. It doesn't affect their plans yet. Chapter 95. Really? I don't believe it. And at this point, other side. Nanjiang City. A small neighborhood some distance away from Zhang's garment factory. Jiang Yun drove the disguised borrowed car and slowly drove inside. It's kinda hard to get used to when all these people are gone and it's gotten cold and quiet around here. According to the address given by Goldman Sachs, the housing he had arranged for himself was inside this neighborhood. After parking the car, Jiang Yun looked around. It must be said that after this series of events, Goldman Sachs was heartily afraid of Jiang Yun. Looking for a plant, almost a brand new one. Looking for housing, Jiang Yun was a bit surprised even after getting off the bus. Which is housing? This is clearly a high-grade villa neighborhood. It's just like what he just said. The Ghost Emperor appeared in Nanjiang City, and Zhou Changhai and the others arranged for the evacuation of their people. Lack of a few lively, really a little less accustomed to belong to is, but the house is still nice. Jiang Yun gave a positive assessment. Other than that, the arrangement was spot on. After observing the outside, the basic environment is satisfactory. Next, it's time to inspect the house. Another one. If something is missing from the interior of the house, you can also make a note of it and have the knife guys arrange it later. Otherwise it's a bit of a top to go without a shower for a couple days in a row. Taking Gamako with him, he was about to enter the house to check and inspect it. Jiang Yun's gaze, however, was attracted to a little girl at the entrance of his villa. Someone? Or a child? Jiang Yun was now flabbergasted. Then frowned. Logically speaking, at this time, Nanjiang City, in addition to those people from Bureau 749, there was only himself. It's only right that all the rest of the ordinary citizens have been removed. This outside your own house, with a little girl? Be careful. On this girl child, there is a ghostly aura. This is the time when the role of Gamako, who is a ghost, comes into play. Looking ahead at the girl squatting and playing on the ground, he reminded Jiang Yun who was on the side. A normal person who could still stay in Nanjiang City after the Ghost Emperor incident yesterday would be out of his mind. Not to mention this, it's also a little girl with a ghostly aura. More or less bizarre. And the other side. That little girl seemed to have noticed the one person and one ghost on Jiang Yun's side as well. The original crouching position, as if observing something, changed a bit. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Yun. This house, it's yours? This little girl suddenly inquired towards Jiang Yun. And, with an unspoken, strange smile, this would be the case. Jiang Yun didn't open his mouth to reply to the speech. It's nifty. Asking that makes it even weirder, alright. Where did this wench come from? Jiang Yun wanted to open his mouth and ask. It turned out to be, if you don't say anything, I'll take it that this house is yours. This house, we're going to requisition it. This little girl directly interrupted Jiang Yun's thoughts of trying to speak. Standing up, he clapped his hands. A stance of, labor like what you like. In one sentence, the possession of the house was taken directly. Jiang Yun, it's not. Girl, where the did you come from? The laborer didn't say a word. And just expropriated the house that you haven't even entered yet? Is this appropriate? It's not appropriate. Is it? No. Little sister. Who are you? And good and funny. Jiang Yun suppressed another tiny bit of anger in his heart. Looking at the other man as a child, he squeezed out a smile and asked, don't let me know who your parents are. Oh, such an arrogant bear child. Don't I catch your parents? This mustn't be taught a lesson? Little sister? But, it was as if the little girl wasn't listening to the talk. Keywords. Little sister. Who are you calling little sister? Your sister. I'm 18. Adult, while I'm in a good mood. Don't be nosy. Hurry up and leave. It's amazing that this little girl isn't scared in the slightest. And when Jiang Yun heard it, his heart went straight to me. This ing 18? You call this 18? This is long. Isn't it more or less? Slow? Sis, the owner asked me to come out and take a look. What's the matter? Is the owner of this house back? Haven't we all inquired clearly that the people in Nanjing City have withdrawn? This time, inside that villa that Goldman Sachs had arranged to give to Jiang Yun, a house that even Jiang Yun himself had never been inside. Slammed. The door was pushed open. A man carrying a giant, very exaggerated artillery piece strutted right out. The man is also very exaggerated. Jiang Yun swore that the man in front of him was far more powerful than the sense of impact that the Ghost Emperor had brought him. It was even questioned for a moment if this ninny was even human anymore. What a difference between this size and a giganticized Ghost Emperor. Big belly, long messy hair. Look sth. Jiang Yun thought of a word. Little chic long real thing. If this nigga didn't look like a human, he wouldn't have any doubt that this guy was a ghost. More to the point, of course, this a giant, calling a little girl sister? Jiang Yun's eyes widened. A million straw horses ran wild in his mind. Abstract. Too damn abstract. Never seen such a contrasting side. Told you. I'm 18 years old. Call me little sister again or I'll tear your mouth off. Jiang Yun spit. Overheard by that little girl. In her mouth. She even shouted for a lollipop. They took down the lollipop in his mouth after hearing Jiang Yun's tirade and glared viciously at Jiang Yun. That sense of contrast can be quite overwhelming. Jiang Yun's eyes jumped as he watched. God. Where did all these strange people come from? Sis, is this the owner of the house? Yo, there's a ghost king by his side? Good guy. This guy is not ordinary. If the boss sees this, we'll have to add more people to our team. No one cared about how Jiang Yun was feeling right now. Even if that person is hogging his house. Che, what's wrong with the Ghost King? When I followed my boss to the mausoleum in 3 years, my hands were numb from killing the Ghost King. A Ghost King has the nerve to bring out a show. The boss can look at this kind of goods? The little girl and the big, burly man seemed to ignore Jiang Yun, chatting directly to himself. And they talk about this topic. It was even more directly thundering over Jiang Yun. Nima. What the hell? These two guys know the Ghost King? And nifty to kill the Ghost King until your hands go limp? And you're a ing nobody? Asterisk 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 now. These two guys, but in the end what is the origin? This little lowly's body is really capable of killing the Ghost King? Really? I don't believe it. Chapter 96, You are insulting me. Nanjing City. Outside the villa. Jiang Yun looked at the two extremely contrasting emerging humans in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. Just finished the line with Ghost Emperor yesterday. The acceptance in his heart is now much greater than it was before. All the Ghost Emperors are capable of licking dogs. It wasn't like he couldn't take a whole lot of performance art from the two emerging humans in front of him. But the content of their speech still captivated Jiang Yun. Lori, with this body, can you really kill the Ghost King? Really? Really? I don't believe it. From the looks of things, these two can recognize that Gakko isn't human. And it's also possible to discern the exact strength of Gamma Coconut. That speaks volumes already. Definitely not an ordinary person. Since it's not an ordinary person, Jiang Yun had some guesses about their identities. Either it's a non-staff member of the 749th Bureau. It was like the invitation Su Weiyan gave when she approached herself earlier. Either it's a disciple of Tianxia Dao, or some disciples from one of the four great families. Since we're all on our own, Jiang Yun didn't have much to worry about. No more pretending. Showdown. Yesterday, without me, Ghost Emperor had to raise Nanjing City. Just ask if you're scared. Are you challenging? Over here. After hearing Jiang Yun's questioning voice, that little lowly looked serious, looking at Jiang Yun with a serious face. How about this? Jiang Yun wanted to answer. As a result, the other parties simply didn't give him a chance to answer. Fine. I accept your challenge. That little lowly doesn't carry the least bit of fear. Within 10 minutes, that Ghost King beside you will surely succumb to my feet. If I lose, I'll accept your taunts. If you lose, I haven't thought about it yet. Pierre, do you have an idea? Lori cocked her head and looked over at the big, burly man on the side. The latter scratched the back of his head, half unable to think of words. All you can do is giggle and shake your head, then spoke up. I don't know, but I'm definitely with you. That simpleton looks harmless. And this scene, again, looked silly to Jiang Yun. Can you still play like that? What's with people nowadays? Challenging bets at the drop of a hat? That's not good. Forget it. I'm not going to tease you guys. You guys should be from Bureau 749, right? It's what's it called? Bureau Su. Yes, that's Bureau Su. She called you guys? Jiang Yun didn't have the heart to tease this little girl. Straight to the point. Let's get right to it. This house is what Goldman got for himself. Goldman Sachs is again connected to those at Bureau 749. It was reasonable for Su Weiyan to know that she would be coming this way. At the same time, It also explains a lot about why these people are over here. Can't it be that he's changing his method to invite himself to join the 749th Bureau again? No way. The challenge has been made. There's no chance to back out. But who knows? Jang Yun is all showdown. That little loli was surprisingly reluctant. Directly rubbing her hands together to be. She stared at Jang Yun with her big watery eyes. There's one more move. Gnashing of teeth. Just that ghost king beside you. Believe it or not. She will be kneeling in front of me in 10 minutes. Lori opened her mouth in extreme defiance. Lustful. Even really wanting to make a move. Her expression was telling the crowd that this little loli was serious. Jang Yun saw the scene, but directly people were dumbfounded. Gakko, who was following alone, was even more confused. Jang Yun provoked you. It's none of my business. How can a wounded ghost become himself? Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense, does it? Just bully me into being the king of ghosts? Is there any justice left? There's no more law of the land. Jade, no fooling around. Seeing that this little loli is going to be anxious, when she wanted to make a direct move. Inside the room, once again, a very nice voice came out, breaking the slightly strange atmosphere of the scene. Immediately after, Jang Yun then saw inside that house, leading the way with a pair of long, white, flawless legs. Look further up. It was a woman in leather heat with a white blouse. The woman also had short, clean, very recognizable white hair. Underneath the short hair, the delicate face looked so delicate that Jang Yun was flabbergasted for a moment. Most intriguing, or the woman's pupils, which were surprisingly light blue. The only pity, the expression on that woman's face was too cold. Completely, cold goddess belongs to be. Jang Yun's blinked. This girl, she's stunning. The last time the woman who gave her a feeling of lightening up was Su Wei-yen in her uniform but this woman in front of her wouldn't fall behind at all when compared to Su Wei-yen, or even, a few stages higher. Overall, it's a completely different style mold. Each has its own attraction. All of them are eye-catching. Stunning type of girls. Boss, why did you come out too? But it's just right to come over. Come and judge me. Just this stinking man. He insulted me. The woman walked out. The little loli called Jade bounced around and came all in front of the woman. It was rather like being bullied and then going to an adult to tell them off. How to say it. And even a little bit cute, but what she said was more or less uncute. Jang Yun, who had reacted, instantly quit when he heard this. It's not. Rice can be messy. Words can't be spoken. Ahem. I said your little sister. Ah no. Lori, when did I humiliate you? Jang Yun explained. That's more or less discriminatory. Still saying no. You're not humiliating me by saying that I can't beat the Ghost King? Jade opened her mouth with a straight face. Jang Yun. Nima. Listen. Does this speak human language? What do you mean you don't believe that if you can't beat the Ghost King you're being humiliated? Do you realize how much that hurts your feelings? If this is heard by Li Tao Su Wei-yen, how sad it must be. The Ghost King. That's a ing Ghost King. Just as a word to you. I don't believe you can beat the Ghost King. As a result, you come up with a sentence. Is that a ing insult? Jang Yun now had a thought. It's not to humiliate you. Instead, you humiliated the entire 749th Bureau. If Su Wei-yen and the others were present, it's definitely a bloodbath. There is no doubt about it. Childish talk. Children's words carry no harm. Jang Yun calmed his heart. Just have to keep consoling myself in my mind. And being the only ghost in the room. Gamma coconut. You guys are awesome 1 by 2. I won't talk. You guys can just pretend I don't exist. Chapter 98. Outside the villa. Jang Yun and the others would just about be awkward over here. Xiaoyu blew her mustache and glared at Jang Yun and Gajiao, the peer behind her, as well as in the woman she called the boss, were looking at this man and ghost with puzzled faces. As for Jang Yun, he still hasn't turned the corner. If memory serves, this is, like, your own home, right? The topic seems to be a bit off. He coughed softly. That, you guys really weren't called here by Su Wei-yen? He inquired tentatively. From the midst of the confrontation just now, it seems likely that if these 3 people were sent here by Su Wei-yen, not very high, since it wasn't sent by Su Wei-yen, and knowing about the Ghost King, he must not be an ordinary person. Jang Yun's expression became slightly more serious. Su Wei-yen? You mean, that woman from Bureau 749? That white-haired woman heard Jang Yun's question and thought a little before making her reply. Sure enough, it's not Bureau 749. Jang Yun raised his guard a fraction. Don't worry, we mean no harm. No need to be so nervous. It seemed to have noticed Jang Yun's change in attitude. The woman continued to speak. It's true that we're not from Bureau 749, but the name Su Wei-yen, in China, people in this circle, should have heard of it. So I know her. you don't need to be surprised, she explained. But this explanation for Jang Yun doesn't seem to be the key. The point is not this. If none of these people were from Bureau 749, why were they inside their house? In that case, explain why it's inside my house. Even if the opposite side was a beautiful woman, Jang Yun still had his own set of codes. Plus, now that the world has changed, this group doesn't seem to have an unusual identity. It's always good to be a little more vigilant. Although you're a beautiful woman, it's more or less inappropriate to force your way inside my house without even saying hello, isn't it? Jang Yun carried a hint of a questioning tone. With the current stance, a fight should be unlikely. Still, defense is not an option. He was ready to take out his weapon from his space pouch at any time. Why? You're the owner of this house, aren't you? Just, after Jang Yun finished questioning, those three people, surprisingly, didn't feel the least bit embarrassed. The woman, still expressionless, just nodded thoughtfully, like it's all justified? Che, boss, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Look at his little body. I reckon, it's not a powerful person. Next to her, Jade sent a tweet as well. Then, wrapping his hand around his own chest, he condescendingly said to Jang Yun, "Hey, since this house is yours, we'll let you know that we're expropriating this house. So go find another house to live in. Don't ask why. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Alright, you can go now. Don't get in the way of what we're doing." Jang Yun? What kind of talk is that? What the is this? Another short notice that my house is gone? Nice guy. Jang Yun's blood pressure went up all of a sudden. No, what do you mean? My house? You say expropriation? What's all this? The quad is gone. Had Goldman Sachs go and get himself a house over here. Turns out you're not even living on your own yet. As a result, they were again informed that the house was no longer theirs. You can't bully people like this, can you? You are still not happy? I say, big brother, I see you have a ghost king by your side, also inside our circle. Do you really not understand? Or pretend not to understand? Oh? Xiaoyu was also not happy when she heard Jang Yun's words. That little temper came up all of a sudden too. If it wasn't for that beautiful woman stopping her, she would have almost rushed up to point at Jang Yun's nose and question him. Little Jade, no nonsense. After all, we are the ones who trespassed on the famous mansion. We are the one who is at a disadvantage. That cold beauty stopped Xiaoyu and then drank softly. Jang Yun's temper had originally come up as well. After hearing the cold beauty say that, his temper dropped a bit. That's right. You guys are the ones who are justifying some of this. Where do you get off talking to yourselves? How? Then since as Jang Yun still wanted to open his mouth to say something. As a result, that cold beauty was the first to speak, interrupting him. But Jade will have a point. We're requisitioning this house of yours. You should have no reason to refuse. The tone of the cold beauty was very firm. One sentence down, directly giving Jang Yun dry silence. The blood pressure had just gone down a little bit, and in an instant it was back up again. Nima, what the kind of oddballs are these 1 and 2? Listen to you guys, I have to thank you for robbing my house? Do you all have soy milk in your heads? What ing logic? I'll say. At this time, next to Jang Yun, a soft laugh came from him. Turning his head, he realized that the person who was laughing was, in fact, Gamma Coconut. I say, you failed miserably in China. Gamma Coconut had been listening to the fun on the side, looking at Jang Yun with a wry smile. That look, the taunts were pulled straight up alright. Mixed failure. These 4 words kept echoing in Jang Yun's ears. It's too much of a bully. Not more pussy. Nima. Jang Yun's blood pressure topped out. His blood pressure wasn't even this high when he was dealing with the Ghost Emperor. It's always been only about screwing other people's minds. Can we still be bullied by these 2 pussies today? For beauty's sake, I'll give you one last chance to get the hell out of my house. I'm not in Nanjiang City for nothing. If you piss me off, you won't get any good food. Understand? This face, it has to be recovered. Jang Yun directly issued an ultimatum. Who are you guys? What qualifications do you have to expropriate my house? And I have no reason to refuse. I'm afraid you're not living in a dream, are you? These words, listen to them. Is that what they're talking about? If a tiger is not powerful, do you really think it's a sick cat? Jang Yun's words fell. They even took their whips right out. Not leaving his house again, he didn't mind doing it. The 2 parties were in such a scene that they directly confronted each other. But, things still seemed to be a bit off from what Jang Yun thought. He's all set to do it. Weapons are out, too. But, those 3 people, they showed no signs of wanting to move at all. Instead, and with a strange look on his face, both sides just stood still for several seconds. The air, as if frozen, filled with a hint of embarrassment. Until, seconds later, Xiaoyu cocked her head at Jang Yun. Then send a question that touches the depths of your soul. Uncle, you're taking a whip, are you? Chapter 99, where's my ing knife? Ajushi, will you take one? Jade still had her lollipop in her mouth and cocked her head. A soul-touching question was issued to Jang Yun. This statement was made. Jang Yun hadn't reacted much yet. On the side, Gakko was the first to hold back and burst out laughing outright. It does seem like you're failing at mixing it up. Gamma was watching the fun and her eyes were smiling like crescent moons. You could just tell that she was smiling, and it came from the depths of her heart. And that's for Jang Yun. When he heard this, a million grass horses ran wild in his heart right then and there. I don't know what to say. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Which eye of yours sees me as an uncle? Ah, you said I. This endured. There's no way around it. Who let the previous system play out so sick? Can that be your own fault? No, that's all the system's fault. But I can't stand it when you call me uncle. Is it ing appropriate for you, an 18-year-old, to call me, a man in his early 20s, uncle? Jang Yun's face went straight to black. It's a matter of saving face. And you can't keep your voice down. Yo, you're willing to admit that I'm 18 now? Ha, it's not wrong to call you uncle. You don't know what you're talking about. Jade shrugged her shoulders with a disinterested face and smiled as she returned behind the cold beauty. Ergo, not to be outdone. Another sentence. Take it up with our boss if you need anything. I don't want to have a boring conversation with you, uncle. Harder. Harder fists. It was even very clear on Jang Yun's forehead. The veins popping up. You do know how to with people's minds. How does this make it so easy to get on top of these words? Pinch a horse. So angry. No, this face has to be recovered. Just wanted to make a move to teach this little lowly a lesson. Sighed. The cold beauty stepped forward. And the big, burly, bazooka-watching dunce stepped forward. Xiaoyu has such a personality. Don't mind it. I apologize to you on her behalf. The cold beauty protected Jade as if she was protecting her calf. Then cast an apologetic look at Jang Yun. Pierre still didn't say a word. But the guy thing in his hand spoke volumes. Jang Yun was very confident that as long as that cold beauty opened her mouth, this big guy would definitely fire without hesitation. But, Mud, so angry, bringing out less people to bring out today. Otherwise, with his own temperament, he would definitely have to fight these three oddballs. 2 against 3 is not a wise choice. Men, they need to know how to back off. That's the idea. Jang Yun convinced himself, then put away the long whip. Okay. Let's all stop messing around and get to the point of what you're going to do inside my house. He snapped with some impatience. What a day of. You really don't know? The cold beauty heard Jang Yun ask this. A flicker of doubt crossed his face. Don't know what? Jang Yun was still confused. What should I know? Is it hard to believe that under this house, ghosts and monsters are also suppressed? A tentative wave of questions. To be able to attract the attention of these people, then that's enough to say. This house. I'm afraid it won't be easy. But Jang Yun thought about the possibilities. The only thing I can think of is this possibility. This house. It wouldn't be the same as your own quadrangle, with a bunch of ghosts and monsters subdued underneath, would it? Ha! I'm just this as a turd now. Jang Yun was still guessing at the possibilities. On one side, Jade's conspiratorial voice sounded again. I'll rub it in. No, this little ninny is so damn angry. Where's my knife? Mud. Fetch my knife. However, Jang Yun's movements were still stopped by the cold beauty's words. She first glanced at Jade to stop her from talking anymore. Then, before continuing to turn his head, he looked at Jang Yun and opened his mouth. It seems you really don't know, so I can tell you briefly. What you have under this house is far more terrifying than ghosts and monsters. The cold beauty opening her mouth instantly made Jang Yun's movements that wanted to strike stop. Scarier than ghosts and monsters? He blinked. The ghost emperor is subdued down there? If that's the case, that does seem a bit tricky. How strong the Ghost Emperor was already clear to himself. If it's really the Ghost Emperor, then this house, don't want it. But, in the face of Jang Yun's speculation, the cold beauty nevertheless continued to shake her head. This made Jang Yun have no clue. Damn, it can't be an existence even more terrifying than the Ghost Emperor, right? Nima. Then I'd better sneak out early myself. So what? Since that's the case, you guys can use this house for now. It's fine. Don't worry about what I think. I'm fine with it. A great man is born in heaven and earth, and can bend and stretch, in order to live a long life. As soon as he thought that there were even existences more terrifying than the Ghost Emperor down there, Jang Yun was ready to slip away with Gamma Coconut right then and there. This place is not meant for me, and if it is, I'll see you in another life. No, it's never to be seen again. Slipping first, Jang Yun had all but turned around and ran a few steps after leaving a sentence. Immediately behind him, the voice of the cold beauty, however, sounded once again. Underneath this house of yours, We're guessing there are passages connecting to hell. Pop. Jiang Yun's footsteps stomped heavily on the ground with a clear sound. Immediately afterward, he slowly turned around. Key message. Connecting to hell. Jiang Yun's brows furrowed slightly. It seems you know of the existence of hell. The cold beauty revealed an intriguing smile when she saw Jiang Yun's movements. You are the intermediaries between hell and the mortal world? Jiang Yun took a deep breath and contemplated for a moment before speaking. The tone, too, got serious. On the way here, the system mentioned the word. I just didn't expect to come across it so soon. An intermediary between hell and the mortal world? Ha! The cold beauty's smile became a little more pronounced when she heard this adjective. That's an explanation that's quite apt. She did not deny it. That's it. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. It turns out that there really is such a group of people in this world. It kind of turned his perception upside down. It's one thing to listen to the system, but when you meet yourself, it's a different story. This emotion, it is totally different. Introductions. We have names. We're all ghost hunters. How about that? Uncle. First time you've heard that word. Jade stepped up again this time. A proud face was introduced. Ghost hunters. This should be the name of their organization. This designation is, rather, more apt than the 749th Bureau, comparatively speaking. Well, Bureau 749 doesn't sound like an organization that deals with ghosts and monsters, and ghost hunters. On first hearing, you can understand that these are the people who deal with ghosts. Jiang Yun secretly memorized this term in his mind. At the same time, when you have the chance, you can also ask Su Weiyin about it. Why would you take such an odd name as Bureau 749? Chapter 99, Injustice has a cause, and a debt has an owner. At this time, the other side, Tianjiang City, the city next door to Nanjiang City, is the city of urban areas. On the highway leading to Nanjiang City, everywhere you look, people are swarming. You don't see many cars on the road. Those that are there are mostly buses, or vans that can carry multiple people. The scene at this moment was rather like a sign of the pre-doom. Although this is not the case, but that's about it. All the same are disasters. All the same will bring bloodshed and sacrifice. After a day and a night of rushing, there was not a single one of these migrating personnel who still had a smile on their faces. Everyone's faces were sad, their heads were bowed, they didn't say a word, and they strolled forward with purpose. Perhaps, for them too, they don't know exactly where their destination is? Their home, right behind themselves. But there is a home, but you can't go back to it. What lies ahead? What awaits? No one knows the answer to that. Ghosts are appearing and the internet is on edge. But the internet is still the internet. And for those cities that haven't yet been hit by ghosts and goblins, where can they relate to the sentiment? Along the way, people of all shapes and sizes gathered. Men and women, old and young. Heaviness of mind made them no longer want to talk. The only one able to smile and still let out a laugh along the way. There are only still innocent children left. They followed their own adults, bouncing around and about. Daddy, why do people leave their homes? And, perhaps, some children who are curious about everything. They inquired to their parents beside them, and the answer to these words was silence from the parents. We are all wrong. Had we known that it would end up like this, we would still support the demolition of the quadrangle. Aren't we all making ourselves suffer? Those who had supported the demolition of Jiang Yun's quadrangle either at the scene or inside the live broadcast had already regretted it. They don't know about ghosts and monsters. In everyone's perception, it is still considered. It was all because the demolition of the quadrangle had released those ghosts and monsters that Jiang Yun had suppressed. That's why the city of Nanjiang was induced to be filled with ghosts and monsters, and it was impossible to make people live in the city, and that's why it became what it is now. Lift the city and move. What age is that word? As a result, it's now being reenacted. At the loss of me at first, I also shouted in support of the scene, vigorously applauded, and now, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If I had known that, I should not have been in the first place. I was there at the beginning. Who would have thought that it would turn out like this? If only the quad hadn't been demolished, none of this would have happened. Yes, it would be nice if the quadrangle was still there, and we wouldn't have moved the city. The crowd was talking. Regret was written all over his face. They are not afraid that someone will come along and blame them for their support, because they are not qualified. They have supported the same. We all share the same identity. It was all supporters in the beginning. As a person in Nanjiang City, before the quadrangle was dismantled in the beginning, which person would not abuse and spit on this quadrangle? Now that something has gone wrong, who can blame them? It's all been brewed up by his own mouthful of support for demolition. Wait, but, just at this time, everyone hangs their heads in shame and regret. Some, however, have expressed a different attitude. We are supportive. But this house, too, is not ours to demolish. He ran to the front of the crowd at once. Turning around, it was as if he had found something. Think about it, we've been talking about low wages and asking for an increase in the minimum wage. And they haven't raised our minimum wage. And we said we were going to demolish the quad and they did? As I see it, it wasn't even our support that led to the demolition of the quad. What's really happening is that those people up there, they would have wanted to demolish the quadrangle. And we've been caught up in a misunderstanding before. Why are people taking the blame for themselves? It's not like we did anything, he said excitedly. It's not like you're the one who did it. Why should we have to bear the consequences of this? It's not. Asking for self-doubt. Some of his words fell. The crowd sniffed. The expression shifted slightly. Then the whole group stopped in their tracks. Everyone paused. A few seconds later, the crowd erupted and the chatter resumed. Right. It seems to be a bit reasonable to say that he will demolish it when we say we will demolish it. Then I even said I wanted to increase my salary. And I didn't see it being demolished for me. Reasoned and convincing. It seems so. How come they are so motivated in this matter? It's not cheap. That's right. We shouldn't be the ones to take the blame for this. I remembered that the person who directed the demolition of the quadrangle in the first place seemed to be called Zhou Changhai and what's his name, Goldman Sachs. I remember too. It's the two of them who have been talking about tearing down the quadrangle, especially that Gao Shang, who wanted to do it ages ago. I think he's just trying to get us killed. Good point. What's going on? They seem to be right in front of us. Big guy. Let's go get a statement from him. It's the two of them that are causing us to have a home to return to. Someone led the way. And the crowd soon roared to life. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Soon the whole migration was beginning to press for the manic period to come. When you think about it, there's nothing wrong with it. If it wasn't for Goldman Sachs and also Zhou Changhai and their organization of the demolition work, will everyone become what they are now? Unable to return to their homes. The two of them are the source of everything that caused this result. Having figured this out, this time, no one could still maintain their composure. This has to go to the top of the list. They, for one, must take full responsibility for this. And so, with someone taking the lead, the crowd also or put down their luggage. Or maybe it's just handing over your luggage to a loved one close by. Followed by the army, the vast and mighty directly to find Zhou Changhai and Goldman Sachs to ask for a claim to go. The team moved. Quite a spectacle. And the number of people joining in is growing. And at this point, in a car at the front of the line, Zhou Changhai and also Goldman Sachs are sitting in it. The faces of these two people would be quite ugly this time as well. Su Weiyan told them to go and organize a citywide retreat. It's so easy to say, but it's so hard to do. But it is quite difficult. Where are we going to evacuate so many people? Where to? That's all that matters. Just now, they had just gotten off the phone with their counterparts in Tianjin City. A portion of the help was obtained, and the people of Nanjing City were willing to come and take refuge for a temporary period of time. This will also only solve part of the problem. There are millions of people in Nanjing City. Where do the rest that go elsewhere go? To this day, he has a headache. This is a big problem. Chapter 100, A Claim. On the car, Zhou Changhai rubbed his somewhat swollen temples. He hadn't slept well basically since the day he demolished the quad. On the first day, they encountered a ghost knocking on the door. Too scared to sleep. Or you could say that you're afraid to sleep. The next day, Ri Tao and Zhang Tianchi arrived, and they were dealing with the public opinion on the internet. Busy taking off. No time to sleep at all. And last night, how can you sleep when you're moving the city? It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was now physically and mentally exhausted. The hair was a mess. And the whole thing didn't look at all like what a leader should look like. The top already knows about our side and is actively cooperating with our side's relocation. But it's still a bit difficult to solve such a big trouble all at once. We've been in the peace era for too long. It's quite difficult to encounter emergencies and try to solve them in the shortest possible time. Sitting in the passenger seat of the car was another leader of Nanjing City. He was not personally involved in the demolition though, but the demolition procedures were approved by him. For these things, he knew. He frowned and spoke with an ugly face. You can't say that. In fact, the processing speed is not slow, solving the problem of millions of people taking refuge in one go. And now at this speed, it's already fast. Zhou Changhai squeezed out a wry smile. Tough question though, but from the midst of this event, in fact, he could see that the country was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. Being able to put everyone in place in the midst of all this time, that's rare enough. After all, it happened so suddenly. I agree with that. That's millions of people, and that's a better result. Goldman nodded in agreement. The leader in the front sitting on the passenger side didn't say anything. Whether it's fast or slow, he couldn't tell. Anyway, there's no comparison either. Who knows? Anyway, We're almost safe now that we're in Tianjin. Zhou Changhai let out a long breath. It's sort of a blessing in disguise. Not a lot of ordinary people were sacrificed during this ghostly outbreak, and there is now a certain amount of security for those who followed everything to evacuate Nanjing City. This can be described as good news. Yeah, it can be a little bit of a relief. Goldman Sachs followed suit and relaxed its tightness. Just now also do not know. Now the situation in Nanjing City. How to look at the situation. Zhang Yun, Captain Lai, and the situation of Director Su and their situation. He shook his head. And the crew that protected our retreat. Zhou Changhai added. That scene, to this day, still lingered in the middle of his mind. Without them, how could they, and the millions of people in Nanjing City, be able to retreat in one piece so safely? It is they, who are keeping themselves safe with their lives. It was also yesterday that I saw that scene with my own eyes. And that's why he just said that the country handles these things very quickly. It's all safe now because there are still people working behind the scenes. It's just that there are still people who don't know. I hope they all survive and can settle those things safely. Even if it is, it's good to be taught another lesson by Zhang Yun. Goldman spoke up. After experiencing that scene yesterday, his attitude towards Zhang Yun, as well as having a view, was something that had completely changed. That's a hero. Teach you another lesson? What other reason could he have to teach you a lesson? However, that's fine for you to say, so I hope they'll be able to take care of those ghosts and monsters safely. Zhou Changhai glanced at Goldman Sachs suspiciously. Where does the lesson begin? Yes, actually, I have one more thing to apologize to Zhang Yun. When it comes down to it, Goldman Sachs can only give a bitter laugh. You still dare to provoke Zhang Yun? Zhou Changhai was directly shocked when he heard it. Who gave you the guts to upset Zhang Yun again? He's a high-ranking person that even the director of the 749 Bureau personally came to invite. To upset people over and over again? Is this to think that the earth is not worth keeping? Therefore, after hearing Zhou Changhai speak like this, Zhou Changhai directly looked at Goldman Sachs with a look of having seen a ghost. What the hell are you up to? You kid, that's something I didn't want, but the message has been sent to him. What can I do? Goldman squeezed out a very pained smile. Didn't Zhang Yun ask us to find him a factory and housing before? He began to tell the story of what had happened, and Zhou Changhai, too, was ready to hear just how this guy had made his death. Is there something going on? Then, didn't you put it all in place for him? He gestured for Goldman to continue. The latter nodded, organized his vocabulary, and spoke again. It was indeed arranged, but the time he gave was too short. The factory buildings are fine to find. There are a lot of new ones that have just been constructed and are still in the stage of being ready to be put into use. I found the biggest one for him. But housing, how easy is it to find? Goldman paused. When he said that, his eyes danced a bit. The housing that meets the requirements is either already occupied or it's a rough house that hasn't been renovated yet. There is also a relatively small house meets the requirements. But at that time, that situation, how dare I find a small house for him? This is not thinking, at least to Villa well. And then I went looking for it. And don't tell me, I found it. Except, Goldman Sachs stopped again and didn't go any further. This made Zhou Changhai anxious. Only what? You tell me. He prodded. Goldman Sachs isn't dragging it out on purpose anymore. Simply bite the bullet and just say it. Except that villa seems to be haunted. Zhou Changhai? I'm not looking around. Zhang Yun, he deals with ghosts and monsters. Even if that house is haunted, wouldn't he be able to fix it? How can it be so easy to find a villa in such a short period of time if no one lives there and it's still furnished and ready to move in? Goldman Sachs explains. It's not that he doesn't want something better. Rather, there's really no other choice. After listening, Zhou Changhai didn't say anything. Instead, a thumbs up was given directly toward Goldman Sachs. You're awesome. It's awesome. You were told to find a housing unit for you, and you found a haunted house. If it were in the past, he would have said something like, what era is this? And it's still a feudal superstition. But not now. If you say it's haunted, then it must be really haunted. Goldman Sachs is knowing that the room is haunted and still bringing Zhang Yun into it. Besides being awesome, he can talk. All that can be said is that buddy brave or you are brave. Zhou Changhai admired this high-end operation of Goldman Sachs from the bottom of his heart. That's something I didn't want. Who told him to give? Goldman Sachs would have liked to explain. May. Just as he was only halfway through his sentence, a call, to Zhou Changhai's cell phone, interrupted his explanation. The latter signaled him to hold his tongue for a moment and picked up the phone directly. May. Just passed on the phone. The first sentence that came out from inside, on the spot, directly let the two of them taut. Leader Zhou. It's bad. The populace is rushing towards you. It says you have to give everyone an explanation as to why the quadrangle was torn down. Chapter 101, the price must be paid. Above the car, Zhou Changhai held the cell phone in his hand and heard the voice coming out of the other end of the phone. Benton time. His face shifted slightly. Is it time, finally? In fact, before that, he had already expected such an outcome. It's just that right now, it's coming too suddenly. Suddenly, it caught him a little off guard. Leader, what should we do? Should we bring someone over to stop them while you leave in the car? On the other end of the phone, it was no one else. It was the previous chief of police of Nanjiang City. Now he was in a great hurry. This is a scene that could easily get someone killed if it's not controlled. Especially now and at a special time. Once Zhou Changhai and the others have the slightest slip-up, he can't afford the result. No, you can stop them people, but you can't stop their thoughts, and by doing so, you'll only exacerbate these conflicts even more. Even if I go first, I can go for a while, but not for a lifetime. You, let them through. They want an explanation, and I'll give it to them. Zhou Changhai pondered for a short while, then he spoke slowly, making so much noise. On a macro level, it really isn't his fault. After all, that wasn't his original intention, either. But if you put it on a micro level, it is because of his attitude, thus promoting the demolition plan of the quadrangle, which led to the transformation into the present situation. From the time of the accident until now, Zhou Changhai's attitude has always been to stay where he is, waiting for instructions from above, or, alternatively, waiting for punishment. From the beginning, there was never any intention of avoiding responsibility. It's okay to do the wrong thing, but if you do something wrong and you don't change it or try to save it, then you have a problem. After saying his words, Zhou Changhai hung up the phone, and called off the car, slightly straightening his line to make it look, well, less shriveled. Ergo, pushed the car door straight open. This is something you can shrug off. And to go first, that's fine. Getting out of the car, Zhou Changhai spoke to Goldman Sachs, who was still in a state of confusion in the car. It's words that brought Goldman Sachs, who was still in a state of confusion, back to reality. Leader Zhou, if you say that, aren't you sending me to the rack to be roasted? He let out a cry of laughter. Then, also pulling open the next side of the car door, he got out and looked at Zhou Changhai. I'm the one who demolished the house. And to be fair, I also still owe millions of citizens in Nanjiang City. The words fell from his lips and he closed the car door heavily. The two men stood outside the car staring at each other. Not a word. But then again, it seems to say everything. The only one who didn't choose to get out of the car was the leader who was sitting in the passenger seat. For this matter, he simply chose to ignore it. But that doesn't matter either. The important thing was that since they had already made their choice, the next thing was to think about how they were going to go about making their own explanations with the millions of citizens in Nanjiang City. Just right. This time, behind them, the crowd, too, had nearly surged. The car itself isn't really very fast. It wasn't very far from the large force behind them. After parking for a short while, a large number of people had rushed up, and within a minute, it directly surrounded Zhou Changhai and the others. The man leading the group even had a long stick in his hand. Following along was the chief of police, and a group of detectives who had retreated with him. Zhou Changhai didn't doubt for a second that if it weren't for these detectives still controlling the scene, just for a moment, so many people poured in. A mouthful of spit from one person could have just drowned him and Goldman Sachs outright. Dog leader, you have to give us an explanation today. It's all because of the bad decisions you made that we can't go home. The crowd rushed up and surrounded Zhou Changhai as they shouted. The emotions can be quite emotional. Yes, 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 we didn't react before, but now we've reacted. And you guys have a lot to do with causing the current situation. 0-inch, you will have to pay for this. If the quadrangle is not demolished, nothing will happen. If you don't give us an explanation today, you won't walk out of this road alive either. Anyway, it's already like this. I'm not afraid of anything. Remember, big guy, don't let these two go. They're the ones who got us into this mess. Hundreds of numbers of people with differing opinions. The shouts were so loud that they almost broke the sky. This situation was far more exciting than the picture Zhou Changhai and also Goldman Sachs had envisioned when they were doing mental activities in the car. This posture, directly running to the rhythm of the two to stay him off. Guys, just be quiet for a second, okay? Zhou Changhai's eyes danced madly as he suppressed his heart and cried out. Hopefully it will pass first to calm everyone down. But, 10 seconds later, it seemed like that didn't do much. What's going to happen here? People aren't listening at all. We don't have a chance to explain even if we wanted to. Goldman Sachs is in a similar state, but it hasn't lost its temper. Thought so. How can a person who has hit a ghost be afraid of such a scene? Good question. It's a question. Zhou Changhai first gave him an affirmative look, and then threw out another question. It was all still trying to be explained properly, but this situation, It didn't seem like something that would give them a chance to explain themselves. I say, Leader Zhou, why don't you get in the car? You won't be able to put me in a situation like this. The water here is too deep. This time, parked off to the side of the car, the window of the car door was rolled down, and the other leader in the passenger seat poked his head out and shouted, one of you is a leader who just transferred from out of town, and the other is still just from the demolition office. How can you possibly grasp this kind of scene? Listen to me, get in the car, go ahead, all this trouble, and then we'll talk about it. His eyes were sincere. There was a hint of helplessness among the sincerity. The public is getting so emotional. Even if you guys come over with a loudspeaker and yell, they won't be able to hear you. Being the old greaseball that I am, which leader was in the passenger seat? I could see it a long time ago. So when Zhou Changhai and Gao Shang got out of the car just now, he simply chose to ignore it. Anyway, eventually they'll have to get on the bus. Nonsense. We all have grudges in our hearts right now, so how can we just leave the citizens behind and go first? It's just that. In the face of which leader's persuasion, Zhou Changhai didn't give a good face straight away. There was even a hint of emotion in his tone now. I don't believe it. Wanting to go through with the explanation, there will still be no chance. Which leader? After raging, Zhou Changhai's heart crossed a frown. Immediately, raising his head, he looked to the crowd of citizens who had gathered to make a scene, shouted out directly, all be quiet for a moment. If we keep making noise like this, sooner or later the ghosts and monsters will hear the sound and come looking for us. It's fine if you want to come after me for a statement. Do you also want to cost yourself, and other citizens, their lives as well because of your yelling and screaming? Chapter 102, It's our turn to talk. Above the road, Zhou Changhai directly shouted at the top of his lungs. Not afraid of myself. What about ghosts and goblins? Let's just ask you guys if you're scared. You're not afraid of attracting ghosts, are you? Zhou Changhai's move was a direct threat. But, don't tell me, it worked. The whole place really quieted down with his voice. Everyone's expression froze on their faces. Then, following closely behind, a hint of fear was revealed. That's more like it. Zhou Changhai saw the situation, quite happy with the situation now. Then without giving anyone time to react, he began his explanation straight away. Brothers and sisters of Nanjiang City, I can understand how you all feel right now and why you are so excited. People want to come to me for a statement. That's fine and makes sense, but I'd like to trouble you all to keep it as quiet as it is. Everyone, listen to my explanation. 2 sentences. Things developed into this, with is not willing to see. After all, I am now also still the leadership of Nanjiang City. Out of the problem, I certainly cannot shirk the responsibility. Zhou Changhai quickly made up late Jew, and speaking very fast, he made an opening statement to the group first. No one has interrupted him yet. That's a good start. He took a deep breath and, without hesitation, continued to speak. Here's the thing. Let's start with one of the biggest concerns, which is that there's about the demolition of the quad. I admit, this is indeed a big problem for me. I've been wanting to dismantle that courtyard ever since I was transferred to Nanjiang City, but I didn't expect that with the courtyard dismantled, there would really be ghosts and monsters running out. After all, it's the 21st century. Who still believes that there really are ghosts and monsters in the world? No, I was duly punished, too, when I encountered a ghost knocking on my door that night. Zhou Changhai bought a wave of misery first, followed closely by Goldman Sachs, who went up to echo the sentiment. Yes, 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 yes. I commanded the people to dismantle the quadrangle, and I've suffered more. Zhang Yun, just that, and the owner of the quadrangle, is directly on me. On the day of the demolition, I was directly tortured by the ghost and almost had a nervous breakdown, and my wife is still in a coma and extremely mentally unstable to this day. He tells it in colorful detail. Every single one of them is a victim. If you want to talk about aggravation, he's no match for anyone. The other citizens were fine. There were so many others protecting them. But what about yourself? That was completely and utterly targeted by Zhang Yun. All in all, yes, people want an explanation, and I'll give it to just about everyone. Originally, the situation was under our control. The ghosts should have been taken care of yesterday. No need to move and evacuate at all. Zhou Changhai continues to articulate the narrative. That's really true. If it wasn't for the appearance of the ghost emperor in the middle, could they have been told to retreat? And that ghost emperor, but even Zhang Yun couldn't deal with it. It also reinforces the point. This ghost emperor was not released from the quad. If so, it wouldn't be so bad that they wouldn't even know if Zhang Yun was alive or dead when he went in. Speaking of the bottom, the demolition of the quadrangle and the release of a large number of ghosts and monsters also, at best, only affects the travel of the citizens of Nanjiang City, but with Bureau 749 on board and helping out, none of this is a big deal. It all works out. But who could have known that the Ghost Emperor had come out again? Zhou Changhai cried out, wanting to continue to explain why he was retreating. The people, straight away, were not happy. Put your mother ********** ing ass on the line. The one who led the way broke into a direct curse. Controlled volume. Not by yelling. After all, they are ordinary people who are also afraid of ghosts. Really got it under control like you said. Why are we still here now? He questioned. That's because a very powerful ghost monster appeared. And that ghost monster wasn't released from inside the quad. This questioning was just what Zhou Changhai wanted, and he quickly gave an explanation. The appearance of that very powerful ghost monster is the main key reason that made everyone evacuate Nanjiang City. He was calming everyone down as much as he could. Meaning, even if there was no such thing as a quad, that powerful poltergeist showed up, and everyone still had to evacuate just the same. It's just that the demolition of the quadrangle has sped up the process of this plot. Zhou Changhai explained a lot more, and it also roughly describes to the group the menacing situation when they were at the mall yesterday. Bureau 749 swore to return to protect everyone in retreat. The scene, so shocking, he remembered it very clearly. If it weren't for the fear that there would be something that couldn't be said by myself, he was able to do a very complete description of the situation. So, that's probably pretty much how the situation is going to play out. And I hope that we can all remain calm in our approach to this above all else. It's true that I've done wrong too, and even if you guys want to hold me accountable, I hope that you can all stay out of this crunch. When the problem over in Nanjiang City is completely resolved, I will give a more detailed explanation, as well as an account that will definitely satisfy everyone. Zhou Changhai said a lot. Even a direct promise was made. That was as far as he could go, the best he could do. As for Goldman Sachs, he similarly made a statement that he would certainly be responsible, but not in the present. This is no time for internal human conflict. The fighters are still fighting ghosts and monsters behind everyone's backs. If this place implodes first, it'll be a shame for those 749th members. Finished? Zhou Changhai and their table finished, and the people listened carefully. Still the one who led the way raised his head slightly and inquired toward him. The latter nodded without objection. Okay, enough said. Our turn, right? He sneered. Immediately afterward, in the somewhat baffled state of Zhou Changhai and Goldman Sachs, it was as if his mouth was loaded with Gatling, and he began to output wildly. What appearing another more powerful ghost? Can you guys make any good excuses? Are you treating us like cuties? Do you? If you want to pass the buck, just say so plainly. Then maybe I'll treat you like men. I'm telling you, don't use things like settling the score afterward as an excuse. You have to give us an account today. What about explaining later and taking responsibility later? I don't even know where you'll run off to later. I don't even know where you'll go. Who knows whether you'll be responsible or not? A series of words came down. There wasn't even a need for any other shoutouts. Those other people who had all quieted down at once followed suit and yelled and cursed. The entire scene, once again, turned outright uncontrollable. Such an explanation and account is not satisfactory to everyone. Chapter 103, Lai Tao called. Well said. Don't listen to those officials. They are all full of lies. He absolutely cannot be spared today. Support. We don't want an explanation later. Just today. I've lost my job. How are you going to compensate me? My suggestion is to send him directly back to Nanjiang City. What 749 Bureau? Put your mother's bull **********. I've never even heard of this organization. But also a ING State Secret Department. Why don't you say again Sun Wukong? It's hard not to support it. You say there's a Bureau 749 with even more powerful ghosts and monsters. So show me the proof. Or maybe you call up some of those Bureau 749s and get them to come out and speak for you. I can prove that what he said is indeed all false. My house is near that mall. That organization Bureau 749 is supposed to be there. But there are definitely no more powerful ghosts and monsters. Because I saw with my own eyes last night the people from Bureau 749 cleared the mall of ghosts and monsters. The crowd was quite emotional. Zhou Changhai's words were the equivalent of a fart. You say there are more powerful ghosts than there are more powerful ghosts? What? You run hell? Saying that an even more powerful ghost is coming? Earlier, before the demolition of the quadrangle, it was said that there were no ghosts or monsters in the world at all. The result? 100 ghosts at night. That's the kind of thing that people might have just accepted if they had said it before. But after the last 2 days, who else believes this? What's more, there are even citizens who live directly near the mall who have come forward to speak out. There was indeed a group of people hunting ghosts and monsters last night, and have also driven all those ghosts and monsters out of the mall. There can't be any more powerful ghosts and monsters inside. These residents were pushed forward, because they were the only ones who could directly go and question the authenticity of Zhou Changhai's words. Contrast that with Zhou Changhai's unsubstantiated words. People preferred to trust, even more, the residents who were on the same side as them. It's fine if you want us to believe it, then show us the evidence. After you produce the evidence, it's not impossible for us to settle the score after the fall. The residents who were pushed to the front of the line took a direct stand, and this stance was supported by other citizens behind them. What is wanted is a proof. Take it out if you can. How can I give you evidence? How am I supposed to get you proof? But I didn't take any pictures. Hearing these emotionally charged words, Zhou Changhai wilted a bit. Why is it that no one just believes everything they say? Right. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Those Detective Mang was there at the time, and they can testify that they all saw Jiang Yun go into the mall, as well as the footage of Bureau 749's hordes rushing over behind him. He said with some excitement, "They're all in on it with you, and who knows if you've been conspiring for a long time." Originally, that police commissioner wanted to come forward to speak when he heard that Zhou Changhai even mentioned himself, but it turned out, those citizens don't care about that at all. One sentence directly let bar his stomach of words to be suppressed. And what more evidence do you need? Seeing this, Goldman shouted in some desperation. Stuck here. Who knows if those ghosts and goblins will show up? It's still only safe for a short while. Not completely safe anymore. It's only right to speed up the pace of retreat. Zhou Changhai's inner emotions were about the same. It's all over. What more proof do you need? Now who knows if Su Weiyan and the others are still fighting the Ghost Emperor? If it's still there, and you've affected their fight by making a phone call for this so-called evidence, wouldn't you deserve to die? If you can't find proof, it's a lie. People don't care about that. If you can't show proof, then you're lying, and then you'll have to take everyone's wrath. It's as simple as that. Let me give you guys a heads up. If you can actually do it, then I'll take your word for it. At this time, whichever one was at the forefront earlier leading the charge stepped forward to speak. Zhou Changhai's eyes lit up slightly, willing to hear more. It's simple. You guys go contact the so-called Bureau 749s, and if they admit to what you're saying, then I'll believe it. And of course, you'll have to make them prove that they're the so-called Bureau 749, the secret branch of the state. Otherwise, what makes us believe that this isn't just some random actor you found to continue deceiving us? The one in the lead said in a single word. But it has to be said that the method, indeed, works. However, there are certain difficulties. Prove one thing and go on to prove another. Isn't that a dead end? Zhou Changhai made a mistake, but people aren't going to let him off the hook for that. Nor will he be given too long to think. Everyone's emotions are uncontrollable, and all are still suppressing their inner anger. If this really erupted directly, just the two of them with their small bodies would not be able to withstand it at all. I say, you'd better get in the car. It's hard to explain. That leader in the passenger seat was urging them on again. You shut up. When Zhou Changhai heard this, he directly disliked it. Mud. Just don't come to help explain. What's the point of sitting here? When this mess is over, let's see if I'm done looking for you. What now? Do we really have to go to Captain Lai and the others? Goldman walked over to Zhou Changhai, whispered a query in his ear. Problems? Always. It's not a good idea to stay here. I'm only afraid. It's not easy to find. Versus which leader on the passenger side of which one he disliked. Zhou Changhai is now discovering that he looks at Goldman Sachs even more eye-catching. At least Goldman Sachs didn't choose to talk smack at a time like this, and is still facing this with himself. This is something that any leader who is still in the driver's seat right now can't do. Although Goldman Sachs officials are small, but people have the balls to do it. After sighing, it's time to move on back to reality. Zhou Changhai had a headache. It's hard to believe that it's really going anywhere. Just take one. Risk the mindset of wanting to ask for a license to call the meeting Sue Weaver smoke them. If this delays the battle, Zhou Changhai didn't dare to imagine. Ring, ring, ring. But just at this most annoying time, the abrupt ringing of a cell phone suddenly rang. Zhou Changhai subconsciously picked up his cell phone to check. As it turns out, it doesn't seem to be your own. It's mine. Instead, Goldman Sachs, who was next to him, raised his cell phone and signaled him. What followed was a small smile that actually appeared on Goldman's face. He rushed at Zhou Changhai. This call is from Captain Lai. Chapter 104, picked up a treasure? At this point, Nanjiang City, Villa Front, Jiang Yun and that cold beauty were facing each other. In the time just now, the two people, that cold beauty and Xiao Yu, had given him a rough introduction of the current situation here in one go. The general idea is, now, they came over this way and realized that there was a high probability that there was an earthly connection to hell underneath this house, and the passage is so unstable that it's highly likely that it will break through the seal soon, and then, it will bring great disaster. And this disaster is far beyond even the Ghost Emperor's ability to match. So with that said, just get out of here and leave us alone. Xiaoyu spoke tired, even moved out a ladder from inside the villa to sit on the side and communicate with Zhang Yun. Completely belonging to is and making this place my home. The cold beauty wasn't so over the top. Only, just like Xiaoyu, they were also discouraging Zhang Yun to hurry up and leave. At least not until they've solved the problem here. As for Tunzi, he was just completely naive. Standing off to the side, playing with himself as he broke his fingernails. Zhang Yun had a bit of a headache. He still can't take it. Organizations that are certified by the system. An organization that has been tasked by the system to join itself. These people, they're all weird. I know you're a bit capable too. Otherwise that Ghost King by your side couldn't have been so well behaved. But what's going on here isn't something you can handle or have access to. The cold beauty's voice was actually quite nice. Only yes, the words she spoke weren't as good. Zhang Yun held his forehead. He didn't really want to delve deeper into this topic. Your attitudes are so obvious. Can you agree to stay by yourselves even if you say otherwise? Obviously it's not possible. But, since it met the organization of the key figures of the system mission, Zhang Yun still decided to stay here for a while longer. At the very least, find out from these guys what kind of organization the ghost hunters really are, and how big it is, etc. So he straightened his vocabulary, organized himself, and gave a kind smile. I'm actually quite curious about your organization. Can't we talk more about it? Like, how many people are in your organization? Right now? What's the general picture? Who is the leader? Zhang Yun turned his gaze to that cold beauty and Xiaoyu. This one he was also quite curious about. What kind of talent is it that organizes these oddballs together? Is it hard to believe that it's also a country? Knowing too much won't do you any good. But who knew that the cold beauty would completely ignore Zhang Yun's question? Don't. Look. We're so close. Let's talk a little more. There's no specific number. It's okay to give an approximation. How could Zhang Yun let them off so easily? Keep pursuing. Like I said, there's nothing to be gained by you knowing too much. The cold beauty still remains silent and unwilling to disclose. Ha ha, don't pry. There's no way the boss is going to say anything. Jade didn't forget to chime in as well. Sitting cross-legged on the stool, he squinted at Zhang Yun in an extremely comfortable position. She didn't even want to look squarely at Zhang Yun. The corners of Zhang Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Well, in that case, I won't ask. But can you tell me how you joined the ghost hunters? You guys sympathize? I'm a pretty curious guy. He rephrased the question. Inquire as much as you can. If you miss this village, you won't be able to find this store. Everything, for the mission. Yo! After hearing this question from Zhang Yun, the cold beauty still didn't make much of a move. It was Jade, sitting on the stool, who came to be interested. She removed the lollipop from her mouth and squinted, grinning. You ask that? Hardly, and want to join us? Quirky, but seems to see through everything. The smile on Zhang Yun's face froze right then and there. I'll rub it in. Is it so obvious that you're being condescending? It's only been a few conversations and you see my intentions. Little kid. Ha, but now that you've seen what you're trying to do, then, what are the reviews like? Zhang Yun continued to listen with curiosity. I advise you not to think about it. Next, Jade then resumed her sitting position from earlier, continuing to look at Zhang Yun with slanted eyes. I advise you not to. Zhang Yun almost lost his breath. Was hoping to get some info or something. And you come up with this? No. Where am I going to live when you guys are occupying my house? Just then in exchange for slightly satisfying my curiosity while Zhang Yun was still undeterred. It would be a real shame to let him leave now. Losing the house and losing touch with the mission isn't pure bull and horse. You're paying for the house out yourself. So you have to give some information. What you're saying seems to make some sense. Hearing Zhang Yun speak like this, that cold beauty finally made a bit of a move. When Zhang Yun saw this, his face was instantly delighted. Is it finally time for some useful information? He was expecting it. In the next second, he saw that cold beauty pull out something like a tassel from somewhere. Then it was thrown directly at him. Without hesitation, subconsciously Zhang Yun reached out and caught it. Zhang Yun realized that the thing that was thrown at him was really a tassel. It was really a tassel. And it's still white. Only it's not the same as the $9.90 tassels that are on the market. The tassel that the cold beauty threw to him was also strung with a string of black beads of unknown material. The beads were of different shapes, square, round, and even some that were triangular. A very sharp contrast to the white fringe. Consider this a token of our exchange of houses with you. The cold beauty spoke towards him. Zhang Yun was all still confused. What's the point of giving yourself such a thing? I'll rub it in. A thing that can be customized for almost $9.90 on the market in a package. And swapping villas with yourself? That's worse than killing me. It's not fair. What? You're not satisfied? It seemed to have seen Zhang Yun's dissatisfaction. The cold beauty rushed at her. Zhang Yun raised his head, thinking of shouting out loud, who the hell would want to win? But it was found that, because in this tassel, originally squinted at their own Xiaoyu, as well as there is also in the break the fingernails of the peer. Surprisingly all straight stared at their own. What the hell is this? Is it hard to believe that this thing is unusual? This anomaly caused Jiang Yun to pay attention in his mind. There was absolutely no way that Jade and Tunji were staring at themselves. Instead, in staring at the tassel this cold beauty had thrown to herself. This is the thing that concerns them. Chapter 105, All Oddballs. This thing, it's definitely not ordinary, Jiang Yun said secretly. If it was something ordinary, there was absolutely no way that Xiaoyu and Tunzi would have reacted so strongly. The two of them stared at the tassels in their hands, and the way they looked, they almost didn't drool. If you're not satisfied, I'll contact someone and transfer the money directly to you as well, and I'll have the tassel back. The cold beauty also spoke, and he extended his right hand as if to retrieve the string of tassels. Seeing this, Jiang Yun was not willing to return it at this time. What has been handed over, then there is a reason to get it back again, isn't there? Satisfied. I'm definitely satisfied with this thing. I thought about it and agreed to trade with you. Jiang Yun smiled cheaply, to show how much he loved the tassel. He tied it directly to the tassel of 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 the tassel. Tie it on. Well, this thing is tied to a skirt. It's not like you have a dress yourself. But it wasn't hard for Jiang Yun. Tucked the tassels right up against the side of his pants. It's perfect. It's beautiful. After doing so, Jiang Yun smiled at the cold beauty. He didn't know if it was his own illusion, but for a moment, Jiang Yun seemed to see that cold beauty, as if she had smiled a little. Alright, since you took the tassel, this house has nothing to do with you anymore. Hurry up and get out of here. The cold beauty resumed her expressionless look without a trace. He urged Jiang Yun to hurry up and leave. No problem, no problem. It's just that, beautiful girl, you see, since we are so destined to each other and have completed a deal, it's also considered a friendship. Give a name. Wow. Having obtained this tassel, Jiang Yun was also clear that it was impossible to get any more words out of them. But it's never a problem to ask for a name. There's no need. The cold beauty, however, shook her head. Then, he didn't care about Jiang Yun anymore and gave Xiaoyu and Tunzi a look. With that, he turned around and went straight inside the house. No more than a contact. When Jiang Yun saw this scene, he was instantly anxious, but the words weren't finished. Jade and Pierre came right up to him. Both men were full of nuclear goodness. The things have also been taken. This house has nothing to do with you anymore. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, don't blame us for doing it, Jade said with a smirk. Pierre was also aiming his bazooka at Jiang Yun. At any moment it looked like it was ready to strike. These two, how can they be so unchanging? Jiang Yun was a bit embarrassed. But take the shorthand, and there really isn't much reason to stay here anymore. Anyway, by the looks of them, they're probably going to be on this side of the house for a long time as well. No poking around today, so we'll continue tomorrow. A couple times now and then. You can always get the news you want. After giving a snort in response to Jade and the others, Jiang Yun then left with Gamma Coconut. Getting the tassel wasn't too bad. After all, look at Jade and Tunji. This thing, it's a treasure. It can be studied and researched. Phew, the weird uncle is finally gone. Finally I can follow the boss and continue working. The other side. After seeing Jiang Yun and Gamako, who had already gotten into the car and walked away, Jade clapped her hands together, let out a long breath, and smiled as she tapped Tunji on the shoulder. Dunzi, let's go. Report to the boss. Right. That stool you carry in for me, huh? Strike that. Jade then jumped up and pushed open the villa door and entered the house. The layout inside the villa was very luxurious. I can see that Goldman Sachs still has a knack for finding houses. This layout renovation. Each $700,000 to $800,000 is completely down the drain. If it wasn't haunted, the previous owner wouldn't have been able to leave the house vacant. Gone? Over here. Seeing Xiaoyu bumbling and jumping in, the cold beauty standing in the middle of the living room inquired. The face was still expressionless. Go away, boss. You're really something. To get rid of him by a tassel. Jade opened her mouth with a smile. Well, it's for his own good, and we won't be here long anyway, so by the time he reacts, we'll be pretty much done with our business. The cold beauty nodded. The corners of his mouth rose a little at the same time, revealing a smile. Ha ha. Also, as far as I can remember, it seems to be the second sizable cutie to be put off by a $9 9-pack of tassels, right? The last one was a very pretty big sister, but unfortunately, none of them had a high IQ. You know, boss, I was dumbfounded when I saw you give him a tassel just now. I really didn't expect to actually have a cutie. Think of this as a treasure. Ha ha ha. Jade laughed uncontrollably. It turned out that she and Tunzi had just stared at Jiangyun not because this tassel was special. Rather, it's because the tassel is too special. Alright, get back to work. How's your inspection going out there? Did you find the formation eye? In the face of Xiao Yu's unrestrained laughter, the cold beauty was the one who put away her smile. Inquired toward her. Aha! Work. Jade nodded, and then her expression became serious. I didn't find any array eyes out there, but it wasn't like I didn't get anything. I found quite a bit of yin chi seeping out of the ground. Boss, I think this formation might be quite a bit bigger than we thought. It's unlikely that an ordinary gate would be permeated by so much yin chi. Listen to Jade finish her narration. The cold beauty frowned slightly, but it didn't say anything. It's pretty much what I thought. Pierre and I checked inside and had the same findings, but the eye of the formation. The cold beauty paused slightly as she said this. Not inside the house, and I'm afraid we'll have to widen our search a little further. When she finished, she began to greet the dunce who had just moved the stool from outside to inside the house. This period of time might be a bit tougher. The ghost harnesser is currently still in Nanjing City as well, so everyone should keep an eye out for the ghost harnesser while searching for the array eye. If it's possible, you can just kill him. The cold beauty said it word for word. Possibly, just kill it. What a big mouth. That's an existence that can control the ghost emperor. She actually said that she'd let Jade and Tun kill the ghost harnesser directly and single-handedly. Don't worry, we know all this. He slipped up last time and was chased by us to this side, only to find the gate by accident. No less. Anyway, if I find out about him again, I'll definitely treat him to a few more candies. If he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. Jade responded, nodding her head back and forth, especially after hearing the words Ghostmaster. A few more moments of exasperation surfaced on his face. Waving her pink fists and gritting her teeth was quite a contrast, and Tunzi laughed a couple of times and answered. These three are in this state. It was worthy of the evaluation Jiang Yun had given just now. It's all weird. There's no such thing as a good person. Chapter 106, All are floating clouds. GGG. Let me pick up the treasure this time. This thing is definitely quite an explosive treasure. Well, I have absolute reason to believe that this thing is, in all likelihood, some sort of token from the Ghost Hunters organization or something. In the future, if I encounter any difficulties, I will take this token to the Ghost Hunters and be able to obtain their help. At this point, other side, leaving the villa area on Jiang Yun and Gamma Coconut side, Jiang Yun drove the car, humming a little song, in a good mood, coming out for a spin and being able to harvest such a treasure. He was still very satisfied alright. As it was still driving, he had no way of holding the tassel in his hand to study it. But that didn't stop him from wanting Gamma to brag about a wave. If I hadn't insisted on asking questions. No, it's about asking questions. How could you get your hands on such a treasure? I send you not only a bad mix, but also a bad vision. Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, Gamako wondered what Jianyun was so happy about. She's a ghost and doesn't understand human grief. The excitement between humans and ghosts is not interchangeable. But Gakko, as a female ghost, should still have an aesthetic. The tassels, well, she couldn't comment on the appearance. I can't say it's indescribable. I can only say it's impossible to see straight. You a foreign ghost know nothing. My Chinese civilization up and down 5,000 years, is not something you can understand. Feeling the blank stare of Gamma Coconut, Jiang Yun disliked back. This is a thing that has been around since the time of our Chinese emperors, and in the old days, it was something that was hung over the emperor's head. By now, it's a bit of a strange way to use a tassel as a token, but it's not incomprehensible. Get it? In short, it's just that you, Brother Jiang, I've picked up a treasure, and it might even be our life-preserving artifact. Jiang Yun didn't even bother to say much. Gamera was not noticing that look in Xiaoyu's and Pierre's eyes. If she had noticed, she would have absolutely admired how quickly she had made the decision to take it. Whatever you say I don't get it, then I don't get it. Anyway, I don't see much difference between this stuff and the $99 ones online. Gamma Coconut was similarly lazy and ignored Jiang Yun. Straight away, he pushed his head to the side. Go. That $9 9-pack crap online can compare to this one of mine? I don't even know who gave it to me. Lazy to explain to you? You a foreign ghost. And you explain more. You have no way to understand my 5,000 years of Chinese history. Alas, it can't be helped. It's normal for you guys to have a narrow vision of this tiny place of the Spoke Islands. Jiang Yun was happy in his heart and did not make more verbal arguments with Gamma Coconut. May remained silent for some time. The car drove on for a while. He seemed to notice something was wrong. Holy, no. Since when do you know the term $9 and 9 packs? Fukushima over that bullet hole also has a $9 9-pack online shopping? Jiang Yun's expression was as if he had seen a bunch of ghosts. When did Gamma Coconut sub in so quickly to the Chinese internet vocabulary? This isn't right. Little dagger taught me that, and we ghosts are keeping up with the times alright. Speaking of which, Gamma Coconut can get all haughty. The corners of your mouth turn up slightly. Just ask if you're surprised. The corner of Jiang Yun's mouth twitched. It's the little ing knife that brings down the new guy again, isn't it? True torture. It would be necessary to torture Dagger when he got back. It's only been a short time since I started calling Gamma some has-beens. This is going to take a long time later. He dares to call Gamma Coconut internet rotten terriers today. And he dares to teach Gamma Coconut to go on strike and rebel against himself tomorrow. This issue must be taken seriously. Jiang Yun put it in his mind. And when he went back, he must find a small knife to educate and educate. Was thinking about that. Among his pockets, Jiang Yun's cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Yun asked Gajia to help him get his cell phone out to see who could be calling at this hour. Chinese characters? I can't read much, but I have a feeling it's not a good word. Gamma took out her cell phone and glanced at the screen, her brow furrowing. Then he handed the cell phone to Jiang Yun's newly vacant right hand. Jiang Yun picked it up and glanced at it. It's from someone with a note that says Injustice Customer. Hearing Gakai's tirade, Jiang Yun giggled. Then the connection was connected. Crooked? Director Su. So badly injured. This is fine? This wronged client, surprisingly, was Su Weiyin. Hearing Jiang Yun's slightly cheerful tone, Gamako revealed an extremely disgusted expression and averted her head to the side. Thanks to Mr. Zhang's concern, I've made you laugh. My current injuries aren't very serious. On the other end of the phone, Su Weiyan responded with a polite smile. Well, that's fine then. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to injure your bones. Anyway, now that the Ghost Emperor has run away, you guys recuperate. Also, the order you placed with me before, we've already made it, huh? You see, when you have time to pick up the goods. By the way, the payment, you can settle it as soon as possible. Jiang Yun certainly wouldn't forget that he still ran a factory. Previously, Su Weiyan placed $1 million order with herself. This payment, because of the appearance of the Ghost Emperor, but he hadn't seen it until now. Things are about money and can't be left out of the equation. Ahem. Mr. Jiang, please don't worry. Our 749 Bureau has always abided by integrity in doing business. We will send someone over to pick up the goods later, and the money will be remitted to the account you gave us within today. Su Weiyin coughed twice awkwardly and offered an explanation. Calculating the time was indeed about right. It was time to pick up the goods from Jiang Yun's side. But, this was not the point that Su Weiyan called Jiang Yun to say today. This time, when he contacted Jiang Yun, he naturally had other purposes. In order to prevent Jiang Yun from sidetracking the topic again. After Su Weiyan finished promising that she would absolutely complete the remittance within today, she continued to speak immediately afterward. It's like this. Mr. Jiang, are you in the factory now, or are you somewhere else? She didn't give Jiang Yun a chance to interject at all. There's something we'd like to discuss with you, and we'd like to be able to talk to you face to face. The sincerity of Su Weiyan's tone. Something is wrong, but I'm not in the factory right now. I'm on my way to Nanjing City's downtown hospital, and someone was looking for me before. I'm on my way over for an appointment. What? What is it that you guys can't talk about over the phone? Is it hard to keep adding on to the birthday suit? If that's the case, it's not impossible for me to come over to you now. Anyway, it doesn't matter when you go to that appointment today. Business is important. Jiang Yun said smilingly, as long as you say you're doing business and adding orders. It's not even a problem to turn around and go to you right now. There's money to be made. Anything else? It's all a cloud, and it can all be leaned back. Chapter 107, How to Compensate Jiang Yun. Above the car. Jiang Yun's attitude was still clear, and then when Su Weiyan said that something was looking for him, he was basically certain that it was definitely not something good, though the dealings were few and far between. But that's Su Weiyin. Alas, the current director of Bureau 749. What good could come of approaching yourself at a time like this? Is it hard to give yourself an award? Come on, this stuff might as well be good for more orders. How about it? Does Grand Director Su want to consider purchasing some more birthday suits? Now that my factory staff has increased by quite a bit, the shipments will definitely satisfy you. By saying it explicitly, Jiang Yun was pulling away from the topic. Troublesome things, don't find yourself. Even if you're going to find yourself, you have to at least give some benefit of the doubt. Well, let's think about that. Su Weiyan also heard the sound of Jiang Yun's words. An awkward grin. Don't. Just now. I'll be right over. Where are you guys? Jiang Yun certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. It's straightforward to keep up the pressure. Hiss. How about this? You just said you were going to Nanjing City Hospital, right? As it happens, we're over here now too. When you arrive, we'll come down to pick you up. Specifically, we'll discuss it face to face. How's that? Su Weiyin had the desire to follow suit and wanted to make a harumph over first. When he saw Jiang Yun, he then chose to step straight into the main topic, so that Jiang Yun didn't have the chance to get involved in the matter of the birthday suit. After all, we've just been through a big battle. Plus, he had approached Jiang Yun to book a batch of goods before. Although the 749th Bureau is subordinate to the state management, various expenditures, almost all of the state's money, but the money is the country's money, but you can't just squander it. Su Weiyin, even if she was more luxurious, she still had to control this expenditure. Otherwise, the entire budget would be spent today, and she'd have to go back to the people above her for money for the rest of the year. How embarrassing this whole thing has to be. You guys are at Nanjing City Hospital too. Jiang Yun was flabbergasted and somewhat surprised after hearing Su Weiyin's words, but after reacting, it also felt like it was part of the normal. Su Weiyin, they are injured. This will not be in the hospital. It is difficult not to vacation at the beach. That's obviously not possible. But, I'm almost 10 minutes away. Don't worry, I'm definitely here with sincerity. We're also considered comrades in arms. Price-wise for this batch of goods, I'll definitely give enough for you guys to mean it. Definitely a good enough price. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Strike that. Jiang Yun directly hung up the phone, completely not giving Su Weiyin a chance to speak and explain. Sit tight, I'm going to speed up the sprint. Cell phone thrown to the side, hands holding the steering wheel, no need to hesitate, directly a foot throttle to the end. Then he realized that the car seemed to have run out of gas. He still wanted us to go ahead with the additional purchase and didn't give me a chance to explain at all. At this very moment, inside Nanjing City Hospital, Su Weiyin held her cell phone with a helpless face, revealing a bitter smile. Jiang Yun is still Jiang Yun, the ones that don't give a at all. If you ask me, we're at fault for this one, so why don't we, instead, purchase some additional birthday suits? It's useful anyway, if we don't have a good chat and make him angry again. I can't even imagine what Nanjing City will become. Ritao followed suit with a bitter laugh. Actually, I called Jiang Yun over for an interview today. Mostly, I was ready to go and confess to him about old Cho. The Li family did wrong and they were punished. But explain clearly, in case if Jiang Yun found out later, and under such a critical situation, it would easily breed trouble. Confess, and give enough apologies to stop the damage in time, and, perhaps, gain Jiang Yun's forgiveness. It's unlikely, but it's not like it's going to completely drive a wedge between the two sides. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Since the choice was made, it's just as well. We'll just go along with this favor of his down the line. At least at this particular moment, it won't cause internal conflict. Tianchi Zhang also commented. Jiang Yun is now on his way. That must be now. And they have to make good decisions. How about something to alleviate Jiang Yun's anger? Otherwise, it's a bit of a lost cause. Well, it's the only way to go. So let's hope he means what he says, and that it's really good enough. Our coffers, they're almost at the bottom, and the expenditures we're going to have to use in the meantime are only going to be more. And after this, we're still going to have to go and ask for money from the top. Su Weiyin thought about it. Finally, he sighed and chose to compromise. After all, there didn't seem to be any other better way to handle it. Then go ahead and wait for him outside, and try to place our sincerity where he can see it. If we can't, we'll spend the entire budget and buy all of his birthday clothes for this period of time. The program was finalized. The next step was to wait for Jiang Yun's arrival. When it says action, then it's direct action. The three men got ready. Su Weiyin also got up from the hospital bed and told the nurse to go and prepare a set of clothes for herself, then went to the toilet to change out of her hospital gown. Ergo, it was then followed by Li Tao and the others who went downstairs to greet Jiang Yun. At this stage of changing clothes, Su Weiyin was actually a bit surprised. That black gas inside himself was just too amazing. Obviously hurt so badly. But now, surprisingly, they can all manage to get out of bed. Though some of the injuries are still able to feel pain where they are too severe. But it doesn't affect normal life either. From that point on, she became even more determined in her heart. This was even more sideways evidence that Jiang Yun was an extraordinary person. He was surrounded by ghosts and monsters, and they were unusual, especially old Qin too. How nice it would be if there weren't all this mess and Jiang Yun could overjoin the 749th Bureau. This person, even more special than even that crazy woman. Su Weiyin sighed. Then he shook his head, not allowing himself to think about it anymore. What's done is done. And that can't be changed. All that can be done now is to try to save it. They came downstairs, quietly waiting for Jiang Yun to appear. 10 minutes, to say the least. To say it's short isn't really short. Su Weiyin and the rest of them even felt that under this situation. It was fine for Jiang Yun to be a bit late. But, late for a long time. There's something wrong with that. Not to say it counts from the time you hang up the phone. Let's just say it counts from the time they arrive downstairs at the hospital. It's also been almost half an hour straight through, but Jiang Yun's figure never appeared. Nothing's going to happen, is it? Lai Tao was the first to be unable to stand. Just had a rant. In the distance, a sports car just sped all the way towards them. Finally, it came to a steady stop in front of the trio. Immediately afterward, the sports car door opened. Jiang Yun finally appeared in front of the crowd. Sorry the car ran out of gas halfway. I was going to get a different car, but the location was a bit out of the way, so I had to walk a bit before I found the car. I've kept you waiting. Is everything okay? Chapter 108. Do you know that pretty girl? Jiang Yun opened his mouth toward the trio with an apologetic face. Who would have thought that the car could run out of gas halfway through this thing? He was right. It took a long walk to find such a sports car parked in front of the garage. It dragged on for a while though. However, the impact is not too great. Just get to your destination safely. Alas, if only old Zhao were here. His car is a bit broken, but at least he doesn't have to worry about running out of gas. Talking about it makes me angry. And the old boy is nowhere to be found. If I catch him, he'll be in for it. This matter still made Jiang Yun more or less emotional. If it delayed him from making money, he swore that he would definitely write down the model number of the previous car, straight to blacklist and never buy. And Su Weiyan's 3 people would see this Jiang Yun who was described as dusty coming over. The corners of his mouth also twitched slightly. That's a reason they can more or less accept. It's just, it's like a random car on the side of the road. It's like a car on the side of the road. Is that appropriate? Forget it, Lai Tao. Later you find someone to return these cars, Su Weiyan softly explained to Lai Tao. The latter nodded. Su Weiyan didn't need to worry about that anymore. Following that, he focused on what Jiang Yun had just said. Old Zhou you say? It's a ghost who drives a car. Su Weiyan inquired cautiously. When the old man finds him, it'll be smoke from his grave if he doesn't step on the sewing machine he's set up until it smokes. Jiang Yun spat out. He knows Lao Zhao's, the ghost who drove the car to the mall with us the other day. Gamma added as well, and it pointed to Tianshi Zhang. The latter's body trembled slightly, and the face shifted, but it was soon hidden without a trace. Neither Jiang Yun nor Gakko noticed. Rather, it was a bit of a surprise. Jiang Yun's expression moved slightly as he looked at Tianshi Zhang, a raw face he didn't recognize. However, old Zhao. That's good. Did you guys meet him again during your mission? It's not going to be halfway through the day that you guys just wipe it out, is it? Jiang Yun looked straight at Tianshi Zhang. Don't rule it out, but the probability will be relatively small. With old Zhao's car racing skills, not to mention destroying him, he may not even be able to catch up with him. Just kidding. You guys shouldn't be able to catch up with him even with his running skills. He's the best driver I've ever had, and I'd be old and heartbroken if he was really gone. Jiang Yun waved his hand and laughed. Didn't really care much. Only, it was different for Su Weiyan and the others. The former's words had just fallen. The 3 of them then coughed at a different frequency. Ahem. It was one thing for Jiang Yun to think, but that's a different thing for them. A prophecy. Does it get any more outrageous than that? It's some of the things you say in jest that hurt the most. This also seemed to indicate that Jiang Yun didn't seem to be heartbroken when the other ghosts and monsters were exterminated. But, Mr. Zhao, in the Jiang Yun this identity is also a bit unusual. What's the matter? You guys are still not feeling well? Are you all coughing? Faced with an awkward cough, Jiang Yun greeted up cordially. These are customers, and there's nothing wrong with caring. Well, it's a long story. Su Weiyan and the others could only reply in this way. This is too much of an embarrassment. I don't know how to answer that. Who knew that Jiang Yun had come up with such a move, completely disrupting their rhythm? Now they're the passive party again. Let's go in first and find a place to talk. Su Weiyan decided that it was better to break an awkward situation first. Jiang Yun naturally had no problem with it. It's better to have a place to sit and talk than to be outside. Following Su Weiyan, a group of people, plus a ghost of a coconut, just swaggered in front of thousands of members of Bureau 749 who were still being treated in the hospital. Went in amongst one of the hospital's conference rooms. It's quiet here, so let's go here. Su Weiyan arranged for someone to prepare tea. Smiling at Jiang Yun, he was about to prepare to greet him and sit down. Eyes, however, unintentionally scanned the sudden flash of white a little bit down from Jiang Yun's waist. This one is. After seeing that thing, Su Weiyan immediately froze. The face suddenly changed. When the latter heard this, he also followed Su Weiyan's line of sight. It was discovered that the thing Su Weiyan pointed to was the very tassel that Hare had gotten from the cold beauty only a moment ago. Su Weiyan's expression made Jiang Yun's heart even more beautiful. Dang, the current director of Bureau 749 knows this stuff. That's definitely what one thinks. This thing, Very precious. It's an excellent treasure. He didn't answer Su Weiyan first, but took the lead and made a look at Gakko. Look who's talking about the vision of a man who can't see. The latter simply didn't want to talk, rolled his eyes and sat down by the window to watch the scenery. How did you get this thing? Su Weiyan said in a very surprised tone. Also the change in expression is wonderful. Jiang Yun was at a bit of a loss when he saw her looking like that. He expected Su Weiyan to be surprised when she recognized it, but I didn't expect the reaction to be so great. It seems that this is indeed a gem, and a very valuable treasure at that. Thinking of this, Jiang Yun slightly suppressed his inner elation. After all, it's a direct indication that it's something that's been certified by the current director of Bureau 749. Well, you can't be too flashy with a treasure like that. Understatement is synonymous with him. It's not much. I just met a friend who gave it to me, Jiang Yun said in an extremely perfunctory tone. A friend? Is it a female? Su Weiyan continued to pursue the question. Ha, yeah, it's a female. Kinda high-maintenance beauty. What? You know her too? Jiang Yun nodded. I didn't realize that this trip was really not a bad idea. If Su Weiyan knew that cold beauty, she might even be able to ask for some information from Su Weiyan. After all, the system's tasks still needed to be completed. I've had a nosebleed from myself, and I haven't found out anything. Maybe, from the tassel given by the cold beauty, you can get something you want directly from Su Weiyan. This way. Su Weiyan fell into a moment of contemplation after hearing Jiang Yun's affirmative answer. The expression shifted slightly as well. It turned a bit staid. She lowered her head and seemed to be thinking. The other two in the middle of the meeting also noticed the tassel around Jiang Yun's waist. After hearing the conversation between him and Su Weiyan, it was also in a moment of contemplation. His face sank slightly. Chapter 109, Can't Take This Breath. When did you get this thing? Or to ask it another way, you and that woman, when did you meet? In the middle of the conference room, Su Weiyan and the others were silent for a long time. Raising his head, he took the lead and issued two questions to Jiang Yun. It wasn't that long ago, just before I came here I met. Jiang Yun didn't intend to lie. After all, he had come here with the intention of asking for information himself. Sincerity. That's the only sure thing. How is she treating you? Tianchi Zhang also inquired after following closely behind. Attitude? Jiang Yun thought about it. This one seems like it would be unnecessary to tell the truth. That's certainly very nice. Why else would you give me this thing, huh? Jiang Yun revealed a smile. This was said without blushing or jumping. That has to be good. You can all give away a house of your own. Let me put it to you this way. We're kind of, how do I put it? Just kind of, you know. Jiang Yun's eyes were sure. Next to her, Gamma can't even listen to it. What the hell is going to expose you? Or are you going to expose you? It was true that Jiang Yun wasn't much of a liar. Even though the loophole in this sentence was quite big, Su Weiyan and the others still took it seriously. And the attitude has gotten even more serious. Mr. Jiang, I suggest you'd better walk away from that crazy woman. Now that you know her, it should be clear who they are. Su Weiyan suddenly came out cold. She went so far as to call that cold beauty a crazy woman. Yes, Mr. Jiang, that organization of theirs. It's weird. Stay away from them. It won't do you any harm. Tianchi Zhang also came over to discourage it. And, incidentally, pulled a stomp on the ghost hunters as an organization. Lai Tao, at the end, had a similar attitude. All of them were advising Jiang Yun to stay away from them. Or even, better yet, no more contact. Stay as far away as you can. This made Jiang Yun very surprised. From these conversations, it's not hard to hear that ghost hunters, right now, are definitely not run by the state. Otherwise Su Weiyan and the others wouldn't have said that at all. There is absolutely no need for the same national organization to be so judgmental of each other. Are you guys serious? Jiang Yun's mood slowed down a bit. This answer, to be honest, surprised him quite a bit. Mr. Jiang, you can trust us. We represent the country's attitude. Su Weiyan nodded. You can also see it in their eyes. They were, surprisingly, all serious. Stay away from ghost hunters. What a joke. Jiang Yun put away the tassel. His mission was to get himself into this organization. Why did Su Weiyan and the others have such a big problem with this organization? Is there anything else going on here? Honestly, this tassel of yours, I have one too, but I don't have it on me right now. Seeing Jiang Yun put away the tassel, Su Weiyan continued to speak. It was only this opening that directly caused Jiang Yun to become somewhat taut. This tassel is what you can get on the market for $9.09 packages, or it's a peripheral released by their ghost hunter organization. You can search the internet for the exact same pendant for $9.90 shipped. There's nothing special about it at all. Su Wei said as she spoke. She even turned on her cell phone. One operation later, She handed her cell phone to Jang Yun. What was displayed on the screen was exactly which tassel the cold beauty had given him. Exactly the same. No difference. The price is only $9.09. He even has a remote area package delivery. Me Nima? Jang Yun's expression was the same as if he had seen a large group of ghosts. Eyes instantly went as wide as they could go. This online same fringe? Monthly sales of this thing aren't even in the double digits. This. A million straw horses sprang up in his mind. A whole lot of grooves. And it's hard to know where to start for a while. Ha! I was right. It's really $9.09 packs. Gamma Coconut doesn't forget to come in and fill in the blanks at this time. You didn't believe me when I told you in the car. But now you do. Let's see. Yo! Sales are less than 10 orders. You're a big grumbler. Gamma Coconut flashed to Jang Yun's side and glanced at the message on the screen. The whole look of disgust. After the spit finished, there was a continued flashback to the window to look at the view. All the while, not forgetting to add another blast. Without looking back, he said, now you've got another one. Not only are you a bad mixer, but your IQ isn't very high either. Top villa for a $9.09 pack of the same jewelry online. Only you can do that. The words fell. Gamma just didn't care at all about what was being said inside the conference room anymore. Even closed his ears. A set of operations. Jang Yun's blood pressure shot up. You traded a villa to him for this tassel? Su Weaving Smoke and Tianchi Zhang, they were also surprised. A face full of shock looked toward Jang Yun. Nima. It's a broken heart. Jang Yun's entire directly dumbfounded. Thought this thing was a ING gem. Who knew that the fallout would be so great? And the Gamelan. Damn, you don't talk, no one takes you for a dummy. Does this have to be a big grudge for the whole world to know? This kind of extremely strong discrepancy was simply an impulse to curse the street. Who can top this nifty thing? Actually, I thought it was a treasure at first, and it was only later that I realized that it was the perimeter made by the Ghost Hunters organization. Su Weiyan went up to comfort Jang Yun. It's a sacrifice. It's too big. She was afraid that Jang Yun wouldn't be able to handle it. The ones inside that organization are a bunch of weirdos. It's always good to stay away from them. Su Weiyin was still going on. Tianchi Zhang and Li Tao also stepped forward to say words that meant pretty much the same thing. To put it bluntly, it was for Jang Yun to look on the bright side. Within their understanding, and in their knowledge of the Ghost Hunters organization, this loss, Jang Yun was set to suffer, and there's no chance of redeeming it. And at this point, Jang Yun was the entire directly petrified in place. How is that comforting? It's a nifty knife blitz. Jang Yun gritted his teeth. The heart is bleeding. That's not the way to pit people. Nima just met the first time. He directly lost in a villa. This nifty system is still going to let himself join that villa? Is there a law here? Is there any justice in this? In all his life, he had never suffered such a big loss. No, Nima, you guys stop. Jang Yun interrupted Su Weiyan's comforting them. Saying any more would make you cry yourself. I can't swallow this. You guys don't have to persuade me. If I don't take this revenge, I'm not a man. Chapter 110, 10,000 people. Before that, you guys tell me about that ghost hunter. What kind of organization it is? Calm down. Jang Yun wasn't some mangaka. From the previous contact, it was not difficult to learn that the organization, Ghost Hunters, would not be very weak. On the contrary, they are still strong. Otherwise, that little lowly from before wouldn't have uttered such a counterintuitive statement that saying she couldn't defeat the Ghost King was insulting her. It's not true that you can't swallow this, but you can't just rush right through it purely without knowing anything. And then, perhaps, one will be brutally beaten on the ground. Doesn't that make you a living weakling? Jang Yun didn't want such a scene to happen to him. It just so happens that right now it looks like Su Weiyan and the others know a little bit about this organization. Get some useful intel yourself. It wouldn't hurt to listen to it. You don't know anything about ghost hunters? Su Weiyan seized the key word. Don't worry about that. Just tell me what's going on with that organization of theirs. Jang Yun shook his head and continued to pursue. The latter heard and saw Jang Yun's serious expression and eyes, and no perfunctory or questions about the rest. A glance was exchanged with Tianchi Zhang and the others. Then, Li Tao went out and went to get the other team members guarding outside to leave the area. That's a bit of secrecy, to say the least. Jang Yun's interest, too, pulled up. He was curious, under Su Weiyan's description, the Ghost Hunters, what kind of organization it was. Okay, now I can talk to you. Only after doing this did Su Weiyan take a deep breath before opening her mouth. In fact, the Ghost Hunters, we have known of such an organization for a long time, and they have even been active in the country for far longer than our Bureau 749. Within the four great families, there are also a lot of secrets about the Ghost Hunter organization stored, but we can't access these things. So far, we don't know much about the Ghost Hunters, except that they were one of the first paranormal organizations active in the country. Su Weiyan's tone was calm. He began to briefly tell Jiang Yun some information about ghost hunters. It's easy to say, but in fact, it took quite a bit of time. The information revealed from the 4 great families had been a national investigation, and she had organized her own staff to investigate. A combination of various sources. The last conclusion reached. We know very little. No one knows who they are employed by or who they take orders from. Just know that they've been looking for someone, or maybe, some symbol. After all that, almost half an hour had passed. The more Su Weiyan spoke, the more it gave this ghost hunter organization a mysterious feeling. There is also relevant information in the records of our Tianshidao, and there have been mentions of the ghost hunters as an organization from the time of the establishment of the Tianshidao. But to this day, that's all we know about the existence of such an organization. Even their home base, how many personnel they have, is completely unclear and unknown. Tianshi Zhang also nodded and began to tell about the ghost hunter organization in Tianshidao. From among these words, Jiang Yun had listened to this for most of an hour, sort of heard some hints. In a nutshell, this organization, it's just very mysterious, and then, no more. Where's the rest of the information? Nothing useful at all? All this talk is telling me that this organization is mysterious? Jiang Yun spread his hands. No, there seems to be a useful message as well. Just now, Su Weiyan had mentioned again that this organization had been searching for a certain person, or a certain symbol, since ancient times. If I remember correctly, you, Tianshidao, should be the best paranormal incident handling organization in China, right? How is it that such a ghost hunter organization has also popped up out of nowhere, even more powerful than your Tianshidao? Jiang Yun looked at Tianshi Zhang again. According to official documented information, Tianshidao can be considered the oldest Taoist Dharma sect in China. Instead, Zhang Tianshi told him that the existence of ghost hunters was even more ancient than Tianshidao. What a shocking revelation to hear all by yourself. Alas, it's a long story. Tianshi Zhang let out a bitter smile. Officially, we are indeed the oldest Taoist pharaohs in China, but successive Tianshidao executives are well aware that before Tianshidao, there was another organization of ghost hunters, far more ancient than us. The news has been kept under wraps without us, and up until now, it hasn't been publicized either. It's just subject to the same environment. We have some information interoperability with the 749th Bureau, and the country is consolidating its resources. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to tell you this information so easily. Tianshi Zhang revealed a bitter smile. I could tell by the way he was serious about it. The Ghost Hunters organization has been around for far longer than any one person would like to think. Then in your records of the Tianshidao, does it say that they were founded around that dynasty? Jiang Yun pondered for a moment and issued a query. It's all a deadly old organization, so it should be mentioned more or less, right? But the answer, obviously, was going to be disappointing. Tianshi Zhang shook his head and spoke helplessly. There is no record of it, or perhaps there was, but that record, along with our old celestial master, vanished into thin air. Lao Tianshi, the founder of Tianshi Dao. Among the celestial masters Dao, there was only such a celestial master who possessed this title. Jiang Yun had more or less heard about it, but didn't know much about it, only that this old celestial master was very powerful. At least in their dynasty, it was almost an existence that stood at the very top of the pyramid. As the saying goes, it is under the sun of heaven and above all. There were even rumors that the old heavenly master could sit on an equal footing with the son of heaven, simply because he was the only being who could truly communicate with the gods in heaven. Speaking of the old heavenly master, there is some wild history in our heavenly master Dao that had recorded that the old heavenly master and that ghost hunter organization seemed to have some unspoken relationship. But this is all wild history. The exact truth or falsehood, the age is too long. We have no way to pursue. Tianshi Zhang added. Being an ancient organization in China, the information, long ago, was rotten and lost. It has been quite difficult to obtain this information. After all, the years are just too long ago. In a nutshell, the reason we're telling you to have less, or even no, contact with this organization is because the state still hasn't figured out exactly how it's going to define it. We know so little about them, so little that we don't even know what the point of this organization's existence is. It's equally difficult to determine whether such an organization is good or bad. No one knows if, as time progresses, they will act in ways that will subvert our perceptions. Chapter 111 Side Message. In the middle of the conference room, Su Weiyan gave Jiang Yun a look like she was worried. Too little information is known about the other side, nor do they understand each other. With an organization like this, who knows if it could be dangerous? What if it's a bunch of lunatics who want to subvert humanity? I probably understand. After hearing these words, Jiang Yun fell into deep thought. How? The mood was a little heavy. The news was so exciting that he needed to digest it. By the way, you said earlier that copy of the crazy woman. Why did you call that beauty how you did? Is it hard to believe that they already have some more counterintuitive maneuvers? After a while, Jiang Yun thought back carefully on the conversation he had just had. Good think I found some holes. He raised his head and looked at Su Weiyan. That cold beauty. She's crazy? Or is it because Su Weiyan is jealous? I'm sorry, this is something that I can't tell you right now for a while. This is a top-level secret belonging to Bureau 749. Unless you are a high-ranking talent of Bureau 749. Otherwise, I have no right to narrate this with you. On this matter, Su Weiyan stayed silent. Her silence, revealing a hint of weirdness. She could have had a whole host of reasons to refuse to answer Jiang Yun, but she chose to do it. It's top secret at Bureau 749. Maybe if you join Bureau 749, you can learn more about all of this stuff. Su Weiyan was still narrating. She also didn't forget to pull in Jiang Yun. After all, a person who can control ghosts and monsters is too precious. Bureau 749 needed a talent like Jiang Yun. The country, it needs him. Forget it. How could Jiang Yun not hear Su Weiyan's meaning? His choice, however, remained a refusal. I'm sorry to go through what you guys are telling me. Now Jiang Yun's interest in that ghost hunter was even greater. And now he understands. Why did the system give him the task to join to the ghost hunters organization? Instead, join the 749th Bureau, the official organization of the state. Off is this lost history, the lost record, and it's totally fascinating enough. Vaguely, Jiang Yun already had a premonition that amongst this organization, there might be some hidden news that might shock the world when spoken. It's not clear yet. By this point, Jiang Yun was actually even less aware that in the future, after he joined the Ghost Hunters organization, the news he received was far more shocking than he now thought. It has been big enough to affect the whole world. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Forget about the information about that organization for now. When I met with the people from that organization today, they mentioned a word that I don't know if you guys have any understanding of. It's some kind of passage between the mortal world and hell or something or other. Say, how much do you guys know about hell? This one is also a ghost hunter related issue. But strictly speaking, if hell does exist, it's also kind of connected to the 749th Bureau. Hell? Hearing Jiang Yun utter these words, Su Weiyan's expression moved again quite visibly. Then she frowned with a puzzled expression. There really is a hell? She asked a question that caught Jiang Yun completely by surprise. That would be interesting. In the system's introduction, a ghost hunter was the intermediary, or communicator, between the mortal world and hell. Sort of a direct confirmation of the existence of hell. And the ghost hunter's actions fit the description. But, Bureau 749 has existed for so long. It is a national organization, not to mention such an ancient sect as Tianshidao. All this time, thousands of years, and they have no idea about hell. At all? I'm sorry, that hell you're talking about, is that the hell I know? Hades or something like that? Tianshi Zhan was also surprised. Jiang Yun didn't reply. It seems that unintentionally, one seems to have discovered another big secret. I don't know much about it. I just heard the word from their mouths, he explained briefly. However, it's not true. Other than the information provided by the system, the rest, he might not even know as much as Su Weiyan and the others. That's just poor information. It's hard, but there's nothing you can do about it. Knowing that there are so many other secrets in this world, but not getting answers. Perhaps that's one answer. It's like, you know about the pyramids, and for the rest of your life there's a chance that you won't know how he was built. Unless, of course, you can travel back in time to that time period and get a glimpse of the real thing. Far from it. Back to reality. All this stuff, let's talk about it later. Jiang Yun adjusted his mind. She hadn't forgotten that she had come over here because she had been called by Su Weiyan and the others. Tell me next, what did you call me over for? What's the matter? But I'll say it up front. Your latest order. I've already sent it down to the factory inside, and now it's in the middle of rushing for your new order. You'll have to be responsible for breaching the contract and whatnot. Jiang Yun's gaze was firm. When you're in business, you can't do business at a loss. If you lose money yourself, how can you support such a big factory? He is back to his original self. But, this would be Su Weiyan and they hadn't returned to their original appearance. The ghost hunter organization that Jiang Yun had first brought up had made their hearts completely unable to calm down. The front was fine. Basically they were talking and Jiang Yun was listening. This is information that they originally knew. But at the back Jiang Yun inexplicably raised to hell. This they play to go where unfamiliar phrases. That, and how they can calm down now. At the time when he wanted to continue pursuing Jiang Yun, again, he was coming up with a word. And I don't know much about it. I've just heard the whole word. That's all. Then the subject was drawn out and straight away they didn't even get a chance to ask. But the topic is drawn out. But it can't be said that this went away how it did. Especially since it's also tied to the Ghost Hunters organization again. After chatting with Jiang Yun, Su Weiyan had already made plans in her mind. With this news, a general meeting was definitely needed. All 4 families have to be in and then exchange news. And conduct a thorough investigation. The concept of hell presented by Jiang Yun had already sent shivers down his spine. It must be taken seriously. It's not out of fear. More than that, it was still just like what Jiang Yun himself had said, that after thousands of years, they were surprisingly completely unaware of it. If it wasn't for the unintentional mention of Jiang Yun, I'm afraid that they'll be in complete disarray after what form hell really takes. By that time, I'm afraid, the whole of China will also be completely plunged into panic. Fear. All order will come with the advent of hell. Radical change. In any case, it's important to look deeper and dig deeper into this key clue, even if it's just getting some side information. Chapter 112, Jiang Yun's attitude. Hey, I say, are you guys stupid? I'm talking to you guys, can't you hear me? You guys called me over here, what's going on? In the middle of the conference room, seeing Su Weiyan they didn't move for a long time. Jiang Yun pounded the table heavily. The dull sound also made Su Weiyan and the girls react. Slowly, he was trying to speak. Suddenly, it was like realizing again that something was wrong. No, what did you just say? We've got a new order that's already in production? When did we place a new order? Su Weiyan stared wide-eyed, her face full of bewilderment. Just now, inside the phone, he himself did not mention any new orders. No, did I hear wrong? I remember you guys said another 2,000 pieces again? Jiang Yun was flabbergasted, showing a very surprised expression. Su Weiyan simply just stopped talking. When the hell did I say I wanted 2,000 more? You've got this and that wrong. You're clearly buying and selling. Harm. It's fine. Anyway, there are many of you. It won't hurt to have a few thousand more. And in the current situation, I think it's fine for you to have 1,000 more. How about it? Want to think about it, I say? Go right up to a bent piece. I'm going to go talk to my brothers in the factory and set you up with 10,000 pieces. Jiang Yun waved his hand with a disinterested expression. They even comforted Su Weiyan. It's always going to come in handy later. What could not work now with a few more pieces? Stock up on more to be prepared later? Saying that, Jiang Yun opened his cell phone and was about to prepare to send a message over to the factory. This action was seen by Su Weiyan, and the whole person was bad. Hurrying forward, he rushed forward and stopped Jiang Yun from trying to send a message. That's not a good idea. No. I think 2,000 pieces is more than enough. We'll come back to you later when we still need them. Immediately after that, Ri Tao also hurriedly followed. Yes. 2,000 pieces is enough. There's no need for more. We will absolutely come back to you if we have a need in the future. They were truly afraid that Jiang Yun would really take 10,000 pieces seriously. The coffers of Bureau 749 are pretty much empty. Those 2,000 pieces are enough to kill them all. Raise it to 10,000 pieces again. It's hard to top this country coming in. That's right. Okay then. Let's start with 2,000 pieces. When the time comes it's still the same. One hand pays, one hand delivers. I'll wait for your good news. See the scene. A smile appeared on Jiang Yun's face. That's nice. Another sale made. It's such a plain and simple way to make money. He smiled and put away his cell phone. Despite the loss of a villa, but the factory side made a big order. The heart is still happy. Sort of. Break even. Well, get on with your business. Putting away his cell phone, Jiang Yun continued to look at Su Weiyan and the others with a smile on his face, waiting quietly for what they will say. Hiss. Just after seeing the scene, Su Weiyan and the others, on the contrary, felt a little bit wrong. When did Jiang Yun has become such a good talker? Is this really Jiang Yun? He'd used everything to get them to order before. Why did you agree so quickly today? Why do I get the feeling that we're being set up by him? After a long time, Su Weiyan spoke afterward. On second thought, it's not right. I didn't say I wanted 2,000 birthday suits before. How is it that Jiang Yun brought up the tempo and directly agreed to it himself? Nima. This old six. Forget it. It's done. For now. Hold your forehead and sit down again. Next up, it's the Confessions Bureau. Unconsciously, Su Weiyan herself did not realize that they had been taken by Jiang Yun belonging to his. It can't be helped. Can't say it's a bad thing. Though, perhaps that, in turn, would alleviate the feeling of unease within himself a bit. Here's the thing. There's something we need to confess to you. After re-sitting down and adjusting your mind, Su Weiyan opened her mouth very formally. Jiang Yun nodded. indicating that he was all ears. That, in fact, we have accidentally killed a ghostly creature in our midst all along, and that ghostly creature ran out from inside your quad. While Su Weiyan was speaking, both Li Tao and Tianchi Zhang stood quietly to the side, not saying a word. The atmosphere, somewhat awkwardly, rose. Su Weiyan finished her narration. Jiang Yun's expression was instantly frozen. There was no immediate response. That one is like this. In fact, we didn't know that ghostly creature came out from inside your quadrangle. It's all the misinformation from our side that has caused this. The fault is ours. We've done a deep reflection and review after this happened. It really wasn't intentional. Seeing this, Su Weiyan hurriedly continued to speak, hoping to remedy the situation. Think about just walking in the door. It's not shabby. All that could be done now was to hope that Jiang Yun could forgive himself. She really had been sincere enough. And even then, he directly stood up, and together with Tianchi Zhang and the others, he directly bowed and apologized. Jiang Yun was still indifferent. Instead, a hint of surprise flashed across even Gamma's face. According to you. Finally, after a while, Jiang Yun opened his mouth. His expression slowly loosened. In the middle of your battle with the Ghost Emperor, you accidentally killed a few of my Oni? Is that right? Jiang Yun stared at Su Weiyan and spoke almost word for word. Yes. No. It's all our fault now. It's wrong to do it. And we have to be brave enough to take that mistake. So, we've come to apologize to you for coming. We hope you can forgive us. We knew you viewed ghosts and monsters differently than we do. And as it turns out, you've managed to be able to get along with ghosts and monsters. We made it so that not being able to find out would be the equivalent of murdering your friend. When Su Weiyan said the latter, her tone began to become a whisper. She was a little unsure of how to proceed. Think about it differently. If she were Jiang Yun, hearing this news, cannot turn this table over to avenge his friend. This is all good-tempered. What's more, he was still Jiang Yun. Fruity. It was pretty much the same as what Su Weiyan thought. After Jiang Yun finished saying this, Su Weiyan fell into another moment of silence. He stood still for a long time. Su Weiyan didn't dare to see how Jiang Yun's expression was. Perhaps, it must have been very angry. What will he do with this mark? And what would one think of the 749th? Is it possible to maintain a good relationship with Jiang Yun? And will it be possible to continue to do so? All of this is unknown at this time. Can only get Jiang Yun open mouth? Can only know. Chapter 113 Gotta. Extra money. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere got a little awkward. Su Weiyan and Tianchi Zhang bowed as they did not raise their heads for a long time. This was because they weren't sure if Jiang Yun would get mad and angry over this matter or not. If you get mad, angry, what can they, in turn, do? Other side. Jiang Yun took a deep breath. A pin dropped in the room. You guys. Finally, Jiang Yun spoke, calling me all the way over here to say something is going on. Is that what this is about? His tone was flat and didn't really sound sad or happy. The three men nodded, and the matter was not lost on them. It was such a thing after that. Now that they were all off the hook, they were waiting for an attitude from Jiang Yun. Dead or alive? It depends on what he says next. Harm. I thought, how big a deal. Isn't it just a gargoyle? You've killed fewer gargoyles in this time. There's no need to tell me about it. It doesn't matter. Unless, of course, you have done something else. And honestly, with all this pomp and circumstance, is there something else that has not been told? The fireman of Jiang Yun opened his mouth. This plot, isn't it a bit off? Did Jiang Yun get the wrong script? Su Weiyan and the others were stunned. When did he become so open-minded? No, we have nothing else. Just this one thing we want to talk to you about. Really? That's the only thing? Su Weiyan quickly replied. It's a little strange though, but Jiang Yun's current attitude wasn't what she was expecting. Whatever's weird about it, as long as it gets done, the rest doesn't matter. Really? Jiang Yun still seemed a little less convinced. Of course it's true. We wanted to find you to apologize to you in person and in person. In fact, because we were afraid you'd be angry. Su Weiyan nodded affirmatively. So, Jiang Yun, if he had something to think about, he thought it was something big. With all the ghosts and goblins under your own quad, it honestly wouldn't hurt at all to have a few die. The main thing was that all those ghosts and goblins, he couldn't even name them himself, because that's not even catching your own ghosts, either. As well, the relationship isn't great. It's simply suppressing these ghosts and monsters underneath their own quadrangle, except for the ghost bride and the others, who were called out by themselves and mixed up with the better ghosts and monsters. Other than that, it doesn't matter. Sometimes he still had a headache himself about what he was going to do with all these ghosts and goblins. Now it's good that someone is helping to fix it, and it led to the completion of a business deal for himself, which what reason was there to be angry? Alright, since that's all there is to it, If there's nothing else, then I'll leave first, haha. So what? The business we just talked about. Remember to come pick up the goods and pay for them then, haha. At our factory's current production rate, it's almost like you can come over the day after tomorrow. Jong-yun waved his hand. Right now he's still busy. Now that things have been talked about, gained some information myself, it's almost time to go. Okay, let's get you a driver. Su Wei-yen nodded and didn't stop her. After the matter had been talked over, there was really no reason for them to stop Jong-yun anymore. Still, I'm quite sorry, we missed and accidentally killed your ghost driver. Why don't we arrange another car for you as compensation? Of course, this is on our dime. Su Wei-yen continued to add, seeing Jong-yun come over so dusty today, she does a little too much to handle. Mostly, it's her subjective sense of what's going on that she can't get past. Business is business. When you do something wrong, you should still pay for it. Otherwise, this relationship with Jong-yun might have stopped there. Giving away a car? That's fine. Since you said so, I'll take it. Jong-yun smiled and nodded, but only halfway through his sentence did he suddenly come to a screeching halt. What did you guys just say? Killing my ghost driver? That ghost you killed. Was it old Zhao? The brain works fast. Jong-yun seemed to understand something. The latter also nodded after hearing this, confirming that the ghost they had killed was the one old Qin Tu and the others had been looking for. Old Zhao. The atmosphere, once again, was silent, but Su Wei-yen had yet to realize that Jong-yun's expression, when slowly solidified. She was still talking about how she was going to arrange a car for Jong-yun. She was really trying in order to draw closer. Why don't we bring you the car piece by piece when we pick it up this afternoon? Su Wei-yen felt that there was nothing wrong with what she had arranged. Then he raised his head and revealed a light smile seeking Jong-yun's opinion. This time, she, at last, realized. Jong-yun's face was now a bit cloudy. You guys, got my old Joe? Jong-yun's voice seemed a bit hoarse. On one side, Gamma Coconut also frowned and stood next to Jong-yun. Old Zhao she is not familiar with, but followed the old Qin head they looked for a morning on this behavior. This ghost, unlike other ghosts and monsters, had a place in this big family of Ekin. She liked to dislike Jong-yun though, but she can see clearly in the face of right and wrong. You talk, I'll avenge old Zhao. Gamma spoke faintly. Even, are ready to fight. This sudden change caught Su Wei-yen and the others off guard. No, we had a good deal just now, so suddenly we changed our minds again? Jong-yun still had his head down in deep thought. As you could also tell from his face, he was in a very bad mood right now. Do you guys know what kind of person Lao Zhao is to me? Do you know that old Zhao he has been following me for how long? Finally, after a while, Jong-yun raised his head. A deep voice questioned. He's not just my driver. He's part of our family, following us for many years now, although his presence was so low that he didn't even, no, not even, basically, much of our attention, but he's my driver, my best traveling companion. Now, you guys tell me, did you GA him? Jong-yun's tone grew stronger. A series of words came down, making Su Wei-yen and the girls completely dare not have the intention to return the favor. Listen, it goes without saying, things that have been quite serious. It turned out that Jong-yun hadn't gotten angry just now because, unbeknownst to him, the ghostly creature they had lost and killed was just old Zhao. Now he knows and explodes. He, who is coming to make a statement. It happened. We're not going to deny that we did this thing. If there's anything I can do, just tell me. As long as I can do it, within reason, I'll try my best to get it from you. Su Wei-yen's smile disappeared. At the moment it was like a little girl who had done something wrong waiting for a scolding from her parents. Jong-yun took a deep breath. Agonizingly, he said, it's good to admit when you've done something wrong. As you all know, old Joe is my only love of family and friends. In response to this, you have to add money. Chapter 114 Open Ghosting. Nanjiang City. On a 99 new car, Jong-yun drove the car without saying a word. Gamma sat in the passenger side. Her expression, it was even more indescribable, because she realized that she couldn't seem to understand the man beside her at all. Along the way, neither of the two spoke. Jong-yun is driving seriously. Gamma is still contemplating. Finally, it's almost time to reach the factory. Still unable to hold back, Gamma Coconut turned her head to Jong-yun and inquired, they killed old Joe, and you just say, you've got to raise the money. End of story? Gamma's voice was icy, even with a bit of anger. Originally, she had thought that she felt that Jong-yun would be a man of great affection. You can tell by protecting the little knives and the others. But he treated old Zhao completely differently. A raise, which at the time straight away blindsided her. Or else, Jong-yun shrugged in the face of Gamma Coconut's inquiry. Old Zhao has already died once as a ghost, and if he dies once more, his soul will already be scattered. and he will never be resurrected. Now that it's happened, why can't we just look at it with a little bit of peace of mind? Otherwise, you're going to do it to them, in their territory? You don't want your life. I want mine. Saying that, Jiang Yun also rolled his eyes at her, following Gakko's earlier example. You, heartless. Gamma was glared at and didn't know what to say. Thought I was with the right guy before. Now it seems that all men are the same in the world. One day, I'll return to the Spoke Islands. For sure. It's true that you men, you're all carved from the same mold. Gamma grunted coldly. Straight away, he put his head to one side and stopped talking. Jiang Yun was also lazy and continued to drive the car home. He didn't choose to meet with the Liu family. After sending a text message to the Liu family's people, he got a ready-made car from Su Weiyan and went straight home. Choices that don't need to be explained to anyone. Things seem to be working out a little more easily than we thought. And it will be. On the other side, it's the same conference room. After sending Jiang Yun away, the three of them let out a breath in unison. It's just a little too much to pay. Su Weiyan rubbed her temples. As compensation, Jiang Yun didn't do anything to them. Instead, they chose to slaughter them hard on the latest Nabi order. A life jacket, directly based on the unit price of $10,000. 2,000 birthday suits. This order, set off directly toward 10 million. He doubled the price of all of them straight away. You know, the last order was only $5,000 apiece. The point is, this is an order they can't yet refuse. One can only agree to a forced purchase. A little bit of money is a little bit of money. And if you can spend money on something, then it's not a big deal. Zhang Tianchi stepped forward to comfort. It's not just a matter of putting up some money for a car. This compensation, it's okay, it's acceptable. It was nothing compared to a Jiang Yun who could order ghosts and monsters and be friends with the Ghost King. That makes sense. Hearing this, Su Weiyan sighed as well. Thought so. That battle with the Ghost Emperor clearly showed him that if humans were able to fight with ghosts and monsters, what a change that would make. If that battle hadn't been helped by those Ghost Kings of Jiang Yun, I'm afraid they would all be lying inside the incinerator by now. Tianchi Zhang was right. Compared to Jiang Yun, all of this was nothing. Alright, that's it for Jiang Yun. Set it aside for now. Everyone's body, by the looks of it, is recovering just fine, so it's just as well. Let's do a short meeting over here. Su Weiyan shook her head, not going to think about so many messy things. After all, there was a whole lot more messy, worse things waiting for him to deal with in front of him as well. I'll arrange for the people from the 4 great families and the other squad leaders to come over. Ri Tao answered and went out to start arranging the meeting. As for Tianchi Zhang, he also began to work on notifying the core member disciples of Tianchi Dao. About 10 minutes later, in the middle of the conference room, with Su Weiyan as the leader, all of them were filled with personnel. Among the 4 great families, the only one absent was the Li family. Only one was sent over who wasn't a core child of any kind. Su Weiyan looked at it and didn't say anything. Understandable. After all, of all the people in the arena, only Li Hu and Li Zixing did not receive Old Qin 2's black qi treatment. Everyone else, more or less in the case of having black qi into the body information, their injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Director Su, you and Jiang Yun, how's the contact going? The one who spoke was Liu Qianyuan, the patriarch of the Liu family. He was one of the more seriously injured that day. He passed out on the spot and was eventually carried into the hospital. But now, too, all are able to sit in a wheelchair and are conscious. I'm sure it won't be long before it's completely back to normal. Liu Qianyuan had lived most of his life and had never seen such a terrifying recovery speed. It even gave him a slight illusion. When did one's body, in fact, become so powerful? Of course, he was no cutie pie either. Naturally, they knew that the fact that they could recover so quickly was naturally unrelated to the black qi that had been emitted by Old Qin 2 and had entered their bodies. Just now I thought I saw him come over this way. Commissioner Su, you guys, you've already dealt with this? Wang Qingsong, the patriarch of the Wang clan, also sent an inquiry. Opening the mouth, it was still Jiang Yun. This is something we can discuss later after the general meeting. Hearing these 2 questions, Su Weiyan was in pain. It's also probably a good guess as to why they're so related to this issue. It's just that it's related to the black gas. It's just that these are things that she needs to have a time to process. The more important issue now is that the Ghost Emperor is missing. It's hard to say if it's in Nanjiang City or not. Now Nanjiang City is an empty city, but it can't stay empty. They need to remove the danger as soon as possible, to ensure that the millions of citizens of Nanjiang City return to their homes as soon as possible. Currently the Ghost Emperor is missing and the Ghost Master has appeared in Nanjiang City again. By the way, I also obtained an updated intelligence just now. In Nanjiang cities, ghost hunters have been spotted. I don't know what they are here for, but what is certain is that where they show up, They never send anything good. Gentlemen, the battle is not over. Su Weiyan returned to work, and her face was gloomy. The tone was even. Not too fast. But the things she said were pretty big, and that's just the current problem in Nanjiang City. More. It was also another major issue that Su Weiyan wanted to focus on in this meeting. He gathered himself and scanned the room. Gentlemen, we are also now faced with a problem that is before us for the first time in the last 1,000 years. After this incident, do we need to publicize the fact that ghosts and monsters exist in the world? Chapter 116, I represent the Li family. The internet, which has been in existence since the last century. Its existence has accelerated the development of the world and the expansion of causes. It's even easier for people to communicate with each other. From the beginning of the invention to the present, hundreds of years have passed. It brings more than just having those advantages above. The same has led to a series of conflicts. It's like, now Su Wei and the others were facing a problem. Things have gotten so big in Nanjiang City that it's almost unlikely that a big commotion like ours would want to be completely isolated on the internet. I just looked online while I was waiting for you guys to come over. And it's safe to say that the entire internet, right now, is in a complete panic over what we're doing here. This is an unprecedented and huge problem that we are facing. And in response to that, there is always an explanation. Either, continue to make up lies and hide the fact that ghosts and monsters exist, or, take this opportunity to come clean once and for all. Su Weiyin opened her mouth. The room was silent. In the old days, small fights. The largest operation is just a gathering of 100 people. And it was still at the end of the last world. At that time, the network was not more developed then. The channels for transmitting information were limited, and the above could easily hide this matter. And now it's different. Not only is it bigger, the internet is also more developed. The transfer of information to and from each other can be almost indistinguishable from face-to-face communication. Massive action at this time, not to mention the suppression of public opinion in the country. It has even spread to overseas areas. The whole world knows about this place in Nanjiang City. The globe is skeptical and questioning the truth of the world. Overall, public opinion is out of control. There are just two paths ahead. Keep making up lies to hide the facts and then spend tremendous energy, time, including money to make good on the aftermath. It always takes a million lies to round out a lie. And, as things stand, continued concealment is not always enough to completely deaden and dissipate the public's trepidation. On top of that, the Ghost Emperor hasn't been captured yet either. Could it be that every time the Ghost Emperor came out for an event, they, in the future, would also need to spend so much time and energy to make up those lies? The other path is much simpler. Confession. Just up to this point, not pretending. To be straight up honest, the world is just haunted. And not only that, there were the kind of ghosts that could directly destroy a city. I've called the old man in heaven, and he told me that this is something that we will make a decision on. Whatever decision we make, he supports it unconditionally. Su Weiyin sat in the leader's seat. She just felt so much pressure on her. One thing after another. She, for one, was feeling a little unsupportable. Sometimes, she really kinda envied Zhang Yun. Guard your own acreage. What goes on out there is none of my business. But she was not destined to be such a person by her status, by her birth. Everyone, this is something that we need to discuss the results of as soon as possible. It's not only about our existence will be open to the public, but it's also related to the development within the next 100 years. Su Weiyin didn't give everyone much time to think. This is just one part of the conference. Let me start by saying what I think. I'm in favor of disclosure as far as reasons. Next time, Su Weiyin went into detail about what she had considered, as well as the pros and cons between the two options. The pace of speech couldn't help but quicken. The conference process, too, is moving forward at a rapid pace. There were also some questions raised after her account. Questions such as, in what capacity would Bureau 749 exist if it became public? And would there be other arrangements? And whether the existence of the four great families needs to be disclosed along with it. These, as Su Weiyan could clearly see, could not be explained in a moment. It takes a huge amount of time to make the best explanation. So, her answer was, these are not the heart of this issue. We are pressed for time. I just want one of your choices, to disclose, or not to disclose. Su Weiyan's tone was lingering, but we don't know how to make a choice until we figure all this out. There was some dissent, especially, which family's son was sent by the Li family. Commissioner Su, if you don't answer those questions, with all due respect, we're not going to make a choice. Before coming here, the old man and I mentioned that you might mention it. The old master has explained. Until we get answers to these questions, we, the Li family, refuse to reply. That disciple from the Li family stood up and responded. If you have to use your subjective sense to sway us and make dictatorial choices, then, Chief Su, I would question whether you still have what it takes to fill the position of current Chief of Bureau 749. Don't you think that you are being a little too aggressive with this? That disciple of the Li family's words were clean. Directly, the sword was pointing at Su Weiyan, or rather, in questioning, accountability. After that overly aggressive remark came out, the sound of discussion that was still present in the entire conference room stopped all of a sudden. Everyone's eyes were focused on that family descendant and Su Weiyan. What he said, in fact, was not without its problems. It's just that saying it at a time like this, backwards and idle, is a little too abrupt, as well as sudden, a little too aggressive, and I'm afraid it's not just Su Weiyan. That son's words were equally aggressive in their expression. You're from the Li family? Did Li Hu ask you to come here? Su Weiyan didn't say anything. The one who was the first to speak was Lu Qianyuan, the patriarch of the Lu family. He frowned, his eyes deadpan on the one. Back to Patriarch Lu. I am none other than the second son of the Li family. My name is Li Zitian. For this meeting, the patriarch has specially called me over to replace him due to his serious illness. And what I say represents the attitude of our Li family. Li Zitian nodded to Lu Qianyuan, unassuming and rather juvenile. Lu Qianyuan sniffed, but did not look at him highly because of this lack of condescension. Instead, the frown deepened a bit. You represent the Li family. Humph. Did Li Hu teach you to speak? Lu Qianyuan was close to writing his unhappiness on his face. Meetings, they are for discussion. Instead of coming up and directly questioning and directly putting a big cap on it like this. Lu Qianyuan has no conflicts with the Li family. He was able to stand up and speak out solely because he couldn't stand to see what the man was saying. If you have questions or comments, you can just say so. That's what meetings are for. Instead of a direct hatchet job. What do you mean by that kind of talk? Chapter 116 The Only Abstention. In the middle of the conference room, because of Lu Qianyuan's statement, the crowd didn't dare to take a breath of air. The entire conference room was deafening. In the front, it was because Li Zitian's harsh words were scared to make a sound. And now, it's because of the conflict between the two big families, and they didn't dare to interrupt. But anyone who says the wrong thing is on the wrong side. I'm just afraid I'll get in trouble. I've long said that a meeting of this class should not allow juniors in. Lu Qianyuan continued to snort coldly. The other Wang clan patriarch's face didn't look very good either. He didn't say anything, but it seemed to those in the room to say everything. Li Zitian's face was similarly not very pretty. His expression twisted a bit as he was disliked by Lu Qianyuan's words, but offhand, he didn't have the guts to respond. In the end, he's here in place of the Li family though. However, the person who disliked him was Lu Qianyuan. It was the patriarch of the Lu family who was on par with his Li family, and he, after all, was only a junior. In terms of seniority, he'd lost. Suppressing the atmosphere in his mind, he resumed his seat on top of it with a dark face. Meeting continued. Su Weiyan also controlled the atmosphere of the meeting place for a while, and then opened her mouth. Actually, he's right. This decision will affect many people, not just including us, Bureau 749, the four great families, and the Celestial Master Dao. Citizens of our country, personnel from other countries, will have an attitude change because of this choice. We have a lot of problems to face. Indeed, Su Weiyan realistically affirmed the question that Li Zitian had raised earlier. Then, again, proceeded with her own answer. But I'm sorry, these are questions that I can't answer right away and do promise to make sure you're satisfied. The situation we are facing is the most serious ever, and there is not that much time for us to discuss an outcome. The internet is full of public opinion. We need to urgently go and give an explanation for all this. Otherwise, the public develops a sense of mistrust in us, in this country, and that's a consequence that not you or I can bear. I hope, at this time, everyone can first put aside some self-interest and think on the side of the country, on the side of the people. Our country, our people, are still waiting for an explanation. Su Weiyan didn't prepare a script, yet she was also very fluent in telling a whole lot about it. Mentally she was very aware of the origin of these questions. Nothing more than self-interest, family interest. But now is not the time to be dwelling on that. Send out any more explanations and, I'm afraid, the whole country will have to go haywire. Things have been festering for so many days, there's always an explanation. Even if it is, what about continuing to make up a lie? More than I can say. Folks, let's take a vote to decide. And those in favor of disclosure, raise your hands. Su Weiyan didn't want to waste any more time. Counting the time, on the side of heaven, a meeting should have been held to discuss this matter as well. It's about the country, the world, big things, and it's sloppy. And the choices they make here will be an important reference point for the state. In order to be able to give a reply to the people, Su Weiyan had to speed up the meeting process. After the words fell, She took the lead and raised her right hand. Immediately after that, there was Lai Tao, Zhang Tianshi, as well. I'm not opposed to disclosure. Lu Qianyuan also raised his hand. To disclose or not to disclose, it doesn't make too much of a difference to us, and I'm sure that these are issues that the subsequent countries will be able to deal with. Wang Qingsong also raised his right hand after thinking for a while. There is no need to say more about what comes next. Su Weiyan was a member of the Su family, and her decision, so to speak, was the Su family's decision. So, Sudi also voted in favor. In the middle of the meeting, other members raised their hands after a few seconds of contemplation. To this point, the only one in the room who hadn't taken a stand yet was only Li Zitian. One abstention, all the rest in favor. Su Weiyan didn't give that much time for Li Zitian to ask questions, scanned the room and reported the results directly. But seeing this, Li Zitian was instantly anxious. Just as he was about to get up and speak, at the side, Lu Qianyuan and Wang Qingsong, as well as also Zhang Tianshi, all turned their heads in unison to look at him. At that moment, he dared not speak, sitting back down again honestly. He can't afford to mess with either one of them. Well, now that everyone has made their choices, Su Weiyin didn't care about that. She only cares about the results. Li Tao, you now immediately ask someone to draw up a document. Send it to me when it's ready, and I'll report it to the Heavenly Kingdom as soon as possible. This statement, which will also be sent out directly by the Heavenly Kingdom, must be emphasized. Understand? Su Weiyin called out to Li Tao. The latter immediately rose at the sound and nodded. Understood. I'll have it done now. He answered the word and was about to prepare to leave. Su Weiyan, however, called out to him again. Wait for a moment. Before that, make a call to the leaders on Nanjiang City's side and inquire about the progress of the evacuation of Nanjiang City's residents. If there is a problem and the citizens have nowhere to go, a piece of it is written into the statement, together with a statement issued by the dynasty, so that the neighboring urban areas can help deal with the resettlement of these people. As far as the current situation is concerned, in the short term, it is not recommended to return to Nanjiang City. Su Weiyan has a lot to think about. Before Li Tao took orders to do her job, she also thought about some of the problems that Nanjiang City was currently experiencing. The next thing they were able to do was to search for the Ghost Emperor in Nanjiang City in a big way. But those evacuated citizens of Nanjiang City can't be left alone. Li Tao froze slightly when he heard this, and then revealed an expression that was a little surprised and a little dazed. With that, he hurriedly went out and went to arrange these things first. If it wasn't for Su Weiyan mentioning it, he might have really just forgotten about it. One heart was set on the Ghost Emperor. The whole city of Nanjiang City is retreating, and the resettlement of millions of citizens is really a problem. 2. Having received his orders, he hastened to do so. The first thing to do is to find out how Zhou Changhai and Goldman Sachs are doing. Without hesitation, he pulled out his cell phone, found Goldman Sachs' contact information, and dialed directly. And in the middle of the conference room, after closing a topic, Su Weiyan immediately moved the new round of issues that needed to be discussed to the stage. Now the Ghost Emperor is missing. The Ghost Master appears. Even the Ghost Hunters came to insert a foot in the door. In such a complex situation, what's next for their battle plan? How to find the Ghost Emperor in the middle of this huge city? And what kind of attitude is required when dealing with Ghost Hunters and Ghost Masters? Or, alternatively, what should be done? Chapter 117 Fake News? Right? Don't worry guys, we just had a meeting to discuss this. It won't be long before the state steps in and makes a statement. So you can calm the citizens for now, and those statements will be notified soon. At this point, Avenida Gaussian held up the phone, his expression, so to speak, almost on the verge of tears. Just now, he got off the phone with Li Tao. Ghost knows how excited he was when he heard Li Tao speak and the country would step in next to explain. No more coming to explain that he won't die at the hands of a ghost. I'm just afraid that they will all die directly at the hands of the citizens of Nanjiang City. Guys, be quiet. He finished hanging up the phone. The bottom line is coming up, without first explaining to Zhou Changhai what was said inside the phone call. Instead, directly under his puzzled gaze, he rushed to the front of the crowd and opened his mouth to shout. Here's the explanation and evidence you asked for. Folks, I can tell you now. The proof, and soon you will see it. Goldman shouted. With that reassuring sentence from Li Tao, he can be so relieved. Hate to just announce it on the spot. This kind of agitated action of his, but it directly made Zhou Changhai look anxious. A fitful man rushed up and pulled him aside in a whisper. What are you up to? What did Captain Lai and the others say? And the evidence? What evidence can you come up with? In the end, they called over. Is the crisis in Nanjiang City all resolved? Zhou Changhai had a bellyful of doubts, of regretting why it was Goldman Sachs that left them a phone number in the first place. The person who left the call is not himself. This mood of not knowing anything is really anxious. No. You think too much. Goshen is pretty excited right now. He had learned from Ritao that the state would step in to publish the notice, and he simply couldn't calm down. This means that it won't be long before the globe has to change. Unintentionally, he had witnessed and participated in this historic scene. In the face of Zhou Changhai's questioning, he quickly organized his words before opening his mouth to tell. The current crisis in Nanjing City hasn't been resolved yet, and Captain Lai and I said that it's best not to go back for a short period of time. As for the evidence, I'm not particularly sure what evidence there would be. Captain Lai only told me that they had just been having a meeting about the problems in Nanjing City, and that the results of the discussion had now been discussed and were being reported back to the leadership of the National Celestial Dynasty. This matter, there will be the state to step in to solve it, and the evidence we need, the state will also step in to help us explain, and it won't take long. It's in the process now, Goldman Sachs recounted excitedly. The state stepped in to explain. What a face it must be. No, or maybe the matter has affected the country. Now the citizens of Nanjing City were chasing after themselves in Zhou Changhai for a statement, asking them for evidence. But after the phone call from Lita, this is something that goes right up to the national level. They don't need much more explanation. They don't need to provide any more evidence. Ritao knew of their troubles, all of which Goldman Sachs had just told Ritao, and the response from the other side was, uniformly, yes, the state will explain, the state will step in. This one, Goldman Sachs, completely down for the count. And when Zhou Changhai heard this, he directly snapped. His head didn't turn for a second, and he was stumped on the spot. Goldman Sachs did not care about him, and ran to the public, reported the good news to everyone. Listen to me, everyone just need to wait a little longer. It won't be long before the state will provide you with the evidence you need. Put down your weapons and stuff for now. Pick up your cell phones, follow the news online, and trust me, the state can give proof. Goldman yelled at the crowd. The country speaks out. And it's bound to be on the internet. All that needs to be done now is that it needs to just wait. For the rest, nothing needs to be done. Why should we trust you? After Goldman Sachs finished yelling, questions were soon raised. Yeah, that's right. What makes us believe you? We don't want to wait. We want proof now. Don't talk about countries. Who knows if those statements could be fake news made by people you arranged? That's right. I just saw you on the phone, saying, are you arranging to go online to publicize fake news to try to get us to leave you alone? Humph. Unless your evidence makes it impossible for me to refute it, you don't want to feel better. The crowd was in your face. Seven mouths were clearly not convinced. You know, with the internet nowadays, trying to fake a story couldn't be easier for these rich and powerful people. What they want is for someone of sufficient stature to come out and explain it all. Instead, Goldman Sachs is saying that the state will come forward to explain, to give evidence. Who the hell are you kidding? These things involve ghosts and monsters. If the state can come out and explain it, then the sun will come out of the west. Someone sneered. That's something you could use to fool a ghost, and a ghost might still believe it. But in front of so many people, who can you fool? No, it's true. I didn't just call. I answered the phone. I was told that the state would step in. Goldman Sachs explains. He could so want to explain it all. But the point, again, is that everyone doesn't believe it? He suddenly felt that he was getting a little excited for nothing. Really, the state will really come out and explain. He's still arguing his case, but no matter how he explains it, it's that there will still be people who will argue against it. Even when Goldman Sachs said that he could videophone Lai Tao directly and have Lai Tao explain it to everyone, no one paid any attention to him. All said, video calls, any random person will do. Just say what the script gives you. It's easier to be able to fake it. This makes Goldman Sachs very much have to spit out 3 liters of blood. It's a waste of time to get excited. No one will believe it. Don't waste your breath. Give it a rest. This time, the leader who was sitting on the passenger side of the car poked his head out to advise Goldman again. I know you want to get rid of these things as soon as possible, but you've got to get your facts straight. Even the excuse that the state will come out and explain itself is one that no one will believe. This matter involves ghosts and monsters. Do you think that anyone will believe that the state will come out and explain it? Give it a rest. You won't be able to slow down so many people with an excuse like that, that leader said in a serious tone. Between the lines, what was revealed, surprisingly, was also disbelief. He felt the same way as the citizens. Other things might also expect a first-hand state reply, but with ghosts and goblins involved, the state is so likely to come out and make a statement again. You know, once the state comes out and explains it, that's a big impact. It could even affect the pattern of the world. Think about it. Is it possible? It's obviously impossible. Okay. Chapter 118. A miracle happens. Above the road. Once again, The situation is becoming less clear. Goldman only felt that he was a bit overexcited. After all the back and forth from the citizens, and also the one leader above the passenger seat naming names, he suddenly thought, what they say, it all makes so much sense. Did Captain Lee say exactly what form the notification would take? Zhou Changhai also walked over and patted his shoulder inquiringly. All it said was that the state would step in. But in what specific form is the strike? Well, I don't know. Goldman froze. It was at this time that he calmed down. One seems to have missed the most crucial question. What form the state is taking is the most critical question. But he, surprisingly, didn't ask. Why don't I call over and ask again? Goldman pulled out his cell phone and asked weakly. All he got were big blank stares from Zhou Changhai and the leader who was in the passenger seat. Didn't even ask just now. Going back now. It's not asking for trouble. I don't see the point. We'll just figure it out ourselves. The leader in the passenger seat let out a bitter laugh. In my experience over the years, at best, I'd have to make up a reason, like a murderer coming to the city, or a terrorist, who knows. In any case there will certainly be no mention of ghosts and monsters. Our country promotes science as the primary goal of developing the country. Ghosts and monsters belong to feudal superstitions. Even if they really do exist, it's impossible to reveal them to the whole country, so we still have to solve things here ourselves. Your level is too low. A lot of things you can't see through. The water here is too deep. If you can't grasp it, let go first. That leader was bitter. With that, he got up again and struggled to get the backseat door open. Gesture them to get in the car first. Let's get this wave out of the way for now, and we'll come back and explain it later if we have the right opportunity. To stay here in this situation now is a bind. Those citizens made it clear that they were trying to make a big deal out of it and didn't want to make things easy for everyone. What's the use of coming up with more explanations and more evidence? They can always find a counter-argument to you. The leader shrugged. So, then there's no other way? Goldman was a little desperate. It seems like a dead end. It's hard to top. That leader was absolutely right. Just now it proved the same thing. Said to get evidence out. Those citizens, however, can always put up some arguments against him. It's unexplainable way. The leader froze. The way is not without, and it should all be without me saying it. Leader Zhou should know it too. He smiled and stopped talking. Following that, Goldman Sachs has also set its sights on Zhou Changhai. The latter felt this gaze and revealed a bitter smile. There is indeed a way, but it's completely unrealistic. Zhou Changhai took a deep breath. There's only one way to convince those citizens of this so-called evidence. That would be for the Heavenly Elder to personally come out and explain, while also cooperating with the major heavenly departments to simultaneously send out notices to proclaim. Otherwise, even if the old man from heaven himself came out and explained it, some people would say it was a P-video, one or the other. Zhou Changhai's words caused Goldman Sachs to fall directly silent. You can't have one without the other. That's not realistic. This is clearly, completely out of the question. Even if his eyes are low, what he sees, what he understands, but he also knew how much of a shock it would bring to China, to the world. Once he did it, it's totally, simply, impossible for that to be a problem. The probability of such a thing happening is lower than the probability of money falling from the sky. It's simply not going to happen. Get in the car and go ahead. That leader affirmed the statement. Is it because of a small city of Nanjiang, directly triggering a global earthquake? Dream on. Goldman was a little hesitant. He glanced back at the cranky citizens. Heart, cooler. Every word hits the mark and it's completely impossible to pick a fault. Unless a miracle really does happen and the country really does trigger a global earthquake because of the Nanjiang city issue. But obviously, that's not possible. It's a matter of getting in the car and taking the long view. Zhou Changhai sighed. There's nothing he can do about it. Mainly, the words of that group of citizens were too tricky. He just doesn't have the strength to do it even if he has the heart. Not good. Brothers and sisters, they're getting away. Just as Zhou Changhai said that, he was about to get into the car. Someone in the crowd yelled out. In a moment, the entire crowd went right into a frenzy. Stop them. Don't let them get away. There will be absolutely no letting them go until an explanation is given. They're just weak-minded, and it's because of them that we all have homes to go back to. Charge! Hurry up and stop them! In the crowd, the shouts were deafening. People could no longer hold back their restless hearts, desperately trying to get past the detectives' defenses. Seeing this scene, Gao Shang and Zhou Changhai's eyes were even more jumpy. If you don't control this one well, I'm afraid you'll have to account for it on the spot. Get in the car and get in the car. That doesn't even explain it. Zhou Changhai hurriedly pulled open the door to the other side of the car, said he was about to get into the car, and after Goldman Sachs flinched for a second, he just had to hurry up and get in the car. But, just as he was halfway sideways into the car, The phone, suddenly, beeped with a text message, because the cell phone had just been taken out. The phone was now the one still in his hand, and when he heard the beep, he subconsciously tapped the screen to check the message. It's just such a habitual gesture. When he tapped the screen, he saw the message sent. His entire body, directly petrified in place. The movement, too, stayed the same as it had been in the car, and stood as if it had been ordered to do so. What are you hesitating for? Get in the car, the leader in the passenger seat urged. You really think a miracle will happen? Don't. It won't. Come on up. The detective's defense has been breached by a breach. The agitated citizens, eye to eye, rushed forward. If you don't leave at this time, then you really can't. Everyone is in a hurry, hyping up Goldman Sachs, but Goldman Sachs was slow to act, until, that is, he flipped his cell phone over and the screen interface faced whichever leader was in the passenger seat. Then, only then did he move, only then did he speak, and, the opening is explosive. Miracles, they really do happen. The state, really stepped up. Chapter 120, Avenida. Gao Shang held up his cell phone, and his entire body was once again in a state of excitement. Even his hands, which were still trembling slightly. A miracle really happened. A real miracle. The crowd hasn't reacted yet. All that could be seen was Goldman Sachs excitedly, speaking in a trilling voice. Miracles, really, just happen. Could it be? The leader in the passenger seat was stunned and wanted to go and see what was displayed on Goldman's cell phone, but it turned out that the latter's hand was shaking too frequently because of excitement, and he could not see what was on it clearly at all. But this curiosity of his didn't keep him for long. Goldman retrieved his cell phone and walked right out of the car. Hold your cell phone high. At this moment, the crowd had surged to him. It's about to happen. Goldman Sachs gave a shout out and said the key elements. All stop for a moment. Everyone get on the bib. Any platform anyway. Anywhere you can see the news. The state. Explaining everything. And it was the old man of heaven himself who came out and explained it. Not only that, but all the major news sites. All of them reported this. All the evidence you want. All the explanations you want. It's all here. Goldman shouted. The voice was powerful. The content is quite explosive. It didn't just scare the group of citizens who were about to do something in front of them. Even Zhou Changhai, who was still inside the car, as well as the leader who was still in the passenger side, were baffled. The brain buzzed as if it had exploded. The entire person was petrified in place on the spot. What did they hear? The state, actually coming forward and recognizing the existence of ghosts and monsters, and also an, absolutely correct, explanation of the Nanjiang City incident. This, is it a dream? The crowd was alarmed. Face expression each wonderful, without exception. All by this news la num. Watch the news. Watch the news. If what he's saying is false, never let them go. The public was the first to react. Someone called out, and soon everyone dropped their guy stuff. There was a flurry of pulling out their cell phones. Some opened bibs, some open other social programs, and these, either one, without exception, are like what Goldman Sachs just said. At the moment on the Chinese internet, there is absolutely no celebrity entertainment event in sight. All the major social software hot search lists, topic lists or not. In short, wherever there are lists, all of them uniformly and neatly announced a message. Huaxia takes the lead in recognizing the existence of ghosts and monsters. In response to the detailed explanation of the Nanjiang City Great Migration incident, the leader of the one on the passenger side pulled out his cell phone. Seeing those headlines, on the spot, straight up numb, didn't even hold back and screamed out on the spot. Click on the article content again. The link directly introduced him to the most authoritative media platform in China. Above, there is only one video. Click to play. Reflected in front of them were dozens of faces that were quite familiar to every Chinese person. These people are those old people in the heavenly kingdom. The public was shocked to see this video as well. No other reason. Just because these faces appeared in the video. But it is not the highest leaders and departments in China so far. Now, they're actually coming out en masse to speak out. Among the dozens of faces, the one in the very center was no other than the one who represented the highest position of leadership in China. The old man of heaven. Surprisingly, it's true. I know their background. It's in the Huaxia Assembly Hall. Surprisingly, it's the old man of the heavenly kingdom who has come out to make a statement. Look at the headline. The existence of ghosts and monsters that our country has directly recognized. This is going to be a big deal. Quiet. Let me see the video. So big scene is to will big things This doesn't seem to be a video. Yes, this isn't a video. This is a live broadcast. Brothers, this broadcast, surprisingly, is a full network notification. Live. The public was abuzz. Holding up his cell phone, He was exactly the same as Goldman had just been, his hands trembling with excitement, an event that was thought to be absolutely impossible to reply to. As a result, it turned out to be the one that drew the old men of heaven to explain it live and in person. I've never seen such a scene in my entire life. The crowd had forgotten to go to Goldman Sachs and the others for a statement. Collectively, they held up their cell phones, their eyes glued to their screens, afraid that I might miss some important information. This is a live broadcast that means a lot. Even, all of them may have a direct impact on the coming centuries. The influence, too, is going to spread right across the globe. This wave, they, not only witnessed history, but participated in it. Everyone had a nervous, yet excited look on their faces, the body, trembling slightly. And like them, there are also netizens from all over China. News of this magnitude floods the internet. How can everyone, again, ignore it? The moment. Whether you are a commuter or any other working class person, or social street punks, collectively, in this moment, drop what you're doing. Eyes, all focused on this news broadcast that will soon be a global sensation. Brother Jiang, are you invoking old Zhao's soul? And at this point, inside John's garment factory, Jiang Yun set up various bowls and chopsticks in front of the factory. In his mouth, he was chanting and bouncing a few times every now and then. Dozens of minutes ago, he had arrived inside the factory, and as fast as they could, they got the little knives to prepare the stuff. Originally, at first, due to what happened to old Zhao, Gamma Coconut was still sulking. Upon arriving at the factory, she sat down with a gamey look on her face and began to work on her sewing machine. But gradually, she noticed a hint of something wrong, because from the little knife and the ghost bride and their exchanges, she seemed to have realized that Jiang Yun hadn't given up on old Zhao. This surprised her a bit, and the work in her hands slowly stopped. Following everything to the door, he silently watched Jiang Yun do those strange movements and recite those strange words. Do you think I'm infallible? After a good deal of busy work, Jiang Yun stopped what he was doing. The whole thing looked tired. Seeing this, the ghost bride on one side rushed over to assist. Little Knife also hurriedly brought a bottle of water from the side and handed it to Jiang Yun. Then, proceeded to pull a cell phone out of nowhere and started swiping it up. I say, Brother Jiang, if you're not invoking the spirit of old Zhao, then why do you want me to get some of old Zhao's things over here? Can it be that you are cursing old Zhao? Letting him die without mercy? Knives slid his cell phone around as he absently opened his mouth to inquire. Just now, Gakko had already told everyone about old Zhao. It's a shame when a ghost dies, but dust to dust, earth to earth. Having died, there is nothing more to grieve over. Everyone's a ghost. It's all very open-minded. On the contrary, Jiang Yun's strange behavior has created a strong curiosity. Chapter 119, I'm writing this down. Mud, am I such a villain in your eyes? Haven't fought in a few days. Is your skin itching again? Jiang Yun took a sip of his drink. It would have taken a multitude of energies to hear what Dagger had said, so pissed off at him that he almost lost his breath. Damn, can't you say something nice? Can you? Harm. I'm not flirting with flirting. Brother Jiang, don't worry about it. Take those words of mine as a fart, and just let it go. Dagger grinned and didn't take his eyes off the screen for as long as he spoke. This watched as Jiang Yun's blood pressure skyrocketed, but there was nothing to be done. He just didn't have the energy to fool around. It's a debt. It's written down, and there'll be plenty of opportunity to pay it back later. I'm not a man of God, to say that when a man dies, I still have the possibility to make him turn into a ghost to hang out with me properly. But if the ghost dies again, I really can't do anything about it. I just did this to give old Zhao a supernatural death, so that he can go peacefully and be reincarnated in a good life in his next life. Damn, in the end, we're all brothers. Can I see him go off alone like that? Jiang Yun rolled his eyes, explained what he had just been doing. He had made a lot of sacrifices for that operation just now. Straight away, he moved out some of the Taoist techniques that his old ancestor had taught him in circulation. I don't know if it's working either. After all, too much time had passed, and he himself hadn't used much Taoism against ghosts since he had the system. It's either a straight-up fight, or you take the ghost bride and they go out and beat up the ghosts together as a group. In short, if you can do it without using dowsing, don't use it. This thing, after all, wasn't as simple as what Dagger and the others had seen, where they themselves were just singing and dancing and a few more raps. If you want to use the Tao, you have to concentrate highly. A puja was almost as good as a big fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Right now, Jiang Yun's condition was far more exhausted than when he had fought the Ghost Emperor. Otherwise, just based on the little knife's words just now, if he didn't beat the out of him himself, he would be considered to have pulled cleanly. Pinch my mum. Is Lousy such a 10 evil villain in your hearts? Alright, the whole ceremony is almost over. Get rid of these things and help me back to my room to rest. Too lazy to pay any attention to that. Right now he just felt so tired and worn out. Rest is desperately needed. Hearing this, the ghost bride assisted Jeong Yun to get up. But what I didn't expect was that Gamma Coconut actually came up to help out too. I'm sorry, I was wrong about you before. Just now, listening to what you said. Actually, you're not bad either. Gamma spoke slowly. She actually apologized. Okay, I know you adore brother. But brother needs to rest right now. So if there's anything you want to say, let's talk about it tomorrow. Okay, I just want to rest right now. For this apology, Jeong Yun didn't bother. Whatever he had to say, wait until tomorrow. It's important to go to your room and rest. He already felt his eyes fighting. Using the Tao was simply too exhausting for oneself. It's better not to use it in the future if you can. With the support of the two ghosts, Gakko and Ghost Bride, he slowly walked back inside the room, but the door to the room wasn't even open yet. Immediately after that, the sound of the knife. Again. Wait a minute. Brother Jiang. You wait. Little Knife shouted as he rushed to Jeong Yun with one strong step. His voice still huge. Jeong Yun's sleepiness was instantly scared away. It's a feeling like, well, it's been forced on. What the? Again. Nigga, ain't it hard not to hit you a couple times? Jeong Yun directly cursed angrily. Is it so hard for to get a break? Is there any justice left? This one too. Are damned deliberately in their own bad or how? Jeong Yun's hands were already raised. Nima, even if he didn't sleep today, he had to clean up and convince the Little Knife. No. Brother Jiang. Don't fight yet. Take a look at this first. When Little Knife saw this scene, not only did he not hastily dodge away like he did before, instead, he still stood still and held the cell phone in his hand. Up to Jeong Yun. It seems like something big is going to happen. These guys should be the biggest officials in China. They've opened a live broadcast. It seems like they're going to announce our existence to the world. Dagger spoke extremely fast. It seemed to be afraid that Jeong Yun would not believe it. Straight away the pop-up screen came on. This will be. The live stream is just starting. But the pop-up section, already arguing, was relatively lively. There was just one topic that everyone centered their discussions around. China. Is it really necessary to declare the existence of ghosts and monsters? Some think it's a headline, while many more believe it's going completely public. Say what you will. The whole pop-up area was more lively than a food market. Jeong Yun froze when he saw this scene. The raised hand was slow to drop. It was the ghost bride who finally pulled his hand off. And himself. Attention. All of it was drawn to what was inside the tiny screen on the phone. WCI is going to announce that it recognizes the existence of ghosts and monsters? Several seconds later, the exhaustion in his entire body cleared away. The whole thing is refreshed. This one is still a really big deal. And it's a global sensation. Hey, I found this one. If I hadn't been playing with my cell phone, I might have missed the broadcast. The whole internet is promoting this live stream right now. And no matter where you click from, you'll end up inside this live stream. I just looked at the pop-up area. There are a few foreigners to send the bird language. I guess, this thing all won to spread abroad. Dagger had a look on his face as he watched the fun. The man was able to raise that condescending head, as if he was claiming credit from Jeong Yun. But the credit was not invited. Greet him. It was Jeong Yun who grabbed his cell phone, found a spot, sat down directly, and looked at it. Ugh, holy, brother Jiang. That's my cell phone. I just shunned it from outside this morning. Dagger was in a hurry, and as he spoke, he was about to rush up to retrieve his favorite machine. Then, Jeong Yun glared at him and sent him a shut up. Little Knife then didn't dare to speak, strangely standing behind Jeong Yun together to watch the live broadcast being played on his cell phone. The other ghosts heard the motive and slowly gathered around. To announce to the world that ghosts and monsters exist, that's something that's pretty big. As ghosts and monsters, they naturally couldn't help but be concerned. After all, this is also something that will deeply affect their lives. Looking at the headline, it seems like it's really because of the problems on our side of Nanjing City, completely piercing the veil and bringing us out into the open. The ghost bride sat by Jeong Yun and glanced at the message on the screen. Those big eyes of hers, slowly crinkling up now. Later life, only because of this live broadcast, will completely change radically. Chapter 120, starting to get scared. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Alas, it's hard to be a ghost. Congo Clothing Factory. When Little Life saw that ghost bride was so worried, he also pretended to be tall and shook his head slowly. The man-child looks quite a comical look, but at this time, no one laughed at him. Nothing else. What Dagger said wasn't really wrong. Such a big scene announcing the existence of ghosts and monsters in the world. For them, the ghosts and monsters, they really don't know if it's good or bad. Cut the crap and watch it live. Jeong Yun interrupted their worries. Attention! All on top of the live stream. This will The live stream has been going on for a while now as well. All preparations, too, have been completed. All personnel took their places and began the highlights of this broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, whether you are in front of a television set or through the internet or watching the live broadcast of the Chinese National's speech, it's the Elder of Heaven who represents the highest authority in China. On his head, a few white hairs could vaguely be seen, but his face, however, appeared quite kind. Slightly older face with a touch of fatigue. He stood in front of the camera, and to his left and right, all of them were some of the top leaders of China. Enough to see how important this live broadcast will be. In the opening scene, the old man from heaven briefly introduces himself. Though it's not necessary, everyone recognizes him, but he did it anyway. I know that those who are watching the live broadcast at this moment may still have some foreigners. It doesn't matter, because what we are announcing today is not just about us in China. More than that, it's a difficulty that the whole world will face in the future, and we're just the first ones to stand up and announce it in the face of this disaster. The celestial elder squeezed out a bitter smile. After a slight pause, continue to open your mouth and tell. Some time ago, the network appeared a large number of some news about Manhwa, Nanjing City. A variety of media articles, true or false, caused a panic on the internet. All sorts of evidence that pushes all those unexplained phenomena happening in Nanjing City onto the ghosts and monsters. I've read most of everyone's articles, posts, and videos, to be honest, and I know what everyone is afraid of. And boy, do I know what's been going on these days? The celestial elder took the lead in introducing the topic to the city of Nanjing. And his old man, surprisingly, is always paying attention to the situation in Nanjing City. Everyone's Nanjing City populace was a bit surprised, but on second thought, it's not true. How could something that big happen not attract attention from above? The line of sight. Back in the middle of the live broadcast, people are scared, worried, apprehensive, questioning their perceptions, asking themselves one at a time if there could be ghosts in this world or not. If not, why would Nanjing City gather so many soldiers, have so many unexplained psychic phenomena, and why Nanjing City would move the city? And if there is, why doesn't the state tell us? Why is it hiding it from us? What should we have to do to be assured of our safety? Kids, the most I've seen on the internet in the last few days is words like that. And people are spending their days in this panic, in this fear of not getting answers. And now, we have decided, after several days of meeting and discussing, as well as consulting with a number of people, to formally answer those doubts and answer those questions for you, right here, right now, on the spot, today. The words of the old man from heaven were long, but every word fell very clearly into the ears of the netizens who were watching the live broadcast at the moment. Everyone listened intently. All have forgotten to send pop-ups. It seems, there was a brief silence in the live room. Or rather, it's more like the calm before the storm. A big, troubling question for countless people will now, officially, be unraveled. First, the celestial elder's tone turns serious. A soft, resounding cry. As our title says, China will be the first country in the world to officially treat the public recognition of the existence of ghosts and monsters in the world. Some days ago, Nanjing City rumors of all kinds of unexplainable phenomena. Indeed, have ghosts and monsters have something to do with. Ghosts and monsters are real in the world amount. From beginning to end, from ancient times to the present, has always existed. Previously, we have been hiding this news. In fact, in order to protect everyone, fearing that society would be in chaos if everyone knew the news. But now, the situation has changed, and if we don't admit it, society will only become more chaotic. The problem in Nanjing City has affected the whole country, the whole world, and we must recognize the fact that ghosts and monsters do exist. Opening information explosion, without any excessive rhetoric. It was a big, direct admission. Ghosts have been around since before. He didn't just appear out of nowhere. Rather, the time before that was because the state was hiding the matter from everyone. Now you can say that you can't hide it. That's why you declare notice. It can also be said that it was the state that actively chose to announce it to the public. In fact, trying to hide it is not impossible for a state apparatus to do so. It's just that, he's not willing to keep hiding it any longer. The celestial elder looked serious, not like he was joking at all. In the calmest of tones, the announcement was made. The most sensational. Did you hear that? Did you guys hear that? There's a ghost. Ha ha ha. I told you I really met a ghost that day. Ha 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 ha. The state has actually recognized that there are ghosts in the world. Ha 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 ha. There are ghosts. There are ghosts. Listen guys, I told you I'm not crazy. What I said is true. You're the ones who are ignorant. You don't know anything. Ha ha ha. Ghost. Ha ha ha. Ghost. In an ambulance evacuating Nanjing City, doctors hold their cell phones and watch the live stream. And in the back on top of the stretcher, a young man was tied to it. He let out a series of chuckles as he listened to the voice coming out of the doctor's cell phone. The expression, too, became quite hideous. He was laughing maniacally. He was laughing at the paramedics. You guys are the ones who are sick. You're the ones who are sick. I told you to disbelieve my claim that there are ghosts in the world. Now you're dumbfounded, right? Is it giggling? Is it starting to get scared? Ha 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 ha. Deservedly so. The young man laughed with great abandon. Even when strapped on top of the stretcher, you could still see how happy he was. And that person is no one. It was none other than General Rain, who had previously opened a live stream and had been frightened by Little Knife after entering the ruins of the quadrangle. Chapter 121 National Alert. This one's live. Destined for the history books, because it starts right here and now. Globally, it's all about to enter a whole new era. As the old man from the Celestial Kingdom said, China was the first to publicly announce the news of the existence of ghosts and monsters in the world. And with the first, and surely unavoidable, there will be a second, a third, a fourth, until the global state is declared in full external notice. The global situation will change today, completely and utterly, and there will be a wave of huge changes. The moment, just such a wave of proclamation notices, in the whole of China, had already caused an uproar. Countless people have had their third opinion shattered. People who had previously been insisting that science was the first force for development and that ghostly lip tattoos were not to be trusted. In this moment, utterly baffled, they were directly blindsided by this live broadcast from the state. Live. Still going on. It's not over. In the next few hours, the old man of Tianchao accompanied by a few other senior leaders. Complete, very detailed introduction of the past few days. Nanjing City in the end what happened. And, inevitably, during the telling, the term Bureau 749 was exposed to the world for the first time. Bureau 749 is a special department in our country that specializes in dealing with paranormal events. And until then it has been under the management of the direct department with the state, ordered by us personally, and following only our orders. In the past, they lived snugly under the National Security Service, hidden from the world. But in this age of peace, this service is the one that has sacrificed the most people. All of this, no one knew it all before, and today, now that everything has come to light, I can finally tell everyone that behind our peaceful lives, there is still such a group of people, silently guarding our safety in the darkness of the night. Now that a paranormal incident has occurred in Nanjing City, they rushed over at the first opportunity, and the order against the millions of citizens of Nanjing City to withdraw from the city is nothing more than a decision of last resort in order to protect everyone's safety. The Celestial Elder recited silently word for word. The incident in Nanjing City is something they have been following. Every document that was passed up, so to speak, they read in detail and carefully. All those things that happened are, now, all out in the open, just to appease those who have emotions in their hearts. The citizens of Nanjing City, the old man of the dynasty side. Now millions of citizens in Nanjing City are on their way to retreat, with nothing to settle down, and are in peril. I can't personally arrive on the scene to help so many people, but, in my capacity as the supreme leader of China, I implore, in some of the urban areas around Nanjing City, I hope that you can lend a helping hand to shelter these homeless citizens in these times of crisis. The appearance of ghosts and monsters is not something that can be controlled by human beings anymore. In front of the disaster, I hope that everyone can work together to tide over the difficulties. I hear. Thank you all. Saying that, the Celestial Elder took a slight step back, eyes on the camera. Then, in front of hundreds of millions of viewers, he bent down and bowed. Some of the other leaders around us are no different. At this moment, the collective steps back to take a step back and bow. It's not an apology. Rather, in being a leader, I hope everyone will do so. It's not an imposition. Just hope. Humans should work together in the face of ghosts and monsters. See here, Avenida. The millions of citizens of Nanjing City who were retreating were silent. They stared silently at their cell phone screens for a moment, not knowing how to speak. As for Gao Shang and Zhou Changhai, these two people couldn't think of any other words to describe their current mood for a while. In short, it is complicated. I didn't realize that the leader of the country would actually help them speak, go and help them do the explaining. It was an outcome they had not expected at all. A situation that could never have arisen at all was now quite literally in front of them. Am I dreaming? The only one who was sitting in the passenger seat is whichever leader is sitting in the passenger seat. This one directly overwhelmed him a bit. Sitting on the passenger side, completely messed up. How is this possible? How could the state appear to recognize this? How can they come out to explain, to give to the citizens of Nanjing City those so-called evidence? the so-called explanation. His guess was surprisingly wrong. And wrong in a very big way. But the truth, it was right in front of his eyes. Trying to get in your face. You can't even get in your face. The broadcast is being publicized all over the country. The major official media released a collective notice. A live broadcast hosted by the old man of heaven himself. How can this be faked? Alright, gentlemen. Between his days, inside the live broadcast, the celestial elder and the other leaders had finished bowing. The voice, once again, echoed. Everyone came back to their senses and once again focused on the live feed above. I'm sure something else will be said next. Such a big thing to broadcast live. How can it be so brief? The truth is pretty much what everyone thinks. Next time, the elder of heaven and several other leaders, including the top leaders in the military, took turns to speak, and there is only one thing they are going to notify to tell everyone. Now, Wasia enters into a level 1 combat situation. The nation is on alert and, at the same time, there is a global recall of our Chinese compatriots. In a month's time, there will be a complete closure of Wasia. At the same time, Huaxia will once again announce a major decision that will determine the future lives of billions of people across the country in a month's time. This decision, at this point, is still being negotiated, but at the latest, it will be publicized in a month's time. And it will only be practiced within China. Here's a little tip from the old man of heaven. This announcement will be about ghosts and monsters. And yes, it concerns everyone. It includes young and old, men and women, and will be relevant to all. The main purpose is for the safety of the lives of the entire Chinese population. To this point, the whole broadcast, over, the signal pinched out, the live feed, instantly blacked out. But, the live feed is interrupted. This live content, but in a very short period of time, has caused a huge sensation all over the world. The people who are concerned, so to speak, cover the whole world. Emergency meetings have been held around the globe within 10 minutes of the live feed being shorted. No country is too big or too small. After all, the actual hair was too sudden. Someone please tell me why China would so suddenly announce to the world the existence of ghosts and monsters. At this point, Oceanside, the world's lighthouse, the world's only superpower, Eagle Tower Nation. In the middle of their dark room conference room, a voice in anger, mixed with a few moments of horror spread to every corner. Chapter 122, what do you think, Brother Jiang? Sir, since Wasia has already announced it, do we need it? The moment. Less than 10 minutes to go until the Wahoo livestream pinches out. Eagle Tower State. In the Black Room conference room, the Grand Commander of the Eagle Tower Kingdom sat in the center of the room with a pale face. And below the load are dozens of senior leaders in various core areas of the Eagle Tower State. One of them stood up and inquired of the Grand Commander. Wasia is breaking the rules. He's breaking the agreement he made with the world. A hint of anger spread across the Arch-Chancellor's pale face. He did not choose to respond positively to the questions of his subordinates. Instead, he angrily pulled out a bottle of sparkling Coke from the side and angrily unscrewed the cap and drank it all in one go. No one knows more about ghosts than I do. The Chancellor dropped the empty soda bottle and raised both hands to his chest, both holding up a finger. 2 hands, each with one erected together. First together. Then followed the progress of his speech, slowly separating. Even if we were to announce the existence of ghosts and monsters to the world, it should be our noble nation of Eagle Towers that would be the first to do so. When Wasia does this, he just doesn't have us in his sights. The Chancellor spoke angrily. The displeasure was almost written on his face. That, sir, our focus doesn't seem to be on that, does it? The following people were a little puzzled by what he said and voiced other objections. With this live broadcast, Wasia announced 4 things to the world. 1. Recognizes the existence of ghosts and monsters. Secondly, it explains the problems in Nanjiang City, Wasia and the publicized Wasia Paranormal Incident Handling Department. The third is to notify the global Chinese to return home. The fourth is that they will close the country completely in a month and announce a major decision. That subordinate spoke out to summarize the core content of this live broadcast in Huaxia. There's nothing wrong with the overall 4-direction question. With that, he got up as well. Frowning, he opened his mouth to narrate. Sir, I think those 4 things are what we need to be concerned about. As the words fell, his gaze was dead on the Chancellor. The things that don't matter, don't need to be attended to, he said. But after just such words fell, the Chancellor, however, was outright furious. Shut up, sit down for me. I'm the Grand Commander. What does it matter to me if Huaxia announces more things? I know, we've fallen on our sword in announcing this. And Wasia has made us lose face. Is he the only one who has ghosts and monsters in China? But we in the Eagle Tower country don't? We've already died nearly 1,000 national names. And we haven't even announced it yet. So why should he announce it first? The Chancellor was furious. blowing his beard and eyes out in anger, and said it with a straight face. The subordinates below were momentarily speechless. The Chancellor, that's really true. The countries where ghosts and monsters have appeared are not at all the only ones in China. They, the Eagle Tower Nation, face these same problems. Otherwise they wouldn't be sitting here in a meeting with much composure after watching my Wasia's live broadcast. Instead, they would sit in a meeting with a horrified look on their faces after hearing for the first time about the existence of ghosts and goblins. There is a fundamental difference. We must find other ways to bend over to overtake Huaxia, and we must show the world that we, the Eagle Tower Nation, are the most ferocious and powerful nation in the battle against ghosts and monsters. We can't lose, at least not to China. I know the most about ghosts and ghouls. No one knows more about ghosts and ghouls than I do, and we need this kind of publicity. After calming down for a moment, the Chancellor then began to give orders. No matter what rhetoric is used, the method, all must be publicized to cause a greater public opinion than that of Huaxia to be able to do so. But, he's clearly starting a little too high with this goal. The first one to show up, doomed, is the one who will eat the biggest attention bets, in addition to the attention of major countries around the globe. In China, the netizens in their own country were, straight away, abuzz. The internet, straight up, exploded. Various platforms of social software face server crashes almost any time. There's just too much news. A national network of internet users, with a variety of post topics covering anywhere you can see. The whole name was in a state of panic. What to do? I'm only in my ing 20s. I'm still young. I don't want to die yet. Why do ghosts and monsters exist in the world? I just got my PhD this year. I've believed in science my whole life. And you're telling me right now that there are such things as ghosts and monsters in the world? Stop it. I'm from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Our professor has gone to face the wall to think about life. The experiments have all stopped. No. Why are you all singing the praises? Even if there really are ghosts and monsters. So what? Didn't the live broadcast say that ghosts existed thousands of years ago? And we're still alive and well? That's right. Can't figure out what you guys are panicking about. I'm looking forward to the arrival of a brand new era. The state said that there will be a major decision announced in a month's time. You guys, could it be that it's going to allow us to enter the era of universal cultivation of immortality? Go dream your big dreams. Using scientific theories to explain ghosts and monsters may still make sense, but cultivating immortality? You're afraid you're not awake yet. Come on. Ghosts and monsters have come out. Don't pull what science? Not pure self-deception. If there is a scientific explanation, why does the country still need to secretly set up the 749 Bureau? Directly pull the troops over to clean up the ghosts and monsters not on the line? Internet. Some people are happy and some people are sad. But no matter what kind of emotion it carries, from now on, everyone's lifestyle is already starting to change in some subtle ways. Polarized discussions are taking place everywhere. In addition to the netizens who are eating and watching and spitting, naturally, there were also some netizens who, after hearing what was happening in the real city of Nanjing, started posting on the internet that their homes could host the evacuees. The ability is limited. But, one small contribution adds up. It would be a tremendous force comparable to a torrent of steel. Announcement of news, both good and bad. It was something that could have been expected beforehand. For the time being, Hua is still in control. And it will be. Inside John's garment factory, a crowd of ghosts and monsters after watching the live broadcast, by the knife grabbed back the phone, began to browse around the network to come to a variety of posts' opinion. Looking at all the content that people were posting, a bunch of ghosts and goblins watched in fascination. After all, they're here to have fun. Any further announcements are not really particularly impactful to them. After all, it's not like there's some lonely souls haunting the outside world. We're the ghosts and monsters who follow Jiang. If you follow Brother Jiang, how can you be bad at this? No way, okay. But, Dagger looked at those messages on the internet and made a sound anyway. That said, even if our existence is announced to the public, why does this country have to close its doors? I really can't figure out. Brother Jiang, how do you see? Chapter 123, what's wrong with him? Brother Jiang, what do you think? Inside John's garment factory, Dagger took the phone and frowned as he sent out a query. After waiting for quite a while, but did not wait for any reply, Dagger noticed the anomaly and finally, his eyes shifted away from the top of the phone, setting his eyes on Zhang Yun. But it was discovered that Zhang Yun, who had originally been concentrating on watching the live broadcast just a moment ago, at the moment, surprisingly, his eyes were closed. Brother Jiang? Brother Jiang? Damn it, Brother Jiang. Say something, don't scare me. Jiang. Little Knife hurriedly went up to push Zhang Yun. The expression began to turn horrified. Wow, Jiang, good and proper. Why did you say close your eyes? I didn't realize that the end result would be a black-haired ghost giving away a black-haired man. Knives blinked down and howled. Although there were no tears shed, every word, at all times, showed his true feelings. He hasn't finished his words yet. On the door of his head, there was a pain. Jiang, you're not dead? The little knife froze, the familiar pain making him instantly smile with joy. Only when he looked up, what he saw was not Jiang Yun, but the angry face of the ghost bride. You keep your voice down. Husband is just too tired and fell asleep. With this expression on your face, those who don't know would think that husband has become a kindred spirit with us, the ghost bride said, once again delivering a pop to Dagger's head. There was a silence. Knives owed and then proceeded to start playing up his cell phone. The ghost bride held her forehead. Lately it seems like Dagger's obsession with cell phones has gone a little too far. Okay, the live feed is done. So let's get back to work. It won't affect us much. Old Chin too also began to greet the ghosts. There was a rustling movement and the ghosts returned to their posts to begin their work. And Dagger remained impassive, letting out a little chuckle now and then as he watched the contents of his cell phone screen. In the end, if it wasn't for the ghost bride glaring at the kid and scaring him into putting away his cell phone with his hands full, maybe he'll have to play until then. And Jiang Yun, he's already in the stage where he's asleep. This little commotion didn't affect him at all. Breathing steady as hell. Coconut, can you give me a hand? Let my husband go back to sleep in his room. I'm afraid I'll wake him up alone. Old Chin Tao also returned to his post. Seeing this, the ghost bride softly called out to Gamma Coco. The latter sniffed. Ghost bride, how dare you call yourself a coconut? It was too late to think about it. The ghostly bride was already beckoning her. It was all she could do to go over and help. Ugh, coming over here and doing all this serving this dead scum. Gamako gently cooperated with the ghost bride while sending Jiang Yun inside the room. The heart was a little disgruntled, especially against Jiang Yun. It's amazing that someone that big can fall asleep outside. Really, she didn't want to serve Jiang Yun, but she was the king of ghosts. But, ghost bride, she called herself Coconut. Coconut, eh? She screamed so softly. Who can top that? That's just the way he is. I won't argue with you from now on. Actually, I think you're pretty good. The ghost bride snickered as she heard the soft spat from Gakko. Women are confused with each other. After a battle, it was amazing how all the previous hatred could be forgotten. This, to the point where Gamma Coconut was a little overwhelmed by the ghost bride. The latter continued to snicker. Well, don't think so much. We're all family here. Let's send him to his room first. The ghost bride replied with a smile. Her smile, sweet. After flabbergasted for a short while, Gakko finally, too, nodded and smiled. This dead scum is still sleeping really dead. Just now the small knife so loud surprisingly has not woken him up. Breathing her so flat. Stable? Gakkai spat out a wave of Jiang Yun in passing. But talk about it. Her tone, suddenly, began to turn a little dubious. No. Is this he? Is it normal for him to breathe like this? Gakkai froze as she looked at Jiang Yun's heaving chest. What's wrong? The ghost bride hasn't reacted yet. Hearing this puzzled cry from Gamma Coconut. With that, he also placed his eyes on Jiang Yun. At this point, only to see that Jiang Yun, who was originally breathing steadily, suddenly became short of breath. Not only that, the rise and fall of his chest, too, became extremely irregular. Sometimes all at once with a very fast frequency. Sometimes, it's like there's no heartbeat at all. Phew. The gasps grew louder. Even, it had been able to clearly reach the ears of the ghost bride and the others. Accompanied by that, on Jiang Yun's body, a trace of ghostly aura unexpectedly began to emanate out. As fellow ghosts, that aura was all too familiar to them. How could Jiang Yun, a big living person, have a ghostly aura emanating from his body? It's not normal. It's very abnormal, isn't it? Gamma's eyes widened. The suddenness of the event directly caused her to not turn the corner for a moment. What's wrong with Jiang Yun? Or, did Jiang Yun sleep like this before? It's nigh on harder to explain than even a ghost. This he didn't sleep like this before. The ghost bride was also in disarray all of a sudden, looking at Jiang Yun, who was full of doubts about the strange occurrence. It's all a little too weird for a ghost. Holy, why is a ghostly aura coming out of Jiang? At this point, an inadvertent turn of the head of the small knife working in the murky waters on the other side also noticed the anomaly. A cry of alarm directly caused all the other ghosts and goblins in the factory to stop what they were doing. There were loads of heads staring this way. What happened to him? Old Qing too was the first to react. A flash appeared beside Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, who was looking at his body that was emitting a ghostly aura, directly fixed his gaze dead center on the ghost bride. I don't know. Ghost bride clueless. When I heard the question, my head went straight to the floor. A sight that had never happened before. How would she know what happened to Jiang Yun? Let me see. The old Qin had frowned. After coming to Jiang Yun's side, he bent down and was about to put his hand on Jiang Yun's head when he did. Jiang Yun, who was still in deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Old Qin too and the ghost bride, who were closest to him, were immediately startled. What kind of eyes are those? This eyeball was covered with blood, and there was even a hint of lightning flashing amongst the eyeball. Off. Immediately after, Jiang Yun, whose mouth was tightly closed, spat out 2 words, didn't even make a move. With just 2 words, a great energy erupted. The ghost bride who has the strength of a ghost king, Gamma Coconut, as well as an old Qin too. The 3 ghosts, surprisingly, were shaken out at the same time by the burst of energy brought about by the 2 words. Chapter 124, Mutated Jiang Yun. Roar. Inside John's garment factory, with a roar underneath, the old Qin head together with the ghost bride the 3 major ghost kings, the battle power representative, at this moment, unexpectedly was completely sent out by the shock. Ha ha ha, the familiar, freeing smell. And at that moment, Jiang Yun had already stood up. With his eyes red, he scanned his entire body down. A wry smile was emitted. There was a total, human, ghostly look to it. This familiar body. It's still true. It hasn't changed at all. Jiang Yun let out a jia smile, even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. It can be, well, perverted. Old Qin too as well as the ghost bride and the girls were all directly flabbergasted at this scene. After stabilizing their bodies, their faces all revealed expressions of extreme surprise as well as shock. The one in front of them was not the Jiang Yun they knew at all. Sister Ghost Bride. Little Knife reacted with an afterthought and rushed to the ghost bride's side. At the same time, he also looked at Jiang Yun with a horrified expression. The other ghosts and goblins were also taken aback. Putting down the work in their hands, they all lined up and stood behind old Qin too. Dozens of ghosts and monsters, all staring intently at Jiang Yun, who was a complete stranger at the moment. Who are you? What have you done with my husband? As the ghost bride was a ghost king, it was naturally impossible for her not to understand the situation at the scene. On his body, he also began to slowly diffuse a ghostly aura. Eyes, starting to roll white. Anyone familiar with the ghost bride knew that she was now truly angry. He's not that Jiang Yun kid anymore. Everyone be careful. Old Qin had frowned and rushed to the forefront prompting a sentence. At the same time, his right hand was extended to protect a group of lower-ranked ghosts behind him. I don't know what's happening, but he's in danger. Old Qin too's voice was very dull. This sudden shift caught everyone off guard, completely unprepared, plus such a weird picture. Even if everyone is a ghost, there's also absolutely no way to figure out what the hell is going on. What's wrong with Jiang Yun? Why is he like this? At this moment there was no need for old Qin to say anymore. Every ghost was very clear. Jia. All familiar faces. Jiang Yun saw the movements of the ghosts and his attention, too, was on them. Tongue, still licking his lips, and a hint of extreme interest. A bad feeling of foreboding began to permeate the hearts of the ghosts. I didn't realize that you guys have changed so much now. It really surprised me then. But there's a change, and it's kind of a surprise, because you guys look even more delicious. Already the best ingredients. Jia. At this point, other side, Nanjiang City Hospital. Su Weiyan held onto her chair and let out a heavy, long breath. The meeting, it's over. The hour-long meeting discussed in detail how to find the Ghost Emperor and what needed to be done next to deal with him. At the same time, the Ghost Masters and Ghost Hunters who are still in Nanjiang City cannot be ignored. There must also be a relevant way of handling and treating it. When a Ghost Master saw it, he didn't have to hesitate and ran straight away. No one present was a match for a Ghost Master, and Ghost Hunters are a special organization. Now at present, it seems that in the eyes of Bureau 749, in Su Weiyan, and in the eyes of the 4 great families, it belongs to a side of power that is both enemy and friend. As long as it doesn't interfere with the hanging of the Ghost Emperor, what they do is just a matter of record, to be discussed later. These are actually minor things. The focus of the meeting and discussion was still on the Ghost Emperor. If the Ghost Emperor was not removed, there was no way for Nanjiang City to return to its former prosperous self. There would be no way to populate the population for long. The people are gone, and the teams in the 4 families are already at work. At that moment, the office door was pushed open again by Ritao. He walked in with a paper trail in his hand. This is the minutes of the national live broadcast. Just now everyone was in a meeting. I left the special person to record the live broadcast. Do you want to but visualize it? Li Tao said, then handed the document to Su Weiyan. The latter took the document without much ado, turned it over and consulted it directly. The content is much the same, and the core of the narrative is documented word for word all over. Su Weiyan looked at it for a while and frowned slightly. Bureau Su. I haven't figured out why the top wants to have a lockdown in a month. There's one more thing. On the way to the meeting you asked me to check on the Lee family father and son. I went to the ICU ward to see them. These two people are indeed too injured to get out of bed right now. However, I found out that a part of the Lee family's main fighting force has disappeared. In addition, Heavenly Master Zhang just received a phone call right after the meeting. It seems that he was secretly called away. This, do you know? Ri Tao issued a query. At the same time, summarized the information reported to Su Weiyan. The latter sniffed and frowned deeper. The Lee family's main fighting force is missing? It made her wonder a bit. The Ghost Emperor had disappeared. Those people, where did they go? And Master Zhang Tianshi. Su Weiyan rubbed her temples. What the country says, naturally has the country's reasoning. We just need to do what the country arranges for us. The rest ask less and do more. The Lee family side. You send a few people to continue to find out where all their main forces have gone. The Lee family father and son have a grudge against Jiang Yun. We're afraid that they'll be unable to think straight. As well as the attitude of the Lee family members just now in the meeting. After this meeting, I'm only afraid that they will have emotions. You also send someone to keep an eye on them. I always have a bad feeling. It's a critical moment now, and we can't afford to have a conflict within ourselves. As for Tianshi Zhang, Su Weiyan paused when she said this. She thought for a moment, but eventually shook her head. With that, he spoke. Tianshi Zhang is the next successor of the Tianshi Dao. There are many things to do. It's unavoidable. If there's really something wrong, I think he'll take the initiative to say it. Don't worry about it for now. Our priorities now are to recover our bodies as quickly as possible, find the Ghost Emperor, and meet the battle in our final state. Okay, for the time being, these are the things. You also go down according to the arrangement first busy. Remember, there is a situation first time to report to me. Su Weiyan waved her hand. There's a whole lot going on. She can't think about every single thing. Not to mention, strictly speaking, at the moment, she's still a casualty. It is also thanks to the help of the black gas. Otherwise this time, she is afraid that she can only lie in the hospital bed to open. The others weren't much better, and in such a state against the Ghost Emperor, they definitely wouldn't be able to fight for a few rounds. Recuperating from their injuries while searching for the Ghost Emperor was their top priority right now. Chapter 125, The World's Only Pure Land. Inside Nanjiang City Hospital. Busy, everywhere, but compared to the morning, everyone's bodies had recovered a lot with the help of the Black Qi. No more wailing. There's no more death. Everyone was relatively calm. The meeting was over and everyone had a new assignment. Some of those who weren't seriously injured had now started going out to look for traces of the Ghost Emperor. Others who were more seriously injured were left to meekly wait for the next order. It's like the Lee family in the middle of the ICU ward. Father, I've arranged for the people to go out. And in addition I brought up all the things you've explained to me in the meeting. But it didn't go particularly well. Both the Lu family patriarch and the Wang family patriarch came out against it. Li Zitian stood in front of the hospital bed, his body straight, respectfully making his report. In front of him was the duo of Li Hu and Li Zixing who were still half lying on the hospital bed. Ahem. Lu Qianyuan and Wang Qingson, those two old fools jumped out to object? How did those two old miscreants not die in battle? When Li Hu heard Li Zitian's report, he frowned horizontally, displeasure written all over his face. Even Lu Qianyuan, who had saved him together before, had unexpectedly cursed in together. Father, I still think that the situation is a bit unfavorable for us right now. Both you and Big Brother are still in the midst of serious injuries, and such an impulsive decision today could easily push us all to wait until we are across from other forces. Li Zitian listened to Li Hu's words and stood still for a long time hesitating. Finally, I was able to voice the part of my heart that was worried. The Li family wants to rebel and wants to put the Li family in the position of director of the 749 Bureau. How could he, Li Zitian, as a member of the Li family, not know? You've been laying the groundwork for years, and with this impulse today, I'm only afraid that next, many of our plans will be affected. Li Zitian spoke in a calm manner. Affected? Against us? Only. Li Hu let out a sneer when he heard these words and phrases. A few more aches and pains were brought to his body, and after a few coughs, his brow was still furrowed. This all has to do with that damned Jiang Yun. If it weren't for his appearance, how could our plans, possibly, be accelerated? And those two old fellows, clearly speaking for them, I spent a lot of effort to pull these two old fellows together before, but as a result, at the critical moment, I unexpectedly dropped the ball. Don't think so much first. Our Li family is at least one of the 4 great families. This time, it's also a test run to find out what those two old guys are. It's not a loss. Li Hu's tone was hostile. With that said, there were a few more wounds that cracked open even with the emotional turmoil. Seeing this, Li Zitian wanted to go and call the doctor over first, but he stopped the latter. This little injury won't kill you. Li Hu gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Compared to the Li family's inability to rise, this pain, indeed, was nothing. After adjusting his injuries with his internal energy and putting his body in a relatively comfortable state, greeting the greeting hand, he continued to speak to Li Zitian. You're like this. Don't make any other moves in the next few days. Keep a relatively calm state, and focus on getting that Zhang Yun brat out of my way. Halfway out of the program, those other people I'm not too worried about. You'll go over there later to see for yourself. This person is not very good to deal with, especially under the fact that there is also a group of ghost helpers. The scene has you personally staring. I am more assured. Try not to have any accidents. Su Wei and the little girl on Zhang Yun is more attached. If there is an accident, only afraid of will be the lead to the fire. Understand? The look in Li Hu's eyes was telling him that it was serious. From the moment Zhang Yun struck out at Li Zisheng, the liang between the Li family and him was already knotted. For Li Hu, or rather the Li family, it's a big loss of face. In any case, Zhang Yun could be alive, but he couldn't get very close to Bureau 749. But judging from the current situation, Zhang Yun was again bound to be involved with Bureau 749. Then the only way, there would be only one way to die, and it is, for Li Hu. Except for this reason, there was another reason why Zhang Yun had to be eradicated as well. However, he didn't say it explicitly now. What does it matter what is said or not said as long as the purpose is achieved? This, not particularly important. Yes, just like father said, it better be tonight. I want to see the Zhang Yun's head on his collar. Li Zitian, you go over right now. No matter what method you use, you must kill Zhang Yun. If you can't do it, you don't come back. The Li family doesn't keep idle hands. Being beaten by Zhang Yun, Li Zisheng became even more emotional. After Li Hu explained things, he immediately articulated up to tell Li Zitian. The tone, as if it were in order. The latter's face shifted slightly when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. Nodded live, is out of the room, and then, the figure is hidden, disappeared in the middle of the hospital. Zhang Yun, humph, you're dead. Looking at Li Zitian's back as he left, Li Zisheng's twisted face let out a hideous smile. But what they don't know is this. This operation would be the decision they would regret the most. Even more so, because of this action. Indirectly, the bigger secret unearthed. This secret even affected their Li family's position among the four great families. Time, slowly passing. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Night, replacing the sky and the earth. This page, too, is doomed, and there will be no one who can sleep on it. Daylight WAH Time has just announced that there are ghosts and monsters in the world in action. And now, China enters the night. Elsewhere in the Western world, it's just dawn. Countless foreigners woke up with a start and realized that the whole world had changed. An hour after the end of the live broadcast of the WAC, the Brown Bear Country Chancellor also launched a global livestream immediately following the announcement. In another half hour, 5 more small countries published lengthy articles announcing the official publicizing of the existence of ghosts and spirits and flashing their paranormal departments. In 3 hours, 40% of the world's countries, large and small, had already recognized one another. Until now, the whole world, a panic. Various news items are frequent. People all over the world could not believe their eyes, especially for those who have just woken up and opened their eyes after hearing about the ghostly presence. They were straight up confused. It's not unacceptable. Rather, why so suddenly? As well as, there was also a wave of public opinion directed at the countries large and small are now declaring one after another that they recognize the fact of ghosts and monsters. The Gotha country, which is also a world power like China, has not released any news so far. It's hard to believe that there are no ghosts in Hightower Land, the world's only pure land. Chapter 126, Ripping. Various opinions began to play out on major international social media programs. People don't go to work anymore. I don't even go to school anymore. Just sitting at home, glued to the TV, glued to the news on my cell phone. And even then there were countless other bewitched people who just turned on the little blue bird and started refreshing the personal account of the High Commander of the Gotha Kingdom in a frenzy. This is now a situation for that Grand Commander, who has yet to make a new post. It can be a little less than normal. And then there are other small countries that follow behind the Gotha country even more so. They're totally afraid to move if the Gotha Kingdom doesn't speak up. The boss didn't even make a sound. We made a sound first. What kind of a thing is that? All of a sudden, a bunch of attention went to this. It was even forgotten for a moment that the first country to make the announcement, China, was, at the moment, also in the midst of a major event. Nightfall. The night is dark and windy. A night of killing. A lot of things happen in the middle of the night that can be 90% hidden. By the time dawn breaks, no one will know what all happened last night, unless, of course, there were witnesses. Boss, this uncle is a bit strange. I've never seen a living person with a ghostly aura emanating from him. At this point, on top of a high tower not far from John's garment factory, there were 3 figures standing here. It's bizarre and unexplainable. The slender figure spoke, a head of white hair that stood out in the middle of this dark night. Not bad. These 3 silhouettes were none other than Xiao Yu, Tunzi, and there was also that cold beauty in the line that Jiang Yun had met earlier in front of the villa. No one knows how they got up to the top of such a tall tower. That's not the focus right now. Make a note of it, and when you return, report it to the Lord. The cold beauty looked at the scene below and frowned as she said to Xiao Yu. The latter nodded with a lollipop in his mouth. Then take out your cell phone and shoot video from above. Pierre still stood off to the side without a word. Silent, just watching it all faintly. TSK. This is a bit harsh. Goo, look at this. The brains are coming out. Jade opened her mouth vaguely with a smile while looking at the image captured on her cell phone screen. It can't be. From this viewpoint of theirs, at this very moment, the entrance to John's garment factory. It's been a hell on earth, so to speak. More than 50 silhouettes held their swords and spears in their hands, and began to slash at the dozens of ghosts and monsters in front of them. In addition to dealing with the ghosts and monsters, there was also a group of people holding large swords and were still fighting with a handsome figure. And the Ghostbusters side, pretty much the same situation. While fighting those with weapons, the other side was also attacking the handsome figure. As for the handsome figure, and he got even more violent. 1 against 10. Whether it was the ghosts and monsters or those who had those weapons, all of them were beaten helplessly in front of him. Ghosts and monsters he couldn't kill. But, those who rushed up and tried to attack him, almost directly, he pinched his head with one hand and popped it. The red and white sprinkled on the ground and the scene was a sight to behold. Even more absolutely, there were some unlucky people who rushed up and were directly pounced on the ground by that handsome figure. Straight to the hand, ripped open on the spot. If you don't have weapons, then create them. Those various intestines that were dug out were used as direct weapons, as a whip, as a binding rope. The scene was bloody. There was an endless stream of screams, shocking the world and sobbing the gods. Eek mess with so gross and disgusting. Jade recorded for a while before her phone was put away. With these images, it's enough. With dislike on her face, countless words of spit poured out from her small cherry mouth. That cold beauty was just still cool. Whatever happened to the lower hair? Her face, frozen, could not be seen. Jade, you'll find out later who those people with weapons are. Finally, the cold beauty spoke again, still commanding. The latter responded without objection. Below, the battle continues. Those with weapons were almost all but slaughtered already. One that was still struggling originally wanted to escape. As it turned out, the handsome figure didn't go after him. There were 2 ghost kings that moved with explosive speed instead, fishing up a long sword on the ground, a sword, straight to the head. The fight still isn't over. The people with weapons are all dead. No one survived. The scene was a mess. The earth, even, was red with blood. The handsome figure was still trembling with those ghosts. It's also good to have a Ghost King level on the Ghostbusters team. Combined, the 2 sides were still able to make a fight, with almost no one taking advantage of anyone. Rumble, heaven. Suddenly there was loud thunder. Shortly afterward, the rain began to patter down. Boss, it's raining, let's go back too. Or should we go down and persuade a fight? Jade reached out her hand to catch the rainwater and twisted her head, asking the cold beauty, wait a little longer. The cold beauty seemed to shy away from words. When Jade heard that, she could only spit out her tongue. Then he turned his head to the pier and ordered, the boss will have to wait a while, so go down and get 2 umbrellas, before it rains too hard. Well, and bring me a bottle of water. I'm a bit thirsty, that's all. Go on, I'll reward you with a lollipop when you get back. Jade patted Tunji on the head in a very cute narration. Aha, okay. Pier seems to be enjoying this head tap. After responding, then, without any protection from the 40 to 50 meter tower, he, surprisingly, jumped straight down. That's not even the point. The point is, after he jumped, there was nothing wrong with him at all. Patting the dust on his body, he took a direct step and ran up, going to find what Jade had explained to ask for. Dunce is getting more mature. Ow. Jade hammed and hawed twice, very happy with the performance of the pier. She turned her head back around and continued to watch the battle below with the cold beauty. But it was such a turn of the head. Holy, Jade burst right out. For, he saw it not far below. It was at the entrance of John's garment factory. The handsome figure that was still fighting with the ghosts and monsters. At some point, turned his head over. Even at a distance, Jade still saw him, clearly, as he, just looking at himself. And that handsome figure was no one else. It was Jang Yun whom they had just met during the daytime. Good lord, our position is exposed. Jade mentally giggled. That look, surprisingly, gave her a hint of oppression. This sense of oppression was even greater than that brought about by the Ghost Emperor Ghost King. It's all quite a bit stronger. Chapter 127, Something's weird. Good lord, is he crazy, or has he mutated? More or less with terror. Jade Lollipop doesn't hold it anymore. After noticing that look from Jang Yun, he directly looked serious. It was most likely the commotion caused when Pirzi jumped just now that directly attracted Jang Yun's attention. It's unlikely that people would notice someone so far away if they weren't fighting well over there. Anyhow, the cold beauty glanced at Jade. It seemed to be blaming her for making so much noise. But again, nothing was said. Good boy. This fighting strength is comparable to that of even a ghost emperor. This uncle seems to have truly mutated. Jade nodded to herself and made an analysis. And the cold beauty heard it and remained silent. Then he continued to look at Jang Yun in the field. The latter were also looking at them. 3 pairs of eyes, looking at each other. Roar! Suddenly, a very unpleasant roar came out of Jang Yun's mouth. Immediately afterward, he was like a grenade that seemed to rush directly towards old Qin Tu in front of him. He didn't choose to attack the cold beauty or Xiaoyu. Instead, after discovering them, they continued to treat them as if they didn't exist, and continued to fight the group of ghosts and monsters that old Qin Tu and the others were fighting. This one was a shocking one. The fight was a dark one. On the side of the cold beauty, no words were spoken, much less a shot. It didn't take long for Pier to come back after getting it as well as Jade had requested. The group continued to watch. Time. It is in this context that the fleeting passed. Slowly, the sun broke in the east and slowly rose. At the entrance of Zhang's garment factory, the movement is getting smaller and smaller, until, at some unknown point, the commotion faded completely. And the 3-man squad of ghost hunters on the tower had disappeared at some point. The world, quiet again. It was as if nothing had happened. The silence revealed a hint of eeriness, except for the smell of blood that still hangs in the air. You guys, what the hell happened to John last night? That look was so scary. I almost thought he was really going to eat me. At this point, inside John's garment factory, the Great War is over. They had temporarily stabilized Jang Yun at the cost of old Qin Tu's serious injury and coma. Right now, Jang Yun was sleeping very peacefully. The ghosts, however, could not sit still. Dagger took a few wounds as well. His shoulder was bitten by Jang Yun. He was a ghost, and it was reasonable to assume that such injuries could heal very quickly. But, the wound bitten by Jang Yun, however, had no tendency to heal at all. It was as if irreversible damage had been done. Thinking back to the images from last night, the little knife's entire body shivered, not daring to move at all. It's spooky. The point was, they weren't even sure why Jang Yun had gone berserk. What caused Jang Yun to become like this? When Jiang wakes up later, how are we going to ask him? What are we going to tell him? Old Qin Tu is also unconscious. Nima, the usual Jiang is already scary enough. This stormy Jiang is even more indistinguishable from his own people. Even more scary, alright. There is a say one. Brother Jiang is the most powerful existence I've seen so far as a ghost. As far as the previous ghost emperor, to the damn brother Jiang mentioned Shu's qualification are not good. Dagger's voice quivered as he spoke. The events of last night had caused a great deal of damage to his young mind. Good escape. Now how can we not have a few more tweets? And contrast that with all the spewing and hijacking of small knives. Ghost Bride and Gamma Coconut then fell into a long contemplation. Last night was a bit of a weird one, Gamma said. The Ghost Bride nodded back. Incidentally, look around the perimeter of the garment factory. The other ghosts are already in the middle of their normal work. Old Qin Tu, was arranged by them to recover in a quiet place. The various corpses outside were the best nourishment for them as ghosts. All of them were all sacrificed to old Qin Tu. Not even a bone left. It doesn't even take much to clean up. The cleaning belongs to Yes. But, now it's settling down. But still, all the weirdness is too much for even the Ghost Bride to figure out. Yesterday husband was suddenly as if he had changed. And almost after dawn, he suddenly fainted and fell asleep as if something had taken hold of him. Although I have been in China for hundreds of years, but, I have never seen such a strange thing. Unheard of, unseen, strange. The Ghost Bride's tone was nonchalant. Words and expressions reveal a variety of concerns. Jiang Yun fell asleep after and was still completely unable to wake up. This is even more worrying. What are they, the ghosts, going to do if something happens to this? As the Ghost Bride who cared the most about Jiang Yun, how could she calm down? And 3 very strong human scents in the neighborhood last night. Gamma added. A strong person had come, and as ghost kings, they naturally detected it. And Gakko recognized that it was Jade and Tunji, as well as and the Cold Beauty. It was those three who had pitted Jiang Yun. Hell knows how they got here. No, it should be. Hell, I don't know how they found this place. Gamma Coconut was the only person in the room besides Jiang Yun who knew their identities. At this time, she didn't directly reveal the identity of these three people in front of the Ghost Bride. Instead, the three were replaced with 3 breaths. The Ghost Bride didn't notice anything unusual and just nodded in response. The words are true. Indeed, it was a strong man who came last night, but right now, she had absolutely no intention of caring about those 3 powerhouses. Instead, he focused on Jiang Yun. Both he and old Qin Tao are unconscious. What to do? It's the first time I've encountered this situation. Why don't I go online and look for a solution? Maybe there'll be a way to wake up Jum online. Dagger might have seen what Ghost Bride was worried about. The injuries sustained were as if they didn't exist. Motion's eyes rolled back in his head and he pulled his cell phone out of nowhere. As he said that, he started to have to operate on his cell phone. But as soon as he tapped the screen, he realized that he hadn't charged his phone last night, and it had long since run out of juice. The plan fell through. And it also gave Dagger the bad news that his cell phone was dead, and he wouldn't have a cell phone to play with all day today. Because, to recharge, bring the husband. Dagger was struggling. The Ghost Bride spoke. Immediately afterward, she stood up. Before the crowd could ask questions, she responded to her own move. Let's go find the owner of that previous partnership. The problems of mankind can only be solved by mankind. I think she's the only one who can help husband. Chapter 128, Something's Not Right. Nanjiang City. Inside the hospital. Outside the operating room. Ghost Bride Gamako as well as also Dagger stood expressionless by the wall. And on the other side of the wall, he was completely dumbfounded when Su Weiyan, who also had an anxious expression, as well as the two of them, Li Tao, 10 minutes ago, Gamma Coconut, with Ghost Bride and also Little Knife, arrived at this side of the hospital carrying Jiang Yun. After finding Su Weiyan, he briefly mentioned that Jiang Yun was unconscious. Then, Su Weiyan arranged for the rescue with the fastest speed possible. And so far it was that Su Weiyan didn't know anything yet. It's not at all clear what's going on. It's been dozens of minutes since I entered the operating room. During this time Su Weiyan wanted to open her mouth several times to ask what happened. But in the end, once she saw the expression on the Ghost Bride's face, she still kept her mouth shut. Su, why don't I stand guard here? You have a lot of things to do. I'll report to you first thing when the doctor comes out. Ri Tao was the first to sit up a bit. Now the action in Nanjiang City is just beginning. Su Weiyin is the one who is in charge of the big picture. She's going to be in serious trouble if she's gone for any length of time. It's okay, just wait a little longer. Things are pretty much set up. Nothing will go terribly wrong. Su Weiyan shook her head. She had a belly full of questions about how she could just leave. The Jiang Yun I saw yesterday was still fine. How can you wake up and still be like this? Incomprehensible, and even more so, unexplainable. It's so hard not to get an answer. It's like 100 ants crawling around in your psyche. He seemed like a different person last night, but it was at this time. The Ghost Bride suddenly spoke up. Su Weiyan was surprised and looked up at the ladder in surprise. We had a battle between us. No less than with the Ghost Emperor. You said before that you have the country behind you, and I think that since you have the country behind you, you don't understand what's really happening to my husband. The Ghost Bride stared at Su Weiyin dead in the face. She was desperately waiting for an answer. More urgently, I hope the doctor will hurry up and come out to inform me of the results. They actually have the ability to go right inside the operating room. But the doctors inside are afraid. Imagine being watched by the Ghost King and still being able to do good things? And it's still 2 Ghost Kings and a Night Ghost. They were pretty good at keeping their cool if they were on the sidelines. After all, doctors are not like Su Weiyan who have strength and experience. Experienced? Nowhere near that much. I'm not sure there's any record of a related incident in our files. But you can start by detailing what exactly happened last night. And maybe we can help. Help Jiang Yun. Su Weiyin changed her tone. But it means pretty much the same thing and doesn't make much of a difference. The Ghost Bride was silent for a moment afterward. With that, the story of what happened last night began to unfold. Of course, only about Jiang Yun. Nothing else, nothing else. And Su weaving smoke, also from the beginning of the doubt, changed the face more and more serious. At this point, other side, inside the ICU. Ha ha, father, good news, heavenly good news. Li Zixing injury just a little better to get out of bed. He is rushing into the ward to come, hand dancing, to be more excited and more excited. Li Hu, who was originally resting in another bed in the ward, flinched when he heard this yell from Li Zixing. Tian didn't come back all night. Could it be, he's back now? Li Hu inquired with a cold face. No. Who knows where he went? Who cares? Li Zixing waved his hand, unconcerned. After answering Li Hu's question, he continued to show an excited smile, carefully walked to the room door change, open a crack to look out, to determine that no one outside. This is to revert back to Li Hu's side. I don't know where Li Zitian went, but I just heard a message when I went to hang out. Li Zixing opened his mouth mysteriously. Cut the crap and hurry up. Li Hu was impatient. Yes, father. It was only then that Li Zixing organized his vocabulary, then continued to speak. Just now, the brothers from the Li family outside told me that they saw Jiang Yun being carried over to the hospital by the two ghosts and monsters that beat me up earlier, and it was straight into the operating room. Bai Su Weiyin herself came out to transport her. I went to make sure about this, and several brothers saw it. So far, it's been almost an hour since the Jiang Yun went into the operating room, and there's no movement at all. Those two ghost kings and that little ghost are both squatting outside the operating room with anxious faces. Waiting, Li Zixing said excitedly. This message means something. It meant that the people led by Li Zitian might have gotten it. Jiang Yun is seriously injured, although he hadn't cut off Jiang Yun's head. But, it's also pretty much life on the line. Li Zixing's entire body was agitated at the thought that Jiang Yun was about to die. In particular, the Ghost King who had inflicted serious injuries on himself still had an anxious look on his face. Think of the image and what could be more exciting than that? No more. This was the only thing that could stimulate Li Zixing's heart right now. Li Hu's face shifted a bit even after hearing that, but there was no immediate answer. Li Zixing, on the other hand, was still mouthing off. Father, our plan has succeeded. I really didn't expect that without us. Li Zitian. He even succeeded and actually seriously injured Jiang Yun. It's just a pity that I wasn't present at the time and didn't see the moment when Jiang Yun fell to the ground. Otherwise, this image is absolutely awesome. It's a shame that I didn't get to kill Jiang Yun myself, but I'm satisfied to see him die. And those two ghost kings as well as that little brat. When I recover from my injuries, little master will have to send them a good look. Let them know that we, the Li family, are not that easy to mess with. Since you've decided to make an enemy of us, you have to be prepared to be punished, no matter who he is. So what if he's Jiang Yun? If he offends our Li family, he won't be able to live safely past 48 hours. Li Zixing was happy. Jiang Yun had an accident. He was happy. He was excited. He was elated. He couldn't sleep when Jiang Yun was alive. Now, Jiang Yun was about to die. No, maybe it's all dead already. At the thought of this, Li Zixing couldn't stop laughing. The great revenge has been partially avenged. The two ghost kings were next. The rest of the revenge is not unrequited. But the time has not yet come. As he spoke, Li Zixing had even planned out how he was going to deal with those two difficult ghost kings next. None of them, this one and this one, are going to run. There was only one way to end up offending the Li family, and that was to die. Even you ghosts, who have already died once, are not included. Listening to Li Zixing's eloquent words, sitting on the hospital bed, Li Hu went or frowned tightly. Always feel we're a little not very right. Chapter 129, It's the Dead Who Do This. Nanjiang City. Inside the ward, Li Hu listened to Li Zixing's excited words, his brows locked tightly without loosening. Jiang Yun is still in the operating room. Life or death unknown. Is this, in fact, a good thing, or a bad thing? No news of Zitan at all until now? Li Hu asked again. He always felt that there was something so wrong. It was reasonable to say that if the operation had been successful and had inflicted serious injuries on Jiang Yun, no matter what, Li Zitian, for sure, would appear before him. If not, you can always send a message, right? But what happened now was that not only did Li Zitian not stand in front of him, the message was not sent. Just since yesterday, his whole person, even, has just disappeared. And Li Zitian wasn't the only one who had disappeared. The other Li family members who had been sent out together could not be contacted at all. So many people, and not a single one of them can be contacted. Li Hu's eyebrows kept jumping. This is not a good omen. Father, what are you so concerned about him for? Jiang Yun is about to die and they'll be back soon. Compared to Li Hu's worries, Li Zixing didn't seem to care that much. Reacting from the excitement, he spat in passing. The people sent out are all our Li family's elite. Dealing with a Jiang Yun and those few ghost kings is no problem at all. Li Zitian, as useless as he is, there's no way he can't even deal with a Jiang Yun. Li Zixing was full of it. Confused. As a result, his lack of care soon drew a tirade from Li Hu. You have to realize that they represent our Li family. If something happens to them, do you think we can wash our hands of the relationship as well? Li Hu glared at Li Zixing. Even if Jiang Yun died and Zitian wasn't contacted, he's still your brother. Is it possible that you have absolutely no concern for your brother in your eyes? No, even the slightest bit of kinship in your eyes, except for hatred. He was very dissatisfied with Li Zixing's approach as well as his stance. Li Zixing looked at just the surface of the Great Revenge, and he hadn't noticed that Li Zitian's disappearance was most likely something wrong and would involve the entire Li family. Jiang Yun and the others could be unafraid, but the other three families in Bureau 749 can't be left completely unguarded and totally unattended. If they catch you in the act, you'll never be able to sit as director of Bureau 749 for the rest of your life. Get it wrong, but also easy to attract other families' suppression. Your momentary neglect will bring what disaster you think. Li Hu taught. There was also something very ironic in his tone. If the other three families are on to you, all that they had done could all go down the drain. Not to mention that they might even pull in even more hatred. Now we are all in the same class. Li Hu couldn't be clearer about the strength and energy of these people. If they really ostracized the Li family to the outside, their Li family would be completely defenseless. You now immediately continue to send people to find out for me exactly where Zitian has gone. Dead or alive. Stay alive. There must be something hard for them not to show up now. Find out and send them back to the imperial capital. If they die, find a way to clean up our tails. Prepare for the worst. This matter absolutely must not affect our big plan. Understand? Li Hu glared and lectured. Li Zixing was also numbed by these words. The excitement that had been on his face slowly dimmed. What Li Hu said could not be said to be unreasonable. If the final plan is compromised because of revenge, it's really something that must not be attempted. No back pain or backache at the moment. Father taught me right. I'll make the arrangements right away. Although it was unlikely that it would be countered by Jiang Yun and the others. But Li Hu has a point. One must be prepared for the worst. Mustn't interfere with his big plans to eventually run for the position of director of the 749th Bureau. We did an all-around meticulous examination of the patient, and the results showed that the patient was in perfect health and did not show any illnesses or injuries. About him being asleep, we haven't found out the cause of the illness yet. I've taken on a lot of difficult cases, but I've never encountered anything this bizarre. Director Su, I need a little more time. I'll find out what's wrong. Other side. Hospitals. The door to the operating room. A doctor shook his head at Su Weiyan and said in a deep voice, Dr. Liang, are you sure you've checked everything? Our special paranormal special checkup was also done? When Su Weiyan heard the doctor's words, she immediately opened her mouth impatiently to ask. It's all been done and nothing has been found to be wrong. The cause of the disease is uncertain. The patient's information is uncertain. And we still know too little to make a diagnosis like this. Director Su, we need more time. The man named Dr. Liang shook his head. Hear this. Su Weiyin was immediately absent. The doctor in front of him specializes in medical work for the 749th Bureau and the four great families, as well as the Heavenly Master's Way. Very experienced in dealing with psychic injury treatment. Since the disappearance of the Ghost Emperor, it was the doctor who came over here specifically to treat the wounded. It just arrived last night. He hadn't shown himself much yet, and the first patient he ended up greeting turned out to be Jiang Yun. But, right about this time, that Dr. Liang suddenly spoke again. Su Weiyin sniffed and hurriedly raised her head to listen. Director Su, what exactly is this person's identity? He doesn't seem to be among the files of Bureau 749, and I've never seen this face of his even after treating so many people from the four great families in Tianchideo. Those who can make you, Bureau Su, personally wait at the door must have an unusual identity. Dr. Liang's voice suddenly became a bit more serious. He glanced at the ghost bride girls who were still standing off to the side. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, he pulled Su Weiyan to a place far away from the ghost bride and the others. After making sure he was safe, he continued to speak with a serious face. Chief Su, I don't know what you're planning on doing, although this man I didn't find out anything unusual about him, but this report you must see. Saying that, this Dr. Liang secretly took out an examination report that still had a hint of residual warmth from his arms. Su Weiyan took it suspiciously and began to read the contents. While Su Weiyan was reading the report, Dr. Liang also gave an explanation. I have come into contact with many patients who have been injured many times by ghosts, even those who have been possessed by the Demon King. However, from the Ghost Chi detection report, the concentration of Ghost Chi on this body inside is far from the concentration that a living person should have. This concentration is the only thing we've ever detected from ghosts and monsters. Chief Su, do you know what this means? Dr. Liang sold out. The latter shook his head in confusion, his heart similarly somewhat surprised. Dr. Liang gave a meaningful smile, then said, this means that this person inside has been dead for a long time, because only a dead person who has turned into a ghost, would have such a strong ghostly aura. Chapter 130, What do they want? Nanjiang City. Inside the hospital, Dr. Liang looked meaningfully at Su Weiyan. Both of them had somewhat complicated expressions on their faces, especially for Su Wei. After hearing the last words that Dr. Liang said, her entire body was directly stumped in place. No, I didn't quite understand. What you mean is that Jiang Yun, he's a dead man? Su Wei took a good long while to finish digesting the information, and then picked out the key information. What is ghost chi? This doesn't even need Dr. Liang to explain. She can say that as the current director of Bureau 749, she is quite aware of this. That's something that only comes from dead people, or ghosts. But why? There was also a ghostly aura on Jiang Yun's body. Yes, you heard right. We detected a ghostly aura on him, and the concentration is quite high. Dr. Liang's once again affirmative answer caused Su Wei to fall into silence. Looking back at the ghost bride and the others who were still waiting off to the side, they were also looking at themselves with blank faces. I know, this matter you first do not say to the public. You know and I know on the line, do a good job of confidentiality, understand. After a long time, Su Wei opened her mouth. The latter nodded and walked away. Next, he had to go and do a more detailed examination of Jiang Yun. Might be able to find out why a living person has a ghostly aura on them. Perhaps, nothing can be found out either. But now that we've discovered this phenomenon, we can't just ignore it. Su Wei took a deep breath as she looked at Dr. Liang who had walked away. Before what happened to Jiang Yun last night, she already knew the roughly. You can hear the ghost bride hiding a lot. However, it was the right of people to tell themselves that, and that was rare enough. Haven't gone over to meet up with the ghost bride and the others. Su Wei first took out her cell phone and sent a text message to whoever. Then it was back to the ghost bride. A brief account of the present situation. The cause of the disease has not yet been identified, but our doctors have gone to prepare to organize more detailed tests. That is to say, we still need Jiang Yun to stay over here for a while longer. You can rest assured that no matter what the outcome is, we will give an account. It's not something we want to see happen, and all we can do is try to do what we can to try to wake him up. After Su Wei briefly finished the situation, she was afraid that the ghost bride would be uneasy and gave another explanation. No matter what, something like this was happening to Jiang Yun right now. It also means a little bit more for the 749th and the WAC. Possessing strength stronger than a ghost emperor? With such a talent, Su Wei was hoping more than anyone else that Jiang Yun could wake up earlier. He's needed in China now. We're going to stand guard until my husband wakes up. The ghost bride's attitude is also obvious. The face spat out a sentence without expression. Su Wei pondered for a moment, but did not refuse. Then say goodbye first. It was true that he still had a lot of things to take care of. And even though Jiang Yun was important, he couldn't stay over here all the time. Otherwise the whole city of Nanjiang will be in chaos. Saying goodbye to the ghost bride, she made her way to a makeshift office with a preoccupied look on her face. And this is also the operational command center of the Paranormal Incident Handling Department of Nanjiang City, by Su Wei. Sitting in personally. Check. Just got back to the office. Ri Tao then pushed the door open. I just made a trip to you around his garment factory, and found plenty of signs of a fight. And, with the heavy odor of blood, a conservative estimate of the death toll is around 100. Ri Tao hadn't taken a sip of water yet. Straight away, he read out a number that makes your head spin when you hear it. The death toll was in the neighborhood of 100. And it's still a conservative estimate. How big was the fight last night? Why didn't they detect any anomalies at all? Su Wei's scalp tingled. Who was it that clashed with Jiang Yun and the others? Did you check? What was the identity of the other party? Su Wei immediately inquired. The city of Nanjiang is now evacuated of civilians. At this point in time, who else would be able to start a conflict with Jiang Yun and those ghosts and monsters? No clues for now. The ground was cleaned and it would be hard to notice that this place had been through a fierce battle if it weren't for the smell of blood in the air. Ri Tao shook his head. He had just arrived over there, and he was all straight up shocked by it. With such a strong odor of blood, there were indeed no signs of a fight found at the scene at all. Not even a drop of blood. Not even a body to be found. This is too weird. With so many ghosts and monsters under Jiang Yun's hand, it's normal for the scene to be cleaned up. Su Wei didn't react that way. It's not at all surprising that ghosts and monsters would feed on human blood. With ghosts and goblins around, it's very simple to clean up the trail, which is very easy to do. Only, now a new problem has re-emerged. With the traces gone, it was impossible to find who exactly had started the conflict with Jiang Yun. That's a hard pill to swallow. By the way, Bureau Su, the thing you asked me to investigate earlier has also gained some insight. Just as Su Wei was thinking about these things, Li Tao pulled out another document. Su Wei froze slightly and looked up to wait for the latter. Yesterday we found that most of the Li family's main fighting force had all disappeared, and I followed the traces to investigate and found some. You'd better see for yourself. Lai Tao's words suddenly stopped halfway through his sentence, or chose to hand the document directly to Su Weiyan. The latter took the paper. Rather, he wanted to see what there would be that Lai Tao would not dare to say. With such emotions, Su Weiyan began to read up on the information above. Just, haven't looked long. Gradually, her face began to look strange, even to the point of outright frowning at the end of the day. Someone spotted the Li family's elite appearing near the factory? Su Weiyan's eyes widened as she looked at Li Tao with great surprise. The factory? That's where the Jianyun garment factory is located. The Li family? What are they doing over there? Yes, our people reported that Li Zitian was also spotted among these people. A team led by Li Zitian is sneaking around the factory. Ri Tao nodded. In fact, in his mind, there was already a guess, but he didn't dare to say it. After all, the Li family, that was one of the 4 great families. Su Weiyan saw these documents and then listened to what Li Tao said. She is not a little cutie. And how could she not know what Ri Tao was really trying to say? You suspect that the battle that took place outside the Jianyun garment factory was fought by the Li family? Ri Tao didn't dare to say. Su Weaver Smoke dared. After thinking for a while, she directly said the words that were guessed in Li Tao's mind. If not, how did these things, and how did they happen to collide? The Li family, and why they were near the factory. What do they want? Chapter 131, Should we go back to China? Logically, it all makes sense. The Li family has a grudge against Jiang Yun. Doesn't rule out the speculation. It's only a suspicion at this point, and it's not certain that it was the Li family that did it. The numbers, they don't add up. Ri Tao shook his head while taking a deep breath. That's it. What he said just now, outside Zhong's garment factory, could be at least a battle of hundreds of people. As for the Li family's elite, before they fought the Ghost Emperor, they could really produce so many. But where did so many elites come from after the Ghost Emperor battle? Obviously, the numbers don't add up. Then what is the Li family doing over there, if not to take revenge on Jiang Yun? Su Weiyan sat down on the chair. The papers were placed on her desktop. Now that the Ghost Emperor has appeared, a great enemy is at hand. This Li family, on the other hand, still wants to make such a big deal out of it. It's not like you're making a mess of things. It's not clear. But, up until now, all I can say for sure is that none of those Li family elites have returned yet, including Li Zitian, completely disappeared. Just now, I found out that the Li family sent out a part of them again, as if they were searching for something. Ri Tao reported truthfully. Also incidentally, a brand new message. After Su Weiyan heard this, she fell back into deep thought. This Li family was giving her a huge headache right now. I'll personally go to talk to Patriarch Li when the time comes for the Li family's matter. By the way, how's the Ghost Emperor's dynamic going? Any clues yet? Let's put this aside for now. The focus was still going to be on the Ghost Emperor now. Solving the Ghost Emperor will give you time to do the rest of the problem. We've got a little bit of an eyebrow on the Ghost Emperor's side, but we're not quite sure. Speaking of the whole thing, Ri Tao quickly regained his serious face. He could still tell which of these things was more important. Immediately after that, he took out another document and handed it to Su Weiyan. It's like this. Led by comrades from the Celestial Master's Way, we've currently discovered 3 suspected locations where the Ghost Emperor stays. Before coming back to you to report, I've already explained that they're going to do some surveillance first, and will report the results as soon as they're available. But Bureau Su, given our current situation, even if we do determine that the Ghost Emperor is in any of these 3 locations, we won't have the capacity for large-scale combat. Last night we received a message from the International Paranormal Authority that we had called in dozens of countries for support, and not one of them had given a positive response. Li Tao's face turned a little ugly. This is a big one. Gotta panic. Without the ability to fight, what can we do if we find the Ghost Emperor? What else to do but stare? Well, I know. I'll go talk to the Heavenly Elder again later. Su Weiyan's face wasn't very pretty either. She takes a rough look at the 3 locations given by Ri Tao. One is at the highest peak in the city of Nanjiang, Nanshan Peak. The other location is in the middle of a wasteland to be developed in Nanjiang City. Last position. The scope of this location would be very small. It's the location of a prison in Nanjiang City. These 3 locations were by far the most likely hiding places for the Ghost Emperor to be in. Either one is a bit tricky to deal with. How's the news from the ghost hunters? First, this more important information of the Ghost Emperor was placed in a conspicuous place. Su Weiyan followed up with another line of inquiry. The ghost hunters are currently undiscovered by us, but there are indeed traces of them in Nanjiang City. Exactly how many individuals and where they are now is not certain. Lai Tao quickly replied. This one is relatively unique. This organization, which is also an enemy and a friend, hides better than the Ghost Emperor. The entire city of Nanjiang pretty much has the eyes of Bureau 749 people. but it was in this environment that no trace of the Ghost Hunters organization had been found. That's confusing. Su Weiyan's frown deepened a little more. Keep up the investigation. And when you have news, report it at the first opportunity, and if possible, it's possible to make contact and communicate. Right now our situation is really uncertain. If it's possible to reach a cooperation, and work together with the group of ghost hunters to fight against the Ghost Emperor, our pressure will be much less. That organization, we still haven't gotten to the bottom of them, so if we can really reach a cooperation, it would be good for Nanjiang City. Su Weiyan gave the latest order. Ri Tao heard the note and nodded in agreement. But this brief meeting wasn't the end of it. Also, sure enough, Su Weiyan spoke again. The network communication on this side of Nanjiang City has been cut off during last night. None of us on this side can access the internet. See if you can think of a way to find someone to restore the network signal on this side first, and increase the efficiency of communication, as well as, the state announced our presence yesterday. So arrange for someone to go find a place with internet access and keep a slight eye on the national attitude, as well as, keep an eye on official developments. This one is minor, no matter how much it changes out there, for a short period of time, at least until the Ghost Emperor was done settling, it basically wouldn't have any impact on the situation over here. But having chosen to publicize the existence of Bureau 749, then there is still a certain necessity for them as and the leaders of this organization to pay attention and keep an eye on the public's attitude towards them, to facilitate the re-entry into the empire later on, with a new look to face the nation. Okay, then I'll go ahead and make the arrangements, and I'll find you the first time I have news. Ri Tao nodded. Things are arranged one by one. The 749th Bureau, the state apparatus, is also slowly beginning to function. As for the fact that it was Su Weiyan who arranged these things, the one he put on the last schedule to keep an eye on the internet is this one. The 749th's side is the least concerned because there are bigger problems waiting for them to solve. But for the people of China at this moment, that's what they're most concerned about. The internet has been arguing about it since yesterday, especially in response to what the old man in heaven said at the end. To recall the rest of the Chinese people abroad as well will be a month later. Completely closed the country. In response to this, today has been one of the most talked about events. At this very moment, Hightower State. It's just getting light on this side of China, and over there, it's well into the night time. Among the top colleges in the Hightower State, inside the dormitory for international students, there were several people with Chinese faces sitting on the edge of the bed with sad faces, staring at each other. No one said a word. There was a long period of silence. Finally, among the group, a person with a thin body type finally managed to take the lead. He looked around the crowd, then took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Fellow students, the state's notice went out yesterday. It's time for us to make a decision. China is in trouble. Should we return to our country? Chapter 132, Why Go Back? Hightower State. Inside the student dormitory of a prestigious university, several students looked at each other. A hint of sadness as well as bitterness could be seen on all of their faces. Should we go back home? A student raised the core of the problem. Inside the dormitory, a silence fell. No one answered. Not even a gesture. Not even a look. All of these students have come from China to study here in the high towers. And just yesterday, they saw the latest notice issued by HWA. There will be a worldwide recall of the Chinese. And in a month's time, the gates of the country will be completely closed. Huaxia, into an era of complete closure. This is a very difficult choice for these international students. I don't want to go back. Finally, in the silence of the crowd, a female voice sounded. The crowd looked up to see that a girl with an exploding head was the first to raise her hand and take a stand. Chu Qian. You replied so quickly. Don't you think about it anymore? We are Chinese. Next to him, a male student counseled. Chu Qian. The very name of the girl with the exploding head. This is a life-defining decision. And isn't it a bit too hasty to respond so quickly? Don't think about it. I think it's a pretty good choice. Chu Qian shook her head no when she heard the advice of her male classmates. Also to reiterate, don't call me Chu Qian. My English name is Lisa. That Chinese name is awful. She had an unhappy look on her face, disliked the boy directly back. This made the dormitory even quieter. No one said anything. That boy also lowered his head after hearing his words and didn't respond anymore, not knowing what he was thinking. No, are you all stupid? Seeing this scene, Chu Qian directly screamed out. Even, straight up, he was laughing out loud. She pointed at the students and questioned them. Are you all out of your minds? What are you going back for at this time? Isn't this looking for death? China is haunted. It's haunted. Ugh, you guys get it. There are ghosts and monsters everywhere. Can we be guaranteed safety if we are called back again? Really? What are you guys hesitating about? Chu Qian had a look of hatred on her face. How can they not understand such a simple truth? Is there any need to think about this situation when such questions arise? It's perfectly straightforward to make a reply once you've figured that point out. To go back is to seek death. There is absolutely no live option. Is it that hard to choose? She spread her hands and stared wide-eyed at the crowd. But China is our home after all. The male student from earlier made his comment. We still have loved ones in Huaxia, and since the country is calling us back, surely there will be arrangements, right? Even if there really are ghosts and monsters, surely the state will be able to keep us safe. Don K's words came out all of a sudden. It also met Chu Qian's gaze head on. This, exactly, is where he gets tangled up. Chu Qian was right, and he considered it more, so he was hesitant about this choice. Yes, our families are still in the country. We are safe to stay here, but our families, their safety is not guaranteed. That's right. I also think that since the country decided to call us back, there must be a reason. And maybe yes, there is some kind of surprise waiting for us. What Chu Qian said also makes sense. China is indeed very unsafe right now. However, what Tang Kai said is also right. I'm so hesitant to go back to my country or not. It's so hard to choose. I actually believe in our country. It's just that I'm a bit scared about the situation at home. I also want to serve my country. With Don K's beginning, the other students' chatter soon opened up. One by one, all of them voiced their concerns. They were all young men in their early 20s. This is the best time of your youth. If it was because he made a wrong choice now, then I'm afraid he would have to regret it for the rest of his life. Die laughing. You guys want to hear what you're all talking about? After listening to a bunch of students' worried questions, Chu Qian was amused, laughed outright. Help! Family, who gets it? That you guys are even worrying about this. I really don't know what to say about you guys. Chu Qian held his forehead and frowned, speechless, dead all the time. He expected people to say something else that had to be answered by going back to the WAC. It turned out to be surprising. All those words? Come on, you all said it yourselves. Since you believe in Huaxia, what do you need us to go back for? Anyway, Huaxia will protect our loved ones. So what can you guys do if you go back? Going back to send more lives to those ghosts and goblins? I wonder if you guys are reading stupidly. Why such thoughts arise? And people say something about wanting to serve your country. God, I'm so speechless. What's so worthwhile about that Thai country? It's just not good enough for him in Gothaland. Chu Qian simply couldn't understand what kind of things were going through this group of people's heads. It's that time of year. There are also these silly big empty thoughts that arise. Is this really not afraid of death, or is it really stupid? Doesn't he smell good when he honestly stays in Gothaland and enjoys himself? We have food and drink in the high towers, and life is as comfortable as it can be, and I want to live over here for a long time. As a result, you guys are so good that you even think about returning to your country. I really can't understand you. Tired of talking, Chu Qian no longer wanted to say more. What a great multiple choice question. It's amazing how hesitant you are in front of those classmates. Be that way. This is too much. Seems, kind of makes sense. After Chu Qian's words came down, there were some students who, after a moment's contemplation, agreed with her somewhat. There really doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. In that case, I also think that staying in Gotha country is a best choice. Anyway, the haunted place is only Huaxia. We can just ensure our own safety. Very reasonable. China is already so powerful. We definitely won't be able to help much if we go back. We'll only add to the chaos. It's better to stay over here. Yeah, we can't protect our families if we go back. And there's nothing wrong with China having the relevant departments anyway. That's a good point. Then, I've also decided to stay in the high tower country. Not going back. A word down. Several students changed their attitudes on the spot. Relatively speaking, at least, it's safe to stay in high tower land. And back in China, not so much. Why go back when your life is not guaranteed? Chapter 133, he's just a little cute. Don K, what about you? What do you say? What's the idea? Why don't you stay with us too? Inside the dormitory, the meeting of these international students is not over yet. Some of those who had made a good stand had their eyes on Don K, who still had a good choice. After some analysis by Chu Qian, the choice of this question is clear enough. There's absolutely no need to return. I don't know, but I'm still more inclined to go back to. After a while, feeling the gazes of the surrounding students, Tang Kai spoke with difficulty, his expression fluttering. There is no absolute who is right and who is wrong in this matter. He could understand everyone's choices. Your own life is most important, and there's nothing wrong with thinking that way. And he, too, has his own thoughts and his own mind. I've been studying abroad in the Gotha country for 2 or 3 years now, and all these years have been Chinese, and it's been the country that's paid to subsidize me. So I think even if we don't talk about the ones we just talked about, at this point, I don't want to say that Huacha helped me, and now that Huacha is in trouble, my choice is to run away. And I really want to go back to my country to see my parents. I'm worried about them and I haven't been able to reach them for 2 days. Tang Kai's tone was deep. He hadn't thought about the things Chu Qian had just said. I just feel that, being a Chinese, I should not have chosen to be a deserter and go on the run when China was in trouble. If that were true, wouldn't one be a bit of the farmer and the snake story? Wachovia, even if it is 1,000 times worse, but she is still the place where I was born and raised. He could not have come to the Gota country to study for further education without the financial support of the state. There's no way he could have made it to this point of excellence. He, in all reason, felt he should go back. You're crazy, really crazy. In the face of Tang Kai's choice, all Chu Qian had was helplessness and speechlessness. If you go back to your country at this time, don't you want your studies? You don't want your diploma? I've heard a lot about rushing to pick up money, but I really can't understand this rushing to find death. No face for anyone. Chu Qian's words were a bit hard to hear, but it's kinda true. It's not exactly a death wish. Since he had thought about it, Tang Kai didn't hesitate. A small smile appeared on his face. The decision was made, and his choice was to return home. I believe in Xia, and I believe that the country called us back because it has a mission for us. I think if there is a miracle in this world, then it will be Xia Red, and under Xia's arrangement, there will definitely be some great changes that will shock the world. And I don't want to miss this historic moment. Donkey smiled slightly. Then, regardless of how the other people's eyes look at him, he directly and resolutely left the conference room where the small meeting was held. Next, he had to go back and prepare for the paperwork, pack up his things, and as fast as he could, report back to his country. What a little ing cutie. I've never seen him so stupid. Don K grabbed the door. Chu Qian didn't know where the anger was and directly cursed. But that's not all. And then after Don K is finished, the few remaining students who hadn't taken a stand to stay stood up as well. And make your own choices. Same with Don K. Their choice is also to return home. Go and witness this historic moment in Xia. In the future, together with Xia, we will go to the world with a new posture and appearance. At that time, they were convinced that Huaxia would stand at a whole new height, overlooking the whole world. Sister Chu Qian, they're all gone, eh? With the crowd of students out the door, the entire temporary conference dormitory fell into a moment of silence. There were 5 or 6 students left behind. They looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed. And yet, I don't know where this awkward emotion of his came from. Obviously they made a choice that was also right and reasonable. But why? With this mentality? Gone is gone. It's good that it's gone. There are fewer people to compete with us for a place on the Hightower country residency license. Seeing this situation, Chu Qian coldly snorted in a conspiratorial manner. Every year, Hightower gives some permanent residency to these foreign students. Now that the people led by Don K are gone, there's really, less competition. Let them go. Anyway, when the time comes for them to go back home, it's not like we're the ones who will be killed by the ghosts and monsters. I've said what I need to say. I can't help it if they want to rush to their deaths. Chu Qian shrugged his shoulders, indicating that there was nothing to hang on to. Really, there are ghosts in Huaxia and no ghosts in the great country of Gotha. So safe that they have to go back to their country. TSK. We'll just be in Gotha country, and watch the news from China when the time comes, and see what kind of quagmire they'll be led into with the choices they're making now. We spend our days in Gotha country, and they return to the countries, but also to worry about their own life safety. Students, I grouped a pool patient, want to go together to get high. There are a lot of Gotha country students, oh. Enough of the annoying stuff. Chu Qian first put the matter of Tang Kai and their departure to the back of her mind. Those who walk away walk away. For those who stayed, it's time to get high. How can you miss out on this great youthfulness when the Gotha country is so safe and free? I have something to do. Patient, I'd rather come another time. Me too. I still have a project to finish. Next time for sure. I haven't washed my clothes yet. I'll have to take them to the dry cleaners. Patient, come back later when you have time. However, what made Chu Qian somewhat unpredictable was, originally she thought Patient could drive up the excitement. The result was a welcome pushback from everyone. And one by two, they also left the dormitory in droves. What's going on here? You were on the same page a minute ago? Forget it, you guys aren't going. I'm going on my own. Seeing that everyone was not interested, Chu Qian was also too lazy to say more. Wiggle straight away and be happy. Life has to go on, and being happy every day is the best day. It was in this atmosphere that the day passed. Conversations like this with Chu Qian and Tang Kai and the rest of them were also happening in the Gotha country, as well as in some other institutions in the developed countries of the Western world. Some chose to stay. There are also those who believe that China is now so dangerous that going back is a death sentence and choose to stay in the region of the country where they are now. Either choice is the right one for them personally. There is no right or wrong either. This type of news has also been constantly hitting various social media platforms during this time. And for these students or for the Chinese in other countries, there is also no comment on the choices they make. Since it was advertised to the world that there are ghosts and monsters, it is directly like falling into a slumber, completely disconnected from the outside world. Chapter 134. Time, slowly, passed under this global shadow, in the blink of an eye. A week has passed since Huaxia publicly acknowledged the existence of ghosts and monsters. Inside this 1 week, there are several great things happening around the globe. Countries that have been fighting wars for decades, for example, have suddenly declared a truce. The Gotha Kingdom's garrison overseas also gradually began to start retreating towards the country. Others have even gone so far as to declare an outright blockade of all entry and exit. The whole country went straight into silence, not hearing about foreign affairs. Many of these countries are even major powers and have a significant international presence. The world, all of a sudden, began to seem to return to a kind of era of great peace. The war is gone, and so is the strife. It's just that in this seemingly peaceful situation, one silent war god after another has been quietly fought. Previously, after China announced that it had recognized the existence of ghosts and monsters to the outside world, there were some countries that had also taken a stand and acknowledged this fact. And now, several more countries have announced to the public that they have been experiencing massive ghostly attacks over the past few days, and the number of dead and wounded also reached a very horrible number. The army can't fend off ghosts and monsters. The reason for publicizing such national scandals to the public is this: we need backup. Psychic organizations from other countries are needed to help their countries get rid of ghosts, but to ask for help during this period is like throwing a stone into the sea, without any waves, no movement at all. The countries are on their own, so where is the time to take care of you? As for the WASP, there's not much movement now. Not a single piece of news has come out, and it's completely unknown what great things are being planned. Just a few bits and pieces on the web. A number of people who were in overseas countries have already arrived safely back in China. Then, Huaxia unified them in a mysterious place. As for that mysterious place, no one knows where it is, and I don't know why HWA is doing this. But the news had gotten out, and it had caused a bit of a stir. Called everyone back. As a result, you don't organize anything. It drew a wave of abuse, just saying that Huaxia was irresponsible to these returning Chinese. See, I told you. Huaxia called us back just because he wanted to tell us to go to our deaths. Where's the miracle? Laughed my ass off. In the land of Hightower, Chu Qian was lying comfortably by an open-air pool and swiping her cell phone. Her mouth was on the verge of cracking with laughter at the news. Pointlessly summoning us back. Going back and not arranging it. Really, treating those who go back like monkeys. Chu Qian burst out laughing with great abandon. Hey, Sin, you're following the news in China again? At this time, behind Chu Qian, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Gotha countryman walked up to her with a glass of red wine. Joe, seeing the visitor, Chu Qian put away her cell phone and very sweetly revealed a smile. Can you stop calling me Sin? I have a Gotha nation name. Chu Qian said with a smile. No, I still think it's better to call you Sin. The man named Joe flinched for a moment, then shook his head and took a seat in the chair next to him in passing, then continued to speak. Sin, you made the right choice. There are ghostly attacks all over the globe right now, and we are the safest place to be in Gotha land. You stay here and enjoy the freedom of the Gotha kingdom and this clean land free from ghostly attacks, Joe said in a lazy voice, laying back in the chair. He looked very cozy. There are now reports of ghostly attacks all over the world. The country of Hightower, on the other hand, has never been rumored to have had any ghostly attacks. In contrast, there is no fault at all in saying that Gotha land is a clean slate for the world. Yes, and I'm glad I made a very good decision. My choice to stay here is the best decision I've made in my life, Chu Qian said with a smile. She was really very glad she had chosen to stay, instead of following Don K back home. Back to that, the land of the unknown. Don't worry about staying. Gotha nation has the most powerful military in this world. Even if ghosts and monsters do appear, those powerful soldiers of Gotha nation will protect from ghosts and monsters, Joe said with a nod of approval. I believe in the Gotha nation. Chu Qian nodded back, smoothly picking up the glass of red wine that had been set aside and calling out to Joe. The two raised their glasses and clashed, smiling for a bright future. At this point, Huaxia, Nanjiang City, 749th Bureau Temporary Base Camp, that is, inside the Nanjiang City Hospital. Su Weiyan stood in front of the office window, sorrow written all over her face, and behind her was Tianshi Zhang, who hadn't shown up for a long time. Is that really what the state has decided? After a long time, Su Weiyan turned around and looked at Tianchi Zhang to send out an inquiry. Well, I returned to Kyoto during this time to deal with this matter, and I'm afraid I can't continue with the next battle. Tianchi Zhang nodded, and took out a document. It had the words top secret written on it in big letters, inside the document, and is also stamped with the seal of the old people of heaven. This is a document notification. This time I came back to Nanjing City. On the one hand, I heard you talk about Zhang Yun's matter, and came to see what the situation is. Another thing is, the plans on the countryside require a large number of people from the Heavenly Master's way, and on this trip, I'm afraid I'll have to take all of them with me. Tianchi Zhang responded. He finished his words. Inside the office, Su Weiyan didn't answer right away. Previously, Ritao had reported with her that Tianchi Zhang would receive a phone call there. I didn't care for it myself at the time. As a result, he didn't realize that it was the country that had given Zhang Tianchi a difficult and important task to him. Even, it also affects the situation of the fighting strength of the main army on the side of Nanjing City. It never occurred to her. Someday the already scarce fighting force on this side will also be partially siphoned off by the state. I know that the current form of Nanjing City is grim, and the state doing this will make the situation here even more dangerous. But this operation, it's also for the country's Millennium Plan. It can't be delayed. Su Bureau, the country has the country's intention. I also want to stay. I'm afraid that's not possible. Tianchi Zhang sighed. The grand plan for the next 1,000 years contrasted with the Ghost Emperor, and it was clear that the former was more important. And this mission, it must also have to be by him. Zhang Tianchi, by him, Tianchi Dao. This move, too, was forced upon us. Otherwise, in terms of the current situation in Nanjing City, it would be more important for the Ghost Emperor to say anything. Chapter 135, The 1,000-Year Plan. Any issue can lag ahead of the country's millennial plans. You go ahead. I'll think of a way to find other support here. And on the other side of the ghost hunters, I have plans to communicate and negotiate. At the moment, the impact would be minor. After listening to what Tianchi Zhang had said, Su Weiyan's face didn't have any great fluctuations in expression. Thought so. Now such a big thing has been announced. If the country doesn't make a move, then there will be a real problem. As for why they specifically named the Heavenly Master's Way, in Su Weiyan's opinion, the first thing is that Tianchi Dao is, after all, one of the oldest Taoist sects in China. There were some secret treasures and feats and such within the clan. It wasn't strange at all. And right now, the country, in all likelihood, is the time when it needs to use that. Well, before that, how is Zhang Yun's condition? Still in a coma? Tianchi Zhang inquired about Zhang Yun's situation. Currently in this hospital, Zhang Yun has been in a coma for some time. So far no sign of awakening at all. All the injuries on Su Weiyan's body had completely recovered. But he, however, is still awake. Still in a coma. Our doctors did a very thorough examination of him and froze and couldn't detect what had happened. Su Weiyan nodded her head. As he spoke, he lectured Tianchi Zhang to bring him inside the hospital room where Zhang Yun was. Due to his special status, the ward Zhang Yun was in was protected by layer after layer of protection. On the one hand, it is because of the need for testing, as well as keeping Zhang Yun safe for a bit. On the other hand, that was a phenomenon that Su Weiyan could not understand. Ever since the news of Zhang Yun being in the hospital had leaked out, the four great families, even including having their own fathers, had all said that they wanted to come and visit Zhang Yun. She wouldn't be able to understand it. They also Zhang Yun intercede can be said to be almost nothing. There is no relationship at all between the two, so why would they both come to visit? She tried to ask Sui, but again, the latter does not explain why. Secretive, causing Su Weiyan to feel more and more that Zhang Yun's identity was very unusual. It wasn't. Within the time he was unconscious, Su Weiyan specifically raised Zhang Yun's importance by several stages. In the past, Zhang Yun was pretty much a very powerful expert to them. With Zhang Yun on board, Bureau 749 might be able to step into a whole new phase. It's one of those inductees that, by joining the 749th Bureau, you get high status. But now, the significance of Zhang Yun's existence was about to wound a question mark, storming out for no reason, and his fighting strength is still comparable to that of a ghost emperor. Plus the perversity of the four great families. There must be a lot of secrets hidden in this one. This one was Su Weiyan's attitude changed towards Zhang Yun. This is it. It's a short walk, past several layers of protection. Su Weiyan and Tianchi Zhang finally arrived inside the hospital room where Zhang Yun was. On the hospital bed, Zhang Yun was lying peacefully on it. On the side, the ghost bride sat demurely. Knives was holding his cell phone and seemed to be playing a game. Looking excited still. Still no better? Entering the door, Su Weiyin first greeted the ghost bride. It had been a while, and the relationship between her and the ghost bride wasn't so cold. Occasionally a few greetings can come. Aha! Facing Su Weiyin's greeting, the ghost bride responded coldly and didn't react much. This looks familiar. You were the one who let us in to save my husband before, and I never properly thanked you before. Now also allow me to formally thank you. The ghost bride looked at Tianchi Zhang behind Su Weiyin. Standing up, he bowed. The latter was somewhat flattered. It never occurred to me that I would one day be thanked by a ghost, and a ghost king at that. After waving his hand and saying that there was no harm in it and that it was all he should do, Tianchi Zhang was ready to check on Zhang Yun's condition. Inside, though, he was still a little shaken. Previously, he had always heard Su Weiyin recount that Zhang Yun and the Ghost Emperor had a good relationship. I didn't realize that it could be this good. For Zhang Yun's sake, it really can be done. Human and ghost coexist. It's a little too magical. Shaking his head, not bothering to think that much, he came to Zhang Yun's side and began to check up on Zhang Yun's body using the unique methods of Tianchi Dao. How about it? Can you tell anything with your Tianchi Dao methods? After a while, Su Weaving Smoke sent an inquiry to Tianchi Zhang. The ghost bride also focused her gaze on Tianchi Zhang. Su Weiyin had gotten quite a few people to come over during this period of time, all in order to check out what exactly had happened to Zhang Yun. That was why the ghost bride didn't feel anything strange when she saw Tianchi Zhang come over and directly get her hands on the matter of inspecting Zhang Yun's body. Instead, it felt, well, normal. She had seen all that Su Weiyin had done, only just, nothing could be found out. Now that Tianchi Zhang had come over, this one's identity was even more weighty. Perhaps, there could be a twist. Well, somewhat complicated. There was another long silence. Tianchi Zhang frowned and spoke slowly. Did you mention to me before that you detected the presence of ghost chi from Zhang Yun's body? Tianchi Zhang didn't rush to say why first. Yes, when we first came this way, we detected a super high concentration of furious ghostly aura. Only as time went on, the ghostly aura on his body became less and less, and then completely undetectable now. Su Weiyin nodded. Never encountered this kind of situation. For in this kind of situation, we can't do anything about it. Have you Tianchi Dao's Taoist records of this kind of incident happened? That's a whole new question again. Su Weiyin looked at the latter with a hint of expectation. The answer she got, though, still poured cold water over her. Among the Tianchi Dao, such a strange phenomenon had never been encountered before either. But I did just have a vision of something you can't see. Tianchi Zhang's words rekindled the atmosphere in this ward. Even Knives, who was playing a game on the side, stopped his hand movements and put his eyes on him. Go ahead. We can all take it. The ghost bride urged. As long as it's not something that doesn't even have a chance of being resuscitated. Other than that, it's acceptable. None of it is a big deal. Then you should be prepared. Tianchi Zhang nodded. After a long breath, the eyes, however, were the first to shift to the ghost bride and little knife. I'm actually quite surprised that as kindred spirits, you should be able to see it, but judging from your reactions, it seems like you can't perceive anything. I wasn't sure before, but I'm pretty sure now that there has been an existence similar to that of a companion ghost by Zhang Yun's side. I'm a little less sure, though, because companion ghosts, by definition, shouldn't love being so weak. But what is certain is that in Zhang Yun's body, there is indeed a ghost that none of you can see. Chapter 136, Zhang Yun is awake? It's hard to tell where this poltergeist came from. It looks like it's been attached to this body since childhood. But he didn't suck the essence of the host, not because he didn't want to, but as if there was a barrier blocking him. Tianchi Zhang spoke out of turn. As soon as the words fell, the expressions in the room changed drastically. Zhang Yun had a gargoyle on him. Who was he kidding? No one was more surprised than the ghost bride and little knife. Dagger, in particular, dropped his mouth to the floor in surprise. No, are you sure you're right? There's a poltergeist on Jian that none of us can see? Dagger asked in shock as he picked himself up by the mouth. Very sure. Although the aura is very weak and almost fused with Zhang Yun, it's still certain that it's indeed a ghost. Tianchi Zhang was actually shocked. It makes absolutely no sense. Why the hell would a ghostly creature be on a large living person? It's so unreasonable. I have heard of the companion ghosts and monsters you just mentioned, but if they're companion ghosts and monsters, it's not like those of us who deal with ghosts every day would be unable to see them. Su Weiyin was equally shocked, but for Zhang Tianchi's explanation, it seemed to explain one thing. Zhang Yun's rampage was definitely not his intention. Rather, it was the ghostly monster that had attached itself to Zhang Yun and directly occupied this body. And then, only then, to launch such a fierce attack. From the ghost brides and their descriptions, it could also be ascertained that the ghostly creature in Zhang Yun's body definitely possessed a strength that was not inferior to the ghost emperor's. Hiss. It's a bit of a fine line when you think about it. Su Weiyan couldn't even help but suck in a breath of cool air. According to this, Jang Yun, even more catala, by virtue of the physical body to suppress, has been the Ghost Emperor for so many years, and also can live so dashing. That's all I can tell at the moment, and I'm sorry to say that this situation hasn't appeared in our Tianchi Dao's Dao records either. As for when Jang Yun will wake up, I can't say for sure. It's possible that he'll wake up right away, or it's possible will not wake up for the rest of his life. Tianchi Zhang didn't chat on the topic of companion ghosts and monsters. A very desperate message was given first. Even he couldn't be sure when Jang Yun would be able to wake up. The atmosphere in the hospital room was once again depressing. Indeed, what's the point of Jang Yun being strong? Now it's being revolted by that Ghost Emperor in his body. Can't wake up. What use can it be? Is there really nothing we can do at all? Su Weiyan asked undeterred. Tianchi Zhang shook his head. The crowd's breath was slow. Suffocation. Did Jiang just leave us completely? Little Knife looked at Jang Yun lying on the hospital bed with complicated eyes. I had thought that it wouldn't matter if I had to wait another year or months. Even if it's longer, 10 years or something, you can afford to wait. But it's possible to stay awake for the rest of your life. It was, well, hard for him to accept. Though he is a ghost and can almost live forever. But with so much time on the clock, who knows what could go wrong? And this Jang Yun can't wake up if he can't wake up. The key thing is that he doesn't turn into a ghost yet. Maybe if he turned into a ghost, he would be torn apart by that Ghost Emperor. How is this acceptable anymore? So, it's pretty much a breathless ending. Unacceptable. Ugh. Sister Ghost Bride, why don't we just take Zhang back to the factory? At least, we'll still be able to stay by Zhang's side all the time. And we'll all be together. Even if something goes wrong, if we're all together, we'll be able to take care of each other. If we can't, we'll go back, split everything up, each with a bit of an inventory, and wander off on our own, facing this hopeless end. And what else can be done? Dagger had begun to speak in a funereal manner. Not that he wanted to, but it was probably for the best as far as the situation was concerned. The Ghost Bride glared at him, but didn't say anything. It was only a long time before he said anything. I want to stay by my husband's side forever. The ward grew quiet again. Su Weiyan sighed long and hard. It seems like, once again, it's time to make decisions. According to what Heavenly Master Zhang had said, it seemed as if Jang Yun's awakening was already something that was almost unlikely. Unless a miracle happens. Believe in miracles. Jang Yun might be able to awaken. Tianchi Zhang shook his head. It's a hidden danger. The Ghost Emperor that was in Jang Yun's body right now was the one that was still being suppressed by Jang Yun. Who knew how long it would be before Jang Yun couldn't suppress that Ghost Emperor? Maybe today. Maybe tomorrow? It's also possible that the two just keep facing each other, creating a very delicate balance. To be precise, Jang Yun is a time bomb. You guys think about it. After a long time, Su Weiyan clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and opened her mouth towards the Ghost Bride. Whether you leave Jang Yun here, or you bring him back will do. Either choice we will respect. We helped us a lot when we fought against the Ghost Emperor before, and I would love to be able to awaken him right away. It's just that the reality first is. Su Weiyan's words were ultimately unfinished. Shaking her head, she called on Tianchi Zhang to get ready to go out. Here's a situation that may be in need of rethinking. The positioning of Jang Yun should probably need to be repositioned as well. But compared to all of this, she still hoped even more that Jang Yun could wake up safely. She's not allowed to do something sentimental because of who she is. If it really didn't work, Jang Yun still staying over here would only invite this huge trouble. Perhaps the reason why the people from the four great families had taken turns to come visit Jang Yun before was also because of this? Who knows? Su Weiyan decided that she could talk to her own father later to see. If that was the real reason, she would have to ask why she hadn't told herself sooner. Go. Tianchi Zhang sighed similarly. A generation of lords that ended up like this. It's meant to be, too, isn't it? Wait. May. Just as Tianchi Zhang and the others had just taken a step, a slightly familiar voice, however, sounded from behind them. John? Immediately after, it was Dagger's somewhat surprised voice that sounded from behind. Husband, you're awake. The Ghost Bride also revealed a surprised voice. Su Weaving Smoke and Tianchi Zhang had a footstep. The expression on his face instantly became somewhat surprised. Turn your head, only to see the original lying on the hospital bed. Jang Yun was still lying on the hospital bed, eyes closed tightly, obviously still in a comatose state. What the hell? I clearly heard Jang Yun's voice just now. Only, it's not over. Something even more confusing happened to them. Jang Yun, who was clearly still in a comatose state, actually opened his mouth to speak. Yeah, it's that state where the eyes are still closed. I thought I just heard that someone was trying to split my stuff? Chapter 137, The Ghost in the Body. Holy, brother Jiang, you've become immortal? Little Knife looked at Jiang Yun with a shocked expression. What the is this? Why is it possible to be in a coma and still be able to communicate normally? All of a sudden, several pairs of eyes focused on Tianchi Zhang in unison. Tianchi Zhang froze. No. What are you all looking at me for? I don't know what's going on here. Don't ask so many questions. The short answer is, I'm not dead, but I'm not awake yet either. There was no Master Zhang Tianchi's cunning. Explain. On the hospital bed, Jiang Yun spoke again. All of a sudden, the crowd's attention was drawn to Jiang Yun. Only thing is, what the is this, not dead and not awake? Jiang, do you want to listen to see what you're talking about? Dagger responded. It's the same Mandarin. Why is it that I can't understand anything you say at all? Shut the hell up. I just heard you want to share my family's fortune. Didn't you? Jiang Yun kept his eyes closed as he replied. Directly questioned up the small knife just that split something. Each wave of the world this sentence. Then Dagger was speechless. No, it's mostly because I don't know how to answer it. It seems like it's wrong any way you put it. Who is this fixed? After all, the idea did just come up. Ignore the little knife. Husband, what is your situation now? We are all worried about you. What are you doing now? The ghost bride pushed the little knife away and directly affixed herself to Jiang Yun's side. In the middle of his eyes, he was full of worry. I hadn't heard anything for so long, and I really thought that Jiang Yun would not wake up for a while. It's a bit complicated to say. In any case, it's not something that can be explained in a sentence or two. Anyway, it's just something you guys can't understand. Mad. Old me the damn can think that this protagonist is not so good to be the main character. Damn God. Left me such a big trouble. Jiang Yun's familiar litany resounded inside the ward. That familiar feeling is back. The little knife thief is on the up and up. Hearing that Jiang Yun could still curse, there was absolutely no point in worrying about it. Cell phone out. Continue to 5 rows of hacking. Not to say that the heart is also really big. Like Ghost Bride they can't do that. Then husband, how long will you continue to stay like this? The Ghost Bride asked the very crucial reason. Su Weaving Smoke and Tianchi Zhang and perked up their ears to listen. This question was too important. I can't say. It's a bit tricky. It's not in the best of shape right now. It'll probably take a few more days. Holy, you guys wait, that guy's coming over again. I'll explain it to you later. Jiang Yun was only halfway through his sentence. Immediately after he dropped a puzzling remark, he slipped back into unconsciousness. It was completely silent, just like before. The kind that doesn't respond no matter how much it's called. A silence returned to the room. The two men and two ghosts looked at each other. Just now, Jiang Yun's words seemed to reveal a lot, and then they seemed to reveal nothing at all. The guy he's talking about, is that Ghost Emperor inside him? Su Weiyan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked cautiously. It was kind of, well, overwhelming to her. Jiang Yun's strength was already such that he could do so, and could single-handedly challenge the Ghost Emperor? I don't know. Tianchi Zhang let out a bitter smile. But based on the circumstances, it looks like it. He nodded. Then I have to go support my husband. As soon as she heard that Jiang Yun was fighting the Ghost Emperor, the Ghost Bride was instantly anxious. It just doesn't help to be in a hurry. It was because she realized that she simply didn't know what she had to do to support Jiang Yun. Don't be in a hurry. Just now Jiang Yun said that it would probably take a few days for him to wake up, which means that the battle between him and that Ghost Emperor is almost over. And he's sure of himself. If we go to help indiscriminately, we might even affect his plans and even put him in a disadvantaged state. We must not move at this time. Just protect his physical body. Zhang Tianchi stopped the Ghost Bride who was about to become ill, though it wasn't quite clear what Jiang Yun was up to. But, Jiang Yun's tone just now didn't seem unsure in any way. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so free to talk to them about this. Let's wait for now, and when he's free, we can go in and ask if there's anything we can do. Celestial Master Zhang pacified the Ghost Bride. Su Weiyan also felt that what was said was reasonable, so she walked over to the Ghost Bride to comfort her. After a few moments, all 4 men sat down quietly. Silently, he waited for Jiang Yun to speak again. It was just such a wait that hours passed. Su Weiyan, who had been working for several days in a row, was about to drift off to sleep while waiting. Jiang Yun finally spoke again. It's still the same as before. Just talking. Other physical reactions were completely absent. That old man is right. During this period of time you guys just need to protect my physical body. The rest don't need to do anything. I can take care of it myself. The first sentence rekindled everyone's attention. Su Weiyin instantly stopped being sleepy. In a flash, he stood up and walked over to Jiang Yun's side. As for Tianchi Zhang, after hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched. What do you mean? That old man. But Jiang Yun couldn't see outside either, and his own voice did sound like an old man. It's just that it doesn't matter. Continue listening to Jiang Yun's next words. Is Chief Su still around? Jiang Yun mentioned Su Weiyan. The latter answered at once. I've heard that you Bureau 749 and Tiancha Dao are connected, right? Jiang Yun asked. That's right. There is a very close connection between us and the Celestial Master's Way. Though it felt strange why Jiang Yun would mention the Heavenly Master's Way. But Su Weiyan still answered quickly. That would be great. Can I ask you to do me a favor? No? As far as our relationship is concerned, it shouldn't be a problem. And after it's done, I'll be able to reconsider whether or not I want to join Bureau 749. Jiang Yun spoke eagerly. The tone was noticeably faster. The crowd frowned. Is the situation already this serious? In order to get help, Jiang Yun, who had previously refused to join the 749th Bureau, had even said that he would consider it. What favor? You name it, and I'll try to satisfy you with whatever I can do. Su Weiyan naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. There's a little bit of multiplication going on. Though, help me go find someone who can speak up in Tiancha Dao to come here. And it must be a senior member of Tiancha Dao. Yo, certain status kind. Preferably directly at the Tiancha level. I want to borrow an item from your Tiancha Dao. If we can negotiate well. Nothing. If not, you can just eat the banquet. No. It should be that no one comes to the eating table. As you just saw, there's a ghost in my body. And I need something to make a deal with this ghost thing. Chapter 138. Big deal to spell it out. Say, are you guys listening to me? People low? How come no one is talking? Inside the ward, with Jiang Yun saying that he wanted to make a deal with the Ghost Emperor after that, several people inside the room fell silent. They couldn't help but begin to wonder. It even includes two serious ghosts and goblins in the form of a ghost bride and a knife. No, when on earth was it even possible to make a deal with the Ghost Emperor? Make the deal and stay safe? How else can you say that? Su Weiyan felt that this wave of information was a bit beyond her knowledge. Ghosts and monsters to fight directly hurry to kill the decision. Either with strength to conquer. Like the little knife is a good example. Give him a beating and he'll obey. Trading, however, has never been heard of. If the Ghost Emperor was really that easy to deal with, the country would have made such a big deal out of it. As for even leaking his underwear to the public, a bit too much of a stretch and too much information to take in for a while. No, where are you people? Talk. I'm not kidding. Make some noise. Wow. Jiang Yun's cries continued. It was only at this time that Su Weiyan and the others reacted. Shaking his head, he didn't think about all the strange things. The man who can speak in the Celestial Master's way is by your side right now. So if you need anything, feel free to say so. Su Weiyan silently took a step back. At the moment, except for the ghost bride, the one closest to Jiang Yun was Tiancha Zhang. And he, too, was exactly what Perfect Charm and Jiang Yun had said they wanted. He knew all the big and small things of Tiancha Dao, and he could speak within the great sect of Tiancha Dao. I'm the Tiancha Dao Zhangyi sect's heavenly master, the future successor of the Tiancha Dao. If you have any needs, you can just say so. Tiancha Zhang didn't talk too much, came right up and introduced myself. It was possible to clearly feel Jiang Yun flinch for a moment. Then he let out a long "oh" before continuing to speak. I know you, so you're from the Heavenly Master's way. I didn't really notice before, but I can't care about that now. That what? I want you to borrow something. This thing? I don't know what kind of situation it is for your Tiancha Dao, but I do need this now. After I use it, I'll return it to you right away. Jiang Yun spoke briefly about his requirements. Still, it sounds like a bit of a riddle. It's naturally not difficult to have a loan and return it, and with a reasonable request, our Heavenly Master Dao is more than willing to lend it to you. Tiancha Zhang nodded. As long as he could kill the Ghost Emperor, what was the harm in lending out a thing there? Besides, it's not like Jiang Yun borrowed it and didn't return it. Wouldn't that have no effect on them whatsoever? It's also the equivalent of picking up a huge favor for nothing. Because of their stuff, they directly solved the Ghost Emperor paranormal case. Isn't that just, like, heavenly good? Go ahead. Zhang Tiancha felt that this deal was a very good deal. In his heart, he was even beginning to calculate that no matter what Jiang Yun wanted, as long as he could do it himself, he would arrange it for him as fast as possible. No kidding at all. Good. I can tell by the sound of your voice. It's very spirited. So I'll get right to it. Jiang Yun wasn't ambiguous either. I would like to borrow your Heavenly Master's secret scroll of your Heavenly Master's way to have a look at it. And after reading it, I will return it to you right away. In a word, the need is straightforward. And after hearing this, Tiancha Zhang did not hesitate at all. No problem. I'll immediately have someone fetch the Celestial Master's secret scrolls over. No. What did you say you wanted? Only halfway through his words, that somewhat aged face had the exact same expression as if he had eaten something indescribable. I want the Celestial Master's secret scroll. Jiang Yun replied dryly. Tiancha Zhang was silent. Are you telling me that again? He still sounded a little incredulous. The Celestial Master's secret scroll. Zhang Yun answered even more succinctly. The pleasantries are gone. Then Tianchi Zhan was silent again. Nothing else. Rather, it was simply because he was dryly silenced by Zhang Yun's words. Do you want to hear what you were just talking about? What's the difference between lending out something like this and just giving it to you? To talk about objects, Tianchi Zhang really wouldn't have any hesitation at all. But the Celestial Master's secret scroll, that damn is the text. Is the information? Is the content? There's a loaner for this thing? And more importantly, how did you know about the Celestial Master's secret scroll? Secret scrolls, as the name suggests. Naturally, it was one of the most secretive feats amongst their Tianchi Dao. Generally, the disciples of Tianchi Dao seldom knew about the existence of secret scrolls. Other than some quasi-celestial masters and important figures of the sect, it was completely impossible for any outsiders to know about the existence of this thing. This is about the legacy of the Heavenly Master's way. Even Su Weiyan didn't know. The Celestial Master's secret scroll. What is this? As expected, Su Weiyan frowned after Zhang Yun repeated this item. With a puzzled face, he looked at Tianchi Zhang. I have known Zhang Tianchi for so long, but I have never heard of it. Among the Tianchi Dao, there is such a thing. All the same, she was curious as to why Zhang Yun knew about this one. Don't ask about this. It's one of the most important secrets of our Tianchi Dao. The corners of Tianchi Zhang's mouth twitched slightly as he refused to answer Su Weiyan. Can this stuff be said easily? I just want to know. How did you know about the existence of the secret scrolls? Tianchi Zhang took a deep breath. He realized that he couldn't understand Zhang Yun more and more. How many more secrets are hidden in this guy? This kind of Tianchi Dao's bottom can be easily said by him. What other surprises are out there that you don't know about? I can't really say about that. Just tell me to borrow it or not. It's really not that I'm done laughing. I really need this right now. If it wasn't for your Celestial Master's secret scrolls, that ghost emperor inside my body could probably raise the entire city of Nanzhang. Zhang Yun similarly refused to answer. What a joke. The place where he gets his information is the system. This he can account for the system? If this is explained out, he will not be 749 bureau of those guys to be disassembled and sliced to study. After hearing Zhang Yun say that, Tianchi Zhang was a bit hesitant. Mostly, he's really torn right now. To borrow it, it's really just a matter of words. And borrowing it would also solve a ghost emperor and prevent tens of thousands of living beings from dying. To say no to borrowing, there are reasons for that too. And very good ones. This was something that had been deeply hidden for hundreds of years by generations of the Heavenly Master's way. How can you just give it away so easily? Zhang Yun looked at it. And what was the difference between that and publicizing the thing? How could he stand up to so many ancestors of the Tianchi Dao? Big deal. Just fight the Ghost Emperor directly. It's just the Ghost Emperor. It's not like there's no chance of winning. Tianchi Zhang was still hesitant. So said the man. What to be afraid of? Just hit and be done with it. Chapter 139, there's a ghost inside the body. Good man. One Ghost Emperor you can fight. What about two? Don't forget there's still a Ghost Emperor in Nanzhang City that hasn't been resolved. In the event that the two Ghost Emperors combine their swords, all of China would have to be turned upside down by them. Above the hospital bed, Zhang Yun was still exhorting. If you don't give something, then convince you to give something, albeit with a subjective consciousness. But the words are still true. What Heavenly Master Zhang said, Ghost Emperor, is indeed not impossible to deal with. But a Ghost Emperor is good to fight. If two Ghost Emperors join forces, that's a hammer. This, obviously. These few words came down and silenced Tianchi Zhang dry again. There really doesn't seem to be anything wrong with what was said. Don't hesitate. I can control that Ghost Emperor's time to hesitate. Make your choice as soon as possible. Any later and that Ghost Emperor breaks free, I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with it. Zhang Yun urged. If I don't get a reply, it's going to be an old-fashioned crime. It really wasn't himself who was threatening Tianchi Zhang. Rather, what a hard truth to say. He really couldn't beat the Ghost Emperor inside his body. Otherwise, when dealing with the two-dog Ghost Emperor earlier, he wouldn't have made such a mess. Right now, all Zhang Yun wanted was to complete a mission as quickly as possible. The system gave such a special task long ago. Never had a chance to poke around and ask. Now there is just such an opportunity. And one really needs this wave of system rewards to boost support. Otherwise, it could be really GA here. Can you, let me think about it? Zhang Tianchi's breathing was obviously a bit disorganized in rhythm. This matter is too important. It's not up to him alone either. The fate of the Tianchi Dao is a matter of great importance, and must need to vibrate discretion. It would be nice to give yourself some time to think about it. It's not easy to hold if you want to reply in such a hurry. Gu, what are you doing and what hesitation? Zhang Yun gave a long, drawn-out sigh. He still didn't know how important this Heavenly Master's secret scroll was to the Heavenly Master's way. The instruction felt that this wave of hesitation from Tianchi Zhan was a bit too much of a drag. But come to think of it, this one is also something you have to ask for. It's really not a good idea to say anything else when it comes down to it. Tell you what then, I'll continue to maneuver around that ghost emperor first while you think. Really, this is really important to me. Perhaps the Heavenly Master's secret scrolls are important to you as well. In that case, as long as I can be allowed to read the Heavenly Master's secret scrolls, I will definitely be rewarded. It's too late to think about that. With a clench of his teeth, Jiang Yun threw out his sincerity as well. Sincerely, the rest is negotiable. Okay, enough of that. That damn thing seems to be on the verge of breaking free. Leave a final word. Jiang Yun then never replied again, slipped into a state of pseudo-death. After some more time, come back and ask Tianchi Zhang for the Tianchi secret scrolls. Mainly, one's current situation is very bleak indeed. One that isn't handled properly will most likely really GA here. Ugh, how hard can it be to ask for something? At this point, in the middle of a space that was like a world in a mirror, Jiang Yun frowned and let out a long sigh. Here, it's his spiritual world. The whole space could not be seen to the end. There is just an endless amount of something similar to being water. And he was now standing above the water. Without taking a step, the water splashed with a ripple. Lower your head and you can still see your shadow clearly. To say it's in a world of mirrors is an understatement, because it's too similar. Jiang Yun was also shocked when he first arrived in this space. So it turned out to be so spectacular amongst his own spiritual world. But now, after being in here for so long, there was nothing here, and he was, well, a little tired of it. He wanted to get out and get back to the real world. However, it is completely impossible to do so. It's not that I don't want to go, but I can't, because he didn't even know how he had gotten into the spirit world until now. This is an urban novel. It's not a metaphysical novel. How come there's a whole spiritual world? It's really outrageous. Spitting in passing, Jiang Yun was a bit desperate. There's too much space in this place. There's absolutely no end to it. Trying to find the exit can be as hard as it is difficult. And staying in this place isn't exactly as simple as being trapped. Because, in this spiritual world, there is another self. As a traveler, Jiang Yun felt that this was the most outrageous and absurd thing he had ever encountered. And no one told me that after the original owner died, he turned into a ghost. And Go has still been staying in the middle of this space, just waiting for the day to reclaim his body again. Jiang Yun's entire large speechless. That's right. The ghost emperor inside his body that Tianchi Zhang saw earlier was not a companion ghost emperor at all. Rather, the original owner of this body. The reason he had crossed over to this body before was because the original owner had died in a fight with a ghost. And then only then was he given the opportunity to do so. Originally, Jiang Yun hadn't thought about it that much, crossing the marked matching road. As a result, he himself here came a counter set. The original owner is dead, yes, but the original owner died and turned into a ghost, which is outrageous gas. And after becoming a ghost, he stayed in this body, right inside this spirit world space. After so many years of obscene development, gradually, the other Jiang Yun, who had turned into a ghostly monster in the city, even had the strength of a ghost emperor. And it was the kind that had been promoted to ghost emperor strength a long time ago, before it was staying inside the body silently watching itself doing all the things it was doing. The equivalent is, one body, two souls, growing up together, living together. The key thing was that Jiang Yun himself was still unaware of the existence of the other ghost emperor Jiang Yun. Until, some time ago he himself used the gong method handed down by his old ancestor for old Zhao and recruited a wave of souls for him. Then ghost emperor Jiang Yun caught the opportunity, taking advantage of the fact that Jiang Yun moved a little during the spell, causing Jiang Yun's entire body to feel as if it was deflated. In this situation, that ghost emperor Jiang Yun then made a big wave of attack and directly regained control of his body. Jiang Yun, on the other hand, was just so sparingly locked inside the entire spirit world. By the time he realized it, Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun had already fought with the Ghost Bride and the others. In the end, if it wasn't for old Qin Tu using a move that he hadn't even seen before, himself, I'm afraid he'll really be locked up in here for the rest of his life. Then that would really make it the most stifling crossover ever. Surprisingly, the original owner was retaken back. Tell out. That must let other travelers here all laugh off the teeth. I can only say that I am grateful to old Qin Tu for assisting in bringing this Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun back inside the spirit world as well. But the key thing is, he himself is now imprisoned in the spirit world and cannot find a way to control his body. Then, to the Ghost Bride and the girls, it looked like they were just a sleeper. It was sent to Su Weiyin's side to be examined, and nothing can be found out why. Chapter 140, The Heavenly Master's Secret Scroll. Alas, this kind of sad thing has also been encountered by me. Really just one word. Outrageous to the extreme. Jiang Yun shook his head. there's more than just him in this space. There is also a ghost Emperor Jiang Yun. It can be said that the battle here directly determines who is in control of this body with one hand. If you win, Jiang Yun will still be the same Jiang Yun. If you lose, Jiang Yun will be Jiang Yun the ghost. And the Jiang Yun who became a ghost emperor was not less hostile. But come to think of it, not to mention being killed by a ghost, I've also taken over the body. If this hostility isn't great, then I'll really be seeing a ghost. Rubbing his somewhat swollen temples, it was still time to think about what to do with this one. Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun. Hey, I say, your old man is dead. Life and death have their own destiny. Wealth and honor. Look on the bright side. It doesn't smell good. I am occupying your body, but in disguise, the body I also used to do something more meaningful. Shouldn't you be thanking me for that? How about we are two hearts of one, and we all take a step back from each other? It had been through several rounds of fighting before. In the midst of this spiritual world, it can be said to be a fight to the death. Although Jiang Yun still had the ones that occupied a little bit of a disadvantage, because he couldn't see that Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun at all. But that Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun couldn't do anything to himself in the middle of this space. That is, he can torture me, but he can't rub out the fact that I exist. You should die, my body, by me. In the middle of space, Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun spoke. The ground. No, it should be the water. Some ripples appeared. Jiang Yun knew that this was him coming over. You took over my body and caused me to be trapped in this hellish place. Don't you deserve to die? He said. Although he couldn't see the person, Jiang Yun knew that he must be extremely angry at this moment. If you want to put it that way, then there's nothing I can do about it. It's just something that's destined to happen, and there's nothing I can do to control it. If you take over the body, wouldn't that make me dead? Which I definitely won't do, unless you can come up with a peaceful solution. Jiang Yun spread his hands. Crossing over and all that is not a good idea at all. Randomly chosen people, that's something you can decide for yourself. God is going to set it up this way, and it really is. There's no way around it at all. If the heavens are doomed, then just stab the heavens. Why don't you just stand up to the Lord and go to him and ask for a statement? Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun spoke. The tone was flat. The content, however, is quite weighty. WOC, you are awesome. Jiang Yun himself couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You're awesome. And to poke the sky right through and stand up to God. So great. Then you go. What's the point of looking for yourself? After all this time together, the other Jiang Yun didn't find out, but the original owner, Jiang Yun, he did find out. The man has quite the arrogance, spirited and ambitious. He is quite a great emperor. Unfortunately, it was born at the wrong time and was cut off by itself. Okay, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Let's just wait. What else are you going to do but get me all wet anyway? Unable to do anything about it, Jiang Yun sat down directly. Spirit world, Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun couldn't hurt himself. Let him be. Just wait for Tianchi Zhang's reply yourself. Submit a handful of special tasks and see if you can get something good out of the system somewhere. Then figure out how to get out. Maybe, just read the Celestial Master's secret scrolls. Open a heavenly eye. Find that Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun, and then just obliterate him. Perhaps, one will be able to get back into the middle of the real world again. It makes sense. People of the Heavenly Master's way all had special feats that allowed them to open their heavenly eyes to see things that ordinary people couldn't see. Maybe this will actually work. Anyway, he was told to find the exit and really just didn't want to move. The space was even more enormous than the space created by the two-dog Ghost Emperor before. Can't walk it off. Can't walk it off at all. After Jiang Yun sat down, that Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun didn't move anymore either. Like something big is brewing? Maybe. Who knows? There's no trick now anyway. Just wait. Then Jiang Yun waited for a day and a night directly after this. The next day in the evening, Tianchi Zhang brought a group of people over. There were several of them older than him. The group looked around Jiang Yun, who was still lying on the hospital bed, finally whispering something on one side of the discussion. Su Weiyan also came, but today she was just a lead. After bringing Zhang Tianchi and the others into the hospital room, they exited. Originally, the ghost bride wanted to stay all the time, too. But they also followed Su Weiyan out after some persuasion. By now, only Jiang Yun was left inside the hospital room, as well as there was also Tianchi Zhang and his group. After a series of operations to awaken Jiang Yun, the parties, formally, entered into a discussion. Well, did you bring the Heavenly Master's secret scroll? Jiang Yun was still talking with just his mouth open like before. Couldn't see inside the ward. Bring it on. Tianchi Zhang realistically looked at the elders who were even older than himself before speaking. But Jiang Yun, we have another way to wake you up and can directly make that Ghost Emperor inside your body detach from your body. This method may be a bit painful, but it doesn't require the use of the Celestial Master's secret scroll. Zhang Yun, do you believe me? If so, I can try. Tianchi Zhang finished introducing the current situation in the fastest tone possible. After Zhang Yun mentioned to him yesterday that he wanted to read the Heavenly Master's secret scrolls, he returned to the Heavenly Master Dao sect base camp without stopping. Directly invited out a few old ancestors of the Heavenly Master's way, the very same ones who are now beside themselves. These were either the former headmasters of the Heavenly Master's way, or the former headmasters, or the core elders amongst the Heavenly Master's way. The youngest of them, excluding Zhang Tianchi himself, was over 100 years old. To say it's an old monster is an understatement. This matter concerns the Heavenly Master's secret scrolls and the issue of the inheritance of the Heavenly Master's way. Now, all these old ancestors have been invited down by Tianchi Zhang, and the author of the military airplane, with the fastest speed to rush back to Nanjing City, stood in front of Zhang Yun. You're honored. No one before or since. I've invited all the old ancestors of our Tianchi Dao. With the old ancestors together, we can definitely keep you safe and sound. In the end, the result of Zhang Tianchi's and their deliberations remained the same. They couldn't lend the Heavenly Master's secret scroll to Zhang Yun. After all, this was the most important treasure amongst their Tianchi Dao. But Zhang Yun's problem couldn't be left unresolved. After some discussion as well as understanding Zhang Yun's situation, the sudden suggestion from the group of old ancestors was that they could utilize a forbidden formation to forcibly detach the Ghost Emperor inside Zhang Yun's body. This way Zhang Yun's safety was guaranteed. The Ghost Emperor within him was believed to be guaranteed under the joint attack of the old ancestors. Guaranteed death. Most of all, the Divine Master's secret scrolls, which can remain secret. Chapter 141 Reasons for Valuing Him. The plan. It's perfect. Tianchi Zhang thought that Zhang Yun had no reason to reject his own. After all, the old man himself had invited them over. If you can't, it's okay to try. Even if in the end, he still couldn't wake up Zhang Yun. The Celestial Master's secret scrolls they also brought over. It's on Tianchi Zhang. The next best thing was to exchange the Heavenly Master's secret scrolls as Zhang Yun had said. He was also curious as to what Zhang Yun wanted with the Celestial Master's secret scroll. Only, before that, their methods, too, must be tried. So you guys have a way to get the ghosts and goblins out of me too? Zhang Yun after hearing this, would also say it was quite a surprise, to be honest, because he's actually betting on it. Just bet on a handful of systems that can pop good stuff out for you. If he loses the bet, there's nothing he can do about it. And now, Tianchi Zhang says he has a solution. In that case, then, Zhang Yun thought, try. Feel free to try. Zhang Yun didn't hesitate and directly let them try. It's just a shame that it's still not possible to complete that special mission that the system released. But what the heck? It's still a good choice to make. The Celestial Master's secret scroll. After he regained control of his body, there would be plenty of time and opportunity later. If this wave is stuck here, that would be a real big loss. Okay, then wait. We'll set up the formation here. Having received Zhang Yun's permission, Tianchi Zhang's face was delighted. Turning around, he bowed slightly to the several old ancestors. All the old ancestors, please. The words fell. Those few old ancestors nodded their heads. Each stood in a row around Zhang Yun. Smiting demons, the job. The old ancestors didn't say much. After all, it's old. Then, glancing at each other, including Tianchi Zhang, everyone closed their eyes and then something started to come out of their mouths. The movements of the hands, meanwhile, were changing rapidly. Gradually, a circle emitting a golden glow appeared above the hospital bed where Zhang Yun was lying. There were all sorts of complicated patterns inside this circle. It makes one look uncertain, yet there is a sense that the sky is descending with holy light. In the meantime, outside the hospital, Su Weiyan was organizing a collective evacuation from inside the hospital. Before discussing with Zhang Yun, Tianchi Zhang had told Su Weiyan about their intentions. It was still a very bold venture. One screw up and there was a good chance that a Ghost Emperor would appear in this temporary command center. Now, Su Weiyan was just afraid that this would happen. Early on, I had everyone pull out all the way to a kilometer away. Among them, there were people from the 4 major families. It's been a long time since I've seen those old guys from the Heavenly Master Dao make a move. I really didn't expect to see them again in my lifetime. Outside everyone all looked tense in the direction of the hospital. Also be prepared to account for more. If Tianchi Zhang and the others can't hold out, this is the second line of defense. At this moment, several patriarchs gathered together with different expressions on their faces. Other than Li Hu, the other 3 patriarchs were already talking about the old ancestor that Tianchi Zhang had invited from within the sect. It was indeed no regrets to see such a few old guys out there in my lifetime. And Li Hu, now he's got a bad look on his face. He had known for a long time that Zhang Yun wasn't dead. What's more, He knew that Su Weiyan had even admitted him in the middle of the hospital. It was only because of the layers of protection from Bureau 749, as well as the fact that there was also the close protection of the Ghost Bride, that he was simply unable to strike again. We can't let Zitian die in vain. Li Hu pulled Li Zisheng, whispering and plotting secretly on the side. Zhang Yun was still alive, while Li Zitian and that large group of the Li family's main combatants were missing. There's only one possibility if we haven't heard anything by now. They're all dead. Li Hu knew this well. It was also time to be thankful that nothing had been found out on Su Weiyan's side yet. Didn't check up on them. Otherwise, it would have fallen apart a long time ago. Then father, later we directly tear our faces apart? Fight with them? Li Zixing similarly gritted his teeth. Hate. So much hate. This hate has gone from being a face-saving relationship issue before. It goes straight to the point of blood money. There's no rush. You get people ready first, then follow my orders, and everything will move depending on the situation and improvise. Li Hu shook his head. There were many people here now. It was the best chance to kill Zhang Yun though, but once they moved, they couldn't get away just the same. It has to be a long-term solution. When Li Zixing heard his words, he nodded and left the place to start making arrangements. Li Hu also redirected his gaze in the direction of the hospital side. At this point, it was already possible to see that, centered on the hospital, the golden light became more and more apparent, illuminating the land. Just as Li Hu turned his head in the direction of the hospital just now, unintentionally skimming over Su Weiyan who was not far away from him, as if she was watching herself. Damn, does this little ninny suspect me already? Li Hu screamed in his heart. So many people on the scene. It wasn't good news that Su Weiyan looked at anyone but herself. Although he knew that because of Li Zitian and their mistakes, one day Su Weiyan would investigate the Li family. But it definitely will not be today. Definitely not now. Matriarch Li. While Li Hu was thinking about these messy things in his mind, Su Weiyan, already at an unknown time, walked to his side. Weaving smoke, Li Hu turned back pretending to be a little surprised. Patriarch Li, what do you think of Zhang Yun? What do you think? Su Weiyan nodded, and her gaze turned to the hospital side, at the same time, inquiring out a question. Zhang Yun? Oh, I understand to not much. Li Hu skinned himself and smiled. Kinda a good question. Of surface words, he didn't want to say because he just couldn't. And to speak psychologically, it was natural to gnash one's teeth in hatred towards Zhang Yun. It's just a shame he can't speak his mind right now. In that case, then you can learn more about him in the future. In fact, he has quite a few secrets on him, which is why I value him so much, even going out of my way to be all kinds of submissive to him, because I have a feeling that his presence could be a very important turn of events for us. Really, it's my sixth sense as a woman. It's spot on. Su Weiyan spoke faintly, didn't even look at Li Hu, and the latter didn't want to look at Su Weiyan even more, and I don't know what purpose she had in telling me those words. As a senior, Li Hu did not pull his face together to bother with a little girl, just smiled and didn't say anything, but it's obvious. Su Weiyan seemed to be, and did not intend to let him go in general. After finishing Zhang Yun, she suddenly took a turn for the worse with her words. At the same time, he also turned around and looked straight at Li Hu. Li Hu sensed this movement of hers and turned his head as well. 4 eyes. At that moment, Su Weiyan spoke up. Patriarch Li, some time ago, Li Zitian went out on a mission with a group of Li clan's children and disappeared. And there's still no news at all? As the head of the Li family, did you not send someone to check it out? Chapter 142. There are ghosts everywhere. Su Weiyan looked at Li Hu with a meaningful smile. The latter sniffed and was slightly stunned. The expression on his face moved, but soon he was back to his old self. Why? Weaving smoke, did you suddenly think to ask me about this? Li Hu's tone was on the flat side. When the genius is still the head of the Li family, if you can't handle this kind of scene, how can you sit in this position? And how could the Li family be brought to a higher position again? And for Su Weiyi, Li Hu's answer was sort of expected, only to see her smile and then answer. Now that the situation is special and the Li family is part of one of the 4 great families, I naturally don't like to see any fighting forces lost. Patriarch Li, you should also understand the significance of the Ghost Emperor. This crisis in Nanjing City has triggered a global chain reaction, and we, as the only force in Huaxia that can match it, if there's an accident at this time, there's no guarantee for the safety of the hundreds of millions of people behind us. Su Weiyan's reply was a bit more on the official side, yet between the statements, it's completely unpickable. As the current director of the 749th Bureau, she has a little bit to do with the deployment of combat forces, reasonable and unproblematic. If we don't ask questions, that's what's wrong. Of course, I didn't mean anything else by questioning matriarchally like this, so please don't think too much about it. In the face of a great enemy, we should still focus on the Ghost Emperor. Su Weiyan continued to add, nodded at him, then, rejoined above where she had been earlier. Attention! Refocused above the hospital. By now the hospital was completely covered in golden light. Endless majesty enveloped this entire sky. It seems that the formation inside is about as well set up as it can be. The hearts of the crowd, too, were in their throats. Collectively, we prayed in our hearts and minds that nothing would ever happen. Nothing would ever happen. If there was one more Ghost Emperor, they would really collapse. This battle is simply impossible to fight belongs to yes. And at this time, Li Huxin, however, was not here. Just now Su Weiyan walked up to herself and said these words for no reason. It's hard not to wonder what kind of evidence is in her possession. Maybe she just now, came to wake herself up? Li Hu took a deep breath, his mood slightly complicated. If Su Weiyan really had any key evidence in her hands, then she, herself, would definitely have to make multiple plans. This is not going to work. Too passive. Old Li, don't wander off. The ghostly aura is already out. Frozen in time. Lu Chen Yuan's familiar voice came from the side. Li Hu was pulled back to reality. It was a shock when he looked up and felt it. By this time, it was already filled with ghostly air. It was originally a dark night and the atmosphere was slightly depressing. But now, with the hospital as the center, the appearance of ghost chi is even more directly making the surrounding become weird and uneasy. Everyone be careful. The ghost aura is getting thicker and thicker. Su Weiyan shouted back. At the same time, he directly drew his own weapon and directly prepared for battle. On her side, the ghost bride and knives were equally vigilant in observing their surroundings. It was a matter of Jiang Yun's life and safety, so it was absolutely not to be sloppy. Other things the ghost bride and knives could care less about. But, as long as Jiang Yun is involved, even if the other party was a ghost emperor, they would still have to fight to the death. The winds suddenly began to pick up around us. Hundreds of people suddenly felt one eerie sensation after another. There is a small river right around the hospital. The perimeter is in full view. Pretty much falls into the category of being the kind of thing you can see the head of at a glance. This chilly wind didn't break the group. After all, they were all battle-hardened warriors who had naturally seen a few ghosts. Besides, there is also the Tianchidao that has taught some Kung Fu. So as long as it is a ghost, everyone can see it. Concentrate on your surroundings, but you can detect the slightest abnormality. But, the transformation just came so suddenly. What went wrong came from the side of the disciples of the Heavenly Master's way. Ah, ghost. There's a ghost. Only a shout stirred the entire crowd into turmoil. Everyone sniffed and looked. What was seen was that there was clearly nothing around that disciple. But at this moment, his body, surprisingly, was slowly sinking inside the land. Take care to keep from messing up. Find out where the ghost is right now. Go a few people to save that disciple. Su Weiyan hurriedly gave the order. Tianchi Zhang was inside the hospital fighting with the ghost inside Jiang Yun's body. The command of the Tenshido is to be topped by her. The rest of you continue to keep watch. With the appearance of the Ghost Emperor's aura, the neighboring ghosts and monsters will riot when they perceive it, so everyone must not take it lightly. Su Weiyan shouted. Just after saying that, I realized that I seemed to be ignoring a very important piece of information. Brush it off. She turned her head, her eyes staring straight at Knives and Ghost Bride. They're ghosts too. What are you looking at? We're fine. Old Qin too has strengthened us before. It's impossible for even the thickest scent of ghost chi to affect us. It's not like you haven't seen it before. We all stood directly in front of the Ghost Emperor and fought him. Feeling Su Weiyan's gaze, Little Knife explained with a shrug of his shoulders, spreading his hands. Su Weiyan mentally gave a sigh of relief at this, but just breathed a sigh of relief. Next, unintentionally, she glimpsed that a pale human face had suddenly appeared behind the Little Knife. Look at the sword. Su Weiyan reacted quickly. The soft sword shot out, pointing directly at the ghostly face behind the small knife. But it was at this time. Her enter had only just stabbed out, and the ghostly face, surprisingly, simply disappeared. Holy! Knives froze in shock at the sudden attack. He was dumbfounded until Su Weiyan's sword pierced the air. There was a ghost just behind you. Without Su Weiyan speaking, the Ghost Bride was the first to speak. Little Knife, a ghost. And just now a ghost appeared behind this one of his. And now the ghost disappeared. Director Su, all of you be careful. The ghost this time seems to be completely different from us. The Ghost Bride had frowned. The tone was soft. The look was more alert. And Su Weiyan could naturally understand. It doesn't even need to be said by the Ghost Bride. The ghosts this time are really nothing like the Ghost Bride girls. The ghost, this time, is fierce, and it's a big one. There's a ghost face here. Attack! Attack! Here too. There's an old man in a birthday suit. When did he pop up? Gather fire. Watch out. That ghost underground is acting again. Help me quickly. I'm being pulled by his feet. He's pulling me. In a short time, within a crowd of several hundred people, already it was ringing with all sorts of rising and falling voices. Ghosts. The ghost is out. There are ghosts everywhere. Chapter 143. What is the reason? Calm down. Everyone calm down. Don't ever mess up. Su Weiyan also couldn't be bothered with the ghost behind Little Knife. Hastily, he began to direct everyone. And his frown, it was deep. The ghosts that have appeared this time are anything but. Why is it nothing like the ghosts they've encountered before? Obviously they had all opened their heavenly eyes. But why did these ghosts still appear and then disappear all of a sudden? The ghosts this time are fierce. And I can't sense the ghost aura on them. What's going on? At this moment, even the patriarchs of the 4 great families were confused. They've each lived 70 or 80 years. I've encountered thousands if not tens of thousands of ghosts, but in the past, no matter what the ghost was, they were basically able to spot it quickly. Once the ghost is discovered, the rest will be very good. But this time, I can't believe they can't see ghosts anymore. Unless, of course, it's the ghosts themselves that show up of their own accord. Otherwise it's completely invisible. More importantly, there were clearly so many paranormal occurrences around, and the ghosts and monsters found out about it. But, apart from the ghostly aura that seemed to emanate from inside the hospital from the Ghost Emperor, as well as the Ghost Bride and Little Knife, the aura of the other ghosts, surprisingly, they could not perceive at all. Old Wang, watch the soles of your feet. The patriarchs look around at all times, but still, some ghosts drilled the opening. Wang Qingson only heard a reminder from Lu Chenyuan. The next second, he felt his foot, grabbed by something, then, was pulling him toward the ground. Outrageously, he couldn't even feel the dirt yet, and then when he looked down, between his feet, a single face made of clay emerged smiling at him. It seemed that he had sensed Wang Qingson looking at himself. The ghost even stretched out a third hand, then hooked its fingers as if to tell him to hurry down. Boom! Wang Qingson was taken aback. It was the first time he had been frightened by a ghost since he could see one. The sinking continued, and in the blink of an eye, below the knees, it had completely and utterly sunk into the earth. Good thing Lu Qianyuan just came over at this time. A palm blast on the ground to scare the ghost away. I'm afraid, at this rate, it won't be long before he's pulled alive into the ground. The ghost is very wrong this time. Don't be careless. Hurry up and come out. Lu Qianyuan rushed to his side, all the while being wary of the ghosts and goblins that would appear around you. The other side hurriedly greeted Wang Qingson. The latter, half-conscious, was hastily about to pull out his feet which had been drawn inside the earth. But at this time, he realized, he couldn't move at all. It was as if his feet were completely confined. I can't move. Wang Qingson is anxious. How to have another white give? He looked around anxiously. It was found that he was not the only one who was trapped at this time. The others were more or less attacked by ghosts and goblins. These ghosts and goblins are so unpredictable that there is absolutely no telling who the next victim will be. And everyone suffered completely different attacks. Or there are like Wang Qingson, who was pulled into the middle of the land by the ghosts and monsters and could not move. Either that, or it's as if he's lost his mind and is indifferent no matter how much those around him scream or shout. Some, moreover, simply fell to the ground for no reason. Woo-woo, this time, the wind is blowing louder and louder around us. Everyone fights on their own as combatants. But, it's all useless. Can't resist those god-awful things at all. Of these, Li Hu was pretty much the worst off. The ghosts he encountered appeared directly in front of him. By the time he reacted, the ghost had already hugged him, then forcibly confine him, carry him and run. By the time someone had gone to save him from the ghost, there was another pair of hands sticking out of the ground. Because he fell to the ground, those hands were directly around his waist as they pulled him toward the ground. Though it did end up being rescued. But, his ass didn't go into the ground. The whole thing was in a very strange position. At this moment, he was cursing and continuously attacking the underground land. Unfortunately, this is also useless. Damn it, where did all these ghosts come from? How come I've never encountered such ghosts before? Su Weiyin's situation was equally bleak. It hasn't been attacked yet though, but she saw several ghosts that showed their heads, constantly weaving in and out of the crowd trying to get at the ghosts and goblins they see. As a result, all of them flopped. These ghosts, as if they were air, couldn't be harmed at all. Chief Su, help me, I can't move. Before Su Weiyin's eyes, the faces of the various Bureau's 749 members were covered in panic. This is an image that, before, would not have been seen at all, because they have been taught and trained in the most professional way. I've long seen a lot of things about ghosts and monsters, and I've even managed to do some of them on my own. What's going on here? They've all fallen prey to these ghosts. Surprisingly, there were still people, standing still and motionless, being as if drained by a ghost. Among all these people, there was even Li Tao. Li Tao was one of those who stood still and didn't move. Even Li Tao has fallen for these ghosts and monsters. The cold sweat on Su Weiyan's forehead grew, watching more and more of the fighting forces in front of her being confined and controlled. And her, without a single thing she could do about it. This was even more desperate than the previous battle against the Ghost Emperor. What exactly did Tianchi Zhang and the others do? The ghost in Zhang Yun's body. What is it? It's amazing that you can attract such fierce ghosts and monsters. It's more vicious than even the Ghost Emperor. You guys. Su Weiyan turned back, wanting to say something. Could she ask Ghost Bride and Little Knife to help out as well? She couldn't really see what was going on with these ghosts and monsters. Perhaps the Ghost Bride and Knives, who are also ghosts, they can see it? Of Su weaving smoke turned her head. The words hadn't even left my mouth. Straight away, he was shocked by what he saw in front of him. At this time, I only saw that the original Ghost Bride, who was still very beautiful, at this time, was slowly undergoing a mutation. Getting uglier is not. Only, her body was trembling in a constant battle. The frequency and amplitude of the shaking was quite large, like in a zombie movie, where the zombie transforms. As a result, her face was distorted. Really distorted. The knife was no exception, with the exact same symptoms. Why? They were all fine a moment ago. Why is it suddenly this way? Su Weiyan was shocked in her heart. No need to be skeptical. They may not be receiving the influence of the Ghost Emperor's ghostly aura, because it was all fine just now. But after more of these ghosts and goblins that even she couldn't see, that's how the Ghost Bride girls have changed. It must have something to do with these freaky ghosts. Just, what's the reason? And the reason? Chapter 144, he is not Zhang Yun. Su Weiyan was now completely confused. The original preparedness to fight. Because of the suddenness of the situation, it became unpredictable all of a sudden. Most of them even lost their ability to fight outright. Completely vulnerable. How can this go on? The point is, up to this point, they don't even know where their opponents are. This is so desperate and hopeless. Woo woo, the demon winds are picking up around us again. The weather has gotten colder. At this time, the only person still standing in the field who could fight was Su Weiyan in the blink of an eye. The patriarchs of the four great clans, this time, had again been given completely for nothing. Without exception, all of them were fixed in place, unable to move. He could only be as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His mouth was full of words, but his body, he just couldn't move. What the hell is this? Why is this quick to get everyone? Su Weiyan scanned around, the biggest sense of crisis in her life surging to her heart, knowing that forcibly extracting this ghost from Zhang Yun's body would cause a small amount of turmoil, but thinking, it should be a controlled scene as well. Results now, that was a controlled scene, without even knowing where the other side was. They were simply wiped out. That's a lot of hammers. And, why am I not hurt? Su Weiyan held the software in her hand, vigilantly observing her surroundings, her entire demeanor unusually tense. What the hell are these ghosts up to? Why leave yourself alone to not go on the attack? Is there, in this case, something else to say? Su Bureau, back there. Look at the hospital. Look at the hospital. While she was frozen, the heads of the four major clans that had been set on the ground next to her were shouting at her. This was followed by frantic reminders from the rest of the Bureau 749 crew to look behind her. Go look in the direction of the hospital. It was only then that Su Weiyan remembered that the origin of all this had to do with Zhang Yun. Turning around in a hurry, the scene she saw was one she could never forget in her life. Under the shroud of darkness, in the middle of the sky, Zhang Yun flew up. Only, this Zhang Yun was rather strange. It was nothing like the one she knew. There was no blood on his body, not to mention that even the clothes he was wearing were surprisingly gray. The whole thing was like a ghost in the night. A ghost floating in the world. I'm, finally, free, ha ha ha. Foolish humans, to even think of imprisoning me? You are too naive. Too naive. That Zhang Yun was laughing maniacally. Spread your arms and feel what the world has to offer. It's nothing like the other ghosts. The ghost in front of him had a ghostly aura that was much more intense. Even the previous two-dog Ghost Emperor was completely incomparable. Damn it, did Heavenly Master Zhang and the others fail? Su Weiyan froze a bit when she saw this scene. This ghost has run out. Then wouldn't Tianchi Zhang and Zhang Yun? Just thinking about it made her feel like she had goosebumps all over her body. It's simply not too scary. Ha! That ghost Zhang Yun exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. The grass and trees that had been contaminated by that mouthful of turbid gas instantly withered. But that's not even the most troubling. The most troublesome thing was that Su Weiyan noticed that the ghostly creature saw her, and it was also clear that he actually licked his lips. The eyes that looked at himself were still glowing. In which moment, Su Weiyan was so cold that it was as if she had fallen into the middle of an ice hole. There was an unspoken fear that filled his entire body. Couldn't tell you where this fear came from. There's just one, totally unresistible thought that comes to mind. A very tasty meal. Jang Yun gave an evil laugh. Immediately after, with a flash, he arrived in front of Su Weiyan. The latter, because of the fear that enveloped him in this, had even forgotten to run away. Bureau Su, be careful. Quickly dodge out Chief Su. Hurry up and attack him. It's obviously not Jang Yun, but a ghost monster. Weaving smoke. Hurry up and fight back. What are you doing stagnating where you are? Come to your senses. Don't let the ghosts and monsters lose sight of your mind. Weaving smoke. Wake up. Seeing this scene, the other Bureau 749 members around who were still awake, as well as the patriarchs of the 4 other great clans, shouted frantically. I hope this will wake up Su Weiyan. Unfortunately, what they did was futile and useless. Jia. Jang Yun also acted as if he hadn't seen the players and the patriarchs of the 4 great families. There was a burst of laughter after a burst of laughter. Very wicked. Immediately afterward, he held out his hand. What kind of hands were those? All gray. No blood visible. Fingernails can be made longer or shorter at will. Like right now, the fingernails are getting very, very long at a very fast rate. Then, taking a slender fingernail, he gently scratched Su Weiyan's clothes. There was no stopping the sharp nails. The collar was instantly slashed open, and the white, fragrant shoulders were soon revealed. Jang Yun's movements were heard down, because that's enough. Su Weiyan's white neck, too, had been exposed. The evil smile on Jang Yun's face became even more pronounced. The fingernails went further up and gently rested against Su Weiyan's neck, and by this time, Su Weiyan still didn't make a single move. Staring blankly, he stood still, letting it do whatever it wanted. Boss, are we still not going to make a move? At this rate, that young lady can just die. And at this point, on the other side of the river, still above a very tall building, or a line of cold beauties, Jade wouldn't have her lollipop in her mouth anymore. She was just standing to the side, watching what was happening in front of her with some anxiety. There's no rush. The cold beauty's answer was as dry as ever. This was a big rush for Jade. Why don't you hurry up? That young lady can have some relationship with you. It's not appropriate for us to just stand here and watch. Boss, what the hell are you playing at? This time we came over, aren't we? Jade spoke anxiously. Only halfway through the sentence, he was immediately interrupted by the cold beauty. We don't need to make a move. Someone already has. The cold beauty replied silently. Straight away, Jade stopped talking, was about to go on and ask who else had come over. In the middle of the sky, there was suddenly another huge change. What immediately followed was that a burst of loud roars followed by a burst of loud roars resounded in the middle of this side of heaven and earth. The voices sound like people shouting out. And yet, it's got a touch of the bizarre. And along with these roars, there was also the sound of neatly organized footsteps. After Xiaoyu, who originally still had an anxious face, heard this, the expression on his face, all of a sudden, changed straight away. And with a shocked face, he turned his head to look at the cold beauty. Undertaker? Chapter 145, No Right to Resist. Holy? The Een soldiers are out. Boss, what are we doing here this time? Xiaoyu was filled with shock, incredulity written all over that small, delicate face. Een soldiers, surprisingly, were out in force. She hadn't even expected to see the Undertaker again. Be quiet and watch. The cold beauty was also only surprised for a moment before recovering her expression. The expression management is done quite perfectly. Jade nodded dully. Then suddenly something else came to mind. Asked one more question. Boss, we're not here to recruit, are we? The Een soldiers are out in force. Jade's words instantly turned the scene tense. Even the silent and little-spoken peer stopped moving his hands. Prick up your ears and listen. It's about their team, the organization. The cold beauty didn't answer, just cast his eyes in the direction from which the shadowy soldier's voice had come. Soon, everywhere she looked, a black mist appeared out of thin air. The coverage is quite extensive. On one side, Xiaoyu was not in a hurry to pursue the answer and also turned her gaze over there. It wasn't long before they saw, in the midst of that black fog, a group of people wearing armor and holding lances in their hands coming out of that black fog. The group was arranged quite neatly. With every step forward, the ground, it seemed, shook. These shadowy soldiers, too, would shout their voices in response. Humph! Ha! 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 The team is neat and tidy. Voices, equally neat and tidy. Een soldiers, directly belonging to the management of the 18 major Yen Luo of Yama Temple, have absolute control and fighting ability over ghosts and monsters. When the Een soldiers move out, one of the ghosts is bound to be unlucky. Not even the Ghost Emperor Ghost Saint can resist the Een soldiers. Normally, the underworld soldiers wouldn't even care about ghosts and monsters still staying in the mortal world. Unless, that ghost monster should have reported to hell a long time ago. Jade looked at the shocked one in front of her and gave a slight explanation. But it's so obvious that it doesn't make any sense at all. There are some ghosts and monsters that have stayed in the mortal world for thousands of years, and I haven't seen the Een soldiers come up to subdue this ghost. This time how come? This is not the same as the Lord's previous that. Jade was still trying to talk down. The result was stopped directly by a look from the cold beauty. Feeling the gaze, Jade swallowed the words that were on her lips anyway. It also took a moment to realize that he had almost blurted it out. All in all, this time the appearance of the Een soldiers all makes no sense at all. No sense at all. No sense at all. Unless it's, I have a wild guess. Jade would learn her lesson this time, not rushing to voice her suspicions just yet. Instead, he first looked at the cold beauty to the side. The latter did not move. That means it's okay to say that. Jade adjusted her breathing. That great uncle we met before, is he the same as the Lord? Jade asked tentatively. The cold beauty's eyes twitched slightly. Still, there was no other reaction or movement. These fell into Xiao Yu's eyes, and instantly, she sucked in a breath of cool air. By not answering and remaining silent, that would be a tacit admission of the speculation. Jesus, he is truly like the Lord. Jade couldn't help but feel dreamy. The whole thing was like a lightning strike. This one was too much for her to take in for a while. It was outrageous. How is that possible? But the Undertaker again. At the moment the Lord is only suspicious as well. Our mission this time is to investigate thoroughly. The cold beauty suddenly spoke. If true, natural recruitment. If not, it is up to the Lord. After saying that, the cold beauty kept silent again, leaving behind a shocked Jade who kept chanting in place. How could that be? How could that be? How could that be? That size of cutie. So could it be? Jade walked back and forth. It's hard to accept that statement. The cold beauty continued to look at the shady soldier now. Pierre also turned his attention to the Undertaker. Only Jade is left alone in this windy mess. The Undertaker appears. It's bound to be bad luck for the ghosts and monsters. These Een soldiers would naturally not go in the direction of the cold beauty and her share. Rather, with an extremely exaggerated speed, he went in that direction of Jiang Yun. The deafening roar was unsurprisingly also heard by the members of Bureau 749 and the four great families' patriarchs who were confined in place, taking them to turn their heads, looking for the head of the source of the sound. Straight away, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. What is this? This is ghosts and monsters? Why is there no ghostly aura on them? So scary, oppressive as if. Is this still an army of ghosts and monsters? Tonight, this is going to break the sky. Like ghosts and monsters, yet not. They have an aura we've never seen before. This aura, so powerful. Can it be that these are the ghosts and monsters that just pulled us inside the land? It's over. We won't survive the night. The pupils of a group of players were filled with fear. They hadn't seen a shady soldier before. Even more so, I didn't know that there were still Een soldiers in this world. At this moment, seeing this outrageous generality in front of me, my heart felt nothing but fear. It was still fear. Even the four great patriarchs who had seen so much were confused. Li Hu heard the surprised voices and fought to move his ass to get himself turned around. Then they all froze at the sight of the shady soldiers. A series of question marks rose from his head. That's what it is. It's like an army? Is it here to claim our lives? Lu Qianyuan was the first to open the air, his voice a little trembling. Was it summoned by that ghost emperor? Wang Qingsong followed up with a sentence. It doesn't seem to be. You guys look at that ghost emperor, and you're also a little surprised. That's what I'm saying. Is there a possibility that that army is here to subdue the ghost emperor? Sui made a bold assumption. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This was definitely summoned by Jiang Yun. I've long suspected that there's something wrong with Jiang Yun, and now we're all dead here. Li Hu shouted. The body was starting to shake a little. Just ask who wouldn't be scared of such a scene. Such a big battle is like arriving at an ancient battlefield. Simply, it's not a shock to put it mildly. The appearance of the Undertaker instantly made the scene somewhat uncontrollable. Everyone cringed. I wonder what all awaits them next. Is it life? Or is it death? Or, is life worse than death? Everyone stared at the group of shady soldiers and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Either way, they can't change the outcome, because right now, they couldn't move at all. It's like a lamb on a slab, just waiting to be slaughtered. They, on the other hand, have no right or ability to resist at all. Chapter 146 Tons of Pressure. Nanjiang City, outside the hospital. The appearance of the Een soldiers caused everyone, including Su Weiyan, to freeze. Everyone stared blankly at the shocking team in front of them that could not be described in words. This time, perhaps because of the appearance of the Een soldiers, Su Weiyan, too, finally regained a little bit of consciousness. When he opened his eyes, That ghost Emperor Jiangyun's fingernails had already sunk under his skin, right up against his neck. A blinding flash of blood was slowly flowing out. Su Weiyan was shocked in her heart. Oh, this is when. But she didn't have time to think. Not far away, the shadowy soldier that was coming this way caught her attention directly. Humph. Ha! Rhythmic sound, plus that stunning image. Can't help but let her forget. Anxious in front of her eyes. There is a ghost emperor at any time can take from her life. So what? Exactly. Su Weiyan said in a daze. She asked the same question that was on everyone's mind right now at this moment. These, however, were scenes and images they had never seen before. Can it be that this is what that ghost emperor Jiangyun has summoned? Subconsciously, the thought came to him immediately. And she is now. She's still in the hands of that Jiangyun. At such a close distance, he could even see that he couldn't see any blood color at all on this Jiangyun. Alive and well. A dead man. Associated with the shady bunch. It's kinda possible. He summoned it, I guess. The result, however, was a bit of a surprise to her. Because, after that ghost Emperor Jiangyun saw the Yin soldiers, the expression on his face, surprisingly, changed a lot as well. There was also a hint of, well, a very surprised expression. Shady soldiers? Coming at me? That ghost Emperor Jiangyun revealed a more sinister expression. Straightforward language. Surprisingly, he directly pointed out that these Yin soldiers were coming towards him. Immediately afterward, he made a very surprising move. He left Su Weiyan behind. Straight away, he ran away. What the is this again? You're the ghost emperor. Why did you see those Yin soldiers and just run away? As the ghost emperor, don't you need to save face? Su Weiyan and the rest of the group all looked dumbfounded. The drama came all too suddenly. Generals, form up. We have come by decree to capture the wronged souls who have died in 7 or 8 years. Jiangyun, your young life is over. Yet you have delayed entering hell. And now you are thinking of escaping. Generals, the time has come when I need you. Bring him back to me quickly. Before anyone could react. Immediately after that, a very dignified voice came from nowhere. The words had only just fallen. Very quickly, the shady soldiers, ignoring the crowd of Su Weiyan and the others, he then took care of himself and went straight to catch that Jiangyun. The shady soldiers were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from sight. The time to spot their figure again. Surprisingly, they had all arrived in front of Jiangyun. The long spears on his hands were set up and arrayed, completely surrounding that Jiangyun in an attack. For a moment, the two parties started fighting straight away without a word. Not even communication. The Undertaker's fighting prowess isn't to be blown away either. Jiangyun, who possessed the strength of a ghost emperor, was surrounded by this group of Yin soldiers. But he was actually unable to fight back. The opponent was so suppressed that he couldn't even raise his head. It was a battle that could be described as crushing. The crowd watching this scene also all sucked in a breath of cold air. What a horrible fight. What a horrible team. At this moment, whether it was Su Weiyan or the patriarchs of the 4 great clans, all of them let out sounds of surprise. That's a lot of fighting to do. More than any of their organizations. With just a long spear, he was able to crush the ghost emperor without much power to fight back. Anyone else would not be able to do it. But these shady soldiers, they did it. Not only did they do it, but they did it very well. But the question is, where did the city come out? All these shady soldiers? Another new problem has arisen. Suffered. Jiangyun and Tianchi Zhang and the others. Su Weiyan had just thrown out this question. Immediately after that came the thought of the person they had just ignored. Jiangyun and Zhang Tianchi are all inside the hospital again. This would be the ghost emperor Jiangyun coming out. What about the real Jiangyun and Zhang Tianchi and the others? Is it life or death? With this in mind, Su Weiyan, as the only one in the room who could still act normally, hurriedly spread her steps and started to pass towards the hospital, while Ghost Emperor Jiangyun and the Yin soldiers were still fighting. Just the thing. Director Su, where is this going? But, before he could run a few steps, around them, another very unpleasant and hoarse voice came out. That's not even the kicker. The key thing was, the voice. It was also very familiar. It's pretty lively. Jia jia jia. Everyone's here. It's just right. You can get your revenge all at once. Immediately afterward, another voice came out. Su Weiyan stopped in her tracks. Follow the sound. Beneath the darkness, only a tall and a short figure were seen appearing side by side under a large tree. Short, like an old man, all still hunched over. The eyes of this old man in this gloomy weather, however, were like an eagle, making people feel very uncomfortable. As for that high voice, this has completely lost its human form. Instead, it's more like a wolf. Ghost Emperor and Ghost Master. Su Weiyan subconsciously shouted out directly. These two. But it wasn't the Ghost Master and the escaped second dog Ghost Emperor that they had been staying in Nanjiang City to look for all this time. I can't believe they're here. Director Su still remembers me. I'm really flattered. The silhouettes of the two figures became clearer and clearer. When they had taken a few steps forward, they were illuminated by the moonlight. At this time, that ghost master who had never shown his face before finally saw him in person. Dressed in a long black robe which comes with a large loose cap, the Ghostbuster was covered by that hat. It was impossible to see the face, and it was as if under that hat, like an endless abyss, you couldn't see low. Jia. Air Dog, am back again. The second dog Ghost Emperor also revealed an evil smile, a long line from the sky, transforming on the spot. His body continued to giganticize, and in the blink of an eye, it was already as tall as a two-story building. The surrounding ghostly aura was a few more points thicker. The feeling of oppression was much stronger than the last time, and it's not like they knew about their weaknesses and went out of their way to strengthen them. Now transformed into a werewolf like Erdog, he even had an iron crotch guard on his crotch, though it looked comical and extremely out of place with his werewolf persona. But just one guard, but it directly brought tons and tons of pressure to Su Wei-yen and all the people present. Chapter 147, Harnessing Ghosts reappears. Boss White, the Ghost Master has appeared. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. The appearance of the Ghost Masters and the second dog Ghost Emperor brought tons of pressure on Su Wei-yen and the others. Other side of the line of cold and beautiful women who were still standing high up and had been closely observing the situation below. Xiaoyu also gave a reminder after seeing the appearance of the Ghost Master. I saw it. The cold beauty still nodded coldly. Other than that, there's still not much movement. Don't do anything rash. Look again. The Ghost Mastermind that wasn't today's mission. After a moment of silence, that cold beauty still spoke a little more. Jade didn't make a fuss this time. Without another word, binoculars in hand, he continued to look down at the situation. And then I don't know if it's just me or if, well, it's true. She always felt that the Ghost Master cocked his head slightly, was looking his way. Really, it's that ugly bastard again. Cover his hat. Can't see his eyes. It's annoying. Jade spat. It looks like they've fought this Ghost Master before, and it's not even close to being down. It was just that it was unknown whether Su Wei-yen would still be able to gain the upper hand when facing a Ghost Master. Should we go down to support them when they fight later? I mean, in the event that the woman can't be beaten. Jade turned her head sideways to look at the cold beauty. No answer. Jade saw it, above the delicate face of the cold beauty. Surprisingly, a small smile surfaced. Did I read that right? She actually laughed. Jade was alarmed. It was amazing that his own boss could still laugh under these circumstances. Ready to work. Before Jade could react, the cold beauty gave a direct order. He's the one the Lord is looking for. The cold beauty spoke again. Jade was even more confused. Who's the main man looking for? Look around. There's no one left except for a simple-faced dunce. Ah. Wait, you mean the older guy? After flabbergasted for a few seconds, Jade finally responded. The eyes waited until they were at their maximum. Inside the small eyes, there was a great deal of doubt. No, he's really in the same category as the Lord. Man, it's actually real in this world. Boss, how did you see it? Jade couldn't help but ask. At the same time, the whole person was refreshed. Scent, I smell the same scent as the Lord. Enter on my call later. The cold beauty nodded silently. Meanwhile, preparations for battle had been made, ready to rush into the middle of the battlefield, and by this time, Jade didn't dare to be vague about it. The expression also bristled and turned serious. Spitting shock is spitting shock. When it's time to work, it's still time to work. This will. Other side. Su Wei-yen's face was ugly to the extreme. She also didn't expect that at this time, the ghost harnesser would even come out to cause trouble. What's going on here today? How the good and the bad all came together. Weaving smoke you run, you're no match for them. Go get help from the international organizations. We mustn't all die here. This way. Sui was pretty much the second most anxious after seeing the Ghost Master and the second dog Ghost Emperor appear. What a joke. Su Wei-yen is his daughter. And right now, the only one in the entire room who could still fight the Ghost Master and Ghost Emperor was Su Wei-yen. At this time, if Su Wei-yen really got on, can she still be alive? Everyone together doesn't necessarily have a 100% chance of winning. Not to mention, Su Wei-yen was now isolated. Think about it. Sudi desperately struggled to get himself out of this damn land. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. I couldn't struggle out of it just now, and this will definitely not work. Matriarch Su, there's no need to struggle. The brat that pulled you into the ground was raised by me for decades, and it cost me I don't know how much effort. Although these brats don't have the means to finish you off completely, it's enough to keep you under control. At that moment, the ghost harnesser stepped forward and smiled. The rickshaw was hunched over, though the face could not be seen, but listening to the tone, there was enough to hear that at this moment, he must be very calm and collected. So you're the one who screwed up, old thing. If you're capable, you'll damn well let me out. Let's go one-on-one. I'll have to tear you apart with my hands. Hearing the Ghost Master speak like that, on one side, Li Hu, whose butt was stuck inside the mud, opened his mouth to curse. Now his position is very clear. Jiang Yun is definitely dead. Then he doesn't have much else to think about. Just be on the same page as everyone else. And that's what he had in mind. What makes just his posture so strange? It was all because of that Ghost Master. Real good tactics. A few other patriarchs didn't curse as hard, but it was just as full of anger. No wonder those ghosts and monsters had tactics they had never seen before. It turns out that all of them have been specially conditioned by this Ghost Master. And that, in a nutshell, is one of the terrorizing tactics of the Ghost Master. He can grant the ghosts and goblins any power they want. There's nothing you can't think of that he can't do. If not, how can they be called Ghost Masters? Harness the demons and tame them to make them work for me. They should have thought of that. It should have been thought of during the previous battle with the second Dog Ghost Emperor that there would categorically be a Ghost Master behind this. Ghosts are ghosts. How can they still have the ability to turn into werewolves? This must have been transformed by a Ghost Master. Gentlemen, don't speak so harshly. The old man had no choice but to do so. The Ghost Master didn't get angry at the words of abuse, still managed to stay calm. Waving his hand, he greeted the second Dog Ghost Emperor. Go, save our lord first. He spoke faintly. The second Dog Ghost Emperor didn't dare to have any rebuttal when he heard this. He glared fiercely at the crowd, then glanced back in the direction of the ghostly bride, who was still in the midst of the ghosts. Immediately afterward, after raising the sky and letting out a long roar, he charged straight towards the battle between Jiang Yun and the Yin soldiers. Joining the fight, the huge claws come in quite handy against the shades. That airtight encirclement, hardened, was torn open by that second Dog Ghost Emperor, and I don't know why. After those Yin soldiers realized that the second Dog Ghost Emperor had joined the battle, they attacked him as well. However, the Yin soldiers were surprisingly ineffective against the second Dog Ghost Emperor's attacks. The lance stabbed at the second Dog Ghost Emperor. The other party was unharmed, not to mention that he was getting more and more courageous. This second Dog Ghost Emperor. It seems like he was born to overcome these Yin soldiers. As soon as he joined the battle, the pressure on Jiang Yun was suddenly a bunch less. Even the two of them, after looking at each other, joined forces and suppressed a Yin soldier. As much as those Yin soldiers were in number, it was all just a matter of time before Jiang Yun tried to run away. See this situation. The people's hearts cry out again. Chapter 148, the final appearance of the main character. That's no way to cheat. The Undertaker is obviously so strong. However, when faced with an ordinary second Dog Ghost Emperor, he froze and could not do anything at all. It's too obvious that this hang-up is on. On the basis of what? No need to be surprised. That's what he's for. At this point, the Ghost Master stepped forward to explain. It would have been nice to wipe you all out, and then, welcome our lord to the throne. I didn't realize that the Yin soldiers were killed halfway. The Ghost Master also looked over to the battle there. All the while, an explanation was being made. Unfortunately, I trained him for so many years to restrain the Yin soldiers. The Ghost Master let out a wry laugh. This, coupled with his raspy, unpleasant voice, made it extremely uncomfortable. In order to fight against the Yin soldiers, they even raised a Ghost Emperor specifically. This is crazy. This would have been even more shocking if Jiang Yun's original body was here, because he knew that the first time the second dog turned into a werewolf was hundreds of years ago. Hundreds of years. This Ghost Master had actually started laying out a plan to deal with the Yin soldiers 100 years ago. What's more, it's been hundreds of years. This Ghost Master is still a human being or a ghost. If it's a human being, how did he survive this long? And if it was a ghost, how did he do it with no ghostly aura on him at all? There was no time, and no one had time to think about this, because the situation, now, is even worse. The disadvantages are all taken. The fighting force, still, was just Su Weiyin alone. This wave, if Su Weiyin didn't run, I'm afraid. If Su Weiyin doesn't run, I'm afraid. It's really going to be a complete and utter massacre. Lord, do you hear my call? I'm coming to save you. The Ghost Master looked like he was crazy, shouting loudly in the direction where Jiang Yun was. He called the Jiang Yun Lord. One also wondered what the difference would be between him, the Lord, and the Lord in the mouth of the cold beauty. Both can be equally known as the main. Everyone's eyes danced hard as they watched. This old lunatic. Everyone's eyes were throbbing. A great crisis has loomed over Nanjiang City, and it belongs to the unsolvable. There is no need for you to make such a surprised expression. Wait until my lord returns to his throne, at which time you will realize that what I have done today is but a drop in the bucket. However, It seems that you won't have the chance to witness my lord ascending to the high stage of supreme glory either. Returning to normal, the Ghost Master hunched over. His gaze slowly shifted to Su Weiyan, who was still standing flabbergasted. He held out his right hand. I don't know what came out of my mouth. A small meeting later. In the center of his hand, a black mist appeared. Looking closely, one could still vaguely see countless distorted faces from amongst the black mist. What do you want, old thing? What are you trying to do to my daughter? Seeing this scene, Sui became anxious on the spot. Eyes were red and struggled up frantically. The others couldn't stay calm either. Su Weiyan herself was feeling a great crisis. At this moment, it was as if she saw the god of death beckoning to her from among that black mist. It was greeting itself over as if by some magic. Come on, come here, join us and you'll be free. The devil's whisper echoed in her ears. This is my special little surprise for the humans. Come on, give me your soul. Join them and you will have endless pleasure. The Ghost Master said. The black mist on his hand, too, was getting bigger and bigger. It's not just Su weaving smoke. On the side, some of the other team members were also affected by this black mist. One by one, they stopped struggling and stared at the black mist on his hand as if mesmerized. The four great family patriarchs were strong in their determination though, but for just a little while fighting with his inner self, a cold sweat appeared on both his foreheads as well. After we settle you guys, no one will be able to stop our rise anymore. Jia. Destroy disordered mankind and the world belongs to my lord. The Ghost Master's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Everyone could also hear that this guy was up to no good, but it was impossible to resist. Most of the nation's psychic fighting forces are almost entirely here. If you get packed in a wave, Huaxia, can be really dangerous. No need to struggle. It's all in vain. Come on, join them. Look, they're all waving at you. The Ghost Master is still tempted. As the black fog grew larger and larger, his body, the shaking got bigger. This time, the odds are in your favor. The world will be ours at last. He shouted. Let out a hard laugh. May, right about this time. Stop talking if your voice is that bad. No one will take you for a dummy. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed in the crowd's ears. Along with the voice, there was also a huge black cloth flying directly from the direction of the hospital. It was as if the cloth had eyes. Surprisingly, it directly covered the Ghost Master. It also covered the black mist in his hand. The Ghost Master was visibly startled by the sudden movement. Hands and feet stepped themselves out of that black cloth. Upon further inspection, the spiral pill he had rubbed was surprisingly still missing. This time, those who had only been affected by him instantly returned to normal. Who is it? At that moment, he was in a hurry. A tone of voice and a sweeping gaze around the room. There was clearly no one else around anymore. Who else could it be? It would inevitably be me, the sole owner of Zhang's garment factory. The source of the sound, surprisingly, came from the fabric that had just covered the Ghost Master. The Ghost Master felt bad and pulled away in a hurry, but he realized that Su Weiyan, who had already returned to normal, had killed directly in front of him. It's too late to parry, then dodge. The fatal blow was dodged, but unfortunately, Su Weiyan's sword still pierced a large portion of his sleeve. The arm, it's hurt. He's the Ghost Master. There are 100 ways he can deal with and control ghosts and monsters, but against people, he really can't. The pain in his body made him very uncomfortable, but at the moment there was nothing else to do but come to a distance. Trying to get right up, the ghost hunter's sense of crisis came. Su Weiyan and the others, however, had happy faces. After forcing back the Ghost Master, Su Weiyan looked in the direction of the black cloth in surprise. Jiang Yun, you're still alive? The sole owner of Zhang's garment factory. Who else could it be? Who else could it be but Jiang Yun? But hasn't he already? Su Weiyan's face was both shocked and delighted, and it didn't take long for the black cloth to shake. Underneath, one more came out. Then who else could it be but Jiang Yun, who had been sleeping for days? Sorry gentlemen, I've kept you waiting. It can't be helped. The protagonist always has to appear last. But it's okay, now that I'm here. I've bothered you guys to take care of it for so long. So next, watch me. Chapter 149, True or False Foolishness. It's really Jiang Yun. See that familiar figure? The crowd gasped out. The eyes kept switching back and forth between Jiang Yun's original self and that Jiang Yun. What the hell is going on here? No, that Jiang Yun was originally a ghost. It should be called. Never mind. What the hell? In short, what the hell is going on here? Why would two Jiang Yuns appear? Harm. I think you guys want to ask about that pussy, right? Over here. Jiang Yun seemed to have seen the doubts in everyone's hearts as well, glanced in the guy's direction as well. Then with a show of hands, he shrugged. Anyway, it's too complicated to explain, so just think of him as a cunning villain. There was no response from the crowd. But then after double and triple determining that the person standing in front of everyone right now was the living Jiang Yun, still there was a surge of joy. Except for Li Hu. Of course. Why isn't this pussy dead yet? Li Hu's fire was spewing out as he looked at Jiang Yun. But he couldn't afford to have a fit because of the current situation. One could only grit his teeth and follow with a few laughs. Who did I think it was? But it turned out to be nothing more than a descendant occupying the Lord's body. Over here, Jiang Yun and the others were happy. But don't forget, that ghost master is still alive. After seeing the visitor, his tense body, surprisingly, even relaxed. Yeah, that's me. I'm me. A different kind of firework. Jiang Yun didn't object when he heard him. A direct admission. But this can be confusing for others. Descendants. What is it? It was the first time Su Weiyan had heard this word. Explain all that later, Chief Su. The one who responded to Su Weiyan was not Jiang Yun. Instead, it was another familiar voice. Hospital directions. Several figures flew out. One of them, wasn't it the Zhang Tianxia who had just stayed inside the hospital together? Then who else could the remaining few be but the old ancestors of the Heavenly Master's Way? I can't believe you're all still alive. The four great patriarchs were surprised again. Ha ha, you four old fellows. Are you so looking forward to a few of us dying early? The Tianxia Dao's ancestors were flying out directly. It landed steadily in front of the crowd. Then after pinching various complicated knots on his hands, then a little more was plunged in the land and the lost god. The next second, everyone went straight back to normal. The disoriented man came to his senses at once, and those who were caught inside the land felt a mysterious force pulling them right out of the ground. The whole scene can be described as a large-scale carrot pulling scene. These little tricks will keep you in check, but they won't be hard for us. Several old ancestors unsealed everyone one after the other at an extremely fast speed. It's still the old man after all. Seen it, far more than anyone else. Being in such a high position, it is natural that they also have wider insights and greater abilities. Sorry Bureau Su, we found something inside, so we came out late and were delayed for a while. It's good that everyone is okay. Zhang Tianxia went to unseal Li Tao. Only then did he come to Su Weiyan's side to report the situation. That, I think, is fine for this to be told later. Su Weiyan was about to speak, but it turned out that Jiang Yin grabbed it first. Incidentally, he also gave a look to Tianxia Zhang. The latter understood and immediately shut up about it. This looked at Su Weiyan in a daze. These guys, what are they up to? But really, couldn't care less. After such a short while, the other Heavenly Master Dao ancestors had already unsealed some of them. After the people who were unsealed regained their sanity, they hurriedly assembled and stood behind Su Weiyan. As for the ghost bride and the knife, since these are two ghosts that can't be unsealed at the moment, it's going to be a bit complicated and will have to be saved for last. What now? A question was raised. We all know this is not the time for any small talk. After all, the enemy could be right in front of us. There's no hurry. I've just informed that I've gone to find help. I guess it'll be almost here by now. Everyone doesn't need to do anything. Someone will naturally come and clean up these guys. Again, just like earlier. Su Weiyan originally wanted to speak. It turned out that Jiang Yun had gotten the jump on him again. Su Weiyan looked at Jiang Yun with a surprised expression. When is he going to call someone? Wasn't he just inside the hospital the whole time? It's hard to believe that he's calling for a ghost. Su Weiyan was silent for a while. It doesn't seem like it's out of the question. Jiang Yun besides calling ghosts, also called who came to the bar. Ha ha ha, calling people? It doesn't matter. It's useless to call as many people as you can. The ghost master heard the conversation between them and let out a scoff. He first glanced in the direction of that Jiang Yun. Over there, the shady soldiers have pretty much fought it out. If he dragged it out for a while longer, pretty much he could just have two ghost emperors available to fight for him. What's the use of calling more of you? There's no need to do anything useless. It's all futile. Though you can't see the ghost master's face, but everyone could already imagine the smug look he must have on his face right now. Don't even have to think about it. Calling people? I didn't say I was calling people. Jiang Yun disliked him back. Then the scene turned silent. Su Weiyan and the others on this side looked at Jiang Yun dumbfounded. The ghost master was also stumped. Several seconds later, he let out a very hard laugh, laughing very hard and loud. If you don't call people, then you call ghosts. Jia jia jia. You can really scream. Jia jia jia. The ghost master laughed uncontrollably. On the contrary, Su Weiyan could be in a hurry. Jiang Yun really did call the ghost over to help. He is the ghost master. If you call ghosts over, you'll only add help for him and enemies for us. Su Weiyan had an anxious face, hastened to offer an explanation. Fighting with the ghost master. You also find ghosts as your own helpers. This is not to find yourself unpleasant, smelling that you are not dying fast enough. The ghost master had laughed enough too. I know you have some skills. I saw it last time. You can control some ghosts and monsters, but those ghosts and monsters are no better than a human to me. I'm relieved that you made a very wise choice, and you're left with the hassle of me having to find help again, though it wasn't needed either. The Ghost Master's tone was teasing. Isn't that what it is? When sleep comes, someone immediately brings a pillow. It's amazing that there's such a good thing in this world. For a moment, he didn't even know if this was because Jung Yun was really stupid, or if he really wasn't clear about the identity of a Ghost Master. I don't know what the Ghost Harvester is capable of. Chapter 150, The Terracotta Warriors. Nanjiang City. Suburban Hospital. The Ghost Master revealed a sneer. The words were on his lips. He looked disdainfully at the group of people in front of him, especially Jung Yun. In his eyes, as a Ghost Master himself, he was best at manipulating ghosts. It can be bone deep. Isn't the other side sending food by calling ghosts over? What? You think you're dying too slow? The Ghost Master bristled and stood slowly in place. And in the meantime, the group of people standing in front of them were also directly tense. Especially Li Hu, who had a grudge against Jung Yun. Now that I've seen the other side, I've found another group of ghosts. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to murder himself? At the thought, he immediately burst into a fit of cursing. You guy, you know that the other party is a Ghost Master and there's a Ghost Emperor. Why don't you think of a way to escape? You're still looking for help. Isn't this looking for death? Hear this. The people in the room turned their eyes to him. Anyone can see that. Now all they had to live for was Jung Yun. He can easily control ghosts. Like to get bent out of shape though. But if Jung Yun hadn't been there, then all the humans present would be dead. And this time, after Jung Yun heard Li Hu's words, he naturally disliked them back without a care in the world. If you don't want to die right now, keep your mouth shut or I won't mind slaughtering you. You, Li Hu sniffed and his eyes widened in anger. But when I think of my strength and current situation, when he really couldn't deal with a Ghost Emperor, he couldn't help but shut his mouth in an extremely depressed manner. Cautiously, he looked at Jung Yun. There was a big sense of the other side running away if they didn't notice. So what? Don't worry about it guys haha. The corner of Jung Yun's mouth curled up into a smile as he waved his hand. Unconcerned. I am able to say these words. Naturally I have my own means. If those of you present can't trust me, then turn around and run. I can't guarantee that your lives will remain intact. He slowly looked back to the rear. A fierce aura emerging from his body, and the majesty of the Ghost Emperor appeared, causing the people present to be stunned in unison, and fear arose within them. I hear you. Su Weiyan was silent for a moment and looked up at Jung Yun. She knew, though, in the presence of the Ghost Master, the helpers Jung Yun recruited were bound to be of little use, but there was no way the other party was a Ghost Emperor. Without the help of the other side, a group of their own might actually die here. Jia, call I do not mind that you will call helpers over. The more people you call the better. On the contrary, the Ghost Master gave a low laugh. A trace of impishness surfaced on top of those pale cheeks, coldly looking forward in a hideous manner. I who manipulate ghosts, will not need to personally use the ghosts I have bred to kill you then. Jia. This statement was made. Jung Yun wasn't too alarmed. On the contrary, 749 Director Su Weiyan vaguely sensed that something was wrong. By the way, Jung Yun was no cutie pie either. As a Ghost Emperor, he is not stupid, even, and so much more intelligent. Now it dared to call out to the Ghost Master. Then there must be a reason. At least there's confidence. Can we have a borrow trick? Tell the Ghost Hunter to kill himself as a human, right? There's no need for all those steps either. Isn't it easy to kill a few people in the eyes of the Ghost Emperor? A puzzled look surfaced in Su Weiyan's eyes, but only for a moment. In the next second, the crowd was surprised to find a sudden increase in the yin chi in front of them. The originally thin ghost chi was actually multiplying at this moment. The outskirts of the hospital were instantly clouded with a dark mist that filled the area, followed by a wail. Many of the humans present saw the scene. Inside, I couldn't help but get goosebumps. They looked backward in droves, but it was a shocking realization. Under Jung Yun's manipulation, hundreds of, it was thousands of shady soldiers slowly advancing. See this scene. The people in the room doubted their eyes. Shock surfaced in their eyes. These undertakers, wasn't it by the second dog Ghost Emperor and the Ghost Emperor Jung Yun constantly killing each other? But why? Why is it here? The crowd listened to the sounds of killing that still resounded continuously in the distance. A sudden creepy feeling arose inside. Difficulty. These shady soldiers are new to the scene? Manipulated by Jung Yun? Seeing the rather confident look in the other's eyes, it was instantly clear within the hearts of the people present. Gallant old Qin, we'll go to the country together. Gallant old Qin, we'll go to the country together. Compared to the crowd of shadowy soldiers being killed on the outskirts of the hospital, this batch of soldiers were in neat rows, with a uniform pace, slowly walking forward step by step, their hair wrapped, their gazes serious and cold, slowly looking their heads straight at the ghost harnesser. Kill, kill, kill. This group of Yin soldiers strolled through the Yin Chi, constantly roaring, simply neat and tidy. This was unthinkable, but they were riding the black Chi, looking extremely greedily at the ghost masters, as if they couldn't wait to cut off each other's heads. When the crowd saw this scene, they were dumbfounded on the spot, especially when they saw the waistband of the Yin soldier's pants and saw that head after head was chained to it, almost surrounding the entire waist. They finally sensed something was wrong. Why? They look so greedily at the ghost master? Especially when looking at the head. Eyes are going green. It's almost like you've been starving for 3 days without eating. Can't wait to pounce. While the crowd was shocked to the point of stupefaction, Jiang Yun, however, pointed forward violently. You guys split into 2 teams. One of the pairs killed the second dog ghost emperor and Jiang Yun. The other team decapitates the ghost harnesser. There will be a great reward for those who take the top honors. This statement was made. The crowd of Yin soldiers that had come in neat rows were hit as if they had been hit hard, as if they had heard something unbelievable, and one by one, they looked up at Jiang Yun. After half a second of silence, they autonomously ranked themselves into 2 lines, accompanied by a roar. At the command of the Lord Commander, the words fell. The tens of thousands of Yin soldiers were divided into 2 teams. Surprisingly, it went straight in the direction of the second dog ghost emperor and ghost master. They were full of fury, as if they were a tsunami that had come pouring in. One can't help but feel tiny in their own right. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but back away, a look of horror surfacing in their eyes. I can't believe the other side actually recruited a team of Yin soldiers. Kill, kill. The original itself and the Yin soldiers to help the Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun resistance of the second dog Ghost Emperor is still killing a lot of fun. But gradually, he sensed that something is not right. Why? A Yin soldier is extremely strong. A casually thrown spear is about to run him through. As for the Ghost Master on the side, seeing this scene in action, eyes are dented. There was the slightest hesitation on the last side. Turning around, he was about to flee to the back of the room, mad on the spot, chanting over and over, "How are they? How are they? Yin soldiers? It's Terracotta Warriors." Chapter 151, The Might of the Terracotta Army. Terracotta Warriors? Surprisingly, it's a Terracotta Warrior. The moment the Ghost Master said this, the entire room instantly quieted down. What those 3 words represent speaks for itself. Legend has it that during the Qin dynasty Qin Shi Huang, while building a mausoleum of his own, craftsmen were especially invited to pour 36,000 terracotta warriors and horses in it. The purpose is to open up new territories in the netherworld in the future, recreate a piece of the world. Originally, this was just a tea-time pettifogging talk. The world thinks it's nothing more than a legend, but I didn't realize it was even real. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. And it's more than that. Under Jiang Yun's manipulation, the original false terracotta warriors, this moment even appeared, looking ahead at the almost endless terracotta warriors, at least thousands, wandering constantly in midair, rushing violently in his direction. Whether it was Su Weiyan and the others, or the Ghost Masters, they were all dying inside at the moment, threatened with death. The other party was simply too fierce, especially the head that was merely tethered to his waist. The Yin Chi emanating from it had actually arrived at the Ghost King level. On the contrary, they had experienced a fight not too long ago, and that fight was bound to be extremely violent, with even the presence of a Ghost King in it. See the scene. The people in the room sucked in cold air. The Ghost Master trembled, hardly daring to look back, and turned to flee. But in the nick of time, Jiang Yun suddenly gave the order. Don't flounder. Get moving, don't let him get away. This statement was made. The Yin Chi of the terracotta warriors who had originally rushed to kill them had completely thickened. The shaggy hair in his hand flashed with an ebony light, and one of the terracotta warriors violently threw out the spear in his hand. Rumble! The spear transformed into a dark-colored thunderbolt. Surprisingly, it poked right through the Ghost Master's arm, so much so that his aged features were violently pained. Seeing blood splatter out, he actually tore off his arm hard and coldly looked at the other party, and was about to forcefully manipulate the ghosts among the Qin soldiers, but he didn't expect that the other party roared, and his tactics were useless. Aren't they ghosts? Why aren't my tactics of the slightest use? The Ghost Master kept roaring inside, but there was nothing he could do about it. Now his arm has been broken, his combat power directly reduced by half. Not only this, if this continues, only need thousands of ghosts swarmed, he will certainly be divided into corpses and die. Immediately, he hardened his head and continued to run forward. It didn't take long, and his figure disappeared. The only arm left behind was swallowed by a terracotta warrior with one mouth. Enlighten. The head of the enemy has fled, but we have left a mark. If we approach, kill without pardon. One of the ghosts who seemed to be the leader among them slowly looked up at Jiang Yun, with a trace of blood still at the corner of his mouth, his gaze cold as he bowed his head and knelt down, reporting softly. Hear this. Jiang Yun nodded bashfully and said, that's no need to report. I'm not blind. Next round up that group of Yin soldiers as well as the Ghost Emperor. I'll take care of the rest. Hear this statement. The Qin soldier leader nodded slowly and floated in midair, gazing well ahead at the group of Yin soldiers. No, Two-Dog Ghost Emperor to be exact. At Jiang Yun's command, tens of thousands of great Qin soldiers kept hissing, and after the ghost harnesser escaped, it was like they had lost their target. Some people want to force the enemy to kill, to tie the head of this credit to their waist, but nay, under the command of the Qin general, they can only return helplessly, and nowadays, at the drop of a hat, they looked up in unison, eyes are out of the green light. Without the slightest hesitation, Yin Qi violently erupted, within a radius of 10 miles into a ghost domain, the wilderness above the hospital, many hibernating here, watching the little ghosts of a whale. Those Qin soldiers see the scene, without the slightest hesitation, throw the spear in your hand. Rumble, rumble, sharp spears, like thunder and lightning, the little ghosts wailed and died. Beyond that, the great Qin soldiers did not hesitate to break into the group of Yin soldiers. Kill, kill, pure shoot to kill. The second dog Ghost Emperor, who had already dealt with a group of Yin soldiers, suddenly sensed the appearance of a bizarre power and died on the spot. Turning his head to look ahead, his eyes widened on the spot. He saw a group of great Qin soldiers appear out of thin air, and the ghost masters he relied on had disappeared from time to time, replaced by great Qin soldiers all over the sky. What is this? There was a strange cry from the two-dogged Ghost Emperor who had turned into a werewolf. Jia jia jia. What a familiar guy. When Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun saw this scene, panic appeared in his eyes, but then he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh as the Yin corps here fell back. And in the meantime, the first batch of great Qin soldiers had completely surrounded them. Release the arrows. The general of the great Qin soldiers let out a roar. Thousands of great Qin soldiers violently drew their bows and shot arrows. Thumbs down. Thumbs down. Sharp arrows rubbed through the void, resounding with a burst of air-breaking sound. Many Yin soldiers saw this scene. Without the slightest notice, their own Yin Qi violently disappeared. In its place, a head fell halfway to the ground, while many Qin soldiers were overjoyed to see this scene, chaining it to their waists like the prey they saw, and one of them madly snatched it without stopping. The original tens of thousands of Yin corps. It was cleared for the most part in an instant at this moment. The second dog Ghost Emperor sensed that something was wrong and turned around to flee. But at the moment it was too late. The generals of the great Qin soldiers had already paid attention to the Ghost Emperor on the Yin corps, and with a roar of rage, they let loose a few rounds of arrows before charging forward in unison. Rumble, rumble. The deterrent effect of thousands of great Qin soldiers was sufficient. The Yin corps was so desperate that they were ready to flee, but they were killed cleanly, while at the same time, the second dog Ghost Emperor turned around and was about to flee. Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun also noticed that something was wrong. His complexion changed slightly. His original rampant and fierce gaze disappeared and was replaced by a burst of panic. The great Qin elite is actually the group of Qin Shi Huang. No wonder that has run away. A bad one is going to cost me my life. The second dog Ghost Emperor yelled and transformed into ghostly Qi, to turn around and flee into the distance. Without the slightest hesitation, Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun's nails in his hands lengthened violently, and the rich Yin Qi turned into purple color, violently sweeping out a few great Qin soldiers under the panic of the crowd, and then trying to escape. But the next moment, the leader of the great Qin soldiers snorted coldly and fiercely drew out the sharp blade in his hand. A cold flash of Yin Qi rising through, Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun unexpectedly broke both his legs. He merely grunted, but the second dog Ghost Emperor had both his arms broken, constantly wailing on the ground, and his original escape route was blocked. Thief, by order of the marshal you will be exterminated here. That leader of the great Qin soldiers snorted coldly and swung the sharp blades in his hands, wanting to exterminate the two Ghost Emperors in front of him on the spot. Buzz, buzz. As Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun and second dog Ghost Emperor felt disbelief, an eerie sound suddenly surfaced in midair. It caused the entirety of the great Qin soldiers to tremble slightly. How can that be? Chapter 153 Old Qin 2's Identity. Nanjiang City. Outside the hospital. As if sensing something, the great Qin soldiers raised their heads to look at the sky. They looked at the second dog Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun, and a look of resignation surfaced in their eyes. It's as if the credit is close at hand. Again, they are partial to getting it. Inwardly, he was extremely upset. But today, one eerie sound after another appeared. Make them obey. Come back, come back. A domineering and cold voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. They felt a wave of goosebumps. Jiang Yun looked up into the distance and finally sighed softly. Until this moment, he was finally going to take a shot. Slowly raising his hand, he violently cupped an AK-47, in which a golden light shone. This was a strengthened version of the special one he had made, for the boss's exclusive use. It also seemed to have a premonition that the great Qinin soldiers were about to disappear into thin air. The two-dog Ghost Emperor and Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun, who had originally fled in a panic, indeed revealed a cold smile and looked up to the rear, revealing a bloodthirsty color. These are the great Qin generals? Something from the Qin king's tomb? Hear the voice that appears next to your ear. Another look ahead neatly. One by one, the great Qinin soldiers froze in place. Su Weiyan finally came back to her senses and looked at Jiang Yun incredulously. No, these are Qin Shi Huang soldiers. How can an ordinary person summon it? Not to mention, the Qin Emperor's tomb is not yet open. Is it any wonder that? The people present looked up at Jiang Yun. The emotion could not help but reveal an inexplicable meaning. To this, Jiang Yun coughed gently. In fact, he was just as unaware of how the great Qinin soldiers appeared. A while ago, he sent a few brats to first dig a wave of soil near Qin Wangling, and eventually found a few terracotta warriors and horses, and it happened that old Qin too was nearby. The originally soulless terracotta warriors suddenly moved. In the end, it turned out to be the great Qinin soldiers. A contract was concluded between the parties. As long as you find a few ghost emperors for each other yourself, the other person then listens to his or her commands for a while. According to the words of the other side, the reason for obeying the order seems to be for the sake of old Qin too. One time, Jiang Yun couldn't help but wonder about old Qin too's identity. This guy couldn't be from the Qin dynasty, could he? Qin Shi Huang didn't dare to think about it. A hoe might be possible. After all, this guy was rather odd. And nowadays, although the second dog Ghost Emperor, Ghost Master, and Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun did not completely exterminate them, but it seems that the time for the great Qinin soldiers to appear has also come and is now about to return. This caused him to have a pang of regret that he hadn't successfully killed Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun with one strike, and that he still needed to do it himself. Jia. These damn great Qinin soldiers will finally disappear into thin air. By the way, help me kill those Qin soldiers cleanly. We have 2 more Ghost Emperors. Now you guys deserve to die. Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun coldly looked at the crowd in front of him. A trace of bloodlust surfaced in his gaze, and a fierce aura filled his body. I'm going on a killing spree today. That old man also claimed to be the Ghost Master. Now even a few Qin soldiers cannot be controlled. It is simply a waste. Or my second dog out of the horse ha ha. The second dog Ghost Emperor also laughed coldly from the sidelines, with infinite rampant intent in his gaze. Hate to completely tear down the people in the room. Holy, what is this? Su Weiyan saw that the situation was slightly bizarre, couldn't help but notice something was wrong, and waited to pull the crowd back, and he looked warily at the few remaining Qin soldiers, the second dog Ghost Emperor, and the Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun. It seems that the statute of limitations for the great Qinin soldiers has passed. Looking fiercely at those present, he said slowly, when the time comes, let's try our best to make a move and forcefully leave behind that Ghost Emperor from before, and that Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun, to avoid these 2 guys from escaping. If we allow them to escape, they're bound to be a big trouble in the future. Hear this statement. The crowd was hesitant but nodded, which was true. After all, the Ghost Emperor was no joke. If we really let these guys run away, not to mention endangering the general public in the future, we will also inevitably be retaliated against. It would be just as well if he himself didn't die, but if his children and grandchildren were caught in their hands, they would be tortured, and they might even go up in smoke. Consequences, unimaginable. So, there was not the slightest hesitation on the part of those present. Alertly, he looked ahead at the second dog Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun. As soon as they show signs of fleeing, the people present would absolutely step in to exterminate them in droves. About a quarter of an hour passed. Both sides are deadlocked. The great Qinin soldiers remained motionless. Can't hold out? A leader of the great Qinin soldiers murmured and took a deep breath, his gaze surfacing with a color of fascination as he sighed with emotion. Your Majesty, when will you awaken? Now it should be time for us to open up our territory. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Do we have to keep waiting next? But it was worth it. He whispered softly to himself, but his figure gradually disappeared. While the leader of the great Qinin soldiers among them turned his head to look at Jiang Yun, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but evoke a hint of a smile. You brought me 2 Ghost Emperors as promised. It is indeed good, but unfortunately the time we appeared was too short. We could only kill a few brats. These 2 Ghost Emperors we could at most beat them to the point of serious injury. The rest, we can only leave to you, after His Majesty has awakened. you might be able to join our great Chinese soldiers. Hearing this statement, the corners of Jiang Yun's mouth curled into a smile, but he was the one who had keyed the golden AK-47 in his hand, and after the several generals of the great Chinese soldiers finished that speech, an unparalleled qi erupted from their bodies. Perhaps any one of the great Chinese soldiers' strength supreme is not how strong the ghost generals are the most, but if they form a formation, they can almost easily devour a city and a city, now slammed together in a joint effort, let alone an ordinary ghost emperor. Even the top ghost emperors would have to die on the spot if they took it rashly. Unfortunately, the attack of the formation was too rigid. After they erupted into a violent qi, a spear suddenly appeared in midair. It was rooted to the ground with a vengeance. Rumble, rumble. The humans present retreated, shock surfacing in their eyes. In particular, the several ancestors of the heavenly master Dao looked at Jiang Yun in disbelief. They didn't know what this kid was capable of, that he was able to drive the great Chinese soldiers to do this for him. In the meantime, a pit had appeared above the ground that was 10,000 feet higher. The few soldiers who originally survived here are also nowhere to be heard of at this moment, obviously dead, while the remaining second dog Ghost Emperor and Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun, at the moment was struggling to get down on the perimeter of the pit. Right, it was indeed all around, their bodies shimmering with blood, their aura having collapsed long ago. The large body turned into fragments and shattered all around, though they still have life, but it is indeed dying at the moment. Seeing this scene, the people present did not hesitate for a second and made their move on the spot. While the great Qin generals had long since dissipated at this moment and returned to the Qin King Ridge, kill, their eyes were determined, though some were fearful. But now the enemy is deeply wounded. If you don't make another move, the one who will die later will be himself. Chapter 153, Fighting You. Nanjiang City. At this point, the group of Bureau 749 members, including Su Weiyin, Zhang Tianshi, and several Tianshi Dao ancestors could not retreat. The strength in them was strong though, but ultimately, it is in the realm of the human. Taking on a ghost emperor lightly would inevitably result in a deep and serious injury, or even death on the spot. But today is different. With the help of Jiang Yun and the great Qin soldiers, the Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun and the second dog Ghost Emperor had long since been severely injured at this moment. The qi on his body had been knocked off most of his body. If he didn't kill at this moment, when the other party recovered, the one who would die would be himself. They naturally cherished their lives, but at this moment, they had already been pushed into a desperate situation, and it was really impossible not to make a move. So one by one, they used their ultimate means. Spell it out. I don't know who yelled. Next. CHCHCH. Su Weiyin forcefully swung out the sword in her hand. Thick sword chi burst out, forcefully killing in the direction of the second dog Ghost Emperor. Tianshi Zhang and a few of the old ancestors were specialized in dealing with the second dog Ghost Emperor. As for Li Hu, Lu Qian Yuan, Su Yi and Wang Qingsong, they, on the other hand, are ghosts that keep appearing all around? Yes, maybe. The terrifying deterrent power of the Yin Corps and the Yin soldiers of Great Qin. So much so that the little ghosts lurking around the hospital are afraid to show up. But anyone who shows up at the time of the engagement will be slaughtered in passing. But today, the Undertaker is gone. The great Qin soldiers returned to the Qin King's Ridge. They naturally had the guts to show up again to kill all the humans in front of them. So, the strongest of the strong deal with the Ghost Emperor. The remaining few naturally dealt with the brats on the sidelines. A sword slashed at Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun's body. A dense yin qi surfaced. It wrapped around to the rapier on the spot. Prepare to follow the sword to the destruction of its lord. But in the blink of an eye, Tianshi Zhang struck, violently throwing out the talisman in his hand. The yellow paper floated up, and one bizarre rune after another violently surfaced in midair, surprisingly forcibly suppressing Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun. With a wail, the originally converged yin qi dissipated once again. Pity. The Ghost Emperor is the Ghost Emperor after all. No matter how strong you are, you ultimately belong to the human category. Although it was able to break the Ghost Emperor's body temporarily, but under the passage of time, I'm sure it won't be long again. The Ghost Emperor's body is bound to be healed. In time, Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun and second dog Ghost Emperor were bound to go on a killing spree. Those present will absolutely die without a burial. So, though seriously injured and unable to fight back. However, the Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun and the second dog Ghost Emperor were laughing coldly. A look of cruelty and teasing surfaced in his eyes, without the slightest care for his own pain. See the scene. The people present once again looked back at Jiang Yun. Even Li Hu, who had a grudge against him, was gritting his teeth and looking at the other party in humiliation at this moment. Now that the other party had used that hand of summoning heavenly soldiers, forcibly beating the two Ghost Emperors until they were seriously injured. It is not guaranteed that there are other means on the body. If you use it, The death of the second dog Ghost Emperor and Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun is bound to be a great success. Are there any more means on your body? Su Weiyan was drenched in fragrant sweat, and there was already mud everywhere on her clothes. After a great battle, she was panting at the moment. Looking back at Jiang Yun, her stunningly beautiful face had gone white at the moment. Sure, without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yun slowly nodded his head. I've got quite a few tricks up my sleeve, but I don't know if they'll be of any use. Upon hearing this, the crowd exited. Sensei, whether it's useful or not, let's make a move to solve it first, or else if they slow down, all the 100 miles around will be turned into deadland. In the meantime, the cold beauty standing outside the battlefield who was slow to strike, Xiao Yu, and Tun Zi saw this scene, and shock flickered in their beautiful eyes. Although nowadays, that Bureau 749 as well as the Tianchideo people were still in a crisis, Jiang Yun's methods were simply too terrifying. It makes them fearful, especially when summoning the great Qinin soldiers. It simply shook them to the point of losing their voices. I can't believe it. It's amazing that such a thing exists in the world, especially the cold beauty. The corner of his mouth was a nice curve, so much so that Jade couldn't help but be moved by it. Boss Bai, do you think it's possible? This uncle belongs to the same era as our lord? Xiaoyu pursed her lips, shock filling her eyes. She had never seen anyone who could easily deal with Yin soldiers like this, nor had anyone ever been able to easily summon the great Qinin soldiers. Unless the other person really belongs to that era. Otherwise, how could the great Qinin soldiers listen to him? When the cold beauty heard this statement, she was slightly silent before shaking her head. I don't know, but there is bound to be a secret on this person. On top of that, this person is bound to be the object of our attention. And if there is a chance for him, we can pull him into the ghost hunters. Maybe the Lord will indeed be interested in him. Hearing these remarks, Xiaoyu felt a shock. He looked up to Jiang Yun who was constantly holding the AK-47 below. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, and exclaimed to for a while, Boss Bai is sure he's not joking? Our lord would be interested in this uncle. It is indeed possible. Xiaoyu sniffed and was slightly stunned. Boss Bai, are we really not going to make a move? That ugly-looking second dog is dying now. It's best to strike. Don't let him escape. And that ghost emperor Jiang Yun. It's really weird. How about slaughtering both of them? Hear this statement. The cold beauty said slowly after a slight silence. We already had a plan earlier and were ready to make a move. But in the nick of time, this guy appeared. So we can delay for a bit. And if they can't finish off Airdog, it won't be too late for us to force our way out. Jade was suddenly lost. Continuing to bite into his lollipop, he spat. Every time. Gee, it's so boring to stay here. I want to shell the ugly bastard ghost emperor so badly. This will. Other side. The two of them were talking to each other in the corner. The middle of the battlefield, experiencing the constant bombardment of the great Qinin soldiers. Although Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun and Second Dog Ghost Emperor were now constantly converging, the Yin Qi on their bodies was ultimately much thinner. The ghostly aura is no longer so strong. While they still can't be killed, I do have the possibility of being sealed or feeling pain. So while howling constantly, yet at the same time, he was sneering, forcing his pain under control. Mocking the humans in front of him was just not good enough. Your name is Su Weiyin, isn't it? I suggest you hurry and escape now. Otherwise when the Great Lord recovers, all of you here will be dead. It's not like you haven't seen my power before. It's rumored that the terrifying Yin soldiers can't do anything about me. The second dog ghost emperor kept on threatening. He was like a chatterbox, his already shattered mouth still hard, constantly sneering at the humans present. Jia jia, jia 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 jia. You guys are really funny. Weak humans. Unable to harm me and still have to put up a fight. Ha 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 ha. Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun kept sneering from the side. The Yin Qi on his body kept attacking the crowd. And even though he felt a stabbing pain, he still kept striking. In the nick of time, Jiang Yun moved. He made the AK-47 in his hand. The bullets were coated with vermilion sand. The clip was coated with a layer of talisman. The whole AK looked golden, as if it was some kind of supreme treasure. He looked up and ahead. Ghost Emperor, right? I'm beating you. Chapter 154. Want to order? Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. The sound of a trigger being pulled rang out. Jedi refers to the deafening sound, the fire and the light. Such a scene is just too unbelievable. Everyone deals with ghosts with cold weapons. Either he's chopping people with his sword or using charms. In favor of you guys with modern heat weapons. Such a horrifying scene, to the extent that the Heavenly Master Dao ancestors who saw the scene all froze in place. One floated in mid-air, not knowing where to hide, and they felt that times had changed. Is he or she getting old? Such a new way to exterminate ghosts. They are seeing it for the first time. Only Su Weiyan noticed something wrong, hurriedly pulling those several old ancestors to hide far away. lest they be forced to be AK-47 beaten into meat slag. Several old ancestors. Make sure you're careful. Jiang Yun's methods are a bit inscrutable. Su Weiyan looked at the several heavily master Dao's old ancestors with heartache and slowly spoke softly. And in the meantime, Tianshi Zhang floated out, threw out a talisman, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Hu, who was on the side, was afraid that Jiang Yun would take personal revenge. At this moment, he kept retreating. His eyes had a look of horror. In such a case, Jiang Yun could be described as constantly and smoothly ejecting the bullets in his hand. And Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun, second dog Ghost Emperor. The original was still sneering. There was a scowl in his eyes and a few threats now and then. It can be self-explanatory, but with the bullets pouring in, their excited voices came to a screeching halt. In its place was a wail. Though other than that, it's true that these bullets can't kill them. But indeed, it's too painful. The luck they had managed to gather was once again gone. Starting all over again. Plus the body was shattered. Shattered and reorganized again. It simply made them stifle a low howl. In such a case, they couldn't hold out any longer. A moment of total collapse. Get out! Get out of here! All of you! Small worm, how dare you kill a god? Stop fighting! I told you to stop it. Stop ing around. Ouch! Are you holding a gun with unlimited bullets? Why can't you finish it? You'd better not have anything in the future, or you'll never get over it. The second dog Ghost Emperor was wailing continuously. Although ghosts didn't have tears, he suspected that he was already going to cry. It was just too painful. Pure 10,000 arrows passing through his heart. It was solid. What's the difference between this and the last time I got crotched? In such a short time, it was sent to Jiang Yun to take the pinch again, but now it is. He himself has been pushed to the limit. He is in pain, and it is useless to threaten. At this time, Jiang Yun wouldn't eat this. As for the remaining Ghost Emperors, Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun was the most important target to care for. With bullets pouring in, almost 99% of the bullets were in his body. The Densing Qi kept bursting out. Su weaving smoke. Wang Qingsong, Su Yi, Lu Qianyuan, Li Hu, Zhang Tianshi and a few old ancestors, when they saw that the towering Ghost Emperor was actually crying out at this moment, they were completely stunned. Slowly, he looked up at Jiang Yun. Couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You're so good at this. In such a case, the cold beauty, Xiao Yu, finally moved. Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun is there this time. If these two guys were killed on the spot by pain in the ass, they're missing their target. Just about ready to engage the battlefield. But I didn't realize it was at a critical moment. There was a pale silhouette that came out of nowhere. Jia. I didn't realize I was back. I said how I felt the Yin soldier's aura was gone. It turns out that the great Qin Yin soldiers are targeting the Yin soldiers. Didn't chase me. Yin soldiers automatically disappeared into thin air after they died? I don't know what it is though. Yet I know that you boys, dead. The crowd looked up, but he was shocked to find that the ghost harnesser had appeared. He fled halfway to notice that something was wrong, even returned again. At this moment he tightly gripped the broken arm in his hand. His gaze gloomy, coldly looking ahead, he revealed a sneer. See the scene. A few people present trembled slightly inwardly. It was obvious to all how terrifying the strength of a ghost master was. The second dog Ghost Emperor is the ghost he keeps in his house. It could easily overpower a group of Yin soldiers. Now, although the other party has been deeply and seriously injured, it's not guaranteed that the ghost harnesser has any more tricks up his sleeve. Su Weiyan and the crowd of Bureau 479 couldn't help but feel a wave of despair in their hearts. Is there really no way back? All the way. He had been through so many battles, big and small, on his own. Are we really going to die here? They looked up at Jiang Yun here. It seems the only way to meet this boss. It was only then that they felt a small measure of comfort within themselves. Then what am I doing? I'm suppressing 2 Ghost Emperors. Not to mention my organization is productive. I a Django garment factory owner. To accompany you in your killing. It's enough to be very mind-numbing. You guys don't leave everything to me either. Jiang Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Well, feeling the power of the AK-47 in his hand, he was slightly satisfied for a moment. This is a trial product. Given by the system, it can only be used temporarily. After the experience period is over, it's gone. As to when it can be used again, it might just be the next mission. By the time the mission is successful, production drawings in your own hands, thousands of guns can be produced at the drop of a hat. In time, don't say anything about a Ghost Emperor. Even if the other party was a ghost saint, you'll be dead by your own hand in a minute. After all, 30 million bullets don't last long. Skimmed. Seeing the Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun and the second dog Ghost Emperor could no longer stand it. Only then did he blow on the smoking gunfire. The corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Looked at the epileptic Ghost Master. Couldn't help but look at Su Weiyan. Pointing to the gun in his hand, he spoke softly. This is our latest product, unique in the world, not yet in mass production. Would you 479th Bureau like to pre-order it? While it may be that in terms of the prevailing theory, killing ghost emperors doesn't give any power, but if you kill an ordinary ghost king, it does hurt, and it will give the ghost extreme pain. Although the product is still in the inspection stage, but you can batch purchase, when the time to come to the Jiang Brother clothing factory boss to collect on the line. By the way, I'm not what arms traffickers, for only a small boss only. Special censorship me, I old timid. Hear this statement. Su weaving smoke and other people at once directly do not know how to reply. Big brother are this time. Why are you still trying to sell products? The crowd couldn't help but be speechless. This guy had such horrible methods, and said he was the owner of some garment factory. This is too much of a stretch. And in the meantime, Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun and Second Dog Ghost Emperor had collapsed under the suppression of the golden AK-47 at this moment. The Ghost Master's face changed slightly when he saw this scene. He might still be coldly looking at Su Weiyan without the slightest step back, but a trace of fear surfaced in his eyes. The next moment, his figure violently transformed into a phantom. The yin chi on his body surfaced, and with a tap on his head, several little ghosts sprang out from behind him, violently grabbing at several people. Instead, he instantly headed in the direction of the Second Dog Ghost Emperor. Don't let him get close. Su Weiyan sensed that something was wrong and let out a cry. Chapter 155, The Ghost Hunter Strikes. Nanjiang City, outside the hospital. With a reminder from Su Weiyan, the crowd instantly returned to fighting form. Other than that, the Ghost Harvester is just too much of a trickster. At the time when the crowd thought that he was going to fight hard with Su Weiyan, this guy had suddenly appeared beside the Second Dog Ghost Emperor. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, a low sneer escaped him. Jia, you guys really have no intelligence. Now it's time for all of them to die. If you had believed in my lord now, I would have spared your lives. But unfortunately, you have forbidden to eat the wine and have been working against us. Good advice is not heeded. What survival value do you have now? Go to hell. The Ghost Master's arm had broken a section. At this moment, he surprisingly did not stop the bleeding, letting the blood continuously fall. His gaze was hideous, looking towards the dying Second Dog Ghost Emperor, flinging the blood in his hand into the other's mouth, to once again provide for this Ghost Emperor. Help each other recover again. But it was not expected. At the time of his strike, the other one struck out. Cold beauty. She slowly stood up. A hint of a smile appeared above her stunning face. A dart appeared in her hand. It was stained with vermilion sand. It seemed to be specially made. There were quite a few talismans in it. Grim to the extreme. Under Xiao Yu's surprised gaze, throw it forward with a jerk. Chop. The Ghost Master didn't have time to move, and the Second Dog Ghost Emperor was stuck with a dart. With a wail, coupled with the bullets that riddled his body, it was useless to provide any more at the moment. He suffered near-death injuries. If you force yourself to get up, you're bound to go up in smoke. See this scene. The Ghost Master's face changed drastically, and he snapped his head up to look ahead. A slight tremor ran through his body at the sight of the cold beauty. He once again flung out the blood in his hand to feed Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun, but it was found that the other party's body is piled with a full 10 pounds of bullets at the moment. It's a straight-up statement about feeding the blood supply. Feed yourself directly to the other person. The other side is bound to be unable to fight either. Immediately, the Ghost Master felt bad. Why is this guy here too? Let's go! He let out a roar. With a slap of his head in his hand, a few brats levitated out behind him once more, and that was all he had left. Apart from the two-dog Ghost Emperor, what he cherished most were these Ghost King-level brats, which were bound to die now that they had appeared. But if you don't put it out yourself, the next person to die is himself. Because of this, his insides were dripping blood though, but it was without the slightest hesitation. One hand carried the Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun, and the other carried the Second Dog Ghost Emperor itself and fled backward. See the target lost. Without the slightest hesitation, cold beauty, Xiao Yu and the others floated out one by one. One person carrying a dart in his hand, and Tunzi holding a Gatling with a firearm in his hand. Boom! Boom! The Gatling machine guns were firing constantly. Rockets are spewing out at the moment. There was also dart after dart in the mix, constantly shooting at the Ghost Harvester. See this scene. Su Weiyan and the others were also taken aback. These three people, from where they appeared, they unexpectedly did not realize it at all. It's hard not to. The guys have been squatting here since the beginning of time, especially Su Weiyan. After seeing the face of the cold beauty, her expression changed for a moment. And just as Su Weiyan was looking at the cold beauty with a complicated mood, Jiang Yun was the only one who revealed an appreciative look at the moment. On the one hand, it was a bit of a surprise that his target, the cold beauty, showed up. On the other hand, Well, killing ghosts with hot weapons. He had indeed been looking forward to it for a long time. And yet I didn't think anyone actually used it. It seems that these ghost hunters, too, have been instructed by someone high up. Although it was said that the other party's Gatling machine gun was inferior to their own Golden Alaska, it is indeed quite useful. Maybe there's a lesson to be learned. In time for mass production. What the hell can't you do? Several celestial master elders with Gatling. What ghost emperor? One shot one. Under the violent sweep of the Gatling, the ghost master was terrified inside. It was just as well that he had other means, and as a believer in the Lord, he naturally had a number of ways to save his life in his hands. There was hardly the slightest hesitation. After utilizing a few ghosts on his body, he violently threw out the second dog ghost emperor as a meat shield. In the case of a howl, he forcefully carried away ghost emperor Jiang Yun. See this scene. Su weaving smoke. Sui, Lu Chen Yuan, Tunzi, Li Hu, and Zhang Tianshi, who had managed to kill those brats with great difficulty, looked at each other, and a bewildered look surfaced in their gazes. They came on this trip. What did you do? This time it was a close call. It really didn't do anything to anyone, and a few dead on their own side. Seems like a big loss. Li Hu looked at the family children behind him, either with broken hands or broken feet, and immediately the corners of his mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Let him escape. Su Weiyan looked into the distance unwillingly. She struck out this time. It was prepared to forcefully exterminate the ghost master. Unfortunately, this time it still let the other guy go. It has been less of a problem. The other side is now seriously injured. It's already a lingering period. Even if it is for evil, that's a one-trick pony. 2. The strength of the titular ghost emperor has now degraded into a ghost general. If he appears again, we'll be able to completely exterminate him next time. Tianshi Zhang let out a sigh of relief, but he converged his gaze above the roof of the building. There was a wary look in it. See the scene. The people in the room tilted their heads. Fruity. On top of it there was a cold beauty, who was staring at them with a deadly stare. And on top of that, there was another woman, who, although extremely cute and mischievous, had a Gatling machine gun on her body, which was continuously smoking, and it was obvious that the ones who had just struck out were none other than them. The thank yous aren't necessary, and we don't need your thanks. Seeing the gazes of the crowd on herself, the cold beauty said without a care in the world. The tone was cold and indifferent, and hearing this, Su Weiyan finally reacted. You are. She didn't finish her sentence. The cold beauty, however, converged her gaze on Jiang Yun's body, a hint of a smile surfacing above her stunning features. I'm interested in you. Hear this statement. The crowd turned their heads to look at Jiang Yun, revealing looks of surprise. Oh, how? Jiang Yun inquired without a care in the world, all the while watching the latter's expression. Yes, there is indeed a hint of weirdness in your tactics. If nothing else, I'll invite you to be on my team, the cold beauty said without a care in the world. But this place is not suitable to talk about this matter. Since you are fine, let's go. That second dog ghost emperor is also a thorn in our side. It's our goal. I hope Su Weiyin, you'd better not make a move. Otherwise I'm not sure who's going to die. Hearing this statement, Sui, Wang Qingson, Lu Chen Yuan, Li Hu, and Zhang Tianshi looked at each other. Only Su Weiyan couldn't help but coldly snort, disdain surfacing in her gaze. After a long time of investigation, coupled with the fact that the other party had also crossed paths with herself, she already knew who the other party was within her heart. And because of this, she was extremely displeased that the other party was belittling herself in this manner. Next moment, she slowly looked up at Jiang Yun. I also have a business deal I'd like to discuss with you in detail. The boss doesn't know if he has time? Chapter 156, I should have returned to China. Hearing Su Weiyan's words, the people present looked at the cold beauty and then at Su Weiyan. The gazes of the crowd were complicated. Nowadays Jiang Yun was already the meat and potatoes. I don't know how many people are going to work with him. Especially not too long ago, the gold AK in his hand was extremely bright. It could even suppress a ghost emperor. If such a weapon had appeared in the 749th Bureau, then the number of casualties down the road is bound to decrease. This stuff, nothing else. It can be more real than a birthday suit. Nowadays, Jiang Yun was going to be pulled in by the cold beauty. This was something Su Weiyan resolutely disallowed. So two cold and powerful women looked at each other. Since we are going to be fighting over Jiang Yun, so much so that there was a headache in the room. See the scene. Jiang Yun sensed something was wrong. A small smile pursed the corners of his mouth. It's natural if you cooperate. It's natural to have business to discuss in detail. Not that I mind, but as a guest, you need to come one at a time to do that. Hear this. The few people present were drenched in cold sweat, looking at Jiang Yun in surprise. They all didn't expect this guy to be so bold as to negotiate conditions in the face of such a big shot. Very good. Hearing the response, the cold beauty gave Jong Yun a deep look, the cool aura of her body setting off her beauty, making her look like a lonely goddess. After both parties had verbalized their decision, she did not hesitate for a moment and turned around and faded away with Xiao Yu and Dunzi. Boss White, don't you walk so fast. Wait for me. This guy says your weapon is still good. If it's pulled into our organization, our lord would have liked that, wouldn't he? Xiao Yu saw the cold beauty turning into a shadow to leave. She hurriedly followed, her mouth still chattering. Hearing this speech, the several big clans present as well as Zhang Tianxia tightened their bodies. Nowadays Zhang Yun was an existence that all parties were pulling for. If he joined the Ghost Hunters organization, then they won't be able to take advantage of it in the future. Ghost Hunters are also good and evil, and another is consecrated to the Lord. The people in it are often fiendish. Join in when the time comes. It was inevitable that Zhang Yun wouldn't turn out like that. If there's a conflict between the two sides, Zhang Yun wouldn't have any moral abduction. Think of the golden AK's gun pointed at you. The dozen or so people present then couldn't help but wince. Will you join the Ghost Hunters? Without the slightest hesitation, Su Weiyan slowly looked up at Zhang Yun. I'm a businessman, and as long as the price is right, nothing is off limits. The corners of Zhang Yun's mouth pursed up a hint of a smile as he said without a care in the world. Actually, the system enacted a mission not too long ago. It's the need for him to join the Ghost Hunters. But today is not the time. Today when dealing with Master Zhang Tianxia as well as the talents of Bureau 947. Slowly, he let out a deep breath. The drawings of the Golden Alaska appeared in his mind. Only half of it, though, but all he had to do was join the Ghost Hunters. The remaining half will inevitably be created out of thin air. In time, he'll have a horrible production chain at his disposal. The District Ghost Emperor is just that. He didn't put it in his mind. Hearing this statement, Su Weiyan was slightly silent, then looked up at the crowd present and said without any concern, now that it's settled, leave a small group of people to clean up the remaining ghosts, and the rest of you can come back with me. There are bigger things to settle next. The people in the room agreed. Now they had sensed that something was wrong with the current atmosphere. If this keeps up, when both sides move, they are the ones who will suffer. After all, fighting with the second dog Ghost Emperor, driving Ghost Master, and Ghost Emperor Zhang Yun against each other, there were already quite a number of deaths on their side, and they were so scarred that they didn't have much strength to fight again. If the other side makes another move, one is guaranteed to die on the spot. Li Hu gave Zhang Yun a scornful glance and said without a care in the world, then hurry back. He and Zhang Yun are enemies. Now the other has thrived. If it's yourself that doesn't leave again, probably going to die here the next moment. While the crowd was talking, Little Knife, Gamma Coconut, and Ghost Bride floated out of midair, and they slowly looked up, a small smile on their gloomy faces. Although his body was covered in a shadowy aura, he still looked at Zhang Yun with bated breath and couldn't help but shout. Finally, the Little Knife was slightly fearful, but he continued to scratch his head and spit. Holy, Brother Jiang, you don't know how terrifying that Ghost Emperor was just now. Brothers just almost died there. It's a good thing Brother Jiang came, otherwise I really would have gone up in smoke. It's true that when the boss comes, the green sky is there, and when the boss comes, everything is fair, and Little Life just saw them get beaten to a pulp by the boss. So relieved. Hearing this statement, the ghostly bride on the side covered her mouth and laughed softly. Actually, on seeing Zhang Yun in danger, Knives, Gamma Coconut, and Ghost Bride then forced their way up. It was dangerous, not to mention almost lost his life. But the good thing is that it turned out well. At least they didn't go up in smoke on the spot. Zhang Yun stepped in to save them. See the great employees of yesteryear show up. Joy finally surfaced in Zhang Yun's eyes. Since you have already appeared, let us go together. After all, this place may not be a good place to stay, and there is no one in the wilderness. The Ghost Bride smiled and nodded. Well, it's all at husband's discretion. And Dagger was happily walking ahead. Holy, today for Zhang to fight hard with the Ghost Emperor. But I'm awesome. Hurry back. I want to blow a wave of awesome. He yelled, as the crowd stared at each other. Zhang Yun slowly left. On the way here, there are also people who want to block him. However, he was stopped by Su Weiyan. Zhang Tianxia frowned slightly as he keenly sensed that something was wrong, and looked up at the several old ancestors on the side, but he saw that they were already scornful. One of the ancestors lamented the fact that, after an intense showdown, there wasn't much mana left in them to really force the issue. Maybe Zhang Yun couldn't stay without saying, you might die yourself. Instead of that, it would be better not to make a move. At this point, Hightower State. This place is full of tall buildings though, but it was still crowded. You can barely see the end of it at a glance. A wail rang in his ears. someone went ahead and reprimanded, but in the end it was lost with a wail. The peaceful and friendly country of Hightower, totally falling for it at this moment. If there was a monastic here, you will be able to see underneath the tall buildings. Thousands of ghosts have actually surfaced at this moment. They devoured each other and wailed. It's gotten to the point where it's extremely tragic. The humans of this place trembled and hid in corners. Hopefully, someone will send out an army to rescue themselves. Ran. No one will make a move from start to finish. The humans above the building were completely besieged. Sure, there were also helicopter flights on the way here, but only for a moment. The helicopter crashed violently, unable to rescue the hostages, not to mention. Finally he himself was engulfed in flames under a whale. See the scene. Someone's crying. I should have gone back to Wahoo. Chapter 157, Don K for your broadcast. The vast majority of this building is Chinese. Ever since the paranormal resurgence, Huaxia had already issued a notice ordering Huaxia people in various countries to hurry back to avoid being victimized by ghosts, and a number of high-level talents had already set foot in their homeland's territory. However, there are still a lot of young geniuses who regard foreign countries as the light of humanity and think that China is alarmist. What the hell? What a psychic! It was simply a lie. So they were determined to stay where they were and not go back. Even if they died, they would die outside. This one, they were thoroughly satisfied. Satisfaction returns to satisfaction. No one wants to die. Now besieged by ghosts outside the building, under the manipulation of a ghost emperor. Countless ghosts tease the humans in the building. They're like pets. Every now and then a giggle appears, to the extent that humans in the middle of the building are in complete despair. Regret should have listened to the words of HWA. But there are those who persist in thinking that things are this bad on their side of the fence. Things should be worse on the Chinese side. Self-assured that not going back is for the best. But they don't know it. A large portion of the population of Huaxia is now living peacefully. As for ghosts, led by major schools as well as organizations, nowadays, naturally, we are losing ground. The only one is the Hightower state. They have a king of understanding who claims to know everything in the world. So whether it's a ghost or some kind of psychic resuscitation, he's in the know. And he needs the populace to be reassured. What the hell and all that is absolute nonsense. For a moment, I wonder how many people have bought into his nonsense. If it weren't for the fact that people are actually dying out there, in the past, maybe it's true that no one will take Wahab's word for it, especially the many guys who are eating out of the palm of their hand. They were shivering though, but even at the point of death, he still thinks that the Hightower Congress will save him. After all, how do you say? Gotha Nation is the light of mankind after all. Inside they were reassuring themselves, but it was the growing regret of his decision. Especially Chu Qian. She cried every day. No food, no water, no cosmetics. Her skin had emaciated to the extreme. There was despair in her eyes. In fact, she was given one chance to be able to return to China, but it was given up by her voluntarily. Tang Kai, I should listen to you. I should go home. I don't want to be here. Will you take me away? She murmured with extreme humility. One thought. This classmate had not long ago advised himself to return to Huaxia, pay attention to safety, and not to stay in the Hightower country. But instead of listening to him, he had even scolded the other party for being a fool. This time, the other went back alone, leaving himself behind. It's full of ghosts out there again. It simply threw her into an endless state of fear, shivering all over. It has been regretted to the core. What human Hightower country? Maybe she believed in ghosts when they didn't appear, but now it is a word of disbelief. Now she has been besieged here for half a month. There is already no telling how many people are going to starve to death. Even some of them were hungry and red-eyed. A battle royale for food started on the spot. If she hadn't ducked in time, probably all dead at this moment. In such a case, she couldn't help but miss her time in China. In the summer you can shop with ice cream. You can wear a big cotton jacket in the wintertime in the busy downtown. Alas, Chu Qian sighed and waved the radio in front of her. Ever since the ghost appeared, this place has a magnetic field that doesn't know what's going on. I can't believe I can't pick up the signal from outside anymore. They're really stuck here. But this time, the unexpected appears to have occurred. Under his surprised gaze, the radio station, which had been in silence, suddenly squeaked and rattled. Zip, zip. After a few breaths of continuing in this manner, in which finally a succession of voices appeared. Wah, wah, zip. South River City. South River City is being. The sounds of my hometown ring in my ears. It's so familiar, especially with that one-note announcing voice. It's almost reminiscent of childhood. Chu Qian trembled all over. She's picking up a signal from Huaxia? I'm on the other side of the ocean. What is it about? Is it a ghost? An eerie flicker of emotion surfaced within her. At the same time, for the Wackovia's situation. She has a great desire to learn. To be precise, it is a strong malice. Yes, staying in Gotha land is something she regrets. She left Don K forcibly alone in a foreign country. The other person advised himself to leave. One has to call the other person a big dumbass. Why would Wackovia danger himself go back? Though, at first, the other party said what for the country for the people. The country in trouble must go back. This is a great man and so on, but she really do not understand. All that is known today is, as long as Don K, who is in China, is not having a better time than he is, same as yourself, it's going through a rough patch. That was the greatest comfort for her. That's right, humans are like that. You are not doing well yourself and want others to do worse than you. If someone else is having a good time, then at least all of them would be envious and jealous. And with the radio station quiet again, a short quarter of an hour later, the radio seems to be picking up the signal again. Under Chu Qian's incredulous gaze, the latest news was broadcasted, and almost instantly, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and resentment surfaced in her eyes. Latest podcast. City of South River to hold major retreat. China to open full alert for ghosts. WAC to form safe zone cities. All major residents in China are asked to hide in their rooms. Our rescue forces are coming. Anyone is golden. We will never give up your lives. Overseas college students, Don K hosts for you. The sound of the radio station's announcements ringing in the ears. Several of the most crucial pieces of news made Chu Qian feel suffocated. Wackovia is in full retreat. Although casualties are inevitable in them. But it is not a case of seeing death. Until today, China continues to leave no stone unturned in rescuing major populations again. Even built new cities. Beyond that, Wasia will be completely on full alert with the ghosts. Prepare to exterminate the ghosts cleanly in China. Deportation at best. The tactics can be thunderous. It's almost intimidating. But the matter is not the most critical. It was desperate that Tang Kai had returned to China not to mention. And surprisingly, they hold important positions. Today, the radio station is being broadcast towards the fellow countryman outside, although still in the evacuation phase, but he is alive and well. At least it's food that has managed to be enough. Hear this one. Chu Qian was so jealous that she was out of breath. Chapter 158, The Man Who Carries AKs. This situation, so to speak, is on whoever who was not expecting it. At a time when the outside world is full of demons and turmoil everywhere, there are ghosts reviving in Huaxia though. But it is well organized. Who's to blame for this? Maintained at the top. Many of the people, as well as the higher-ups, reunited and migrated. Avoid ghosts and monsters. It's even amazing that they have time to go on the radio. Ask people overseas if they want to return. Signal waves from it even traveled across the ocean. Originally, many thought that Wackovia should be difficult. You won't go back by yourself even if you kill yourself. Abandon your family. People who stay in Gotha land no matter what. The moment was finally regretted. A look of repentance surfaced in their gaze. Some are remorseful. Looked out the window at the ghost. The place has long been besieged at this moment. The people of Gotha's own country are no longer able to defend themselves. How could this be possible? And have the time to come to his own rescue? The general populace has long since been left to its own devices. A lot of people got up in despair inside. But so what? They're the ones who don't go home. Wacha has spoken. As soon as they come back to ensure safety. Unfortunately, they don't believe in Wasia, believe in the Western countries. Exactly what happened is to blame. In the meantime, many people think they have made the right choice. Going back to Wasia is bound to die. It's only right to be outside. The propaganda in the Gotha country was too much. Many believe he is truly the light of humanity. Hence, a lot of people really believe it blindly. Now the difference between the two sides appears. Many people despaired on the spot, and it's despair that falls to its lowest point. Such things abound. And Chu Qian is just one of them. She won't be the only one, and it won't be the last person to think that way. See their own do not believe, even despise the classmates. Now return to China after, not only no life crisis, and even serve as a high position, to lead the masses through the difficult times. For a moment, that's just not acceptable as a reality. Tearfully looking out the window at Hightower country. Indeed, still very busy, though without the warmth of my hometown. But she'd rather die here. Probably should have died here too. I'm so stupid. Really stupid. If I go back to China. Chu Qian was full of tears, kneeling on the ground and sobbing. But she doesn't know how many people like her there are at this very moment. Perhaps, if she were to choose again, someone like her would never leave the Gotha kingdom so easily. It may even repeat the same mistakes again. Firmly stay here. Then dutifully watch as the beautiful days of my hometown approach. Himself to die in a faraway land. It's miserable. A short half quarter of an hour later. In the middle of the building, terrifyingly stern ghosts broke into it. Chu Qian completely lost contact. And this time, some urban areas next to Nanjing City, a remote corner. Thousands of people are converging at the moment. Beyond that, there are many other leaders gathered here. They looked ahead with burning eyes. As ordinary citizens, it's also the general public, led by the leader. They're about to leave here, about to leave the place where the nightmare resides. After this, they are bound to be able to enjoy a whole new life. It was a peaceful place. However, while the crowd's inner reverie was going on, a woman in a white dowry suddenly appeared in front of her. The woman looked at them coldly. The corners of her mouth seemed to be smiling. Her feet were covered with blood, and above the woman's shoulders, a dead baby with an unbroken umbilical cord was sitting on a plate. A young girl in her flowery years, who was now staring blankly at them. The Een aura on his body was thick. Terrifying grievances emerged out of thin air. Almost instantly, it enveloped the people present on the spot. See the scene. Many of the general public sensed something was wrong. Ghost, there's a ghost. I don't know who shouted. The whole crowd was all abuzz at once. The crowd was inwardly terrified, except for a few leaders, one of whom was the mayor. At this moment have walked out, although the eyes have fear, but in an instant is unwavering. He has thousands of ordinary people behind him. As the mayor, he must maintain the safety of the people. Now the Great Migration has begun. It can no longer be paused. Back in Nanjing City is out of control. Staying here can only be a death. Immediately, that leader stood out. They looked at the people behind them. The original fear of the heart in this moment to ease a lot. Looked at the front of the white woman. See the body of the blood everywhere. The heart is slightly shocked, but it is still a hard breath to ask. Girl, did something happen? What's going on with you here? Do you need help? Hearing these words beside his ears, that woman in white slowly turned her head to look at the crowd, and it was only at this moment that someone finally got a good look at her true face. Well, that pair of eyes had been blinded long ago. The cheeks lacked flesh and blurred, and at this moment, he looked blankly at the crowd. His eyes did not have too much hatred though, but still mumbling, "Who are you? You guys, have you killed me? My baby?" This statement was made. The populace present trembled in both strands, fearful to the core. 4 ghosts. Their hearts are desperately afraid. Now snapping ahead. It would be a lie to say I'm not scared, if it weren't for the leader holding up the field up front. Maybe. Those present were about to flee indiscriminately. Hearing that white woman's words, several leaders looked at each other for a few moments. They all saw the horror in each other's eyes. Although the woman in white is delicate and has a temperament on her body, her appearance is damaged. The genus is really horrible. One can't help but be afraid of it, and they forcefully hold on to their breath in such a situation. Slight hesitation. In defense. Little girl, we're just passing through. You're in our way. At the same time, it wasn't us that did you in. We don't know about your kids either. They took a deep breath. Was about to explain his behavior. But the next moment, the long skirt on that white-clothed woman's body suddenly surfaced with hint after hint of blood color. Her eyes, which were already blind, looked straight at the crowd, and there was an extreme resentment in her body, a yin chi that was constantly being birthed, and her long, thin fingers suddenly surfaced with trace after trace of a miserable scarlet color. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the nails slowly transformed into sharp spikes. That woman in white turned into a stern ghost. Bounce let out a mournful cry. She pointed ahead to the hundreds of thousands of people. It's you guys who did this to me. My child died at your hands. All of you deserve to die. I'll kill you all. This statement was made. Many people were horrified inwardly and were about to flee. This female ghost is just too scary. Guard the intersection for no reason, carrying another dead baby on his back. Nowadays, another call to kill the people present. Who can carry this? No one had any doubt that they would be the next to be killed. Immediately, there was a commotion among the crowd, and in such a close call, a golden, eerie light suddenly surfaced in midair. He, sister, you crossed the line. Oh, the crowd only heard this statement. Several of the leaders also looked up in surprise, but to see a woman in red with an umbrella, her appearance is overwhelming, beautiful to the point of shocking, but her body is full of fury. As long as she appeared, that white cloud woman just screamed. This time when he saw some horrible being turned around and had to flee. Pity. A man carrying a gold AK. Slowly, it appeared behind her. Chapter 159, Yo, an acquaintance. Zhang Yun had a toothpick in his mouth. Holding the gold AK in his hand, his gaze was smiling as he looked at the female ghost in front of him. I say, it's that time of year and you're still thinking about coming out on the wave. What do you think you'd do if you met me? Don't ever think it's impossible. Look, here I am. Zhang Yun let out a burst of jia laughter. The other party was dressed in white. with a dead baby hanging above his shoulder. It's like a pure ghost that can't be pure. Now standing guard by the roadside. It must be ready to devour thousands of people. If you don't show up yourself, thousands of people might just die here. Though one doesn't want to mind one's own business. But Jiang Yun had his own plans for this trip. Not to mention, now that she was full of grievances, it was obvious that she had killed absolutely no less than a handful of people blocking this path, and the strength in her body had already been transformed into the level of a ghost general. Beyond that, one dead silhouette after another also emerged behind him. Possibly other citizens who had fled the city and unfortunately met her on the road, ended up being forcibly shredded. At a glance, almost thousands. Her strength had been terrifying to the extreme. TSK. Run what? The ghost bride winks, holding an oil paper umbrella in her hand, and slowly looks ahead without the slightest care as she inquires. Ah! The white-clothed female ghost still didn't care and kept hissing in place. At the same time, the dead baby on top of her shoulder, at this moment also opened its bloody eyes, although it did not speak, but between the eyes is that there is a great deal of resentment, slowly sweeping down the more than 100,000 people present. The dead baby finally spoke, but it was the utterance of some odd sound. A densing chi constantly surfaced on his body. Finally in a flash, a 10-foot radius was turned into a grayish mist. Many members of the public have had nosebleeds at this moment. Obviously, this densing chi is corrupting the bodies of others. See the scene. Jiang Yun didn't care in the slightest as he violently raised the golden Alaska in his hand, without the slightest surprise, accompanied by a few thumps. The fog that was so hard to go back was instantly dispersed. On top of that, that white woman was about to try to escape. But how could she escape the golden Alaska? Boom! Boom boom! Jiang Yun shot without the slightest hesitation. Unexpectedly, that alabaster woman did not have the slightest wound surfacing on her body when she was struck. Instead, there was a trace of a weird chi that kept circling around in midair, and eventually a whale completely turned into ashes, while the dead baby on her body was currently laughing and glaring deathly at Jiang Yun, seemingly trying to force the other party's appearance to be memorized. Down the road, you can get revenge. Unfortunately, Gold AK is no laughing matter. Jiang Yun looked at the weapon that was about to disappear. A slight frown. Subsequently, do not hesitate to play the ultimate in gift-giving Gold AK. Terrifying firepower poured out. It turns out that the woman in white is also an innocent person. But unfortunately it was you who forcibly plundered her consciousness and transformed into a non-human, non-ghost existence. You spiteful dead baby. Go to your birth parents. Now stop above the intersection to kill indiscriminately. It's normal to kill you. Jiang Yun kept chanting with a toothpick in his mouth. That dead baby kept wailing. With an entire clip emptied, the dead baby turned into crumbs in midair. A generation of ghost generals, death. After all this, he glanced behind him at a few of the leaders. Pretty impressive. Little brother. Looking at the woman in white who had already been transformed into a sleeping woman, and then at the dead baby that had disappeared in midair, that leader winced and couldn't help but quip. It's all dead and clean, right? The leader said as he stood in fear. There was awe in his eyes. Ordinary people are lucky if they don't get stunned when they see a ghost. If he didn't have his duties, maybe he'd have been frozen in place with fear. Dead as a dregs indeed. Jiang Yun blew the green smoke from the barrel of his gun, looking ahead without a care in the world. He spoke softly. Nanjiang City is almost lost, and the surrounding urban areas are not safe. Where are you going to go? The other party knew by looking at Jiang Yun that he must be a big shot. When he heard the inquiry, he answered in a hurry. Go to the camp of refuge. There has been recent news. This is no place to stay. I'm going to lead the people into a place where they can live in safety. Jiang Yun nodded as he listened. It's a good choice. In that case, it is indeed good. You guys are quite courageous. 2 ordinary people can lead more than 100,000, even hundreds of thousands of people out of this city. Jiang Yun praised. It's duty. That leader had been serious to the core. See the scene. Jiang Yun laughed softly, unconcerned. I've cleared the road ahead. You guys go. There aren't any more ghosts for at least 100 miles. It's safe. Hearing this statement, the crowd was overjoyed, followed by a slight silence. Hundreds of thousands of people is too big of a target. They are defending the hundreds of thousands of people behind them, while believing that I have great courage will resist the ghost. The populace that died there on the spot themselves wouldn't have died, but one's strength is indeed a concern. Thus one by one, they looked up at Jiang Yun without any hesitation. What's little brother's name? Hearing this statement, Jiang Yun sketched a smile. The line does not change its name and I'm not ashamed. In the next Nanjiang City, Jiang Brother Clothing Factory Jiang recently prepared to open up new channels to manufacture weapons to deal with ghosts. If interested, you can send people to come to purchase large quantities at a favorable price. Those leaders were stunned. Suddenly the whole thing won't. Subsequently, they looked at the golden Alaska in Jiang Yun's hand, wanting to speak. See this scene? Jiang Yun hurriedly explained. This is the sample. The other AK have not applied out yet. You may have to come back in a few months to take a look. Don't worry, recently the whole road is safe, and there are a few Tianchadeo's grandmasters guarding the vicinity. For the time being, there will not be any crisis, but with AK, as you can see, the results can be said to be very good. For what it's worth, as we all know, it's not safe to go anywhere, so bring a couple on you. Ga safe. Jiang Yun introduced himself with a smile, but how could anyone think about such things at this time? Just focusing on what Jiang Yun said earlier. Road ahead. Safe. And it's guarded. It was finally a relief to hear this comment. What is the existence of Tianchadeo? They are aware of it, although they have never seen it with their own eyes. But with the blackmail, they ultimately know that Tianchadeo is to kill ghosts, and the orthodoxy is extremely strong. The strength of the inevitable must also be very scary. Immediately, they all looked up at Jiang Yun with sincerity. Thank you for saving my little brother's life. Down the road, I'll give you a medal. In a couple months we'll send someone into your quarters. Get a couple more AKs. This statement was made. Jiang Yun smiled with an open brow. Although he doesn't love money, but no one is too much money. Nowadays some people book AK. Then it's only fair to hurry up your own production. As for the drawings and even production lines needed to produce AK, he needs to join the ghost hunters. Because of this, he appeared here. It didn't take long. A cold beauty surfaced in front of them. On top of that there was a little lorry. They blinked their big eyes curiously at Jiang Yun, as if looking for something. Uncle, have you ever seen a woman in white? I remember being in the neighborhood. How did it suddenly disappear into thin air? By the way, does Uncle want to join us ghost hunters? There's a reward for that. Jade bounced and laughed. Jiang Yun saw this. The expression changed slightly. An acquaintance. Chapter 160, Joining the Ghost Hunters. Yo, acquaintance. Jiang Yun saw the visitor. A grin broke out. Well, I have a score to settle with them. However, hearing what that little loli said, Jiang Yun was still a bit surprised and raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he already had an idea in his heart, he didn't expect that the other party would really say that. Just as the system asked him to join the Ghost Hunters organization, now it was indeed just what he wanted. But before that, these people are disgusted with themselves, and they have not inquired about anything. Now, it's time to invite yourself to join the Ghost Hunters again. Isn't that, like, a little too abrupt? Jiang Yun slowly glanced at the cold beauty. Another look at Jade. You guys definitely showed up here looking for more than just me. Right. And as for the rest of it, what are your plans? Hear this statement. Jade froze slightly, then looked at the cold beauty. We have just received word that there is a great migration in the neighborhood, and there is a female ghost on this road who appears to be a white one, and she has a dead baby on her shoulder at night. Do you see it? The cold beauty's willow brows slightly knitted as she slowly and softly inquired. Actually, as for Jiang Yun, the Ghost Hunters organization did want to pull in, but this time she appeared outside the city of Nanjing, and yet it wasn't to find each other. It just happened to be a chance encounter. Nowadays, it was still imperative to find that white female ghost. The opponent has the strength of a ghost general. If we encountered a large force relocating hundreds of thousands of people, I wonder how many people should die. Hear the words. Jiang Yun shrugged and pointed to the ashes in front of him. Already dead. Not long ago stopped the evacuees from Nanjing City. I happened to pass by and exterminated her. This statement was made. The cold beauty froze, and complexity surfaced in her gaze. Finally, he looked at Jade again. Since it's already dead, that's good. A ghost general who appears in the midst of ordinary people. I wonder how many people will die then. Your strength is also not bad. Surprisingly, you can easily exterminate a ghost general. To know that when Xiao Yu and I encountered that white-clothed female ghost together, we were only barely able to cope with it. At least we had to hold on for at least an hour before we were able to completely eliminate the other party. Mostly because the dead baby on the other shoulder was horrible. Extremely difficult. Guess it's a big deal that you solved it instead. The corner of Jiang Yun's mouth curled up into a smile when he heard this statement. So what's the reward? The cold beauty had little expression on her face. If you are from our Ghost Hunter organization, the reward is definitely there. But remember I told you before about business. This deal is your entry into the Ghost Hunters organization. We can get someone to step in and protect you and even give you a big reward. Hearing each other's words, Jiang Yun frowned slightly, ready to sit on the ground, unconcerned. Big rewards and all that. That's outrageous. I don't believe the Ghost Hunters organization has a good reputation. Why would I want to join you? The cold beauty and Jade looked at each other. Eventually one of them slowly walked forward. Uncle, Believing in our Lord is extremely good. And as for a not-so-good reputation, isn't it just that we usually do not-so-good things? Our internal mission is to carry out what the Lord asks of us, and there really isn't much that can be done about it. But we can promise that as long as Uncle joins our ghost hunter organization, if there is any task you don't want to do, you can give it to us and we can do it for you. As long as you trust in the Lord, then all is well. Hear this statement. The corners of Jiang Yun's mouth sketched up a smile, and the truth was that he was just sitting on the ground this time in order to make a deal. As for what the other party said about believing in the Lord and such, he really wouldn't believe it, and joining the Ghost Hunters organization was just for the system's rewards. Now the purpose is accomplished. However, he still glanced extremely defensively at Xiao Yu and the Cold Beauty. Is it really that simple? Jade nodded. It is indeed very simple. Lori looked at him sincerely, pulling out a supersized Gatling from behind her, which still had rust in it. She wiped the vermilion from it and laughed in a petulant voice. Uncle, take a look at my weapon. Compared to your gold AK is also about the same. Maybe the power is not enough for you, but I have a lot of bullets. A moment to shoot off 300 rounds of bullets. What ghosts do not die? As long as Uncle joins our ghost hunter organization, any weapon will be given to you, except it can't be produced. As long as you don't encounter 3 ghost emperors in one breath, then your life will never be in danger. Want to think about it? This deal is extremely affordable. Yo, don't you think so, Boss White? The little lowly tilted her head to look at the Cold Beauty, but she saw the other party staring at Jiang Yun dead on, as if she wanted to discern any details from within her eyes. But in the end, it was to no avail, and slowly nodded her head. Indeed, joining our ghost hunter organization comes with great benefits. Hearing this statement, Jiang Yun was that close to having his heart moved. But what about the fact that the system actually lets itself join the Ghost Hunters organization? The gold AK production line he still wants. When the time comes, the source is producing in an endless stream, although the gold is fake. But selling the gold AK is really worth a lot of money, and it can help the general populace to ward off ghosts. For a moment, he couldn't help but be moved. In that case, the Ghost Hunters organization that I promised to join. When the Cold Beauty and Xiao Yu heard this statement, they were greatly surprised and looked up at Jiang Yun to show their surprise, especially Xiao Yu, who couldn't help but say, "Holy, is it really that easy? I had thought that Uncle should have to grind it out a bit before he could do so, otherwise he wouldn't have agreed so easily. And I was ready to hug your thighs and beg you to join our Ghost Hunters organization." Hearing this comment, Jiang Yun couldn't help but be speechless. The Cold Beauty, however, couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. Absolutely beautiful face, delicate figure, unparalleled high, cold iceberg temperament. Between the word is enough to be heart drunk. Unfortunately, in today's world, no one appreciates the beautiful clothes on his body as well as his stunning looks anymore, and Jiang Yun is the only one who appreciates it alone. Will you really beg me? If that were true, I would have known not to say yes. Jiang Yun shrugged. This episode appeared. Both Jiang Yun and Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun relaxed their vigilance. Both sides really don't know each other very well. So while talking, but behind them, countless means have been prepared. If it's not a good idea, they would absolutely strike out to kill each other on the spot. The good thing is that everything was negotiated peacefully. Jiang Yun thought about it and went straight back to the point. In that case, are there any requirements for joining the Ghost Hunters organization? Or any recognizable objects? I'm rather curious about that lord of yours. What's so curious? Jade glared. Chapter 161, There are living people inside. Ding! The host has successfully joined the Ghost Hunters. Reward has been automatically issued. Gold AK manufacturing drawings. Detected the host completing a special task. The system is preparing an additional reward. Waiting time may be a little longer. Before Xiao Yu and the Cold Beauty could reply. Next, the system's voice sounded in the middle of Jiang Yun's mind all of a sudden. Jiang Yun was slightly stunned. Hastily, he put his divine sense into his mind. After feeling the rewards of the system, the corners of Jiang Yun's mouth curled into a smile. It's official membership in the Ghost Hunters organization. But one does have the drawings for creating the AK in one's hands now. As it is, then the next step is to go back to the factory and produce gold AK, manufactured in bulk. Don't say anything about a ghost emperor then. So what if it's a ghost saint? 1 AK isn't enough for 10. 10 AK is not enough for 10,000. As long as the money is there, let alone the ghost emperor, the ghost sage has to cry too. In such a case, Jiang Yun finally straightened his back and added products to his own store. This added bonus made him very interested. What kind of reward was it that even the system had to prepare it? And it's something that will take a long time to prepare. One hand can be expected. Jiang Yun muttered to himself. Bring your attention back to reality again. Jade had already chewed open a new lollipop and was yelling at him over and over again. and he also took out a token from his waist and handed it over to Jiang Yun. Nah, this is the token that belongs to you, used for identification within the Ghost Hunters organization. You are the same as our lord. We won't treat you badly if you succeed in joining the Ghost Hunters. Hear this statement. The corners of Jiang Yun's mouth curled into a smile. Take the stuff. This thing, and that tassel before. He didn't go on. What was that fringe last time? With that said, he still couldn't believe that these guys would not understand what he meant. As expected, after Jiang Yun's words fell, Jade hammed and hawed twice. Make a haha and just muddle right through. Don't take it too personally. This stuff is definitely real. Don't worry about it. Okay, let's talk about something else. What a lovely smile Jade has. But this was for Jiang Yun. Can I swear? That's it? Ha! I'll send the subsequent rewards or whatever supplies are coming up next to your store as soon as I can. Other than that, you can go back to your old place and we'll look for you if there's any quests. Didn't wait for Jiang Yun to open his mouth. The cold beauty directly blocked his mouth with her words. Immediately after, Jade chimed in. Nowadays, the situation of the cause is extremely tense. We, Huaxia, asked for help from the Western countries to find some psychic organizations that can kill ghosts, but they are one and all opposed or unwilling. Therefore our Rule of Lie organization is currently dedicated to guarding the safety of the people. And of course, the Lord's mission is above that. Jiang Yun was greatly surprised, not expecting that the main task of the Ghost Hunters organization nowadays was to protect the public, and couldn't help but ask curiously, who issued the mandate? This time it was the cold beauty who spoke. She was silent for a moment, explaining, Lord, this statement was made. Jade as well couldn't help but speak softly. For all we know, Sue Weaver Smoke may have said something to you. Though our Ghost Hunter organization does not have a good reputation, such a mission is indeed the word of the Lord. As it happens, a recent flight from the Gotha Kingdom to China is about to land at the airport in Nanjiang City. Although we don't know if there are any living people on board, we need to find out what's going on. It will descend in about half an hour. Do you want to make a trip? Hearing this statement, Jiang Yun's gaze held an intention to move. Then, blandly, he said, could be. By the way, you can also get a concrete understanding of this Ghost Hunters, what kind of organization it is. Anyway, nowadays, more than 100,000 people in Nanjiang City are in the Tianchidao as well as many cultivators all over. The problem won't be too big. The great battle had just ended, and the Ghost Emperor had been injured, so there was not much of a problem in the end. The rest of the brats didn't need to do anything on their own anymore. So in that case, might as well go to the airport and see what the hell was in that one flight. Anyway, he had nothing to do in his spare time, and in the meantime, he could take a look at what kind of tactics the Ghost Hunters organization had, and he could take precautions in dealing with them in the future. And the fruits are not. Hearing Jiang Yun's words, it was either Xiaoyu or the cold beauty whose gazes were both surprised. In their eyes, although Jiang Yun, the great uncle, liked to run various businesses and even sometimes rescued ordinary people, he was in a position of strength. He was the one who tended to dislike walking around everywhere. But as it happened, nowadays, he had not only joined the Ghost Hunters organization, but was even willing to accompany them on a trip to the airport. For a moment they felt safer. After all, no matter what, Jiang Yun was ultimately an existence that was powerful to the extreme. There is such a presence. They're in danger and they don't die instantly. Great! Uncle is finally willing to come. We've been eyeing Uncle for a long time. We weren't quite sure if Uncle was willing to join our Ghost Hunters organization. I really didn't expect that Uncle would agree not only to say but also be willing to accompany us on the mission. It's really a big surprise. Jade laughed playfully from the sidelines. See this scene. The cold beauty didn't say anything though, but the corners of his mouth were still pursed up in a small smile. Nanjiang City, airport. It didn't take long. They have then converged on this place. There are few ghosts in this place. There are rumors. There was even a ghost king among them. Unfortunately, it's under the care of the Ghost Hunters organization. It didn't take long. The ghost king turned into smoke. The rest of the brats were running around. It was quite clean for a while. And in the meantime, under the service of the ghost bride Jiang Yun was sitting on a chair looking at the airport. And as soon as he opened his mouth there was a mouthful of ice cream, which could be considered enjoyable to the extreme. Jade couldn't help but be helpless at the sight and rolled her eyes. Are you a wreck already? Why do you need someone else to eat an ice cream? Why didn't that sister feed me? Hearing this comment, the cold beauty raised her eyebrows and slowly looked at Xiaoyu before taking out the ice cream in her hand and said coldly, Ah. Seeing this, a layer of cold sweat broke out all over Xiaoyu's body, and she hurriedly backed away, speaking softly, Boss, don't do this. I'm afraid. I have arms and legs, not like that invalid. The cold beauty rolled her eyes. Jiang Yun, There were insulted too, but he didn't say anything either. The main one is a cheeky one. Dutifully enjoying the services of the ghost bride, he moved his eyes in the direction of the airfield as well, until at that moment, an airplane drifted violently in the distance, its engine humming continuously. See the scene. Both Xiaoyu and Jiang Yun stood up. Finally, Jade stretched. Then, the eyes instantly condensed and turned a little scary. It doesn't match her Lolita appearance at all, because, right now, in their eyes, as the plane appeared, an unparalleled aura of gloom surfaced ahead. Almost instantly, a 300-meter radius was completely transformed into a ghostly area. Although the presence among the airplanes did not appear, but they were a hunch. The opponent must be powerful to the extreme. Even, it could be a ghost emperor. An ominous feeling arose within the cold beauty. She looked up at Jade, who was off to the side, couldn't help but gaze at it. Find a good and accurate angle to set up the machine gun. As soon as the people on the plane appear, hurry up and strafe them, whether it's a ghost or whatever. With such a horrible aura, there's no way it's a normal human being up there. This statement was made. Without the slightest hesitation, Tunzi carried the huge Gatling and set up his gun at the street corner, a cold aura emerging from his gaze. Jade, on the other hand, was ready to fight. 4 ghosts. She is extremely resentful. Exactly another airplane death. If she doesn't kill these ghosts clean, more people will die from this down the road. Jiang Yun slowly walked forward, frowning slightly. Surprisingly, he felt a hint of yang in the midst of the yin. This is just so wrong. Is it not all ghosts in there? Thinking about it, right in the middle of everyone's tense atmosphere, Jiang Yun suddenly spoke up. You guys, just is there a possibility that there are still living people in there? Chapter 162. If there's an accident, I'll run away first. And alive? The cold beauty in Xiaoyu froze slightly at his words and frowned tightly. The expression on his face changed from stony to one with a hint of surprise. Is there really a survivor on this plane? Jade licked the lollipop, looking at Jiang Yun with eyes tinged with suspicion, and glanced at the airplane slowly landing in the distance. The ghostly aura inside that airplane is almost rushing to my face. With such a dense ghostly aura, there would even be a ghost emperor present inside. How could there still be a living person under a ghost emperor? A slight frown followed. It seemed like he couldn't imagine why Jiang Yun would open his mouth like that. The ominous feeling grew stronger in the hearts of the crowd. And Jiang Yun was still walking back and forth nonstop in the same spot. Looked at the airplane and then at the surroundings. But Jiang Yun did feel a trace of yang qi on the airplane. Just as Jiang Yun was wandering and looking around, Xiaoyu followed behind Jiang Yun in style, her lollipop-stuffed mouth slightly bulging. Don't you guys feel it? Jiang Yun suddenly turned around. Xiaoyu couldn't react in time and bumped into Jiang Yun, looking at him with curious eyes. Jiang Yun cocked his head at the cold beauty and the others. With just a glance, he probably understood. These people, it seems, don't really notice. That's a bit low for a ghost hunter. Jade exclaimed, wide-eyed and fuzzy with her lollipop in her mouth. I don't build it. No. Jiang Yun looked at Xiaoyu with a look of wisdom. It made Jade open her mouth in anger, followed by a careful feeling of the airplane's scent. This airplane is so ghostly that I can feel from here that there is a high probability that a ghost emperor will appear inside. So how did the others survive on the plane? The cold beauty did not say anything, but only looked at Xiaoyu, seemingly acquiescing to what Xiaoyu had said. And she also did not think that there were still living people existing inside. It's hard to say. What if? Seeing that everyone didn't seem too convinced, Jiang Yun shrugged his shoulders and said no more. And the ghost bride stood by Jiang Yun. As long as Jiang Yun said there was, then she believed there were still living people inside. The plane slowly landed and slid on the airport. The clear sky was instantly eroded by darkness, and the entire airport was covered by a ghostly aura, as if it was trying to devour the life out of every living thing in the vicinity. The atmosphere was getting heavier and heavier. Like the prelude to a raging storm, the sky was overcast and the clouds were pressed low, leaving Xiaoyu and the cold beauty and the others breathless. Through the window, it seemed that one individual could be seen sitting in his or her seat. Suddenly, a dark shadow swept past the window, and the whole plane was awfully quiet, out of place in the world. The airplane, engulfed in ghostly chi filled with dead silence, was in sharp contrast to Jiang Yun and the others. After the plane had stopped, Jiang Yun and the others were also ready to fight, each of them holding a weapon aimed at the hatch. Prepare for a nasty fight. Pierre resisted the Gatling and aimed it at the hatch. There was nothing in his world that a Gatling couldn't fix. If it doesn't work, there must not be enough firepower. That would require another Gatling. After waiting for a while, the plane still hasn't moved, just quietly parked on the airport. Jiang Yun couldn't help but open his mouth as he looked at everyone's high level of concentration. Maybe it's not as scary as everyone thinks, right? Didn't I say there might be living people in there? Xiaoyu was serious at the moment, skimming Jiang Yun and rolling her eyes. Uncle, you're thinking quite optimistically. then went back to staring at the airplane. After waiting again for a while, the plane still hadn't moved. The cold beauty was a bit puzzled, and Jade was the first to voice her question. Why don't you come out yet? Jang Yun also has some puzzlement. According to reason, if there really is a living person, even if you can't get off the plane, and then how will also send out a bit of noise, right? But right now, what the hell is this? There shouldn't be a situation where it's this quiet. Xiaoyu turned her head to look at Jang Yun. So what do we do now? Keep waiting? After Jang Yun pondered inwardly, it's useless to wait dryly. Who knows what the hell is going on with the ghosts inside? Go in and take a look. With my golden Alaska around. What's a ghost emperor? I think so, Xiaoyu immediately replied to, then quickly ran behind Jang Yun. The cold beauty didn't say anything, though she still felt that there were no longer living people on this flight from the Gotha country to Nanjing City. It was always a good idea to find out what was going on, and with Jang Yun, an existence that was powerful to the extreme, there was no need to be afraid of ordinary dangers. They were in danger and Jang Yun wouldn't leave them alone. Pierre still stood in front carrying his Gatling, which was the strongest in his eyes. Coming out from the corner, Jang Yun stood in front with a big grin. You all follow me. I'll go in front. Uncle is so charming, Jade said as she pushed on pretending to be a little fangirl. Crossing the clearing, the group came to the hatch doorway. After observing for a while to make sure there was no danger, Jang Yun pushed the hatch open with force. Taking the lead, he went in, followed by the cold beauty and the others. As soon as they entered the plane, the ghostly aura that hit their faces made Jade shiver and tighten the clothes on her body. Coming up to the plane, I realized that this is much denser than the ghostly aura I felt down below. This might not just be at the level of a ghost emperor, or even above. Jang Yun had long since realized that the ghostly aura on the plane was more than twice as thick as what he had felt down below and more. This was never felt before. It seems that here, something even more powerful than the ghost emperor really exists. Jang Yun opened his mouth when he saw that everyone looked like they were frightened. We're here. We have to find something useful, right? Don't be afraid. You'll be a good man again in 18 years. I'll run first if there's an accident, and Jade will break off. Jang Yun added jokingly. Big question marks arose in Jade's tiny head. What the does that say about people? Listen to this. It's not even human, okay? But despite this, the tension that had been repressed in the hearts of the crowd had dissipated quite a bit. Step into the pod. Jang Yun's expression, however, shifted a little more. Seeing Jang Yun blocking the front and not moving, Xiaoyu realized that something special might have happened and hurriedly squeezed in. But when she saw what was inside, she also instantly froze in place. With the crowd all inside the pod, it was only then that they saw the horrific scene, only to see the gloomy cabin filled with people. Each passenger sat quietly, with their hands on either side of their legs. Every one of them had round eyes, dull pupils, and stiff faces without a trace of expression or a hint of life. But the neat, consistent, slight sound of breathing was able to prove, again, that they seemed to be alive. What's going on here? Questions that arise in every mind. The look was as if it was being controlled. Everyone is in the same state. Everyone is in the same position, controlled like a puppet on strings. The whole airplane fell to a pin drop. Jade froze for a few moments before. The expression was strange as he looked at Jang Yun. Is this what you call a living person? Chapter 163, Heavenly Master Zhang leaves. Is this what you call a living person? That's nothing. Xiaoyu gave an odd glance towards Jang Yun, and there seemed to be a hint of mockery in her expression. The airport where the plane had stopped had long since been completely engulfed by a shadowy aura, and everything inside the airport was shrouded in darkness. Inside the only airplane in the entire airport, only a few emergency lights remained flickering on and off, reflecting light back and forth across several faces. With that query from Jade, Jang Yun scratched his head awkwardly and explained to Xiaoyu, "Isn't this still breathing a little, and barely alive?" The latter rolled his eyes and didn't dwell too much on the issue. Jang Yun didn't care about Xiaoyu anymore. Scanning the entire cabin to himself, he frowned slightly. To be honest, he did feel the yang energy before he came up. But now, what's up with these passengers? It's a little weird. Why are they like this? Is it possible that there has been some accident that they don't know about? Jang Yun then closed his eyes and carefully felt the aura inside the airplane again. Although the entire airplane was eroded by the terrifying yin qi, a hint of something different could be detected in this powerful yin qi. It was very faint, like a drowning man struggling to survive. Just a little bit short of the lake. Jang Yun stroked his chin, thinking seriously about the possibilities. I have a couple questions. First point, if there were no living people on this plane, how did the plane take off and land normally? When Jang Yun said this, the crowd lurched and their expressions changed. Indeed, Jang Yun spoke to the key issue. Earlier, everyone had been so caught up in the plane's intensine aura that they hadn't noticed any of this. This is a point that has been overlooked by everyone from the beginning. As Jiang Yun said, how does this plane work properly if it's really all dead? Is it possible that? Is there a possibility that that ghost emperor learned to fly an airplane? Jade spoke up coldly, her uneaten lollipop still in her mouth. Ah, why are you hitting me? Just as she finished speaking, Xiaoyu was hammered on the head by Jiang Yun. I told you to think seriously about the problem, not to bull seriously. I'll beat you up if you keep talking nonsense. Are you kidding me? Ghosts are learning to fly airplanes these days? Wouldn't that so be able to get up a tree too? Off the big spectrum? Definitely not. After Jiang Yun withdrew his hand, he continued to speak. The second point is that these passengers, if they do die accidentally, so did they die in flight from a dangerous encounter, or were they all killed before takeoff? Why is that? The cold beauty listened to Jiang Yun attentively, while looking down and cupping her chin, also thinking, it does warrant some investigation as to when exactly these people were killed. The third and I think most important point, why is the landing site of this airplane in Nanjing City? Did they land in Nanjing City for any purpose, or was it an accident that caused the forced landing in Nanjing City? As Jiang Yun raised all the questions, the crowd fell into deep thought. I think a ghost manipulated the captain to fly the plane. Don't you guys see how each of these people look like they're being manipulated? At this moment Jade shouted again. This time Jiang Yun didn't give Xiaoyu another punch. This answer was more or less theoretically connected compared to the last one. After all, these passengers did seem to be controlled in general. And what Jade said was a little informative, but not much. And when do you think these people were controlled? Jiang Yun casually continued to ask. I think it was controlled midway through. Jade took the lollipop out of her mouth and replied quickly. Why? I don't know. I guessed. Jiang Yun casually made a perfunctory remark to Xiaoyu before observing the entire airplane once more. This plane is so weird. It doesn't make sense that we're just guessing here now. Those few questions just now won't yield any results without carefully going through the search. Head inside the airplane and investigate a bit more. See if you can find some useful clues. The cold beauty and Jade and the others nodded. Then each took out their weapons and carefully searched through this airplane. At this time, the other side. Nanjing City. It's still the same hospital. After having been through before the big battle, the 749th Bureau quickly cleaned up the scene, and with the battle over, a new batch of wounded has only continued to grow. The choice of this place as a stronghold remains unchanged, and remains a good one, and it will be. Inside the temporary office of the current director of Bureau 749, Su Weiyin, the matter of Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun has come to an end for the time being. Now that he has been forcibly taken away by the Ghost Harnesser, his own strength has dropped from Ghost Emperor to Ghost General, and his threatening nature to us has greatly decreased. Tianchi Zhang sat across from Su Weiyin and slowly opened his mouth. The end of a great battle, the exchange, is always inevitable. Time is running out. I've been dragging my feet for a while now, and with the rush on the national side, I may, in fact, have to leave first. This matter had already been communicated by Tianchi Zhang to Su Weiyin before. The latter is also known. At those words, Su Weiyin nodded. The form here is indeed grim, but compare it to the country's millennial program. It all seems so small. Nanjing City still needed someone who was capable of fighting, but that person could not be Zhang Tianchi. Su Weiyin didn't stand in the way. The sudden revival of this ghostly aura hit us off guard, and it's a good thing you guys were there to keep us from falling to the worst. She just looked at Tianchi Zhang with emotion and said in a slow voice, what can't be helped should always be faced. Tianchi Zhang also took a deep breath and said, there is no telling what will become of this Millennium Project. Is it really feasible to revive the ghost energy, close the country and cultivate immortality for all? Go ahead. The situation across the board has changed now, not just in our country, but the problems facing the West may be even more severe. It's about time we made some changes. We can't be so passive. Being passive will only lead to the situation becoming more and more passive. Then I'll take my leave first. I'm counting on you to guard this side. Tianchi Zhang clasped his fists and did not say much. Then he turned around and was about to leave. Only, just as he had reached the door, footsteps suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Perhaps sensing the latter's abnormality, Su Weiyan looked up at this heavenly master. Tianchi Zhang didn't answer right away, but was silent for a moment first. Then, only with some hesitation, did he speak. I was thinking about something, please. I don't know if I should tell you about it instead, because I'm not really sure what's going on here. Exactly. Su Weiyi aroused a hint of curiosity. Frowning, he signaled the latter to continue. What exactly had happened to make this heavenly master of the Zhangyi school so hesitant? There are whispers that an airplane will land in Nanjing City from the high tower country recently. I suspect that among this flight, there may be the presence of ghosts and monsters. Of course, the news is not confirmed. Nowadays, Nanjing City is short of troops. If there are spare troops, it is best to go and investigate. Chapter 164, Psychic Flight. Nanjiang City. People's Hospital. One by one, the wounded were aided, and the 749th Bureau crowd began to count the casualties of the battle. Inside the large temporary office, might there be ghosts and goblins? Su Weiyan leaned against the window with her head down and muttered to herself. Seeing that Su Weiyan was still thinking, Tianchi Zhang did not say much. He had to get to the next place right away, and his mission here was accomplished. After saying the little tidbit of information, Tianchi Zhang pushed open the door, his lapel fluttering, and then left quickly. With Tianchi Zhang's departure, Su Weiyan was the only one left in the entire temporary office. Not long ago, the four great families and other people gathered here, and now that the battle was over, everyone needed to go and fulfill their mission. Looking at the empty temporary office, Su Weiyan could not help but feel some emotion. Then he walked slowly towards his seat again, poured himself a glass of water and rubbed his temples. She made a note of what Tianchi Zhang had just said. But, also true, it's not too much of a priority. A series of recent problems weighed on her like a stone, leaving her too exhausted to move. All sorts of bad things were disturbing the young director all the time. Sipping her water and sitting in her seat, Su Weiyan carefully recalled the various things that had happened in this period of time. The sudden appearance of ghosts in Nanjiang City, the appearance of the Ghost Master, and the second dog Ghost Emperor that he brought with him, as well as the Ghost Emperor that he took with him. Jiang Yun. From what I heard from the Ghost Master's mouth, Jiang Yun had descended on Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun as a descendant? The shady soldiers said Jiang Yun should have died 6 or 7 years ago. Jiang Yun died long ago? But now Jiang Yun's entire body appeared properly in front of her. Could it really be what the Ghost Master had said? That Jiang Yun had descended into Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun's body as a descendant? Continuing to rub her brow, her two long legs rested on the desk, her entire body leaning back, her delicate body at this moment. There is nothing to see. What exactly is the lord that the Ghost Harvester is talking about? Why would you rather leave behind the air dog Ghost Emperor, who has been nurtured for so long, and take away the Jiang Yun Ghost Emperor, who has been demoted to a Ghost General? But luckily Jiang Yun Ghost Emperor's strength has greatly decreased. Although he still hasn't killed them. That's one of the unfortunate things. Immediately after that, Su Weiyan pondered on the newly emerged Ghost Hunter organization. Having heard Jiang Yun and Tianchi Zhang mention it, this organization seemed to have appeared even earlier than the four great families and the Heavenly Master Daoist Temple, as well as whether Jiang Yun will join the Ghost Hunters organization. It's completely impossible to guess him, but then again, his previous actions. In this world, I'm afraid there is no peace. More and more things are weighing on the person. Each of these recent events was a big deal in the past, so why would they suddenly appear in one place? Up, once again, she pursed her water, and although her body was tired, the determination in Su Weiyan's eyes brightened up even more. Taking her legs off the table and standing up with the water in her hand, Su Weiyan was ready to continue leaning against the window. Blow off some steam and take a little pressure off yourself. Dang it! There was a knock on the door, and Su Weiyan straightened up a little. Come in. Su Weiyan's words fell, only to see, being full of injuries, Lai Tao holding a stack of documents in his hand was limping in and pushing the door. The freshly tied bandage on his forehead was also long soaked with blood by now. Li Tao's tall body at the moment, no less than one, was wrapped in bandages. The whole person is like a mummy, wrapped up so tightly that it can't help but look a little scary. When Li Tao walked into the office, his tightly furrowed brow and ugly face could tell how anxious he was at the moment. Did something happen again? Seeing Lai Tao's ugly face, Su Weiyan opened her inquiry first. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Su Weiyan then first signaled with her eyes to sit down in her seat first. It was only then that Li Tao, who was paralyzed in his seat, spoke up. About an hour ago, there was a plane that took off from the Gotha country, which was supposed to go straight to Nanjiang City, but halfway through, I don't know what came up, but I stopped for a short while in the Spoke Island country. Right now, that airplane has landed at the Nanjiang City airport. Our people reported seeing Jiang Yun and the Ghost Hunters organization of people running around over there. With that, he took out the document he was carrying, intending to hand it to Su Weiyan. Su Weiyan walked up and took it. It was a stack of photos. The photo did capture Jiang Yun walking with the Ghost Hunters organization. Su Weiyan frowned again. What are they doing at the airport? Not really, our guys just saw them walking together to the airport. Lai Tao returned to the recovery weaving smoke road. Wait, how did those people from the Ghost Hunters organization find Jiang Yun? And how did Jiang Yun end up with them? Are they going over there for any purpose? Is there something wrong with this airplane? Su Weiyan came over from the window and asked in front of Li Tao. Suddenly, Su Weiyan looked as if she had thought of something, and her delicate eyebrows were tightly twisted into Chuan characters. Just now, it seems that Tianchi Zhang also mentioned this airplane. Wait, Did you just say that the plane made a short stopover in the Spoke Island country? Yes. Seeing Su Weiyan, who suddenly walked over, and her increasingly serious expression, Ri Tao probably knew that something even more horrible might have happened. And at this moment, what was going through Su Weiyan's mind were the words that Tianchi Zhang had just spoken up. There could be a ghostly presence on this plane. Those who could make Tianchi Zhang specially remind them could never be ordinary ghosts and monsters, as well as the fact that this plane went straight to Nanjing City, but for some unknowable reason made a stop at the Spoke Islands. Su Weiyan was even more tired, but still gave the order at the first opportunity. Li Tao, you go right now to gather our spare troops and then assemble for the airport. Something might be going on. Seeing the frowning Su Weiyan, Li Tao did not say much. Turning and limping, he pushed the door open and was ready to go gather the rest of his troops. No sooner had the previous matter been settled than a new problem arose. With a splitting headache, Su Weiyan drained the glass of water in one gulp. A plane that traveled directly from the country of Hightower to the city of Nanjing, but stopped for a while in the country of Spoke Island for an unknown reason in the middle of the journey. Then, once again, he recalled what Heavenly Master Zhang had said. There may be a ghostly presence among this flight. Chapter 165, Zhang's Brand Life Clothes. Nanjing City. Inside the temporary offices of the 749th Directorate, listening to the news reported by Ri Tao, remembering again what Tianchi Zhang had said just now, Su Weiyan's brows furrowed slightly. There may be a ghostly presence. Also had a forced landing on a Spoke Island for unknown reasons. Why do I get the feeling it was an accident on a Spoke Island? If it's really as Tianchi Zhang said, then there are definitely ghost generals and above, or even ghost emperors inside this flight. After saying that, Su Weiyan sighed tiredly. If that's the case, there's going to be another bad fight coming up next. It's not over yet. Soldiers come and go, and thinking about it more will only trouble you. Shaking her head and returning to her desk, Su Weiyan intended to formulate a new battle plan. A gust of wind blew through the door and it slowly opened again, only to see Li Tao, whose head was still wrapped in gauze, appear in the middle of the field of vision again. Anything else? Su Weiyan raised her head to look at the door. I forgot to mention just now that the birthday suits that were formulated earlier at the Jiangyun clothing factory have arrived. Li Tao scratched his head awkwardly, but accidentally touched the wound and grimaced in pain. Arrived? How many pieces? Su Weiyan did not care about him and asked directly. 5,000 pieces have been received so far, and the money for these clothes has just been transferred to Jiangyun. Okay. Go ahead and get out. You're going to have another busy day lately. Li Tao was about to leave the office when Su Weiyan suddenly spoke again. Right. Since the birthday suits have arrived, let's pack up and hand out all those suits, and make sure to ask everyone to wear them on this mission. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. After saying that, Li Tao left with a big stride. The dusky sky looked depressing. The battle had just ended, and at the moment it was still filled with smoke. All sorts of jumbled scents mixed together. The square around the hospital was filled with shouts from other members of Bureau 749 who were involved in the battle and not injured. The joy of victory, however, hardened and broke the depression. After such a battle, yet they remained in order and did not act recklessly just because they were in a chaotic world. Neatly organized movements, loud shouts, all show the high level of comprehensive quality of this group of people. Harder. Haven't you eaten? You're so slow to throw a punch. A man who looked like a general roared. That who? Yes, you. Don't think I can't see it. A little harder. What for? Captain. It's just the end of the battle. It's too much to eat, the named member said with a bit of a grumble. Now that the world has changed and ghosts and monsters are rampant, we must do all we can to improve ourselves. Not just for ourselves, but to guard our home. After saying that, the second team squad leader roared. This battle led to the deaths of many of his comrades, and stagnating at this time would only become more and more passive. Go on. Just after saying this, Zhao Wen, the captain of the second team, saw Li Tao in the distance with his head wrapped in gauze. After Li Tao approached, Zhao Wen also skimmed behind Li Tao. There were a few members carrying a few boxes, and he didn't know what they were. Captain Lai, did something else happen? Seeing Li Tao's serious face, Zhao Wenjun opened his mouth and asked. Ri Tao did not respond first, just nodded. Gather. As the order was given, the squad leaders began to carry it out. It didn't take long for the group of several hundred to quickly assemble. This was a team full of bloodshed, just coming down from the battlefield. The roaming aura of solemnity seemed to condense into substance. At this time, if a ghost or monster appeared, it would only be instantly wiped out by this team. Ri Tao stood at the front and looked at the well-trained team. Li Tao knew very well that if he gave the order, this team would immediately go into battle, and they were always ready. Immediately afterward, Li Tao stood on a small platform moved by the members behind him and looked down at the hundreds of warriors. After a moment of silence, Li Tao looked at the group of valiant warriors and said, Guys, I know you're tired, and I know you want to rest too. But, you look at this city behind us. Look at this hospital behind us. There are our friends and family there. There are our comrades in arms who fought together. Brothers, if we fall, then that group of ghosts will be as good as dead, with nothing to stop them. And what about our family, our friends, our comrades? They'll be killed outright by the ghosts. There's no way we can back up. After pausing for a moment, looking at the group of warriors who were becoming more and more determined in their eyes, Li Tao continued to speak. I can die in battle, but I won't let these ghosts kill my family, my comrades. I'll fight these demons as hard as I can. Now the people need us. Nanjiang City needs us. The country needs us. You are the hope of this city. Are you ready? Li Tao yelled, looking at all the fighters. Always ready. The roar of the crowd of warriors resounded through the sky. Li Tao nodded and then ordered, all squad leaders, come gather. After the squad leaders all came over, Li Tao finally let the members behind him open those boxes, only to see that those boxes were actually filled with all life clothes. Zhao Wen's eyes widened. What was the meaning of calling us over to see these birthday suits? You guys hand out these birthday suits to your respective squads. We're on a mission this time, and all of you will be wearing these. Li Tao ordered it down. Captain Lai, you said that if you let me go to the battlefield and let me fight those ghosts and monsters, one more blink of my eyes will count as my loss. But what do you mean you're dressing us in birthday suits? Let's put on our birthday suits before the fight even starts. I know the mission may be difficult, but don't make us wait to die before it even starts. Zhao Wen opened his mouth loudly and asked Li Tao. The rest of the captains whispered, a birthday suit? Isn't the birthday suit that for the dead? And you're planning for the worst before you even start? It's explained from above. You don't care. Put it on if you're told to. That's so much nonsense. Hurry up. Send it down. If you don't finish in 3 minutes, you'll be court-martialed. Seeing Li Tao's serious expression, the squad leaders didn't say anything more. Wear your birthday suit if you want, and consider yourself wishing yourself well in the ground. Once all the birthday suits had been distributed, a wail came from the entire group. Why are you wearing this thing? What is this crap? There were all sorts of dissonant noises coming from the ranks, but there were those who kept their wits about them, trusting that the people above them wouldn't do anything that didn't make sense. Listening to the voices coming out from inside the team, Li Tao did not bother to explain. Maybe, well, maybe, you won't feel that way while waiting for the birthday suit to do its job. After all, that was something that was taken from Jiang Yun. After everything is taken care of, Li Tao stood back up on the stage and looked at the crowd underneath. Now the new mission. Ghosts have been spotted at the Nanjiang City airport, and a ghost emperor may appear. Pack up and put on the birthday suits the squad leader just gave you. All hands, move out. Chapter 166, what's the use of this birthday suit? Complete the whole setup. All the fighters in their vehicles began to move at breakneck speed towards their destination. At this moment, the car that Zhao Wen was in, looking out the window at the overcast sky, and then at the birthday suit he was wearing, his mood turned somber at the moment, and he then started talking to the others in the car. Why are you wearing this Thai birthday suit? It's so strange. I feel like we're going to our deaths. If you want to say wear it, we can barely wear it. But, these raggedy clothes are too ugly, and I don't know what the point is. Are the higher-ups going to make us face ghosts and monsters in these ugly as hell birthday suits? Do those ghosts have an aesthetic? This is ridiculous. This is going to be really ugly for Ghostbusters. I'm live. At this point, Zhao Wen suddenly stopped his broken speech. Then after carefully sniffing the birthday suit and looking at the others, he broke into a fit of cursing after feeling it a little. How come there's a ghostly presence on this tattered birthday suit? The comment was felt by the others in the car, and it didn't feel right as soon as they started putting it on, but it was issued from above, and the crowd did not think otherwise. Could these have been stripped from a ghost? This ghostly aura is too thick. We're not poor enough in Bureau 749, are we? Is there a possibility that this was made by those ghosts stepping on the sewing machine themselves? That's why there's a ghostly aura? One member of the car said so. No kidding, compared to a ghost going to a sewing machine, I think a sow going to a tree makes a lot more sense than that. Zhao Wen tugged at his mouth as he replied. Such a pie-in-the-sky answer that he obviously didn't believe. Can it be that the meaning from above is not for us to wear this birthday suit to ugly death of the ghosts and monsters, but for us to wear the birthday suit with ghostly aura to pretend to be ghosts and monsters and join them? No way. Those ghosts and goblins aren't that stupid, are they? Hoven voiced his opinion again at this point. You're making more sense than I am about ghosts stepping on sewing machines. The member who had just been there had a look of disgust on his face and immediately replied. Zhao Wen didn't really care and scratched his head, continuing again to himself. Instead of wearing this ugly as hell birthday suit, I'd rather wear more body armor. I just don't know if the Ghostbusters will use guns, or else this body armor won't do much good. How about a bulletproof vest over this birthday suit? It's really ugly. Not that I'm saying, I've been at Bureau 749 for years. There's nothing I haven't seen before. All kinds of strange things I've come across. But this is the only thing about wearing a birthday suit to a battle. Hey, I've never even heard of it. Where's the weirdness in that? This crap. Does it really work? It was not only Joe Man and others who were distrustful of this birthday suit, but the same voices appeared in the cars of other Bureau 749 members. This includes the discovery of the ghostly aura present on this birthday suit. Why is there still a ghostly presence on this birthday suit? Can't figure it out. Could it be that this ghostly aura really does something? At a time like this? What the hell are those people up there thinking? Shoo, you. Time passes in a flash to get near the airport. The overcast sky darkened all at once. The black clouds blocked the light and seemed so abrupt when it was still daylight. The metaphysical black sky seemed to be out of reach. Without any temperature. Not even starlight. Moving forward, facing the airport, was darkness. If one could look down on Nanjing City, one could realize that at this moment, Nanjing Airport was like a black hole, swallowing up all the surrounding light. The wind was blowing wildly around the entire airport. As a car pulled in, headlights illuminated the dark-covered Nanjing City Airport. The crowd opened the doors of the car, and a cloudy aura instantly assaulted the crowd. The crowd had also been through all the great battles. It was not frightened by a gust of wind. One by one, all of them took out their weapons and stepped out of the car clad in their birthday suits. They were like a flash of white in the darkness, dazzling, fearless, but eerie and terrifying in this setting. Ri Tao did not hurry to get off the car, opened the window and beckoned down the order. Why don't you all gather here and I'll take a look around here. With that, he closed the window and drove around towards the airport. Ri Tao drove around the airport for a rough turn and returned to the front of the crowd, lifting his leg to get out of the car. As soon as he came down, Li Tao realized that the ghostly aura was even more dense down there than what he felt in the car. With this level of ghost chi, I'm afraid that there isn't really a ghost emperor in existence. At the thought, Ri Tao frowned and leaned against the side of the car, all the while taking another look at the birthday suit he was also wearing. It must be said that these clothes made by Jiangyun Garment Factory. It is indeed quite ugly, but I just don't know if this dress can be useful in the face of a possible ghost emperor or not. Having only seen Jiangyun demonstrate before this, Li Tao himself was not sure if every one of these birthday suits could have the same effect as Jiangyun's one. If it works, then the mission probably won't have too many casualties. If it doesn't work, all those birthday suits are just fancy clothes if you wear them. Shaking his head, Ri Tao threw out those inappropriate thoughts inside his head and gave orders to the crowd. You guys set up around here. Double check, and keep me posted. Split up some men and round up the whole airport. Then he looked solemnly at the crowd again. This airport's ghost chi is extremely dense and dangerous. The Tianchideo people have all withdrawn. We have no backup. Everyone must be safe. Now, in Nanjing City, we, Bureau 749, are the only ones around? Only us. So, please make sure you go on your mission while keeping yourselves safe. If this mission comes to a successful conclusion, when the time comes, I would like to see everyone who appears here now. Yes, the generals of the 749th responded. After everyone had finished packing, Li Tao looked at the squad leaders of the teams and gave another order. Make sure you guys guard this airport and don't let the ghosts and monsters get out. I trust you. At the same time, Ri Tao looked at the captain of the second team again. Zhao 1, take all of your second team and go in with me to survey. Chapter 167 Accident on an Airplane. Nanjing Municipal Airport. The only airplane on the empty airport. The emergency lights kept flashing and shining on every face. I've searched all over the place. I'm exhausted. The sudden appearance of a sentence shattered the tranquility of the airport. These people are all dead. There's no one alive. They're all dead. Uncle, you can't do it either. There are still living people around? TSK. Xiaoyu pointed her finger at Jiangyun's Xiaoyu. As he was about to continue taunting, he was hammered on the head by Jiangyun. It just feels wrong. Don't worry about the details. Small problems, small problems. Jiangyun disliked it without a care in the world and shook his fist in Xiaoyu's face. If you hit me again, I'll fight you. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and looked at Jiangyun, but Jiangyun was unmoved. From what I've seen so far, the odds are that there's no one alive on this plane. So how did this plane take off and land? Jiangyun was still a bit puzzled. I told you that the ghost on the plane learned to fly the plane, and lo and behold, you still don't believe me. Xiaoyu rubbed her head towards Jiangyun, and Jiangyun just raised his fist and raised it in front of Xiaoyu, who then closed her mouth. Only that there was still so much defiance in her eyes. Afterward, Jiangyun turned his head to look at the cold beauty and the others. Do you have any other clues or have you found anything unusual? The cold beauty shook her head in reply. Not for a while. After listening, Jiangyun looked out of the window. pondering in the small space what the situation was now. Just as Jong Yun was deep in thought. Instead, there was a sudden movement from the cockpit. This movement directly interrupted Jong Yun's thoughts. Only the sound seemed like a woman wailing. But the problem is, on an airplane with no living people, and now there's a woman's wail coming from the cockpit. The crowd's scalps went numb in shock. In an instant, he had his weapon trained on the cockpit, ready to face the dangers he didn't know were there. After waiting for a while, seeing that there was no more movement coming from the cockpit, Jade planned to go straight up and find out what was going on. I'd like to see what the hell came here to play God. Then he turned his head to look at the older man, pitifully. Uncle, if I'm in danger, you'll definitely come to my rescue, surely? No, you're going to send heads not in the open. I'll report you, Jong Yun said to Xiao Yu nonchalantly. And just then, the ghost bride, who had remained silent at the side, suddenly shouted as if she had sensed something. Husband, be careful. At those words, Jong Yun quickly dodged away from his spot. Next, the very moment Jong Yun dodged out of the way, something in the shape of a whip suddenly rushed out of the cockpit, leaving a deep mark where Jong Yun had just been. After dodging it, Jong Yun quickly pulled out his golden Alaska and aimed a burst of fire output at the thing attacking him. When Jong Yun finished his output, the crowd was about to move forward to see what was attacking them when they saw a scene that made them even more terrified, only to see every passenger in front of the monitor suddenly issued a cacophony of electric current sound. Ear-piercing sound, and the silence of the airport at this moment is to appear more abrupt. The sound of electricity then disappeared. There is only a hint of a seeming zip sound. And at this moment a woman also appears on the screen. The woman whose face could not be seen by her long hair. She was seen wearing a white dress, with her hair wet in front of her face, and she stood next to an ancient well as if she was greeting the crowd. Although the faces could not be seen, the crowd had a feeling. She was staring at herself. Chapter 168, Regret. Moreover, she seemed to be able to instantly move, appearing in all corners of that place in the screen. The crowd was tense as they continued to watch the screen, the woman's long hair swaying wildly in the wind as if it were out of control. These long hairs kept fluttering forward, as if trying to break out of the screen that trapped them. It also seems to be trying to attack people outside of the monitor. Looking at the bizarre scene, Jong Yun couldn't help but speak. What's this? The ghosts on the plane invited us to a movie? It's not a good look she's putting on for us. Can we cut the stage? Jade slurred as the lollipop in her mouth was now down to a single stick. I want to watch that scariest movie from Spoke Island. What's it called? Sub, I think. Forget it. Can you cut the table? At this moment, the rest of the crowd wasn't going to pay any attention to Jong Yun and Xiao Yu. Not everyone would be the same as them on such occasions. Just as Jong Yun and Jade were chatting and gagging, in the monitors in front of each passenger, they only saw the woman getting closer and closer and closer, and her hair fills the entire screen. Only her face was pale and her eyes were empty, but at the moment her hair was suddenly loose. Holy, what is this? Jong Yun shouted. Right after Jong Yun finished speaking, the woman inside seemed to have heard it and instantly disappeared from the screen. Just as Jong Yun was about to take a breather, all the monitors went black. A long hair instantly drilled out from inside the screen. At the same time, it also came directly towards the crowd. With the reminder of the last wave of Ghost Bride, the crowd dodged the first wave of attacks this time. And this attack did not materially harm the crowd. And Jade missed a beat and was knocked to the ground by her hair. Then he climbed to his feet with an indignant look on his face. Sneak attack. Not counting. Everyone then raised their weapons and instantly cut off these hairs that were coming at them, barely visible through the emergency lights. The long hairs, as thick as boa constrictors, were now scattered in bits and pieces inside the airplane. Jong Yun put away his weapon and was about to walk up to see what was going on. At this moment, bizarre things proceeded to appear. Itsuka laughs at the day that comes. Tsukashi's thoughts on Tsukashi. Who is it that believes in me? A whisper of music suddenly started, hovering in every corner of the airplane. Just listen to the song that starts out gentle and suddenly becomes very intense. What is this bird song? Can't even understand it. Can we have some songs that normal people can listen to? Jong Yun said after hearing the song. You don't have a membership, do you? What the hell is this? Not even a member. And Xiao Yu and the others looked at Jong Yun with disgust while maintaining their combat status. Don't you realize you look like a conspicuous bag? Jade didn't care so much. If they didn't say it, Jade would. Looking for a beating. Say, what's this song? Why is it playing all of a sudden? Somehow, Jong Yun spat. The ghost bride stepped forward this time and said, it seems to be a language from the Spoke Island side. I've heard Gakkai talk about something similar. Spoke Island country song? Didn't this plane come straight from the country of Hightower? Could it be a towering ghost that loves to listen to Spoke Island songs? Jong Yun looked at the cold beauty and asked suspiciously. It was a direct flight, but it's not clear what happened. The cold beauty only replied briefly. She herself wasn't sure what was going on right now. Perhaps she would only know everything after she uncovered this ghost. I don't know what's going on, but this is definitely the work of that ghost of an airplane. It looks like the ghost emperor on this plane has quite a few tricks up his sleeve, and he's also quite fierce. So unwelcoming to us. Jang Yun took out his golden Alaska and said as he turned his back to the crowd. Ready to fight. We're afraid that it's going to be kind of hard to get out of this plane. Ugh. I regret not bringing Gamma with me. Chapter 169 Cessation of Attacks. After the last fight, Gakko was injured. Hey, I blame those old Bidens. Why did they injure my Gamelan in a good way? Jang Yun scratched his hair with some chagrin. It would be nice if we could bring Gamma Coconut with us. It's not like we're seeing each other from the same place. Maybe Gamma could have a chat with the other side? Jang Yun then looked at the crowd again, all the while thinking internally about the current team configuration. Aside from him and the Ghost Bride, that left those from the Ghost Hunters organization. Looking at the cold beauty of the Ghost Hunters organization, the three of them, Tunzi and Xiaoyu, although they had seen them fight before, but from the contact during this time, except for the always silent cold beauty in Pier. Just this jade is getting more and more unreliable the more I look at her. After thinking about it, Jang Yun even wanted to give Xiaoyu another punch. What about the promised ease of taking down the Ghost Emperor? After putting away the thought of beating up Jade again, Jang Yun turned to face the crowd. Last time, the fight with the Ghost Harnesser, and that, the other guy me, and that stupid dog's fight resulted in Knives, Gamako, and Old Chin being injured. That's why they weren't brought here this time. Especially Old Chin too, who is still in a coma to this day because of the matter of the Great Chinin soldiers. Jang Yun wasn't quite sure what the relationship between the Great Chinin soldiers and Old Chin 2 was even at this moment. After all, Old Chin 2 had existed before he himself had accepted the ancient mansion. I'll have to dig deeper and deeper when I get a chance in the future. 2. When it's dealt with here. I don't know if I can handle it either. Find a chance to ask Old Chin 2 when the processing is over. These Great Chinin soldiers, I have to say, are indeed a very powerful fighting force. Each person released individually might be average, but gathered together, they could actually cripple the Ghost Emperor. Uncle, stop gawking and run. Seeing that Jang Yun seemed to have wandered off, Xiaoyu hurriedly reminded him. Only Jang Yun dodged with a long stride, once again dodging the attack coming from the cockpit that had suddenly opened at some point. Holy, what's going on? This ghost likes to do sneak attacks so much? Jang Yun didn't care so much. After opening more, he directly backhanded and pulled out his gold AK, and swept it against the cockpit. Only a burst of golden-colored flame emerged from the muzzle of the gun, as if it was going to engulf everything. After Jang Yun emptied his clip, he spoke again. What's going on? Sneak up on me and run away, huh? I'll go. Before the words left his mouth, a loud bang suddenly came from the cockpit, as if something had exploded. Jang Yun blinked and didn't continue to say anything else. Only a figure slowly appeared from the cockpit, but her face was pale and her eyes were empty. Dressed in a long white dress, her wet hair fell messily over her shoulders, and her ebony-colored hands were covered with long, sharp nails that looked like sharp blades. Isn't that the same woman that just appeared inside the monitor? It seems that in addition to her long hair, this sharp blade is one of her weapons. When the female ghost appeared, she attacked Jang Yun's crowd directly without a second thought. Wet hair instantly appeared in all corners of the plane attacking towards the crowd, and Jang Yun's side had also taken out their weapons, ready to cut off those hairs once again. After a brief exchange of blows between the two sides, there were more cut strands of hair on the ground, and there wasn't much expression on the female ghost's side. This was just her simplest test. If she wanted to attack with all her might, Jang Yun and the others wouldn't be able to deal with it so easily. Just as Jang Yun's side was planning to initiate the attack, the cloaked female ghost but suddenly stopped moving, and, making a cautious gesture, took a slow step back. Chapter 170, I don't build it. Everyone was still wondering. There was a sudden sound from outside, and the accompanying. There is still a glimmer of light. The crowd froze, still confused. The Ghost Bride, on the other hand, had noticed the situation outside just as Jang Yun was preparing to launch his attack. Pulling on Jang Yun's coat, he reminded, Lai Tao is here, with the group from Bureau 749. Upon hearing this, Jang Yun just nodded, but he didn't look back and just commanded, you guys go out first, I'll keep an eye on this Sadie. Uncle, you're so charming, you should be fine on your own, right? Jang Yun just glanced at Xiaoyu who was not far away. I can't, you stay with me. Only to see Xiaoyu quickly pulling the cold beauty and running directly towards the hatch. Uncle, I'll give you the accompanying 200 when the time comes. Wait. When the rest of the people were heading towards the hatch, Jang Yun also kept a close eye on the long-haired female ghost, and his footsteps slowly backed up. Seeing that the long-haired female ghost still hadn't moved, Jiang Yun also left immediately after waiting for Xiao Yu and the others to go down. When all of them had left, she was again alone on the empty plane. Twisting his head, he watched them from the window, then turned. The moment she turned around, the entire plane went dark and the emergency lights that had been keeping the light on stopped working. As soon as he got off the airplane, Jiang Yun again nonchalantly threw a punch towards Xiao Yu. Only this time Xiao Yu blocked it with her hand. Jiang Yun also didn't continue, just waiting for the opportunity that would come later. Looking at Li Tao and the others who were getting closer to him, Jiang Yun quickly walked over with the crowd to converge. You guys had a situation in there? Before he even got close, Li Tao opened his mouth first and asked, well, there's a ghost, and it's strong. What the hell is it? What class is it? Can it be fought? Li Tao inquired anxiously. After Jiang Yun finished listening, he walked over to Li Tao and was silent for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, that one in there should be Sadako, one of the two major ghost kings of the Spoke Islands. Ha! Li Tao sucked in a mouthful of cold air and was very surprised. But when he thought about it carefully, it was very wrong. We've received information that there was a direct flight from Gotha country to Nanjiang City that made a forced landing midway through the Spoke Island country for an unknown reason. And if it was Sadako inside, then, most likely, this plane was forced to land on the Spoke Islands for unknown reasons then killed by Sadako. Saying this, Li Tao swallowed his throat and added, but the news given by the higher-ups is that there might be a ghost emperor inside, or even a more terrifying existence. But isn't Sadako the demon king? And, I felt it when I came here. The aura here could never be emitted by the ghost king. It must be the ghost emperor. Is there something even more terrifying in their coming with Sadako? The more Li Tao thought about it, the more tense his expression became. And at this moment, they were the only 749 bureaus left in Nanjiang City. If Sadako hadn't been the only one inside this plane, then the problems they faced would have been much more severe, and the casualties would probably have been doubled. Jiang Yun looked at Li Tao's nervous expression and probably guessed what Li Tao was thinking, so he spoke out. We went into the plane to take a closer look, and there should only be one Sadako, and no other ghosts or monsters present. That means, she has turned into a ghost emperor. How did she become a ghost emperor? Question after question was asked by Li Tao. Jiang Yun probably had a bit of an inkling that perhaps Sadako had slaughtered the entirety of the plane and evolved into a ghost emperor by unknown means, but he didn't have hard evidence that could prove this either, so he had to reply to Li Tao. I'm not building it. Chapter 172, Coexistence of Human and Ghost? After Jiang Yun and his group joined up with Li Tao and the rest of the 749th Bureau, Jiang Yun spoke out again. There's a ghost in there, and this stupid airplane is lit by a couple of emergency lights, so you can't see anything in there. Why don't you guys shine a light on this plane? It's just blacked out and only explored a little bit. Jiang Yun looked at the group of people with several oversized glowing devices and said. Upon hearing this, Li Tao then opened his mouth and spoke backwards. You guys move a couple of those lights over and shine them on this airplane. He then turned his head back to Jiang Yun. I've just been around outside the airport and I can only roughly see the outline of the plane. Is there something else going on in this airplane besides Sadako? After watching the members behind him shine their lights on the plane again, Li Tao asked again. It's too dark to be very clear. All I know is that this airplane is full of hair. Jiang Yun also really wasn't sure what had happened to the airplane. It was just roughly clear that Sadako's figure seemed to be present in every corner of this plane. Li Tao was about to speak again when a movement came from the other side of the airplane, only to see that the huge airplane actually became very weird at the moment. There was a constant cloudy aura that was visible to the naked eye drifting out from the interior of the airplane and then dissipating into the air, looking so eerie, and every window of the plane was covered by a cloud of hair-like objects. It made it impossible to see what was going on inside, and the hair seemed to be none other than Sadako's hair. On the other side, Sadako, who was currently inside the plane, also felt a hint of threat and looked at the others outside the window through a slit from inside the plane. In the encounter just now, the one with the gold AK who was a bit of a nervous wreck gave her the most threat, and he was actually accompanied by a female ghost dressed in red, of her own kind. How can a ghost be with a human being? The second was the cold beauty that had been near him, and although it didn't show it, a hint of threat could still be felt from her. In addition, she also sensed another familiar aura on Jiang Yun, but that didn't seem to be the scent from the ghost beside him, a scent she seemed to have met somewhere before. Now, it seemed like they had come to support them, only to become an even greater threat to themselves. With that, it disappeared into thin air. Immediately after that, the interior of the airplane was instantly filled with a very dense ghostly aura. Instead, the crowd in the square realized that the heavens and earth seemed to have become even more shadowy, and even light could not penetrate them. Li Tao had to order his men to push the lights a little further forward. There's more and more yin and yang floating out of the airplane. After feeling it carefully once again, if Jiang Yun wasn't quite sure if Sadako had really turned into a ghost emperor just now, at this moment, then, he could be absolutely certain. Sadako is no longer a ghost king, now she is definitely in existence above a ghost emperor or even a ghost emperor. Only a wisp of ink she kept surfacing on the top of the nose, and Sadako slowly appeared from the top position of the nose as if she was floating out of the water. Before Jiang Yun and the others could finish their exchange over here, Sadako maintained her usual style and took the lead in attacking. Zhao Wen was at the moment behind Ri Tao, listening to his conversation with Jiang Yun and the others, not noticing that Sadako had already attacked him. The attack was getting closer and closer, and by the time Zhao Wen realized the attack, there was no way to dodge it. Chapter 172, What's going on here? Done. Careless. No flash. With this casual strike, I'll be crippled if I don't die, right? I'm not married yet. I haven't had kids yet, and I'm so young I'm actually going to fall down here? What the hell? To actually come right out and sneak attack a minion like me. It's not fair at all. It's so hard. The next Nanjiang city, and the people behind us will depend on you to guard them. Brothers, I'm going to go first. This ghost emperor, or even a strike above the ghost emperors, even if it's just a casual strike, I won't be able to resist it head on. In a trance, various thoughts appeared in the middle of Zhao Wen's mind. Actually, I don't really want to die yet. Sadako's attack then hit Zhao Wen directly. A shot from the ghost emperor. When the crowd didn't react, Zhao Wen directly flew backwards, just as Zhao Wen was preparing for his own death. To his surprise, the birthday suit was, surprisingly, useful in this seeming, only to see Sadako's attack actually being parried by the birthday suit. A wave of warmth covered the province. No pain. It didn't hurt at all. Surprised you're okay? Zhao Wen had an incredulous look on his face. Look again at the birthday suit. After the blow was over, the birthday suit became even more tattered. After waiting for a while, this. What's going on here? He looked at the rest of the airport and wondered out loud. Shaking his head, he took another look at himself and realized that aside from not paying attention to being knocked off his feet by Sadako's sneak attack, he was a little bruised. It was surprising that he didn't have any other injuries on himself. This is a miracle. What's going on here? Zhao Wen was dumbfounded. Then, glancing at the birthday suit that had become tattered and torn on his body. Does that mean this birthday suit can actually withstand a strike from the Ghost Emperor? How is this possible? That's the Ghost Emperor. Just as Zhao Wen was still fuming, Jiang Yun had already greeted him long ago, and Jiang Yun hadn't noticed that the life jacket from his clothing factory was actually so useful. Immediately afterward, Sadako was a little surprised. It was reasonable to say that the fragile human just now would be crippled without dying after being attacked by himself. Why are you sitting there alive? Did some undercurrent save him? Several more attacks were then flung at the other Bureau's 749 members, only to see that their attacks actually failed in droves and did not cause any damage to the rest of Bureau 749, and those who had been hit had been surprised to find that this birthday suit, in fact, could withstand a single attack from the Ghost Emperor. It's literally an outlier. It's only one blow. But with this life jacket, does that mean everyone no longer fears the Ghost Emperor? I just don't know if I can wear it over the top. If I can, wouldn't that be unbeatable? Various different sounds of shock rang out at this moment. Team Lai, is there any more of this birthday suit? Give me 100 more. Didn't you just hate it to death? Why do you want it now? Bull asterisk. I never minded. Aren't you the same yourself? I knew that what the higher-ups gave us would be useful. At this moment, Sadako was very unbelieving. Her empty eyes filled with doubt. Did each of them have a card to save their lives? It was followed by another continued attack, and with added force, quite a bit more terrifying than the previous one. At this moment, within the square, the remaining members of 749 who had not been attacked, one by one, were not afraid of death in general. They have fended off the front, and Sadako was once again and again dumbfounded at the sight of it. Why didn't his own means of attack do anything? One question appeared in Sadako's mind. By the end of the fight, Sadako realized that none of her attacks would do a thing against the group. Looking at the crowd in the square who were unharmed and even sitting together and communicating loudly, Sadako was in a daze at the moment. Then it stopped moving its hands and looked flabbergasted at these people on the field. Chapter 173, Life Clothes recognize Brother Jiang. Airports. Even Sadako, who was already a Ghost Emperor, froze outright when she saw this current scene. What big storms have you not seen yourself? But this anomaly in front of her was something she had never really seen before. What the hell is this all about? You don't bully ghosts like that, do you? Sure, it wasn't just Sadako who acted very surprised either. The crowd at Bureau 749 was even more incredulous. An ugly and ghostly possessed birthday suit. How could they have ever thought of it before this? This birthday suit, at this moment, was actually where their greatest reliance lay. and at the same time, thinking that a steady stream of such life jackets would be available. So does that mean the elimination of all ghosts and goblins is just around the corner? After all, something that could withstand a strike from the Ghost Emperor had never been heard of before. One by one, the same thought appeared in the minds of the people of Bureau 749. Sadako's attack was sent out to hit the crowd instantly, and only when Sadako's attack had all worked did Ritao's side react. Hurriedly, he ran to the front of the crowd, preventing another sneak attack from Sadako while looking at the crowd behind him. Looking at the unharmed members of the second team, Ritao's shock was no less than theirs, but he just couldn't show it in his own way. That's what makes you put on your birthday suits. Do you guys have any complaints now? Ritao said as he looked at all the people who had resented the birthday suit not long ago. Captain Lai, you could have actually said it earlier. Otherwise we wouldn't have reacted so strongly. It's not like I'm complaining all the time. At this moment, Zhao Wen had slowed down and responded to Ritao from a distance, and others spoke up. Right. If we had known that this birthday suit could block the Ghost Emperor's blow, let alone putting it on, we wouldn't have taken it off even if we slept. Right. And Li Tao didn't explain much, just raised his eyebrows slightly. Told you so? I do kind of not believe it myself. What if I told you guys and this dress doesn't have that effect and you're stupid enough to run like a rash to give away your head? By the time the 749th Bureau is dead, there's no need to guard this Nanjing city. Let's go to heaven together. These thoughts appeared directly in Ritao's mind. Looking at the team members below, other than Zhao Wen who was sent flying, the rest of them were not seriously injured. If it wasn't for the birthday suits on the outside that had already resisted once and thus become tattered, from the outside it wouldn't even be conceivable that they were actually able to survive the Ghost Emperor's blow unscathed. Thanks to this birthday suit. If we didn't have these birthday suits sent by Jiangyun Clothing Factory, how many casualties would we have suffered from that wave of attack just now? And how much battle power would we have lost? And at that time, I'm afraid that Nanjing City really doesn't need to be guarded. What's the point of guarding when the people are gone? Thinking that he hadn't trusted Zhang Yun too much at first, he hadn't even taken the birthday suit Zhang Yun had given him into consideration and doubted the efficacy of the suit. More thoughts emerged one by one in Lai Tao's mind, and he was also glad that Su Weiyan had given the order that all of them had to wear this birthday suit in the first place. And over here, Zhang Yun, who had gone up to fight Sadako the moment she launched her attack, was surprised to find out at this moment. Yikes. I said how it's a little different. Looking at you guys weird. So you're wearing birthday suits from my Zhang's garment factory. I didn't even realize it at first. Zhang's garment factory, the output is guaranteed. If you're not satisfied, you can't return it. Chapter 174. It's not impossible. Saying that a steel backhand pull out directly towards Sadako, catching Sadako off guard. Then Sadako was a bit surprised again, unable to imagine that her mastery had actually been learned by Zhang Yun all of a sudden. He then dodged Zhang Yun's this backhanded hollow with a vertical dodge, and after Zhang Yun missed a sneak attack, he wasn't discouraged and quickly withdrew 3 paces away again to Li Tao. How about a birthday suit from Jiang? How was it? It's great, isn't it? We have a quality guarantee. Want another 10,000 orders? As for the price, Zhang's clothing maker is fair game. 10,000 only makes 800. Ugh, don't take it seriously. Wrong word. Just a little bit more expensive than before. Although Lai Tao also wanted to talk to Zhang Yun about this business at this moment, he was still speechless to the point of Zhang Yun, while at the same time inwardly spitting. It's that time of year. Sadako is right in your face, and your first thought is actually to market your birthday suit. Success! Though you do have a pretty awesome birthday suit. But that's Sadako. Oh Ghost Emperor, can't you fight and then come back and talk business with yourself? Ritao's eyes widened, and at that moment, Sadako didn't give the two of them a chance to continue chatting, directly rushing forward to wrestle with Zhang Yun, Ghost Hunters organization on the side of the trio. The trio standing a little further away were able to clearly see the entirety of Sadako's attack on the crowd. The cold beauty saw these birthday clothes and looked very surprised with a complex expression, frowning tightly on the sidelines. He thought that there was such a treasure in the world that could withstand the attacks of ghosts and monsters, even ghost emperors, and by the looks of it, there are quite a few of these birthday suits. Xiaoyu looked at the cold beauty with very curious wide eyes and said, "What is this? I heard Jiang Yun say that the female ghost was Sadako, from the Spoke Islands, and seemed to be the Ghost Emperor. This ugly, tattered-looking birthday suit seems to have helped them block the Ghost Emperor's blow?" The cold beauty was also very curious to know the specifics of this birthday suit at the moment, and simply replied, "It should be a treasure. Slightly more in number." Jade replied, "I just heard Uncle talking to what's his name Lai Tao. This dress seems to have been sold to them by Jiang Yun, saying something about it being made by Zhang's clothing factory. Did the older man make it himself? He's that good? I don't believe it. He can't be better than me." but uncle mentioned to me again before. It seems like his golden Alaska can be produced as well. Were these two made in the same place? Listening to Xiaoyu's non-stop talking with nerves and normalcy all at once, a different look finally appeared on the calm face of the cold beauty. I didn't expect Jiang Yun to be able to craft a treasure that could withstand a strike from a ghost emperor. If it was really possible to mass-produce it, then their organization's chances of winning against ghosts and monsters would be greatly improved, and the organization's casualty rate would be greatly reduced. This is an absolutely amazing treasure. And he seems to be in the same category as the Lord. How many more secrets does Jiang Yun have on him? Would it really be the same kind of person as the Lord? On the side, Jade was still rambling on, not paying the slightest attention to the cold beauty who had long ago gone off to think of other things on her own. I'm telling you, how? If Uncle made this stuff, can't we get Uncle to get a few of them? Speaking of which, the cold beauty finally came back to her senses. Looking at Jade, he did not speak either, seeming to be in deep thought. Jade, on the other hand, was stared at very uncomfortably, thinking that the cold beauty didn't believe her. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Believe it or not, if I just say it, Uncle will obediently bring it to me. Uncle can't resist my personality. Jade grunted as she was about to continue talking to the cold beauty. The cold beauty, however, suddenly opened her mouth. It's not impossible to think about it. Chapter 175, We're not to be trifled with. Humph. I've got the personality of an older man with that look. I've got 2 words for you. Take it. Plain and simple. Looking at the pig-faced Jade, the cold beauty said she didn't recognize her. Not bothering with Jade who was fantasizing, she continued to think on the sidelines. What is the relationship between Jiang Yun and the Lord? Would they be the same? Earlier the Lord said it would be best to bring him into the organization. Just as Jade was about to open her mouth again, the cold beauty was the first to respond. Well, there you go then. The cold beauty glanced at Jade, not taking what Jade had just said seriously. She herself knew very well that if Xiaoyu really said that to Jiang Yun, definitely being hammered on by Jiang Yun again was not a shame. Looking at the cold beauty's disgusted eyes, Xiaoyu finally came back to her senses and huffed. You just weren't going to believe I could ask for it. It was only at this moment that Jade realized that the cold beauty was treating herself as a pleasure person. And what she said about considering it could never really be about letting herself conquer Jiang Yun with her charms. Though Jade still found herself very attractive. But she knew the cold beauty must be thinking of getting it by some other method right now. Just when Jade was about to say something, the members of Bureau 749 directly surrounded the entire airplane. Front of the plane, the congregation of the 749th Bureau, Ri Tao, who had casually taken out a loudspeaker from inside the car, was about to shout at Sadako on the airplane. You're surrounded. Don't put up any unnecessary resistance. Drop the woo. Now, there was a pause, and then a glance at Sadako, who was currently standing on top of the plane, looking as if she couldn't bring herself to lower that weapon. So Ri Tao continued to speak again. Surrender is your only way out. Quickly raise your hands and surrender. There are so many of us based on one ghost like you. Even if you are now a ghost emperor, you will not be able to resist. Sadako just glanced at the man who looked to be as dull as the lollipop nibbler from before and paid no attention. Instead, he turned to look at Jiang Yun, and that familiar aura came once more. It was at this moment that Sadako suddenly realized. The aura she had felt on Jiang Yun before was the same as this one. The very same aura she had felt on the ghost she had come to Huaxia to find. Why do you have the scent of a gamelan on you? Did you take the gamelan? What did you do to the gamelan? It was you. You're the one who took Gamako away. It's no wonder you were able to easily take Gakko away without me noticing. I've become a ghost emperor now, but I didn't think I still couldn't take you. What exactly is your strength? After saying that, Sadako stormed out once more. Where in the world did you take Gamma? With that, Sadako draped her hair, her bizarre hair as if it was covering the sky, while her own entire body attacked towards Jiang Yun. But Jiang Yun's sight isn't spoiled either. You've been talking to yourself alone for so long, and don't give yourself a chance to talk, so what else is there to say to you? If you want to fight, just fight. Do you really think I'm afraid of a little virgin like you? There are not 100 but 1 ghost emperors who have fallen under me. We're not someone to be messed with. After discarding superfluous thoughts, Jiang Yun also attacked towards Sadako. Just at this time, the ghost bride, who had been silent at the side, suddenly stood out. Originally, she had only been observing silently from the side, something she trusted her husband to handle, and all she needed to do was watch from the side and strike when Jiang Yun needed it. The district ghost emperor wasn't going to be difficult for Jiang Yun either, but just now I actually heard the word Gamako from Sadako's mouth. Chapter 176, Are they lying to me? Also, it seems that Gamma Coconut is the one that husband tricked from the Spoke Islands. Thinking of this, the ghost bride glanced at Jiang Yun, who hadn't noticed any of this. Sadako seems to recognize Gamako. And she seemed to have come to China from the Spoke Islands because of this very thing. She's trying to save Gamma Gamma? Sadako didn't really give Jiangyun a chance to explain even after she finished speaking. Just as they were about to fight to a standstill, it was only then that the ghost bride suddenly spoke. I know where Gamago's sister is. Sadako, who was ready to fight the pouncing Jiangyun, heard it, though the ghost bride didn't speak loudly, but she still heard it clearly. He then dodged backward, avoiding Jiangyun's attack, and that's when the ghost bride spoke with Jiangyun again. Husband, you also come back first. There might be a hint of misunderstanding between us and her. Hearing what the ghost bride had said, Jiangyun didn't intend to continue chasing after her, and he hadn't wanted to fight Sadako in the first place. Painstaking and tricky, it's best when the problem can be solved with words, but there didn't seem to be any misunderstanding between them, and he himself had indeed swiped Gakai from the Spoke Islands in the first place. Whatever, just don't fight. If it didn't work, he'd give Sadako a taste of his own golden Alaska. Gold AK is not a vegetarian. These thoughts instantly appeared in Jiangyun's mind. What did you say? Do you know where Gamma Coco is? Where is she? How do you know? Sadako, however, didn't think much about it and asked impatiently towards the ghost bride after dodging Jiangyun's attack. The ghost bride was about to reply when Sadako spoke again. You're a ghost too. Why are you walking with this man? Where's my gamelan? Was it killed by this man? If Gamako dies, you die too. All of you. I will not spare each and every one of you. He then pointed his finger at Jiangyun. What the hell did you do? Is she under your control too? Jiangyun, who had thought that nothing had happened and that he could solve the problem by relying on his mouth, was in a daze at the moment. Why are you suddenly pointing at me when you said you'd solve the problem with words? But Jiangyun wasn't someone to be messed with either. Having been pointed at his nose, he was planning to continue the battle with Sadako for another 300 rounds when the ghost bride pulled Jiangyun to a halt. Then once again, he spoke softly toward Sadako. He didn't control me. I followed him. Also, Sister Gamako is fine on our side. It was then that Sadako heard what the ghost bride said clearly again. Sister? Gammy? After seeing the certainty in the ghost bride's eyes, Sadako asked again with a little less conviction. At the same time, it didn't launch another attack at Jiangyun, only maintaining a state of alert to take a slight step back. Did you just say Sister Gamako? You know where she is and you're good with her? Suddenly hearing the ghost bride talk about Gamako being her sister, Sadako was a bit confused at the moment. Obviously Gakko was swept back here by them from the Spoke Island Kingdom. So how did she become her sister again? What the hell is going on here? Sadako is just so confused right now. Kind of totally confused as to what the hell is going on. This is not at all the same as the news one knows. Is it possible that they are just lying to themselves? But aren't they afraid of being recognized? One doubt came to Sadako's mind, and she herself felt out of place. Think about it. She then weakly inquired. You guys, are friends of Gamma Coconut? Chapter 178 I'll go on my own. At this moment, Sadako was filled with incredulity as to what was going on right now. The Gakai she came over from the Spoke Islands to take with her had actually turned out to be their sister? Nope. They probably lied to themselves. What about Gamako's character Sadako knew well? She definitely wasn't someone who could be bent so easily. How it became their sister? Seeing Sadako's face full of doubt at the moment, the ghost bride exchanged words with Sadako. The gamelan was brought back by my husband from the Spoke Islands. Before he could finish he was directly interrupted by Sadako. I told you guys deserve to die, and say that Gakai wasn't taken by him. It was like catching some key clue. Sadako pointed directly at Jiangyun and squinted in anger. The ghost bride once again pulled back on Jiangyun who was ready to attack by Sadako's pointing finger, while at the same time speaking to Sadako again. You can listen to me properly first, and it's not impossible for you to make a move when you're in doubt or dissatisfied. At that, Sadako calmed down a little and gestured for the ghost bride to continue. It was then that the ghost bride continued. It's true that Gakko was very unwilling when she was first brought back by my husband, but after that she became friends with us, and some time ago she even fought with us against the other ghost emperors, hence the injury. That's why you don't see Gaji now. Sadako was even more puzzled at the moment. Why? The news I've heard is that this guy is a scumbag who ran away from China to the Spoke Islands just to cheat Gamma Coconut out of her. And, flowery. Sadako signaled the ghost bride with her eyes to look at Jiangyun before asking. At this point, the ghost bride was also a bit indescribable. It was clear in the beginning that he had agreed that he only had one little sweetheart, and that was the ghost bride herself. How is it that a trip to the Spoke Islands has brought another sweetie out of the woodwork? The ghost bride was a bit jealous, but still helped Jiangyun. Only her eyes always skimmed over to Jiangyun from time to time. Jiangyun also noticed the ghost bride's eyes and scratched his head with his hand in great embarrassment. This was followed by a shrug. Well, what can I do? And Sadako was exasperated. Damn scum. If I find out that Gamma is bad, I'll be the first to kill you. Seeing that Sadako was about to fight Jang Yun again, the ghost bride once again stepped forward to engage Sadako. Don't worry, there were no accidents with Gakko. She's just not here right now, and she's doing fine over here. Yeah, Gakko is having a good time now. Do you want to come and keep your sister's company? Jang Yun looked at Sadako there not knowing what she was thinking and said casually. Instead, the ghost bride was speaking to Sadako at the moment. I promise, Gamma Coconut is definitely fine now. If you don't believe me, or, you could follow us and check it out. Hearing this, Sadako fell silent. She did come to Huaxia to find Gamako, who had been missing for a long time, and as soon as she inquired about Gakkai, she came straight here. At the moment, hearing the news that Gakko was still alive and well eased her emotions a little. If you follow them there, the ghosts are not familiar with the land, and if they have an ambush or something, then one is on a plane to deliver ahead. But, how was one supposed to find Gamma Coco if one didn't follow them to find out? You can find it if you search for it bit by bit, but you'll spend a lot of time looking for it. Furthermore, if you don't agree with them, you will have to fight them at this moment. Facing a group of people, Sadako was not confident that she could defeat them, and just one Jang Yun was a bit too much to handle on his own. Although she ran straight away, still confident that she would be able to get away, but that would be too much of a mess. Fly all the way out here and get knocked off? She's alive and well, isn't she? Sadako's tone eased up at the moment and said to the ghost bride, not bothering with Jang Yun. Seeing that Sadako seemed to be letting down her defenses a bit, the ghost bride knew that Sadako had faltered, so he said while the iron was hot, yeah, she's doing fine now. Hearing the ghost bride's affirmative reply, Sadako half-heartedly looked very hesitant. Should she follow her to have a look or not? Another moment of silence. I can go with you guys and take a look, but don't follow these men behind you and those other three across the street. The others were not as much of a threat to themselves as Jang Yun, but they were also very troublesome to deal with. And at this moment, Jang Yun thought inwardly as soon as he heard that things were almost done. The ghost bride can really be her own sweetie. Saying a few words to lull this chaste man into a frenzy. Then to Sadako, don't worry, no surprises with me. If you're afraid, these people certainly don't have to follow. Just walk with us. And Sadako generically didn't really want to pay much attention to Jang Yun and just looked at the ghost bride in silence. The ghost bride knew that she was unwilling to pay any attention to Jang Yun and simply replied towards her affirmatively. Husband has said so. It's okay. It was only at this moment that Sadako nodded slightly, indicating that she was willing to go with Jang Yun and the two of them to look for Gamma Coconut, while the others watching the scene from the side of the plane were all wide-eyed. No, that's ing okay? You're the Ghost Emperor. You're just going to be fooled? A question mark appeared on the heads of the people in Bureau 749 when they saw this. Although the farce hasn't been completely resolved yet, it looks like Jang Yun seems to have gotten the scene under control. Zhao Wen stood beside Ri Tao and said to him, Jang Yun has many secrets on his body, and it makes sense that he would be able to solve them at this moment. There was a moment's silence, and the words, indeed, what happened to him was no surprise. When they're gone, have the members underneath clean up the place and see if they find anything else. And across from them, the other side of the plane, the three men of the Ghost Hunters organization who had long ago moved away from these official members. Looking at the Jang Yun duo who had easily convinced Sadako, the cold beauty's face didn't have any other unwanted expressions. If she was right, Sadako had no way of finding Gakko when she came here herself. And you have to deal with that group of official organizations. That's why it's only fitting that she agrees to the Ghost Bride's invitation. A life jacket is certainly not going to be able to withstand attacks all the time. There's always a time when it runs out. And when that time comes, it will be hard for them to resist Sadako's attacks. In the end it creates a lose-lose scenario afterward. No way? Jade's mouth opened wide in utter shock, and a lollipop nearly fell out of her mouth. At some point, Jade unwrapped another lollipop and held it in her mouth. Uncle and that ghost bride got Sadako that easily? That's okay? I'll get on me. Chapter 179, Human Ghost Love? Nanjiang Municipal Airport. Looking at Jang Yun so relaxed, Li Tao, who was standing in front of the airplane, was lamenting again at this moment. Without using the slightest amount of military force, and with just a few words, Sadako was easily subdued. While there may be other reasons, just by even cajoling Sadako can be subdued. This is too dreamy. There was an unrealistic thought that appeared in Ri Tao's mind. At this time, Jang Yun also came forward. Then we'll take you to your good sister, Gamma Coconut, and say yes, but don't do it now. I'm not afraid of you. The ghost bride added to Sadako this time. Don't worry about it, Gakko is fine. Jang Yun added, just come with us, and when you come to China, we'll definitely give you a comfortable meeting with Gamma Coconut. Ri Tao who heard this was dumbfounded. Hello, what do you mean? Comfortable? What else are you going to do? Not waiting for Ritao to think more, he only saw the duo of Jiang Yun and Ghost Bride continue to snub Sadako in unison. Believe me, Gamako is one of our own. We've never treated her badly. What does she want that we won't give her? Well, what husband says is true. Watching the duo put on a show here. Sadako was only a ghost, but not so much that she would be fooled by words of this magnitude. Then he directly interrupted Jiang Yun, who was about to continue chanting, and said to him, "Okay, I can go with the two of you to Gamakoko, but don't ever let me find out you lied to me. If you lie to me, I will." There was a pause. Then Sadako continued to speak. "I will absolutely kill you." Seeing that Sadako had agreed to follow her to Gakko, Jiang Yun didn't say anything more, then bid farewell towards the crowd. You guys heard that too, right? It's not that I don't want you guys to tag along. I'd like to show you around, but she won't let me. Lai Tao, if you have any other clues on your side, remember to tell me about it. And that whole birthday suit thing, let's talk about it after this is taken care of. The price increase is justified. Efficacy, as you can see. Quality assurance. Don't worry, I'm sure the price won't go up too much. Looking at the somewhat speechless Li Tao at the moment, Jiang Yun turned his head to the other side and said the same. "Jade, I'll beat you up next time we meet. Right now I don't have time for you." Waiting for me to wait for Sadako and her best sister to meet first, then proceeded to whisper to the cold beauty, "Let's just pull out. There's something wrong with this chastity. When the time comes you can come to me if anything happens." There were official members on this side, and Jiang Yun didn't reveal that he had joined the Ghost Hunters organization, though afterward, the people of Bureau 749 would surely learn of their joining the Ghost Hunters through other means, but at the moment, Jiang Yun didn't have much energy to explain to them, and I don't know who hit who. Xiaoyu was so angry that she directly pulled out the lollipop she had in her mouth and looked towards Jiang Yun indignantly, and the cold beauty's side just nodded. She was going to leave here and take the two of them, Jade, to contact the Lord and see what he meant. After that, he would adjust and prepare to go to Jiang Yun. There are some things that can't be said here now that there are people from the 749th Bureau here. She didn't really want to get involved with these people either, especially Su Weiyan. Jiang Yun then turned back to Sadako and said to her, "Let's go." They're not even following. Relieved now? Sadako nodded slightly, then prepared to leave after the two of them, but always remain at a safe distance. Seeing Jiang Yun easily take Sadako away, the words Sadako had just said rang in his ears again. Thinking about the last time, he thought about the Gamako that was also brought back by Jiang Yun from the Spoke Island country. Ritao felt immensely surprised while muttering, "I know that the one who's been following Jiang Yun around before is Gakko. Before, I wasn't quite sure how Jiang Yun had brought Gamma Coconut back, thinking that it was through a simple battle that Gamma Coconut was captured straight back. Now that he heard Sadako shouting one after another about Jiang Yun being a scum, it seemed clear to Lito how Jiang Yun had brought back Gamma Coconut. These female ghosts can't all have been tricked back by Jiang Yun like this, right? Flowery words and a mouthful of sweetness. Ritao shivered at the thought of this. Screwing this up with a ghost? Ghost fetishism? Is that it? Ghosts and humans? But it's amazing that you can still solve problems by doing that. As expected of Jiang Yun, all kinds of maneuvers, always unexpected. Just as Ritao wanted to continue muttering, his phone suddenly rang. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw that it was Su Weiyan calling. "What's the situation now? I can feel the ghostly aura even over here. Is there a new ghost emperor appearing? What the hell? Need backup?" Just after connecting the phone, Su Weiyan's crisp voice soon came. Hearing Su Weiyan's voice, Li Tao was a bit at a loss for a moment. Looking at the backs of Jiang Yun and Ghost Bride as they left with Sadako, he froze. At the moment he had very mixed feelings and was not sure if he needed it or not. It looks like the support. It seems to work and it seems to not work, so it could only speak slowly. "Bureau Su, why don't you just come to the scene and see for yourself?" At the moment on the other side, inside the makeshift office next to the hospital, Su Weiyan was very puzzled and picked up her cell phone and looked at it again to make sure she hadn't made a wrong call. Usually quite reliable Lai Tao. How come he suddenly said this kind of thing and didn't make it clear? Frowning tightly again, he pondered. Had he encountered some unexpected danger? "What's the situation on your end? Any accidents?" Simply and quickly, he asked again to Ritao. Hearing Su Weiyan's question once again, at this moment, Li Tao was somewhat helpless, unsure of exactly how to explain this to Su Weiyan. He had to say, "Really, you'd better come and see for yourself. This side, let's just say there's no danger for now," while the other end of Su Weiyan was even more puzzled. In the end, what situation makes Li Tao become also godly? Chapter 179, this is the base camp. Nanjiang City. Traveling from the airport to get to John's garment factory, Sadie's heart was still a little apprehensive. Especially, the closer you get to the neighborhood of the plant, the more she felt a very strong ghostly aura. Even she, a ghost emperor, could not emit such a strong aura, and it was very disorganized. Apparently, there was more than one, and none of them were weak. All of a sudden Sadako's heart was in shock. That's a lot of ghosts in this neighborhood. She began to wonder if Jong Yun had deliberately tricked her into coming over to ambush her. Thinking of this, her face sank, and her aura around her body became even colder and more piercing. But again, he looked at Jong Yun with increasingly sinister eyes. Sadako fell back into deep thought, pondering if he were to sneak up on Jong Yun at this time. His chances of winning, well, is it high? Jong Yun was completely oblivious to Sadako's mental activities, still basking in the joy of scamming another employee. Oh no, not his staff yet, but soon is. Jong Yun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a smile on his face. That's great, Ghost Emperor. Another great general. With Gamma Coconut and Old Chin 2 around, they should be able to hold her back a bit as well. When he opened the door to the factory, Sadie was all ready for him to ambush herself. Available at what appeared before Sadako's eyes were rows and rows of sewing machines, and on each sewing machine there have been ghosts and goblins working diligently. The movements were so skillful that it was almost like a row of robots operating non-stop. Even when someone came along they just looked away with a glance in their eyes and proceeded to carefully cart around the fabric. What? Sadako looked at the scene in front of her for half a second. These ghosts? What's the deal? Where is this? Why are there so many ghosts and goblins here? Sadako exclaimed outright. She even saw a ghost with 2 lines of blood and tears running from her eyes while she stepped on her sewing machine, and carefully dodging it for fear of dripping onto the fabric. The picture looks very comical, but Sadie couldn't laugh at all, because, well, these could all be her fellow ghosts. Even if the enslaved ghost wasn't her, she had felt how suffocating the exploitation of capital could be. It's a hell on earth. How can you be a ghost and still not escape your job? Is this your factory? Brush it off. Sadako shifted her gaze to Jong Yun, who was right next to her. It's definitely kidnapping. It's coercion. This Jong Yun really wasn't a good person. Only, it wasn't Jong Yun who was the first to respond to her. Instead, the ghostly bride on one side answered first. The ghost bride saw her freeze in place, as if sensing her confusion as well. Straight away he just hooked his lips and explained to her. This is our home base, Jong's clothing factory. Look how full and happy everyone is. If you stay and follow my husband, it's sure to be all good food and drink. Since this Sadako is the Ghost Emperor, if he stayed to help Jong Yun, it would be another big help. Especially, right now. In this world, it's pretty rough. It was good to have a Ghost Emperor around after all. Her smile at Sadako deepened at the thought. At this moment, Jong Yun also nodded, his tone proud. See, my industry, how spectacular. This staff is hardworking and conscientious. I said let them take an hour off every day. But they refused. They want to work 24 hours a day. I can't stop them, he said and shook his head in mock pity. If he hadn't smiled and said the words, that might be somewhat believable. Sadako had a hard time reacting from the scene she had just witnessed, and was outright shocked at what she heard. The sight slowly swept over the faces of those ghosts looking at death. Those ghosts were already expressionless, and after hearing Jong Yun's words, their faces gradually turned grim, staring hard at the fabric in her hands. There was no pause in the mechanical movements of the hands, as if everyone was nothing more than a toolman. What the do you call volunteering with a pipe? Sadie took in everyone's misery. With that, he slowly turned his head, his eyes moving first to the ghost bride's face, looking at her creepy smile, although she felt that she might not be her opponent if she really started fighting, but at this moment, she inexplicably felt a coldness in her back. Looking at Jong Yun again, his face was a look of relief. Sadako was blown away that they looked as if they really thought these employees were happy. No? Do you want to listen to see what the hell you're talking about yourself? Isn't this pure and simple squeezing of ghost workers? What fullness and joy. I don't think they even want to be ghosts anymore. Just destroy them. As she was talking, suddenly, she felt a familiar aura, so he hurriedly searched for the source of the scent, rows and rows of sewing machines to look over, until I saw the sewing machine in the corner. A pair of pale hands pressed down on the fabric and pushed forward a little. It's Gammon. Sadako's face gave a lurch. At the same time, Gakko sensed her scent. Still seeming to be in disbelief, the whole thing seemed to move in slow motion. Slowly turning his head around, the two ghosts looked at each other in all directions. All of a sudden, a strange atmosphere pervaded the entire garment factory. Suddenly, a line of blood and tears traced across Gakko's face. Sadako! That voice, which brings tears to those who hear it and sadness to those who see it. Gamma Coconut. Sadako responded in kind. In a flash, before Jong Yun and the ghosts could even see what was happening. In the next second, Gakko and Sadako hugged each other directly. I just regret it now. I really do. I shouldn't have lost myself in a sound of sweetness. Gamma meets a familiar face. Grief-stricken. He confided in Sadako how he had gotten to where he was today. Step by step. It also made Sadako look at Jiang Yun in an increasingly strange way. It was only after she had finished crying that Gakko remembered to ask Sadako how she was doing. Aren't you still in the Spoke Islands? Why are you here too? This scumbag got you here? The latter turned his head to look at Jiang Yun to indicate. He brought me to you. Gamma Coconut instantly frowned. You dead scum. It's not enough to trick me into coming over. Do you even want to trick my sister to come here? You shameless. How many sweeties do you have? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and his long hair began to grow indefinitely, flailing in the air. His eyes turned scarlet as he raised his hand to directly attack Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun was confused and turned to run. No, it's none of my business. She came on her own. It's really none of his business this time. Nice guy. How do you say flip-flop? It's a good thing Sadako still has a ghost frame even though she's a ghost. Although he hated to knock Jiang Yun's head askew, but what he didn't do, he definitely didn't wrong him either. So he rushed out to help him explain. Indeed, I had to come here myself. I met him as soon as I arrived in China. I found out about you from him, so I asked him to bring me here. Gakko sniffed and calmed down a little, putting away that previous stance. So you were doing quite well in the Spoke Islands. Why did you suddenly come to China? Sadie frowned. I'm here for you. More powerful ghosts and monsters have appeared on the Spoke Islands. Chapter 180, so angry. Want to crush him to death. The crowd froze at Sadako's words. Sadako and Gakko are already the two main ghost kings of the Spoke Islands. I haven't heard of any stronger than them before. Ha! Besides, Sadako was no longer even a ghost king, but a ghost emperor. Even she said so. Could it be that the poltergeist was even more powerful than her? That's not good. Although not in China, the two countries were not too far apart. Jiang Yun looked grave and fell into deep thought. Nowadays, paranormal events keep appearing in countries all over the world, and more powerful ghosts and monsters are appearing in the world. Countries have been thrown into a state of confusion and unrest. As a result of the increasing number of incidents, law and order in all countries is beginning to spiral out of control. Although all have made corresponding measures, these measures have not had too obvious an effect. Ghostly activities are starting to become more and more frequent and rampant everywhere. Jiang Yun frowned slightly and sighed lightly. It's not a peaceful time for the nations of the world. Was about to say something next. A voice was heard coming in from outside. Jiang! Dagger floated in with his cell phone, looking like he had something to say. Ooh, brother Jiang. You can do it. Brought back another big beauty. Where did you abduct it from? This kid forgot what he came for as soon as he saw Sadako. With that, she floated over to Sadako's face for a moment to scrutinize her. Sadie was so overwhelmed by his scrutiny that she wanted to slap him across the face. Originally, seeing that he was just a stern ghost, he didn't care much about such a little kid. But none of the severe ghosts that she had met in the past had met her without respect and fear. Not to mention looking up and down with such a nasty gaze. There were few stern ghosts that were brave enough to look directly at themselves. I didn't think this brat would dare to be so bold. Yo, this doesn't seem to be our Chinese girl. Brother Jiang, you really have unique tastes. Why do you always love to bring back some foreign chicks? I didn't realize that instead of restraining himself, Dagger had intensified his efforts. Sadako's face fell. For the love of Gamma, let's just forget about this little stern ghost ogling himself with disgust. But this little brat spoke out of turn. And in all the time Sadako had been the ghost king, no ghost had ever dared to be so reckless in front of her. It made her feel insulted. Her eyes began to gradually turn crimson and her nails began to grow like crazy as she was about to strike. Jiang Yun saw the situation and a slap was called directly on the little knife's head. The latter touched his head in aggravation. Brother Jiang, why are you hitting me again? Even though I won't be in pain, I have dignity. I'm a self-respecting ghost. When Jiang Yun heard him say that, the corner of his eyes twitched uncontrollably for 2 seconds. Dignity? Self-esteem? But if he had some of this stuff, he wouldn't be such a... Seeing that Jiang Yun had already taught him a lesson, Chastity couldn't afford to lash out again, so she had to silently swallow her breath, only waiting for the opportunity to retaliate later. Unthinking, Dagger is the type that remembers what he's been through. After just a few seconds of peace and quiet, he came up again in a manner. After looking back and forth between Jiang Yun and Sadako for a few moments, he then raised an eyebrow. Yo, so protective of her Jiang brother is not to see people beautiful like people Oops. Sister Ghost Bride is going to cry to death. As soon as the words fell, the air around them instantly seemed to condense. Jiang Yun now hated to send the little knife away. Turning his head to look at the ghostly bride, he was sure that his face was again terribly grim. A gusty wind began to blow around them again. He sighed deeply. Husband, is it true what he said? Isn't it enough that you have me? the ghost bride began to wipe her eyes again, seeing the sad accountability in her eyes. Jiang Yun hurriedly comforted. No. It's not like you don't know that the little knife ghost is just mouthy. He's talking nonsense. At this time, it was as if the little knife could not read the atmosphere, but also to be, and even dared to directly molest Sadako. This sister that brother Jiang brought back is really pretty. Sister, come, let me hug you to see if you're healthy. Sadako's anger value instantly spiked upon hearing this, and she suddenly erupted with an intense ghostly aura. The eye is about to change form. Dagger saw that she looked like she was about to get angry before she hurriedly jumped to the side, but with a smile on her face. Agu, beautiful sister, how still angry? I'm not complimenting you on your beauty. Jiang Yun only felt his temples jumping, unable to hold back. If I let him talk any longer, I'm afraid this garment factory of his will be demolished by Sadako and the ghost bride. This kid, he won't learn to shut up until you give him a hard time. Raising his hand, he slapped Dagger hard on the back of the head again. This time it slapped him straight up and rolled him. Nima, ghosts are boring, right? You want to hug the ghost emperor. Do you think ghosts are too long? Sadie had already become that creepy look again. Jiang Yun took a look and hurriedly explained to her on behalf of Little Knife. Calm down, haha. The kids at home don't know any better. Young, he's not even a teenager anymore. You're a big man. I'm sorry. Turning his head, he added to the ghost bride. You saw all about how I saw her. How can you believe the Little Knife's nonsense? The ghost bride froze. Yeah, Sadako is the one who came back with them. With that, the cloudy wind around him gradually stopped. This side was coaxed back, but Sadako couldn't listen anymore, and with an angry face, she stared viciously at the Little Knife. Eyes narrowed slightly, his expression looking like he wanted to tear him apart. All she felt was that she had been strangely humiliated. How could a mere stern ghost dare to be so disrespectful to her? A ghost emperor. He himself could exterminate this little stern ghost just by stretching out his fingers. At the thought, she slowly raised her hand. She had to destroy this brat today. Gamma looked like she was really pissed off. If she did that, the door to the garment factory would be blown off for her. Not to mention the knife. Hurrying, he pressed her hand down. At the same time, he opened his mouth to try to calm her down. Little Dagger is actually a good person. He's just a bit more mouthy. He doesn't actually mean any harm. Sadako's words caused Sadako to hesitate slightly in her movements, but her anger didn't completely subside. The Little Knife was not afraid at all when he saw it. As long as he hugged Zhang's thigh, even the Ghost Emperor wouldn't be able to destroy him today. With a flash, he arrived behind Jiang Yun and poked out a head, saying, "That's a must. I'm Zhang's right-hand man." The right-hand man. Not much else to say. I'm a good person. Oh no. I'm a good ghost. His smug expression instantly deepened Sadako's anger. Originally, she was going to let him off the hook once Gakai had persuaded her. But now I see this look on his face. It was too much to bear. Really wanted to crush him. Jiang Yun was also helpless. This Little Knife really proves that statement. You can't die without making a mistake. With that, he turned around and did a flying kick, directly sending knives flying out again. You're the one who talks too much. Finally clearing up a bit, he turned his head to Sadako. Come on, leave him alone. Kids are just skinnier. Let's talk about that thing you were talking about earlier. Tell me more carefully what happened to the more powerful ghost of the Spoke Island you mentioned earlier? Chapter 182 Yamanano Orochi. Hearing Jiang Yun talk about that ghostly creature, Sadako froze slightly. With that, he gave Little Knife a glance with a warning meaning, before he stopped taking care of him and collected the fierce aura of his body. There was a moment of silence. It's a long story, isn't it? Thinking about where to start. That's what spoke up. I've streamed all over the Spoke Islands before. One day suddenly felt a very powerful ghostly aura. Saying that, Sadako's expression changed slightly. The entire country of Spoke Island is shrouded in that thick ghostly aura. I also happened to come across members of the Sakura group exterminating ghosts, and happened to overhear them talking about it. They say, Sadako gave a beat, her face heavy, and spoke slowly. It could be the Orochi awakening. At that moment, Gamma's expression changed. The Yamanano Orochi is a folkloric legend, said to have 8 heads, and each one can spit venom, which is extremely toxic and corrosive. Orochi? Are you sure? Sadie nodded slowly. I'm afraid so. I thought the scent was similar, and the Sakura team's people have also fought him, and I heard that none of the squad sent out survived. Jiang Yun froze at his words. The members of the Sakura group couldn't be said to be very strong, but when it came to ordinary ghosts and monsters, at least there was a chance of escaping with one's life. He had only heard of the Orochi before when he was in the Spoke Islands, but it's not clear exactly what's going on, so it's better to know and be prepared. So he asked Sadako, why do you say he's more powerful than you? As far as I know, You and Gakko are already the ceilings of the Spoke Island ghosts. I didn't feel anything more powerful than you in the Spoke Islands before. Sadie frowned slightly at that and shook her head. It is true that once I have not felt an aura more powerful than ours in the Spoke Islands, and the first time I felt his aura, his strength should be comparable to mine. But, after a period of time, his aura suddenly changed. He's even stronger. At the same time, I heard that countless ghosts and monsters disappeared strangely and, exactly where his breath has been, not a single ghost or monster left. Speaking of which, a flash of horror appeared on Sadako's face. His strength had grown too fast, and now he was a man that one could not match, and she could feel. He was getting closer and closer to himself. Jiang Yun also frowned when he heard this. The last time he went to the Spoke Island country was still for abduction. Ah no, it's to subdue Gamochi. At that time, he didn't feel such a powerful ghostly aura. It showed that the contraption suspected to be Yagyu Orochi had grown rapidly in this short period of time. Sadako paused and continued. Earlier, he released a doppelganger to attack me, and at that time, his aura was already very disorganized, and his form was very bizarre. That's why I couldn't be sure for a moment if it was really an Orochi. But what I can be sure of is that he is too much stronger than me, and has already exceeded the range of a Ghost Emperor. Jiang Yun also frowned at his words. Beyond the Ghost Emperor. Wouldn't that be the Ghost Saint? TSK. The Ghost Saints are out. This is really a bit difficult to handle. And the Ghostbuster's strength shouldn't have grown that fast by definition. Unless all those disappearing ghosts and monsters were swallowed by him. Then he must have approached Sadako with the intention of annexing her as well. I'm afraid that the reason why he only put a doppelganger over to attack before was because he wanted to try Sadako's strength. Gamako also looked grave. She and Sadako were the same Spoke Island Ghost King, and although they knew that they could enhance themselves by devouring other ghosts and monsters, they had never done so. The reason is simple. Each devouring ghostly creature receives his pain and hatred. Devouring one or two may be nothing, but if that amount is too much, once the pain and hatred received is overloaded, that will completely lose its mind and turn into a monster that only kills. She and Sadako were also able to become Ghost Kings because they had suffered too much in their lives and had too much hatred in their hearts. As time passes, this pain fades and will eventually be smoothed out. If a ghost devoured them, it would be a lot more than what they have now to take in. Rather, the rawest, most painful memories. If Sadako stays there, either that or she devours ghosts and monsters to enhance her strength as well. Either, it would just have to be devoured. At that thought, she looked at Sadako with some concern. Sadako said to her as if she understood what was going through her mind. It's because the Ghost Saint has come out and he's trying to devour me that I'm thinking of fleeing the Spoke Islands. I heard about Sister You being in China from the Sakura group side before, so I hijacked a plane and came over. Gamma sniffs and is silent again for a moment. Good thing too. Since we're here, let's stay here and have a good time. Should I say no? It's actually quite nice here. Even though you have to step on a sewing machine and it's 24 hours a day, all year round. But here at least life is still peaceful. He said and glanced at Jiang Yun again before continuing to address Sadako. And safety is guaranteed. At least it's not as dangerous as it is in the Spoke Islands. Sadie froze for a moment. Sister, do you want to listen and see what you're talking about? Isn't that just working for someone? Also year-round. It's bad. Sister can't have been brainwashed already. At this moment, Jiang Yun saw her frozen in place and hurriedly took advantage of the situation by interrupting her thoughts with his voice. Yes, it's good to stay. We're open all year round, so every day is very full, not empty at all. Gamma had gotten such a great opportunity for herself, and this wasn't going to take Sadako down straight away. Another welcome addition to the sewing machine brigade. Jiang Yun was nodding in satisfaction when he saw the little knife rolling back. That's right, brother Jiang. I came to talk to you about something. I almost forgot. I got a news flash. Take a look. It's about a Spoke Island. At the sound of the Spoke Island nation in question, the swish of Gakko's and Sadako's eyes swept over. Dagger handed over his cell phone. Jiang Yun was also slightly stunned. Pick up your cell phone and take a look. Dagger was still explaining to him on the side. Look, brother Jiang, little Bogus people are coming over. I was confused just now. Didn't I hear Su Weiyan ask them to come to Huaxia to help? As a result, they didn't want to come. So why are they rushing over now? But I got it just now when I heard you guys chatting. These little baka, pushing back when they're asked to help. And now that they need help, they're shyly asking for it. When the time comes, we must say something about the two countries helping each other, said Dagger, still gloating over his cleverness. Brother Jiang, you're really lucky to have me. Look, I can even think of this for you. Jiang Yun had originally analyzed what Little Knife had said and thought it made sense, but for some reason, the words coming out of his mouth always gave himself the urge to hit him with his hands. Harder fists. Right about this time, A familiar voice suddenly came from the doorway. Dagger is right. The Sakura group. They do have this intention. Chapter 183, The Ghost Sage Comes Out of the World? Congo Clothing Factory. The ghosts and goblins who had been diligently stepping on their sewing machines were now moving much slower. All of them couldn't wait to put their ears on Jiang Yun and the others and listen to them chat. The atmosphere in the arena was originally being a bit dull because of that powerful ghost Saint Sadako had mentioned. It wasn't until Knives interjected that the atmosphere eased a little. The content isn't lighthearted either. But Knives always had this ability to make even the most serious things hilarious. At this time, outside the factory, Su Weiyan just arrived at the entrance of Zhang's garment factory when she heard Xiao Daozi talking to Jiang Yun and the others about the irradiated island country. Although the wording is somewhat, it's hard to say, but on the whole, his analysis does ring true. Just in time, seeing their words, she interrupted them with a voice. Everyone froze at the sound. Looking back, the visitor was actually Su Weiyan, only to see her still wearing a uniform, exuding a majesty beyond her age between her hands and feet, an aura unique to those in a position of authority. He's a busy man. He doesn't come here for anything important. Su Weiyan also came in great haste this time. The Spoke Islander side had contacted Wasia, and she had been notified. The people on the Sakura group side had also departed a long time ago. That's why she's now at John's garment factory. When I think of the previous time when Huaxia asked for help from the Spoke Island countries, their joke-like attitude was still fresh in my mind. Now that they have a crisis on their side, they want to come back to China to help each other. Su Weiyan couldn't help but sneer. It is also difficult to assess how much of this so-called mutual help is true or false, but she had a hunch that the Spoke Islands would not be so kind. She feared it might be a punt on them somewhere. It's just that the situation in China is already tense now, and it's the time when we need help. It's the Spoke Islander that can't be denied in any way. After walking up to Jiang Yun and nodding to the crowd, he wasted no time and went straight to the point. Since you already know about the Spoke Islands, I'll get right to the point. The purpose of the Spoke Islands is just like what Little Knife said. They said they would provide us with some help, and afterwards we need to go to their country and help them eliminate the Ghost Saint. The Sakura group is already on their way. A slight hint of surprise flashed under Jiang Yun's eyes as he sniffed and raised his eyebrows slightly. The little baka are moving fast, aren't they? You're afraid that Wasia won't accept it, aren't you? That's a good calculation on their part. I guess I've learned about the problems in front of Wachovia. They sent someone to help us take care of the Ghost Emperor, but the Chinese side wants to help them take care of the Ghost Sage? The abacus beads were crashing into his face. Su Weiyan's eyebrows were habitually slightly knitted. Although their refusal to ask for help when she asked them for help before made her somewhat less eager to take care of those people. But the current crisis in China, just Wasia herself is not really confident enough to be able to solve it. The previous encounter had made them recognize the gap. Not to mention that the last fight had already cost their side a lot of personnel. The strength wasn't even as good as before. And in this situation, it would be just as well if the other party was just a Ghost Emperor. Offhand, they are still gangs. Now that the country of Gotha has fallen, all nations are now on the verge of being put at risk by everyone. Although their Chinese state has been much better than other countries, but that Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun and that Ghost Harnesser were really not to be underestimated. There's no way we can refuse. The trouble that Huaxia is in is too big, and we have to have help to solve it. Jiang Yun nodded approvingly, pondering. Indeed, if there is no help from other countries, then it is only a matter of time before the whole of China falls. They were even stronger than when they fought against each other before. The Chinese side, on the other hand, lost a lot of people because of that time. The difference in current strength is even greater. Even if he was strong, Jiang Yun was still just one person. Besides, with his current strength, it was still too difficult to face the Ghost Saint. Things are very spooky in all countries right now, and some very powerful ghosts are completely unheard of before. It's like it came out of nowhere. Just like the Ghost Emperor that appeared out of thin air in China before, and that Orochi from the Spoke Islands. For some reason, he always felt as if there was a big invisible hand manipulating all this. After this all strung together, let Jiang Yun some shudder. If this is really someone, or non-human layout of a bureau, if this intuition is true, it is too alarming, but there was no use thinking about that now. There was still a need to solve the problem at hand first. Mainly, it was still unknown what Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun was planning. Just as he thought of this, Su Weiyan said as if she had a heart-to-heart with him. Our informant reported that Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun was found in the outskirts of Nanjiang City. In such a short period of time, his strength has risen quite a bit more. Normal cultivation could never grow so fast. She paused, her brow cold for a few moments. We suspect he's devouring other missing ghosts and goblins. Otherwise, it was really impossible to explain why his power had increased so much in a short period of time. If this keeps up, now just dealing with the other party who was a Ghost Emperor had cost so much. One more time may not even have a chance to win, let alone in case he rises to be a ghost saint. Then China can really just declare the fall and forget about it. He can become stronger by devouring his own kind or even devouring humans. But not humans. It's hard for humans to reach the same level as ghosts and monsters in a short period of time, which is inherently unequal. If he can't be destroyed before he ascends to Ghost Saint. Su Weiyan took a deep breath. No, she wouldn't let it get that far. The crowd was shocked at the words. If this continued, then wouldn't it be the ghost sage that they would have to face? We just learned that there is a ghost saint in the Spoke Island, and now even China is not spared? If they were ghost saints, could they alone really guard China? Zhang Yun's expression was also unprecedentedly serious. In that case, is that why you came to my garment factory this time? Su Weiyan's expression was grave as she nodded solemnly. She wasn't actually sure if Zhang Yun would choose to help them, but they had no choice now. Zhang Yun was very strong, and if he could join them, it would definitely be a great help to them. Yes, this time I came here to seek your help as well, to kill him before he becomes a saint. And, from the Sakura group, they'll be joining in on the action as well. Zhang Yun frowned slightly, although he always said that he didn't care. I'm afraid that the crisis in Huaxia at this time was not something that could be overcome so easily. After all, he was born a Chinese, so he could not just sit back and do nothing. Even if he knew that the people of the Sakura group wouldn't be any good people. This time he came to China with no good intentions, but the present Huaxia can only choose to accept it. Otherwise it's going to drag on. Another Zhang Yun becoming a ghost saint would be really bad. Chapter 184, Little Knife's Breakthrough. Inside the factory, the atmosphere was slightly odd. The crowd had different expressions. After hearing Su Weiyan's words, they all fell into deep thought. The interior of the factory was silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to help them to destroy Ghost Emperor Zhang Yun. It's just that after the last big battle, everyone was more or less injured. Old Qin too was even in a coma, giving them all heart palpitations. If I had to do it again, there is no guarantee that they will still return safely. It was Knives who suddenly spoke up to break the silence. Brother Jiang, I'm definitely going to clean up that Ghost Emperor Zhang Yun this time. Old me has also broken through now. I'm going to take revenge. The thought of the last time they fought against each other made him furious. This revenge is really a sure thing. The crowd all froze when they heard Daggers volunteering and turned their heads to look at him. After carefully distinguishing the scent, it was only then that he realized that Little Knife already had the strength of a Ghost King at some point. It's amazing that so many people hadn't even noticed it before. However, it might also be because Little Knife had just made a breakthrough, and his breath wasn't very stable yet. That's what made even Sadako think he was nothing more than a stern ghost at first. It's just a bit stronger than the average night ghost. Zhang Yun also raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had actually broken through to Ghost King? I didn't feel any big fluctuations myself. You kid, when did you break through to Ghost King? How come there's no movement at all? As soon as Dagger heard him ask that, the expression on his face instantly became smug, as if he had been expecting this question for a long time. It was old Qin too who helped me improve my strength. But what about more? Of course, I have to rely on myself. It's a good thing that I'm gifted and intelligent. That's how I was able to break through to become a Ghost King so quickly. Alas, you all don't have to be too envious of my rate of progress, even though I'm about to catch up with you all now. But don't worry, I won't overtake you until sometime later. The Little Knife dabbed at him, but it was awesome. It's okay, you guys have to work hard too. Don't feel bad if you're surpassed by me. You guys can still do it if you work hard. All the ghosts and monsters were ruthlessly speechless. He's so self-absorbed. He doesn't even know what he's doing. Which one of you ghosts here hasn't been through a lot of battles? Sadie had managed to spare him, but at this point she was beginning to regret how she hadn't choked him to death. So bouncy. Zhang Yun couldn't see his narcissistic look either, and rolled his eyes breathlessly. But it was ultimately a good thing that he was able to break through to become a Ghost King. He was still happy for Dagger. It was also a huge boost to their fighting ability. Besides, even if something did happen, not to mention destroying the enemy, at least the ability to defend himself was still there. Thinking of this, I will not say anything to him. Let the child first happy. Instead, he mentioned something about old Qin too. This caused Zhang Yun to be a little worried. Old Qin too, you haven't woken up until now, have you? Zhang Yun muttered something. Old Qin too hadn't woken up since his last coma. I thought I would wake up soon, but I didn't know that there was no movement. Zhang Yun's mood couldn't help but become heavy when he thought about it. All along the old Qin head has given him a lot of help. If something really happened, it's not quite getting used to not having him around. The long hours he spent together had long since gotten him used to these ghosts and monsters being around him. It's like family, and for some reason, he always had a bad feeling. Never mind, it's unintentional to think about it more now. He took a deep breath and stopped thinking about that. The matter at hand is not yet settled. After his mood calmed down, he raised his eyes to Su Weiyan. The latter was looking at his cell phone with an expressionless face. As if sensing his gaze, she put down her cell phone, raised her eyes to his, and said, "The people from the Sakura group have arrived and are now waiting at the Nanjing City Hospital. Do you want to come with me to meet them for a while?" A few moments of surprise flashed in the eyes of the crowd. Surprised it came so fast? Jiang Yun lowered his head and pondered for a while before turning to Gamma Coconut and the girls. "Sadako is new here after all, so stay here with Gakko and the other ghosts and monsters in the factory to watch the house. Dagger and Ghost Bride are coming with me, so if there are any unforeseen circumstances, feel free to get in touch." Everyone nodded without objection, except Sadako. "The scene when I first entered the factory is still fresh in my mind. Dimly lit workshop, miserable hands, tears of blood from the eyes of different ghosts and goblins. If you stay here, won't you be squeezed like them?" "No way. I'm the Ghost Emperor. Why should I stay here?" "You clearly want me to stay and work for you." She was a Ghost Emperor in her hall, working for a human. This set out she don't want to lose face off. Before Jiang Yun had a chance to say anything, Gamako jumped the gun and started to dissuade Sadako. "Look, they all went over to meet the Sakura group. Those Sakura group people can always want to destroy us, even though they are not our rivals. If they really fight, I'm afraid we won't be able to stay here. I am determined to stay here. And where can you go if you don't want to? It's not like we can go back to the Spoke Island now, and we may not be able to find a place to settle down in another country. Instead of that, then we might as well stay here. In fact, the work is not too hard. Every day stepping on the sewing machine will pass. And it's also strange and comfortable." Gakko finished those words so quickly that she managed to dumbfound Sadako. She hesitated a little, but agreed. "After all, there really is nowhere else to go when you leave here. My sister was right. I had come over here to join my sister in the first place. Now it's just the two of them coming together again to defect to a human." She hadn't actually lived such a restful life in a long time. It's not a bad idea to stay and try a new lifestyle. "Okay, then I'll join my sister." Sadie's tone was still somewhat reluctant. Jiang Yun was pleased to see this. Have Gamma set up a workstation for Sadako. This was going to go with Su Weiyan to meet those members of the Sakura group. Maybe even some familiar faces. "It's time to get going," Su Weiyan said in a deep voice. And then she walked ahead to lead the way. Yet only just out of the factory, a letter suddenly floated down from the sky. It fell right into Jiang Yun's hands. Curious, he opened it. It turned out that the cold beauty in jade had left it for him. Above is a very short sentence. "I think it should have been given to him by that cold beauty. The Lord told us to go back first, and you should stay in Nanjing City for now." Jiang Yun froze. What was this ghost hunter organization up to? Always so secretive. Su Weiyan inquired at the sight. "It came from the ghost hunters organization?" He nodded, somewhat puzzled. Their nervous lord told them to go back, but it didn't matter. They hadn't been counted on much anyway. It's better to go to Nanjing City Hospital first. Chapter 184, Sakura Team's Support. At this point, Nanjing City Hospitals, that is, within the temporary command post come office of the 749th Bureau, in the otherwise quiet hospital, a very dissonant voice resounded through almost the entire building. "Bagger, is this your Chinese hospitality? What the hell do you wasia mean? Why hasn't your chief come yet? Baka, are you guys looking down on us? How dare you let someone who can't speak receive us? Good, very good. Wasia. You will regret for your slowness today." Only two voices had been yelling in broken Chinese, and they were none other than the members of the Sakura group who had come over from the Spoke Islands, Kazuhide Nakanuma and Takuto Tomoda. The two weren't the top fighters of the Sakura group, but they were still quite powerful, used to be used to waving everywhere. They had been in Huaxia for some time, but had been waiting ever since they were picked up by Li Tao at their temporary base camp. But the one in charge in Huaxia was slow to show up. This makes them feel dishonored by the fact that their arrival is not valued. "You should be honored that we, the Spoke Islands, are willing to come over and help you," Kazuhide Nakanuma said pompously. He was very dissatisfied with Huaxia's attitude. In his opinion, their willingness to come over should be a great honor for Huaxia. Huaxia should just have to give them plenty of platitudes. You should at least get an honor guard welcome. But what? Got off the plane and found nothing. Just one Ri Tao stood alone to greet them. It seems that Huaxia still isn't tormented enough by ghosts and goblins. If your executives knew you were slacking off on us like that, I'd say you'd be removed sooner or later. Especially your chief of whatever. Nakanuma and Teruyuki were condescendingly pointing their fingers at Ri Tao. I expected to be treated like a savior when I came to China. Yet upon arriving here, only the man in front of them had been serving them. Or even just a nobody who can't say anything. Thinking about it made me angry, and I could only take out all my grievances on him. You go and rush your chief. If he doesn't come to see us again, Then we'll excuse you. Tomodachi Takuto frowned, and despite his words, he didn't dare to really just walk away. They didn't come over for charity. Originally, when they negotiated with Huaxia, they hoped to let Huaxia make the first move to solve their predicament. Afterwards, when Huaxia needed their help, they cited injuries from the Great War as the reason, and only sent a few reserve fighters at most to help. Of course this strip didn't convince China, so the Spoke Islands changed their strategy. If they couldn't get Huaxia to make the first move, then they wouldn't send too many people over. After all, they already have serious problems of their own, if they lose too much on the Chinese side. After that, I'm afraid it's going to be hard to get through it. He and Kazutoshi Nakanuma were all the combatants sent by the Spoke Islands. Of course, he would only serve as a guide and would never actually participate in their battles. Even if it's just the two of us, solving the trouble in Huaxia is certainly not a difficult task. While he was brooding, Kazuhide Nakanuma wasn't idle. Keep pointing at Lai Tao. Ha, Chinese people really, they can't work well. Are all you Chinese like you? No wonder they asked us for help before. So it's because they're not strong enough. Ritao almost crushed the teacup in his hand as he listened. What nonsense is this little baka thing talking? It was just as well that they needed help now, or else the high and low would have given this little runt a bit of a comparison. But in the end, they could only keep giving them smiles. Soon, Director Su has something to take care of. He'll be right over. While talking, he brought them tea and water. That's all, and they keep getting nitpicked by these two little baka. One moment he said the tea was cold, the next he said he was uncomfortable sitting. He was suffocating inside, but he couldn't bear it if he didn't want to. It's a time when Huaxia needs help. If it were usual, he would not have been able to suffer this aggravation. But now, it's impossible to scold back. You can't hit and you can't scold. He took a deep breath, trying hard to keep a smile on his face. He answered them over and over again. The two of you are at ease. Su will be here soon. Tomodachi Takuto, however, doesn't give him any face at all. Instead of being restrained, his demeanor became even more condescending. Is this how you Chinese treat VIPs? Get it through your head. You're the ones who are begging for a Spoke Island now. If we don't help you Huaxia, then you're going to perish in this calamity. Tomodachi Takuto stood up in a mischievous manner and slapped his hand heavily on the counter. Was about to continue the seizure. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. A few people turned their heads. Come on man. It was Su Weiyin. Tomodachi Takuto and Nakanuma Kazuhide only looked slightly better at this point. The eyes that looked at her were tinged with scorn and amazement. It's impossible to let in idle hands on such an important occasion. Then this must be the Director Su that Lai Tao has been talking about just now? Sure is a big beauty. Su Weiyan walked in quickly. Even if he was very disgusted with their eyes in his heart, he didn't show half of it on his face. Just a faint greeting to them. That's when the two Sakura group members stopped fussing, but still very disgruntled. Even if it was a beauty, it wasn't qualified to make them wait that long. Still need to show her the ropes. Oh, Director Su is really a great official, Tomodachi Takuto said in an uncharacteristic manner. Yes, but keep us waiting. If we can't wait any longer, I'm afraid we'll have to leave first and won't be able to help Huaxia with the trouble at hand. Nakanuma and Tara followed suit. Although Su Weiyan knew that they were dissatisfied in their hearts, but for them really can't give any good face, just said lightly, sorry I'm late, had some business to take care of earlier. When he finished speaking, he didn't give them a chance to speak and went straight to the point. I've understood your intentions this time, so I'll start with our side of the story. There are currently two ghost emperors in Huaxia, both of which are very powerful. Nakanuma and Tara laughed out nonchalantly when they heard the two ghost emperors, with a very disdainful expression. It's just two ghost emperors, not enough to fear for us at all. They had known beforehand that there were only ghost emperors in Huaxia, so they weren't too worried. Compared to the ghost saints of their Spoke Islands, that difficulty was more than a star lower. Furthermore, they are very confident in themselves. No matter how strong the ghost emperor is, it's impossible for him to kill everyone instantly. As long as you're careful of the ghost emperor's ghost chi and spatial realm, anything else is actually not surprising. Seeing how confident they were, Su Weiyan asked with interest. Then, in the opinion of the two of you, how do these two ghost emperors need to be dealt with? What are the methods? Chapter 185, If the country is gone, where is the family? Outside the door at this time, Zhang Yun and Ghost Bride, Little Knife were waiting for Su Weiyan at the door. After all, it was a conversation between two countries, and it was not good for him to follow it in. The soundproofing in the hospital was actually pretty good. Nay, the two Spoke Islanders had no qualms at all about talking. Zhang Yun was directly outside listening to the entire process of their pretense. At this point he just wanted to laugh. It was too much to bear, so he pushed the door and walked in. Looking at the duo with a smirk, he opened his mouth. The Ghost Emperor is not enough for you to fear? Where did the two great ghost kings of your Spoke Island go? Were they defeated by you? And I don't know what country begged me to take Gamako away before. Afraid I'd regret it. The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked slightly as he stared at these two members of the Sakura group, still playing with his AK in his hand. Do you know what country? When he went to take in Gamako, Nakanuma and Teru were out on a mission and didn't recognize him, but they've all heard about Gamako being taken away in a suitcase. Unexpectedly. Surprisingly, it's the one in front of me. Carefully, he glanced at the gun in his hand. A fine layer of sweat couldn't help but break out on his forehead. The duo felt a chill down their backs when they thought of this one's great accomplishments. Gakko was one of the two ghost kings of their Spoke Island nation. The Sakura group had fought her many times before without being able to take her down. And they went in groups. And this young man in front of him, surprisingly, came to the Spoke Island country alone, and took the Gamako subdued away. Honestly, even now, it would be a pipe dream for one of them to subdue the Ghost King and take him away. Describe it is. You didn't beat the boss in a group. They just soloed it. Explain STH. This man is strong. It was strong beyond their reach. All of this assumes that this person is indeed the one who took Gakko in the first place. When he said that just now, the two of them were indeed shocked. But the truth was, they weren't sure at this point because the aura wasn't strong on this person. Just a gun in his hand. Although he was still very unconvinced in his heart, he could only pretend to be a quail on his face. Jiang Yan stared at them with a meaningful smile and said nothing more. However, the duo from the Sakura group felt a strong pressure. Don't be so nervous, keep talking about your plans. He sat directly across from the duo and rambled on. Their conversation lasted 3 or 4 hours. No one knows what their conversation was about. All I know is that after they came out, Su Weiyan immediately organized everyone. At this point, outside Nanjiang City Hospital, in the open space, there were thousands of people standing densely. Everyone is still wearing one. A birthday suit? If you look closely you will see that many of them even have injuries on their bodies. It doesn't look like it's very serious, but it can't withstand the staggering amount of it. Tomodachi Takuto scanned everyone in the circle. The mind wondered. It's true that Chinese people just can't do it. He thought so, but he didn't have the slightest recollection of the glorious battle record of no survivors when they faced the Ghost Sage on their Spoke Island. He complimented himself for a moment before asking Su Weiyan, "Are all your men here yet?" The latter nodded slightly. "Anyone who still has a fighting chance is here. Not only are there people from Bureau 749, but also people from the 4 major families." She didn't know if this would work or not, but now she had to try. Su Weiyan stood on a high place and looked at these people who stood up to protect their homes. Not long ago, they had just fought against the Ghost Emperor, and they hadn't even recovered from their injuries. Now it's time to face it again. She shuddered to think what would happen if she failed this time. Just know that the more this battle is delayed, the worse the situation becomes. Look at the stoic faces. She looked majestic and her voice was strong as she addressed the group. "Gentlemen, we stand here today to fight not only for ourselves, but for our families, friends, fighting for Huaxia. I don't know if I'll see each and every one of you tomorrow, but I'm sure our efforts will count for something. Fight for China." She threw her voice and infected everyone in the room. Yeah, they can't back out. They have their family and friends behind them. If the country is not there, how can the family survive? The crowd was stirred up, and the people shouted in unison. "Fight for China! Fight for China!" The sound hit Tomodachi Takuto and Nakanuma Kazuhide like thunder. They had never seen such a scene before. For a moment he was actually stunned in place. It wasn't until he heard Su Weiyan's inquiry that he came back to his senses. "Are you guys sure that this is really going to work?" As she spoke, she looked off into the distance. Tomodachi Takuto replied with a very confident nod. "Of course there's no problem. We're the masters of the Sakura group, and we've always used this trick to usher ghosts and monsters into oblivion. This plan is foolproof. It will absolutely work." Nakanuma and Teru echoed. "Right. At least we can lure over a Ghost Emperor. You get everyone to ambush." Seeing that they were so confident, Su Weiyan did not say anything more. Either way, this battle can't be avoided today. After telling everyone to ambush, he turned his head to the two of the Sakura group and said after a pause, "Next, I'm counting on you too." Tomodachi Takuto said with a smug expression. "Don't worry, there's no problem at all." Su Weiyan looked into the distance worriedly. Just then, there was a sudden movement in the distance. A large mass of black gas spread out in all directions in the air. The places they passed through looked as if they had been smeared with thick ink. Not even a glimmer of light was all that was missing. "It's almost overwhelming." Su Weiyan frowned. The power of this Ghost Emperor was beyond her imagination. Luckily, he wore the birthday suit made by Jiang Yun, which resisted the erosion of the ghostly aura. Otherwise, everyone might have already gotten a ghostly aura into their bodies before they even started. At the same time, A huge figure slowly emerged in front of the crowd. It was accompanied by a loud wolf howl. The earth seemed to tremble with the shock. Su Weiyan immediately reacted and ordered, "Everyone prepare to fight." In the next second, the second dog Ghost Emperor descended from the sky. No one knew why the Ghost Emperor had appeared before their eyes with such precision. There was no time to go deeper at this point. Seeing that the Ghost Emperor was about to step into the confines of the trap, everyone's heart was lifting. But strangely enough, the second dog Ghost Emperor didn't go straight into the trap as the Sakura Group's people had said. Instead, he meandered a bit and went straight around to the back of Kazuhide Nakanuma and Takuto Tomodachi. Raising his hand, he launched himself at them. The two were surprised and alarmed. They didn't have the birthday suits provided by Jiang Yun. Seeing everyone else wearing it, I thought it was a unique Chinese combat uniform. If this were to be given a hit by the second dog Ghost Emperor, they could all be killed on the spot. The two were not considered top combatants in the Sakura Group, but their strength was not very bad. But they had never really faced the Ghost Emperor. It was only at this moment that they realized that there wasn't a star difference between a Ghost Emperor and a Ghost King. When they faced the Ghost Emperor, they couldn't even think of resisting. Shout out, "Hurry! Stop them now!" Who expected that the crowd not only didn't stop, but even subconsciously gave way to the second dog Ghost Emperor. At this point, Tomodachi Takuto was even fleeing in all directions, with a pang of despair in his heart. Chapter 186, The Ghost Emperor's Strength. Nanjiang City. Outside the hospital, the sky became foggy, as if signaling that something big was about to happen. The crowd ambushed a hidden corner waiting for the Ghost Emperor to appear. However, he didn't expect that the Ghost Emperor hadn't entered the trap they had set up in advance, as Tomodachi Takuto had said. Nonetheless, he also went straight around to the back of the Sakura team duo and prepared to launch an attack. The pressure of the Ghost Emperor is immense, and the bystander wears a birthday suit from Zhang's garment factory. Didn't feel too much discomfort. But this sense of oppression made Tomodachi Takuto and Nakanuma Kazuhide feel a deep sense of fear and powerlessness. That's right, powerless. They had never faced the Ghost Emperor. Previously, the strongest Oni in the Spoke Islands were Gakko and Sadako. Both of these have arrived in China, and there's a ghost saint in the Spoke Islands. The two also did not fight with them, or else they would have ceased to exist by now. They didn't know why the Ghost Emperor would come straight to them instead of attacking the others. There was just a despair in his heart. What they did not see, however, was this. Along with the second dog Ghost Emperor, there was also a figure that descended. He was wrapped in a long black robe and his entire face was hidden under a large, loose hat. It's the Ghostbusters. As soon as he arrived, he realized something was wrong. Hired foreign aid? Or a Spoke Islander? He muttered, looking at the two Spoke Islanders. His eyes narrowed slightly, sneering and mocking in his eyes. I didn't realize that the Chinese had fallen so far, not only looking for foreign aid, but even a Spoke Islander. Spoke Island Nation is nothing. It's just a bullet point. It's a real shame for the old man. In my life, hate the Spoke Islanders the most. Then let's show you all the strength of the Ghost Emperor. With a sneer, he told the second dog Ghost Emperor to go ahead and attack the Spoke Islander. At the same time, he summoned many ghosts and monsters to attack those two from the Sakura Group. That's when the crowd realized he was there. It didn't matter if it was an ambush or not. They immediately rushed out to join the battle. At once, the second dog Ghost Emperor's face was covered in silver-gray fur. The eyes were red and blazing. Suddenly, his muscles tensed violently and began to swell, his body growing larger and larger. The wolf howled and fiercely stepped out. And with just this one step, that side of the land actually trembled fiercely. At the same time, the roiling ghost aura eroded in all directions. He easily bypassed the trap with disdain in his heart. He's a second dog, not a stupid dog. Think you can catch him with a trap? With that, instantly moved behind the two Spoke Islanders. A slap was swung at Takuto Tomodachi. A thick black aura surrounded his hand, pulling out a dark shadow as he swung. The latter didn't have the ability to defeat him, but his reaction wasn't slow. With a roll, he dodged the attack of the second dog Ghost Emperor. Dodge and then immediately bolt, running as fast as a gust of wind. The second dog didn't chase after him even when he saw him running. It wouldn't have gotten far anyway. He didn't come by himself. With him came the ghost harnesser. Sure enough, Tomodachi Takuto hadn't taken more than a few steps before he tripped over another Oni. Two dogs shifted his target directly and started attacking Kazuhide Nakanuma. But he's also slippery as a loach and can't be caught. He was annoyed in his mind. Hide what hide? So many people are watching. Don't I want to lose face? These two Spoke Islanders, with little skill, were quick to escape. This instantly ignited Airdog's anger, and without bothering to tease them, he directly launched an attack after the duo. Fine. Like to run, huh? Then let's see whether you are faster, or I am faster. Ouch! A wolf's cry rang through the sky. the second dog said in a deep voice, and with that, he instantly moved in front of them. The ghostly aura and oppressive feeling that lay over them was too much for them to bear. Nakanuma and Teru as well as Tomodachi Takuto could only keep dodging the attacks of the Ghost Emperor left and right in a lousy manner. However, the Ghost Emperor's attack was not something that could be dodged so easily. Nanny Gouge class. Kazuhide Nakanuma was so anxious that he spoke the language of the island. Air Dog's attacking moves became more and more severe, as if he wanted to directly tear them apart. As he attacked again and again, a cracking sound was made. Even though they kept dodging, they were still injured by the Ghost Emperor's ghost chi. Darth Resonance. Ha Prescu. Tomoda is so scared that he keeps calling for help, forgetting that this is China. But not many people understand his bird language. As for resistance, they couldn't even entertain the thought of resisting. The second dog Ghost Emperor's pressure on them was too powerful. If it wasn't for the desire for survival taking over, they would probably have already softened their legs and knelt down to the second dog Ghost Emperor at this moment. Deep fear gripped them. Ha Prescu. Quickly stop him. Don't let him come through. Tomodachi Takuto finally reacted and switched to Chinese and started calling for help. The two were really suffering and had to run around, all the while not forgetting to ask for help from the Wasia team. Hopefully, someone on the Chinese side could help them stop this Ghost Emperor. When they came to Huaxia, they naturally hoped to hurry up and finish solving the problems in Huaxia. This is the way to bring the war power of China back to the Spoke Island country to solve the problems of the Spoke Island country. Who knew I'd meet such a scene? Well, they weren't planning on getting on the field themselves. Quick! Somebody stop him. Kazuhide Nakanuma yelled in horror. This second dog Ghost Emperor didn't know what kind of enmity he had with them. Even when others were close by they preferred to go around and just stare at their own attacks. And surprisingly none of the various Chinese present went to help them stop the Ghost Emperor. He couldn't help but feel a hint of resentment in his heart. In the meantime, Su Weiyan waved her soft sword in her hand. It was more like she was dancing with her sword than chopping off ghosts, and her movements were beautifully moving. But no one had the heart to appreciate it at the moment. While they dealt with the ghosts and monsters directed by the Ghost Master, they didn't forget to attack Air Dog a few times. Gradually everyone realized that the ghosts and monsters did not actually attack them on their own initiative. Their targets turned out to be both Tomodachi Takuto and Nakanuma Kazuhide. If they didn't take the initiative to attack them, they wouldn't even look at them before bypassing them to attack the Sakura group. The crowd watched the two of them take a beating, their hearts vaguely pleased for some reason. But in the end, he didn't forget what he was here for. Everyone kept attacking the second dog and the other ghosts. Most of the current ghosts are newly bred by the Ghost Masters, and while there are a lot of them, they are of average strength. It was pretty easy for everyone to attack them. Su Weiyan's eyes were filled with coldness, and the long sword in her hand contended. The constant sparring made her realize, the strength of the second dog Ghost Emperor and Ghost Master has actually grown quite a bit as well. Su Weiyan gulped lightly. The heart sank. This battle, I'm afraid it's not going to be a good one. But, even if she were to bury her bones here, she must remove this big trouble. Take advantage of the fact that the Ghost Emperor and the Ghost Harnesser's attention is now focused on the Sakura group's side. The crowd also spared no effort in attacking them. The number of ghosts and monsters had decreased as far as the eye could see, but the second dog Ghost Emperor seemed to be unaffected. The crowd didn't look too good. Originally, the injuries sustained in the last great battle had not yet healed. Attacking with all their might now was also a great burden on their bodies. Not to mention seeing that their attacks didn't seem to be able to do much damage to the second dog Ghost Emperor. A powerful sense of powerlessness was even more present in the hearts of the crowd. If they attacked with all their might, they wouldn't even be able to seriously injure the two dog Ghost Emperor until the last moment. And what are they doing all the hard work for now? Su Weiyan keenly sensed that the state of the crowd was not right. Frowning, he raised his voice. Gentlemen, in this battle, there's no turning back. Even if we can only manage to seriously injure him, it's all a relief for us. The crowd sniffed. Yes, there is no way back for them in this battle. Even if he couldn't kill the Ghost Emperor, he would at least injure him. It's kind of fighting for the opportunity. If one attack doesn't work, make it 10. The crowd's morale was renewed after they figured it out, desperately rushing upwards. On the other hand, on the side of the Sakura group, thanks to the crowd's attacks interfering with the second dog, they were finally able to get away. As soon as they got rid of second dog's attack, they fled all the way without hesitation. If they didn't escape, I'm afraid they were going to be buried in a foreign land today. At this time, where do they care about the Huaxia, Spoke Island country? They just want to stay alive. Su Weiyan frowned slightly at the sight, but quickly returned to calm. Knew they were both unreliable. It's not much of a disappointment these days. Chapter 187, The Reappearance of the Shadowy Soldiers. The sky, getting dimmer and dimmer. Nanjiang City, outside the hospital. The atmosphere was also getting heavy and suffocating. The crowd was very sullen. The people from the Sakura group ran very fast, not caring about the death of the Chinese crowd. When the Ghost Master saw the Sakura group's people running away, he didn't chase after them, just snickering in my mind. This is the foreign aid they hired? He got away without even fighting back. It's just ridiculous. How dare you lure them in with just two Spoke Islanders? It really does not know the sky and the earth. Then he looked at Su Weiyan, smiled disdainfully, and opened his mouth. Looks like the foreign aid you hired wasn't very strong either. He looked at the crowd with a contemptuous expression, only finding their resistance ridiculous. As you can all see, you weren't our opponents before, and it's even more unlikely that you'll be able to defeat us now. Even if my lord hadn't come, you little ones would have died today. Is there any point in still putting up all this pointless resistance? His tone was condescending, as if the crowd was not worth mentioning before his eyes. Give up the struggle. You're all just a bunch of ants. Saying that, his eyes gradually became fiery and crazy, like he was possessed. Of course, the crowd couldn't see his color, but they could hear it, his maddening tone. It wasn't clear if he was talking to them or to himself. Your time has passed. The Great Lord has awakened, and this world, it belongs to us. A loud, piercing laugh ensued. Su Weiyan listened to his crazy words with an indifferent expression and said with a cold smile, "Don't dream of it. Even if I'm the only one left at the end of the battle, I will definitely not let you guys get away with it." Back in the day when she became chief, she has then put life and death at risk. She was willing to give her life in defense of her country. Even if I die, billions of my compatriots in China will not give up the resistance. Someone will always beat you to the punch. The Ghost Master laughed instead of being angry when he heard her say that. Ha, you're an interesting little girl. You're not very old, but you have a big mouth. A voice interrupted him directly. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk so much. At this point, a member of Bureau 749 directly called out in a loud voice, "Come and fight." The others chimed in, the sound deafening. The Ghost Master was not subdued by them, and only said with a sneer, "In that case, let's try it then." With that, he had the second Dog Ghost Emperor turn around and start attacking Su Weiyan. A great battle is about to break out. The crowd was a little tired, but they didn't dare, and couldn't stop their attack. Everyone knew in their hearts that once they stopped holding the second Dog Ghost Emperor back, then the Ghost Emperor's counterattack was something none of them could withstand. The crowd could only mechanically make all their attacks. The crowd of the four great families had also long been exhausted. However, he still braced himself and laid down the skyrocket formation to trap the second Dog Ghost Emperor. As time went on, they became more and more overwhelmed. Inside the formation, a heavenly ghostly aura erupted towards them, and yet, I don't see any results. The crowd was slightly relieved. I have to say, Jiang Yun's birthday suit is really awesome. If it wasn't for the clothes, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to support themselves at all. The four great families had also used every means at their disposal. It was reasonable to say that the second Dog Ghost Emperor was strong enough not to be held back. It's just that he was not badly injured in the last battle. Even with Ghost's strong recovery ability, he wasn't all better in such a short period of time. Although the crowd was currently very tired, none of them had suffered any serious injuries. After all, the two dogs and the Ghost Master had previously focused their attacks on the two men from the Spoke Island nation. He was still not as strong as Ghost Emperor Jiang Yun. 2 fists, hard to beat 4 palms. The second dog was not injured much, but he was really limited in his movements by them. Su Weiyan was able to sit steadily as the director of Bureau 749. Her strength was naturally unquestionable. As the main output, she had been constantly sending out attacks against the second Dog Ghost Emperor. It was just that the battle had gone on for too long, and she was already a little stretched out. At this time, her face was pale, and her lips, which had always been red, were bloodless. Nonetheless, she still kept attacking under her hand. However, it was at this time, drink, drink, drink. From the distance, there was a sudden deafening roar. It was like thunder and war drums. The whole voice came out and gave people an inexplicable sense of panic. Immediately, everyone's movement stopped. The Ghost Master also stalled, turning his head to look at the source of the voice. The voice. It's slightly familiar. Hardly. The Ghost Master's entire body froze. His face, though covered, is shown from the torso. It was obvious to feel that he seems to be panicking a bit. The moment. A huge black fog was born out of thin air in front of them. Wherever it passes, not an inch of grass grows. It was even a few points more severe than the ghostly aura of the second Dog Ghost Emperor. In every way, it's been better than ever. In the ink-like ghostly aura, a black smoke drifted out, and in front of it was an assortment of horribly twisted ghostly faces. The black gas scurried through the air, dispersing and coming together again. It didn't take long to see generals in armor with silver spears in their hands emerge from it. The densely packed generals were arrayed in square formations and moved in a neat and organized manner. A vast procession, each step heavy on the ground. The ground shook hard with every step. The scene was so shocking that the crowd was momentarily stunned. Almost everyone present had been involved in the last one. Naturally, I already know that this is Great Chinin soldiers. Only this time the group was even bigger than the last one. The aura also seemed to have doubled. While knowing that this team wasn't going to hurt them, still, a great panic rose in the hearts of the crowd. The pressure was just too much. If it was said that the Ghost Emperor's pressure made the crowd unable to lift their heads, then this army's might was such that no one could give a single thought of resistance. But they weren't the ones who were panicking the most at this point. They were merely shocked by the military's intimidation. It doesn't harm them, but the Ghost Hunter can know. This army is coming for them. Each step of the army of Een soldiers not only stepped on the ground, even more, it stepped on the Ghost Master's heart, causing his mind to tremble. After finding their target, the Een soldiers quickly moved in the direction of the second dog Ghost Emperor and the Ghost Master. The Ghost Master's entire body froze directly in place. Damn! Why are those shady soldiers here again? React and run. Last time, he had already suffered a loss from these shadowy soldiers. He wasn't going to make the same mistake this time. When he escaped, he didn't forget to take his carefully cultivated Ghost Emperor with him. The crowd was about to go after them, but they were stopped by Su Weiyan. Don't chase after the poor. Everyone was already extremely tired, both physically and mentally. At this point, if you go after them, there is a high probability that they will be countered. Instead of that, we should fix it first. At least, there's a chance that way. Hearing that the pursuit was not to be continued, the strings in the hearts of the people relaxed at once. All of a sudden the crooked ones fell down. Strangely enough, after the ghost harnesser ran away, those Een soldiers also instantly disappeared from their place, while Su Weiyan was wondering. In the distance, a figure she had been waiting for slowly appeared. Chapter 188. Is he Qin Shi Huang? The black clouds in the sky were finally slowly dispersing. It also took away the breathless pressure. The people of the 749th Bureau looked up to the sky, their hearts filled with the celebration and joy of the aftermath. After the Ghost Master and the second dog Ghost Emperor fled, the Een soldiers quickly disappeared. At this point the crowd relaxed, but almost as soon as they disappeared, two figures slowly appeared from the distance. Immediately, the crowd's bodies became tense again, looking at the two figures as if they were enemies. Most people were incapacitated after this unloading. Still, a few immediately took a defensive stance. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed one recognized one of the figures. It's Jiang Yun. Everyone's nerves, which had been crumbling, snapped loose again as the words fell from their mouths. It's Jiang Yun, isn't it? That's okay. Some people were very dissatisfied with Jiang Yun's appearance at this time. We're all done fighting this just now. What are you doing here? To take credit. That's right. It's too early to come and too late to come. What a coincidence. This sound is only sporadic. The accusation is just 1 point. But people are not sure if they are so tired that they don't want to talk or what. Surprisingly, there was little in the way of concurrence. Su Weiyan didn't care what others thought. Her heart was relieved when she heard it was Jiang Yun. She didn't know why, but hearing that Jiang Yun had appeared actually put her in a more relaxed mood than seeing the Ghost Emperor and Ghost Master escape. It was even felt that even if the Ghost Master and the second dog Ghost Emperor came back again at this time, it would not be a big problem. Perhaps, it was the fact that this existence of Jiang Yun himself was reassuring. It was as if nothing was too difficult for him. Jiang Yun quickly walked to her side to join her. Next to it, there was a familiar figure. This is not sleeping and disappeared for a long time old Qin head. Old Qin too is awake? There's nothing wrong with it. Seeing him awaken, Su Weiyan was also genuinely happy for him. Other than that, she still recognized old Qin too as a ghost. Seeing that she cared for herself, old Qin too also shook his head cheerfully and said, "There's nothing wrong with it." It was only then that Jiang Yun explained to her why he had disappeared after the Ghost Emperor had arrived. Originally, I was going to join this battle after luring the Ghost Emperor here, but I suddenly felt old Qin Tu's call. After a slight tone of voice, he continued, "I believe that with everyone's current strength, the second dog Ghost Emperor won't be able to cause too much harm to everyone in a short period of time." On the contrary, on the side of old Qin Tu, he had been unconscious for too long, and I was worried that something unexpected might come up. And since he was screaming so urgently, I went over there first. Su Weiyan nodded. She did believe Jiang Yun. We should. And besides, we at Bureau 749 aren't exactly weak and incompetent, so there's no need to worry. She didn't think the latter was the kind of person who was greedy for life and death, so naturally there was no need to go making excuses in such matters. Perhaps things would have been much better if Jiang Yun had been present, and he might even have been able to take down the second dog Ghost Emperor and the Ghost Master. But she didn't think that was what Jiang Yun had to do. In the first place, this kind of thing can't just be thought of as a success by virtue of one particular person. Old Qin too also nodded at his words. I was at a critical moment of awakening, and I couldn't wake up with my own strength alone. I needed Zhang Yun's help. By the time I'm awake, we'll be here with an army of great Qinin soldiers. Zhang Yun turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the faces of each of the 749th Bureau and the 4 great families, seeing that everyone didn't look too good, but they didn't have any new injuries. It looked like it was physically draining, which was a slight relief to him. Looks like we're not too late. Su Weiyan raised her eyebrows slightly and said, not too late indeed. Just in time. The timing of the appearance of this great Qinin soldier was indeed just right. The crowd was at the end of its tether. If it had been a few minutes later, the second dog ghost emperor would have been able to break the deadlock, she said in a light, half-joking tone. If we had come any later, I'm afraid that the second dog ghost emperor would have already broken free of our bonds. At that time, you'll have to collect our corpses, and the timely appearance of the army of Yin soldiers was just the thing to save the crowd from the water and the fire. Suddenly, she had a thoughtful expression as if she had thought of something. Everyone has seen the power of this great Qinin soldier army. The sense of oppression it brought to people was in no way inferior to that of the Ghost Emperor. It could even be said that it was specifically to restrain the Ghost Emperor. Then why would such a great Qinin army receive a drive from Zhang Yun and the others? Looking at Zhang Yun, she asked the question she had been wondering about for a long time. What's going on with this army of Yin soldiers? Zhang Yun wasn't surprised to hear her ask this, except that it really wasn't something he had straightened out either. He could only look at Old Qin Tu and raised his eyebrows, his eyes signaling, it's better to let Old Qin Tu explain this to you directly. Su Weiyan's curious gaze also moved to Old Qin Tu. The latter gave a fake cough before speaking. Actually, I am the first emperor of Qin. Saying that, he looked at Su Weiyan's reaction, but found that her face was expressionless, and his heart could not help but feel a little frustrated. I can't believe I'm so unknown? It shouldn't, had to go on. I never had any memories of my pre-birth life before, but instead, I accidentally awakened after my last coma. He paused, then continued. However, it's just remembering things now, and the true power hasn't fully awakened yet. Su Weiyan nodded in thought as she sniffed. It makes sense that the lack of awakening before may have been a lack of conditions. It just so happened that a coma stimulated the awakening instead. And, no wonder, she had always felt that Old Qin Tu's black chi was different from other ghost chi. While ordinary ghost chi only made people feel cold and piercing to the bone, Old Qin Tu's carried a very strong sense of righteousness and majesty. All other ghosts are disturbed by the Ghost Emperor. Not only does he not, he even helps other ghosts avoid being disturbed. At that time, she felt that Old Qin Tu must not be simple. Wait, what did he just say? He is Qin Shi Huang? Her pupils narrowed, then snapped wide. Looking at Old Qin Tu, a look of shock actually appeared on his always expressionless face. Your true identity is Qin Shi Huang? Chapter 189 Old Qin Tu's identity. Nanjiang City. The empty lot outside the hospital. The crowd that had been paralyzed in place jerked their heads up. A flush of eyes looked toward Old Qin Tu. The scene was eerie with the horrified expressions of the crowd. Originally, the crowd was paralyzed with exhaustion after just a battle. It turned out to be just a little bit of a reprieve to hear such powerful news. The Old Qin Tu who followed Zhang Yun. Surprisingly, it's Qin Shi Huang. The news was too much beyond their cognitive abilities. The crowd simply froze there for a long time. When the patriarchs of the 4 great clans heard this powerful news, the expressions on their faces were all stagnant. Immediately afterward, the looks varied. A few of the neighboring matriarchs began to discuss it in whispers. I didn't expect this Zhang Yun to be able to make even Qin Shi Huang use him. It seems that I was still too underestimating this Zhang Yun before, but as I look at it, Qin Shi Huang shouldn't have been subdued by him. It must have been suppressed by his ancestors under his ancestral home. So what if he wasn't the one who took him in? Anyway, the result is that all the Qin Shi Huangs listened to him and worked for him. The 3 patriarchs had been discussing in whispers, but they saw that Li Hu was not participating. The latter was just staring at Zhang Yun with dead eyes at that moment, like he wanted to poke holes in him with his eyes. The 3 patriarchs could understand him acting like this, although the previous grudge between him and Zhang Yun was hidden. But being in the same 4 big families, everyone actually knew what he had done by heart. He also knew that he was afraid that he was the one person present who was the least willing to see Zhang Yun become stronger. The 3 patriarchs glanced at each other and shook their heads slightly to stop discussing, and Li Hu looked like he was oblivious to what was going on around him. The news was so shocking to him that he didn't react for a moment. At this time, his face was pale, and his body was already very tired. It turned out to be another piece of news that really wasn't good for him. He was instantly disheveled. Beside Zhang Yun, there was even a character like Qin Shi Huang. If so, then my son has not died in vain. That's Qin Shi Huang. How else is this revenge going to be avenged? So many people from the Li family died in vain too. Li Hu muttered as if he had lost his mind. Anyone who knew they had no hope of revenge would probably be like him. Only what he has gotten now is the retribution he deserves. Even if he regretted, no matter how much he regretted that he shouldn't have gone against Jiang Yun in the first place at this moment. It was too late. How did it come to this? He was no longer staring at Jiang Yun closely, as if his eyes had lost focus. Suddenly, a sense of powerlessness arose in him. It would have taken so much effort to do all this to put my son in the 749th Bureau Chief's chair. But now, don't say 749 Bureau Chief. If Jiang Yun were to lay a hand on them, I'm afraid they wouldn't even know how they'd die. If anything, although he felt he was strong before, he didn't feel that it was something he couldn't defeat. But when he learned that even Qin Shi Huang was willing to use him, Li Hu understood. You can't fight him yourself. In the meantime, Li Zixing's face also mirrored his father's. He was so shocked by the news that even his entire thoughts were stunned. He had always regarded Jiang Yun as his nemesis, but now he realized that his nemesis was stronger than him by more than a star. Even the little brother is so great. Qin Shi Huang was a powerful being. That's an emperor for the ages. Even such a character is willing to work for Jiang Yun. Suddenly, Li Zixing reacted. Then it would be easy for him to destroy himself. The reaction suddenly started to feel fearful. Even his body couldn't stop trembling slightly. Zixing, what's wrong with you? Such an ugly face? The person on the side who was close to Li Zixing saw him turning blue and shaking like a sieve, and asked with concern. The latter also only shook his head and forced himself to be calm. No, it's okay. And then his eyes turned to Jiang Yun, a deep fear showing in his gaze. This man, it's horrible. So many ghost kings willingly used him. Even Qin Shi Huang. What if he wants to pursue what happened before? Where should he run to in order to hide from? There was a moment of despair. With such eager eyes from this Li family's father and son, it was hard for Jiang Yun not to notice. Only now he didn't care what they were thinking, nor did they bestow half a glance on them. On the contrary, there was one thing that he pondered over and still felt the need to say in advance. Just now on the way here, old Qin Tu already told me that next, it will take some time for him to awaken his power. This time, pretty much has to cause a wave of domestic shock. After a pause he continued, talk to you guys ahead of time, so you don't get caught off guard when the time comes. Su Weiyan sniffed in confusion. Scared? What could be so over the top? A number of things that could have happened flashed through his mind. Suddenly, her eyes widened. You guys aren't going to touch the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, are you? Jiang Yun nodded with a serious face, his expression even somewhat innocent. Yes. Old Qin Tu looked at her expression and knew that this matter had shocked her greatly. But, you do realize that I had that built originally, right? That was supposed to be something that belonged to me. That would have been the old man's home. What's wrong with going home by yourself? My true body is still inside, and if I want to awaken my power, then I'm bound to open the imperial tomb. Old Qin Tu usually spoke in a peaceful manner. This tone was serious at first. Instantly the crowd felt a sense of the majesty of a higher power. It wasn't that old Qin Tu was deliberately pressurizing. It was just a sudden awakening of memories. He had long been used to giving orders, and naturally, he would unconsciously bring some pressure in his tone. Su Weiyan looked at the two. The heart is a complex one. The shock of learning that old Qin Tu was Qin Shi Huang hadn't yet passed. As it turned out, even more shocking news came back. They also want to open the royal tomb. Although old Qin Tu is right, there's no way he or she is going to stop people from going back to their homes. But opening an imperial tomb is no small task. I'm afraid I'll have to report this matter to the top first. She felt her head begin to ache at the thought. Chapter 190, You're a madman. Su Weiyan had wanted to continue asking something. The two brats, however, ran back at some point. Seeing that both the Ghost Emperor and the Ghost Harnesser had left, the duo shamelessly took the credit to themselves. The Ghost Harnesser and Ghost Emperor were just scared off by the moves the two of us prepared, Tomodachi Takuto said to the crowd proudly. The crowd was speechless at the words. These two little devils have no shame at all. Just now, when the Ghost Emperor and the Ghost Master were still around, it was the two of them who ran the fastest. Didn't you all just run away already? Yeah, when did you prepare a move? Tomodachi Takuto's face sank for a moment when he heard him say that. Exasperated. You guys don't understand. This is our tactic. The crowd had also never seen such shamelessness. There was a moment of speechlessness. Look at them with disdain. When the little kid saw them look like this at this time, he naturally knew that they looked down on him. It was just as well that the Ghost Emperor and the Ghost Master were gone now. It's a good time to put on a show and no one to punch in the face. We're ready. Now everyone go after the Ghost Emperor with us. Just that certainly doesn't allow them to find a sense of superiority. So after looking around, his eyes settled on Jiang Yun. This man said last time that he was the one who took Gakko. They don't really believe it. It just wasn't good to retort at the time because he had a gun in his hand. Now they can see it clearly. This man had no weapons of any kind in his hands. And the breath was still so weak that it would be impossible to take Gakkai with the strength of that breath. I can't help but say that the one who took Gakko was a ninja bigot who doesn't like to be famous. That's why this guy has been drilled to impersonate a bigot. He's obviously a weakling. How dare you pretend to deceive us? The breath on him was weak as hell. Tomodachi Takuto pointed at Jiangyun with one hand. His face filled with a contemptuous expression as he said to Su Weiyan, "This person should not follow over here. So weak. It's okay to die. Don't drag us down when the time comes." Nakanuma and Tara had the same expression. Bureau 749 in Huaxia is really a mixed bag. Even this kind of rookie who is just like an ordinary person is recruited. It's true that China is just weak. Jiangyun's veins throbbed on his forehead as he sniffed. With a backhand, he pulled out his 100-shot sniper rifle. The barrel of the gun was pointed at Kazuhide Nakanuma's head. Say that again? The little kid was caught off guard by a sniper rifle to his head. Instantly, he felt a strong pressure pressing down on him. No! Where did this gun come out of? I've just seen it. He doesn't have a weapon on him. One didn't even see him pull out his gun. This guy. What the hell is going on? Is he really as strong as his breath suggests? How can you put so much pressure on yourself? Su Weiyan only felt disgusted listening to their words. Eyes glanced contemptuously at the Sakura group duo. It's not your turn to say anything here about how Huaxia is doing. You guys go back. China doesn't need your help. Anyway, it was already enough to have old Qin Tu as a top-tier combatant now. This little kid denigrates China at every turn, saying he came to help but running away from the battle. Such help is not wanted by Huaxia. Tomodachi Takuto sniffed in exasperation. Straight up open mouth cussing. Baka Yalu, who do you think you are? Just a dog of China. That is. Can you speak on behalf of Huaxia? What are you? When Jiangyun saw them jumping up and down like this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Looks like you guys really aren't afraid to die. The words fell. Immediately afterward, the crowd had not even reacted. Boom! The sound of a sniper rifle resounded in the middle of this world. With that, there was a pig-killing squeal from Nakanuma and Teru, for no other reason than one. Jiangyun really shot. He killed his own companion. The kind that doesn't hesitate at all. Where had he ever seen such a scene before? Knowing that they were all experts within the Sakura group, ordinary guns simply can't do substantial damage to them. But, this gun of Jiangyun's was not only strange, or even, a blow to the head on the spot. Why wouldn't that shock Nakanuma and Teru? How? Next, it's your turn, isn't it? After settling one with a single shot, Jiangyun immediately set his sights on Nakanuma and Teru. His evil smile was like a grim reaper. Just such a look brought tons and tons of pressure to Kazuhide Nakanuma. Crazy. You're just crazy. Bakayalu. He cursed, but it was no longer helpful. Jiangyun discharged his gun, and the muzzle of the gun was aimed at his head immediately afterward. How about I allow you to run 50 meters first? Fair, right? Jiangyun said with a smile. The result was that before he could finish his sentence, next, Nakanuma and Taro ran straight out. There's no hesitation at all. Good guy. What a wimp. I told you to run. You really ran. Jiangyun shrugged. Doesn't matter. The barrel extends infinitely anyway. He can run. Count him out. Is it okay if I kill them all? Let's give Nakanuma and Tara some time to run away first. Turn your head. Jiangyun inquired about Su Weiyan. Whatever. Nakanuma and Taro and the others had come over as the Sakura group's support for China. Just kill these two yourself any way you can. By then, it would only bring some unnecessary trouble to the people of Bureau 749. They died in the battle of the Ghost Emperor. How did it become you who killed them? Who knows? Su Weaving Smoke's answer directly let Jiangyun straight out. A good one died in a battle with the Ghost Emperor. That answer. He was simply too satisfied. In that case, I'm relieved. Jiangyun reared his sniper rifle, aiming. In the next second, the barrel of the gun was directly pressed against the door of Nakanuma and Teru's head, who had already run out some distance. All of you Wachovia people deserve to die. The 749th Bureau of Huaxia is. Nakanuma and Taro are no cuties either. He heard the conversation between Jiangyun and Su Weiyan clearly just now. How can you not understand what they mean? I was just about to break out in a fit of rage. The words were not even finished. The next second, the barrel of the gun against the brain. Immediately after that, the gun went off. Boo! With defiance, with anger. Kazutoshi Nakanuma, dead. He hasn't even finished his last words yet. Clean up the battlefield. Su Weiyan was also cooperative. Not only did he not blame Jiangyun, instead, he directly sent people to clean up the battlefield, especially the bodies of these two little kids. It was straight up special treatment, and no matter how much he checked, the Sakura group couldn't find any evidence. As for the other 749 members, well, it's also very cooperative. There was already a blood feud between the two countries, coupled with the fact that these two were provoking each other in various ways. They had only one thought. Why did Jiang Yun want to kill him with a single blow anymore? Why not save a trick or two for yourself to let off some steam as well? Chapter 191, The Vigor of the State. Nanjiang City, Hospital Neighborhood. With the deaths of two members of the Sakura group at the scene, the rest of the team and the personnel of the four major families went off to count the casualties and deal with other follow-up matters. A large open space. Jiang Yun, Old Qin too, as well as Su Weiyan and a few others stood in place, silently looking at all this in front of them. What's next for you guys? Without any nonsense, Jiang Yun sent out a question to Su Weiyan after he had pocketed the sniper rifle into the system space. His own journey was basically due to the awakening of Old Qin Tu's memories. The mausoleum of the first emperor. He is definitely going to make a trip. But the problem is that the Nanjiang City side of the issue is the one that is yet to be resolved. This side of the issue is basically impossible to realize just by us. Hearing Jiang Yun's inquiry, Su Weiyan thought for a moment and quickly replied, I want, together, to go to the tomb of the first emperor. According to what you guys said before, as long as Old Qin Tu is awakened, the ghost emperors over here, they're all out of the question, right? Her gaze constantly switched back and forth between Jiang Yun and Old Qin Tu. Jiang Yun nodded. He also didn't even realize that Old Qin Tu's true identity would be Qin Shi Huang. If the original power was truly awakened, what ghost emperor and ghost saint? Isn't that all? A snap of the fingers? As for Su Weiyan, she thought the same as Jiang Yun. The problem now is to send Old Qin Tu on a trip to the tomb of the first emperor. After the awakening, whatever problems will be solved. That's the highest priority to deal with. Well, in that case, I'll make the arrangements for the trip. Talked about everything. Su Weiyan no longer hesitated. After speaking with Jiang Yun, he directly began to start preparing to go. And that wasn't a bad thing for Jiang Yun. Who can say no to a free ride? After saying goodbye, he took the Old Qin head and went back to the garment factory first to wait for the news of Su Weiyan. But this side of things is over. Jiang Yun and Su Weiyan had a very smooth talk. There are people that are about to be unhappy. Father, did you hear everything? They're going to the tomb of the first emperor. That old man. It's the first emperor. The moment. Nearby, Li Hu and Li Zixing looked at Jiang Yun who had left as well as Su Weiyan. They're in disarray now. At this rate, how can we get our revenge? Those dead clansmen. Is this the end? Li Zixing's eyes were red. He hated Jiang Yun so much that he couldn't wait for him to die right away. But now the situation has changed. Jiang Yun has already had a rise. If this trend continued, not to mention revenge, even if they wanted to move Jiang Yun a bit, I'm afraid they would make countless enemies. It really can't go on like this. Over here, Li Hu also nodded in a deep voice. Looming up against Jiang Yun, Li Hu paid too much. Even his son has been. Li Hu clenched his fists and his teeth clacked. Dad, I have a bold plan. It was at this time that Li Zixing suddenly spoke up. The latter sniffed and froze. Somewhat puzzled, he looked at him. Let's go find a ghost master to work with. Li Zixing spoke out of turn. The point is, his eyes are still unusually determined. This shows that he is serious after all. Are you crazy? To seek skin with a tiger? Li Hu hastily looked around. It was a good thing there wasn't much around either of them, and they weren't overheard by anyone else. That's an enemy of the whole country. And Li Zixing, to think of working with a ghost master. What is this if not dancing on the tip of a knife? But we're at the end of our rope. Father, this is the only way we can go if we want to take revenge. Facing Li Hu's questioning, Li Zixing was still acting very firm. He lowered his voice, his expression extremely angry. In fact, he'd wanted to do that for a long time. Whatever happened to dancing on the tip of a knife and seeking skin with a tiger? He doesn't care about that. As long as Jiang Yun could die, anything would be fine. Even if the price to be paid would be extremely high. What about the ghost master? He couldn't sleep for a day until Jiang Yun died. Father, this is the last chance for us. Seeing that Li Hu was still hesitating, Li Zixing's low voice carried a bit of urgency. This is an opportunity that will not be available if you miss it. When the first emperor truly awakened, it would be as hard as heaven to subdue Jiang Yun then. Just wait until I think about it. Li Hu frowned deeply. What Li Zixing knew, he could naturally understand. Only, there will be more things he needs to take into account. Once he made a wrong decision, what would greet him would be more than just death. That's a big deal that will involve the whole family. After a long time, Li Hu has been in the middle of contemplation. This absolute. It is difficult to make. It is also difficult to evaluate. I thought about it. Finally, I don't know how much time has passed. Li Hu raised his head again. We do have a blood feud with Jiang Yun, but that feud must be avenged by ourselves, and cooperating with a ghost master is too risky. We can't. But, Li Hu hadn't finished his words, when he looked up again. Then there's still some kind of Li Zixing to be seen. I don't know when he's gone. As for where it went, Li Hu's heart thumped. That he knew with his feet. He's gone to the ghost master. Damn it. Adverse son. Do you have to bring the whole clan to play with you? Screaming in his heart that it was not good, Li Hu hurriedly launched his power to look for Li Zixing's breath. Must catch up with Li Zixing. If you really talk to a ghost hunter, their Li family, that would really be the end. Time, little by little, passed. Because of the appearance of ghosts and monsters, the entire city of Nanjiang was almost completely emptied. So, whether it's daytime or nighttime, the city, all of it, looks like a ghost town. You can barely even hear any movement. On Jiang Yun's side, the day of departure arrived quickly. Su Weiyin had everything ready. They will take a helicopter and go directly to the tomb of the first emperor. Of course, there are bound to be interchanges in between, but that's all a minor issue. The groups was traveling to their destination at a very fast pace, and along the way, Jiang Yun also saw how China had changed since the appearance of the paranormal incident. Look over there. Is the whole population practicing immortality? View from above. What Jiang Yun saw was that whether it was a street or some other relatively empty place, that's everywhere you look. Some of the people who are practicing, and that, in a nutshell, is the biggest change in HWA. The full name is cultivation. As for how it was realized, Su Weiyan smiled, giving Jiang Yun an answer that couldn't be expected in any way. Zhang Tianshi. The state-appointed Zhang Tianshi and Tianshi Dao to preach and teach throughout the country. And so, that's how it is today. This is a 1,000-year plan laid out by the country. And after all named cultivation, the entire country's policies and direction of development will change drastically in the future. The reason for closing the gates of the country is precisely for this reason. The country does not want our gongfu to flow overseas. Su Weiyin said so. Jiang Yun was greatly shaken after hearing this. Only one comment was made. The vigor of the country is even higher than I thought. Chapter 192, The Beginning Emperor Awakens. Boating. After getting off the plane, the group hoofed it to other transportation straight to the imperial tomb. After a day and a night on the road. Finally, on the second day near evening, Jiang Yun, at last, truly saw the face of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. This is it. I can feel it. My body, calling to me. Get out of the car. Old Qin too was the first to rush to the front of the crowd. The look on his face was one of excitement. Can we start the awakening? Immediately after, Su Weiyan and Jiang Yun also got out of the car one after another. Looking at the huge building in front of him, he directly inquired about old Qin too. Time is short, the task is heavy, and it's as fast as it can be. There's not that much time to lament the rest. It can start now. There was no ambiguity in old Qin too's answer. A few people nodded. Without resting, he directly began to prepare for the awakening ceremony as old Qin tu had said. It wasn't difficult. It was just a matter of cooperating with old Qin tu to coalesce the black qi emanating from his body. That's pretty much what any 749th Battalion player can do. Not to mention Su Weiyan herself. Things are going, but I'm going more smoothly than I thought. Jiang Yun couldn't do any of this. He just had one system and relied on props for all his fights. This simplest of things, he couldn't really do. But that didn't stop him from watching and commenting from the sidelines. He sat quietly on the side and watched old Qin tu walk more and more toward the tomb of the first emperor. Next, we just need to wait for old Qin tu to come out. When he comes out, the world, too, will almost be turned upside down. For some reason, Jiang Yun was still vaguely looking forward to it. What would everyone's face look like if they knew Qin Shi Huang had awakened? It's going to be fun. A playful smile appeared on his face. Still really looking forward to it. But, things don't work out the way they're supposed to. Just as old Qin tu was about to approach the imperial tomb, an aura that Jiang Yun and Su Weiyan were both very familiar with suddenly appeared. And, they were able to clearly perceive that breath, which was moving at an extremely fast speed. It shot straight towards old Qin tu's direction. Enemy attack. Jiang Yun instantly woke up and shouted. But after pulling out half a day, he was flabbergasted that he still had any treasures that could block these attacks. A birthday suit is fine. But who the hell has nothing to carry a suit around with them every day? Isn't that sick? And me. However, Su Weiyan, who accompanied her, was no soft eater. To be able to sit in this position, there must be some strength as well. Jiang Yun wasn't able to pawn off that to attack. And Su Weiyin followed up by ejecting straight out. Block the attack with your flesh. Next, Su Weiyan flew out backwards in a straight line. After falling to the ground, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. However, The person was fine and quickly got up. It was only then that Jiang Yun could see that Su Weiyan was wearing a birthday suit from her own factory. Jia. That's pretty brave. It was too late to celebrate the lack of any serious injuries. Immediately afterward, Jiang Yun and Su Weiyan saw that in the distance, several familiar voices slowly emerged from the gloom. Among these figures, there was even one. Was someone they hadn't expected in any way. Li Zisheng. Su Weiyan glanced behind her. Old Qin too had already walked in and out of the tomb of the first emperor. Next, just wait quietly for his awakening. After flashing to Jiang Yun's side, she immediately saw the person she could never have imagined would appear on her opposite side. It's no one else. It was Li Zisheng. Li Hu. Still a step slow. Or maybe. Snap. Behind those figures came a sound of applause. At the same time, another person who made Su Weiyan's pupils quake walked out. Director Su. Goodbye. He spoke, with a playful smile on his face. Li Hu. Su Weiyan took a deep breath. The Li family defected. It wasn't as if Li Hu hadn't caught up with Li Zisheng. Rather, for whatever reason, he was convinced by Li Zisheng. I gave them a reason they couldn't say no to me. At this moment, in front of Li Hu and Li Zisheng, it's by far the biggest crisis in China. Ghost Emperor. No, it's Ghost Saint Jiang Yun. He broke through. Jia. Haven't seen you in a few days. You're still such a waste, occupying my body but doing the most wasteful things. Ghost Saint Jiang Yun's aura instantly rose. That sense of oppression was far more than a dozen orders beyond the Ghost Emperor. Black clouds notwithstanding, the lightning in the sky was like an explosion. The Ghost Saint makes an appearance. With a thought, all of heaven and earth will be at your command. Give up your resistance and follow in my lord. The Ghostbusters are here too. He unfolded his arms and smiled. It was so creepy. But this time, Su Weiyan and Jiang Yun, that still have any mind to care how he laughs. Ghost Saints. They're facing a Ghost Saints. From the moment Li Zisheng and Li Hu came out, they immediately understood all of this. The purpose of these people and ghostly creatures that would appear here was to stir up old Qin Tu's awakening. Was thinking of boosting a wave first. As a result, the other party already knew what you were planning to do, and ambushed you here in advance, just waiting for yourself to come over. Actually, this is not a bad situation. What really made Jiang Yun and Su Weiyan feel the pressure was Ghost Sage. With the suppression of strength, they had no chance of winning. There will be no chance of winning at all. One Ghost Emperor was enough to make them drink a pot of water, needing to go and get outside help to come. What's more, it was the even more powerful Ghost Saint. That guy went in. You guys go in and stop him from awakening. At this point, the Ghost Sage spoke again, and the direction of his finger, that was not the tomb of the first emperor. When the Ghost Master heard the order, there was hardly any hesitation either. Took the second dog Ghost Emperor and summoned a large group of little ghosts. Straight away, he ran wildly in the direction of the tomb of the first emperor. No good. Stop them. The awakening cannot be interrupted. Su Weiyan took a look, frowned, and hurriedly shouted out. Immediately afterward, he took the lead himself and drew his sword, just about to depart. The result was that, in the distance, Ghost Saint Jiang Yun waved his long sleeve. At that instant, in the sky, a thunderbolt struck straight down towards Su Weiyan. Jiang Yun's eyes jumped hard. If this splits, won't it kill you directly on the spot? But, what can one do about it? The system didn't give himself any props that could withstand lightning. To kill in my territory. Have you asked my opinion? Just in the nick of time, a disembodied voice suddenly came from nowhere. Immediately after, the thunderbolt that was about to strike Su Weiyan's body unexpectedly took a big turn in an extremely exaggerated manner. Finally, it landed on top of a clearing off to the side. Chapter 193, The Man from 1,000 Years Ago. Zira. Thunderbolt landed. The earth stirred up 1,000 layers of mud in a moment. The yellow sand is deafening. Su Weiyan dodged the fatal blow, but was still knocked back several meters by this powerful shockwave. Little life. Sort of. This sudden uptick in change caused those present to be flabbergasted. Even the Ghost Saint showed a hint of surprise. Hello uncle. We're here. Jiang Yun was also in a daze. Immediately afterward, he heard Jade's mischievous voice. Looks like I'm not too late. Immediately after that, the disembodied voice from earlier appeared. Jiang Yun followed the source of the voice. In a flash, he froze at the sight over there. Walking at the front, was a strange man, who, it seemed, was not very old. And beside that boy was the cold beauty, Xiao Yu, as well as Pierre. It's more than that. Behind these people, there were countless great Qinin soldiers. It was too dense to count. It was as if they had appeared here out of nowhere, without any warning. A whole bunch of people who froze before. I have guarded the imperial tomb for thousands of years. Now, finally waiting for the arrival of my lord. How can I be disturbed by you? The man walking at the front of the line was expressionless, calm, and a little scary. He waved his hand. In a flash, the great Shinin soldiers behind them directly surrounded that Ghost Master and second dog Ghost Emperor. Strong and powerful. Not at all the same thing as before. The other guy didn't even have time to call for help. Surprisingly, it was so easy to go ahead and get it all taken care of. I'm very sorry. I had my lord's aura on me before I mistook you for one of my kind. Still, thank you very much for bringing my lord here. Easily resolved the Ghost Harnesser and the second dog Ghost Emperor. The man instantly moved directly to Jiang Yun's body. He was smiling at Jiang Yun. Smiling. This is our lord. That's when Jade stepped forward to explain. She smirked and, by the way, explained the Ghost Hunters organization. It turns out that the Ghost Hunters organization is simply another special team organized by Emperor Qin Shi Huang himself 1,000 years ago. Hidden from the world. They specialize in doing unseemly things for the first emperor. For example, as the world knows, Shi Huangdi pursued his lifelong search for the elixir of immortality. There is actually an immortality pill. But, the first emperor, he, didn't wait for that day. The man explained. This team, organized and established by the first emperor himself, was secretly developing the elixir of immortality. It's just that he himself didn't wait until the day the immortality drug was developed. After the death of the first emperor, the man in front of him, sealed the soul of the first emperor. It makes him a ghostly creature that can survive for millions of years, only at the cost of the memory, which will be erased. Only after thousands of years will the memory slowly awaken. The man standing in front of Jiang Yun had taken the immortality pill developed by Yen in order to wait for the first emperor to awaken, and mass attrition will be organized and renamed Ghost Hunters. Its purpose, to find the first emperor who has become a ghost. Now they wait. I can see that the beginning emperor is very comfortable with you. The man looked at Jiang Yun and spoke, while at this moment, Jiang Yun was still confused. So, that's all the info on the Ghost Hunters organization. I didn't expect it to be like this. For a moment, he reacted to the overwhelming amount of information. No, that means you've lived for thousands of years? After the freeze, Jiang Yun suddenly realized something. The immortality pill. The man in front of himself, taking it down. Doesn't that mean he's lived for thousands of years? Precisely. My mission is to await the awakening of the first emperor. The man nodded affirmatively. Between every move, it didn't even look like some person who had lived for thousands of years. Jiang Yun swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A longevity drug that actually perpetuates youth. For some reason, Jiang Yun's first thought was, if this thing is taken out to buy, those girls, shall not grab crazy? Well, that's the end of the conversation. After the introduction of this time, the cold beauty also went to help Su Weiyan, who had been sent flying out. Back, the man refocused his gaze on the furious ghost Saint Jiang Yun to the side. Ghost Sage. It's been a long time since I've encountered one. He spoke softly, but it brought a great pressure. Jiang Yun was ready to retreat silently. A battle of this level was not something he could participate in. But, to his surprise, the man, surprisingly, pulled him back. The man glanced in the direction of the tomb of the first emperor and scanned the surrounding area. A long sigh. Although I would love to fight the ghost saint again. Unfortunately, the beginning emperor he is going to awaken. Jiang Yun froze. Is there any conflict between the two? His brain was down again. I have no face to face the first emperor. And the task, too, has been accomplished. What comes next? I want to leave to you. The man spoke out of turn. Jiang Yun's head was directly filled with questions. What do you mean all to yourself? What do you mean? You'll be more specific? The transformation was a bit too fast, and Jiang Yun didn't turn the corner for a moment. In the future, please also be kind to the first emperor. There was no chance for Jiang Yun to inquire. Next, the man, surprisingly, went straight to power. I don't know what method was used, but from his body, strands of black gas began to appear. These black chi were still very precise. All of them drifted towards Jiang Yun. The rushing heavenly spirit cover rose up and surged madly into Jiang Yun's body. The cold beauty and Xiao Yu and the others looked at all this in front of them with a calm face. On the contrary, it was Su Weiyan who was directly nonplussed. You guys, ahem, what are you doing? She tried to break free. She didn't really know what the hell was going on. As a result, she, who was already severely injured, plus being restrained by the cold beauty, had no chance to stop it. Though even at full strength there was no way she could have stopped it. The Lord is giving him all the power. Don't worry, he's fine. Seeing Su Weiyan like this, the cold beauty explained. Just one sentence. It made Su Weiyan's eyes widen. The whole thing unbelievable. Power that still transfers? She was confused. It's not just him. A dumbfounded Jiang Yun was also directly at a loss for words when he heard this. The man gave all his power to himself? What it means? That doesn't mean that the power cultivated for thousands of years is given to oneself all at once. Isn't this nigga afraid he's going to hold himself up? Was thinking about this. The next second, he felt his whole body, already starting to hurt. It's the kind of pain that touches the soul. Before he could speak, in the next second, he manifested a mask of suffering straight away. Brother, if you're going to pass on the power, can you say a word in advance? Jiang Yun twisted his face, his insides directly collapsing. Chapter 194 The Grand Finale. Boom! By the tomb of the first emperor. Jiang Yun only felt like his entire body was undergoing a transmigration. The face was so distorted that it could be said to be completely inhuman. He fell to his knees in excruciating pain, his whole body convulsing. Are you kidding me? You can catch this thousands of years of kung fu when it's given to you? The point is, he's still coming at this out of the blue. Who can top that? Jiang Yun couldn't top it anyway. It went straight into a coma. Su Weiyin looked anxious, but the cold beauty was comforting on the side, saying that it was fine. It's normal. You'll wake up later. At this time, Ghost Saint Jiang Yun was not idle either. A few people just didn't take him seriously at all. Take advantage of this and just do a sneak attack. The cold beauty didn't bother to pacify Su Weiyin and directly struck out to meet the battle. But with her strength, plus Pierre and Jade, this was all to no avail. The Ghost Saint was too powerful, and with the other great Chenin soldiers, they could merely meet the battle. It simply belonged and couldn't hurt the Ghost Saint half a millimeter. But enough of that, and that's good enough, because their purpose is simply to stall for time. It's not just them who are really going to subdue the Ghost Sage. We can't let her near Jiang Yun and the Lord. The cold beauty shouted, and tens of thousands of great Chenin soldiers attacked in unison. The scene was a good one, and it will be. Jiang Yun sighed. He felt like he had entered a special space again. In front of him stood a man. That man was the one who was transmitting his power to him. After all of my powers are transmitted to you, I will also die, having lived for thousands of years, and I have seen all that I wanted to see. The man beamed. It was obviously someone from thousands of years ago, but at the moment, he gave Jiang Yun the feeling as if he was the big brother next door. My name is Shugong. When the first emperor comes out, please tell the first emperor that Shugong has not completed his mission and has no face to face the first emperor. Remember, give my regards to the first emperor. Shugong, is that his name? Jiang Yun was flabbergasted. He wanted to talk. As a result, he realized that before his eyes, the figure of the Sugan was becoming more and more blurred. In a moment, a living, breathing person, completely disappeared. Jiang Yun, on the other hand, could only watch this. The first emperor. Shugun. The mission. He muttered. The beliefs of the ancients he could not understand, much less why Sugan would say that he had not accomplished the task the first emperor had given him. Hasn't he already, done that? It's enough to spend thousands of years searching for the first emperor. Why is it still faceless? Jiang Yun wanted to question, but it was already too late. The next instant, his consciousness returned to the real world. The pain in his mixed body had disappeared. In its place, the whole body was indescribably energized. He felt like he had more power than he could use. Rumble. In the sky, a few more thunderclaps rang out, but it wasn't quite the same as the one summoned by the Ghost Saint. Yet it was impossible to say what the difference was. Jiang Yun didn't care, and the first thing he did when he came to his senses was to set his gaze on the spot where Shugong had been before. Shugun! He shouted, but alas, no one responded to him. Where is there any Shugun in front of his eyes? There is, only a dry body. Jiang Yun froze. It was all too sudden. Suddenly too, he couldn't get used to it for a while. Boom! Reality didn't give Jiang Yun much time to react. Not long after waking up, in the tomb of the first emperor, a loud bang was heard immediately afterward. In the immediate aftermath, a black aura filled the air from the beginning emperor's tomb, almost enveloping the entire sky. Widow, wake up! A furious cry resounded through heaven and earth. First emperor, awakening complete. With a roar, in the battlefield, those tens of thousands of great Chenin soldiers, whether they were fighting or otherwise, this beginner, in unison, stopped moving. Wind! 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 One angry cry after another was bound to shatter that heavenly earthquake. As soon as the Ghost Saint saw this scene, he immediately screamed in his heart. The first emperor awakens, and heaven and earth change. This strength will be even more powerful than yourself. At that moment, he was ready to disengage, and cold beauty there trembling wanted to escape. Jiang Yun, stop him. But soon, the Ghost Saint despaired. The awakened first emperor still retained the memories of the old Qin too. He called out to Jiang Yun, and at the same time, he himself was rushing up at an extremely exaggerated speed in preparation to meet the Ghost Sage. Jiang Yun was flabbergasted to hear it, and at that moment, he no longer hesitated. Towards the ghost saint, he struck out directly. The sky and the earth changed color as the two powerful forces intersected. This is bound to be unstoppable. The ghost sage used his entire body to resist, but there was still a match there for Jiang Yun, who had absorbed thousands of years of power, and old Qin too, who had awakened the power of the first emperor. With one strike, the ghost saint fell back thousands of meters in a row. The body was sent flying over a large mountain, and the entire mountain was shattered. But it's not over. The beginning emperor and Jiang Yun joined forces once again, and that ghost saint had nowhere to run. He was about to beat the ghost saint to death. Jiang Yun, however, stopped the beginning emperor. Leave a spirit to be sent to hell. In fact, the ghost saint had done nothing wrong, but it was just a trick of fate. Jiang Yun finally made this decision. Sort of, as a compensation for occupying his body. I only hope that, in his next life, he will have a good birth. The beginning emperor did not refuse this request from Jiang Yun, and it was very simple to do so. A few breaths later, a generation of ghost saints fell. Jiang Yun and the beginning emperor stood on top of a mountain peak, overlooking the human world. Shogun has a message for me to bring to you. Looking at the old Qin too, whose aura has completely changed. I can see that he is the first emperor of the world. No, I should say it's the first emperor, he said softly. I heard it all from inside. Shogun, he's just too stubborn, and I don't really blame him for that. The beginning emperor's eyes were complicated, and he did not say much. The two men were silent for a long time. Finally, it was the first emperor who finally spoke first. Jiang Yun, he called out softly. The latter froze, turned back, and looked at him. That's as far as I'll go with you. The outside world. It's not for me anymore. I'm going to stay here and guard China. This land. The beginning sounds a bit down. Yes, the land of China has been unified. He was no longer needed to manage the reins. This is actually a very serious question, but the beginning doesn't care. He smiled and looked at Jiang Yun. At this moment, it was as if he had become old Qin too again. It's still so nice. The first emperor went back, taking all of the great Qin soldiers back into the tomb of the first emperor. It was as if they had never been there. The biggest crisis in China has been solved. He, too, need not worry anymore. He is content to see the latter world safe and peaceful. And Jiang Yun stood behind this mountain peak, overlooking this Chinese land for a long time, and also came down to Su Weiyan's side. Here, the battlefield is already being cleaned up. The 749th Bureau's brigade are coming over. The ghost sage is resolved, and the ghost emperor is dead. Huaxia, too, is bound to enter a whole new phase. As for Li Hu and Li Zisheng, Jiang Yun didn't bother. Jiang Yun didn't bother anymore. However, in the middle of the day a long time later, when he and Su Weiyan re-entered outside the beginning emperor's tomb, Su Weiyan told him that Li Hu and Li Zisheng's behavior had been the same as treason, but they weren't executed. And I heard that they were abolished and then sent to the land of no guardians. Jiang Yun felt that it would be better to be executed. The land of no guardians. That's no place for people. By the way, since the death of the ghost sage, China's plan to cultivate immortality for all has been a complete success. After the ghostly revival, other countries were still asking for help everywhere. China has made it to a country where everyone has the ability to defend themselves. This time of the year, Huaxia is the safest place on this planet, and the rest of it is called the land of no guardians. Why else would Jiang Yun think that it would be better to be executed? When you get to that place and have no power, you will be tortured to death by the ghosts and monsters. In addition to being alive, there's basically no other possibility. As for Jiang Yun himself, he was rather enjoying his current life. After the ghostly revival, there is a scarcity of ghosts around the world. The so-called ghostly objects are things made by ghosts and monsters. His birthday suit, as well as the line of guns that opened up in the back, are ghosts. Jiang Yun looked at this market and joined forces with the 749th Bureau to make a huge profit, especially the Spoke Islands. I heard that they were tortured to death by the Orochi. Trillions of dollars were sent to Jiang Yun and Huaxia before and after. In the end, it was Jiang Yun who stepped in and sealed that Orochi temporarily and didn't kill it. Spoke Island country angry, went to question Jiang Yun, but Jiang Yun lazy to pay attention. In the end, the Spoke Island country to China can only tolerate, do not dare to have any complaints. Almost can be said to become a subsidiary country. Of course, it's for the factory. Demand is high and there is a need to go for expansion. Jiang Yun naturally went and caught a large number of ghosts and monsters over to work, expanding the scale to a global scale. The Cold Beauty and Xiaoyu, who were among the Ghost Hunter organization before, also joined Zhang's garment factory, as a manager to manage everything within the factory. Yeah, Jade hasn't been bullying Dagger since the manager change. In response, Jiang Yun hadn't missed out on mocking Little Knife. Nothing more, just like seeing him like this.